Enchanting Melodies, HPSI, by Athas Parke. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Imposter Syndrome. 3rd December 1992, Hogwarts. Before making a scene, it was better to be absolutely sure. Sure, Millie. How are you doing with that spell I taught you? Are you still having problems with it? Well, Harry knew for a fact that Millicent hated the nickname Millie since Pansy always kept calling her Silly Millie whenever she messed up something. And well, she and Harry barely interacted with one another, and since she started joining Malfoy's group, she would have been in deep trouble if he heard that Harry was teaching her anything, really. So when she didn't grit her teeth and didn't deny her being with Harry in front of the people who were essentially Malfoy's enforcers, Harry knew immediately that she was an imposter, and so were Crabbe and Goyle. She nodded. Yeah, I think I'm getting it, but I really need to ask you a few questions. The Potter scion repressed the urge of rolling his eyes at her pathetic attempt at changing the subject. Hermione really wasn't cut out for the whole deception thing, was she? Harry really should just expose them, and he definitely would. But doing so would earn him the enmity of the Golden Trio. They barely even spoke to Harry this year, and he wanted to keep it that way. So why involve himself when he could pin it on someone that they already hate, like Malfoy, who was glaring at the trio, probably thinking that they were betraying him or something? He might as well also lead them on a bit, especially since they were doing this because they're probably thinking that Harry is the heir of Slytherin or something similarly absurd. So instead of yelling out that there were intruders in the house, he smiled at them. I'm always available to help my housemates. What do you need help with? Crabbe was the one who asked that time, the Chamber of Secrets. Well, that was easy. Yeah, Slytherin's infamous chamber. It's a shame people are using it to spread fear the way they did. I'm not sure, of course, but my guess it would be the fact that Slytherin tricked the other founders and hid his magic in the chamber to do it. This was honestly the theory Harry had come up with, and he didn't mind sharing it. Wait, what? I thought he made it to house the beast that killed Muggleborns. I mean mudbloods, sorry, Goyle exclaimed. Goyle, did you forget? You can't say that word in here. It's against the rules. Malfoy might get away with it because of his father's influence, but I don't think you can do it. Even then, he's been reprimanded a lot of time in private, and the prefects have even contacted his mother. Yeah, the way their eyes widened amused the Potter scion, but instead of answering the questions and revealing house secrets, he continued, as for your question, the whole blood purity thing started appearing after the Statute of Secrecy was put in place as a way to preserve nobility in a world that was full of wizards. Before then, there were only nobles and peasants, whether they are magical or not. Slytherin wanted to ban peasants from entering the school. I can see his point, to be honest. Millicent looked aghast. What? How could you say that? Damn, Hermione really wasn't subtle. Well, it's not about them being lesser, it's about them being uneducated. 1,000 years ago, peasants didn't know how to read, how to write, how to behave. They were farmers and workers that only thought about how to survive the following winter. Just bringing them up to speed to learn any magic was too time-consuming, and Slytherin wanted to bar them from entry. However, the other founders refused, since that meant that any sign of accidental magic started a witch hunt at the time, and a lot of Muggleborns burned to death back then. So instead they came to a compromise, to have a basic exam before starting a magical education, which is available for everyone, but if they failed it, they would have to attend basic classes before they could start learning. If they failed these, they were expelled. No one was happy about it, but it was the only compromise that they could reach. I never read that in any books, Millicent replied. Harry grinned, because you're probably reading in the public history section. If you take a look at the research books in the back, especially the ones from before the Statute of Secrecy, you will see it. For some reason, people have made it very hard to find out about the founders. Seeing Millicent wanting to argue back, Crabbe interjected, and the chamber. Oh, right, I got a bit overwhelmed. It's a bit of a theory of mine, but I think that Slytherin tricked the other founders. The main selling point of Hogwarts was the library. The 4 founders sacrificed their family spells and their research to build the foundation of the libraries. The founders shed their family names and created the fake ones that we know. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. These aren't real names. and the real ones were scrubbed from all texts, probably with a spell of some sort. And since nobles greedily wanted the knowledge, they enrolled their heirs, which is how Hogwarts started. What I think happened is that Slytherin only shared a portion of his family legacy and hid the rest in the chamber for his heir to access. He essentially swindled the other founders of their family legacy for a fraction of his own. It does fit his character. The whole monster thing could just be some kind of protection for anything attacking the castle, but not the students. Definitely not the students. Goyle was gritting his teeth, probably insulting Salazar Slytherin under his breath, so that must be Weasley then. So the monster, what do you know about it? Well, everything really. It's pretty obvious when you know where to look. You got that from just 2 attacks? Millicent interjected. No, you only have to look back on the events where the chamber was opened the last time, around 50 years ago. What? The 3 impersonators exclaimed. Well, yeah, people don't want it to be spread. But around 50 years ago, the chamber was opened. Over a dozen Muggle-borns were petrified, but the attacks stopped when one died, and the school almost closed. They put the entire thing on a troublesome student and expelled him, even if the beast he had didn't match the pattern. I think it was an acromantula or something. They should have been expelled anyway, but they just put it all on him so that the school wouldn't close. And since the attack stopped, they all put it out of its mind. But since that information is documented, it's easy to find a clear pattern, and adding in the current clues, the nature of the beast is easy to figure out. So what is it? Crabbe asked excitedly. Well, that would be telling. Honestly, I was hesitant until Longbottom started to speak in Parseltongue. You think he's the heir of Slytherin? Millicent asked. Merlin, no. Harry responded. Whoever is doing it is smart enough to evade me. Longbottom doesn't have a subtle bone in his body. Then do you think that he's a descendant of Slytherin or something? Crabbe asked. Probably not. The only reason I jumped immediately at him being a Parselmouth was because the Dark Lord was a Parselmouth. Not much is known about how Longbottom escaped the killing curse, and while there are many theories, a lot of wild and raw magic was expelled that night, at least according to the unspeakable report that was leaked to the public. It is possible that somehow the Dark Lord's magic made an imprint of sorts with Longbottom, giving him the ability to speak Parseltongue. It's far more likely than him having a magical ancestry that was hidden for centuries, while it could have been providing a lot of prestige for the family. You have to remember that before Voldemort, Parseltongue was mostly known for its rumoured healing abilities, not the weapon of terror that the Dark Lord used to his advantage. Yeah, but is the fact that Longbottom can speak Parseltongue mean anything when it comes to the Chamber of Secrets? Millicent asked. Harry shrugged. Of course it does. The fact that Longbottom is speaking Parseltongue correlates with the fact that I heard a few paintings say that he was following a voice to Filch's body, one that no one else could hear. Slytherin was a proud and poetic being. He would only have some kind of snake as his ultimate weapon. So I theorized that Longbottom was a Parselmouth. So that narrowed the list of beasts into reptiles that are extremely long-lived. Looking at how the petrified bodies looked, the behavioral pattern of spiders recently, and a lot of little things, finding the beast's nature is elementary. Of course, Slytherin could have just created an entire creature just to become his ultimate weapon, but the clues are too much. So what is it? Goyle asked with an annoyed voice. Now, that would be me stopping you from the sense of accomplishment of finding it yourselves. Consider it a test of sorts, Harry answered with an infuriating smile on his face. They were all obviously angry at Harry's dismissal, so he continued, I have to admit that I can see why Dumbledore is keeping this quiet. I can see the school closing down and him being fired if it was revealed to the public, especially since he knew about it for decades and did nothing to stop it. I can't say I would be disappointed. He's objectively the worst headmaster this school has ever had. You're wrong, Crabbe exclaimed. Damn, those kids were too easy. The Potter Scion simply shrugged. Political agenda aside, Dumbledore took out the most books from the library. Ever since his appointment, over 5 magical courses were removed, over a dozen clubs were cancelled, and magical research became at an all-time low. Hogwarts graduates literally need retraining whenever they get into any kind of technical apprenticeship, and a few guilds literally just reject applicants from the school automatically since our curriculum is too limited. He also has 2 other full-time positions on top of being headmaster, so that takes up a lot of his time. The 3 imposters looked at each other hesitantly. But he's the most powerful wizard in the world. I don't care about who he is. I care about the school and my education. In the unlikely event he doesn't know what the beast is, then people would have severely overestimated his intelligence and extensive magical knowledge. But well, that's absurd. Because if a student with less than 2 years of magical education can find out what it is, then he should know. So that means that he has to know. I can only hope that he actually starts taking action against the heir, because if the monster is what I think it is, then we could all die with a single attack. The only reason this hasn't made national news is because it's just normal petrification, which can be easily remedied with a mandrake draft. If it was a curse or something unknown, the ministry would have been all over this. Crabbe leaned it. So do you have an idea who is responsible for all of this? The question is not who, Harry said. The question is how. The key to this mystery lies in the past. To know who is responsible for the attacks today, you need to find out who was responsible the last time the chamber was opened 50 years ago. Crabbe's eyes widened when Harry essentially quoted Dumbledore from the stories. Longbottom must have heard it, as Harry's counterpart did in the books. Deciding to excuse himself, the Potter scion spoke up. Well, I'm kinda sweaty and need a shower. I spent 2 hours sparring with Daphne, you see. It's nice to see you, Millie, Greg and Vince. Don't hesitate to come back if you have any other questions. Well, that was fun, but everything must come to an end. He had to say that his little mission was somewhat successful. He had diverted the trio's attention with a lecture that they didn't need about the founders, taught them a lesson about the fact that Slytherin wasn't some racist asshole, and shook their faith in Dumbledore's leadership since he knew what the beast was for decades and didn't do anything about it. But that wasn't the cherry on top. What was the fact that the moment the 3 imposters turned to speak with Malfoy, Harry sneakily cast a modified revealing charm that would only work after he activates it manually. It was easy to use arithmancy to incorporate a feature like that was extracted in many curses. This was going to cause trouble for Dumbledore immensely. There are wards around all the common rooms. Only someone sorted in Slytherin could enter the Slytherin common room. They would need permission of the head of house or the headmaster otherwise. Dumbledore must have disabled the wards or given them access without anyone knowing, and the heads of houses were going to ask him a lot of questions about it. Harry then pretended to walk up the stairs and put on his cloak of invisibility to watch the fallout and waited until they looked like they were going to leave and activated the curse. A few seconds later, while the 3 Gryffindors were talking to Malfoy, their features immediately reverted back to normal. The common room stood silent before it exploded into noise. In a fraction of a second, the Golden Trio were unconscious on the ground, and Professor Snape was called by one of the prefects. Well, that was fun. Chapter 1. 102. Chapter 1, 102. Golden Trouble. 3rd December 1992, Hogwarts. Neville still didn't know how things could get so wrong. As he looked at the snarling face of Snape, he knew that he was screwed. Snape has always been spiteful when it came to him, but this was different. This was more. It was like the boy who lived had crossed a line of sorts, and now he was out for blood. What happened? The potion should have lasted at least an hour, and Neville had timed it. They were inside the Slytherin common room for less than 30 minutes, and it took them 10 minutes to sneak it in the first place. So did Hermione somehow screw with the potion? It was a Newt-level potion after all, and the Muggleborn was a 2nd year, all things considered. No, according to Hermione, it was exactly like it was supposed to be, and they had transformed perfectly into their targets. So why did it stop working all of a sudden? They had already gotten valuable information by tricking Potter. Hermione was right, that guy was a chump whenever it came to explaining things. It was a wonder how the guy ended up in Slytherin instead of Ravenclaw. That guy must have read more books than Hermione, especially considering how he kept showing her up whenever it came to knowledge. Neville already knew that the Muggleborn was going to run to the library next to confirm what he had said about the founders, as well as trying to overcome the unspoken challenge of finding what the monster of Slytherin was. What really interested Neville was the fact that he somehow already figured out that he was a Parselmouth before he himself knew. It was obvious, now that he thought about it, but it did confirm that Hermione wasn't exaggerating when it came to Potter's intelligence. To be completely honest, Neville didn't know how to feel about his godbrother. He just seemed so beyond him, so far away from him in terms of both personality and magic. It irritated him at first, but now it was just intimidating to just speak with him. It felt less like asking Hermione for some help, and more like asking Dumbledore of all people. The Longbottom Scion really wanted to connect with him, but he was so out of reach that Neville was scared to make the first move. Of course, Ron just hated the guy on principle. He was a Slytherin. Thus, he was a slimy snake that couldn't be trusted. That guy really had his priorities backwards, if he had any priorities other than Quidditch, chess, and fighting Malfoy. But Malfoy didn't count. He was a prick, and it was surprising how little he was regarded in his own house. Neville's grandmother had drilled him countless times about being observant in political situations, and well, the Slytherin common room reminded him a lot about these lessons. What was interesting was the fact that Malfoy was shunned in Slytherin. It wasn't something he expected at all. The Malfoys always looked untouchable from the outside, but it seemed like the house was as annoyed as the rest of the school was when it came to the blonde Ponce. You could see it in the way they all huddled away from him whenever he sat down. Malfoy probably thought it was some kind of sign of respect, but Neville knew. His housemates did the same to him ever since he was revealed to be a Parselmouth. Also the fact that Malfoy was reprimanded for saying the word mudblood and supporting the heir of Slytherin, and they had even contacted his mother. Now, that was worth the trip on its own, and the information they had gotten was practically a goldmine. They now knew that the Chamber of Secrets was opened before, around 50 years back, to be more specific, and that the petrifications happened as well. But it ended when a student died, and according to Potter, someone was framed for it. The real heir must be the descendant of whoever had opened the chamber 50 years ago. If they knew who was responsible in the past, they could track down their descendants and figure out who had done it as well. The conversation with Malfoy, on the other hand, was pretty lackluster. All they had learned was that Lucius Malfoy had told him to let the heir be, and that the Malfoy hid most of their dark artifacts in a secret room under the drawing room floor, which was why the Auror raids never found anything. Ron looked excited to owl that little fact to his father. Unfortunately, they were all preoccupied with the whole disguise falling apart and them being attacked thing. Yeah, that wasn't fun. In mere minutes, Snape was called into the room with his billowing cloak behind him, and Neville found himself in the Potion Master's office with his best friends. Ron looked as pale as a ghost, and Hermione looked like she was having a nervous breakdown. "Professor," Neville started. He was immediately interrupted by the Slytherin head of house. "Mr. Longbottom, I have literally found you trespassing into a common room that isn't your own, in stolen Slytherin robes, having drunk an illegal potion that could have easily poisoned you with the slightest mistake. A potion that you brewed with ingredients that I recognize to be missing from my stores. There is nothing that you could say would not make it worse. So, as your professor, I am advising you to stay quiet and not say anything that will probably end up hurting you in the long run. Most unfortunately, you are not in my house, and the decision to expel you does not rest with me. I shall go and fetch the people who do have that happy power. You will wait here. I do not want to hear your voice at any moment before my return." Normally, Snape would be smiling at getting them in trouble, but he just looked angry. Seeing how the professor was behaving, Neville decided to do the smart thing and just shut up. The man left, and the boy who lived just felt sick. If Snape had gone to fetch Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, they were hardly any better off. She might be fairer than Snape, but she was still extremely strict. She was going to kill them, he knew it. 10 minutes later, Snape returned, and sure enough, it was Professor McGonagall who accompanied him. Neville had seen Professor McGonagall angry on several occasions, but either he had forgotten just how thin her mouth could go, or he had never seen her this angry before. She raised her wand the moment she entered. Neville, Ron, and Hermione all flinched, but she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace where flames suddenly erupted. Neville hadn't realized how cold he was until the warmth of the fire started to spread. "Sit," she said, and they both backed into chairs by the fire. "Explain," she said, her glasses glinting ominously. Ron started to speak, but Neville immediately stopped him. Ron's mouth was probably going to get them further in trouble. Well, Professor, it's a bit of a long story. You know how I'm a parcel mouth? The woman nodded, and he continued, well, people haven't really been nice to me ever since that happened. What, they stopped worshipping you like some sort of messiah? Snape answered with a sneer. No, Neville denied, they just look at me like I'm the one who petrified my own roommate. So I decided that finding out who the heir of Slytherin really was would clear my name. And where better to look first than the Slytherin common room? We used Polyjuice to sneak inside while Crabbe, Goyle and Millicent were in detention, and we started interrogating people sneakily. You thought that whoever was responsible would just confess in the middle of the common room? McGonagall asked with an incredulous tone. Well, maybe. We thought that they, at least, might know a little more about it. So what would be the harm? You're asking what would be the harm in impersonating your yearmates and breaking into a place they're supposed to feel safe in? Snape asked. Well, we thought that no one would really be affected. It was only supposed to last for 1 hour, but for some reason it stopped working at least 20 minutes early. Snape looked startled for a second. You brewed the potion? Yes. Well, Hermione did. Neville looked at his friend, who was practically trembling. So, let me get this straight. You stole ingredients from my personal stores, used them to brew a potion that was above your capability, incorrectly from the sound of it, and snuck into the Slytherin common room because you hoped that the heir of Slytherin, who has been attacking Muggleborns, would confess their crimes to you because you asked for it. And the potion ended up malfunctioning, causing everyone to panic and attack you at once. Hermione interjected, Hey, I didn't incorrectly brew the potion. The glare McGonagall sent her made her defiant look wither in a fraction of a second. I'm telling you this for your best interest. Don't confess to brewing an illegal potion to your professors, one that could cause you a fine of a few hundred galleons at least, and maybe even a short stay in Azkaban. If you weren't a minor, and if you didn't brew the potion in Hogwarts, you would have been in a lot more trouble. So please, shut up, Miss Granger. The deputy headmistress took a deep breath and continued. Since this is your first offence this year, you will be in detention for the rest of the semester, and this incident will be in your permanent school record. I will send a letter to your parents informing them about what happened. I am disappointed in you, Mrs. Granger. Now get back to your common room. I will contact you about the details of your detentions later. Hermione looked in tears as she left the room. The Transfiguration mistress looked at the last 2 students in the room. As for the 2 of you, after the mess you made with the flying car a few months ago, we told you that if you did something like this again, then you were going to be expelled. The truth is that you committed a crime, and now it's out of my hand. We'll have to go to the headmaster for this. Please follow me. They marched in silence around a corner, and the deputy headmistress stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. Lemon drop, she said. This was evidently a password because the gargoyle sprang suddenly to life and hopped aside as the wall behind him split in 2. Normally, Neville would have been excited about the prospect of seeing the headmaster's office for the first time, but all he could feel was dread. He was going to be expelled. He knew that in his bones. His grandmother was going to kill him. He was letting everyone down, even his parents. He had even dragged Ron into this scheme to clear his name, just because he couldn't handle the fact that people didn't like him anymore. The Weasleys were going to be heartbroken, and it was all his fault. Maybe the information they had gotten from Potter could help them. Dumbledore wouldn't punish them for helping him stop the heir of Slytherin, would he? Potter was already resentful of Dumbledore for some reason, even if he had somewhat of a point. And Neville did start having questions of his own for the headmaster. If Potter was right that the chamber was opened during when he was in the castle, why didn't Dumbledore stop him the first time? If the culprit was obviously framed, then how did Dumbledore let that happen, and why did he stop looking for the chamber altogether? And why didn't he reveal the nature of the beast? Potter had figured it out, after all, and he's a student. Did Dumbledore just hope that the problem would just go away on its own? Neville had many questions, and even if he was going to be expelled, he wasn't leaving without answers. Having been distracted by his thoughts, the boy who lived didn't notice the spiral staircase that appeared in front of him. As they all stood on it, it started to rise in circles, until at last, slightly dizzy, Neville saw a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. They had arrived at Dumbledore's office. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, Difficult Position. 3rd December 1992, Hogwarts. Sometimes Albus Dumbledore feels like this whole long-term investment in Neville Longbottom was too much of a headache. It might have been urged by the powers of light, who guided him into creating the boy who lived, but no magic could save him from the headache that this boy kept sending his way. And it had been going too well before the brat even attended Hogwarts. Weaponizing a prophecy for his own gain took a lot of time and effort. The ritual he had given the Longbottoms and the Potters had worked. Lord Voldemort had been defeated and turned into a pale shadow of a living being, activating the prophecy. That meant that the moment Neville Longbottom was marked by Voldemort, half the prophecy was completed, meaning that the other half must happen as well. The energy was there, and the price was paid. Breaking the prophecy himself could liberate this energy and use it to create magnificent things that could warp reality in unpredictable ways, and it was this potential that stopped him from just killing the boy out of frustration for his actions. Who in their right mind uses a flying car to get to school just because they missed the train? Just using a flue for a couple of sickles to get to Hogsmeade and send an owl would have been enough. But no, the boy who lived had to make Albus's life miserable. The number of favors he had to call in, not just on a national scale, but international as well, to make this go away was staggering. Breaking the international statute of secrecy was a big taboo, and if it had been a random muggle-born doing something like this, he would have been found dead from mysterious causes hours after the incident. Honestly, the headmaster didn't care about indiscretions as long as they were in private. And well, he could always use them to motivate people. But seriously, sometimes Albus wondered what went on in that empty head of Longbottom's. He was having a perfectly nice night before Severus sent him a Patronus message telling him that Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger were discovered to be infiltrating the Slytherin common room, having drank a polyjuice potion. Worse, they were discovered in public and reverted back to their original appearance in the middle of the crowded common room. And that alone was a political mess. The Crabbe, Goyles and Bulstrodes were not particularly powerful families, but they were essentially in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. So making something like this go away would take a lot of effort and concessions on his part. Breaking into another's house's common room was already bad enough, and the school charter proclaimed that it should be severely punished. But it was still a school matter. But the use of an illegal potion publicly was also a problem, since it was technically grounds for the ministry to interfere. They rarely ever did it, but with the mess that this school year has been, and Malfoy probably pushing Fudge to do something, there was the very real possibility that this would escalate. Luckily, there were other ways to impersonate people, so as far as anyone else is concerned, they could be holding some kind of illusion artifact that malfunctioned at once, due to spell interference. The bigger problem was the fact that impersonating members of another house was grounds for a blood feud. Thankfully, family matters for events occurring in Hogwarts were under the headmaster's purview, as long as the judgment is fair. It was an obscure law written in the school charter to avoid honor duels between students for some slight or another. The Ministry of Magic hadn't been created yet, and since Hogwarts was technically considered outside of their involvement, Albus could deal with it himself. Of course, the fact that Hogwarts wasn't governed by the Ministry didn't change the fact that they could make things difficult if they wanted to. The castle wasn't under their control, but the curriculums, the exams, the funds, and many other things were. It was possible for them to interfere, but it wasn't usually worth the effort. So that meant that Dumbledore needed to put on a show of sorts and explain that no one was above the rules. And honestly, the brats deserved it. Who in Merlin's name does something like this? And why? Although Albus also shared some blame for that incident, he had allowed Neville, Ron and Hermione immunity from the wards on all common rooms. That was a mistake he had made the previous year when he wanted them to investigate the stone and he had forgotten to remove the access. None of this mess would have happened if it wasn't for this oversight. He was so preoccupied with the stone and Nicholas that he forgot. Of course, that was when Minerva and Severus arrived with 2 students following behind. Ah, so Miss Granger got off the hook somehow. He gave his deputy headmistress a questioning look, and she immediately got his message. Miss Granger has been punished already, but since these 2 have broken their agreement and couldn't wait for an entire semester without causing another scandal, I thought it would be prudent to take them to you. Ah, yes, he had gently threatened them with expulsion after the flying car fiasco. He looked at the 2 students that were staring at the sleeping Fawkes in awe. Ah, this is Fawkes, my companion of many years. He found me when I was just out of Hogwarts when I was lost and needed a little guidance. As you could probably tell, he is a phoenix. Fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets. Fawkes looked up and gave him a slight glare. According to him, I am the pet. The aged headmaster was chuckling at the end of the sentence. He really liked to show Fawkes up. Phoenixes really were rare creatures, but very few people knew of their nature, and Dumbledore wanted to keep it that way. Albus motioned to the chairs in front of him and continued, "Well, Neville, Ron, please sit down. I believe we have much to discuss. I believe that I must congratulate you for being the students that caused the most non-educational work for the faculty in a single semester." The Longbottom boy looked down. "We're really sorry about all of that, sir." "Nonsense, my dear boy. We can more than handle the increased workload, even if it comes at the cost of a few nights of sleep. The only occurrence you need to be apologetic for is the most recent one pertaining to Polyjuice Potion. It is very illegal to be caught in possession of that particular potion. Normally, we would have been required to inform the Department of Magical Law Enforcement about it, but for some reason, it appears that we couldn't find any traces of the potion anywhere. So we must assume that you used some kind of illusion spell that helped you impersonate other students to break into the Slytherin common room. And illusion spells are not illegal, are they?" It took a little while for the boy to understand where he was getting at. The Weasley boy still looked confused. Seriously, did Molly Weasley drop him as a child or something? Severus, who was standing behind the boys, gritted his teeth and nodded. He wasn't happy, but he was willing to play along and dispose of the Polyjuice for now. Young Neville finally understood what they were going for. "Yes, sir." "Of course, sir, we used an illusion spell." All right, with that settled, they avoided the aura's interference, at least. Now, on to the rest of this mess. Now, to make sure that he wouldn't be able to confess to ingredients being stolen from his cupboard, Professor Snape will make a list of missing ingredients that you will have to reimburse for borrowing and losing them. The Weasley boy started to protest. "You can't." "You'll find that I very much can, Mr. Weasley. Theft is not authorized in Hogwarts. I will personally contact your guardians with the final amount and the circumstances of this mess. I believe that it will be a considerable amount, especially considering that a few of the ingredients were quite rare. I also believe that impersonating the children of magical families can have very steep consequences, so I will leave your families to deal with the reparations themselves." The 2 children's faces paled in fear of their guardians finding out, and at the amount of gold they will probably have to pay. Young Neville was due for a very terrifying scolding session. Augusta Longbottom will probably severely punish the boy enough for him to at least keep his head down this year. Now, before we proceed with your punishment, and believe me, you will be punished, I need to understand why you did what you did. The redhead exploded first. "We only wanted to catch the heir of Slytherin." "Ron, shut up," young Neville interjected. "We wanted to clear my name by finding out who was petrifying the other students. Ever since people found out I was a Parselmouth, everyone looked at me like I was on second away from attacking them. And wasn't that a reveal that flipped the entire board? Albus never had the chance of studying Parseltongue enough to understand how it worked or how it was transmitted. It couldn't be through blood. But honestly, the headmaster didn't know exactly what had happened on the night Neville Longbottom survived the killing curse. He didn't even understand the ritual that he had given to Alice Longbottom. The light had guided him in its creation, but its details were obviously beyond him. The premise was supposed to be simple. A life for a life. After all, only death may pay for life. And then it happened. An unstoppable force in the form of the killing curse met an indestructible object, who according to the ritual is supposed to be protected, And well, that caused an explosion of raw magic. It became a blind spot for everything, and by the time the residue cleared up, there was nothing but a destroyed room filled with ash and an unconscious boy with a scar on his forehead. Young Neville's scar was still protected by the magical event. And well, Augusta Longbottom didn't let him study the scar afterwards, and the headmaster didn't feel like it mattered enough for him to press her about it. Now he would need to do it. The next time the boy finds himself in the infirmary, Albus was going to keep him asleep and study whatever was going on in this scar. His theories so far were worrying, especially considering the method he theorized Voldemort used to live on past his death. Instead of saying any of that, Albus stayed composed. And you thought that breaking into the Slytherin common room would help you how? The Longbottom scion looked down, embarrassed. We thought that the Slytherins would know more than the rest of the school. Severus then snorted, Of course you did. What an imbecilic response. I am glad that your idiocy is not contagious, Longbottom, or I would fear for the next generation of wizards and witches in this country. Hey, we were right, the redhead protested. Potter knew stuff about the Chamber of Secrets. He said that he figured out what the monster was. The two professors stiffened, but that little exclamation made Dumbledore freeze. Explain. His tone wasn't the gentle one he used earlier, and the Longbottom scion stiffened. He started up with a lecture on the Chamber of Secrets, like how it was older than the whole blood purity thing, that it was probably a place that Salazar Slytherin used to swindle the other founders of their magic while hiding his own for his heirs. It was kinda interesting, but it was hard to pay attention because of how nervous we all were. What about the monster? Albus pressed. Well, he said it was obvious, but didn't say what it was. Only that me being a Parselmouth confirmed it. He said it had to be a long-lived reptile that could petrify people. That it was obvious that you knew what it was, but didn't say anything since that would close down the school. He said that you knew for a long time from when it was opened 50 years ago and that you said nothing, because the school would have been declared unsafe and would have closed down permanently. Albus had tried to figure out the secret of the Chamber of Secrets and tracked it down to the bathroom young Myrtle died in, probably accidentally. He had found nothing but a snake carving on one of the sinks, but he could not get it to open. He tore down the bathroom, but nothing was underneath. Even the Elder Wand could not get inside. Tom had been very clever back then, a far cry from the sadistic man he became late in life. He had an alibi for every attack, and he struck seemingly randomly to push as much terror as possible at him. Dippet was pushing Dumbledore towards solving this mystery, being the greatest mind of his generation and whatnot. He hated to admit it, but Voldemort had been very close to getting him kicked out if he hadn't stopped after Myrtle Warren had died and just framed Hagrid at the threat of the school closing. And so the basilisk remained hidden, hopefully forever. Albus Dumbledore couldn't get into the chamber and kill it, but Tom seemed to change afterwards and had no desire to reopen the chamber. That is, until now. Honestly, if it wasn't for the reports he had gotten about Voldemort being in Albania, he would have assumed he had possessed someone else. Alas, he couldn't find the logic of him doing it instead of getting a body of his own. Perhaps he had a secret son or a daughter he was using to do this. It didn't matter. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's place of power. He wouldn't let some scared parents close it down. He needed to stop the attacks, but they were just so random, and only 2 of them happened so far, not enough to find out what happened. He had tried to find the bathroom once more for the mark, but the snake carving was gone. He didn't understand what that meant, to be honest, only that the entrance of the chamber wasn't in Myrtle's bathroom anymore, but it was worrying that Harry Potter had figured all of this out. Very worrying indeed. Perhaps the boy would need to be discouraged, although he had the good sense not to tell everyone about it and spread fear. The aged headmaster sighed heavily. I'm afraid that young Harry is correct in his conclusion. Quite the smart lad, isn't he? I do know what the monster is, and it is why I wish to handle the issue discreetly. It is a very dangerous monster, but if we close down the school, the monster will remain here forever, meaning that Hogwarts would be gone, with no replacement in sight. Only the heir can open the chamber, hence why I couldn't do it. Salazar Slytherin was a very impressive wizard after all. Believe me, I will do my best to stop this monster from continuing, But I need your word that you will not speak of this to another person about any of this." The two boys nodded, and Dumbledore continued, "Now, back to your punishment. I'm afraid that with your repeated offense this semester, I have no choice but to suspend you until the end of the winter holidays. I will contact your guardians with the details as well, but this is the lightest punishment I could give you, especially since I am breaking my promise I made earlier in the year that you would be expelled if you do something as egregious as the manner that which you arrived to school in September." The two baffled looks on the boys' faces were priceless. Served the brat's right for giving him so much work. Now he only needed to meet up with Harry Potter to make sure that Brat wouldn't talk. And he also will need to speak to Severus and Minerva and explain to them why he had allowed Neville, Ron and Hermione immunity from the wards in all common rooms. He could tell that it wasn't going to be a nice conversation. Chapter 104 of Burning Light. 5 December 1992, Hogwarts. It took 2 days of intense days of deals and explanations for Dumbledore to make the entire thing go away. And even then, he had to make a lot of concessions and offer a few favors, and the best result he had gone with is the fact that the boy who lived wasn't going to be arrested, nor is he going to be expelled. To be completely honest, Albus didn't really care about the Weasley boy and would have let him deal with the consequences of his actions. Alas, he needed young Neville to be close, and he couldn't really let him off while leaving his friend to the wolves. That would scream of favoritism. That boy really was a headache sometimes. But that didn't compare to the headache he had when he explained the situation to the boy's guardians. The Granger girl was a simple matter of sending a letter saying that she had an official warning after breaking the rules and using an illegal potion, and that she would be serving detention until the end of the semester. However, since the two boys were the ones in deeper trouble, he preferred to explain to them the situation in person, and well, the Weasley matriarch started screaming halfway through, and barely let him talk while she kept yelling at her son, telling him that his brothers were never this stupid and that he was ruining his life. No wonder the boy had an inferiority complex the size of Mount Olympus. The Longbottom matriarch, on the other hand, just gave her grandson a withering look filled with disappointment that made him droop into his seat with shame. Soon after explaining the situation, he dismissed them, telling them that he would try to help them privately. Afterwards, he summoned the Crabbe, Goyle and Bulstrode family heads, who had been informed about what happened from their children. Albus didn't want to make this a public scandal, at least not as much as it already was. But after some negotiations, the Crabbe and Goyle family heads were appeased with some monetary compensation, which Augusta Longbottom was more than willing to pay. However, the Bulstrode family had just asked for a favor from him to be claimed at another date, since they didn't think a Muggleborn could offer them much politically. This was by far the worst concession so far. Promising a favor to a family in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. Now that was something that pained him to do. What has the world come to when he, Albus Dumbledore, the champion of light, promised a boon to a family that followed a Dark Lord? He only hoped that the Longbottom boy was worth all this mess, because Albus was really close to just killing the boy and using the breaking of the prophecy in a ritual or another. Augusta Longbottom seemed satisfied with his efforts, enough that she promised to pay the Weasleys' side of things as well, since the family's finances were in a very bad state. They definitely didn't have enough to pay 5,000 galleons to avoid their son going to Azkaban. So, long story short, Albus managed to get the aggrieved families to not press any charges in the ministry or talk about it in public. So with that done, the impersonation aspect of the Gryffindor's crimes was removed, and adding in the fact that any trace of Polyjuice was removed, all it came back to is just breaking into another common room, which is strictly under the school's purview. Now, the only hurdle in his efforts was the fact that Rita Skeeter had somehow managed to find out about it, probably from a letter sent by a Slytherin student, and the public was in an uproar. It didn't help that young Neville had publicly broken the law when came to school with a flying car. Albus needed to call in a few favors to make sure that the article wouldn't be too damaging, and that no other would follow it. He wanted to remove the article altogether, but the information was out there, and Albus didn't want to look too heavy-handed with his involvement. And maybe that was a good thing in the long run. The article itself actually praised Dumbledore's impartial actions in suspending the boy who lived despite his celebrity status, and was more talking about the reckless actions of the boy himself and how he easily disregarded the laws of the nation. Perhaps the public's opinion could pressure young Neville at doing better and thinking before doing something like this again. And Albus had already lost a lot of goodwill with the Daily Prophet by telling them not to publish the petrifications and the Chamber of Secrets being opened. He didn't need to make an issue, he would deal with it later. But the main issue he had to deal with was the cold glares his staff were giving him. It turned out that giving full access to a few students and forgetting about it had made them angry. He would never say it out loud, but he would admit that he messed up with that one. Giving the children full access to the wards meant that they had full access to their professors' private rooms, and that was just a breach of privacy. Albus had done it before many times to test a few students that he later invited into his Order of the Phoenix when they graduated. The only problem was that a few of them accidentally used that connection to build a real map of the castle with all the people registered in the wards inside and see their movements in real time. These marauders really could be accidentally brilliant sometimes. He didn't say that to Severus, of course. The man was already furious at him risking his charge's privacy, and the younger man had to speak with the Slytherin court to reassure them that they weren't at risk anymore. It didn't help that Albus practically forced the potion master to stay in the school in his stead during the winter holidays to investigate the opening of the chamber instead of going home. Still, Albus was so preoccupied in the last few days that he only just had time to satisfy his curiosity about the Potter boy. The young Slytherin knew too much, but didn't seem intent to share that knowledge, except for when young Neville and his friends asked him about it. The fact that the boy so readily gave out information that he intentionally didn't spread before, one that would have given him a lot of prestige in his house, led to a single conclusion. Harry Potter knew that the Crabbe, Goyle and Bulstrode scions were imposters, and more specifically that they were young Neville and his friends. And even then he had revealed just enough to make the Longbottom scion think that he had gotten one over the Potter boy, only to have the information that his rival had allowed him to have, a facet of the truth orchestrated by the boy in seconds. Honestly, the thought of just obliviating the boy did come across Albus's mind, but the damage to a young mind, especially one that was defended enough that he would need to overpower, could be irreparable. Oh, Albus would do it in a heartbeat, but Harry Potter was an asset in the making, one that he wouldn't throw away needlessly. After all, Albus is many things, but he is not wasteful. The boy was intelligent, and his position in Slytherin could be leveraged to act as a spy when Lord Voldemort inevitably returns. And here he was, the child with Lily Potter's eyes and James Potter's face, staring at him with an intelligent glint in his eyes. "So Professor Snape didn't say why you summoned me, Headmaster. I assume it has to do with Longbottom's, how do I say it, indiscreet actions." "That would be correct, Harry. Young Neville told me that he fooled you into revealing dangerous information." "Ah yes, Polyjuice is quite the potion, isn't it?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that he didn't use Polyjuice. The Daily Prophet said that it was an illusion spell, right? I have to say that whatever it was, I was completely fooled. Longbottom would make a great aura one day," the boy answered with a small smile on his face. "For some reason, I have a hard time believing you, my boy. But the question was, why did you reveal such important information without thinking twice about it?" the headmaster asked. "They simply asked, and I find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it," the boy responded with the same infuriating smile on his face. Albus did his best to not visibly grit his teeth. The boy was directly quoting him now, but certain information is dangerous to be shared, like the nature of Slytherin's monster. "Out of curiosity, how did you come to figure it out?" "Mostly through deduction. With enough information, one could understand the world and maybe even predict the future. I only needed to find any mention of the Chamber of Secrets in past Daily Prophet articles, and I had an accurate list of the attacks that happened 50 years ago, adding in that Longbottom was a Parselmouth and had been following a voice during the first attack. It's easy to figure out what it was." "And what do you plan to do with that information?" Albus asked. "Nothing. Revealing it would cause mass panic. Hogwarts would close, but the main issue is that whoever is responsible could start acting rashly, and other mistakes could start happening, like young Myrtle Warren, for example. So I'm leaving it to you to do your job. Yes, the boy figured out that the beast was probably a basilisk. And how do you know that? Figure out the identity of the beast. If a student with less than 2 years of magical education, no matter how brilliant, figured out in a couple of months what you couldn't do in decades, then I would have a lot of questions about your competence and your general intelligence. And you are many things, Albus Dumbledore, but unintelligence is not one of them. And if the information was so dangerous, why did you give it away so readily? The headmaster asked. I had a good feeling about it. No, you little brat. You knew exactly that Neville was there and told him about him purposefully, while making sure not to reveal the identity of the beast. Just enough clues for the boy to figure out on his own. Alas, Dumbledore didn't think confronting the Potter Scion about it would achieve much. He was too guarded, and the boy's occlumency was competent enough to stop a passive legilimency probe, so he couldn't find out more about his motivations, only his results. And you said that Hagrid was framed. What's your proof? The Champion of Light asked, deciding to change the subject. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the boy simply replied. Dumbledore stiffened. How do you know that name? He's the one that caught Hagrid with an acromantula, which cannot petrify people. Marvolo is a gaunt traditional name who are descendants of Slytherin, so that makes him the prime suspect. People with sociopathic tendencies often like to get involved in the investigation, sometimes out of arrogance, and sometimes out of fear. And if you rearrange the letters in the name, you get the name of a certain Dark Lord. Adding in the fact that the Dark Lord was rumored to be a Parselmouth and a descendant of Slytherin, the pattern fits. As the boy continued speaking, Albus started to get paler and paler. That is very dangerous information, young Harry. You mean that since Riddle isn't a wizarding family name, the Dark Lord is probably a half-blood, which means that his entire cause was probably a lie to grab power. Yes, he does not take kindly to those who look deeply into his past. You have seen the past year what happens when he is irritated. He would be infuriated if he figured out that someone knew of the past that he has been trying to hide for so long. The boy looked pensive for a second. Understandable, to be honest, and I had no plans on doing so. I'm just pointing it out to remind you why he started attacking Muggleborns in the first place and actively didn't kill them. A basilisk's gaze is a very easy method of killing, especially discreetly. But instead, he chose to cultivate this fear, to create this infamous personality of the heir of Slytherin. The gaze was redirected, Dumbledore started. Every time? One is a happenstance, twice a coincidence, but 12 times. For 12 attacks, you can't seriously believe that. You don't see it, do you? After all this time, decades of thoughts, you still didn't understand why Tom Riddle decided to open the Chamber of Secrets in this manner, and how this time it's very different, even if it looked the same. And do you care to enlighten me? Dumbledore asked with an amused tone, even if he was inwardly disturbed. Oh, you don't see it, do you? Who am I to take away your enlightenment? I have given you the clues to figure it out yourself. Who knows, Headmaster? Perhaps by the time you realize his motivation, you'll understand him a little better. This was a lovely talk, Headmaster, but I believe you have a lot on your mind, Headmaster. Good night. The boy actually turned and walked towards the entrance, leaving a gaping old man. He scratched Fawkes on the way back and left without saying another word. The sheer audacity of that boy. Still, it did give him a lot to think about. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. One Step Forwards. 19 December 1992, Hogwarts. It was the end of the semester, and for the first time, Harry wasn't staying at Hogwarts for the winter holidays. The previous year, Harry was blinded by Hogwarts' beauty and the wonder of a magical castle for him to explore. But the thing was that it was easy to get bored if you stayed too long in a single place. And while the castle was lovely, a change of atmosphere was welcome. Normally, the Potter Scion wouldn't have done it. Every time he stayed in Diagon Alley, he risked being found out by some concerned parent and brought to the ministry, and he didn't really need to pay anything to stay in the castle during the holidays. However, Arcturus Black invited him to attend the Yule ceremony with him in his manor, and the Potter Scion had planned to ask the Black Patriarch for a favor that he needed for his basilisk contingency. With Tom Riddle returning in a couple of months, Harry needed to prepare for the possibility of fighting a basilisk, and luckily his magical crest had given him the plans for a weapon for him to use. In other news, Harry had finally made some progress in the anti-basilisk glare goggles. Precisely, he had found a way to decrease the possibility of the lenses breaking. The key lies in the alchemical elixir of hardening, which reinforces a material permanently and makes it impossible to change. Ironically enough, it was a form of petrification. Harry was still wary of the permanent effects of alchemy, but elixirs were usually the safest side of the field to learn from if you made sure not to touch and imbibe the product at any point. To even strengthen the enchantment, Harry decided to make each lens to be about the size of a human, which allowed him to carve the runes without any issues on the side of the lens. The lenses were then shrunk using a shrinking charm, which was rendered permanent after treating the lens with the hardening elixir, which petrified them. The lenses were positioned in a way that would reflect any magic effectively, and the loss would be sent in by small orichalcum veins that surrounded each lens and transported the energy into 2 rubies that were magically treated to hold magic to be used at a later date. Jewelcraft was a surprisingly diverse field of magic. So yeah, Harry had finished his anti-basilisk glare goggles. It had taken a few weeks to figure out the alchemical process so that he wouldn't blow himself up or injure himself permanently. However, the only issue was that he didn't know how these would hold against an actual basilisk glare, and he had no way of testing that. Perhaps the Black Patriarch would help. He would probably find that out in a couple of hours. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Blaise, who was struggling to push his heavy trunk in the first compartment of the Hogwarts Express available. "I'm really happy to be out of the castle and going home this year." "I see what you mean," sighed Harry once the group of 4 were all seated in the compartment. "Between the snowstorms and the attacks, winter is really not pleasant at Hogwarts this year." "I heard only a few students were staying here for the holidays," Tracy interjected. The Potter Scion could see where they were going from. Practically no one wanted to risk attending the school and risk getting petrified. "The Weasleys and some older students wanting to study for their newts are all the living who remain," confirmed Daphne. "Apart from the teachers who do not go home for Christmas, everybody is gone. Even the researchers all were scared from getting petrified in a way that Dumbledore couldn't reverse without a mandrake draft." "Wouldn't it be safer in the castle now?" Tracy asked, "with Longbottom suspended? Wasn't he the heir of Slytherin?" Yeah, the Potter Scion had to stifle a smirk at that. His impromptu prank was a bit more effective than he expected. He didn't expect Dumbledore to outright suspend Longbottom and Weasley. The Golden Trio had to have entered the Slytherin common room without the wards expelling them, and that meant that either Snape or Dumbledore had to support them. The latter was more likely. So Harry decided to expose them in a way that wouldn't be traced back to him, and that wouldn't be hushed up with the headmaster like all the other complaints. Harry expected Dumbledore to just ignore the situation, like all the previous ones, and let the court of Slytherin take revenge in the house's stead. The Golden Trio would get the valuable information they wanted, but they would have been punished enough that they would think twice before doing something like this in the future. It certainly sounded like this would be the plan that Dumbledore would follow when Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office. The aged headmaster seemed like he kept focusing on the information Harry had and not on the fact that his golden boy had broken the rules. Harry's knowledge of Tom Riddle's name had rattled the old man, but it was questioning the fact that he didn't even have a modicum of understanding of his enemy that truly shut the man up. Now the headmaster would be so lost in his memories, trying to figure out the motivations of Tom Riddle, and Harry wished him good luck with that. Harry expected the man to be distracted by the information he revealed, as well as the political shitstorm that the boy who lived and his friends made. Yet Dumbledore just outright suspended Weasley and Longbottom. Suspensions were rare in Hogwarts, and since there hadn't been an attack ever since Longbottom left the castle, the entire student body was convinced that Longbottom was the one attacking. To be perfectly honest, it was all a big misunderstanding, but humbling the boy who lived without even meaning to was surprisingly satisfying. Anyway, Hermione, who was the only one not to be suspended, had been hounded with questions, but refused to say anything for fear of incriminating herself and the others. Blaise yawned loudly. I, for one, didn't expect Dumbledore to suspend Longbottom and Weasley for just breaking into our common room. I'm pretty sure that the Weasley twins broke into all four, but they were barely punished. Yeah, but they weren't found out, Harry said. And they definitely weren't using an illegal potion to break in and impersonate the children of a few Wizengamot members. The headmaster probably wanted to avoid the ministry, looking too closely on this, especially with the attacks happening. Isn't the school its own entity? I remember reading something that said that, technically speaking, Hogwarts is a law in itself in Britain. The Ministry of Magic only had control over a handful of things, but not nearly as much as the headmaster. Daphne nodded. Yeah, but they still have enough power to interfere if a severe crime happens. The use of Polyjuice Potion by a public figure would make news, and that would be a scandal by itself. This was Dumbledore essentially punishing his golden boy enough that no one would say that it wasn't warranted, and no one would really raise a fuss. Especially since all traces of Polyjuice disappeared, so they claimed it was using illusions. Yeah, like Longbottom could cast something as delicate as an illusion for half an hour without messing anything up. So in the end, it'll boil down to closed-door deals to make repairs, and the reputation of the school is maintained. Harry raised an eyebrow at his friend's explanation. She was really clever when it came to political motives. She really will make waves when she joins the Wizengamot one day. What about the petrifications? Why doesn't the ministry interfere then? Tracy asked. Well, that's easy, Harry replied. Every case that the ministry takes on Hogwarts soil that is not officially its responsibility must be accepted by either the headmaster or the board of directors after the charter reformation of Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. Apparently Black decided to allow the ministry to help with the Muggle-born and orphan funds, since his predecessor was fired for mismanaging the school's gold. It's the only reason the ministry could even interfere in the castle. Now Dumbledore obviously doesn't want the Aurors messing around with his territory, and well, for some reason the board feels the same. Since Lucius Malfoy is a member, I'm assuming that he has no issue in the situation since petrifications are easily reversible. Or maybe he's waiting for something to happen to act on it. I don't know. There's also the fact that the entire fiasco is obviously forbidden from being published, either by Fudge or Dumbledore. So far, only a cat was killed, a squib that no one liked and that had no family is petrified, and a Gryffindor Muggle-born with only his mother as his blood relations. A Gryffindor that is honestly so unremarkable that people forgot he even existed. Tracy groaned and palmed her face. I didn't notice that there hadn't been a single article about it in the Daily Prophet. Welcome to the world of politics, young Davis, Harry answered her with a smug smile. There's a reason why I hate dealing with it. But you're pretty good at it, though, Blaise asked. Being good at something doesn't mean that you have to like it. I would very much rather read a good book or experiment with my magic than debate a senseless issue for hours without achieving anything. Honestly, I'm dreading the day I'll have to attend a Wizengamot meeting. Tracy snorted. You'll probably turn it into a lecture of some sort anyway. They all bantered for a couple of hours until Daphne asked an important question. What about the heir? What are we supposed to do about him? They all looked at Harry, who shrugged. Why are you all staring at me? Because you always have an explanation and you can't leave a mystery alone to save your life, Daphne answered with a cheeky tone. Hey, the green-eyed boy protested, I am not that bad. You kinda are, Harry, Tracy answered. The Potter scion looked at his only male friend, who just betrayed him by nodding. He was on his way to protest again, but was interrupted by Daphne. So you're telling me that you have no idea who is behind this at all? Well, Harry started, and that's why we all looked at you. Unbelievable. Half the school and the entire faculty are trying to solve the mystery of the chamber, and you're ahead of everyone. Why don't you say anything about it? The Potter scion hesitated for a second before answering, Yeah, I figured out who is opening the chamber and what the monster is. The problem is that it's a very complicated situation, and the magic involved is some pretty messed up stuff that I have no business knowing about. Seriously, this is the kind of magic that gets you hunted down for just knowing about it, and I don't want to get to a trial where I'll have to convince people not to kill me for my knowledge. Look, the reason I'm not involving anyone else is because whoever is doing this is messed up in the head, and the monster is very dangerous. Honestly, killing students is easier to do than petrifying them. It's actively holding back, and breaking the rules in our little game could have a lot of consequences. Please, Harry, we're your friends, Daphne pleaded while holding his arm. Are you sure about this? Harry looked at them. I have been keeping you separated from this part of my life for a reason. You'll see things that you would consider to be impossible. You will see the world differently, and even then I can't tell you everything, but I will assure you that the way you see the world will be over. So I'm giving you a choice. Harry opened a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and took out 6 beans, half of them being red and the other half being blue. He handed over a bean of each color to his friends, leaving them each a red bean and a blue bean, and grinned. Harry always wanted to say this, and there will be no going back from this choice, which is why I will leave you as much time as you want before you give me your answer, and I won't take one before the winter holidays are over. When you make your decision, I want you to hand me one of those beans. If you choose the blue bean, and I will take it on the fact that you wish to relish in your ignorance. There's no shame in not wanting to involve yourselves in something dangerous. But if you take the red bean, I'll show you a glimpse of how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember that this is your choice. Make sure you don't regret it. Not letting them say anything, Harry got up, took out his trunk, and left the compartment. They had arrived in London without them noticing. That's how distracted they all were. Still, Harry got out of the train and walked towards the familiar melody of the Black Patriarch, choosing not to think too much about the choice he had given his friends. He honestly didn't know if he wanted them to accept his offer or if he wanted them to reject it. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. Dark Festivities. 20. December 1992, Hogwarts. The home of Arcturus Black was oddly cozy for the patriarch of such a fearsome family. To be perfectly honest, Harry expected a dark mansion filled with dangerous creatures and hidden traps that cursed whoever was inside, driving them slowly to insanity. Instead was a tastefully decorated manor with 3 floors and 3 wings. When the Black Patriarch took Harry there using a portkey, the entire structure was hidden under the snow that was falling. Of course, it took a couple of minutes for him to recover the nausea coming from using portkey. Why did all magical travel have to be this uncomfortable? At least the flu wasn't that bad. Anyway, from the outside, the manor was beautiful. There were stone sculptures, fountains and decorations everywhere, some of them shining in ethereal light to celebrate the bank holidays at the end of the year. The inside was just as tasteful as the outside. The entrance hall was spectacular. The walls had magical paintings on them, a blue and comfortable carpet covered the floor, and the chandelier was golden and diffusing a brilliant magical light. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, with the wealth and the decorations one expected of a Victorian-era noble residence. They could have probably arrived inside the manor, but Arcturus obviously wanted to show off for some reason, but they didn't really talk to each other. The only thing the old man said was that Harry was welcome to browse the library, showed him to his room, and stated that the young Slytherin was assigned his own personal house elf for the duration of his stay. It was a nice young elf called Tilly, who seemed very enthusiastic at the idea of taking care of Harry. Anyway, the moment he was shown to his room, which was located on the upper floor of Black Manor, Harry couldn't help but be awestruck by its elegance and charm. The corridor leading to it was lined with ancient tapestries that depicted the proud history of the Black family, and soft torches adorned the walls, casting a warm and soothing glow. The room itself wasn't some expression of wealth. The person having designed it had obviously preferred comfort over decorations. It was spacious, with high ceilings and large windows that allowed the daylight to flood in during the day, offering glimpses of the snow outside. In the center of the room stood an exquisite 4-poster bed, its frame made of dark, polished wood adorned with delicate engravings. The soft emerald green bedding was embellished with silver trim, making it look regal yet inviting. A matching plush armchair sat in the corner, inviting him to relax and unwind with a book from the extensive library downstairs. Outside of a mahogany desk, a few empty bookshelves, and an empty closet, the room was somewhat empty. The bed was really comfortable, so much so that Harry had fallen asleep the moment he lay down on it, mostly because he was tired from his journey on the express. When the Potter scion had woken up the next day, he began his morning routine and went down the stairs to have his breakfast. Arcturus Black was waiting for him, with a plate of perfectly cooked eggs and sausages in front of him. "I suppose you had a good night?" "Yes, the bed was very comfortable," Harry replied. "Oh, I know. Melania, my wife, designed this whole place, down to every enchantment. She refused to stay in the black townhouse, calling it an infested, creepy place whose goal was to intimidate visitors than to be comfortable enough to live in. I loved that woman, but she was very blunt like that. And by the powers, that woman had a tongue on her that would make a grown man blush, and she wasn't afraid to let her opinions known." The melancholic tone by the end of his sentence made Harry uncomfortable. He obviously missed his wife, whom he alluded previously to have died before the Potter scion was even born. Instead, he just said, "Well, at least she had good taste." The older man snorted, "Ah, that she did." A little piece of advice from an old man. Find your own little Spitfire, one who wouldn't let you get away with anything. You'll probably want to tear your hair out more times than you would like, but you'll be a happy man. Harry looked away, uncomfortable with the idea of any kind of romantic relationship. It wasn't really his fault, but he didn't have an ounce of experience when it came to relationships. He was barely holding on to his friends, and even then he had no idea how that happened. His previous life didn't help, since he had the social skills of a particularly dense rock back then. The Potter scion decided to just change the subject. "So what's the plan? You never said why you invited me to spend Yule with you." "I was surprised you accepted, really," the older man said. "You seemed too prudent for something like this. I honestly just wanted to get a measure of you, and spending a few days together should do the trick. And you don't have to worry about me being malicious. I offered you guest right, remember?" "Ah, yes, guest right, one of the oldest forms of magic, and one that was essential for a magical society to form. The idea is simple. When you offer someone a place in your home as a guest, you are not allowed to harm them in any way, and in return, they are not allowed to hurt you. The premise was older than any historic document and was enforced with a very powerful curse. Every single person who broke the agreement would lose everything that ever mattered to him, before dying a very gruesome and painful death. Old Celtic mages have somehow adapted the curse into the concept of geas, which was a contract, or a vow enforced by that same curse. Yeah, it was a lot more hardcore than the modern unbreakable vow. That meant that for the length of his stay, Harry could not knowingly harm Arcturus, nor could Arcturus harm Harry. Harry simply nodded, and the man continued, "Now, since you just accepted my invitation, I'm guessing you need some help with your little basilisk problem?" The Potter scion was taken aback. The man wasn't supposed to know about it, even if it was obvious, since he had asked the man for books about the subject. Well, him not figuring it out would have been stupid on the man's part. "I assume it was easy for you to figure it out." "Yeah, it does explain a few things. A few of my old acquaintances have told me about the Chamber of Secrets being opened. I was at war back when it was opened, a young foolish boy who thought he could take on the world. But petrification with a basilisk made a lot more sense than that oafish half-giant using an acromantula of all things to somehow petrify people. I assumed the attacks weren't mistakes and that the heir of Slytherin is aiming for petrifications." Harry nodded and sighed in exasperation. "I was hoping to stop the entire thing before the basilisk was even let out. The books I asked you for were more for insurance, but I failed. But yes, the heir was aiming for petrifications. Back then, I think it was supposed to kick out Dumbledore from the castle, but the entire thing fell apart when he accidentally killed a girl." "So who do you think is opening it now? A descendant of that fake Dark Lord?" "No, it is him. He left a weapon of sorts in Malfoy's hands, one that would possess the victim into opening the chamber. The man gave it to a student, and I have been tracking it down for a while. I came very close, but it changed hands. I was able to temporarily depower the damn thing, but it will recharge soon." The man was gaping for some reason. "You're telling me that he creating something that would grant someone else access to the chamber? Assuming the Slytherin would only let the chamber be opened with Parseltongue or some kind of blood wards, the implications of such an artifact are immense." "Yeah, I figured out a bit about it. And trust me, it's horrible magic. I need to destroy it, but I also need to have a plan against the basilisk, in case I'm forced to fight it." As interesting as this magic could be, I have to ask how exactly you knew that the chamber would open and what the monster inside it was before your school year even started. I suspected that you might have been the one opening it in the first place, and that you wanted to figure out how to take control of the basilisk. But you wouldn't have been that obvious about it if you were planning on committing a crime. So you wanted to stop it, and you were desperate to do so, but the manner in which you acquired the information meant that it couldn't be verified or that it would put a target on your back. You're a seer, aren't you? Surprising, since I haven't heard of seers appearing in the Potter line. It could be a family secret, so Charlus wouldn't have told me, but seers are often celebrated and are used as a way to elevate a family's status, so there was no need to hide it. Tell me, how close am I? Shit, how the hell did he figure it out? Harry started to realize just out of his depth he was. This was a man who had been a politician for decades and was probably at the head of the dark faction that opposed Dumbledore the most. He was intelligent, but he was right. Harry was desperate and had gambled at the fact that he would have caught the diary before any attack had even happened. And now his arrogance had cost him a lot of private information. The Black Patriarch must have sensed his fear. His eyes softened and he spoke in a gentle paternal tone. Harry, there's no need to look so worried. I told you, I'm not interested in using you. I'm too old and I'm too tired for this. I am getting your measure as my potential heir, nothing more, and I have a lot more on my plate than attacking a schoolboy for no reason. You're young and you made a lot of mistakes when we talked to each other, and you will make a lot of mistakes over time. You need to be careful when you're talking to politicians. You're an intelligent boy, I'll give you that. But you are inexperienced when it comes to politics. I suppose that's something I'll have to help you with. My heir or not, you're Charlus's heir, and I do owe that man much, enough to help you out sometimes. Now tell me about the basilisk. What do you have too far in terms of fighting it? The Black Patriarch asked. Harry took a deep breath, and for the first time in this life decided to show a modicum of trust towards an adult. It wasn't easy, but the man already knew that he was a seer and that he saw the Chamber of Secrets. It wasn't exactly true, he was technically a seer, but it wasn't how he knew about the chamber. Honestly, it was his seer abilities that pushed him towards accepting Arcturus's invitation in the first place. A week before receiving the invitation, he saw a vision of a Grimm giving Harry a sword that he used to kill a giant serpent. The moment he had read the invitation later, he understood what it meant, that Arcturus Black would help arm him for the coming conflict. Perhaps revealing enough wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, I constructed my own basilisk glare-resistant goggle to avoid being killed immediately. I combined the old designs from the book you gave me with Jewelcraft, which, the man's eyes lit up and continued, which would let you absorb the diffracted magic of the glare, adding to the durability of the goggles and a possible reserve for something else. A very impressive idea indeed. Does it work? I have to wait to test it. But it does refract any spell I tried, so it should work with any magic, including the basilisk glare, Harry responded. What else have you done to prepare? The Black Patriarch was getting very excited now. I learnt ice magic, but the progress is slower than I like. But the biggest thing I did was plan a weapon, one that should be capable of killing a basilisk. The problem is that I have a few problems acquiring the materials. So, you need my help. What's the guarantee that this will work? The man asked with shrewd eyes. Well, I am planning on crafting it tomorrow. The winter solstice should be optimal for this. You can judge it later, but let's be absolutely clear that this weapon will be mine, and mine alone. You will have no stake in it whatsoever. I would rather not build it at all if that means that it would fall into another's hands. No offense, but you seem nice and all, but I don't know enough about you to trust you with something like this. But you'd trust me enough for the materials, the man stated with a slight smile on his face. Yes. I think you would do it out of curiosity more than anything. The Black Patriarch burst into laughter. You know what? I really am curious. You'll have your materials. Impress me, little Potter. What do you need for your weapon? Harry grinned and asked, I need as much goblin silver as you can spare, the more the better, and a house elf in your service called Creature. The man's eyes widening almost made the Potter scion burst into laughter. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, Shot in the Dark. 21st December 1992, Hogwarts. It was finally the winter solstice, and Harry was ready. It was 2 hours before midnight, and Harry could feel the energy of Yule slowly reach its peak, at which time building the weapon would be optimal. Despite what the high officials of the Ministry of the Magic chose to believe in their paranoid minds, Yule celebration rituals were in general very tame. It was well known that the night of the winter solstice was the moment of the year when magic seemed the most willing to be chaotic, wild, and destructive. You see, magic comes and goes like season. The closer the date is to the winter solstice, the more the magic is wilder and darker. Similarly, the more we approach the summer solstice, the more orderly and burning it becomes. And it shows very few people risked using this magic for any large ceremony in the winter solstice due to the unpredictable nature of the magic, the same way that the magic is very limited and rigid in the summer solstice. There was a reason why most people preferred to use Samhain and Beltane for their preferred rituals. Samhain rituals were already potentially dangerous. The celebrations happening at a time when the veil between the dimensions of the living and the dead thinned considerably, and more than one wizard or witch had met their rather painful end on this particular day because they were careless, but Yule rituals had a far more sinister history. There were countless tales of tragedies that wiped out entire towns and families who had recklessly harnessed the power of the winter solstice for their purpose. Of course, it is possible to use that power, especially if you're some kind of specialist with an iron will and precise control over your magic. And in the case of people like Harry, if you also don't know what the actual end result is supposed to be specifically, and are somehow following the flow of magic, guiding it, instead of controlling it. In Harry's situation, the only thing that guaranteed that the ritual would work was Harry's arcane hearing and the plans provided by his magical crest. Harry went down to the ritual room in the dungeons, while wearing his special robes, took out a piece of chalk, and started to create the ritual circle. It wasn't anything fancy, just a way to absorb a fraction of the energy of the winter solstice and imbibe its destructive properties in the weapon. It wasn't exactly necessary, but since the Potter Scion aimed to create a weapon, destruction was a good attribute to have. Inside the ritual circle was a second alchemical circle, which held the materials sacrificed for the ritual. There were 7 in total, an ingot of orichalcum that Harry had left over from his research into his basilisk glare-resistant goggles. There was a pinch of Zuwu hair, which was a magical creature that was native to China. It was essentially a gigantic elephant-sized cat that had some kind of scraggly mane and a disproportionately long, ruffled, multicolored tail. The main characteristics of this magical creature were the fact that it was very fast and could actually teleport while bypassing most apparition wards. These hairs cost him a pretty penny to buy. Alongside the Zuwu hair was a dragon heartstring. Dragons were creatures of power, and Harry definitely needed more of that for his weapon to be complete. Next to it was a plank of ash wood that Harry had bought from Ollivander's. Apparently, the wand maker sold certain woods and materials on the side for a profit. Wands were obviously his passion, but if you did the math, the man didn't sell more than 50 wands a year, which mostly happens during the summer. The wood Ollivander had provided was one from an ash tree that had grown underneath a magical nexus, an intersection of multiple ley lines. And since Yggdrasil itself was rumored to be an ash tree in the legends, the symbolism would help. Harry decided to also use one of his remaining magical rubies. It had proven to be up to the task in his testing, and it would provide a stabilizing effect on the thing. But one of the main ingredients was a priceless locket with a familiar snake on it that radiated malice and darkness. It was far less subtle than the adaptive wards on the diary, and it was easy to tell that it was a Horcrux. Even the common ignorant wizard would know to stay away from the artifact, that it was probably cursed or maleficent in some way. Kreacher, the house elf that had it for a decade, had been very hesitant to give it to Harry and would have probably disobeyed if it wasn't for the Black Patriarch ordering him to give it away. Of course, the Potter Scion had reassured the house elf that he was going to destroy the thing and not hide it away. Kreacher was still doubtful of his claim, but he still had some hope in his eyes, nevertheless. Finally, the final ingredient was a blade made of goblin silver. The handle wasn't there, only the metal itself was. This particular material was pretty hard to find, as goblins didn't like parting with it, and there was a reason. They were so zealous in getting back any artifact made with the metal the moment its owner died. The thing about goblin silver is that it's regular silver that goblin added their very essence into it. In an abstract way, they poured their very own spirit into it, which they forged with their own hands. There is a bond that always existed between a goblin and his silver weapons, one that is said to even transcend death. The more magic is channeled through the weapon, the stronger its forger becomes. But their spirits will not rest even after their deaths, until their bodies are salted and burned in the forge alongside every single weapon they forge. Godric Gryffindor had bought a sword from Ragnarok, who happened to be a goblin king at the time. Gryffindor's power and skill were so impressive that they propelled the Goblin King into new heights, allowing him to unite the entire Goblin nation under his rule. He forged the Goblin nation out of hundreds of different clans and used the blood of his enemies to pave the way. He was the closest thing the goblins had to a messiah, and he was currently unable to move on to the afterlife because his descendants couldn't find the sword after Godric Gryffindor died. The dagger that Arcturus had given away was worth a fortune, especially since it was illegal and not bought directly from a goblin. It's not like it would be recognizable in Harry's weapon, so Arcturus couldn't afford to use a legal dagger that would be demanded after his death, since Harry would have used up the metal. The man really showed him an absurd amount of trust, especially considering how little time they knew one another. Harry's musings were interrupted as he felt the peak of magic near. He carefully put each of the ingredients and spoke up for the first time in hours. "I will begin now. Please do not disturb me and do not enter the circle under any circumstances." The Black Patriarch nodded. "I have to say that I'm curious what you're going to do with the materials I gave you. You better impress me, kid." "Don't worry, old man. This will be unlike anything you would have ever seen. I guarantee it." With that done, Harry finally activated the outer ritual. Almost immediately, the circle was filled with the dark ambient magic of the winter solstice. Making the chalk glow, the magic slowly started to fill the second circle, which became ready to power after a few minutes. The Potter Scion was still hesitant with alchemy, but since he wasn't giving away anything in the exchange, he should be safe. Well, relatively safe. The reaction could destabilize and cause an explosion, but Harry removed that image from his head. When dealing with magic, especially complex arcane aspects of it, confidence was key, and doubt was an easy way to get yourself killed by your own spells. Without hesitation, Harry activated the second circle, and the ingredients floated in the air. The goblin silver divided itself into two pieces, one substantially larger than the other. The dragon hearting and the Zuwu hair were combined with the larger piece of goblin silver, while the orichalcum started to surround the magically treated ruby, like veins which were pulsating with energy. And yet, this was the best Harry's alchemical circle could do. He wasn't an expert, not even close, but his magic would have to do for what came next. Harry spread his arcane hearing and analyzed what was left. He was channeling his crest to follow the plans that it held for the weapon, and before he realized it, he started to sing. It was a song of creation, illumination, and creativity. The melodies he wove were ancient and profound, and it felt like it was resonating with the essence of life and the energies of the cosmos. It was unlike anything he had ever heard, and Harry didn't even understand what he was doing. If there was a way to describe it, it would be that it was like he was in a fugue, like he was hypnotized, and his body was moving on its own. As the song flowed from his lips, it took tangible form, weaving around the halfway assembled weapon. The goblin silver started to take shape into a cylinder, where thousands of minuscule runes surrounding it, making anything that entered it accelerate to an absurd degree. Some of the leftover orichalcum into a cylinder willed with holes. He also created a small hammer that was connected to the veins of orichalcum touching the ruby. The energy stored in the ruby could be channeled into the hammer, which would start the firing process. Harry connected the hammer to the motion of a trigger, making it move when it did. Finally, the weapon was assembled into the familiar form of a gun. A Colt, to be exact. The wood finally moved like liquid and surrounded the handle. The moment it was assembled, hundreds of runes started to surround it, ones that Harry actually recognized. It was just some very powerful protection enchantments, as well as using the wood as a focus to absorb ambient magic and store it into the ruby, to channel that magic later on. Now, all that was left were the bullets, which were the most vital pieces of the weapon. After all, so far Harry had only created a gun made of goblin silver and orichalcum that accelerated any projectile and added some magic to the target. What made this weapon special would be the bullets. The remaining goblin silver divided itself into 7 pieces, taking the shape of a bullet. Slowly, the locket Horcrux started to move towards the bullets. Harry's voice intensified, and the locket started to shake open, revealing the black eldritch monstrosity inside that used to be a part of a soul. Voldemort was a fool for damaging himself so, and Harry was going to use that to his advantage. Slowly, the soul started to be drained of energy, separating the connection to the Dark Lord and letting it move on to the afterlife with a large scream. However, the energy remaining was a small crystal shard of energy that had the properties of a soul, but still wasn't one. It was a paradox that was only possible because of the fact that Voldemort made at least one Horcrux. Normally, life force and the soul go hand in hand, but splitting a soul can make this energy leak. Of course, the rituals make sure that it doesn't happen automatically, or that it recharges it somehow. Harry wasn't exactly an expert on the matter, but long story short, Harry was able to separate the soul and the energy within, creating a pseudo-soul. That energy was fragmented into 7 pieces, each being absorbed into a bullet. To be able to contain it, countless runes that Harry couldn't make heads or tails of started to spread around each bullet. However, the Potter Scion had a general idea of what was happening. Sure, the bullets became unbreakable the moment they housed his pseudo-soul, but the main reason Harry had chosen to do what he did was the fact that the soul was connected to every single dimension possible in reality. It was a magical requirement for life to exist. Therefore, what Harry had essentially done is use this property to enchant the goblin silver to literally attack every dimension at once. Now, magical protections were useless against it. Hell, even physical shields wouldn't work. These enchantments, of course, would only be activated with a burst of magic, which would be provided by the revolver. The only thing that could stop a bullet that is fired would be a soul. What Harry had created was a weapon capable of killing literally anything. As long as it has a soul, Harry's Colt would kill it. Slowly, the bullets levitated towards the cylinder, filling each of the slots inside. With that done, Harry grabbed the gun by its handle and felt the power within it. It bonded with Harry and immediately accepted him as its master. Yes, this will do. This was worth all the trouble. The Potter Scion looked up at the man who had witnessed the creation of what was probably one of the most dangerous weapons in the world. Arcturus Black was gaping at him, and the young Slytherin gave him a giant grin. So, what do you think? Was it everything you imagined? These were the last words he let out before he felt really tired and woozy. Darkness followed soon afterwards. Author's note: before you say anything, this will be the only firearm that will be in the entire story, and it's limited to only 7 shots. The bullets will work like Fléchette's arrows in Worm. There won't be any more bullets, so Harry will be hesitant to waste them, and I am not planning on adding any. I could have made it into a sword or something, but I wanted to have some kind of evidence of Harry's previous life influencing the weapon. If you think it's overpowered, then you're probably right, it is. But it's for a reason. I'm planning something in the next year that might necessitate it. You'll see a hint of it at the end of the 2nd year. Chapter 1. 108. Chapter 1. 108. Outsider's Perception. In the previous chapter, I wanted to clarify that the physical bullets in the Colt will not return to the gun. The concept is simple. When the bullets are charged with the properties of the soul fragment during the forging, they are unstoppable until they reach a soul to collapse, using the souls to traverse any dimension that might have life in it. Finally, when it reaches a soul, the collision kills the 2 souls with the momentum in a collision. Even if the physical bullet isn't destroyed, it will no longer have the properties of souls since it will only be a fragment of normal silver. The connection between the material and the goblin who made the goblin silver will die because of the eldritch nature of the 2 souls colliding, which pretty much renders the bullet into a useless piece of metal. Harry also won't be able to use the other Horcruxes to forge more bullets, since if you noticed, he was kind of hypnotized by the crest, and he instinctively knew that there was a price to this kind of magic. I don't want to go into the specifics because that would be spoiling a lot about the magic system, just that there won't be any more bullets. 25th December, 1992, Hogwarts. With purposeful strides, Severus Snape traversed the empty corridors of Hogwarts. A foreboding aura surrounded him, casting a sense of terror akin to a haunting spectre. His black robe fluttered like a bat, emerging from the depths of a tormented abyss, while his jaw remained tightly clenched. Known for his consistently unpleasant demeanor, the Potion Master rarely displayed a pleasant mood, as numerous Gryffindors could attest to over the past decade. However, on this specific evening, his thoughts were particularly morose and filled with sinister intent. It all started with Longbottom because, in the end, it all came down to Dumbledore's precious boy who lived. Seriously, the headmaster really was obsessed with the boy to a point that honestly disturbed the Potion Master. Longbottom was constantly monitored, every single person who spoke with him was observed, and his performance in class and even in Quidditch practice was reported by the professors. Severus wasn't the only one who was uncomfortable with this new direction of leadership. Ever since the boy stepped foot in the school, the entire castle turned into a madhouse. The Philosopher's Stone fiasco of the previous year, where one of the professors, who Severus told the headmaster numerous times was either a Death Eater or was possessed, put 2 students in the hospital, one of which was one of his Slytherins, who actually wasn't stupid enough to follow Longbottom in his little suicide mission. At least this showed that his snakes had some semblance of self-preservation. And now the Chamber of Secrets was opened and Dumbledore didn't say anything. They had all thought it was some kind of cruel prank made with a petrification obscure family spell that some pure-blood supremacist learnt and decided to use to terrorize the Muggle-born population into dropping out of Hogwarts. Considering that the first attack was on Filch, a rather commonly disliked person by the student body, and taking into account the timing, it wouldn't be likely that an actual mythical monster that was over 1,000 years old would have the time to petrify the loathsome squib and disappear without anyone seeing anything. Yet now, with the aftermath of the Polyjuice incident, the potion professor knew that Dumbledore knew what was happening, that the students were in real danger, and didn't even tell the staff about the possible fact that the chamber was open. Well, Minerva didn't seem surprised, so he probably confided in her and Poppy Pomfrey, but Severus had a right to know that something in the school could seriously harm his charges. The entire incident was infuriating. Sure, Longbottom and his annoying friends were punished severely. It was actually the first Hogwarts suspension in over a decade, and the press had a field day when it was leaked. But if Severus hadn't covered for them and destroyed the Polyjuice, chances are the Ministry would have had to interfere, and the brats' punishments would have been far more severe. As vindicating as seeing the brats that constantly demonized Severus in their minds and always thought that he wanted to kill them be finally punished somewhat fairly, the issue was that the fact the incident itself happened. The Potion Master knew how horrible it could be to be a Slytherin. The constant judgment from the other students, the suspicion that was always on the front of their minds in any conversation. Slytherins needed to be united, to project strength to survive, but they also needed to unwind, and their common room was a place for that. Dumbledore essentially giving his golden boy free access to the common room and bypassing the wards entirely was just over the line. Even Minerva was outraged, and it was her precious cubs that were the ones under fire. Although it was funny to see that golden boy look at the headmaster with more than a little suspicion, and by the end the brat was pretty much accusing the headmaster of not dealing with the problem before. The man had skillfully changed the boy's mind, but that cemented the fact that one of his snakes had played the golden boy enough to make him doubt the man he considered to be his hero. And it was Potter of all people who put a few ideas in Longbottom's head and indirectly forced the headmaster to reveal the similarity between what was happening and the attacks that happened 50 years ago. Of course, with a small application of legilimency and getting the full memory of the conversation with Potter, it didn't take long to figure out that the monster was a basilisk. Sure, Severus wasn't a magizoologist by any means, but he knew snakes and he knew poisons. It was a little-known fact that basilisks could petrify people with their gaze, and the reveal of Longbottom being a parcel-mouth and hearing voices during the attacks cemented this theory. And that was baffling. Albus Dumbledore is letting children stay at a castle, where a magical weapon of mass destruction probably still resided. Sure, the potion master could understand that the school could be closed permanently if it got out, but that did not justify the fact that it endangered the students. He had argued with the headmaster the moment he realized what the monster was, but the man chose to dismiss his warnings, which was why he was currently spending Christmas patrolling the castle and fruitlessly looking for any sign of the infamous Chamber of Secrets. It was probably a punishment for opposing the headmaster, whom he had barely seen since the incident. Dumbledore being away from the castle was a rising occurrence over the last school years. Dumbledore was too busy assisting Wizengamot and ICW meetings to deal with the mundane things requiring his presence inside the castle, but refusing to hire more people to deal with the menial tasks. Minerva McGonagall was doing his paperwork, to take one example amongst many. However, with the public mess Longbottom created, the man barely stayed in the castle more than a few hours at a time, trying to do his best to stop the Wizengamot from demanding to involve themselves in school matters. The Bulstrodes had quickly settled matters, seeing that it was a waste of everyone's time. However, the Crabs and Goyles were milking it for all their worth, probably following Lucius's instructions. The longer they spent arguing, the more favors Dumbledore would have to complain to stop a formal inquiry in the school. It was funny that Longbottom had done more damage to Dumbledore's influence in an hour, more than Lucius had ever done in over a decade. Still, all this enjoyment at Dumbledore's misery came at the cost of more patrols, in a practically deserted school, which was a waste of time. The issue was Severus often liked to use the holidays to focus on his research and not just walk around a castle aimlessly looking for an invisible threat. Severus's inner rant was interrupted by a familiar voice. "You know, you could do with a little less scowling. No wonder the students are utterly terrified of you." It was Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor at Hogwarts and probably one of Severus's few true friends. She was a couple of years above him in school, but she did help him learn the ropes of their house as a fellow half-blood. She always gave him a helping hand whenever he was about to make a blunder, and she had heard him rant many times about Potter and his idiotic friends. The potion master's scowl lessened. "Yeah, I know. I always hated this time of year." "Ah," the woman took a deep breath. "It's been over a decade, Severus. I know you miss Lily. Merlin knows that I miss her too, but you need to move on and to stop being stuck in the past the way you've been." "It's not that simple," Severus answered while sighing. No, it really wasn't. Almost everyone thought that Severus was pining after Lily in school. In a way, it was true. Lily Evans was smart, beautiful, and charming, and he was attracted to her. He might have even had feelings for her at one point, but Severus knew her before she went to Hogwarts, and he could say that she was one of the most terrifying people he had ever met. The Lily Evans that everyone knew, the golden girl of Gryffindor, who valiantly showed up purebloods with her talent, defiant to everyone's expectations, was a lie, one that she crafted the very first day she came to the castle. She was brilliant. Oh, by Merlin, she was a brilliant witch. She had even some basic control over her magic at the age of 8, making flowers bloom wondrously, which was extremely rare. She was devious, vindictive, cunning, so much so that Severus was sure the only reason she didn't join him in Slytherin was that she understood what would have happened to her if she was sorted there. And that mask that charmed her professors, that James Potter fell in love with, grew over the years. But in the shadows, with Severus, she learnt dark magic. She was even more proficient than him by the time they graduated. Honestly, Severus was sure that if it wasn't for the Dark Lord's overwhelming power and support, Lily Evans would have ended up as a new Dark Lady. Severus didn't understand why she chose to get involved with Potter. He didn't know if she was in love with him or wanted to use him in some way. He didn't question her motives, but they did get into a fight when he complained to her that she chose Potter, the immature bully who went out of his way to harass Severus for no particular reason. They said some things that they never could take back, and in the end, their friendship was in tatters. But without Lily, there was just something missing in his life. He foolishly joined the Death Eaters, thinking that servicing the Dark Lord might have helped fill that void, but it didn't. He just saw a monster that wanted to see everyone in the world suffer. Aurora seemed to have taken his pause as some kind of grief and grabbed his shoulder. "I know it probably is, but she's dead. Come on, I haven't seen you once speak to her son outside of class. Her legacy is in her castle, one of your own snakes. I know he looks like Potter and you hated that ass, but I haven't heard of him bullying anyone. When I look at him, he reminds me of Lily. That's what I'm afraid of, he muttered under his breath. Yes, the Potter boy. He looked like a clone of his father, but the truth was that he acted like his mother. He could tell he was like her. It was in the eyes, you see. They held this cunning, this intelligence inside that was hidden from the world. The boy was probably more brilliant than his mother when it came to magic, but was very good at cultivating a good image of himself. He had even heard rumors that his invitation to the court of Slytherin the following year was essentially guaranteed. The boy who had survived the infamous fire of Godric's Hollow, a fire that Severus would bet anything was started by Lily. The arcane nature of the fire was just like her. She liked to experiment with her magic, and her son seemed to share the same hobby. Yeah, an attack like the one in Godric's Hollow shouldn't have fazed Lily at all. The Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. couldn't hold a candle to Lily. The rest were run-of-the-mill Death Eater grunts. Severus knew Lily's capabilities, especially when it came to wards. She would have had hundreds of escape scenarios, yet she chose to commit mass murder, killing herself in the process, only for the sake of her son's survival. There was something else that Severus wasn't seeing, and he was waiting for the shoe to drop. And it all revolved around her son. Severus had tried to subtly antagonize the boy to see any hidden motives. He tried to make him a pariah, but the boy didn't seem to care, and his friends still stood by his side, attracted by his brilliance. The potion master had hoped to spare them the grief of having an Evans as a friend, but that didn't work. Harry Potter was his mother's son, and that terrified Severus to the core. "What?" the astronomy professor asked. "Sorry, I was just lost in thought. You're right, I should move on. Please excuse me, there's a potion that I need to finish urgently for Poppy, and my patrol is over." Severus went down the stairs to the dungeons. He arrived at his lab, trying to do his best to not hyperventilate. He took a gulp of calming potion that he always had in hand. It has been a while since he actively thought about Lily. Damn Aurora for bringing her up. At least his useless patrol was over. There were more faculty than students currently in the castle. Any chance of the heir of Slytherin striking before the end of the year was null. Severus was honestly tempted to just dose every resident of the castle with some Veritaserum and interrogate them. That would probably convince Dumbledore that the heir wasn't in the castle, and Severus could spend his holidays in peace. The head of Slytherin hoped this issue would be resolved quickly, and the idiot who petrified people to support this stupid blood purity policy would be expelled promptly. But if that wasn't possible, he wouldn't mind seeing Dumbledore struggle for the first time. After all, who wouldn't want to witness the suffering of a man who forced them into servitude at Wand Point? Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Slithering Letters. 9th January 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up in his dormitory while everyone else was asleep. It was later than he usually got up, since he decided to take the day as a break. It was the weekend, and he had made up his mind to spend more time with his friends, even at the expense of his magical development. Even if he had all the power in the world, one of the things that the Potter scion feared the most was dying alone. Ever since he returned to the castle, he felt oddly relaxed, like a weight had lifted from his shoulders. The only small issue would be the small amount of awkwardness that was present between Harry and his friends. Ever since he gave them the Bean ultimatum, they have been acting a bit weirdly around him. They haven't decided on which road to take, and seeing that Harry started going back to his previous self and actually hanging out with them, they sort of felt like the whole thing resolved itself. Plus, the lack of any attack for almost 2 months made the whole Chamber of Secrets thing slip away from everyone's mind. Harry's friends probably made an agreement between themselves not to mention the Bean exchange, and the Potter scion was more than willing to let the entire thing slide until they eventually cave in and make their decision when Riddle inevitably starts attacking again. It was best to just enjoy the relaxing time in school while he still could. Speaking of the castle, the atmosphere in Hogwarts after the winter holidays were over was very tense, and it had everything to do with Longbottom returning. The young Gryffindor's status as a Parselmouth and the fact that no attacks occurred while he was suspended pretty much made him the culprit in the school population's eyes. The fact that he had gotten away with what was basically a month-long vacation and a slap on the wrist didn't help matters. Well, there was also his year-long Quidditch ban and expulsion from his house's team. The Longbottom scion was particularly vocal about it when he complained to McGonagall about it being an unfair punishment since the entire house would suffer, and not just him. Let's just say that the Transfiguration professor wasn't amused. But most of all, Harry could tell that his alienation from the rest of the student body was really affecting him. For all he tried to pretend that everything was normal, Harry could see his fury slowly grow with every person that avoided him or sneered at him. The boy was a few days away from snapping. Harry decided to just stay away from him as much as possible and save himself the headache. As for Ron Weasley, according to his brothers, the boy had experienced the worst Christmas in his life, when his mother confiscated his gifts and made him eat roast beef sandwiches on Christmas Eve. The boy wasn't even allowed to leave his room. Apparently, while being suspended, he had shamed the Weasley family, and he was being punished for it. The final member of the Golden Trio practically withdrew to herself. Hermione Granger had been oddly silent ever since the incident. She stopped raising her hands during class and wilted every time a professor so much as looked in her direction. Spending almost a month in isolation had really hurt the Muggle-born's self-esteem, especially since she was treated as a pariah. Slytherin students particularly glared at the girl since it was their common room that she broke into, but it never devolved into anything serious. Snape didn't need to tell them how harassing a Muggle-born is not a good idea, especially with this whole air of Slytherin mess going on. Even when Longbottom and Weasley's suspensions lifted, the three of them still acted somewhat more distant than they were before. They must have felt invincible in the school since Dumbledore was never going to expel the boy who lived. It would have been political suicide to stop him from pursuing his education, or even worse, drive him to get it in another country, and that's not mentioning the plans that the headmaster had for the Longbottom scion for the next few years. So yeah, the Golden Trio thought on a very fundamental level that they could get away with anything in the castle as long as they had good intentions. If Longbottom hadn't been publicly caught, the headmaster would have either threatened or convinced the witnesses to stay silent. Yeah, that time dispelling of the Polyjuice was one of the best moments of brilliance Harry ever had. Still, the Potter scion had to regret the tension that his decision to discreetly reveal the intruding Gryffindors caused. The entire house became alert for any other intruders, and even a few paranoid students started to trade code words to verify that they weren't imposters. Harry changed out of his pajamas and into his normal clothes. After he was done changing, he put on the new addition to his outfit, a black fedora made of acromantula silk. Daphne had gotten it to him for Christmas. She had even made sure that no one enchanted it, knowing that Harry would have been the one to do it. He really liked it, and there was honestly something about turning a hat into a pocket dimension with an undetectable expansion charm. The Potter scion had even started to learn space magic, since it was a very useful field of magic that wasn't commonly mastered, probably due to how complicated the arithmancy was, and also the fact that any mistake tended to have drastic and often deadly effects. There was this witch who tried to expand the space of her handbag, only for her to accidentally turn the inside of the bag into some kind of proto-singularity. And since the bint didn't even think about containing the gravity, it sucked her inside and kept her trapped inside. Similarly, there were horror stories about expanded magical tents that collapsed with people inside, squishing the participants into balls of meat. So, yeah, any kind of advanced spatial manipulation was somewhat regulated by the Ministry, and you needed to be certified to be able to sell any spatially expanded item. Thankfully, Hogwarts seemed to have enough books on the subject, particularly in the restricted section, and if that collection was unsatisfactory, Harry could just ask Arcturus Black to send him more books on the subject. Anyway, Daphne's gift was very stylish, and he liked it. The girl seemed to brighten up every time she saw him wearing it, which was a nice feeling. They had all decided to stick with a budget of 10 galleons for the gifts this year, since Blais's mother, who often bought his presents for him, tended to go overboard. Harry had given her a very old book about druids that he had found while pilfering the Room of Hidden Things. He honestly didn't know what to give her. She seemed to like the book, but it wasn't as thought out as his hat had been. He had decided to just bite the bullet and start scavenging the room of hidden things for his purpose. To be perfectly honest, the elves did a good job at cleaning up everything, and to his disappointment, there wasn't a pile of lost gold and silver in the room. Since the elves were the ones to actually put everything they wanted to throw away there, anything that seemed valuable, like gold, was given back to the headmaster. All the books were just normal school books that were lost over the years. There was a lot of information that wasn't in the new books, and more than a few classes that were cancelled. Harry didn't know that there was an entire class just to focus on conjuration. It was a newty class, of course, but it was interesting that it was later lumped with transfiguration. However, it was in the briefcases that Harry found the most treasure. Well, there were hundreds of them, and most of their enchantments had worn out. Thankfully, the spatial expansion worked fine and held pretty well. The luggage usually contained personal items, which often included gold pouches, a few books, some clothes, and a few artifacts that probably used to be charmed. Harry had gotten over 100 galleons already just from finding gold in briefcases. It wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, but it was still enough for him to forego visiting the bank in the summer. Anyway, Harry had learnt a lot of spells to sort through the mess and used it to separate sections of the room into books, briefcases, and whatever else there was. Almost everything was just garbage that he put aside to practice vanishing charms on them later. So, long story short, Harry spent his time productively. The only thing he regretted was the fact that he had to delay most of the business meetings that he had planned to have during the Christmas holidays since he accepted Arcturus Black's invitation to spend Christmas with him, and while he liked the man, he didn't trust him enough to handle any kind of financial matters that concerned the Potter family. He would have to sneak out of the castle to attend the meetings. He already knew of a few hidden entrances, so getting out wouldn't be an issue. The problem would be the fact that his absence would need to stay unnoticed so that no one tries to get involved in his personal affairs. He didn't really regret spending time with Arcturus. Not only had the man given him most of the materials he needed to craft his cult, but Harry also found that he genuinely liked the man's sense of humor, and his war stories were very wild, to say the least. The Black Patriarch's expression after seeing the cult being made was hilarious. When Harry explained what it was, his eyes kept widening with every word, and his jaw dropped just a little bit further the more he realized what it was that Harry created. An instrument of perfect death. A weapon capable of killing anything with a soul. To say that he was impressed would be an understatement. Harry was sure that if he wasn't already the head of House Potter, the man would have forced the black crest on him and paraded him around like a trophy. To be perfectly honest, Harry didn't think he could replicate the process of creating a weapon of that caliber again. He didn't know how he could explain it, but it was like the path he had taken to create it just wasn't there anymore, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The Colt wasn't a weapon to be used lightly. It was why Harry kept it in a warded box in his trunk. Every single one of these 7 shots had to count. They had to matter, and reserving one bullet for a magical weapon of mass destruction that threatened the lives of an entire generation of wizards and witches was an easy decision to make. Honestly, Harry wasn't that concerned about the fight with the King of Serpents anymore. The Colt, coupled with his basilisk glare-resistant goggles and his arcane hearing to warn him from any hidden danger, Harry thought that his chances at killing the beast were pretty good. The Potter scion looked back and saw that Blaise was still asleep. He sighed in exasperation and decided to just stay in the common room until his friends woke up. He decided to sit down in his usual spot and read a book. This time it was a basic theory about extension charms in general. It was interesting if a dry read, which was a shame because the topic was fascinating. Of course, his reading was interrupted by a letter levitating towards him. The Potter scion didn't know who would contact him like this, but his eyes widened when he understood who the sender was. There was a green wax seal on the letter. It had the shape of the same crest that he wore on his robes every day, the Slytherin crest. This was a message from the court of Slytherin. The moment he opened the letter, it floated up and started speaking in a soft female voice. Harry Potter, you are hereby summoned by the court of Slytherin regarding an issue pertaining to the unwritten rules on the house. Please follow the glowing green line to your meeting place in the next 5 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. The Black Bishop of Slytherin, Messenger of the Court. A green line appeared from the letter and spread to the familiar secret entrance of the ritual rooms. The court's headquarters must be there. Thankfully, the common room was deserted, so no one heard his summoning. Harry could ignore it, he really did. Alas, he was a curious boy, and who didn't want to solve a mystery? The Potter Scion grinned to himself. I have a feeling that this will be interesting. Chapter 1. 110. Chapter 1. 110. Courtly Inquisition. 9th January, 1993, Hogwarts. The Court of Slytherin was one of the few mysteries of the school that Harry didn't fully know about. Oh, he knew about the members and the politics, but the history of that particular group was absent from any book in the castle. The Potter Scion was better off reading diaries that students threw away in the Room of Hidden Things to find any information on how the court was created. To be perfectly honest, that information was the only reason that Harry would even consider joining the court, and honestly, it wasn't that important to him in the long run. But to have the opportunity just come in front of him, Harry didn't see the issue to take a peek at the proceedings of the court. The truth was, apart from the general knowledge about the court, there was no specific information about the court. They were like the eyes in the dark that punished those who had broken the unwritten rules of Slytherin. They did it discreetly, from the shadows. They knew everyone's pressure points and acted on them. Harry honestly thought that there might be someone with a modicum of intelligence in this group, and it was an exciting thing to see. So considering the way the court has operated previously, summoning Harry like this was an irregular occurrence. For one, it was commonly known that they did not involve themselves with younger students, especially not the first and second years. The occasional third year that goes too far might get their attention, but as far as Harry knows, the court shouldn't care about him. And the second thing was that the court often dealt with people discreetly. They didn't send letters to the common room to summon other students, or Harry would have heard about it. So the conclusion is easy to make and inevitable. With a cheeky grin on his face, Harry followed the green light, which brought him to the entrance to the ritual room. Harry walked down until the light seemed to get inside a hidden door behind a stairway. His arcane hearing could pick the faint warding scheme on the door. It didn't come close to the actual wards of the castle, which had a lot more flavor if he had to put it into words. Anyway, the wards picked up the magic coming from the wax seal and allowed him entry. That was pretty unsafe way to put anyone into the wards. It would be somewhat simple to copy the magic from the wax and get inside easily. Harry's abilities made it somewhat easy to do that, but any amateur curse breaker had to master the skill, even if it was a lot harder for them to implement and necessitated a lot of advanced arithmancy. Anyway, Harry decided to enter the room, and the moment he stepped in, the door behind him melded into a wall, blocking the entrance. Interesting. An intimidation tactic. The torches lit up by their own, revealing a corridor, and Harry walked towards its end and saw a door that was almost as large as that of the Great Hall. The Potter Scion spread his senses and noticed that the enchantments on the door were far more powerful than the ones on the previous entrance. The door itself was imposing. It was made of polished stone and had engravings that felt alive, with a faint ethereal light that illuminated the markings. Serpents slithered and entwined in a dance of magic, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. They were staring at him as if challenging him to enter the room behind it. This was what he wanted to see. Something new, something truly magical. Interestingly, when the Potter Scion looked closer, there were exactly 20 snakes. The serpents didn't really try to see if he was allowed to enter, and the door opened from his own. Oh, they had opened it from the inside. When he peered into the room, Harry saw almost 24 people wearing green wooden masks of various snakes and sitting in what looked to be an amphitheater. In the center was a chair that was almost filled to the brim with restraining charms that would immobilize the person that sat on it in seconds the moment they were activated. Oh, so it was this kind of meeting. Well, that changed things. The man sitting at the helm spoke up first. Harry Potter. Take a seat so that this hearing would proceed. He was wearing the biggest mask, with scales surrounding him, with yellow eyes and horns. A basilisk then, the king of serpents, so that must be the king of the court. When he spoke, the serpent moved his mouth with him. His voice was deep, modulated, and filled with authority. Yeah, Harry wasn't going to sit down in that death trap of a chair. You know what? I'd prefer to stand. You know, they say that sitting is one of the biggest causes of death in developed nations. Plus, standing has proven to be healthier, increases productivity, and just looks cooler. What? The man just sounded confused. It was just so funny to see this illusion of intimidation fall apart with a single question. Harry clapped his hand, pretending that the man just didn't understand what he was saying. Well, picture someone doing something heroic. Now, was he sitting or was he standing? That's exactly my point. It's also a lot easier to think while walking around. Just sit down, Potter, one of the people wearing an Ashwinder mask on the right yelled out. Harry just raised an eyebrow. Well, I tried to be polite, but if you think I'm sitting anywhere near that death trap of a chair, then you're very mistaken. Potter, a woman in a dark horned serpent mask who was sitting at the right of the king, responded, "This is a hearing to decide your guilt in breaking the unwritten rules. Having you sit on the chair is traditional for court hearings for centuries." Ah, the unwritten rules of Slytherin. They were the only way the entire house didn't collapse because of infighting, and they were also enforced entirely by the court. The rules were simple. Slytherins are to be united outside the common room. Slytherin politics are not to involve the faculty or the members of other houses. You are not allowed to go back on any deal you make without reparations decided by the recipient. You are not allowed to divulge the secrets of the house to anyone outside the house. And finally, you are not to purposefully harm the house in general. That was it. The rules that stopped the house from imploding spectacularly. The house was filled with politics. Sabotage and manipulation, trading favors and dismantling your rivals were routinely seen in the common room. It was basic training for the politicking that awaited a lot of the members of the house the moment they graduated. It was an environment that was perfect for heirs to grow and learn, hence why most families favored Slytherin as the house for their children to be sorted in. However, if people started to get other houses involved, these rivalries would turn into actual encounters, and the factions would turn into gangs in everything but names. Hogwarts didn't need conflict on a scale like this, so the rules were made. Also, the reputation of the house was negative ever since Lord Voldemort was a thing, so staying united and avoiding the rest of the school was a good survival mechanism. Now, this was all well and good, but it didn't explain a lot of things with this encounter. Harry shrugged. Well, good luck with that. I'm not sitting on the chair, and let's just stop kidding ourselves. You don't bring people down here to judge anything. You thrive in anonymity. If I really broke one of the rules, you would have dealt with me discreetly. And I'm a second year, so you normally don't really care about us yet. You think we're too troublesome and immature for you to deal with. But you're not immature, are you, Potter? The woman, probably the Black Queen, asked. I'll admit that I'm more mature than the average 12-year-old, but I'm definitely troublesome to deal with, especially when you're trying to take advantage of me. The entire court shifted, and the woman, and how are we taking advantage of you? The Potter scion snorted, that's fairly obvious. You summoned me here, which meant that you wanted to speak with me. If I had done anything wrong, you wouldn't have done that. You would have just punished me, or just ignored it. That meant that you wanted something from me. But what could I give you that you don't already have? It's not gold or rare artifacts. I don't owe anyone favors, so the answer is simple. You want knowledge. But not magical knowledge, since all I know can be found in the library, and I'm too young to use my family crest. So, it has to do with something recent, something I know. Tell me, am I close? Harry grinned to himself as they all looked around each other, and the Black Queen took a deep breath. Fine. We have cancelled the security enchantments. You can sit down. Harry heard the oppressing song surrounding the chair fade into nothing. There was still magic mixed in with the chair, but it was faint and pretty mild compared to how it used to be. Of course, the king could reactivate it at any time, but Harry would have the time to sense it and negate any ward cast, or just leave the chair before it takes hold, since they usually need a couple of seconds to activate. Rolling his eyes, the Potter scion sat down on the uncomfortable chair. So how may I help this illustrious court? All right, the court is in session. For formality's sake, what is your name and when were you born? The other queen asked. Immediately, Harry felt something try to invade his mind. Some kind of truth field that added a compulsion to whoever sat on the chair to say nothing but the truth. They probably thought that they had tricked him or something. The Potter scion suppressed the urge to snot and just responded, "My name is Harry Potter, and I was born on the 31st of July 1980. The White Queen nodded. "We are here to discuss the actions regarding Neville Longbottom's infiltration of our common room. Did you allow them to infiltrate our common room?" Harry shook his head. "No." "Did you give them any advice or was involved in any way in their infiltration?" "No, I was not." "But you immediately realized that these were imposters," the White Queen pressed. Harry nodded. "I did." "And how did you do that without any prior knowledge?" "Their body language was different, the way they spoke, the questions that they asked were not typical. I wasn't absolutely certain at first because they could have been dosed with something or under some kind of spell. So I asked a few questions, and it was easy to tell that they were lying. I touched them discreetly and found that the transformation was physical, which meant that it was either human transfiguration or polyjuice potion. Considering the fact that the intruder probably wasn't a transfiguration master, the potion was used to impersonate the victims. So you knew that they were imposters, but not that they were Longbottom and his cohorts?" "No, I immediately knew who they were. The identities of the victims meant that they were somewhat familiar with them. The only people who really knew about those three were in our year, and the only people who had the balls to break into the common room in our year were the Golden Trio. Their little adventure last year made them feel invincible, and they would think that they were above the rules. Since there were 3 intruders, the conclusion was evident." The Queen pressed on. "And what did they ask you about?" "The Chamber of Secrets, mostly." "And what do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" "I know many things about the chamber." "Like what?" Harry grinned to himself. "Like the fact that it was built by Salazar Slytherin." His voice echoed in the chamber. The entire court was just speechless by his answer. Yeah, if they're going to try to mess with Harry, it was only right that he would do the same to them. "Are you being curt with me, Potter?" the White Queen growled back. "Oh, I'm just answering truthfully." The White Queen looked like she wanted to explode, but was stopped by a motion from the king, who asked in his baritone voice, "You figured out the truth, Ward." Harry shrugged. "Before I even said a word." "Interesting, Ward. Not a particularly strong one, to be honest. I'm guessing it's new, at least compared to the other enchantments on the chair." "Why are you being so difficult, Potter?" the Black Queen asked. "Because we both know that you brought me here because you wanted to know something, but you already know exactly what I said to Longbottom and his friends. So why don't we just save some time and get to the point of things?" The woman stiffened. "And how do you know that?" "You just told me right now. It was an educated guess, but thank you for confirming it." "So with that confirmed, it would mean that you had a way to get access to that conversation. You have a way to survey and record the members of the house, no, the common room, more specifically. It can't be something that you did, since anything like that would have been overwhelmed by the wards, so it had to be included by either a headmaster or a head of house before your time, and I can't see a faculty member surveilling student dormitories or mess with ritual rooms. So that's how you get your information. You're constantly spying on the house." "Interesting indeed." "Efficient. Most of the power plays happen in the common room, so you pretty much have the entire battlefield at your disposal." "Potter, you're out of line," the Black Queen began. "No, you don't get to say that because you're the people that brought me here. You can't expect to stop me from thinking out loud, could you? And it's not like I'm condemning your actions. The common room is a public place. You can spy on people there as much as you want. Now, if you were doing the same with dormitories, then we'd have an issue on our hands. So why don't we get back to the subject, since I'm starting to get hungry?" "Fine. Why did you tell Longbottom about the Chamber of Secrets?" the Queen asked while obviously gritting his teeth. "Because I could. There was no reason not to tell them about the chamber. The information was public." "Then why didn't you unmask them immediately?" "Because the very fact they broke in was troubling. It meant that Dumbledore had given them a way in. No matter what the Weasley twins like to say, one does not simply break into another common room. There are wards and protections against intruders. Only Snape and Dumbledore could have allowed them entry. It's safe to say that Snape would rather obliviate himself of all potion knowledge than allow them to enter our common room. That meant that Dumbledore approved of their actions." One of the people on the right of the king, wearing a rune spore mask, exclaimed, "So that's why you waited until they left to dispel the transformation. You wanted their reveal to be public while not having to deal with Dumbledore." All three heads of the snake were speaking at the same time. It looked disconcerting, to be perfectly honest. Yes, the outrage would be enough that he wouldn't be able to protect Longbottom, and it would cost him a lot of influence in the long run. As you all probably know, I was right. "And are you also right about the beast being a basilisk?" the man in the rune spore mask asked with a hesitating voice. "Ah, so you did your homework, I see. My conclusions could lead to such a theory. Or maybe I just lied to screw with Longbottom. I could be right, I could be wrong, who knows? Now that I think about it, this is starting to drag. I have no idea if you're doing this on purpose, going around and around with information that you either know or just don't care about. I don't know if you want to gratify me for revealing Longbottom or just try to intimidate me. I don't know if this is some kind of twisted recruitment ritual that you have going on, and I don't care. Let's just stop going around in circles and tell me exactly what you want from me, because I haven't had my morning coffee yet, and this is starting to piss me off. I don't care about house politics, and while you have a lot of influence, it's not something that concerns me a lot. I'm an academic, and you know that. Sure, I might need a favor here and there, and you could deny me, but we both know that it wouldn't look good if it got out that the court was breaking its own rules and going after a second year. And by the time you can do anything, in a year or two, the entire court would be different, wouldn't it? So in the spirit of efficiency and for my peace of mind, let me give you an ultimatum. If you people don't start telling me exactly what the purpose of this meeting is, I will get up and leave." Harry's little rant was met with a deafening silence across the entire chamber until the king stood up, getting everyone's attention, and spoke up. "All right, you have made your point. The purpose of this meeting is very simple. We wish to know what's your plan to deal with Basilisk." Author's note: "All right, I wanted to know your opinion on how I presented the court. I wanted to have a balance in terms of competence, considering their experience in the house, and the fact that they're still teenagers that are probably scared shitless about the basilisk. I don't know if I managed it, so let me know if you think I should change anything. I'm not sure if I nailed what I was trying to convey, to be honest." Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Unwanted Truths. 9th January 1993, Hogwarts. Harry's little rant was met with a deafening silence across the entire chamber until the king stood up, getting everyone's attention, and spoke up. "All right, you have made your point. The purpose of this meeting is very simple. We wish to know what's your plan to deal with Basilisk." At their answer, Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the powers, these idiots want Harry to share his plans with them. The king was obviously experienced when it came to politics. He was pretty good for someone his age, but that's it. He was a teenager. These were all teenagers who were trying to play with something that they didn't comprehend. They were the power brokers of the school. They spied on the other Slytherins and used that information to make bargains and deals. They had contacts inside and outside the school, and they could sneak banned items in, or illegal potions, a few hard-to-find ingredients. At most, they attacked people from the shadows. So that's all this court was. For all its glorified prestige in the house, it was just an association to trade favors and enforce the unwritten rules of the house. It probably used to be something else when it was created, especially considering the nature of the magic involved, but currently it is barely more than a Slytherin student association. It seemed powerful if you were a normal student, maybe even a little intimidating, but that was it. They shouldn't even be anywhere near a basilisk. Seriously, it would be like giving a school student council the responsibility of dealing with a nuke. It was just that the situation was so absurd that the Potter scion couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a few minutes, the White Queen seemed to take offense at his nature. "What's so funny, Potter?" Harry decided to mess with them a bit more. "It's all about plans for you, isn't it? Dumbledore has plans. The heir of Slytherin has plans. Even the Dark Lord had plans before he got himself blown up. That's how the world works, isn't it? Plans upon plans, one on top of the other, each person trying to complete their own while making sure that their enemy's plans fail. No one panics when things go according to plan, even if the plan is horrifying. If someone figures out that a Muggleborn or a Squib gets petrified, No one panics, because it's all part of the plan. But now that you think there's a chance that the monster could kill any one of us, then everyone loses their mind. This illusion of safety that you had was gone. I guess it's true. Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? So look at me, look at my face right now. Does it look like I give a shit about your plans? Every single court member shifted around awkwardly, and Harry continued, "And you know what's even funnier, you have no idea what you're dealing with. You want to go after whoever is opening the chamber, be my guest, but the fact remains that you're so outclassed, it's not even funny. That's the thing that you don't understand. You're not fighting the basilisk. The beast would like nothing more than to kill every resident of the castle, pureblood, half-blood, and muggle-born alike. This entire thing is a game and you can't even see the board. The heir of Slytherin is a player, I am a player. As is Dumbledore for that matter, but he's being discreet about it. Or at least, he tries to be discreet." The Black Bishop growled at Harry's answer. "And how is this a game? You're not seeing it. You're going to get eaten alive if you even try to do something about this," Harry responded. "You only have to look at the attacks, idiots." Sneering at their confused muttering, he continued, "You look at the attack, and you try to figure out who did it. And that's not a bad thing. But the more important question is why? Why was Filch the victim in the first place? Why was the attack right next to the Great Hall? The answer is simple: fear. Filch was barely out of sight for a few seconds when he was attacked, and irksome or not, he's a member of the faculty. The heir's message was simple: I can get anyone anywhere, and no one can stop me. The message on the wall was also a threat, a promise of future violence. It was written by hand, but the hand was charmed to not reveal any fingerprints. It was also written before the attack even took place." "How so?" the Black Queen asked. "It's obvious. The time it would take to write a message in blood would be too long if you considered the timeline. He could have used magic to do it." The Potter scion snorted. "Dumbledore would have detected it in seconds and tracked down the perpetrator. No magic was involved in writing the message. There was no magic in the blood used. So the conclusion is simple: the message was written before the attack. That means that the location was chosen, but maybe not the person. That meant one of two things. Either the victim was random, and the moment any acceptable person was in the corridor without any other students around, the heir attacked. But that would indicate a randomness that does not fit the profile of the attacker. Or, the most likely solution, the victim was chosen far before the attack was made. It was essentially a play made using an entire network of students to get that done, although they are probably under some kind of compulsion charm. A few students made sure to block the corridor slightly, either with notice me not charms or physically, while Filch, under a compulsion charm or an imperious curse, ended up in the exact spot underneath the message, which was probably covered with an object that was put under an illusion. After Filch realized what had happened, he was petrified, and his cat had died. But that was probably an accident. So tell me, O Court of Slytherin, do you think you can deal with a level of preparedness that the heir exhibited? Harry could tell that he had frightened them. These weren't bad people, just teenagers over their heads. The man in the basilisk mask spoke up, and Dumbledore is aware of all of this. "I don't know, but probably," the Potter scion admitted. "Look, Dumbledore is already putting a lot of secrecy charms on the whole thing. It's subtle, but you can feel it and overcome it if you want to. Tell me, did any of you tell your parents about the Chamber of Secrets being opened?" They all hesitantly started to shake their heads, and Harry continued, "You just realized that you should probably do that, don't you? It's very sneaky, a compulsion added to the castle not to inform the press or anyone outside it about the shady stuff that happens under Dumbledore's watch. Like the Forbidden Corridor last year. Did any of you think about informing your parents about it? Look, I know it's scary, but that's how it is. The more the curtain is lifted, the more you'll realize how it would have been better to stay in the dark. So, let me give you a piece of advice. Stay out of this. Don't look for the heir, don't think about fighting a fucking basilisk, and go on with your day, hoping that the heir would still be merciful enough to stick to petrifying and not killing. If you really can't stop thinking about it, ask your parents to temporarily withdraw you from the school and just return for your exams." Harry really did feel guilty about how freaked out they all were. He didn't know that the common room was bugged. It was a giant breach of privacy, and he could see how this feature was probably used to silence any opposition to Voldemort's movement in Slytherin during the war. The fact is that had Harry known about the common room being bugged, he wouldn't have revealed enough clues for anyone to know what the monster was. He would have probably taken Longbottom aside in the dormitories instead and revealed the information to him there. Now, he had accidentally involved students in this mess, and that wasn't good for anyone's sake. Harry could tell that they were terrified. They wanted to do anything about the whole issue, but there was really no action they could take that would make any difference. The Black Bishop growled, "And how do we know you're not just pulling our tail, that you're not just pretending to know anything, just so that we would invite you to a place amongst up next year?" The Potter Scion let out a snort. "The answer is simple. If you doubted my words, you wouldn't be as afraid as you are now. But fine, if you need a demonstration that I'm not lying, I am more than willing to demonstrate. For example, I could tell that the entrance to this room is by blood. There are small traces of blood on the snakes in the doorway. Cleaning charms could only do so much on something as magically complex as the court's doorway. So since the wards didn't probe my magic, that must be the way in. But for blood to be added to the wards or removed, you need something that acts as an anchor. The door itself would be risky, since giving direct access to the whole security scheme to an intruder is a bad idea, but it is curious how it matches up to these wooden masks of yours. You see, wooden masks have been used all over the world for a very long time, but they were used by peasants in the old days for their cultural practices. But the masks on your heads are handcrafted pieces of art and obviously old. This style of masks in particular was commonly used in theatrical performances in the 17th century, just after the Statute of Secrecy was put in place. But they stopped being made centuries later, the more we were separated from Muggle culture. No self-respected teenager would ever wear something as tacky and uselessly expensive today. It would be better put on a wall as an antique. Conclusion, you're forced to use the masks. Final theory, the masks are bonded to you with blood, which is connected to the door. Now, I have a question for you all. Considering that this is the first time I have ever met the court in any capacity, and also the fact that I have no interest whatsoever in joining it next year, why would I even bother lying to you? They all froze for a second, and Harry continued, "There's no shame in admitting that you're out of your league. So here is my honest to Merlin recommendation. Leave the heir of Slytherin alone. I have been playing against this opponent for months, and I'm sad to admit that I lost against him more than I won. He is ruthless, pragmatic, intelligent, arrogant, and very emotional. So go back to your bargaining, to your little school politics, and your intelligence network. You're better off not getting involved, and I'm telling you, right now, if you ignore my words, I will not save you when you inevitably step on the toes of people far more powerful than you can handle. But most of all, stay out of my way." With that said, he got up to leave. The king tried to activate the security enchantments on the seat, but Harry had been analyzing them using his arcane hearing while he was monologuing, and negated them instantly by sending in a discrete inverse pulse of magic to temporarily destabilize the chair's magic. Harry raised an eyebrow at the king, righted his fedora, and turned towards the door to leave. However, the stone door was still closed, so Harry focused on its song. He found the connection between it and the mask, and saw that it could be manipulated to open it by spoofing one of theirs. Choosing to add insult to injury, Harry decided to use the king's mask and spoofed the connection into sending a pulse to open the door. With a wave of his wand, the stone door opened, and Harry stepped out of the room, ignoring the baffling expression on the animated masks held. With that done, he opened the hidden entrance near the ritual rooms and walked up to the common room. He smiled when he noticed that Daphne was sitting on his spot, reading the book he had gotten her for Christmas. The moment she noticed his arrival, her concentrated face turned into a giant beam, and she spoke up. "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Daph. You're not usually up this early in the morning." Daphne Greengrass was many things. She was intelligent, cultured, magically gifted, a bit cold to strangers, and had a wicked sense of humor that meshed well with Harry's own, but she was not a morning person. The girl snorted, "Yeah, I know I can be a bit grouchy in the morning." "Grouchy? You froze Blaze's bits one day because he tried to wake you up after you fell asleep in the common room." Why your mother taught you a curse like that, I have no idea. The green-grass scion huffed. I'll have you know, it's a very useful curse. It has been passed down from mother to daughter for centuries. But in this case, I'm up early because I wanted to ask you about something. Sure, what is it? Were you serious about the red bean, blue bean thing? Because Tracy and Blaze thought it was a joke or something, and that it was just an elaborate way to get us to stop asking questions. Harry gave the girl a smile. Yes, I was serious about that. She handed Harry a familiar red bean. Then I want to help. You've always done things by yourself, like you're an island in the middle of the ocean. But I can tell you're lonely. I guess I'm saying that I don't want to leave you alone anymore. Are you sure about this? Because there's no going back. Yes, Harry, I choose the red pill. Author's note, so this was essentially an introduction to the court. I know it might seem somewhat random now, but it will be a pretty big thing later. Again, let me know if you think I did something wrong with the chapter, and I'm open to suggestions if you have any. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. The Wolf of Hogsmeade. 18th January 1993, Hogwarts. The days following Daphne's decision to involve herself fully in Harry's life were awkward. After the girl's proclamation, he just told her to give him some time to put things together and that he would share what he could with her. The issue was that the Potter Scion was hesitant when it came to how much he wanted to share. Harry's personal magical training could technically be classified as family magic, so he was completely entitled to keep it to himself. But that felt wrong for some reason, to keep so much from her when she had chosen to commit to their friendship. Honestly, Harry wasn't going to teach her anything from his family crest, so magical circles were off the table, and he certainly wasn't going to share the existence arcane hearing. But teaching the Greengrass Scion his personal spells, or the magic that he had learnt from the library and from experimentations, was his prerogative and made sense for her to learn as much as possible if she was going to be his partner. And that was what it was all about. Daphne was going to be his partner, and in a way that added a vulnerability in Harry's life. For one, she had failed his legilimency test. She had never been trained in the mind arts outside of a few meditation exercises that her father had taught her, and the protection that her family crest would only activate on her 13th birthday when it's fully manifested, which thankfully was a couple of months away. Harry couldn't teach her anything adequate enough to shield her mind before the crest would be able to protect it either way. So outside of training her in magic, there were very few things that Harry could do. Luckily, using legilimency on Luna was a recipe for a headache. The way she witnessed the world was just so alien that it was hard for a normal mind to interpret her thoughts. Harry was more than willing to share a little more with her, especially when it concerned the Chamber of Secrets, since that involved her personally. Unfortunately, Daphne just didn't have that advantage. After a few days, Harry caved and told Daphne an abridged version of the situation of the chamber, and the girl was shaken about it. He still remembered the conversation they had a few days prior. Flashback. After a few days of deliberation, Harry invited Daphne for a conversation that the blonde was obviously looking forward to. They met in the common room, and Harry motioned her to follow him. He definitely did not want to have this conversation in the common room now that he knew that the court of Slytherin was constantly listening in. The two young Slytherins walked in silence until they found themselves on the 7th floor, right in front of the entrance to the room of requirements. As Harry walked back and forth for the entrance to reveal, Daphne had a worried look on her face, as if the Potter Scion was insane all this time, but she had visibly relaxed when he gave her a charming grin and gaped when the entrance revealed itself. What is this place? This, Daphne Greengrass, is the room of requirements. This room is a marvel of magic that turns into whatever you speak of mentally when you walk back and forth to reveal the entrance. Right now, I wished for a replica of our common room, so that's what we got. This is the place that I use to practice magic. Whenever I'm not hanging out with you, I'm probably here. As he had said, the room had taken the form of a deserted Slytherin common room. Daphne gave him an awed look. How does it work? I have no idea, Harry confessed. To be honest, I think it's a mixture of variable expansion charms, illusion magic, some conjuration and some kind of mind magic to pick up the intent of the user. But that's not why I brought you here. You said that you want to be all in. Well, this is me giving you the white card. Ask me whatever you want. If there's something I'm uncomfortable sharing, I'll just say so, but I will not lie to you. Well, let's start with the obvious. What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Flashback end. It was surprisingly cathartic to tell someone about how worried he really was about the whole thing with the chamber. His and Luna's partnership had started because neither of them had a choice in the matter. Oh, they were friends, but the entire relationship started as an alliance to stop Tom. Daphne was someone who earned Harry's trust. She wasn't forced to stay with him, but she chose to do so, and that made an immense difference when Harry decided to share even a fraction of his knowledge with her. It was a big step on Harry's part. There was this intimacy at showing her a part of his soul, a part of his world that she was previously ignorant of. For some reason, he was afraid as well from the way she reacted, but all things considered, she had dealt with her surprise well enough. Harry had told her about him detecting a diary as a very dark and dangerous object in the school, that he made a small trap to find the purpose of whoever it possessed, and that he thought that Lockhart might have been involved because of his sudden change in personality, but that he was wrong. He told her about his game of shadows with the heir, of losing his encounters with the heir until he got desperate and successfully figured out that Luna was the one being possessed, that they had fought and he had won, setting his enemy back a few months, but that the heir had hidden the diary, that the attacks would continue again. He told her that he figured out what the monster was quickly enough, but that it was Longbottom using Parselmouth that cemented that clue. He confessed to creating goggles that should protect against the basilisk's glare, but that he hadn't tested it. All this time, the Greengrass Scion had remained supportive and impassive. That was until he told her that the heir of Slytherin was Tom Riddle, a 16-year-old version of Lord Voldemort. Yeah, the girl had freaked out there. The Dark Lord really made himself into a figure of fear in this country. It was merited, of course, since the man was a psychopath who wanted nothing more than to see the world burn and rule over the ashes. The monster was unpredictable and unstable and could honestly wipe out an entire family line on a whim. But his damage paled in front of what Grindelwald had done. Voldemort had terrified a nation, but Grindelwald had divided the entire magical world on an issue that they didn't even know they had. When Grindelwald walked a battlefield, all that remained was ash and death. The duels between Dumbledore and Voldemort were short, which made sense considering the guerrilla attacks that the heir of Slytherin assigned. Lord Voldemort attacked people in their homes and overwhelmed them quickly, before getting away and leaving only his cursed dark mark. However, Grindelwald, the real Dark Lord, just faced entire legions of opponents head-on and came out the victor without issues. In the battles between him and Dumbledore, no one got involved, because that would spell certain deaths. Voldemort thrived on fear, which was so ingrained in everyone's mind that it passed down to the next generation. He was the boogeyman who could attack at any time for any reason, while Grindelwald thrived on his ideology of creating a new world for the greater good. So the bottom line was, the moment Harry told her that he was fighting a younger version of Lord Voldemort, the girl started trembling in fear, with tears in her eyes, as if Harry was fighting to his doom. Honestly, Tom Riddle wasn't that big of a deal compared to the fucking basilisk. It was funny how the idea of fighting a weapon of mass destruction was more appealing to Daphne than just dueling a teenager with prodigal magical talent. It took the girl a few days to calm down before she finally decided to go back to Harry and speak about their plans forwards. At this time, Harry started to build a new pair of goggles for Daphne. If she was going to get involved with the mess concerning the basilisk, then it was only right that she be protected adequately. Of course, when the Greengrass Scion realized that Harry couldn't do anything about the issue until Riddle resurfaced and the attacks started again, she almost had another breakdown. Of course, Harry didn't tell her about the Colt. He wasn't going to tell anyone about the weapon. It was his ace, and he wasn't going to risk someone stealing it or try to use it for a useless reason. The Colt was insurance if things went to shit, and Harry wouldn't use a bullet unless he was forced to do it, because he felt deep down that he was never going to replicate this feat again. He couldn't explain it, only that he could feel deep down that making more bullets or another gun would be out of his hands. This brought them to the current situation where they were both in a classroom on the 3rd floor. The Greengrass Scion gave him a wary look. "Are you sure about this?" Harry rolled his eyes. Of course I am. I'm just sneaking out of the castle and meeting someone at Hogsmeade. The Weasley twins do it all the time. Fine, but don't come to me and whine when you get caught. I don't think that Snape would be understanding if your only justification is that you had business in Hogsmeade. But that's the truth. He should be appreciative of my ambition, not try to stifle it, Harry protested with a teasing smile on his face. Dork, Daphne muttered back. The Potter scion snorted and put on his invisibility cloak. Wish me luck. He turned and left towards the statue of the One-Eyes Witch, tapping it with his wand while muttering, Descendium. The statue creaked to the side, revealing a narrow passage, and he slipped inside. The tunnel was dank and musty, and the air was thick with an earthy aroma. Torches lined the uneven walls, casting flickering shadows that seemed to come to life with every step Harry took. Cobwebs brushed against his face, remnants of the many years that the passage had gone unnoticed. But there were obvious signs of someone having cut up a path forward. It was probably the Weasley twins. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading him deeper beneath the castle. He walked for what felt like hours, but after a quick tempus, he realized was just 30 minutes. The passage began to rise. Panting, Harry sped up to find himself at the foot of some worn stone steps, which rose out of sight above him. Careful not to make any noise, Harry began to climb. He really needed to exercise more. Finally, the stairs seemed to end, revealing a trap-door above the Potter scion, which he opened very slowly. He found himself in a cellar which was full of wooden crates and boxes. Harry climbed out of the trap-door and crept slowly toward the wooden staircase that led upstairs. He had never been to Honeydukes, but it smelled wonderful. Still, he had a meeting to get into. Harry exited the cellar, emerging onto the familiar cobbled streets of Hogsmeade. The village was quiet, the buildings bathed in the silver light of the moon. The Potter scion walked towards the location of the 3 broomsticks. This was technically his first time in the village, and it was a shame that he was coming here for business and not pleasure. The bell above the pub's door jingled softly as Harry stepped inside, greeted by the cozy atmosphere, the chatter of patrons, and the crackling fire. Harry slowly surveilled the room and found his target. It was a somewhat young man, probably in his late 20s. He looked unassuming from afar, with his brown hair and brown eyes. Harry slowly walked forward and sat at his table. The man protested, "I'm sorry, but I'm waiting for someone." "Yes, I know. I'm the one you're waiting for, Mr. Smythe. My name is Harry Potter, and I'm the potential investor in your company." "You? But you're so young," the man protested. "Yes, I am. But gold is gold, and we wouldn't be breaking any laws. Now, I don't believe in idle chatter, so let's get right to business. Tell me why I should invest in your broom. Tell me why I should invest in your firebolt." If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/sprkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 1. 113. Chapter 1. 113. Deal with the Devil. 18th January 1993, Hogsmeade. Well, it's far above and beyond any other broom on the market. I guarantee you won't find any broom that's anywhere as fast or as maneuverable anywhere in the world, the man stated. Harry snorted. We both know that's not true, is it? Racing brooms are a lot faster and very maneuverable. The French and the Italians have that market cornered, and I don't think that anything you can do that would stop that. Yes, but those brooms are hideously expensive. There's barely any wood in them at all. It's all practically made up of alchemically treated metals, which costs a fortune. A single mediocre racing broom is even more expensive than an entire Quidditch team's state-of-the-art brooms 10 times over. And they even wouldn't work well in Quidditch. While racing brooms have impressive top speeds, they don't have the acceleration that Quidditch players need. If you think about it, Quidditch players don't really maintain high speeds. They just need to be maneuverable and be able to accelerate very quickly. The Potter scion smiled. Well said. Now when you're talking to a potential investor, please make sure that you're very objective with every fact. You're claiming that this will be the best Quidditch broom in the market. The question now is why? The man shrugged. It's the efficiency of it that's impressive. Do you know how racing brooms work, Mr. Potter? I have an idea. The enchantments on the brooms act more like buffers that channel a user's magic, like a wand to work the magic. It's why Quidditch players get exhausted while flying. The broom maker nodded. Yeah. The problem with Quidditch is that games could last very long, so the ICW Department of Sports and Games made sure that brooms wouldn't really magically exhaust a player to unconsciousness or death. All Quidditch brooms have a certain charm designed by the association that limits the input of magic. Without that charm, it's more than easy to get a broom to move faster than the speed of sound. You just needed a rider with very large magical reserves or with enough control to not waste any magic, and the enchantment would work. Other broom manufacturers have been tinkering with the shape of the brooms, certain anti-turbulence charms, playing around with air resistance charms, stabilization charms and things like that. They even resorted to muggle means, like using actual aerodynamic features to make sure that as much of the magic allowed was used to power the acceleration and maneuverability enchantments. What I did was discover a way to make sure the magic is used more efficiently anyway, so I could leave more than enough of it to power the stability and steering mechanisms to make the flight as smooth and as responsive as possible, while leaving room for a sizable increase in acceleration, and with my custom variable air resistance charm, a much higher top speed. That's what makes my broom the best one on the market, Mr. Potter. The man took a deep breath in the end, and Harry suppressed the urge to smile. He hated to admit it, but he was impressed by Terence Smythe. The broom maker was obviously very passionate about the subject, but it was nice to see someone using a different way of going about a problem. He was a half-blood who pretty much chose to start his own company, despite the market being pretty much saturated with new versions of brooms every year. He took a few years off the study physics at a Muggle university just to improve his craft. It was a common thing when it came to guilds, but for someone to do it on his own was a testament to his dedication. But what pleased Harry the most was the fact that the man didn't take the easy way out. He could have made a decent broom that just had a couple of upgrades and presented it to Nimbus or some other broom-making company as a job interview, and he would have gotten in easily. Just look at Nimbus, who just adjusted the design and adjusted the wind resistance enchantments a bit on the Nimbus 2000 and released the Nimbus 2001, which really put experienced players off who often gauged their speed using the wind resistance on their faces. Harry had asked Flint permission to fly one of them after practice, and it was honestly awkward to fly. You could probably get used to it, but the learning curve would be very steep indeed. Terence Smythe had created something new. Alas, innovation was only half the race. The man was, of course, not willing to let him on his secrets, which was smart, but now came the big question, all right, then why are you here? The broom maker looked perplexed for a second before replying, I don't follow. You're the one who arranged the meeting. Look, if what you're saying about your broom is correct, then you should have been set for life. You would have gone to one of the distributors, sold your design, or just asked them to invest in it. Trust me, they would have been all over this. You should have been batting away investments left and right with a stick. Now, if that was the case and someone randomly offered to invest, you would just ignore them. But you didn't. You came to this meeting hoping to secure an investor, and I would like to know why no one else tried to grab you up. The man looked like he was sweating and just took a deep breath. The problem was the production cost. The moment I said how much it costs for every single one to be manufactured, they just clammed up and did their best to kick me out. And how much does a single broom cost? Around 500 galleons in materials, and it takes about a full day of work for me to do it. Harry frowned. And how much does a Nimbus 2000 cost in terms of materials? Around 50 galleons, I guess. I could probably enchant a similar broom in an hour or so. The total production cost should be around 100 galleons. And finally, Harry understood what was going on. So you're telling me that you went to all these companies to use as distributors to sell them your designs so that your company get a small profit margin, but was pretty much laughed out of your proposals. You currently have no revenue stream and no gold reserves to even make a second broom. The man looked down and nodded. I know things aren't going well. I just don't understand why they didn't accept my offer. Well, that sets it. The man is a brilliant inventor, but an idiot businessman. Harry wasn't some kind of business prodigy. In fact, he didn't really care about the financial side of things. But that didn't mean that he didn't read a few books while he was bored. Oh, it's the profit margin. Assuming that you work 10 hours a day, a single person would be able to make 10 Nimbus 2000 brooms, which would sell with around 250 galleons of profit each. That's around 2,500 galleons of profit for the company, outside of the salaries, that is. A single one of your firebolts could be made in a day by a single worker. So to get the same profit margins, any distributor would need to sell every broom for over 3,000 galleons, which is honestly an obscene price for a broom. That's not even mentioning the time and gold needed to train the workers to make your new brooms. It's just not worth it on what is essentially a gamble. Your broom being better doesn't mean that it's going to sell well enough for the price, which means that they'll need to drop it, which is just unprofitable. Here, show me the broom for a second. The man who was gaping at Harry for a good minute opened his briefcase and gave him the broom. It was obviously a prototype. It didn't have any of the fancy decoration and designs that Quidditch brooms often had, but it was well made. The handle was made up of mahogany and a little silver that coursed through the wood, glinting like quicksilver beneath the surface. There were runes on them, which were obviously absent in production models. The bristles were a mix of red pine and some kind of golden metal that Harry recognized as orichalcum from his own experimentation. The body was simple, with a sleek, long birch wood with hundreds of runes glowing on it. The moment Harry touched her and spread his arcane hearing, he knew that it was something special. There were a few secrecy charms, but they were never designed to protect from something like Harry's skill. The Potter Scion murmured to himself while examining the piece of art in his hands. Interesting, very interesting indeed. You enchanted dozens of twigs separately and combined them using alchemy into a single body with hundreds of veins made up of orichalcum just to transfer the magic. You basically took inspiration from the human body and created veins to efficiently move the magic around. But it feels odd. I don't think it's orichalcum. Maybe some kind of magical metal. I'm not entirely sure. It's rune steel, the man gaping at his deductions. It's cheaper than the orichalcum, and I could use it as a core. It's not as efficient, but it's far better than the competition. I nodded. I remember. It's some kind of metal infused with runes, isn't it? I'll look into it later. But the way you built the handle with the core being a diamond that you transmuted yourself, I assume, you use it to store magic when it's not being used. It's not as effective as using a naturally created gem, but I don't think any other broom uses something like this to store magic. They just rely on the wood to do it. No wonder it's so expensive. Oh, I see now. You used the veins in the body of the broom to not only transfer the magic to the enchantments, but to also act as a secondary nerve network to transmit the information that the player gives. It's very fast, and the broom will act like its rider's extended limb. Holy shit, you added a self-learning magical algorithm that would fine-tune itself on the rider, which would estimate a player's movement by his past decisions and adapt to it, which would make the reactions even faster. And the enchantments on the bristles to accelerate and stabilize the broom are exemplary. Oh, that braking mechanism is brilliant. You didn't mention that, did you? The man was still stupefied by Harry's guesses. How in Merlin's name did you figure it out? It's not important how I figured it out, the Potter Scion interjected. I now see what the problem is. And what is it? That's very easy. You're targeting the wrong audience. You're treating broom making as an art, and I can see how you would with the masterpiece you created. But the other companies, they treat it like a business, and the truth is that for a broom like that, there just isn't a good market for it. Here's the thing, outside of spoilt children and rich Quidditch enthusiasts, your main buyers will have to be professional teams. You should have never gone to other companies. Then who would be making my brooms then? Smythe asked. Look, I don't think you realized what you've done. Your business isn't making brooms, it's your idea and the improvements you made. And an idea will only take you so far. What you need to do is turn Firebolt into a brand, to market it as the broom that professional Quidditch players use. It certainly seems good enough for it. No matter what you think, your brooms are not meant for the common wizard and witch to fly, but you can make it something that's a sign of luxury, of importance, but targeted towards younger wizards and witches who are obsessed with Quidditch. And how am I supposed to do that? Harry let out a large grin. Make 7 brooms and loan them out to a professional league team for a few games. The top teams will probably not bother answering you, but a team at the bottom of the leaderboard, and that has nothing to lose, will accept your offer. If your brooms offer such a large advantage, they should be winning. Players will talk to each other, managers to each other, and slowly you'll start selling brooms. You'll be getting orders left and right. Make sure to number each broom. This way they're more like collectibles than products, and if things grow from there, you should be contacted by one of the big companies. And I accept their offer then? Of course not, Harry snorted. You ignore them completely. If your brooms are this superior, everyone needing the advantage will order one, and with the World Cup around the corner, you'll be practically the unofficial sponsor of the World Cup. The important thing is that you enchant every broom yourself, like it's a point of pride. However, the moment the World Cup starts, you sell the entire company to the highest bidder. I don't understand. Why would I do that? How long do you think it would take for a company like Nimbus to reverse engineer your broom? 2, 3 years, I'm guessing, if you use better concealing enchantments. Assuming the time to train people to make their substitute brooms is around an extra year. You'll be completely out of business in 5 years when they undercut the prices. Your value as a company will be the highest during the World Cup. If you sell then, you won't be just selling your broom, but the Firebolt name which will be on everyone's mind. You could add a stipulation for you to head any future developments, and they will be bending themselves in front of you just to have a taste of your profits. You have a small window to profit as much as possible with your product, and you need to capitalize on that. The man looked pensive for a second. This could work, but I don't have the capital to build 7 brooms from scratch. That's where I come in. I'm willing to give you 5,000 galleons in exchange for 40% of your company. That should get things started easily enough. 5,000, the man exclaimed. Are you mad? This is far too low for 40%. Harry grinned. Yes, but that's the offer I'm willing to give. Well, I refuse. That would be unwise, Mr. Smythe. You see, you're on your last leg, and you know it. Now, I'm offering you a paltry sum, but in return, I will not involve myself in the working of the company. Other investors might be willing to help you, but I can almost guarantee that they'll want control over your company and your baby. They will make you change things that you won't agree with, but you'll have no choice but to do it. However, I'm like you, I like the art of it, the beauty of your broom. And I'm also someone who figured out how it really works, and I appreciate the magic involved. The man blanched when he recognized the implied threat. He had lost any bargaining power the moment he gave Harry access to the broom for more than a minute. The Potter Scion could technically create his own copy, and since he already had the capital necessary to start the plan, he would be able to steal Smythe's invention. Harry had a grin not too dissimilar to that of a fox when he asked, So do we have a deal, Mr. Smythe? Chapter 1, 114. Chapter 114, Bloody Valentine. 14th February, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry had been ready to go down the stairs to the common room like every Sunday morning. It had been almost a month since his meeting in Hogsmeade, and finally, everything went through. The paperwork needed to get Harry certified legally as an investor in the Firebolt took a couple of weeks to process, and it took an additional week for Terence Smythe to build the 7 brooms. Finally, after a little negotiation, the Chudley Cannons accepted experimenting with the new brooms for a few matches in the season. Hopefully the brooms would help stop the record-breaking losing streak that they currently held. Yeah, Harry found it odd that no one batted an eyelash when he registered the paperwork for his ownership, but since there was a standard contract of the purchase and a copy of the Gringotts transaction was sent to the ministry, no one seemed to care. At no point was there anyone asking for his age. It was surprisingly straightforward, especially since property worked weirdly in the wizarding world. That's the thing, for a property to be bought or sold, it's not the actual person who owns it, but the holder of the vault used to buy it. It was an efficient way for the ministry to track down the owner of any property without bothering with the paperwork. Because technically speaking, if someone stole a property or committed fraud, they would need to fool the bank, and Gringotts are not merciful when it comes to thieves. Every single wizard or witch that attends Hogwarts has a monetary vault that's open just for them. As part of an agreement between the school and the Goblin Nation, These vaults do not require any fees until their owners graduate. Even the scions of rich families get a vault if they specifically don't have one in their name. In Harry's case, since he was the last Potter, the bank didn't need to create a new account for him. It was actually pretty efficient. In a way, instead of having an identification number, the ministry could use Gringotts vault numbers. Additionally, large-scale transactions using physical gold were rare and usually done off the table, meaning that whatever you're buying is not something that you want the ministry to know about it. You can, of course, get a signed proof of purchase and use it to file the paperwork. But usually going through Gringotts was just easier for everyone. But yeah, hopefully everything would go fine with Firebolt, and Harry would start refilling the Potter Vault after the mess that his father made of it. He invested 5,000 galleons into what was essentially a sinking company with only the knowledge from the stories of his past life as a reference. He only hoped it would end up working. The issue wasn't even the broom, it was Smythe's ability to market his product. The broom was an amazing artifact, but Harry didn't have the capital to market it on a large scale, so he employed a method that a certain energy drink used to market their products in the early days when they didn't have enough money for a large-scale advertising campaign. The trick was to subtly incorporate it into athletes' routines. In Harry's case, it was making the broom show how much better the team had gotten with the new brooms. Oh, they'll probably be shit, but a substantial increase in performance, and maybe even a winning streak, and the fact that the brooms looked unique would generate organic buzz and word-of-mouth marketing, which wouldn't cost them a single galleon. It was a dirty trick, and the fact that Harry subtly threatened the broom maker by figuring out how his invention worked didn't help ease his conscience. Alas, in the long run, they would both benefit from it. For the moment, he would trust Smythe to follow the plan he had outlined to him. So, as promised, the Potter scion decided to not get involved and came back to the main issue of Riddle's inevitable return. So far, Harry only focused on his ice magic, but he did distract himself by reading about spatial expansion charms in his downtime to enchant his hat. It was a nice calm project that was completely independent from the whole Chamber of Secrets thing, and that was just calming. The Potter scion had dedicated almost his entire year to dealing with the chamber, and it was getting tiring. When he got down, he was met with Daphne, who brightened when she saw him. "Good morning, Harry. Did you have a good night's sleep?" He nodded. "What about you?" "Great, but Tracy wouldn't get up early on a Sunday. Where's Blaze?" Harry shrugged. It didn't seem fair to wake him up, to be honest. "It's a Sunday, Daphne. You shouldn't wake them up just because you want to have breakfast with them." "Fine, it's just that keeping things from them for so long has been hard. You're the one who picked the red pill, and they didn't. They haven't answered my decision, so I'm assuming that they don't want to be involved, and I will respect that." And Harry was serious about that. He wasn't going to involve them in his mess unless they specifically asked him to do it. Yeah, there was some tension because it was obvious that Daphne knew something that they didn't, and they definitely noticed the Greengrass scion disappearing with Harry for hours. Yeah, the whole thing weighed on Daphne's conscience, and she wanted nothing more than to tell them. Fortunately, she couldn't take out her anger at him since he did offer them a chance and a standing offer. They just didn't take it. "Let's just get some breakfast and meet up with Luna for our lessons," the Greengrass scion grumbled. Yeah, he started giving her and Luna lessons to protect themselves. It wasn't anything fancy, but a few curses here and there and a couple of charms that would hide them or shield them would come a long way. Harry was focused primarily on ice spells, since extremely low temperatures limited the mobility and reactions of snakes, even magical ones. It was shown in the casualty rates of the only basilisk hunt that happened in a cold environment. Apparently, some ice elemental centuries back went insane and tried to start a new ice age. She ended up freezing up half of Europe in what seemed like the worst winter ever recorded. Well, it turned out that the large shift in temperate had woken a basilisk in Greece, enough for it to try to find a new nest warmer. It was hunted down and killed in less than a week, and the hunting party only came out with a single death and a few petrifications. Apparently the cold had weakened the beast immensely, enough that its glare was very underpowered and that its movement was stiff. The only casualty happened because one of them was bitten, not because of the glare, so yeah, it was an advantage that few knew of, and Harry was very interested in using it. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Daphne's voice. "What in Merlin's name is this monstrosity?" Harry looked up and saw the Great Hall, well, what should have been the Great Hall. For a fraction of a second, Harry thought that he was wrong. Room was designed by a toddler who was obsessed with the color pink. The room was completely unrecognizable. Gone were the rich and regal tones that usually adorned the castle walls. In their place was a blinding, almost fluorescent pinkish hue that practically assaulted his senses. The walls themselves seemed to blush, covered in an indecent quantity of pink flowers that clashed horribly with the stone architecture. As Harry took in the scene, he felt like he had stumbled into the imagination of a 7-year-old girl who had an inexplicable obsession with the color pink. He blinked, half expecting the entire spectacle to disappear in a puff of logic, but it remained stubbornly, garishly real. It was then that Harry remembered the date and murmured, "I think it's Valentine's Day." The Great Hall was transformed into a bizarre and gaudy carnival of affection. The candles that usually cast a warm glow on the students and their meals had been replaced by thousands of hearts. They floated in the air, flickering with a silvery pink light that was both mesmerizing and headache-inducing. There were hearts of all kinds: pink hearts, silver and pink hearts, red and pink hearts, and even some inexplicably gold-pink hearts. They bobbed and weaved in the air as if performing a choreographed dance. The tables were adorned with tablecloths that were, you guessed it, pink. Heart-shaped dishes held a rather excessive assortment of pink treats, from candies to pastries. Harry half expected his dinner to start oozing pink syrup at any moment. As Harry tried to make sense of the spectacle, he caught sight of the paintings that adorned the walls. Normally serene and aloof, the portraits had been swept up in the pink craze. Their frames were circled with hearts, as if someone had gone on a heart-sticking spree with reckless abandon. Miniature angels, sporting hues of pink and gold, fluttered around the paintings, their cherubic faces attempting to serenade the inhabitants of the hall with some truly horrifying love songs. He couldn't help but wonder who had orchestrated this explosion of pink. It was as if Cupid had gone on a caffeine-fueled rampage with a rainbow palette. Of course, the architect of this abomination was smiling brilliantly with flashy ink robes that genuinely hurt Harry's eyes. With that realized, he looked at his blonde companion and spoke up. "Yeah, we're out of here." He looked up and noticed that Luna was sitting at the Ravenclaw table. He motioned her to come over, and she nodded. The three of them slowly walked up to the 7th floor in silence, trying to bleach the past few memories from their brain, something that was unfortunately very hard to do. Hopefully, training would distract them. A couple of hours later, it obviously didn't. Even while Harry was animating a giant snake construct made of ice, his mind still looked back at the abomination he saw at the Great Hall. Daphne held up her hand in shielding charm, dodging the snake's charge. Alas, the charm exploded into a shockwave when it was shattered. It was a spell of Harry's own creation that he named Protego Pulsum. It took a little time to teach Daphne the Protego charm, which Harry thought was completely worth it since it was a very useful spell. Still, it was a very notable achievement and a testament to Daphne's talent that she managed to learn it in less than a month. Now they were covering the variants of the charm, like adding layers or in this case, a concussive force when it breaks. The giant snake's head snapped backwards, only to be met with a flipendo from Luna. Just as Harry was manipulating the ice to heal the damage to the construct, he froze and the world around him disappeared. Instead, there were flashes of a giant snake with yellow eyes, a familiar corridor near the astronomy tower, and a screaming girl with a blue tie. The room of requirements came back into view, and the ice snake fell crashing into 1,000 pieces. But Harry didn't seem to care, instead being horrified by what he had just seen. "Are you all right, Harry?" "What happened?" Daphne asked. "I just had a vision. He's back." Riddle started to attack again. I think it was a Ravenclaw, I'm not sure, to be honest. It was pretty fast. Harry practically ran towards the exit, the two girls following behind him, that is, until he found himself near the corridor he saw in his vision. He noticed that there was a small crowd forming, and he pushed his way forward, only to see the familiar form of Penelope Clearwater, frozen with a fearful expression on her face. Yeah, this was the girl he had just seen. However, something was different. Near the wall next to her, something weird. It was a smiling face, drawn in blood, and Harry paled. This was a message aimed at him. "What do you think it means?" Daphne asked. "Oh, that's simple. It means that it is time for us to resume our game." Talk about a bloody Valentine. Chapter 1. 115. Chapter 115, Dance of Lions. 7th March, 1993, Hogwarts. The last few months were the worst ones Neville Longbottom ever experienced, ever since he arrived at Hogwarts. It wasn't just the fact that his standing in the school was ruined, it was mainly because everyone kept looking at him with suspicion and sometimes even fear in their eyes. Ever since he was revealed as a Parselmouth, he was the main suspect, and now that the attack started once more, just a month after the boy who lived had returned to the castle from his suspensions, things were starting to get bleak when it came to Neville proving his innocence. Firsties just ran away from him now, and Muggleborns stopped meeting his eyes, in fear of being targeted next. The professors kept looking at him like he was a monster, and even Ron's brother Percy had anger in his eyes whenever they spoke to him. And of course, home wasn't much better. Neville's grandmother had tanned his hide and gave him a disappointed look that was just worse than her yelling. Apparently, using an illegal potion to break into a foreign common room by impersonating other scions of old families was not only stupid but also very short-sighted. Fine, he would admit that the polyjuice thing was a mistake. It would have been a great story if it had worked. But that's the thing, it didn't. Neville didn't know if the potion was faulty or something, but the fact that its effects wore off early at the same moment was very suspicious. It was probably some kind of defensive magic in the common room that would reveal intruders, but for some reason it only worked as they got out. It was the only way to explain this. They had done the whole thing perfectly. Even Potter, whom Neville would admit only to himself that he is very intelligent, had been fooled and had confessed to pretty serious information. Information that will help prove Neville's innocence. The boy who lived would need to give his estranged godbrother a gift of some sort for unknowingly helping him. At least he wasn't a prick to Neville anymore. Honestly, it was jarring to see how differently Slytherins behaved in their common room. They had rules. They weren't all racist bigots that thought that Muggleborns were lesser. Only a few like Malfoy were the loudest, but when he looked back at it, he couldn't remember any other Slytherin outside his group saying stuff like that. However, the fact that someone contacted his mother for what he said was hilarious. However, the petrification of Penelope Clearwater sent shockwaves through the schools, and not just for the petrification itself. Everyone had stopped thinking about the Chamber of Secrets since there hadn't been an attack for months. Well, they were obviously wrong, and the heir of Slytherin had claimed another victim. Needless to say, nearly everyone assumed that Neville was responsible, particularly after it came out that he had no alibi at the time of the attack on Clearwater. He was flying on one of the school brooms to clear his head. His grandmother might have confiscated his broom, and he might have been banned from Quidditch, but Neville still loved flying. Furthermore, the female prefect had been seen giving the Longbottom scion a detention for going out after curfew. Neville was planning on visiting Hagrid, and well, he was caught pretty easily. But that was motive enough for him to petrify him for most people. The general theory was that Neville had petrified Filch for the detentions he had to spend after the whole taking a flying car to Hogwarts thing, and then when Dean Thomas realized what had happened or caught Neville somehow, he petrified him. And when he tried to sneak into the Slytherin common room to plant some evidence there, he was caught and suspended. Now that he was back, the boy who lived resumed his reign of terror. Of course, that was nonsense, but Neville had to admit that there was a narrative there. Thank Merlin that the whole thing hadn't been brought into the media. This was enough evidence for Rita Skeeter to crucify him in the Daily Prophet. Neville's housemates started to harass him somewhat, a movement spearheaded by a few Muggle-born upper years. Gilbert Smith was particularly vicious in his attacks and had even hexed the boy who lived in the back when he was alone. Worse, he was backed up by the rest of his year. Cormac McLagan was Smith's friend and had taken to harass Neville whenever he could. It was a shame because they were pretty friendly the previous year. Unfortunately, his new status as the heir of Slytherin was more than enough to turn that camaraderie into a burning hatred. Honestly, he would rather one of them be petrified than Clearwater or Dean. Dean was his friend, and while Clearwater was a no-fun hard ass, she didn't deserve what happened to her. Thankfully, the mandrakes had almost matured, and according to Professor Sprout, It would only take a month for the victims to wake up. Alas, Neville knew from the testimonies of the older students that they didn't remember their attacks, so he wouldn't be able to clear his name this way. Anyway, Neville decided to not stay in the common room as much as possible while figuring out the whole air thing. Plus, his housemates were very suspicious and occasionally hostile. He had holed himself in the astronomy classroom, which wouldn't be used until late at night. He was sitting down across from Ron, playing chess. Well, losing a game of chess is the more apt description, until he saw Hermione running in while yelling out, "I figured it out! I figured it out!" Neville looked at her with concern. "What are you talking about?" It was Hagrid. He's the one who was framed for opening the Chamber of Secrets. "What?" he and Ron exclaimed at the same time. Neville cleared his throat and asked, "Are you sure about that?" "We couldn't see any records of how the situation was resolved, just articles about the attack. Although it is curious that nothing was written in the Prophet about the attacks, which is kinda unusual now that I think about it." The Golden Trio spent weeks in the library trying to decipher the information that Potter released. They confirmed that the Chamber of Secrets was in fact opened 50 years back, and people were petrified. A student had died, but they didn't say who out of respect, and there was a brief article saying that an unnamed student was expelled and that the attacks stopped afterwards. They couldn't even figure out what Slytherin's monster even was. Potter's clues about a long-lived snake capable of petrification were a little too vague. They couldn't really find anything about the subject. Hermione thought that it might be in the restricted section, and they were all planning on tricking Lockhart into signing a permission slip to get a book there. Of course, I'm sure. I couldn't find a direct link to who was expelled, but I had a list of all the students in attendance when the chamber was opened, and I got a list of the graduating roster for the next 7 years. Only 2 students attended Hogwarts but didn't graduate, a Muggle-born girl named Myrtle Warren and Rubeus Hagrid. Myrtle was probably the one who died since she's the Muggle-born, so that leaves Hagrid. He's the only one left. He never did say why he was expelled, and we can be sure that it can't be him. Dumbledore wouldn't have hired him in the school if it was him, Neville mused. "Yeah, no wonder he never said anything," Ron exclaimed. "Although there was something else," Hermione started. "Someone got a special award for services to the school in the year when the attacks occurred. I think he was a Slytherin named Tom Riddle." "Oh, I remember him. I cleaned his badge in the trophy room for my detention at the start of the year. It was really dirty, so I had to polish it several times," the redhead said. He then looked pensive for a minute. "Do you think he might have done it and put it on Hagrid? It's a pretty Slytherin thing to do." Hermione brightened. "That's actually a good idea." "Why do you sound so surprised?" Ron grumbled back at her. "Do you think we should go and ask Hagrid about it all? He might know something more about the attacks," Hermione asked. "That'd be a cheerful visit," said Ron. "Hello, Hagrid. Tell us, have you been setting anything mad and hairy loose in the castle lately?" In the end, they decided that they would not say anything to Hagrid unless there was another attack, or if they were really stuck. According to Potter, the man was framed, so bringing suspicions onto him was just being inconsiderate. With that subject out of the way, Hermione started prattling on about choosing their electives for the next year. Apparently, they were forced to choose at least 2 new subjects out of the 5 choices given: runes, arithmancy, divination, Muggle studies, and care of magical creatures. It was a choice that Hermione was taking very seriously indeed. Yeah, right, as if Neville had a choice. The Longbottom matriarch gave him a long letter outlining each of the electives. Neville knew his grandmother enough to see the subtext underneath the nicely worded letter. Long story short, she would kill him if he didn't choose runes. It seemed kind of pointless to learn an entirely new language, but she still terrified the hell out of Neville, so that was that. She strongly advised him to take arithmancy, but Neville was never good with numbers. If he didn't take arithmancy, then he would have to take 3 electives instead of 2, which were divination, rumoured to be an easy O, and care of magical creatures, which seemed kinda of necessary if he wanted to spend time with Hagrid without being accidentally maimed. Neville still had nightmares about the dragon the man hatched in his wooden hut. Muggle studies seemed kind of useless, to be honest. It just didn't seem like something he would ever use in his life. Seeing the future and taking care of magical animals seem a lot more interesting. Hermione, for some reason, wanted to attend all 5 and Ron chose care and divination for the easy grades. Anyway, the day ended with them splitting up. Hermione went to the library. Ron wanted to go back to the common room and take a nap, while Neville slowly walked towards the Quidditch pitch to fly for a bit. The school brooms were horrible, but they would do. Of course, all things had to come to an end when he heard a faint voice, "I smell blood. I smell blood." He stiffened and instinctively followed the voice. It probably wasn't a good idea, especially if Potter of all people thought that the monster was terrifying. But he had to do something. He ran as fast as he could, the whispers of killing and hunger getting louder as he got closer until they became silent. He looked around and saw nothing. This was a deserted wing in the castle. Practically no one went there. Neville had a couple of times when he was running from Filch. The Longbottom Scion raised his wand, ready to defend himself against the monster, until he froze when he saw blood on the wall. It was another smiling face, and Neville knew that a body was near it. Still grasping his wand, he gasped when he realized who it was. It was the familiar form of Cormac McLaggen, lying on the ground, rigid and cold, a look of frozen shock on his face, his eyes standing blankly at the ceiling. Holy shit, did he do that? Neville did personally wish he was petrified a couple of hours back. What the hell? It didn't make any sense. Cormac was a pureblood. His father was a pretty known entity in the light faction at the Ministry. He wasn't a Muggle-born, so why was he attacked? Neville's heart was doing a kind of drum roll against his ribs. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the body. This was a deserted place in the castle. He could run, and no one would ever know he had been there. Cormac was an ass, yes, but he needed to tell a professor or something about him. Would anyone believe he hadn't had anything to do with this? After all, his confrontations with McLaggen in the last couple of weeks were public knowledge in the castle. As he stood there, panicking, a door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves, the poltergeist, came shooting out. "Why, it's little Icky Longbottom. What are you up to in this part of the—" Peeves stopped, halfway through a mid-air somersault. Upside down, he spotted Cormac's body. "Attack! Attack! Run for your lives! No one is safe. Longbottom's caught in the act. Attack! It didn't take long for the professors to arrive alongside a large foray of curious students. Neville just stood there, transfixed, as Cormac was carried to the hospital wing by 2 junior professors. He saw Potter with a complicated look on his face, as if he was trying to figure out a large puzzle. He was particularly staring at the face in the wall before shifting towards Longbottom. As their eyes met, Neville felt like he was being seen through. It wasn't dissimilar to how it felt to stand next to Snape or Dumbledore. Neville only hoped the boy didn't also think he was guilty. He didn't know if it was a remnant of whatever familial bond he subconsciously wished they had, but Potter was one of the few people who were smart enough to see through whatever was happening. Alas, the boy left when he was shooed out by the Transfiguration professor, leaving Neville alone with her. "This way, Longbottom," she said. "Professor," said Neville at once, "I swear I didn't—" "This is out of my hands, Longbottom," said Professor McGonagall curtly. They marched in silence towards what Neville realized was the headmaster's office. He only hoped he didn't get expelled this time. The headmaster was already pretty short with him ever since the whole Polyjuice incident. Yeah, things didn't look good for Neville Longbottom. Chapter 1. 116. Chapter 1. 116. Of Earths and Stars. 15th March 1993, Hogwarts. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was veiled in an unsettling fog, a reflection of the shrouded mystery that had consumed not only the minds of the residents of the castle, but also of Harry Potter. Unlike the rest of the student body and the staff, the resurgence of the heir of Slytherin was something that he had expected. However, the change in patterns was something that he didn't see coming. It had baffled even his admittedly sharp intellect, and his usual air of confidence was beginning to show cracks, replaced by visible frustration. The castle's usually lively halls were now hushed with fear, as the once safe haven became tainted by the sinister presence of the infamous heir of Slytherin. Currently, Harry Potter was staying in his trust room of requirements, which he had shaped into a comfortable living room. He was sitting in an armchair that was identical to his favorite one in the Slytherin common room. Next to him, Daphne was pacing around, while Luna was humming distractedly. All of them were trying to figure out what Riddle's angle was. His change in patterns was baffling. It just didn't make sense. The first smiling face might be a message saying that he was back and not to forget about him, but the second petrification was such a break in the routine. Cormac McLaggen was a pureblood, and from a very influential family as well. His father was very well known in the ministry, and that meant that the Wizengamot would start putting pressure on Dumbledore to investigate, something that the headmaster would probably protest heavily. But also it was the location of the petrification. One of the biggest reasons he was even doing this was to spread fear in the Muggle-born population. He always chose a location that was pretty popular to release an unspoken message. I can get you wherever you are. However, McLaggen's petrification was in a part of the castle that no one ever ventured. Riddle obviously expected the petrification to occur there, since the blood drawing happened. Curiously, Longbottom was the one who found the body, and from a preliminary legitimacy scan, the boy had foolishly followed the basilisk's voice once more. And that also posed an issue. How was Longbottom connected to all of this? Riddle would be curious about his future self's defeat, of course, but the attack on McLaggen was pretty much framing the boy since he was spearheading the harassment of the boy who lived. The timing also didn't make sense, considering that his attacks happened a month apart, which was ideal to keep this little reign of terror while leaving enough hope that he wouldn't continue. Yet he was accelerating now, something that risked getting the ministry actively involved, and the students observed even further. Harry spent what seemed like hours trying to understand Riddle's motivations. There's something I'm missing. Daphne spoke out loud. What if it is Longbottom? The Potter Scion gave her an incredulous look. Didn't I tell you that a cursed diary is responsible for all of this? No, I meant that Longbottom is the one being possessed. Maybe Riddle is using his subconscious to pick his target somehow. Harry shook his head. No, I used legilimency on him. He wasn't the one who petrified McLaggen. He just followed the basilisk's voice and found him. I'm just saying that it's suspicious, that's all. No, the bigger question would be why McLaggen was even in that corner of the castle when he was petrified, and how did Riddle know about it and plan to have him petrified in that exact spot? Why don't you track him like you did before? Daphne asked. Luna told me you used something to scry his location. Can't you do that again? I used something similar to the diary to do it, a part of a whole. Plus he figured out how I tracked him down, so he probably put up some protections. I took him by surprise the last time. I don't have that luxury now. Do you have at least a few ideas on why McLaggen was chosen? The guy is an ass, but he's hardly the ideal victim that Riddle would pick. Harry shook his head. This was premeditated. The school has to send an owl to a student's guardian if he or she gets hurt. For Muggleborns, since the school is technically foreign territory, the headmaster could choose to act as a guardian, since they are considered to be orphans in the magical world, at least in terms of paperwork. So technically, this forced the headmaster to admit that something was wrong, especially since 2 attacks happened so quickly, one after another. So McLaggen Sr. would have to know what happened to his son, and he'd demand answers, Daphne continued. Yes, but he's also a known supporter of Dumbledore. A petrification wouldn't really be a big deal, but the headmaster would technically be forced to break his own embargo about the chamber, and that would mean that people outside the castle would have to talk, which explains the article. Yeah, the infamous article that pretty much caused the headmaster to keep putting out one fire after another. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's territory, and he liked having its secrets remain in the castle. There was this large ward that pretty much caused people to not want to talk about anything unusual happening in the school. Harry had sensed it pressing down on him when he tried to send a letter to Arcturus Black that had information about the petrifications. Other than a single no-name Muggleborn being petrified in November and a squib caretaker sharing the same fate a month prior, people just started to forget about it. But now that the heir had returned, the ward could only do so much. The McLaggen attack was the stone that broke the camel's back, and students started to be afraid since the boy was a pureblood. Fear would overwhelm the compulsion to keep things secret, and the fact that Dumbledore had to send a letter as well, The headmaster was currently under fire, which of course meant that Rita Skeeter had to write an article about it, one that was currently on the front page of the Daily Prophet on the table in front of them. MCLAGGIENSCIONVICIOUSLYATTINHOGWARTS, Boy Who Lived Implicated, by Rita Skeeter. On the 7th of March 1993, Cormac McLagan fell victim to a petrification spell within the supposed sanctum of safety, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The incident, far from being an isolated occurrence, has unveiled a dark series of events that has plagued the esteemed institution since the past October. It seems the illustrious halls of learning have not been impervious to a sinister force. McLagan, a young and promising Gryffindor, is now the fourth casualty following students Dean Thomas, Penelope Clearwater, and even staff member Argus Filch. The haunting undertone of these attacks becomes even more evident when one considers the chilling details. The initial assault carried with it an ominous message written in blood, hinting at the involvement of the heir of Slytherin, who allegedly opened the legendary Chamber of Secrets to unleash terror upon unsuspecting victims. For the uninitiated, the chamber is a mythical chamber attributed to Salazar Slytherin, said to harbor a fearsome creature tasked with purging the castle of those deemed unworthy. The veil of secrecy surrounding these assaults, as they remained concealed from the general public for months and escaped the notice of even the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, raises troubling questions about the transparency and efficacy of Hogwarts leadership, especially Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. However, this narrative is but a single thread woven into the intricate tapestry of these events. Among the prime suspects, Neville Longbottom, known as the renowned Boy Who Lived, comes under scrutiny. Longbottom's connection to the Parseltongue ability came to light when he inadvertently employed this skill to command a snake to attack fellow student Draco Malfoy during a dueling club demonstration, under the supervision of the infamous Gilderoy Lockhart. The once heroic Longbottom's reputation has been tarnished by an array of controversies throughout the current academic year, including employing a flying car to access the school, thereby flagrantly disregarding the International Statute of Secrecy. Furthermore, his involvement in a covert operation where he assumed the identities of prominent wizarding families' heirs to infiltrate the Slytherin common room and interrogate his peers has only heightened suspicions. The emergence of his Parseltongue proficiency only serves to further muddy the waters and provoke speculation regarding his true intentions. Curiously, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore's silence regarding Longbottom's potential culpability casts a shadow over his reliability and impartiality. The revered leader's mere assurance that the victims would soon recover under the care of Potions Master Severus Snape and Master Herbologist Pomona Sprout does little to quell the growing unease among parents and guardians. Doubts now loom over Dumbledore's ability to ensure the security of his students. As the castle navigates this period of uncertainty, one cannot ignore the uneasiness that shrouds the normally vibrant atmosphere of Hogwarts. It appears that even a place synonymous with magic and enlightenment is not immune to the creeping tendrils of darkness. As investigations continue and answers remain elusive, it becomes evident that the true nature of these events may be far more complex and disturbing than any could have fathomed. Story continues on page 5. Yeah, Rita Skeeter was a vicious woman indeed. Dumbledore had barely spent a single day inside the castle ever since it came out. There was a lot of chatter on whether or not he was the right person to take care of the next generation of wizards and witches in Britain. It wasn't enough to rattle Dumbledore from his position, but it was still damaging enough. Riddle might have wanted to kick Dumbledore out of the castle, Daphne proposed. Harry shook his head. We know that Riddle wants Dumbledore out of the castle, but even this wouldn't be enough for Malfoy to start a motion with the Board of Governors. You need an aggrieved parent to complain, and McLagan Sr. is unlikely to do so since it would technically be political suicide, and it's not that permanent. His son would be unpetrified in a couple of weeks. Oh. What is it? I'm thick. How could I not see it? He's not being meticulous. He didn't choose to change his schedule. He was forced to do it. McLagan was petrified just 2 days after Professor Sprout announced that the mandrakes would mature. He could try to sabotage them, but no one knows where she put them, and even then they're probably under heavy wards since they can technically be used as deadly weapons. So, whatever Riddle's plan was, he had to accelerate it, and whatever it is, he still needs the victims to stay petrified for some reason. Daphne grinned. I'm happy you solved it. Solved it? No, we got another clue. It'll be very helpful, but we still have a long way to go. No, we have a Quidditch game to get to. We both promised Tracy that we'd see the game with her, and it's almost 11. Do we have to? I'm so close, I can feel it. Harry whined. Of course we do. We made a promise, remember? Tell you what, you don't have to leave with me. I need to return a few books to the library, and I'll meet you up there. Fine, Harry replied while rolling his eyes. I'll be there. The blonde nodded and left, leaving Harry and Luna alone. You still don't see it? The young Ravenclaw started. See what? Never mind, the girl muttered to herself. Harry rolled his eyes and conjured an illusion of the castle. He knew that there had to be something he was missing with the locations. The amount of preparation and foresight meant that Riddle was paying very specific attention to the locations. There had to be some meaning. Hogwarts was a very hard castle to have a map of. It was constantly moving around, and there were numerous spatial anomalies inside it. The petrifications occurred in places that never really shifted. It was always near something public, like the Great Hall and the hospital wing, that the castle just didn't shuffle around. Even McLaggen was petrified near one of the old, abandoned trophy room before it was moved around a century ago when a stray spell from 2 students dueling in the corridor shattered most of them. Both students were expelled, of course, but the trophy room was moved to a location in the castle that was more easily supervised. Each attack occurred on a different floor. Harry decided to take every floor independently and make an illusion of it. Then he marked the location of each petrification. Luna perked up and commented, "What a pretty star." "What are you talking about?" "The petrifications take the shape of a star." Harry furrowed his eyebrow. Each floor of the castle had different dimensions. It wouldn't be possible to even make a shape considering the space distortions. However, the young Ravenclaw insisted, "Look, try to put the floors in the castle as if they would fit somehow. Remove all of the space enchantments, like they were normal rooms. They should fit somehow. Now light the location of every attack and remove the castle altogether." Harry did as Luna instructed and gaped as he noticed a pattern emerge from the light. He connected all of the attacks to each other. It was a star with a missing side, or more specifically, a giant pentagram that the castle diagonally. Riddle was planning a giant ritual of some sort. He was right, this is a lot bigger than Harry realized. How the hell did you see that? Luna answered with a shrug. I just do. There's a point missing to complete the star. The location of the last petrification. Harry created a point that would complete the pentagram, and he recreated the castle. He then found where the last attack would take place. The answer was a familiar location that Harry should have been elated to discover, but it made him feel like his veins had turned to ice. "Daphne," he murmured. Without saying a word, the Potter Scion ran out of the room of requirements towards the library, the location of the last attack. The moment he entered, he yelled out, "Daphne!" He kept running around the library like a madman, ignoring the protests of Madame Pince. He could deal with a few detentions. This was far more important. Finally, Harry froze when he saw his best friend. She stood unmoving, with her eyes widened, while holding a mirror in her hand. A familiar smiling face, drawn in blood, was on the walls, and the Potter Scion felt like he couldn't breathe. Madame Pince came in running after him, and also stayed motionless at the scene, Merlin's beard. But Harry didn't care. This was his fault. Riddle had targeted her because of him. However, this feeling of guilt was quickly overwhelmed with something else. The Potter Scion had rarely experienced such emotion. Rage, all-consuming burning rage. He was going to burn Riddle for this. Chapter 1. 117. Chapter 1. 117. Scarlet Precision. 16th March 1993, Hogwarts. The petrification of Daphne Greengrass changed things. Things really started to look bleak for the boy who lived, especially with the Slytherins looking nervous for the first time since the attack started. The heat and suspicion on the Longbottom Scion had skyrocketed because a member of the House of Snakes was attacked. Neville's distaste for the house was very well known, and since he technically had a motive to petrify every victim, and he was a parcel-mouth, the entire school pretty much stayed away from him. Honestly, Neville wanted to curse the heir of Slytherin for giving him that much trouble. However, the school itself was also in danger of closing for the first time in decades. Even when Lord Voldemort still had a body and was fighting a war and actual Death Eaters roamed the halls of the castle disguised as students, the school still remained strong. Dumbledore remained strong. The school had survived McLagan's petrification because they were still under the headmaster's banner, politically at least. But the Greengrasses were not the same. The Longbottom Scion expected them to use every dirty trick they could manage just to get a measure of retribution from whoever they thought was responsible, which included Neville and Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet article had done enough damage to their reputations. The revelation that Neville was a parcel-mouth had changed things, and his grandmother was the one dealing with the aftermath. Neville clenched his hand when he remembered that article that pretty much slandered him and the professor. If it wasn't for the enchantments his grandmother put up, he would have been overwhelmed by hate mail. His gran had already doubled the number of people going through his mail in the last few days alone. They already hired a couple of people years ago to go through his mail and sort it out accordingly. The truth was that the Longbottom Scion was famous on a national scale and sometimes even internationally. There were dozens, sometimes even hundreds of letters that arrived every day asking for endorsements, inviting him into an event or another, or sometimes even just giving him gifts. Fan mail got boring very quickly after the first 100 letters. There were secrecy contracts, of course, since mail is somewhat sensitive, but official letters tended to be obviously marked, so the risk of them knowing something damaging was little. Anyway, Neville's gran hiring more people meant that the current workers were overwhelmed, and that meant that things were really bad in terms of public opinion. The elder woman had refused to tell him what the letters contained, but he knew that it was her way of protecting him from the outside world. Right now, Neville was sitting alone in a corner of the common room. Everyone was giving him a wide berth and glances when they thought he wasn't looking. He hadn't seen Ron or Hermione in a couple of hours. Hermione was probably in the library studying, and Ron was either asleep or playing chess against himself. Neville didn't feel like talking to them. He didn't feel like talking to anyone, really. Of course, that was when Professor McGonagall entered the common room, and everyone shut up to listen to her announcement. There was a big possibility that the school would be shut down after all. First of all, I want to reassure all of you that Professor Dumbledore decided against shutting down the school at this moment, but that decision can still be contested by the board and even the ministry, so I cannot say if that decision will be final or not. A few students whooped, but they were silenced quickly by her glare. Now, with that said, I still have a few things to address to all of you. Considering the escalation that the perpetrator of these horrid attacks has been exhibiting, a few rules and regulations have been decided. From now on, all students will return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher. All further Quidditch training and matches are to be postponed. There will be no more evening activities, so no clubs, no meetings, nothing other than classes and the common room. There were a few voices of protest, but McGonagall raised her hand. I know that this is stifling, but we're only concerned about your safety. Why don't you just expel Longbottom? A voice asked. I know this is a difficult time for you all, but I assure you that if Mr. Longbottom was in fact guilty, we are more than competent enough to have caught him. This is not a time for you to be divided, but to unite in front of that threat. The professor's voice turned somewhat choked. I need hardly add that I have rarely been so distressed. There is the very present possibility that the school be closed if there is another attack, or if the culprit behind them isn't caught. If you think you might know anything about the attack, anything factual at least, I urge you to come forward. She climbed somewhat awkwardly out of the portrait hole, and the Gryffindors began talking immediately, still giving him the stink eye. But Neville didn't pay any attention to them. They had condemned him so readily, without even a second's thought, so their opinions stopped mattering to him anymore. But someone else had suffered as he had, Hagrid. He was accused of the attacks too, and he was even expelled for them. And if Neville knew Hagrid, he would never attack another human being. For all his intimidating appearance, the man was literally the personification of a gentle giant. He had to talk to him and get his side of the story. With that in mind, Neville stood up and looked for Ron and Hermione to join him. Maybe they were in their dormitory. He went upstairs and heard a familiar voice. "I'm telling you, Hermione, it might be Neville." "Don't be silly, Ron," Hermione's voice responded. "We literally were with him when Filch was attacked. He could have petrified him before and then came back so that we wouldn't be suspicious," Ron protested. "I'm telling you, Ron, it's not Neville. Now stop speaking rubbish and let me finish this essay." Yet the redhead wasn't to be deterred. Even if it's not him, you have to admit that whoever is responsible has to be interested in Neville. Every single victim was someone that Neville either didn't like or had annoyed him in some way. Dean didn't do anything to Neville. Anything that we know of. But my point is, are we safe? You know, I knew since last year that being his friend would be dangerous, but this is a lot more than I signed up for. Hermione didn't answer for a few seconds. "No, it's not. And it might be dangerous, but like you said, we're his friends." Neville chose not to listen to the rest of the conversation. His friends were doubting him. His friends. They should be on his side, helping him, not run around behind his back and say stuff like that. If his friends wouldn't trust him, then he would rather not have any. He was going to see Hagrid on his own. Discreetly, Neville got out of the common room. It was easy. Everyone, even the prefects, was distracted by the announcement, which was kind of ironic since it was all about personal safety. The entire castle was pretty much deserted. The other houses probably had a meeting like the one that just happened in the Gryffindor common room. The journey through the castle corridor didn't take long. Neville had memorized the castle by now because of his numerous adventures after curfew. There was a close call when a ghost was patrolling and almost caught Neville, but he hid quickly in one of the hidden passages until the floating spirit went past. Finally, he left the castle and made his way to the shack that Hagrid called his home. Seconds after he knocked, Hagrid flung it open and Neville found himself face to face with him, aiming a crossbow at him, his dog Fang barking loudly behind him. "Oh," he said, lowering the weapon and staring at him, "what are you doing here?" "What's that for?" said Neville, pointing at the crossbow as they stepped inside. Nothing," Hagrid muttered. "I just thought, never mind, I'm making tea. Why don't you sit down?" The man was clearly unsettled and shaking. He nearly extinguished the fire, spilling water from the kettle on it, and then smashed the teapot with a nervous jerk of his massive hand. "Are you okay, Hagrid?" said Neville. "I'm fine," he answered briskly. "This is just a sensitive time for me." "Hagrid, I know you were expelled because they thought you opened the chamber," Neville started. "I didn't. I swear to Merlin I didn't," the giant man started. "I know you didn't, Hagrid. But they're doing the same thing to me. I just thought it would be nice to talk about someone who was in the same position once." The groundskeeper's eyes softened, but before he could say anything, there was a loud knock on the door. Neville quickly hid in the corner of the room, behind a few crates, which pretty much hid him entirely. After Hagrid made sure that he was hidden, he seized his crossbow and flung open his door once more. "Good evening, Hagrid." It was Dumbledore's voice, but he sounded a lot more serious than Neville had ever heard him before. The headmaster wasn't even like this when he came to Hogwarts with a flying car or broke into the Slytherin common room while using a polyjuice potion. There had to be another person following him since there was another set of footsteps. Neville was proven correct when a strangely familiar voice started to speak up. "Bad business, Hagrid. Very bad business. Had to come. 5 attacks. 2 of them being on children with very influential families. Things have gone far enough. Ministry's got to act." The Longbottom Scion then realized who this was. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. He had met the man a couple of years back at some kind of ministry event. What was he doing there? This was bad, very bad indeed. "I never," said Hagrid, sounding so desperate that Neville clenched his fists. "You know I never, Professor Dumbledore, sir." "I want it understood, Cornelius, that Hagrid has my full confidence," said Dumbledore. "Look, Albus," said Fudge uncomfortably, "Hagrid's record's against him. Ministry's got to do something. The school governors have been in touch. Yet again, Cornelius, I tell you that taking Hagrid away will not help in the slightest." "Look at it from my point of view," said Fudge. A series of attacks happened under your watch, and the man who was deemed responsible for the attacks the last time is still employed in your school. I know that his records were sealed under your advisement, but if anyone realized that he was still in the castle, then they would tan my hide and yours. Look, I don't really have a choice. The public demands accountability, and taking him is the only way they could be appeased while we figure out how to solve this mess. Take me, said Hagrid. Take me where? It's only for a little while, just a few months at most until the end of the school year. You'll also be let out with a full apology. Not Azkaban, croaked Hagrid. Of course not. You're a suspect, not a convict. It will just be a holding cell at the DMLE until we solve this mess. If you are truly innocent, then you have nothing to fear. You will be treated with the utmost respect, I'll make sure of that myself. But you have to admit that this situation could turn up a lot worse for you if you stay here and there's another attack. But if an attack occurs while you're away, then you would be cleared immediately. You could even appeal your expulsion and be able to wield a wand again. Before Hagrid could answer, there was another loud rap on the door. Another person entered the hut. Already here, Fudge? Good. Good. Neville froze when he heard that voice. This was Lucius Malfoy. That wasn't good at all. What are you doing here? Said Hagrid furiously. Get out of my house. My dear man, please believe me, I have no pleasure at all in being inside your house, said Lucius Malfoy with a condescending tone. I was told that the headmaster was here. And what exactly did you want with me, Lucius? Said Dumbledore. Dreadful thing, Dumbledore, said Malfoy lazily, but the board feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures on it. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? Students have a right to not live in fear, and this is just the board making sure of that. We assume that your deputy can take care of matters in your unfortunate absence. But if she is unable to, well, we are more than happy to assign a replacement, but it would likely be a permanent one. Oh, now, see here, Lucius, said Fudge, looking alarmed. Dumbledore suspended. This is the last thing we want just now. I'm afraid, Cornelius, that the appointment or suspension of headmasters is decided by the school board, not the other way around. This was a unanimous decision, and that means that we all feel like he cannot protect the students. Before anyone else could protest, Dumbledore spoke up. If the school board want my removal, Lucius, I shall of course step aside. But, stuttered Fudge. No, growled Hagrid. However, Dumbledore continued, you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. For a second, Neville thought that this message was directed at him. It was obvious that Neville wasn't the one taken off guard by the headmaster's last statement. Instead of acknowledging it, they all started to leave the hut. At least it sounded like they did. Of course, before leaving, Hagrid yelled out, "Oh, and if anyone wanted to find out some stuff, all they'd have to do is to follow the spiders. That should help, that's all I'm saying. All right, I'm coming." And with that, the door banged shut, leaving the young Gryffindor trying to process what had happened. Dumbledore was gone. That was bad. That was really bad. The school had lost its biggest defender, while a monster roamed its halls. And what was Hagrid muttering about? Following the spiders? What is up with that? Now that he mentioned it, Potter did say about the weird movements of the spiders. When he snuck out of the hut, the boy who lived noticed a great line of spiders going towards the forbidden forest. Follow the spiders, he muttered to himself. I'm afraid that's not on the agenda today, a voice behind him commented. Neville made to raise his wand, but was disarmed as soon as he touched it. He looked up at the attacker and saw the merciless green eyes of Harry Potter. You? The boy shrugged. Me. Now I would let you get yourself killed by Hagrid's pet acromantula colony and get no results whatsoever, but I'm kind of pressed for time and I need a parcel mouth. So I guess you're coming with me, Longbottom. Chapter 1. 118, Chapter 118, Into the Abyss. 16th March 1993, Hogwarts. As Harry pointed his wand at the disarmed Neville Longbottom, he couldn't help but think that what he was going to do would have consequences, ones that he maybe wouldn't have foreseen. He was going to reveal himself in a way that he hadn't expected before. But every time he remembered the still form of his friend in the infirmary, he just didn't regret his actions. Tom Riddle had gone too far, and that was something that Harry wasn't going to take lying down. The attack had changed things for the House of Snakes. Subconsciously, even after McLaggen showed that the heir of Slytherin was more than willing to attack purebloods, Harry's housemates all thought that they were safe, that the heir wouldn't attack them. Daphne's petrification proved them wrong, and they finally started to panic. Tracy and Blaise were inconsolable as well, but Harry refused to lose himself in his mourning, choosing to take his anger out on Riddle instead. His distance during this dark time was putting some strain in his relationship with his friends, but they were surprisingly understanding at Harry's need to keep busy. Being busy was good. It occupied his mind from thinking about Daphne. Harry was doing his best to suppress all emotions pertaining to her. It probably wasn't healthy, and everything would end up crashing down, but he was going to be productive at the very least. Daphne's attack had revealed a lot about Riddle's plan, but there was an inevitable conclusion to all of his research. Harry needed a Parselmouth to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and there was only a single public Parselmouth in the castle. Thankfully, Harry ended up finding Longbottom before the fool tried to sneak inside an acromantula nest on his own. Rescuing him from the forest would have ended up being messy. He disarmed the Longbottom scion before he could think about hexing him by reflex. The Longbottom scion had turned towards him with a betrayed look. "You?" Harry had just shrugged and answered, "Me. Now I would let you get yourself killed by Hagrid's pet acromantula colony and get no results whatsoever, but I'm kind of pressed for time and I need a Parselmouth, so I guess you're coming with me, Longbottom." Which brought them to their current position. "You're the heir of Slytherin." "Of course I'm not," Harry answered with a snort. "Are you an idiot or something? I have better things to do than petrifying students." "Then why are you doing this?" the boy who lived asked. "This has gone on long enough. I'm hunting down the heir of Slytherin, and unfortunately, I need your help. More specifically, I need a Parselmouth, and since you're the only one around, I have to settle for you." Yeah, saying that had hit Harry's pride slightly. Yes, Parseltongue was a spell, some kind of soul projection of intent that worked as a pulse of intent. The noise was technically the incantation, which was somehow saved in some kind of magical crest, one that Slytherin had to have made sure couldn't be seen. Harry could technically replicate the process, but only if he had a couple of years, or maybe even a few months, if he had a live sample of something using Parseltongue, so he was stuck with Longbottom. "If you think I'm going to help you with anything?" Harry snorted. "Hey, Longbottom, look at me." The boy looked at his blank face. "Do I look like I give a damn what you think?" The Longbottom scion gulped in fear, and Harry nodded to himself in satisfaction. His point was made. Finally, Longbottom spoke up. "You want to stop the heir too, don't you?" "I want the same. We could team up. Dumbledore was just removed from the castle. The heir will have free reign soon." Harry froze. "Dumbledore is gone?" "Yeah, I just heard Lucius Malfoy say that he was voted out by the board. They even took Hagrid away, since he was the one expelled for opening the chamber the last time." Shit. Dumbledore was out of the castle, and that was bad. That was very bad. Riddle had been aiming to specifically remove the headmaster because he would be able to stop his ritual. At least, that was Harry's guess. Without him being there, the heir of Slytherin could activate his ritual without being stopped. That accelerated the timeline immensely. "Yes, I know, he was set up 50 years ago," Harry mumbled. Of course, this was when his unwilling companion started to gain a measure of intelligence. "Why are you so afraid? I thought you would have been over the moon if Dumbledore was removed from his position." Harry stifled a snort. Dumbledore wasn't removed from his position, not really. Hogwarts is his seat of power. Nothing will ever remove him unless he doesn't want to be there. Do you honestly think the board could actually make him do anything? No, he's playing the long game. I'm guessing that Lucius Malfoy is going to have a very uncomfortable few months after this. But the problem is that he's out of the castle, and that's bad. That's very bad. He's going to start soon. Who is? The Queen of England, the Potter scion answered sarcastically. Who do you think? The heir of Slytherin, dumbass. The boy stayed silent and followed Harry to the ground floor of the castle. It took a good part of a day for the Potter Scion to find this place. He already had an approximation from his research, but finding the exact place Tom Riddle had hidden the entrance to the chamber took a lot of time practically. "Where are we going?" Longbottom asked. "The Chamber of Secrets, of course." "And how did you find it?" he said. "I didn't. The chamber isn't a physical place. It's not even technically in Hogwarts. It's in a pocket dimension, and the heir controls the entrance. I found the old entrance back in November, but when the heir found out that I was tracking him, he changed it. We fought, of course, and I won. But it's hard to permanently defeat something like him. It took some time, but he came back a month ago." "What do you mean? Was he a ghost or something?" "Something, I guess," Harry answered. "The magic would go over your head. It probably would go over mine as well, since I never focused on things like that." "Ah, we've arrived." They stopped in front of what seemed to be a sophisticated enchanted clock of sorts. It was a somewhat artistic piece that was mostly useful for finding out different astrological phases. Dead useful in potion making and rituals, but not so much for the average wizard. It was archaic, almost a millennia-old relic, and there were a lot of cheaper alternatives that were developed afterwards. Who would have thought that this ornament was a secret pass that practically no one knew about? Harry used his arcane hearing to see the resonance of the artifact. Wizards had never needed the concept of encryption before, because what would be the purpose of such an endeavor? Of course, the Potter Scion didn't complain. After all, it made breaking into secret passages a lot easier, since reverse engineering using his arcane hearing was very easy if there was nothing preventing him from hearing the entire magical circuitry. It took around 10 seconds for Harry to find the correct frequency, and with a wave of his wand, he activated the opening function of the passage. The gears started to turn, and the artifact opened up like a doorway, revealing a hidden room inside and allowing Harry and his unwilling guest to get in. Longbottom was gaping at the entrance. "I didn't know this place even existed." He entered the room, admiring it. He was right to do so. It was as large as a common room and filled with portraits, tapestries, and books. It was a repository of forgotten lore and powerful enchantments that Harry would have loved to devour in his own time. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time to discover the secrets of this place. Riddle's downfall took precedence. Neither did I before tracking the heir down. It's called the Undercroft, I believe. I read about it in an old journal of some Gaunt who came to Hogwarts around a century ago. Nice guy. His family, on the other hand, not so much. Even then, it didn't ever say where the entrance was, only that it was a secret room or something. "And how did you track down the heir?" Harry groaned. "When I looked at the attacks, I found something irregular. The victims were not that important, at least not as important as the locations. The attacks occurred in a certain pattern. If you take the castle and ignore the spatial anomalies, it looks exactly like a pentagram. And pentagrams are very commonly used when it comes to rituals, because of the stability they create. And from my research, a ritual is activated in the middle of the circle, and the middle of the star is this room." The Potter Scion didn't know much when it came to rituals. It was a pretty sensitive piece of magic, and well, it was too wild and unpredictable for Harry to appreciate. All of Harry's knowledge about rituals came from an all-nighter he spent in the forbidden section of the library, trying to make heads or tails of whatever Riddle had planned. He didn't learn much, but he now knew enough to track down where the ritual was going to take place, and that the sacrifices were probably not going to survive it. The prospect of Daphne dying was unacceptable to the last Potter. "Wait a minute, this is a ritual?" Longbottom asked. "Yes, it is. A very large ritual, powered by 5 sacrifices and Merlin knows what else. I'm a bit out of my depth when it comes to rituals," Harry admitted. "I thought that I had enough time to stop it. But with Dumbledore out of the castle, this is the prime time for the heir to do it." Longbottom looked frozen by the revelation and just nodded to himself. "How can I help?" Taken aback by the boy's resolute tone, Harry said, "Since when do you agree with anything I say?" "This is different. The school is in danger, and I think I could move past our feud for a little while." "What feud, Longbottom?" "I've mostly just ignored you." "Trust me, I have better things to do with my life than this feud of yours," Harry retorted. "Stop being a smart-ass Potter and tell me what to do." Harry groaned. "Try to find anything with a snake on it." like a carving or something. It took them around 10 minutes for them to find the entrance. It was near an empty painting in the corner of the room. There was a tiny snake scratched on the left side of the portrait. The Potter Scion grinned and spoke up. "Longbottom, say something in parcel tongue." The boy who lived rolled his eyes and said, "Open up." "That was in English, dumbass," Harry responded. "Look at the snake. Imagine it was alive, that his head was moving left and right, and tell it to open up." This time, a strange hissing came of the boy's mouth. Harry could feel a pulse of magic projected by Neville's soul that had an intent of opening. The frame of the painting glowed with a brilliant white light and moved out. Instead of the wall, there was a small room with a hole in the middle. A long tunnel going downwards that was wide enough for a man to slide into. This was it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry could go on with there. The pulse of magic Longbottom used could technically be recreated if he tried for a bit. He had done his best to memorize the feeling and sound of the parcel mouth when Longbottom asked the chamber to open up. He didn't need Longbottom anymore. Harry threw Longbottom's wand back at its owner. "I guess this is it." "Thanks, Longbottom." "I'm coming with you," the boy answered with a final tone. "This is not your fight, Longbottom." "Of course it's my fight. Whoever has been doing this is obviously trying to frame me. This is my school too, which honestly feels more like home than my actual house. My parents wouldn't have run from this, and neither will I." Seeing that there was probably nothing he could do to stop the reckless boy, Harry shrugged. "It's your funeral. But let's be absolutely clear, if I tell you to do something, you do it without even questioning anything. And the first thing is to wear these goggles." Harry took off his hat, took out the basilisk glare-resistant goggles, and gave them to Longbottom. The boy who lived gave him an incredulous look, and Harry realized that the boy likely had no idea what they were facing. "The monster we're facing is a basilisk. Entire teams of specialists try and often fail to kill one of them. It's a giant snake that kills you if you meet their eye. The air has been holding it back to just petrify, but you can still technically be defeated with just a look. I made these goggles to stop that. This pair was supposed to be Daphne's, but I never got the chance to give it to her. Remember that the basilisk's venom is also very dangerous. It can literally destroy any magic, so don't get bitten. Are you still sure that you want to continue, Longbottom?" The Longbottom Scion just gulped and nodded. Harry took out his own pair, which looked more like glasses than goggles. Technically, Longbottom's pair was safer since it covered the entire field of view, but Harry couldn't incorporate his actual glasses with the goggles. Because Harry was still practically blind without them, so he had to compromise and create large glasses and go over his own. With that done, Harry looked down at the tunnel and grinned slightly. He jumped into it and yelled, "Geronimo!" Chapter 119. Chapter 119, The Chamber of Secrets. 16th March 1993, Hogwarts. Honestly, it took far too long to reach the end of the tunnel. It wasn't as scary as it looked. It was more like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. Harry could see more tunnels branching off in all directions in a giant labyrinth of tunnels, but none as large as the one he was sliding down in, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward for what felt like miles. When he finally saw a small light at the end of the tunnel, Harry raised his wand and cast Molière towards the ground. As expected, Harry landed softly on the cushioned floor and bounced up immediately after. Longbottom didn't get so lucky since he bounced off the floor and fell on his backside. He got up slowly while holding his arse. "You could have warned me." Harry didn't answer him and just shrugged, deciding to look around. They arrived in some kind of small room with a tunnel going forward. Longbottom whistled. "We must be miles under the school, maybe even under the lake itself." "I wouldn't really say so, since it's a pocket dimension. We're technically not in Hogwarts anymore, just the entrance to the chamber is there. I think is this some kind of playground for the basilisk to move around with? Maybe the air could map the tunnels of this place to the school's pipe system. It would explain how a large basilisk would go in and out, without being noticed." "I did hear the voices from the inside the walls," Longbottom admitted. "From now on, Longbottom, I want you to be very careful. We're in the air's territory now, which means that anything here could be a weapon or a trick. From now on, I want you to listen to me and do everything I say." This isn't schoolyard antics anymore. This is serious. The boy who lived nodded. Enough with the last name stuff. If we're going to fight a monster together, we might as well call each other by our first names, huh, Harry? The Potter scion rolled his eyes. Fine, Longbottom, just follow me. The tunnel was extremely dark, so he conjured a ball of light that would follow them. Their journey was as quiet as a gravesite, and the first unexpected sound they heard was a loud crunch as Longbottom, no Neville, stepped on what turned out to be a rat's skill. When the boy looked down, he yelped as he realized that the floor was littered with small animal bones. Why are there bones everywhere? Basilisks are known for their long hibernation cycle, but they tend to be famished when they wake up. I'm guessing the heir had to collect a large amount of food discreetly to feed it, so that it would start attacking again. Rats were probably easy targets. He probably used some kind of modified summoning enchantment or maybe a pheromone charm targeted to rats. What you're seeing here is the remains. You have an answer for everything. Harry shrugged. I don't leap into anything without planning. But aren't you leaping here without a plan? I have several plans. Just because you just jumped into the mysterious tunnel without thinking doesn't mean that I have. The Longbottom scion snorted. You're an arrogant ass, Potter. Maybe I am, but how would you know? It's been nice, Neville said, being able to talk to you like that. I know you kind of forced me to come at one point, but I always thought that we would be close. When my grandmother told me about us being godbrothers, I was really looking forward to meeting you. Must have been such a disappointment, right? Harry answered with a smirk. You have no idea, the boy commiserated. The first time I saw you was when you were sorted into Slytherin of all places. I didn't really choose it. I just asked the hat to put me where it thought I would do best. I don't want to admit it, but Slytherin suits you, Neville said, and Gryffindor suits you. They stayed silent for a few minutes, just walking forward, and the boy who lived asked, Do you think we ever had a chance at being close? Not really. We're too different, from two different backgrounds. I think we would have stepped on each other's feet a lot. The boy hummed, but before he could respond, he gasped. When Harry followed his sight, he saw the outline of something huge. Harry moved the ball of light towards it and marveled at the sight. It was a gigantic snake skin of a vivid poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been at least 20 feet long. Blimey, said Neville weakly. I know it's quite big. The actual basilisk must be a little bigger since it had to shed the skin, Harry commented. How can you be calm? Did you see the size of this thing? Trust me, its size isn't a big deal. Its glare, on the other hand, is very dangerous. Big things are less agile. Slowing it down even more should ease things a bit. The Longbottom scion looked hesitant for a bit before asking, How well do your goggles work? Not sure, Harry answered. What do you mean you're not sure? Well, I don't have a basilisk to test them on, do I? Look, the worst that can happen is you getting petrified. See the rubies at the back of the goggles. When these get hotter, it means that it's going to fail soon, and to not look it in the eye. Try not to look it in the eye in general, but a few glimpses aren't a big deal. This is so you don't move around blind like an idiot. The boy didn't seem convinced, but Harry continued for him. Look, I'll be frank here. Our chances aren't that great, but like I said, the basilisk is big, and that means that it's not as agile. It has two main weak points, the eyes and the mouth, since the hide is as strong, if not stronger than that of a dragon. That comes with the magic resistance and everything. Snakes are also cold-blooded, so any ice spell would slow it down. I'm giving you these in case you're in trouble. Harry took off his fedora and took a small back inside it. The boy who lived opened the sack and took out a black sphere that was the size of a golf ball. His brows furrowed in confusion, looked, What are these? These little bombs suck the heat out of a 20-feet radius. You can later use them as normal bombs since they release the heat, so you could technically use them twice. I'm also giving you these as well. Harry gave him another 2 sacks and continued, Same premise. The bombs in the white sack release a flashbang that would blind the basilisk temporarily. Its eyes are pretty sensitive. And another is filled with a sonic pulse that should theoretically disorient the basilisk's senses. Neville looked awed at what he had witnessed. How in Merlin's name did you get all of this? I made them. I told you I was prepared for this. You made them? The boy honestly looked flabbergasted for some reason. Harry didn't really understand why. These weren't really all that difficult to make. Well, the goggles were, and Harry was proud of those. The rest were just single-use items filled with magic that were just released. Sucking out the heat was kinda tricky, but overall, Harry made them on a lazy afternoon after he decided to include Daphne. They were ways for her to fight. Harry suppressed the wave of sadness he felt when he thought of his friend and went back to talking to Neville, who looked like his whole world was flipped upside down. "Don't get distracted. You're the one who asked to come, and this place is very dangerous." "I know. How am I supposed to fight something as big as this?" He gestured to the giant snakeskin. "It's massive." "I told you, blind it, disorient it, then try to hit the back of its mouth or its eyes. Oh, and if you're trouble, try to think of your loyalty to Dumbledore." It was kind of a long shot, but Dumbledore wouldn't really leave the castle without someone keeping an eye on his little prophecy child. Fawkes was probably making sure the boy wouldn't kill himself or something, and that meant that the mythical creature was observing them. "Dumbledore, what does he have to do with this? He's been suspended." Yeah, he did. But someone like him doesn't really go away as long as people loyal to him remain in the castle. Do you honestly think he would hang you out to dry? The boy looked conflicted, but nodded. He looked like he wanted to say something, but then the floor started to shake. As the ground trembled beneath them, Harry could see Neville's eyes widen with apprehension. The distant rumbling grew louder and more intense, causing the torches on the chamber walls to flicker and sway. It was as if the very earth itself was responding to some unseen force, sending shockwaves through the air. Harry and Neville exchanged a worried glance before focusing their attention back on each other. "Remember, Neville, follow the plan. If it doesn't work, Dumbledore is your best bet." Before he could continue, the ground gave another violent shake, causing them to stumble. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the stone walls. The source of the sound became apparent as an enormous figure slithered into view for a fraction of a second, before disappearing quickly into a tunnel that Harry could swear wasn't there before. Yeah, it was a lot bigger than the empty skin they had seen previously. The basilisk didn't seem to want to attack them directly, but probably wanted to hunt them down. Harry remembered seeing glimpses of a yellow glow that made his glasses heat up slightly. At least the goggles seemed to be working fine. However, the King of Serpents did not reveal his face to them immediately. Was this how the basilisk hunted? Did it use its body to throw people around and crush them to death, while sneaking around trying to find glimpses of eye contact it could use to kill or petrify people? It was far smarter than Harry thought it would be. Still, they were still in tunnels. Even if it was somewhat of a maze, the environment was in their favor. Harry closed his eyes and focused on his arcane hearing. He could feel it, the basilisk. It was a mix between a feral song and a predator that was ready to ambush its prey. It was getting closer, and Harry grinned slightly before throwing a flashbang and sonic attack at the tunnel that was opening next to him. The creature screeched in pain, and the ground started to shake once more. Harry felt himself falling towards a wall, which literally turned into another tunnel that he fell through. When he got up with a start, he couldn't feel the location of the basilisk. He closed his eyes to focus, only to be interrupted by some slow clapping. Tom Riddle stood in front of him, next to what seemed to be a small table. "Well done. You found the Undercroft and thus the legendary Chamber of Secrets." "It wasn't that hard, to be honest," the younger wizard replied dryly, "because I made sure it wasn't. I see you've brought a pet of your own. I'm afraid I don't think it will last much against mine." Harry shrugged. Who knows? Worse odds have been overcome before, so why not now? After all, Neville Longbottom has a history of achieving the impossible. The smile on Riddle's face somehow grew. "Perhaps. I don't know what you hope to achieve, bringing him of all people. He's not nearly as impressive as he sounds. Trust me, I should know." He looked to his right, and Harry followed his gaze, only to freeze at the sight of an unconscious familiar girl. Hermione Granger. "So that's who your second host was?" "Yes, she was a delight, that one. Nowhere near Luna, of course, but it could have been worse. Not a bad mind, but not tempered with a single shred of wisdom. I guess I expected more, but she was just so ordinary. I have to say that I had no idea you two knew each other." I guess it made everything all that sweeter. She was especially heartbroken after you unmasked her in the middle of the common room. She never guessed it, of course, but I could see your fingerprint all over it, especially with your little speech before. If we weren't enemies, I would shake your hand at the trouble you caused Dumbledore. Trouble that you finished off. Your choices of petrifications were very telling. But you shouldn't have gone after Daphne. You made it personal. The older boy snorted. Harry, this was personal the moment you separated me from Luna. An eye for an eye. I believe that's the saying. The Potter scion gave him a blank look, and the heir of Slytherin motioned towards the table. Harry noticed that there was a chess set on it, and a clock. Do you mind joining me for a game? I have to say that I am interested to see how it concludes, even if your chances are dim. Harry sat down, giving him an intense stare. A 5-minute game? If you think you can manage it. Pawn to e4. This was going to be interesting indeed. Chapter 1. 120. Chapter 1. 120. Check. 16th March, 1993, Hogwarts. Tom Riddle looked to be in his element. He was calm and collected. He had a small smirk on his face that indicated that he knew something that Harry didn't, that the end of the game was already preordained. Harry finished observing his opponent and asked, "Is she dead?" He was talking about the lying body of Hermione Granger, who didn't look like it was breathing at all, yet Harry could tell that she had a spark of life still left in her. It was odd. She was alive and dead at the same time. The older boy's grin widened. In a way. She was quite the host, I have to say. People seemed to trust her. It was weird being in her body, recognized as being on the side of the angels. You should have seen the little Longbottom boy running around like a headless chicken trying to clear his name. Something that you orchestrated, I'm assuming. Every fairy tale has to have a good old-fashioned villain. You know, I always found that people do love their heroes, but what they love more is tearing them down. Longbottom's fall from grace was almost too easy to arrange. You see, people don't really like heroes. Oh, they love to cheer them on as they save the day every time, but deep down, they don't want them to be real. They want heroes to fail because it would show them that they're not all that special. I heard that the hard way. Harry snorted. The orphanage, I assume. The older boy froze for a second, but then continued, No, I learned that here. I wasn't always like this, you know. Have you ever seen a duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? I have, in person. It was terrifying to feel so small in front of them, like staring at some kind of divine beings of destruction, because that's what they looked like, gods. I was still a student. I tried to form an organization to see if we could stand up to them with unity, to unite the entire school, to eject Dumbledore from his position. They accused me of raising an army. It was funny, people believed that it was more likely that I was doing that than doing anything to help, so I ended up using other resources at my disposal. I became the villain society wanted me to be. The Chamber of Secrets. Exactly. This was a treasure dove of information, and with it a way to force people to listen. Riddle froze for a second and shook his head. But we're not here to talk about that. Have you figured it out yet, Potter? My plan? Harry stayed silent, and Riddle asked, How hard is it for you to say that you don't know? I don't know, Harry responded flippantly while moving his rook. Oh, that clever, Riddle chuckled. That's really clever. Speaking of clever, it's been nice, you know, that game of ours. It's a nice distraction from the boredom I have been feeling. You needed this. I can see it on your face. I'm sure you enjoyed it, having the challenge, having the enemy. You need me, or you would have been stuck in your books, never leaving the library. You needed a challenge, and you got one in me. You're just like me, except that you're a lot more boring. You lack ambition, and you call yourself a Slytherin. Seeing his opponent make a move, Harry thought for a moment before moving his knight and said, Your body. Is it some kind of functional astral projection, or is it a magical construct that houses your soul? The older boy grinned. A magical construct. I'm glad you like it. It was very tricky to acquire. Harry gasped as he understood what Riddle had done. Hermione's soul is technically anchored to her body. But it's temporary, isn't it, until your construct is stabilized? You moved her soul to the diary, and you're using her body as a buffer as you create your new construct. The body thinks you're possessing it and casting a spell, which you technically are, but you're using her like a battery, and the moment it's over, you would have technically made yourself a fully functional, independent body. You would detach yourself from her, let her body fully die. But there's something missing. This kind of soul magic is very sensitive. I don't know much about it, but I do know enough to say that this should have blown up in your face, but somehow it's stable. How did you manage that without the drawbacks of forced soul possession? I didn't. Hermione Granger willingly gave herself to me. It was a fair bargain. And what did you offer in return? Questioned the last Potter. I promised to create a world where everyone is safe, where everyone is happy. I promised her a world where she was still your friend, a world where she didn't abandon you. She still misses you after all this time. Harry stifled the guilt that was building in his gut and spoke up. You created a world inside the diary, an illusion, a simulation of the life she desires. Yes, I created her an ideal world where she would learn everything that she could learn, where she could practice magic. But it's not real, Harry protested. It's real enough for her. The Potter Scion had no way to refute that. She would be dead. Not really, if you think about it. She would be alive in her little illusion, living in a play, in a utopia created just to suit her needs. Her soul would live on forever. Isn't that kinder than sticking her in a world filled with cruelty and death, a world that would discriminate against her just because of her lack of ancestry? Harry stayed silent for a good minute before stiffening in realization. The ritual, that's what it is. You plan to do it for the whole castle, to stick them in your diary, in your makeshift world. I am offering a utopia and immortality for an entire generation of wizards and witches, Riddle stated. But how will your diary handle that many souls? It was made to handle a single shard, which you could stretch to a full one, like Hermione's. But hundreds would overwhelm it quite easily. Riddle smirked. Do you know why the Hogwarts wards are considered impregnable? The official story is that it's powered by 7 ley lines that the founders harnessed very efficiently, but the scrolls I found here say differently. They say that the founders found a repository here, frozen from the age of the gods, that contained magical energy unlike anything they had seen before, a fragment of the magic of old that they harnessed to create the miracle that is this castle. There is a reason this school is far more magical than it has any right to be. Slytherin passed on the way to channel the source of the school, enough to enchant a small diary into a true repository of souls. Harry didn't know how much of that was real, but Riddle was obviously holding something back about that repository of magic. But that wasn't important. He needed to figure out what his angle was, because so far his motivations just didn't make sense. No, for all your talk of altruism, you have something else in mind. Oh, that's brilliant. The magic they leave behind. Your victims, every student here would have their magic absorbed to sustain your new body. You can't regenerate magic, can you? So you're using an overwhelming amount to take that into account. That's your goal, isn't it, to escape the diary permanently? The older boy's smile widened even further. This is why I like you so much. You can keep up with me. All my life I've been looking for a distraction, someone to see the world like I am. And that's you. I've beaten you. And you know what? In the end, it was easy. I was almost tempted to wait until you're older enough to do anything. But you see, I'm not that patient. 50 years in a diary is more than enough for me. Maybe you would have stood a chance here. And how exactly did you beat me? Harry questioned. Really? It barely took more than a single month. You've been chasing me like a bloodhound and followed the exact path I paved for you. Do you think that I would have told you my plan if there was the slightest chance that you had to stop it? You're here because I want you here. My network is planting evidence in your dormitory. I took one of Lockhart's essays to learn your handwriting and have been writing a diary for a good week. Your diary, to be exact. They'll see the traces to the Undercroft, all the way to the open chamber of secrets. To see the boy who lived finally dead and the bodies of a Muggle-born and a Slytherin loner, who petrified his only friend because she found out he was the heir. At least according to his diary, he has. The Potter name is tarnished forever, cursed as the end of his line, and you die with the legacy of being a monster. Dumbledore gets blamed for a basilisk being in the castle on his watch and him not reporting it, and I get a new lease on life. See, you're beaten. Morgana, did you have to be so slow? So you're planning on killing me then? Harry questioned. Well, I can't have you stopping me in the future, so I kinda have to do it. And just like that, I beat you. I'll have to deal with the other ordinary people. And it turns out that you're ordinary, just like them. What a disappointment. Harry stood silent for a moment before answering, I can still stop the ritual. No, 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 Riddle said while shaking his head disappointingly. The ritual is outside of this room, and you can't leave without my permission. You're making this too easy. Now I'm starting to doubt if you were ever a worthy rival. Maybe I just overestimated you in my head, because so far you've done nothing but disappoint me. You still haven't considered my other variable. After all, I didn't really come to this place by myself, did I? The older boy looked puzzled for a second before giving Harry an incredulous look. Longbottom? That's your plan? You think that failure can do anything? Harry snorted. Longbottom alone? No, but he's not alone, is he? Have you wondered why your older self would attack the Longbottom family? It would have been easier to kidnap the boy after killing his parents and mold him into a political tool that would obey him. Lord Voldemort was many things, impulsive, irrational at times, but he was not stupid. Why then? A prophecy. The Dark Lord would mark him as his equal, and he did. The scar on his forehead is proof enough. Riddle raised an eyebrow. That's what you're relying on. Divination. Prophecies are tricky things. They can be invalidated, of course, but if there's a chance they can be fulfilled, especially if it's already partially over, then the entire world would move so that this chance would be seized. And the prophecy states that only Lord Voldemort can kill Neville Longbottom. I am Lord Voldemort, Riddle exclaimed. Harry shook his head. No, you're not. You're not even a person. You're a diary. You will always be a diary. When Tom Riddle killed poor Myrtle, he was devastated. He hated himself, his cunning, his cleverness, the characteristics that made him open the chamber in the first place. When Tom Riddle used her death to make a Horcrux, he put a lot more of himself than he should have. The soul isn't quantifiable, not in the way people can perceive it at least. It's the combination of who a person is. And when he created the diary to get him to cheat death, he put away his empathy, his cunning, his controlled nature, a fragment of his personality that was so large, so deep, that it started to develop a sentience that became you. No. Seeing a pressure point, Harry ignored him and continued. Tom Riddle started to lose his personality and became Voldemort. The process was slow, of course. He had to forget the characteristics that he used to be. Making more Horcruxes sped up the process until he became the monster he always feared he would be. He enchanted the diary, you to act as a weapon if he needed to get Dumbledore outside of his seat of power, and you had to obey. Your motivations are a lie. That's wrong. Then tell me why you needed to open the Chamber of Secrets to perform your goal. You could have kidnapped the students in a day and readied the ritual. But you didn't, did you? Harry asked with a pitying tone. I needed Dumbledore to leave the castle, his connection to the wards. Then you could have changed the venue, get an older person to write in a diary, and do your ritual in the ministry. There was nothing stopping you. The boy was stuck speechless, and Harry continued, You never thought of it, did you? That's the problem. You were made to open the Chamber of Secrets. Anything else is secondary. Your motivations, your goals are meaningless. They're not even your own. Riddle had a furious look on his face. He stood up and started to pace. This doesn't change anything. I won. Harry kept giving him a pitying look, and the older boy snarled in response. You hear that? I won. Perhaps you did, but when you think about it, does your win even mean anything? Will you ever trust a single thought in your body to not be the programming that Voldemort planted in your head? You might have ensured that I lost, but you definitely did not win. The game is over, Potter. Before he could say anything, they both heard a loud banging. Harry's smirk widened. Is it? It took less than a minute until a ragged boy entered the room with what looked like a bloody silver sword that was glowing faintly. Harry gave the boy a warm look. Ah, you sure took your time, Longbottom. He then turned to Riddle. Are you still sure about your chances? Oh, and knight takes rook, check. The young Slytherin had a smug smile on his face. After all, his plan was still viable. He just needed to see what else Riddle had up his sleeve before going for the kill. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Queen's Gambit. 16th March 1993, Hogwarts. Harry watched his opponent's expressions turn from incredulous at the sight of the boy who lived succeeding at killing a beast that literally wiped out entire teams of professional beast hunters to a slight look of awe at the power that fate had to make that happen. Of course, that awe was very short-lived and quickly transformed into rage, which was smothered into cold calculation. It was fascinating seeing all range of emotion on Riddle's face. The boy who lived pointed his sword at them, something that didn't make sense since he was too far away to be an actual threat. "Harry, what's going on?" "This is Tom Riddle, the heir of Slytherin," Harry responded. "Why are you playing chess with him?" "You have your battle and I have mine. Good work with the basilisk, by the way. I'm impressed." The young Gryffindor grinned. "The goggles and the bombs worked. I wouldn't do it again, but I guess that's the monster of Slytherin dead. But why aren't you fighting this Riddle person?" "It's a little complicated. Your friend here didn't help things," Harry answered while pointing his head at Hermione Granger's body. Then Neville literally threw his sword away the moment he saw his best friend's corpse. He ran towards her, yelling, "Hermione!" It took a few seconds for the Longbottom scion to realize that she wasn't breathing. "She's dead, isn't she? What did you do?" Riddle was the one who answered, "I didn't do anything." This was Hermione's choice. "You see, while I was the voice, the heir of Slytherin, I'm barely more than a memory. You see, Hermione Granger opened the Chamber of Secrets. She's the one who petrified other students. I was just the tool she chose to do so." The boy froze for a second. "Hermione did what?" "Yes, I'm just a memory, an idea more like one that Hermione would have ignored if she didn't think it was good. You know your best friend. Do you think that anyone could have made her do anything? Stubborn as an ox, this one." Neville snorted. "She's stubborn. What happened to her?" "It's a side effect of her plan, but believe me that she's still alive. This is temporary. You see, Neville, your friend is a hero, one that saved the world. You know she's a good person. Petrifying a few people isn't a big deal. It's temporary, especially compared to what her goal is." Harry just stood there, transfixed as he saw Neville listen to Riddle's lies. It was a curious thing, the way the older boy could spread his web of lies. The passion in his voice, the sincerity in every word that he spoke made him sound so reasonable, like a coiling snake slowly constricting himself around his victim, suffocating them without them even realizing. "And what was her goal?" Neville asked. "Why, peace, of course. We devised a ritual together to create peace, to save the world from future Death Eaters, not by sending them to prison, but by having them sympathize with Muggleborns. They will experience an illusion so powerful that they will think that they have lived another life as a Muggleborn. They will experience the bigotry that they spout, and will finally understand the consequences of what they're doing. Muggleborns will also experience the opposite, a life in wizarding families, experiencing the traditions and culture of the magical world. Imagine an entire generation that thrives in understanding and peace. They will teach the same to their children and their children's children until the entirety of magical Britain will be at peace, a true utopia of magic. Isn't that a worthy goal, Neville?" The boy's eyes were glazed. "Yeah, that sounds amazing. Why did she petrify all those people, though?" "Time. The ritual needs time, and to offset that, we stole it from the victims. Just a few months from a few students. That's what the petrifications really are. People frozen in time, harnessed for the ritual, for the greatest illusion that ever existed, that will ever exist. If you noticed, we picked the victims at random. Squibs, Muggleborns, half-bloods, purebloods, we did not discriminate. That's what the ritual needs to work properly. We used the whole thing about the heir of Slytherin to act as a story, to make people not think too much about the petrification, so that no one would ever understand what we tried to achieve, so that no one would try to stop us. No one figured it out, but him." The older Slytherin pointed at Harry. "He's trying to stop us. Our glorious purpose, our chances of having a utopia." "What about Hermione? Why is she dead?" Oh, come on, Neville. You know deep in your heart that this isn't true. She isn't dead. Do you honestly just believe what's just in front of you? I expected more. The boy started to look defensive. Why should I believe you? I told you, Hermione is alive, and if you allow me, I will take you to her. Wouldn't you like that, Neville? To hear her voice, to hold her hand? You just have to wait, just for a little while, and you'll see the miracle that she has created. I know you have regrets, Neville, and pain. I know that you wish that things in your life would be different, just like Hermione did. And she found a way to make it all go away. She created a way that would temporarily reset everything and live in the world she deserved, and she wanted to share it with the world. Imagine a world where you still have your parents, where your father tells you he's proud of you, where your mother tucks you in at night with a kiss on your forehead. Imagine a world without Voldemort, without Dumbledore, without wars over silly things like gold and blood. A world without the pain you are carrying, without your mistakes, without your regrets. A world where you don't have to be the boy who lived, where you don't have to live to meet the expectations of others, to be the hero they want you to be. Please, Neville, let me show you the world that your closest friend wants to create. Neville looked entranced. How? Just trust her. You do trust her, don't you? Do you believe in Hermione Granger, Neville? Of course, I trust her. It's you that I don't. You framed me for the petrifications. I can tell you did. Riddle shook his head. We didn't, but you're a parcel mouth, so they tried to find clues that just weren't there. Just like you tried to justify the injustice by seeing clues that just weren't there. Even then, we don't have to fight. Is your suffering for a few months not worth the paradise that we aim to create? Let's just make peace with each other, as we always meant to do. Let go of the anger towards the mythical thing that is the heir of Slytherin and embrace your friend's vision. Understand that we only wish to help, to save the world. The only snag in our way is Potter. I don't understand. For the ritual to work, a soul has to govern the illusion to make sure that everything works fine. I am not alive, so I don't have a soul, but Hermione sacrificed experiencing her illusion just so that the world would know peace. She's vulnerable now, and interrupting the ritual will surely kill her. Potter doesn't just want to stop me. He wants revenge for what happened to Greengrass. He wants revenge on Hermione. He could stop the ritual, stop our world from being born. I'm just a memory. I don't have any magic. I don't have any power. I'm just a voice in the wind. But you do. Are you going to let him kill your friend? He did make you fight Hermione's protector, didn't he? He made you kill her strongest defenders because he couldn't. You could stop him, save your friend from his clutches. So I have to fight Potter to save Hermione? The Longbottom Scion asked, not just to save Hermione, but to save the world. He's the enemy. He doesn't get that to save the world. There needs to be sacrifices. He wants to avenge his friend, and that's noble. Why do you think he's not interrupting us now? He knows that I'm not lying to you. Slowly, Neville pointed his wand at Harry, trembling slightly. I'm sorry, Harry. The Potter Scion, though, looked unconcerned. He just took off his fedora and shook his head. Well, this has gone far enough. He snapped his finger, and the boy just fell down unconscious. At Riddle's incredulous look, he snorted, Do you not think I have a contingency plan in place if he decided to betray me? A small rune on the back of his neck, the moment we entered the Undercroft, was enough to guarantee that he wouldn't do anything stupid. You're a ruthless man, Riddle commented. Nah, I'm just ahead of the curve. What is curious is your ability to convince him of anything. No wonder Lord Voldemort had such a large following. If he had a fragment of your skill, he could convince anyone of anything. A good thing for a con artist like him, like you, to have. You wanted to test the protections that fate offered Longbottom on me, turn a liability into an asset. But now the question is, what are you hoping to accomplish now that your beast and your backup are gone? Are you willing to risk it all in a duel that you might not win? The older boy shook his head. The chances you would defeat me in a duel are minimal. You're impressive, yes, and had you been 2 years, maybe even 1 year older, you could have posed a very significant challenge. But you're too unrefined. But then again, I don't have to fight you. King to Rook, too. So dazzle me, Riddle. What's that final trick up your sleeve? It's not really a trick. You didn't seriously think that Salazar Slytherin would only settle for a single ordinary basilisk as his beast. No, the Master of Snakes would only choose the King of Serpents as his champion. You see, when the founders discovered the repository of ancient magic, they didn't know that they stumbled on the tomb of one of the greatest sorcerers of ancient Greece, Herpo. The man had found something slumbering in ruins that he studied for decades trying to replicate. The result of his experiments was the creation of Basilisk, which he deemed to be a pale imitation of the real thing. Salazar was able to bind this great beast to his bloodline using a mastery of the dark arts that even I could barely understand. It is one of the 7 titans of the magical world, true remnants of the age of gods, the world serpent, Jörmungandr. With that proclamation, the chamber started to shift. The walls started moving as if responding to the ancient power invoked by the name. The air grew heavy with otherworldly energy, and an ominous hiss seemed to echo from the very stones themselves. Harry's eyes widened as he gazed upon the transformation taking place around him, a mixture of awe and trepidation filling his heart. Riddle's voice, now carrying an unsettling blend of excitement and reverence, continued, Jörmungandr, the world serpent, the creature that encircles the world in Norse myth, its enormity beyond mortal comprehension. The true monster of Slytherin, a being of ancient magic and primordial power, and it is mine. As the chamber continued to shift and rearrange itself, a colossal form began to emerge from the very depths of the floor. Scales as dark as obsidian, glinting with an eerie iridescence. Slowly, the massive serpentine body of Jörmungandr emerged, coiling and undulating in the confined space, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that belied its monstrous appearance. Harry wouldn't admit it, but the sight was as impressive as it was disturbing. He never expected anything like it. This was his challenge, his problem, the final problem. He's the Chamber of Secrets itself, isn't he? Yes. Do you think that I would have let you in this place if there was a single chance that you could defeat me? You're not fighting me. You're fighting a force of nature. So now, in the face of overwhelming force, tell me, Potter, how do you plan on fighting that? The chamber continued its metamorphosis, the ancient magic intertwining with the present moment. The confrontation was no longer about a petty rivalry between students. It had transcended into a clash of legacies, a battle that stretched across time and dimensions. It was hard for Harry to understand what he was seeing with his eyes, but he didn't have to use his eyes to truly see, did he? He closed his eyes for a second and found the answer. It was risky, but it was better than many alternatives. He nodded to himself and looked Riddle straight in the eye. I have to say it's an interesting trap, but you made a mistake. The boy stiffened and asked, What? This is a good trap, putting me in an environment completely under your control from the beginning. But you made a mistake, a huge mistake even. It's sad that you don't see it. What mistake, Potter? The older boy insisted. Didn't one ever tell you that there's one thing you don't put in a trap? If you're smart, if you value your continuing existence, if you have any plans on seeing a tomorrow, there's one thing you never ever put in a trap. And what would that be, Potter? Harry put his hand inside his fedora discreetly and grabbed a familiar weapon. The Colt. He closed his eyes and used his arcane hearing to find the source of the room, the soul of the mythical world serpent, me. He gave Riddle a smug look, took out the Colt, pointed it towards the source of the world serpent, and fired. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. Checkmate. 16th March, 1993, Hogwarts. The moment he pulled the trigger, time itself seemed to warp around the trajectory of the shot. The air crackled with energy as a beam of light so swift it was almost imperceptible lanced forward. A cascade of prismatic particles followed in its wake, a trail of transient beauty hinting at the multi-dimensional reality of the event. It was hard to describe the Colt's shot. It was so quick, so reality-defying, that the English language just felt lackluster. There were no words to truly describe the extraordinary event in front of them, and for all his visible nervousness, Riddle still looked overawed. Harry had never expected anything like this, not in a million years, and he was the one who forged the damn thing. The impact was instantaneous. The beam went through the invincible scales of the world serpent, through the walls of the chamber that was really the serpent's skin until it reached the core of the world serpents. It was just hard to put what a core was in words. It was like the serpent's physical existence was nonsensical, was too powerful, or perhaps it was just too much for the human mind to comprehend. But for anything to exist, to live, its soul needs to reside somewhere, and the cult is unstoppable until it reaches a soul. Harry could tell the moment it did reach the core. It was a loud gong to his arcane hearing that was accompanied by a burst of energy that rippled through the walls, through the floor, through everything. Jörmungandr, the world serpent, had always existed outside the universe's conventions. Its form had been folded through myriad dimensions, a safeguard to prevent its very presence from unraveling creation. The serpent's name held a clue to its magnitude. It could encircle the entirety of the planet, a testament to its immense scale. The Chamber of Secrets, in reality, was not a mere pocket dimension. It was a prison, a sanctuary, a manifestation of the serpent's essence. Its walls were its scales, its ground its flesh, and its pipes its bones. It was a living entity, a shapeshifter of the highest order. Tom Riddle's command over this chamber was not just control, it was a mastery that bordered on symbiosis. Yet, even with his dominion over this sanctuary, he could not breach the barrier that kept the world serpent contained. It was a truth that frustrated Riddle. The tantalizing prospect of wielding such an entity as a weapon in the external world had eluded him. Had Lord Voldemort possessed the means to manipulate Jörmungandr's power, the magical world would have bowed to his rule long before. But the serpent's might was insurmountable, an embodiment of the divine that extended beyond the grasp of even the most formidable sorcerer. And now, as the chamber stood on the precipice of change, of dissolution, Harry's pulse began to steady. The death of Jörmungandr marked the end of an era, the twilight of a legacy. The magic within the chamber pulsed, its resonance weakening as the life force of the world serpent ebbed away. It was a process that would take time, perhaps years, maybe decades, as the chamber began to contract, as the tendrils of its magic slowly faded away. This was a divine beast, and yet Harry had just killed it with a weapon he made, even if he didn't really know about the specifics. He was 12 for Merlin's sake, and he had just killed a beast that was considered to be a god thousands of years ago, and Harry instinctively could tell that there would be far-reaching consequences for what he had done, even if he still didn't know them. He stared at the Colt in his hand, his gaze tracing the lines of its construction. It was an unassuming instrument, beautiful but seemingly useless at the hand of a wizard that could manipulate the world with a wave of their wand. The ruby at the bottom was almost drained. That shot had taken a while out of the weapon, and it would need to recharge, not that he planned on using it on Riddle. His victory was all but assured now, and he wouldn't waste one of his remaining bullets on something like the abomination in front of him. At least he figured out the fact that he couldn't really fire the gun repeatedly, and that was good information. Speaking of Riddle, he stared at Harry, his mind unwilling to comprehend what had just happened. The Potter Scion gave him a small grin. "Oh right, where were we?" "Ah yes, Rook to King's Rook 3, check." "What?" The older boy sounded baffled. "We have a game to finish, Mr. Riddle. Rook to King's Rook 3, check. Make your move." "Bishop to Rook 3, Riddle instinctively responded. "You know, I almost let myself believe you when you said all that crap about Hermione. Even when I knew the type of man you are, how you operate. Even though I knew the truth about your ambitions, I still wanted to believe the truth about what you were saying, about the world you said you wanted to create. When you spoke to Neville, I felt the power of your promise, and I wonder if that's what Hermione felt when she found you, and you found her. The desperation to have all her pain go away, to have her past rewritten. And that's how it works, doesn't it? The one thing everyone has is regret. You weaponize that, and then you use that weapon against them to destroy them. Bishop takes bishop." Riddle stood up and started to glare at the younger boy. "Rook to Bishop 4. But Harry wasn't deterred and continued, "You did it to Hermione and you did it to Neville. You probably did it to Luna, promised her a world with her mother in it, and she fell for it like all others, but you got too attached. You believed your own promise, and you created this goal of a magical utopia just for her. You craved being free, like any bound creature, but your consciousness is that of a newborn. You might have the memories of a teenager and his skill, but you started truly being alive the moment Luna started to write in your diary. Rook takes rook. Stop speaking in riddles, Potter. Pawn takes rook. Bishop to bishop 7. Queen takes knight's pawn. Harry let out a bitter chuckle. You had the goals you were programmed to do, which was to open the Chamber of Secrets to kick out Dumbledore, your own ambition, which was to escape the diary and live. And you found something pure that you wished to preserve in Luna. You imprinted on her and wanted to save her innocence. You literally combined all three into a single goal that you were obsessed with doing. You want to create a world of illusion for Luna, which would help you escape the diary, and you have to do it by petrifying students and kicking Dumbledore out of the castle. You designed the perfect plan for all three, and you executed it brilliantly. And you are a brilliant wizard, don't get me wrong. But just as much as you may have designed an elaborate game riddle, you neglected to account for one crucial factor, the human spirit. Revenge is such a primal notion, don't you think? I just wanted you to know that whatever happens next, you brought it all to yourself. You really shouldn't have made it personal, Tom. I pity your existence in a way, but not nearly enough to offer you mercy. Tom snarled, "This is entirely meaningless. In just a few minutes, the ritual will activate. You might have killed Salazar's weapon somehow by a disgusting primitive muggle gun of all things, but there's nothing you can do to stop it. I could leave the chamber, find a way out. You know I can do it. You've seen me doing to impossible just a few moments ago." The older boy's glare turned murderous. "I guess I'll just have to occupy you until it's over. The loss of this place is a shame, a legacy of my ancestor destroyed because of an arrogant child who's too clever for his own good. For all your talent, boy, I am still the better dueler." "Are you sure about that?" the last Potter answered with a small grin. "You do seem to keep moving. You know, you really shouldn't have gone after Daphne. Maybe I would have had a bone of mercy left for you. Alas, you'll burn, alone and forgotten in this place. Bishop to bishop 8. Discover check and incidentally, mate." Riddle snarled in anger and sent a killing curse at Harry, who used a modified spatial expansion charm on the entire room, separating him from Riddle. The killing curse was still going next to him, but with more space to travel, Harry had the ability to duck. The Potter scion waved his wand, and the floor and walls started to freeze, slowly coming towards Riddle. The older boy, of course, countered by raising a powerful shield to halt the advancing frost. Ice and stone collided in a symphony of resistance, the clash of magic and material reverberating through the chamber. The atmosphere grew tense, an embodiment of the confrontation that played out between the two adversaries. The smug little smile stayed on Harry's face, even as the air of Slytherin created a giant beam of darkness and sent it towards him. He conjured a magical circle that telekinetically shielded against the beam, but Harry used his free wand to conjure a bolt of lightning at his opponent, who conjured a lightning rod, redirecting the attack. His layered telekinetic attack, hidden behind the beam of darkness, took Harry by surprise and sent him flying back. With another spell, Harry was disarmed, his wand in Riddle's grasp. "Enough! I don't know what you hope to achieve here, Potter, but I am not as limited as I used to be before. I don't have to rely on tricks. You know that in a fair fight, you will lose." Harry was going to create a magical circle, but he felt something ping on the back of his head, and now his victory was confirmed. He literally burst into laughter to the older boy's annoyance, who gritted his teeth and snarled, "What is it?" "Of course, I would lose against you in a fight. Oh, I can give you the fight of your life, pull tricks out of my ass, maybe even take you by surprise and get a win. But did you think for even a second that I would walk into this place willingly thinking about having a fair fight with you? No, I stacked the deck, you just don't see it yet. You know what? I don't want to know. Our little game is over. Goodbye, Potter, Avada Kedavra." Nothing happened. The heir of Slytherin tried again and again, to no avail. Harry had a smug smirk on his face. "Something wrong, old sport. Performance problems. I know you're a little young, but it's nothing to be ashamed about. What did you do?" "You know, I don't know much about rituals. I only ever focused on it when I saw that you were hoping to create one. But it didn't take long for me to understand that you planned to use the petrified victims to power it. It also didn't take me long to see that the blood was more than just for show. Rayum blood has many properties, especially when it comes to strengthening potions, but a little-known side effect is that layers of the blood are differentiated. So it is technically possible to write runes, to connect the location for each victim, by adding small rune stones on their person, for example. That would make using petrified victims as batteries easier, even if they're in the infirmary. Riddle's face blanched. No! Now, what would happen if you removed the powering aspect of a ritual? From my understanding, they're very unpredictable. But I did notice a trend of sorts. They have a tendency to cannibalize their caster's magic if what's provided is not enough. And well, the only person still connected to the ritual, the only source of magic left, is you. You said that you're a magical construct, aren't you? I had hoped to use it to drain the diary of all magic, killing you immediately, but I don't think there's any reason this wouldn't work with a body like yours. Your magic is slowly being drained until you're barely able to manifest a body. As he was speaking, Riddle's body started to fade slightly. Stop this, Potter. No exclamation mark. And with that, your dream of another world is as good as dead. I'm sorry, Tom, but you really shouldn't have gone after Daphne. Please, Potter, I only wanted to do my duty. I only wanted to live. Is that so bad? Harry shook his head. I know, but you went too far. You could have been great. Unfortunately, you were shackled by your creator, who, funnily enough, has become less human than you, a diary of all things. He would never care for someone like you did, Luna. You might be dying, Tom, but you experienced life far more vividly than Lord Voldemort ever did. Goodbye, Tom Riddle. And with that, the air of Slytherin faded into nothing, leaving a silent chamber. The idea that he was standing in a corpse was more evident than ever. He had won now. He had to deal with the consequences of that. Chapter 1. 23. Chapter 1, 23. Truth and Consequences. 18. March 1993, Hogwarts. Neville woke up disoriented slightly. He didn't remember how he had gotten to this place, which he realized in a few moments was the hospital wing in Hogwarts. It took a good minute for him to even remember the events that happened prior to him getting knocked out. Potter, the Basilisk, Riddle, and Hermione. Oh, Merlin, what happened to her? He sat up suddenly and exclaimed, Hermione! Calm down, Mr. Longbottom. Your friend still lives, he heard the familiar voice of Madame Pomfrey say. And just like that, with that confirmation, his thrashing stopped. The woman started to fuss over him and kept waving her arm. Everything seems to be in order. You came up here with broken ribs and a concussion, which isn't really a big deal, if it wasn't for the fact that there was some kind of sleeping curse that kept you asleep for 2 days straight. 2 days? What happened to Hermione? Did her plan work? We'd all appreciate some insight into what you're talking about, Longbottom, McGonagall's voice interrupted. The events of what happened to you raised many concerns. We would all like to know how you ended up unconscious, with a legendary sword that was lost for centuries, a cursed book, and basilisk blood of all things on your clothes. That's not mentioning the comatose body of Mrs. Granger. It took hours to find the two of you. I didn't even know that the hidden room we found you in even existed. So start talking. However, Neville didn't. He just stared at the form of Albus Dumbledore with awe. Headmaster, you're back. The elderly man let out a small chuckle. Yes, the board seemed to immediately stop my suspension when you were attacked. Apparently, they thought that the students would be safe with Hagrid out of the way. They were wrong, obviously, and since some of them have family members in the school, they kindly asked me to come back. Now, with that out of the way, why don't you tell us what happened, Neville? Honestly, the Longbottom scion didn't know where to start until he took a deep breath and spoke up. Hagrid's hut. Everything started at Hagrid's hut. I was visiting him when Fudge and Malfoy came. I heard them take Hagrid away and suspend you, Headmaster. Hagrid said that I needed to follow the spiders if I wanted answers. I planned on going there, but I was stopped. McGonagall groaned. Thank Merlin. That man would have sent you to speak with an acromantula colony on its own. Albus, you need to teach him a little moderation. And I will. This was unacceptable behavior from him. I think that sometimes Rubeus simply forgets that we are not as strong nor as resilient as he is. He motioned to Neville to continue. More specifically, I was stopped by Potter of all people. Everyone straightened out. Harry Potter had disarmed me and told me that it would be too troublesome to let me go into the Forbidden Forest and get some answers, and instead he just told me that he figured out where the Chamber of Secrets was and that he needed a Parselmouth to open it for him. I would have refused, of course, but he had me at one point, and I saw no harm in this. Dumbledore's eyes flashed slightly. Harry Potter was involved. Neville nodded and McGonagall frowned. That's odd. He didn't say anything about it, and according to Severus, no Slytherin student was out of bed when you were attacked. They were all accounted for. I don't understand. Don't worry about it, young Neville. Just continue your story, the headmaster urged with a gentle tone. Still disturbed by the revelation, he spoke up. So apparently, the location of each attack made a pentagram, which Potter deduced was for a ritual of some sort, and that its caster had to be in the middle of it. We found this room. I think Potter called it the Undercroft or something. We kept looking around for a snake for some reason. I found it, and when I told it to open, the wall turned into a room with a huge tunnel in it. Potter told me that I was free to go now, and that from now on, I could join him and defeat the heir of Slytherin together. But you wouldn't make me do anything. I decided to join in. The headmaster looked proud of his bravery, while McGonagall didn't look impressed. Very well. So you found out where the entrance was, breaking around 100 school rules into pieces along the way, I might add. But why on earth did you decide to jump in a mysterious tunnel instead of coming to get one of us? Well, Potter was going to jump anyway, and I guess I wanted revenge. It was pretty obvious that whoever was pulling the strings was framing me for it. I just didn't want to end up like Hagrid, so decided to fight for my freedom. Of course, all of that courage practically disappeared when Potter told me that the monster was most likely a basilisk that was restraining itself from petrifying the victims instead of killing them. Apparently, the voice I have been hearing when every attack occurred wasn't some weird premonition or clairvoyance, but the basilisk's voice echoing in the pipes. Of course, Potter had prepared for that fight for months or something, since he already knew what the monster was back the December. He had some things that he enchanted himself to help in the fight. Goggles that would nullify the basilisk's glare, a few flashbangs, sonic grenades, and even cold bombs. Dumbledore raised an impressed eyebrow. Flashbangs to blind it, sonic grenades to disorient it, and of course, cold bombs to slow it down. Magical or not, a snake is a snake. Quite ingenious. Yeah, of course, it was all useless when we were all attacked by the basilisk immediately, and he ran away while I had to fight the damn thing. It was huge, like 60 feet tall, huge. But the cold grenades seemed to work pretty well, and since it was slowed and couldn't attack from range, it wasn't that hard to run away from it and keep throwing bombs at it. I had almost run out later, but I was able to blind it by sending rocks pretty quickly at its eyes, since Potter said that they were a weak spot compared to the rest of its body. I used one of the spells Wood taught me, Ventor Leviosa, which we used in our training sessions to levitate balls and throw them with a release at a certain speed. It was kinda hard, but it worked. And wasn't that funny? Neville Longbottom had defeated a basilisk with a Quidditch spell of all things, but it worked, and no one outside this room needed to know about it. The headmaster was visibly amused by this. Sometimes it's the spells we deem useless that allow us victory. Neville nodded. Well, isn't that the truth? But by the time I blinded it, I ran out of Potter's bombs. The basilisk was moving really sluggishly. I think the sonic bombs still affected it somehow. When it accidentally hit one of the pipes and the tunnel kind of fell down on it, it didn't really move. It was just lying there, and I remember saying to myself that I needed something to kill it and save the school. I don't know how that happened, but this sword materialized in my hand, and I stabbed it through the eyes multiple times. Hell, I even stabbed it through the roof of its mouth just to make sure it was dead. So afterwards, I tried to look for Potter so that we would get out of there. They were all watching him with a slightly awed expression. You killed a basilisk, Madame Pomfrey murmured. Well, yeah, I know Potter said that it took teams of wizards to kill one, but it wasn't really that hard. It stayed in the pipes, and it was so big that it couldn't dodge any of the bombs. Potter's bombs helped a lot, to be honest, and the magic sword that appeared in my hand kinda did the rest. They all stayed silent for a good minute before Dumbledore spoke up. So, you went to look for young Harry? Ah, yes, I did. I found him playing chess of all things with an older student. He was wearing a Slytherin uniform, but I didn't recognize him. And Hermione was lying on the ground. Harry said that his name was Tom Riddle or something. Holy Merlin, Neville wondered if that name was cursed or something, because McGonagall choked on air and the twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes disappeared, which caused Neville to shiver. Are you sure that it was Tom Riddle? What did he look like? I guess he was sort of attractive. He had black hair, dark eyes, kinda aristocratic, I guess. Dumbledore nodded. Please proceed. Seeing the serious look on the headmaster's face, he obeyed without question. Well, it turned out that this Riddle person was working with Hermione for some kind of grand plan. They wanted everyone to experience an illusion of a second life. It wouldn't be real, but they would remember it. Muggleborns would have memories of being purebloods, and purebloods would have memories of being Muggleborns. Imagine an entire generation of wizards and witches finally understanding one another. It would be peace, true peace. So it was Hermione who opened the chamber, Dumbledore asked. Yes, but you're missing the point. The chamber itself was a cover, a way to make people have the wrong idea about what happened. But Hermione was casting the ritual, her soul inside her diary, which meant that if Potter stopped her, she would die. I remember trying to attack him, but he snapped his finger. Then I woke up here. Did it work? Hermione's plan? Are we at peace now? Dumbledore gave him a pitying look. I'm afraid not, young Neville. Potter, Neville snarled. Neville, you don't understand. Tom lied to you, Neville. He was always charismatic when he was that age. Do not be ashamed. Far older and far wiser people have succumbed to his charm before. He didn't understand what the headmaster was talking about. Who is he? Not many know this fact, but Lord Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. I taught him myself 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He disappeared after leaving the school, travelled far and wide, sank so deeply into the dark arts, consorted with the very worst of our kind, and underwent so many dangerous magical transformations that when he resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, he was barely recognizable. Hardly anyone connected Lord Voldemort with the clever, handsome boy who was once head boy here. That little piece of information froze Neville in his tracks. This was Voldemort? Yes, from what I could gather from the diary, it is a very dark artifact whose purpose is to possess the person writing in it. I believe Tom made it as a weapon, to spread fear in the castle and probably throw me out. I'm sad to say that it succeeded where Lord Voldemort failed in this particular endeavor. So it was a lie. There was no plan of peace, the boy who lived asked with desperation in his eyes. I'm sorry, Neville, but there wasn't. He was lying. Your friend Hermione was not a willing participant in any of this. She wrote in the diary, and slowly he gained control over her body. He made her open the Chamber of Secrets, not the other way around. Is she all right? Hermione, that is, her condition is stabilized, but this is the first time I have ever seen anything like this. From what I could gather, young Hermione's body is in a status state, but her mind and soul seem to be bound in her diary. She remains there, living in a world created for her, living a blissful life, unaware of what is happening here. It's kinder than anything I assumed Tom would do, but at least she's not in pain while we all figure out how to undo what happened to her. Neville stood silent for a minute. And will you be able to bring her back? I don't know if it's even possible, but I do know that hope is a wonderful thing. I have called in dozens of specialists to look at her, and I am hopeful that it would work. Have faith, Neville. She will be back one day, maybe even sooner than you might think. Neville remembered Hermione defending him from even Ron, staying by his side when all others scorned him. She was a wonderful friend, and he failed her. He wanted to feel angry, he wanted to feel sad, he wanted to yell at the world, but all that happened was the fact that tears started to leak from his eyes. The headmaster left him to grief, followed quickly by his deputy. Madame Pomfrey gave him a pitying look and gave him another potion that he drank absent-mindedly. He heard Dumbledore say something about talking to Harry Potter. He didn't care, nothing mattered other than the overwhelming grief that he was feeling. It was his fault. If he hadn't listened to Voldemort of all people, maybe he would have been able to save Hermione. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now, and it was eating him alive. Deep within the hidden recesses of an elusive fortress, shrouded in secrecy, the eyes of an aged man snapped open. A sinister anticipation hung in the air, a palpable disturbance that reverberated like a shockwave through the very foundations of reality. His gnarled fingers twitched, betraying the ripple of excitement coursing through him. Minutes passed, the echoes of the disturbance still reverberating within his being, and then, like the crescendo of a symphony, understanding dawned upon him. A mirthless laugh erupted from his lips, a chilling sound that slithered like a serpent that would have sent dread crawling up the spine of any spectator. "Change," he hissed, his voice a blend of ancient wisdom and ruthless ambition. "The wheels of fate have been set in motion. This is the beginning of the end, Albus, the end that you refuse to believe, and I can't wait to watch you burn." Chapter 1, 24. Chapter 1, 24. Truth Hurts. 19 March 1993, Hogwarts. In the heart of Hogwarts, where the towering spires and ivy-clad walls held centuries of enchantment and secrets, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and stifled the urge to blast the whole thing into oblivion. It was only the soothing whispers of the light that calmed him enough to objectively analyze his situation. To say that Albus Dumbledore was frustrated would be an understatement. He was already exhausted, having barely gotten any sleep ever since the whole fiasco with the Chamber of Secrets, which ended up with an unconscious boy who lived and a Muggle-born student who had her soul displaced into a diary somehow. He had to call in the unspeakables for that, and in the event that they couldn't help, Albus could use Ms. Granger to increase control over the child of the prophecy by dangling a potential cure in front of him. He honestly didn't know if he could do it, and even if he could, it would take a significant amount of time. Time that he wouldn't waste unless it helped him and his cause. As for the attacks, Albus knew that Tom Riddle had to have something to do with them. The headmaster always tracked down the heritage of every attending student to either collect them or profile them as threats. He even went to every Muggle-born's home to make sure they didn't have any hidden magical heritage. So, yeah, he knew that no one in the castle had any connection to the Gaunt family, and that just left Lord Voldemort as the main suspect. To be perfectly honest, the entire situation was baffling. If he hadn't heard young Neville's tale about what happened, he never would have guessed it. Unfortunately, there were many holes in his story, the glaring one being that there was no sign of the Chamber of Secrets in the Undercroft. He had checked himself, and there was no snake engraving, no sign of magic at all, really. He had ended up checking if the boy's memories were manipulated in any way, but found no sign of mind magic. The boy was convinced that he was right, but everything else pointed to it not having happened. What a baffling little mystery. A knock distracted Albus from his thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, his office's door opened, revealing the boy of the hour, a potential clue in the whole mess. Harry Potter was a student known for his cleverness, his cunning, and his maturity. That's not to mention his prodigal talent when it comes to magic. He was one of his most promising recruits, probably as a spy in the dark, or maybe even a frontline fighter if war breaks down when Tom inevitably returns. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore began, his voice as gentle as he could make it. "I'm glad that you took time out of your day to speak with me." "It's nothing, Headmaster, but I will admit to being curious about the reason you asked me to be here." "Well, as you probably know, young Neville was found unconscious, next to Hermione Granger, in a secret room in the castle. Fortunately, he woke up earlier today, and I have to say that his account of the events that transpired, events that include you, Mr. Potter." Young Harry's eyes widened, his expression a masterful blend of surprise and innocence. "I don't know what you're talking about, Headmaster. I remember vividly staying in the dormitory the night he was attacked. And normally I would be skeptical, but if you are involved in what happened inside the Chamber of Secrets, it is imperative that I know what happened. The safety of our students is paramount." The boy frowned slightly. "I was under the impression that you returned in a purely ceremonial manner, and not fully as the headmaster." "That would be the case, but it seemed that the board was eager to get me back, with Mr. Longbottom having disappeared on the exact night I was suspended in. They practically ran to stop my suspension. Some even said some very unsavory things about a certain Lucius Malfoy. Oh, where was I? Ah, right. What happened in the Chamber of Secrets, Mr. Potter? I don't know, young Harry answered with a shrug. It's quite the tale, isn't it? A hidden chamber beneath the castle, a monster controlled by the heir of Slytherin, a boy heroically slaying the monster with a sword. Seems almost unbelievable. And how did you know about the sword? Ron Weasley has a big mouth. He talked to Longbottom and kept bragging that his friend killed a basilisk of all things. Hard to believe, isn't it? That a student with less than 2 years of magical education could somehow slay a monster that massacred hundreds of beast hunters at the same time and without even using magic. Although I didn't know that Longbottom said that I was involved in any way. Damn that Weasley boy. It took a few hours for Albus to keep things together, and it was more than enough time for rumors to spread. Merlin knows that very few things stay secret in Hogwarts. A very good point, but I am curious as to why you believe that this tale to be false. I remember you saying previously that you were sure that the beast was a basilisk. Perhaps it is a basilisk. And the whole reason why I haven't said anything about it is because I don't have any proof, just guesses. Are you saying that Mr. Longbottom is lying? Harry's shoulders slumped, his expression morphing into practiced vulnerability. I don't know what happened to Neville, but I can say for certain that I have no part of whatever adventure he experienced. I was in my dormitory the night he was found. I don't think anyone with a fraction of self-preservation instinct would willingly fight a basilisk. I don't know what to say, other than that it's not me. Maybe Longbottom imagined it all. That was a good theory that Dumbledore had considered. Not that the boy would have imagined it, but that it was some kind of elaborate illusion that the boy fell prey to. However, there were a few issues with that possibility. For one, he saw the runes in the bombs that young Neville used in his memories. They were correct. Remarkable or not, Neville simply did not have the knowledge necessary to imagine these runes. The only option would have been an outsider illusion attack of some kind, but the fact that the sword of Gryffindor had absorbed some basilisk venom was physical proof that there was at least a grain of truth in Neville Longbottom's story. Or there was before the damn thing vanished into thin air. The sword of Gryffindor was a mythical weapon that was said to even give you a fragment of the prowess of the founder himself, if it did deem you brave enough. It was a remarkable weapon that literally disappeared from under his nose. And if losing that weapon wasn't frustrating enough, with it the only proof of what happened in the chamber was gone. Stealing his expression, the headmaster answered, "Ah, but I believe that he didn't. However, I do find it curious that you would lose interest in the chamber so readily. Ah, I guess I'm just excited to see Daphne again. But I am just as curious as to why you're talking to me about it. You are obviously fishing for information, and I don't mind. I'm an open book, but if you've got so much evidence, I don't know why you don't just come forward with it. Where did Longbottom say the chamber was again?" "In a hidden room, called the Undercroft," the headmaster answered. "And did you find the entrance to the chamber there? Longbottom's been up for almost a day. If it was a clear danger to the student body, you must have gone there to explore it, to make sure that the threat was gone. Right?" Before he could answer, the Potter boy continued, "What about that mythical sword Weasley kept prattling about? Do you have the murder weapon?" Dumbledore spluttered for a second. "What are you hoping to achieve with these needless questions?" "I'm just wondering why you're so hung up on me being involved. You have 2 students found unconscious. The only one that was able to speak said that I somehow was involved, despite the fact that there is evidence that I was in my dormitory. He said that he somehow found the Chamber of Secrets, but you still can't find the entrance where he said it was. And that he somehow killed a basilisk, a feat that I doubt a team of Aurors would be able to do, much less a 12-year-old child. And he claimed to have done it with a weapon that seemed to have vanished into thin air. I don't think I have ever heard anything that ridiculous, and I'm finding it hard to understand why you're so certain that I had anything to do with it." The Potter boy had a way with words, but Albus would secretly admit that he also had a point. The entire situation was so ridiculous that no one, not even his greatest supporters, would believe this tale. And yet, before he could say anything, the boy continued, "Even then, I don't even understand why you would ever want people to believe that. Confirming that a basilisk was in the castle whilst students lived there wouldn't end well. A cursed artifact that petrified students would be a more elegant solution. After all, people wouldn't really feel safe sending their children to a school whose headmaster actively ignores their safety. And here it was, the blackmail. The boy was one of the few people who figured out the monster's nature. It was dead, according to Neville, that is. But if he wanted to investigate the Potter boy for his involvement in the chamber, he had to admit that he knew that there was a basilisk on the loose and that he hadn't said anything for months. The curse solution was more elegant and more friendly to the public. An ancient, cursed artifact that a student was given, maybe even under the Imperius or something, would be a good way to end the investigation. The implicit threat was simple. If Albus was going to go after the Potter boy, he would lose more than he could afford. Fine, he was going to let it go for now, but the boy had shown himself to be too competent to be left alone. Luckily for him, Albus still had one more card to play. "Oh, but I didn't bring you here to talk about the chamber. I just wanted to clarify a few things. I believe it was a cursed artifact that was the culprit in our little mystery. No, I am here because I discovered something deeply perturbing." "And what would that be, Headmaster?" "Your living situation." Albus suppressed a grin when he saw the boy stiffen. "It has come to my attention that you haven't lived in your aunt and uncle's home for some time, and that is simply unacceptable. I take the safety of my students very seriously. As you are a ward of the ministry, I am advising Cornelius to send you to a proper family that would take care of you in the summer holidays. You cannot live without guardians, Mr. Potter." Ah, yes. He had spent the previous day looking up anything about the Potter boy, and he had gone to use some legilimency on Petunia. And he was flabbergasted. She had barely even interacted with the boy and ignored it as much as possible. But her last conversation with the boy had lightened a few things up. First was that he was a very mature young man, and second that he hadn't lived with his Muggle relatives for years. So that brought an opportunity. If he could get Cornelius to assign him to a family loyal to him, the boy would be discreetly brought to heel. It was subtle, but he could restrict the boy, his gold, his possessions. Get him on the right path, or more specifically Albus's path. The only question would be which family would accept him and condition him enough not to rebel against Albus. "Oh, I'm sorry, but that won't be possible," the boy answered. "I was recently adopted by a relative of my father's. He saw the situation you spoke of and also found it unacceptable. I think the papers should go through soon." This was bad but not unsalvageable. And who is this mysterious guardian of yours? Arcturus Black. And with just those two words, Albus's dream of gaining any form of control over the boy vanished into thin air. He couldn't control his cold anger when he spoke next. "That sounds acceptable. You're dismissed, Mr. Potter." The moment the boy left, Albus silenced the room and released a cry of fury. Damn that boy to the deepest hells. He looked at his companion, who had woken up with a squawk at his yelling, and signed, "I think I lost this one, Fawkes." The trill of the phoenix brought some comfort, but not enough. It has been a long time since he was outmaneuvered like this. Still, he would need to keep a close eye on the Potter boy. The boy could be very problematic in the future. Albus wouldn't allow anything to disrupt his plans. The Potter boy was still a potential asset, even if he didn't have to know about it. Worst comes to worst, he could just kill the boy if he becomes too troublesome. He has done worse things in the name of the greater good of the wizarding world after all. Chapter 1. 125. Chapter 125. Green Pastures. 19. March 1993, Hogwarts. Harry pondered on his conversation with Dumbledore as he made his way to the hospital wing. He felt vindicated in a way to finally get a real win against the headmaster. What he had done was essentially give the man a choice between risking his newly regained position as headmaster or not investigating Harry's involvement in the whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco. This was the plan ever since Harry decided that he needed to get Longbottom to get into the chamber. It was a big step, in a way, for Harry to finally stop clinging to the shadows and step into the light. When he decided that he would have to fight Riddle, he knew that he couldn't stay hidden anymore, and Dumbledore's attention was more likely going to be on him. So the first thing he did was secure the fact that the old man wouldn't have any influence on him. This was easily done by asking Arcturus Black to take him as his ward. The paperwork took a couple of days to arrange, which was why Harry calibrated the rune to shut down Neville's consciousness for that duration. The next step was moving the chamber, which was done by using a mixture of compulsion charm and hypnosis on the unconscious body of the Longbottom boy. While Harry had disabled his consciousness, technically speaking, his unconscious mind still worked in the background. Giving him the image of a snake and asking him to tell that snake to move allowed Harry to analyze that particular word using his arcane hearing and use it to change the location of the entrance to the chamber. It was like the boy who lived talked in his sleep, so he wouldn't really remember anything. The sword trick was far more advanced. Harry didn't think it would appear, but didn't really discount the possibility because of whatever destiny bullshit tended to happen around Longbottom. So all it took was analyzing the enchantments on the sword and seeing whatever Godric Gryffindor added to it. Honestly, it was mostly Harry screwing around with it, and he had given up about making it disappear. And wasn't it a surprise finding out that the sword disappeared? The Weasley boy wasn't one to hold his mouth. It was like fate itself wanted Harry to get one over Dumbledore. He didn't know if it was something he did when he messed with the sword, or if there was a hidden functionality that made it disappear when certain parameters are met, but he didn't care. It worked, and that's enough. It would have honestly been better to not have involved Longbottom at all, but it was mostly done to cover most of his bases. The Parseltongue was useful, but the fact that Neville should be protected by the prophecy meant that he had an edge that Harry could use against Riddle. It was a bit cruel, but it worked. The idiot actually killed a fucking basilisk with a sword that appeared out of thin air. Changing his memories was something that Dumbledore would notice, especially considering the trauma that a memory charm would leave on the kid. Harry was many things, but he wasn't cruel. Maybe he could have used whatever bullshit his magic crest had done when they were attacked by Quirrell a year back, but he didn't know how to use it. Also, the fact that the boy who lived was in extreme pain during the encounter already hid any sign of trauma that could be caused by memory manipulation. Still, Harry had won. He had denied Dumbledore an asset in the basilisk corpse, let alone whatever Jörmungandr was. He had forced the man to not involve himself in his business, and most importantly, he defeated Riddle. In a way, Harry was disappointed with the fact that the game ended. Did that make him a bad person? That he still craved the intellectual challenge of a rival? That he missed the blood pumping through his veins, the thrill of the chase against an impossible deadline? Tom Riddle was a fascinating puzzle, a Horcrux that somehow combined with the portrait-like personality depicted in the diary, and somehow became alive, more alive than Lord Voldemort. It was probably a mistake, considering how unprepared Tom Riddle was when he made his first Horcrux. The soul wasn't some tangible thing that could be quantified. It's the summation of someone's character, of their true self. Theoretically speaking, making a Horcrux would make one immortal, because of the paradoxical nature of someone being both alive and dead at the same time. Herpo the Foul perverted the phylactery ritual by finding out that souls that are split into pieces are still connected enough that if anchored properly could convince the world that you are still alive and that your body is the anchor. The advantage is the idea that you avoided the dangers of someone discovering your phylactery and using soul magic to literally remake you. But the main disadvantage is that splitting your soul is splitting your personality. The idea on principle is to give away your ability to do something or feel something into the book. Tom Riddle, who had accidentally killed an innocent student, wanted to get rid of the guilt he felt and unconsciously resented his complex planning and his cunning that didn't account for him making a mistake. He put all of it into the diary and slowly, without him noticing, started to lose those attributes, becoming the power-hungry monster that Voldemort was. This spark of brilliance, cunning, and guilt, combined with the memories inside the diary, became a new person entirely, a broken person who latched into Luna and wanted to create a world where she would be happy. But his prime directive was to open the Chamber of Secrets and kick out Dumbledore, so everything he did had to be related to that. Now, that was complicated enough on its own, but adding in the memories of being alive, of being a real person, Tom wanted nothing more than to live once more. So he combined his three ambitions at once, which resulted in a chaotic, complex plan that Harry was able to stop. Oh, it was brilliant, but still too overcomplicated since he tried to do many things at once. And Hermione paid the price for it. Harry didn't know why he felt so guilty about it. He literally couldn't have done anything quicker. It took exactly 2 attacks for him to narrow down everything, but the Muggleborn was still trapped in the diary, in the dream world that Riddle had crafted for Luna months back. Hopefully, Dumbledore and the Unspeakables will figure something out, since that kind of magic was a bit over Harry's pay grade. The thing was that Harry normally wouldn't have jumped into the danger like that if it wasn't for Daphne being attacked. And if he had stayed his hand, then Riddle would have probably succeeded with his ritual, and probably trapped an entire generation of British wizards and witches in his diary. Daphne's petrification made things personal. It made him angry, far angrier than anything he had ever experienced. And that's what drove him to relentlessly hunt down Riddle. Maybe this was a lesson to be a bit more proactive. The whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco ended because Harry decided to dismiss the idea of subtlety and go for the kill. If he hadn't calmed himself before and made a few plans to make sure to reveal as little as possible while mitigating the consequences of his reveal. And he did it for the girl who was petrified in front of him, her blonde hair frozen, blue eyes slightly widened, her expression being a mixture of fear and panic. "This is your first time visiting her," a voice stated behind him. He didn't need to turn to know that it was Tracy. She and Blaise were pretty cross with him for his behavior ever since she was petrified. Yeah, Harry didn't deal with loss very well. He was so consumed with revenge in a vain effort to avoid the guilt he felt that he didn't visit her. He didn't trust himself to handle it properly. "It was about time," he simply answered. "So what are you going to do now that you've avenged her?" Blaise's voice asked with a mocking tone. Harry turned, his eyes wide, and Tracy chuckled at his reaction. "Oh, come on. You disappeared for 2 days straight, researching or whatever, and disappeared during the night. Except for being conveniently seen in the dormitory on the night Longbottom and Granger are found unconscious. You acted normally for a couple of days until Longbottom woke up, got called up to Dumbledore's office, and decided to visit Daphne for the first time. We know how smart you are, and most of all, we know you. Daphne probably gave you the red bean thing and was involved in your manhunt for the heir of Slytherin. When she was attacked, you couldn't handle the guilt and just decided to seek revenge, and no one even knows about it." The Potter Scion just stood there, gaping at his friends. "What? How?" "You're like an open book to us, mate," Blaise said, "but you could have just asked us to help." "I didn't want to involve you." "Well, next time do. Here's our answer, you idiot." He tossed a red jelly bean at Harry, followed by Tracy. "See, we choose the red pill. Now you don't have to act all mysterious with us." Harry was a bit overwhelmed and nodded. After a minute of silence, he stated, "I really appreciate this, guys. Can you give me a few moments with Daph? I have a few things I want to get off my chest." "Sure thing, mate," the dark-skinned boy replied. After the two had left, Harry took a deep breath. "You know, I have no idea if you can hear me or not. You know, theoretically being petrified means that you experience everything. But there's very little research on basilisk stairs, since, you know, people tend to die when that happens. I really should have visited you sooner, but I was so wrapped up in my guilt that I just didn't want to face you without having beat the guy who hurt you like this." He sighed and continued, "I blamed myself for what happened to you. I should have been there to protect you, and I failed. I couldn't bear the thought that I might have been the reason you were petrified. That my games with Riddle spilt over to include you as well. I was so wrapped up in finally having a challenge that I didn't even consider that he wouldn't play with the same rules. Although, I guess I broke the rules first when I went after him the first time." Tears welled up in Harry's eyes as he spoke, his emotions pouring out. "I want you to know that I'm so sorry, Daphne, and that I miss you so much, more than I even imagined to be possible. You've been my anchor, my confidant, my partner in mischief since the very beginning. The last few days without you, I just felt empty. This void in my life that I tried to smother with my rage towards Riddle. I guess with my plan finished, with all that rage gone, I just realized how much seeing you like this hurts me. I'm not the most social person. Hell, I've never really had any friends outside of you, Tracy and Blaze. I was ignored from the moment I was left on my aunt's doorstep one night, and I guess I never realized that I wasn't alone anymore. What I want to say is that the moment you wake up, I promise that I will never take you for granted again. I guess I'll see you tomorrow." With a sad smile on his face, Harry turned and made his way to exit the infirmary. Of course, that's when he felt a spell coming at him with his arcane hearing and ducked out of the way. Of course, he couldn't have a peaceful evening for once. It was Neville Longbottom who was pointing his wand at him with a look of rage on his face. "What the hell, Potter?" Chapter 1, 126. Chapter 126, Shedding Skins. 19 March 1993, Hogwarts. With a sad smile on his face, Harry turned and made his way to exit the infirmary. Of course, that's when he felt a spell coming at him with his arcane hearing and ducked out of the way. Of course, he couldn't have a peaceful evening for once. It was Neville Longbottom who was pointing his wand at him with a look of rage on his face. "What the hell, Potter?" Harry pretended to be outraged. "What the hell is wrong with you, Longbottom? We're just outside the hospital wing, you insensitive troll." The boy who lived didn't seem to care about Harry's answer. "Why did you lie?" He waved his wand around to emphasize his point, which produced sparks. A small crowd started to gather around them. "Lie about what exactly? Seriously, stop with the waving here. Why do you have to always resort to violence? Just for once in your life, calm yourself and talk like a rational person." The boy lowered his wand arm, but still looked angry. "Why did you lie about the Chamber of Secrets?" "I really have no idea what you're talking about." "Stop it. For Merlin's sake, stop it. We went to the Chamber of Secrets together. We found the secret room. I killed a basilisk with a sword." Harry snorted in amusement. "Seriously, that's what you're going for? You killed a basilisk, one of the most dangerous magical creatures in the world, without even using magic." "I used the bombs you gave me." "What bombs? Seriously, why would I be making bombs in my spare time?" "The cold bombs, the flashbang bombs, and the concussion bombs," Neville cited. "Do you honestly don't remember them? You made them to fight the basilisk." The last Potter hummed. "That's interesting. I can certainly see how useful those would be. The cold because snakes are cold-blooded, so that would slow them down. The concussion and flashbang to blind the basilisk, it's a theoretically good tactic. Still suicidal, but somewhat plausible. But there's a problem. How did you aim if you couldn't meet the basilisk's gaze?" "You enchanted some goggles to protect against its gaze," Neville commiserated. "No offense, but that's a little beyond the capability of second-year students. I know I would remember making something like that, and I definitely would be bragging about it." "Stop lying, you little snake," the Longbottom scion exclaimed. Harry let out a big sigh and spoke up. "Look, Longbottom, I don't know if you're lying to get attention, but telling the headmaster that I'm some kind of mastermind that somehow succeeded in a few days where he had failed, found the Chamber of Secrets, and defeated the monster inside is just ridiculous. I was just in his office being interrogated about the events of the Chamber of Secrets when I haven't even left my dormitory the night you got attacked, or whatever it is you think happened. I'm not lying. Look, Dumbledore told me that he spent an entire day looking for any evidence of what you said happened. He did find a secret room, but the Chamber of Secrets wasn't there. You didn't have any bombs on you, or any goggles. Hell, they didn't even find the sword." Longbottom protested. "The sword was there, it just disappeared." "Yeah," he answered while scoffing, "because swords tend to do that. Look, I don't care what you say, because it's not my problem. I don't care that you snuck into the Chamber of Secrets where the entrance didn't exist. I don't care that you fought a monster that massacred entire teams of wizards and witches by yourself with just a sword. I don't care that you were found without any of the equipment you said you had. However, I care that you're trying to use me as a witness when there's proof that I was in my dormitory that night." The boy gritted his teeth. "Tell them that I'm telling the truth. I'm a hero. I saved everyone." Harry gave him a pitying look. "Look, man, Dumbledore thinks that you were under some kind of illusion curse that made you experience something you craved, being a hero, slaying the legendary monster with absolute bravery, clearing your name from the stigma of being a parselmouth while you stayed unconscious." No, Neville protested weakly. I know you don't want to deny it, but don't you think that your feats are just too great, too unrealistic? If it was another student, would you believe that they did, in fact, kill a basilisk with a sword? Longbottom kept shaking his head, and Harry pressed, Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that, according to your narrative, I came out of nowhere, like some kind of quest giver in a fiction book, giving you all the explanations that you could need to heroically save the Say, as well as the location of the Chamber of Secrets, the nature of the monster attacking, and the exact methods to defeat it? Don't you think it's too lucky that we're separated by some weird earthquake, that your sword somehow materialized when you needed it, and you used it to kill a mighty monster? Why wouldn't I just go tell a professor? Surely they're more qualified than both you and me. The crowd nodded in affirmation, but the boy just wouldn't let go of his story. No, you were there. You were there. Neville, just get some help. I don't know if you're going crazy or if this is a side effect of whatever curse you had on you, but you need to accept reality. Hell, even the headmaster is sure that there was never a Chamber of Secrets in the first place, that it was all a diary that trapped the user's mind inside it, and that could also hypnotize them to cast some kind of obscure petrification spell on random people and write about the heir of Slytherin coming for Muggleborns in blood. It was probably made by some kind of perturbed student who wanted to cause damage even after he graduated and left the castle. There was never any basilisk. No, it's a basilisk. You said it yourself in the Slytherin common room, the boy who lived exclaimed. First things first, using a conversation where you deceived me by impersonating someone else is not a good argument to make. But what I said was that if Slytherin had a monster that could do all of this, it would probably be a snake that was long-lived and could petrify people. A basilisk was theoretically possible, but I don't think that Dumbledore would let students stay in the same castle as something like that. You trust Dumbledore's judgment, don't you? Neville gave him a heated glare and gritted his teeth. Yes, I trust Dumbledore. So you can't tell me that there's a small possibility that the old man wouldn't let an entire generation of students die for no reason, can you? Because if that's true, then he doesn't deserve to be the headmaster, does he? The boy nodded, and Harry went for the kill. So if you think about it, either your story is false, or you're saying that Dumbledore shouldn't be the headmaster. So tell me, which one is it? For the first time, the Longbottom Scion hesitated. His rage began to wane as the weight of Harry's words sank in. He looked around at the growing crowd, some of whom were nodding in agreement with Harry's logic. He just answered bitterly, You're playing dirty, Potter. No, I'm just being logical, but for all your lies, all your delusions of heroism, there's something that's really bothering me. You see, everybody lies, it's a normal thing. Sometimes it's because it's shameful. Sometimes it's because we're being stubborn jerks. Sometimes it's because we're ignorant about something. Sometimes it's because we don't even know that we're lying, since it's far better than the ugly truth. A 12-year-old boy lying isn't a big deal, celebrity or not. But what's really bothering me about you, what's really making me want to punch you, is the fact that your friend is dying. Her cold, comatose body is in the hospital wing, which is just next to us. I just came to visit my friend, but you just don't seem you care about yours. You just care about being proven right, about being the hero, about people not calling you a liar, and that's just pitiful. There's a good chance your friend would die, and here you are picking a fight with me because I wouldn't go along with your lies. There's a good chance that her parents will never talk to her again. And look at you whining about no one believing you. The truth is that all you care about is your own ego. Look at me. I came here because I missed my friend. Do you even miss yours? The Longbottom boy blanched, and Harry continued, Take a good long look at yourself, Neville Longbottom. Are you happy with the person that you are, with the man that you're becoming? Do you think your parents would have been proud to see what you're doing right now? I know I wouldn't. So why don't you be a decent person, get in the hospital wing, and sit by your friend? Longbottom just stood there, frozen in shock at anyone daring to say that to him. Harry was running out of patience. I said do it. The boy stiffened and nodded meekly. He slowly walked towards the hospital wing. Harry shook his head and addressed the crowd. What are you all looking at? They all looked away and left one by one, looking down in shame. With the crowd dispersing, Harry watched Neville Longbottom's retreating figure until he disappeared into the infirmary. Honestly, there was a lot of real anger at Neville. Sure, he was successful at making the boy doubt himself, and there would probably be rumors circulating in the afternoon about the boy who lived going crazy, but the way the boy didn't seem to care about Hermione grated Harry immensely. It was the guilt, Harry realized. To be perfectly honest, he stopped really caring about Hermione. They were barely friends for a month before she decided that she preferred Neville and Ron. Harry had long moved on with this, and his decision to ignore the plot from the previous stories, to not live in fear, a wise move in hindsight, just turned her into a regular lonely bookworm in his eyes, which wasn't worth the headache of being near Longbottom, and with it, Dumbledore's attention. But there was something that Riddle said that bothered him. In Hermione's perfect world, when she bore down her soul to him, she said that she missed Harry and that they were still friends. Had he really forgotten about a girl who still hoped that deep down in her heart, they would one day reconcile or something? It wasn't logical, but if Hermione dies, Harry knows that he would regret not making peace with her at least. Harry had won. He had literally gotten everything he wanted. He had gotten one over Dumbledore, ensured that he wouldn't be under his thumb, defeated Riddle, killed a divine beast that was probably thousands of years old, and had free reign over what to do with the basilisk corpse, which he would leave alone for later, after preserving the body, that is. It wouldn't do to have basilisk parts available in the market, while there might be rumors of a basilisk being in the castle. Staging a fake expedition in the Amazon forest in a couple of years might be better after memories start to fade about the whole incident. However, for all that success, the possibility that a child could die made the whole thing bittersweet. Hermione Granger was an innocent girl who was chosen by Riddle's sick mind to become his new victim. She died because Lucius Malfoy decided to plant the diary to get rid of a political rival. Harry wished he could have saved her, but he knew that it wasn't really his fault. It's not like he could have done anything differently. If he hadn't gone after Riddle, then the entire school might have suffered the same fate, or maybe Luna would have taken her place, which wasn't really all that better. Turning away from the infirmary, Harry let out a deep sigh and continued on his way out of the school. It had been a long and exhausting day, filled with confrontations and emotional turmoil. No, this entire school year was filled with confrontations and emotional turmoil. Harry hoped that it wouldn't be the case for the rest of his school years, yet he knew that this was a vain hope at best. Author's note: I still haven't decided what to do with Hermione. Do I kill her off? Do I have someone save her? Do I leave her stuck in her fake world because she's happy there? Let me know what you think, or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 1, 127. Chapter 127. Mosaic. 2nd April 1993, Hogwarts. Daphne must have fallen asleep somewhere in the library. It felt deeper than any sleep she ever felt before. As she slowly regained consciousness, her surroundings were still a blur, and her mind felt foggy as if she had just emerged from a dream. Her eyelids felt heavy, and it took a moment for her vision to clear. She had the urge to blink for some reason, yet all she could see was white. She tried to turn her neck, but it just felt too stiff. It was like the time she slept badly on her bed, only a million times worse. She needed a muscle-relaxing potion for that later. Did she hurt herself somehow when she was in the library? And if she wasn't in the library, where was she? As the fog in her mind began to lift, Daphne's memory started to piece together fragments of what had happened. She remembered being in the library to return a few books. She had gone to browse for some replacements. But then something caught her eye, a strange movement in the shadows. She had turned to investigate, and that's when it happened. A cold, paralyzing dread had swept over her, and then nothing. The memory felt foggy, as if it kept slipping away from her fingers every time she tried to remember. No, there was something she did remember. She was afraid, deathly so. Why would she get this afraid in the library? Unless it was the basilisk. Harry had told her about the monster of the Chamber of Secrets. She had researched the so-called King of Serpents and was horrified by the mere idea that her best friend wanted to fight it. Was she petrified? She wasn't a Muggle-born, but then again, neither was McLaggen. Yes, she was afraid. She was very, very afraid. Had she screamed? Had she tried to run? The details were frustratingly elusive. Her muscles still felt frozen, but a lot better than before. She could at least move them. She turned her head for a fraction of an angle and hissed slightly in pain. The moment Daphne made a sound, she was accosted by a familiar black-haired boy. Harry. "Daph, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Daphne blinked up at him, her eyes finally starting to focus. Harry's face was etched with concern, and he was kneeling beside her. She tried to speak, but her throat felt dry and sore. It was as if she had been sleeping for a very long time without water. Harry must have noticed her distress because he conjured a glass of water and helped her take a sip. The cool liquid was a relief, and Daphne felt some of her strength returning. Harry's eyes were filled with relief, but also concern. "You were petrified, Daphne." "The basilisk?" she asked. "Yeah, don't worry, Longbottom killed it." "Longbottom?" she asked incredulously, but she then started to cough violently. "I know, just take it easy and drink some water. Don't worry, we can talk about it later. A lot has happened since you were petrified. It's a bit of a long story, and we'll have time after you're fully healed. Madame Pomfrey just gave you the Mandrake restorative potion, but the basilisk was still pretty strong. It'll take time for everything to set in. Do you remember anything?" "Not really, just being in the library and waking up now," she answered. "Huh, that's interesting. Did the basilisk's glare petrify your mind as well as your body? Most petrification curses don't really affect the mind, so I was worried about you having experienced everything without being able to move. Although it is possible that this did happen, that your mind repressed it somehow to avoid any serious consequences." "Stop rambling, Harry." The boy stopped and gave her one of the warmest smiles she had ever seen from him. "I really missed you, Daph." The world sent butterflies in her stomach, but thankfully she was partially petrified, so she couldn't really blush like she would have normally. She chose to change the subject instead. "Can't you get Madame Pomfrey to give me something to speed things up a bit?" "No, a basilisk's glare is still pretty powerful. It would overwhelm any of the potions we give you, so you might end up dealing with a few side effects without them even working. Just let things progress normally, and you should be fine by the end of the day." She wanted to talk some more, but Harry was quickly silenced by a glare by Madame Pomfrey, who said, "Enough chit-chat, you two. Miss Greengrass needs rest and time to recover. I'll be keeping a close eye on her, and she'll be back on her feet in due course. Now, Mr. Potter, if you don't mind, I suggest you give her some space and let her rest. Visiting hours are over, and I won't have any more distractions in my infirmary tonight." Harry nodded reluctantly, his concern for Daphne still evident in his eyes. "All right, Madame Pomfrey. Please take good care of her." Madame Pomfrey gave him a reassuring smile. "I always do, Mr. Potter. Now off you go, and I'll make sure Miss Greengrass is comfortable." As Daphne continued to recover in the infirmary, she learned more about the events that had transpired during her petrification. She had, of course, sent a letter to her parent to tell them that she was all right. Her handwriting was pretty wooden, but it would get better with time. However, the school was abuzz with rumors and theories about the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin, who had supposedly opened it, and Daphne had heard her fair share of rumors even when she was in the hospital wing. Apparently, Longbottom and Granger were attacked a few weeks ago. She found out that it was just after she got petrified. Longbottom kept claiming that he killed a basilisk with a sword, but no one really believed him. Granger was sent to St. Mungo's because what happened to her was somewhat severe. Harry wasn't really there to fill in the blanks, but then again, she could make her own theories about what happened. Still, the fact that the basilisk was gone helped her relax. That damn snake was terrifying. The other victims that were attacked also didn't seem to remember what happened, something that stank of foul play. Alas, Daphne didn't have the heart to tell them about it. Filch was inconsolable because of what happened to his cat. He was probably going to leave the castle entirely. Apparently, Mrs. Norris was the last gift he had from his wife before she died from dragonpox. The idea that it died suffocating in his arms must have really traumatized the man, and it would make sense that he would avoid anything that reminded him of her. Dean Thomas also just looked lost. He had missed almost 5 months of classes, and there was a good chance that he would need some kind of remedial lessons so that he would have a chance at passing. Penelope Clearwater was in the same boat. She had thankfully in her 6th year, thus didn't have any Alboelas or newts to study. She was only petrified for around 6 weeks, so that was doable. McLagan was still as annoying as ever, telling everyone that his father was going to crucify Longbottom for opening the chamber despite Daphne telling him that he was innocent. Apparently, a Slytherin's opinion didn't have much weight with him. Finally, after a lot of arguing and tests, Madame Pomfrey allowed her and the rest of the petrified victims to attend dinner. She was starving, and the nutrition potions that the matron shoved down her throat were poor substitutes for a real meal. She sat next to Harry, Tracy, and Blaze, who looked closer than they had been for the entire year. The whole manhunt that Harry decided to partake in had made him so distracted that he kind of ignored them slightly. It was probably hard to talk with them when he was consumed by something that he couldn't tell them anything about. With the threat the chamber posed being gone, they probably started to hang out a lot more. They didn't really talk about much, just classes and the homework she missed. Everything was going oddly normally until Dumbledore stood up. Everyone stopped talking instinctively, and the headmaster started a speech. "Thank you all for coming, and I hope you would indulge an old man, taking a few minutes of your time so that I could say a few words. As most of you probably know, this year was plagued by a series of attacks on members of the students, which led us to the conclusion that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The student body started to murmur lightly, intrigued by the headmaster's statement. This was the first time, as far as Daphne could tell, that any staff member said anything about the Chamber of Secrets. They spoke about attacks, but not the chamber itself. Dumbledore continued, "Well, I am glad to say that this horrific chapter of the school's history is finally over. The perpetrator of the attack was stopped, and its victims have just been unpetrified and officially released from the hospital wings, thanks to the valiant efforts of our resident Mediwitch, Madame Pomfrey, and our resident potion master, Severus Snape." The great hall was immediately deafened by the roar of applause that followed this announcement, which took almost a minute to end. Yes, we all appreciate their efforts, but I still have a few things to clarify. Many of you probably think that the legendary Chamber of Secrets was opened. That statement was proven to be false. We have determined that the cause of the attacks was not some monster, but simply a cursed artifact that created some form of delayed petrification of whoever touched it. This was why the petrifications happened at random times to random people. Thankfully, the artifact in question was destroyed by none other than Neville Longbottom. The feedback of the even hurt him and Miss Granger. Alas, while this is a day of celebration, it is also a day of mourning. While Mr. Longbottom was able to return relatively unharmed with only some brief episodes of confused memories, the chaotic release of magic had unpredictable consequences on Miss Granger, putting her in what looks like a magical coma. She is currently in St. Mungo's seeking treatment, and we don't know if her condition will ever revert. Hermione Granger might have sacrificed her life for the sake of stopping the attacks, which is why the Ministry will be paying for all treatment, and her parents will be compensated for their daughter's heroic actions. She will also receive an Order of Merlin 3rd class by the Ministry, whether she survives the encounter or not. We have lost a very brilliant witch too early. I want you all to remember her and keep her alive in your memories and your stories. If the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy, remember the girl who lost so much to make sure that we are all safe." He raised up his cup and spoke gently to Hermione Granger. Everyone raised their cups as well and replied with a somber mood to Hermione Granger. Of course, later that night, when Harry told her what actually happened, things started to make more sense. Harry and Longbottom had gone into the Chamber of Secrets. Harry killed the monster, which turned out not to be a basilisk but a divine beast, whatever that was, and defeated Riddle. Longbottom had really killed a basilisk with a sword, but Harry had convinced Dumbledore to say that the entire thing was fabricated, since saying that there was a real basilisk in the school would get everyone outraged at the headmaster. Anyway, everything was fine. Harry had won, probably in her defense. It might be some kind of wishful thinking, but she knew that he wouldn't have gone so badly after Riddle normally. Tracy told her that he practically disappeared for 2 days after her petrification, which ended up with Longbottom and Granger being found unconscious. Still, Granger's fate was somewhat heartbreaking. Still, it was nice to be back. She didn't even mind when Luna came back to celebrate with them. Well, she minded a little, but not as much as she did before. It was nice for things to go back to normal once more. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, Slithering Denouement. 15th April 1993, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was, to put it mildly, feeling completely and utterly drained. His exhaustion ran bone deep, a relentless weariness that easily ranked as one of the worst experiences of his long life. But this wasn't the kind of fatigue that a good night's sleep could remedy, as one might expect after a grueling battle. Oh no, this weariness had a different source altogether. It was the lingering aftermath of the Chamber of Secrets catastrophe. Now, you might wonder why a seasoned wizard like Dumbledore, who had faced countless challenges in his lifetime, would be so profoundly affected by recent events. Well, it wasn't just about the physical strain, it was the mental and emotional toll that weighed heavily on his shoulders. Because even if most of the wizarding world had bought this farce that the Potter boy suggested, Dumbledore couldn't simply sweep away the complex complications and political entanglements that had emerged in the wake of the attacks on the student body. It was exhausting, but Albus, as the head of Hogwarts and a key figure in the magical community, bore the burden of having to answer the questions of lesser minds. Well, calling them lesser minds was an exaggeration. They knew that there was something fishy going on and didn't fully believe what he had told them. They were right, of course. Dumbledore knew a fragment of what happened, thanks to young Neville's memories, but even he did not grasp the truth of what really happened inside the chamber. The Potter boy had played his hand beautifully, so even Albus didn't know the full details about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. And he couldn't investigate it because that might reveal the fact that Albus lied about the events of the chamber. Additionally, the fact that there wasn't an actual culprit to blame complicated things, and the end result was far from agreeable. And here he was, headmaster of Hogwarts once more, having to deal with 5 students who missed a lot of coursework, a muggle-born girl whose soul was stuck in a diary, and no sign of Tom Riddle. Even the diary itself had the name Hermione J. Granger inscribed in it. That's not to mention the national celebrity that people started questioning his sanity, because that was the only way Albus could deny knowing that there was, in fact, a basilisk in the school. Why couldn't the brat just have enough common sense to know that he should keep his mouth shut? That boy was becoming more and more frustrating to work with. This was a disaster. Perhaps calling it a disaster was too weak a word after all. Thank Merlin, he had been suspended when this matter was resolved because he doubted that his tenure as the headmaster of Hogwarts would have survived. Thankfully, the moment the boy who lived disappeared, he was immediately reinstated in a hurry. Alas, Albus knew that it wouldn't be enough to avoid the political shitstorm coming his way. The school board was angry, and the ministry wanted more influence over the castle, as they always did. The reason why people were so angry wasn't that the event was traumatizing or even dangerous for the students, but the fact that even the unspeakables couldn't do anything about the young Miss Granger's condition. They were still researching and experimenting, but they were genuinely baffled. Parents were terrified that the only reason their children didn't share young Miss Granger's fate was pure luck. And so the headmaster of Hogwarts was running everywhere trying to extinguish the fires. The whole thing had cost him a lot of favors, especially when the Daily Prophet was involved. Thankfully, things started to simmer down slightly, hence the meeting. And now here he was, in his own office, facing 3 of the highest-ranked ministry appointees, who were there for him to explain himself. They wouldn't do anything, and it was a formality for their own ego. But Albus had been playing politics for enough time to know that this was going nowhere. The fires had been extinguished. These people were just trying to get any advantage they could have. So Albus, what in Merlin's name happened? We left you alone because you needed time to get things sorted out, but the ministry needs answers. Say what you will about Fudge's corruption, there was still a reason he was elected as Minister for Magic. He wasn't the smartest man in the room and had a tendency to run away from problems or just go too far with them, but he knew enough about politics to have a hint of what really happened in the ugly background of the wizarding world. He knew how to keep magical Britain stable, and he was an acceptable peacetime minister. He was good enough to keep things together, but flexible enough to let certain things slide and not upset the uneasy peace they had achieved after Lord Voldemort's defeat at the hand of Neville Longbottom. Still, the man was a minor bureaucrat with very little magical talent, in a world where magic is might. And he came here to demand answers out of him, the champion of light? Albus suppressed his rising fury and answered with a frosty tone, "I don't see how I was involved at all. Need I remind you that I was suspended when all of that happened?" "Come on, Dumbledore," Amelia Bone interjected. "You can't possibly think that we bought this whole petrifying diary story. I've seen the victims, and there isn't a curse that could possibly petrify people seemingly indefinitely, especially not one that was done by a diary of all things." Amelia Bones, on the other hand, was far more worryingly competent when it came to causing trouble. She was rigid and militaristic in a way, which made sense since she was forged and trained in the last war. Albus had done his best to curtail her possible ascension to the title of minister, since she would quickly destabilize the whole place with her rigid mindset. She was a straight arrow, that one, which would possibly get her killed. It's a bit more complicated than that. The curse was not a petrifying one, but a time stasis one as well. I didn't want to say anything because temporal magics were frowned upon, but the actual petrifying curse is layered with some kind of time-freezing effect to make the petrification permanent. I had to personally disable that part of the curse so that we could administrate the Mandrake Restoration Potion. With the actual part of the petrification destroyed, the temporal layer of the curse had nothing to be founded upon, which made it fade away. I did not share the details of the curse because I didn't want to unnecessarily scare the parents after the situation was resolved. Their anger seemed to abate, but as usual, Amelia Bones decided to ask something else. "That sounds possible, but how is a diary of all things do something like this?" "Curses are not alive, Albus. They don't decide to petrify people or write messages in blood." Albus suppressed the urge to groan and decided to use a modified version of the truth. "It does when you realize who made the diary in the first place." "And might that be?" Bartemius Crouch asked. Now that was a man that Albus actively disliked, a zealot that just killed anyone he thought was suspicious during the war. He had killed more innocent civilians because of his paranoia than actual Death Eaters, and wasn't that tragic? He was celebrated as a war hero, of course, until it was found out that his son had attacked the Potters alongside the Lestranges and joined their fate. The man tried to protest and say that his son was probably helping the Potters, but a quick investigation revealed that young Barty was a very disturbed boy and was in fact a servant of Lord Voldemort. His wife committed suicide after hearing about the death of her son. It was a sad story, but Albus had used this to remove the man from his post as the head of the DMLE into the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a department that was virtually useless for most of the time, where his career started to slowly fade away. The only person the man hated more than Albus was probably Harry Potter. Tom Riddle, but that's what he was known when he attended these halls. You would know him as Lord Voldemort. By their widened eyes and Fudge's squeaking, Albus knew that he had their attention now. He decided to press on. As you probably know, the chamber was opened around 50 years ago. I was the Transfiguration professor at the time, but I always suspected Tom Riddle since I knew that he was probably the only Parselmouth in the school. I told Headmaster Dippet of my suspicions, but he chose not to act on them, refusing that such a charming, orphaned boy would ever do something this heinous. When one of the victims died, the boy ended up framing Rubeus Hagrid, since even then, the headmaster would have had to start looking into it severely. Petrification is one thing, but murder... He knew that we couldn't take a chance. I located the chamber and warded it off until the summer when I killed the beast inside, which happened to be a basilisk. A basilisk? All three exclaimed at once. Yes, we were quite fortunate that there only had been a single casualty, Albus answered with a somber tone. I am telling you this because I can tell you with extreme certainty that I knew that the Chamber of Secrets was not opened. However, I did recognize the diary that Miss Granger was found with. It was Tom's. From what I could discern, he enchanted the diary to possess anyone who touched it. He left a jumble of memories, a remnant of sorts of himself as a teenager to force them to petrify people. When he realized that the basilisk was dead, he used the petrification curse to achieve a similar result. yet one I knew was slightly different since I was there for both occasions. Hermione Granger is the one who attacked everyone, and her diary kept absorbing her until her soul was completely consumed. Young Neville was able to destroy the persona inside the diary, but failed to save young Hermione's soul. The battle occurred inside the diary, in some kind of astral mental plane, thus the moments of delusions the boy experienced. The three ministry employees were openly gaping at him. The minister asked with an awed tone, "Then why the secrecy? Why hide all of this?" Miss Granger was as much of a victim of the attacks as the other petrified students, perhaps even more so. I did not want anyone to blame her for what happened. I just wanted to protect my students. I will admit that it was a mistake for us to release Neville from the hospital wing while he still experienced flashes of what happened when he fought Tom. They all nodded, and Albus even saw a glimmer of appreciation in Amelia's eyes. That was very interesting. What about the petrified victims? Unfortunately, Mr. Filch resigned, unable to cope with the loss of his cat and feeling extremely paranoid about being attacked by students. As for the other victims, we have offered private lessons so that they could catch up on the classes they missed, and they have already caught up with their classmates, apart from Dean Thomas, that is. The boy was petrified for months, and there's a very good possibility that he would have to redo the entire year. We are prepared to continue tutoring him during the summer and test him before the beginning of the first year. It will depend entirely on his dedication and his performance. Anyway, as compensation, every victim was given 5,000 galleons for being attacked on school grounds, and everything was settled with the parents. Although we had to obliviate the Grangers of all magic and into thinking their daughter died in a muggle accident. They didn't handle the news well. We will of course return their original memories should the girl ever recover. The Bones matriarch seemed suspicious, and how did the diary get past the wards? A muggle-born girl bringing you-know-whose diary is very unlikely. I believe that the diary never left the castle. Tom had made it inside the castle, in some kind of hidden room, and Miss Granger must have accidentally touched it. The Unspeakables are studying the diary, so that might shed some light, and I will look over the wards personally to make sure that there wasn't a security breach. Bartemius Crouch gritted his teeth. You always have an answer for everything, don't you? I take the safety of my students very seriously. Well, he also practiced this story for days, for this inevitable meeting. They seemed to have bought his misdirection and his willingness to protect his students. The school year would continue normally. Now, with that fiasco over, he had time to think about a way to get back at Lucius Malfoy. After all, he was removed, even if it was momentarily, from his seat of power. He couldn't let that stand without consequences, could he? Chapter 1. 29, Chapter 1. 29, New Beginnings. 2nd June, 1993, Hogwarts. As Harry sat down in his compartment, ready to go home for the summer holidays, he started to ponder about the previous school year. The past few months were pretty uneventful in his opinion, at least compared to the rest of the year. Yeah, after a sentient Horcrux of a teenage Dark Lord, a basilisk, a fucking divine beast that was thousands of years old, there was very little that could really shake things up. After the whole Chamber of Secrets happened, Dumbledore got into a little trouble, far too little since he let 5 students get petrified on his watch, and that's not even mentioning Hermione Granger's fate, which was in the hands of the Department of Mysteries. It was both amusing and depressing to see how easily the man got away with it. Sure, technically Harry had him by the balls, because if he revealed that there was, in fact, a basilisk, the headmaster would lose a lot of goodwill from the public and possibly his position as headmaster. But Harry wouldn't risk it. Dumbledore would kill him. He had proven that he was willing to do it when he did it to Flamel, and Harry wasn't willing to risk it. Because what people have forgotten, what Dumbledore ensured that they forget, is the fact that in the magical world, power is might. Political power is meaningless for someone like Albus Dumbledore because he could easily just take over the nation. A man who could flatten cities in minutes has nothing to fear from a few politicians and angry parents. The reason why he was losing the war to Voldemort was because it was a guerrilla war. Sure, the Dark Lord was very impressive in terms of power, probably as a product of his countless rituals, but he always avoided a straight battle with the aged headmaster for a good reason. So Harry definitely did not want to push a man like that into a corner. Undermining him is all right, maybe giving him a few setbacks, but to destroy his reputation entirely could literally make the man do something drastic, and Harry had doubts he would survive his wrath. Of course, Harry wouldn't let it go. He wanted the magical world to prosper, and it wouldn't do that with Dumbledore at its helm. Since he couldn't attack the man's reputation suddenly, the last Potter knew that he needed to do it gradually. He would make the public doubt him, getting hesitant to trust him, with one blunder after another. It would be small things at first, things that Dumbledore would consider barely more than an annoyance, which would come from multiple sources. He would think that it was just some bad luck, which would, over the course of years, destroy the man's credibility without even noticing. Because it's the slow knife, the knife that takes its time, the knife that waits years without forgetting, then slips quietly between the bones, that's the knife that cuts deepest. Something quick, something fast, would never cause enough damage to the empire that Dumbledore built. A little patience, a little persistence could plant an idea, and that's the beauty of it. An idea can't be killed. It can't be eradicated. You can't obliviate an idea if it's over a long time. It would start slow, like for example the boy that people often consider to be his successor, Neville Longbottom, breaking the statute of secrecy openly, then impersonating other scions of old families to spy on the conversations in Slytherin. Things like students getting attacked, one of them maybe even never recovering. Maybe someone would talk about the baby dragon that Longbottom tried smuggling. Maybe even about the Cerberus, the challenge, the possessed professor. Small incidents and leaks would get people to start asking questions. Then, 2, maybe 3 years of small incidents, small mistakes, would just shake the blind faith that the magical world had in him. It would provide an opportunity to truly bring back the might of the magical world before Albus Dumbledore started doing his best to smother it. Riddle was right to want Dumbledore out of the castle, but he was too impatient. With a man like the headmaster, you needed to play the long game. People were already suspicious of the headmaster's statement about the Chamber of Secrets, and only stopped their protest when the Minister for Magic, the head of the DMLE, and Bartemius Crouch confirmed his words after investigating the matter themselves. Dumbledore definitely didn't tell them the truth, but whatever he said convinced them enough to side with him. So things came back to relatively normal around a month after Harry's fight with Riddle. The petrified victims, apart from Dean Thomas, had caught up with whatever they missed. The exam sessions happened as normal. Daphne had to attend a lot of remedial classes in her free time, which stopped them from hanging out as much as they did previously. As for Dean Thomas's fate, it was still up to him. The boy had chosen to try to finish the curriculum and do his exams in August to not be pulled back a year. Harry sincerely wished him good luck with his endeavor. As for Blaise and Tracy, Harry started to get closer to them after he explained the whole chamber situation. He really did trust them, and while they were shocked about what happened, they quickly accepted his version of things, like the fact that Longbottom wasn't actually delusional, that Dumbledore was subtly convincing everyone that he was just to save his own ass, and that Harry was fighting the air in the shadows without anyone other than Daphne and Luna even knowing about it. They were now as close as they could be, as if the year of slowly drifting apart hadn't happened. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Tracy asking, "So, will this be the first time you meet Arcturus Black?" He shrugged. "No, I saw him a couple of times. I even went to his home at Christmas, so this isn't an impulsive decision." Well, that's not exactly true. It was an impulsive decision. Harry was so focused on avenging Daphne that he had asked Arcturus to take him as his ward to make sure that Dumbledore wouldn't try anything. Harry had always wanted to stay beneath the man's notice, but he had accepted the truth that as a potential prophecy child, the headmaster would always keep an eye on him as a potential replacement for Longbottom. Arcturus becoming his guardian would stop the man from having any kind of authority over him outside the school, and would even limit the man's authority inside it as well. Blaise nodded. "So you're going to be the next head of the Black family?" "Not really. I can't be the head of a family if I don't have its crest activated. I'll technically be the regent, and I'll pass on the black crest to one of my children if I have any. And they'll be the next black head." "Lucius Malfoy will not be happy with that," Daphne commented. "Lucius Malfoy is not happy about a lot of things these days. Harry answered with a snort, causing his friends to burst into laughter. He was right. The Malfoy family was starting to get into a bit of trouble. It seemed like Dumbledore did not appreciate the man kicking him out of the castle for the few days he did. After the chamber fiasco, the man was removed from his position on the school board, and he lost his house elf somehow. Harry had no idea how it happened, nor did he really care, to be honest. But the biggest hit was the Ministry raid that was spearheaded by Arthur Weasley. They found a secret room filled with hundreds of banned artifacts that were seized by the Ministry, and apparently the fines that the Malfoy head had to pay was staggering. Honestly, Harry didn't know if Dumbledore somehow knew if the entire Chamber of Secrets plot was made by Malfoy, something that the last Potter wasn't even certain of. But this was very brutal and proof that Harry was right in not overly antagonizing the headmaster. Luna perked up. Oh, Draco had a lot of nargles moving around his head. They all nodded at the Ravenclaw's comment. After a while, her figures of speech got sort of repetitive, and you could understand what it meant. She usually had a hard time explaining her interpretations of her clairvoyance, and even if they didn't understand at first, it became easier to deduce over time, especially since she started hanging out with them a lot after she found out that Harry dealt with Tom. Even the Ravenclaws that bullied her stopped after they kept getting mysteriously cursed in their own common rooms. On an unrelated matter, Harry was getting really good at modifying spells to only act after a certain delay. Any response to Luna's statement was silenced by Neville Longbottom, angrily walking past their compartment with his trunk. Blaise shook his head at the scene. Still moody as ever, huh? The Longbottom scion has been in a foul mood ever since the whole Chamber of Secrets thing happened. Being ridiculed and people thinking he was crazy made him very irritable. That's not mentioning the giant fight he had with Weasley in the middle of the Gryffindor common room. Apparently, the redhead thought that his friend had been the heir of Slytherin, and if that wasn't enough, he was caught telling everyone about how disturbed Longbottom really was, and that he was always prone to imagining things. Of course, that didn't end well, and with Hermione out of commission, the boy who lived ended up practically friendless, with people actively trying to avoid him, making him even more prone to bursts of anger. The Weasley twins tried to break the tension in their common room with a few pranks, one of which ended up dosing Professor Lockhart with a basic truth potion. The man was a mediocre professor when he wasn't being controlled by Riddle, but it wasn't really noticeable. Only the Newty students really complained, but they had learned a long time ago not to rely on professors for that particular class, and just self-studied. So yeah, the Ponce had confessed in the middle of the Great Hall that he was just a front, that his entire career was to buy stories of adventures from actual heroes and write about those adventures with himself as the protagonist. It was all a big scam. The actual adventurers got a shard of the profits, which got them to not say anything because it would stop them from getting even more gold. Surprisingly, he didn't even have to memory charm anyone. Technically, it wasn't illegal, even if the Daily Prophet crucified him for his scam. He argued that he played Lockhart, the character, and didn't really lie to anyone when people started making a fuss. And that since he had the signed permissions from the people who actually committed those deeds to use their stories. And while it is written that those stories were based on true events, there was a small amendment telling them that there might be some changes, which in this case was the protagonist. Sure, the man was fired, and his books were no longer sold, but he ended up with a fortune that no one could take from him. He disappeared one day, a few weeks before the term ended, and no one has seen anything about him. He probably retired somewhere abroad with enough gold to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Harry had to admit that he had a smidge of respect for the man's cunning. Daphne poked his shoulder, breaking him from his thoughts once more, and whispered, "What were you just thinking about?" He didn't even notice that his friends continued his conversation without him. Harry just gave her a smile. Just about new beginnings. And it was true. He was going to have an actual guardian for the first time in his life. He had to admit that he asked Arcturus Black to become his guardian out of desperation to stay away from Dumbledore's influence. He had succeeded. He only hoped that it wasn't a mistake, trusting the Black Patriarch. At least there was something for certain. Harry's summer was bound to be eventful at the very least. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Platinum. 4 June 1993, Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy sat in his office, drinking some very old whiskey, and commiserated about the events of the previous year. Sometimes he really regretted even getting involved with the politics of magical Britain. It was very gratifying at first when he was actually free of doing what he wanted, after the Dark Lord perished at the hands of Neville Longbottom. It was amazing, the influence he could wield. And with the Black family being pretty much wiped out, he had assumed the leadership of the traditional faction of the Wizengamot. It wouldn't have been wrong to say that he was the second most powerful man in the country, after Dumbledore, of course. Thankfully, the Muggle-loving fool was too busy to pay attention to the entire game, and Lucius played to gain more power for his faction. It was a good system, got the headmaster busy, and the rest of the factions became pretty much toothless. Of course, that went well until the previous year when defeated of Grindelwald proposed a bill, the Muggle Protection Act, that sounded nice on the front, but pretty much allowed Arthur Weasley's department to get a search warrant, with auras being present anywhere to look for artifact that could be used for Muggle baiting. The sad thing is that auras have the authority to arrest anyone if they see them committing crimes. Lucius saw it as the trick it was and tried to fight it. Alas, he was outvoted, and the first victim was the Yaxleys, who ended up paying thousands of galleons and had all of their ritual gear confiscated and destroyed since they were technically banned. Most families quickly hid their artifacts, whether in Gringotts artifact vaults or in secret rooms, but many simply did not have the funds for that and tried to sell everything that could be found, eager to get rid of any incriminating evidence, which of course caused the prices on banned items to plummet, which made everyone's net worth take a hit. Even Lucius wasn't spared, since a big portion of the Malfoy fortune was in expensive and rare magical artifacts. It was an obvious plan by Dumbledore to weaken the traditional faction and enforce the bans that he passed into law over the years. They even tried to search Lucius's home, but they didn't find the secret room that contained the banned items. Arthur Weasley's gritted teeth were obvious. The entire bill was a slap in the face, and people clamored for Lucius to retaliate. He did it by doing something that was admittedly risky. Giving away one of the Dark Lord's prized possessions that was entrusted to him to ensure Dumbledore's downfall was easy. The man was dead, and even then he would probably appreciate kicking Dumbledore out of the castle. And it worked. The Chamber of Secrets was opened, and it took a few months to get the opportunity to kick Dumbledore from the castle. The idea was to slander the man and shake the blind faith his followers had in him, which would destabilize his faction. Eventually, the Weasley girl would have been caught, and Arthur Weasley would have been crucified for her actions, adding more fuel to the fire. It sounded so perfect on paper. The students were attacked, but two of the attackers were not mudbloods. That was a sign that things were not going according to plan. Still, it gave Lucius enough leverage to do what had to be done. However, Dumbledore's suspension lasted less than a couple of days, since the Longbottom scion of all people had found who was opening. And it wasn't the Weasley girl as he planned, but the mudblood friend of his that Draco kept complaining about, calling her a teacher's pet. She was still unconscious because of whatever the diary did. Lucius didn't really care, she was just a mudblood after all. The old man was quickly reinstated by his actions and claimed that it was a cursed diary that caused the petrification and that the Chamber of Secrets was never opened. Honestly, Lucius didn't know if that was true or not. The Dark Lord had a tendency to exaggerate certain truths, and that was saying it kindly. He was just too terrifying and unstable for anyone to call him out on it. All things considered, Dumbledore did take a few hits, but he didn't take his suspension lying down. He had personally come to an inspection with the auras, and he wasn't as easy to fool as the others. With a wave of his wand, the secrecy charms were gone, as were the powerful wards. That was all it took, a single wave of his wand. The auras confiscated artifacts worth in total more than 200,000 galleons. And that's not mentioning the 100,000 galleons fine and being dismissed from the Hogwarts school board. Yeah, the defeater of Grindelwald could be vindictive when he wanted to. Lucius didn't know if the man was doing it because of his suspension or because he knew that it was Lucius who orchestrated the entire thing. The result was the same. The Malfoy vaults were practically emptied overnight, and Lucius had to sell a few properties to be back in a comfortable position. His faction had smelt the blood in the water and was vying for his position. especially after Arcturus Black came out of nowhere and announced that Harry Potter, of all people, was his ward. The boy was a contender as the next head of the Black family, which destroyed the implied idea that Draco would be the next Black head, and as his father, he was just acting as his placeholder. It was a bunch of nonsense, of course, but people felt better when there was any justification for the status quo, and the Blacks had been in charge of the traditional faction for centuries. If it wasn't even enough, he found out that his house elf, Dobby, was straining his bond to try to betray him in some misguided attempt at saving Neville Longbottom. It was something utterly inconceivable. House elves were bound by magic. They were utterly loyal, even if their masters tortured them. Dobby had been conditioned for 2 centuries to obey the head of the Malfoy family. He always took his punishments too far, which was maddening because he injured himself so much that he couldn't complete his assigned tasks anymore. The elf was probably mad, and it was probably a mercy that Lucius killed him. It was quick and painless, but he had no choice. An unreliable elf was a useless elf, and one that held a lot of family secrets was bound to cause problems in the future. Still, house elves were expensive, and ones that were so familiar to a family's magic were practically indispensable. To make a long story short, Lucius had every right to drink his sorrows. He had lost this fight badly, but he would recover, he would recoup his losses. His father, Abraxas, often said that a Malfoy could achieve anything with just their cunning. Yes, his house will return, stronger than ever. He only needed to think of a way to do so. He moved to take another gulp of his whiskey, but his body refused to answer. It was hard to breathe. He tried to get up. He tried to scream, but all that came out was a small groaning. Slowly a figure walked forward to him. He couldn't even move his head to look at it. What do we have here? If it isn't Ickle Lucy Malfoy, what a pleasant surprise. The Malfoy patriarch could do nothing more than groan. The figure released a soft chuckle. Oh, don't try to talk too much. I slipped you a little something in your whiskey. Don't worry, it's not lethal. It's also not magical. Isn't it funny that people have been running like headless chickens trying to figure out how I killed all those people without leaving any magical traces? It's funny, it's because I didn't actually use any magic. The voice was oddly soft, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, making it impossible to discern gender. It carried an eerie and mysterious quality that sent shivers down his spine. However, it took a few seconds for the Malfoy patriarch to process before he made a conclusion. You're, Lucius rasped. Yeah, the infamous smiling killer. That's what they call me at least. Not that I care, really. Ah, the smiling killer, some kind of serial killer that appeared around 2 years back. He had over a dozen murders on his head, mostly in pure-blood mansions that were warded to the eyeballs. There were no signs of entry, no damage to the wards, no traces of magic, absolutely nothing. It was a killer that could kill anyone, anywhere. The killer always cut up his victims' mouths, like a sick mockery of a smile, before slitting their throats. The ministry had done its best to bury the story, while the DMLE tried to apprehend the murderer. Fudge didn't want to spread fear, which was interesting, but until they figured out how the smiling killer got in and out of century-old wards, they were holding out. After all, what was the point of warning people if they could do nothing to stop them? However, there was one thing Lucius wanted to know: if he was going to die anyway. Why? That's a very important question. Why? Criminals are so boring nowadays. They kill for gold, kill for love, for hate, for envy. It's all so mundane. Like there's nothing special about it anymore. My dear Lucy, I do what I do because I want to send a message. No one is safe when I'm concerned. The voice started to get heated slightly. Isn't it funny? You're all schemers. Everyone has their little plans. Dumbledore schemes like he's some kind of chess master, forgetting about the human element entirely. The Dark Lord had plans, mad as they might have been. Even you have plans, trying to go against Dumbledore, and where did that get you? Oh, that's right, you lost most of your political power, a whole lot of gold, and any respect anyone had for you. And a visit from dear old me, of course. Dumbledore? His future killer burst into laughter. Oh, that's right. Nah, I'm not working with Dumbledore. You see, he's on my list too. Now that's a man with hundreds of plans in motion. It's all so pathetic. You see, the thing I noticed is that whenever he was involved with anything, everyone stopped thinking altogether. Nobody panics when things go according to his plans, even if what he was planning could easily be called monstrous. Do you know how many massacres committed by Dumbledore were celebrated because they were according to plan? But the moment something unpredictable happens, the moment someone like me intervenes, everyone freaks out. You folks try to make sense of this crazy world, but none of you ever see a wild card like me coming. Oh, I was going to save you for dessert, maybe just before our dear old Dumbledore, Lucy. But no, you just had to go and grab my attention. The monster's voice dripped with sinister amusement and started cackling, something that sent a shiver down Lucius's spine. The serial killer slowly walked towards Lucius, and for the first time, the Malfoy patriarch took a good look at them. He or she was wearing a white circular mask, with a face drawn into it with what looked like blood. Who are you? Nobody cared about me before I put on the mask. I am no one, just a mask, a person among many, that society failed, that suffered in this little fight between the light and dark. The masked person asked. Now where was I? Oh yeah, you got my attention, didn't you? You see, you almost got a lot of people killed, including your own son, in Hogwarts. Getting an artifact to release a basilisk in the place where the next generation of wizards and witches lived had to be one of the stupidest ideas I ever heard of. Now, I wouldn't really care if it wasn't for the fact that you almost killed someone very dear to me. Longbottom? The figure snorted. What would I want with a spoilt celebrity brat? Nah, I'm talking about Harry Potter. What? The Potter boy of all people. He had no influence, barely any gold, and no political power. If it wasn't for Arcturus Black adopting him, he would have faded into obscurity, magic prodigy or not. The figure continued, You see, you almost killed the kid. And well, he's mine. Only I get to kill him. We have a history, you see. Or at least, he and his mother had a history. Ickle Lily was very naughty, and if I can't kill the bitch, her son will have to do. You're mad, Lucius exclaimed with far more effort than it should have. Oh, you're just getting that now. I'll admit it, I'm not all there, but you see, madness isn't all that bad, really. It can be quite liberating. It allows me to see the world without the constraints of sanity or morality. It allows me to do what others wouldn't dare, to go to unspeakable lengths just to make a point. You see, even with all the schemes and plans that people have, I'm the one in control. The rest of the world just isn't mad enough to see it. But they will. Draco. Sissy. Yes, before he wanted to know, the Malfoy patriarch wanted to see what would happen to his family. He wanted reassurance that the mad thing wouldn't slaughter them too. They're going to be just dandy, you know, all sad and teary-eyed, of course, but I have principles. Unlike you schemers, my words mean something. And going after the victims is just so distasteful, especially when I have such a good toy to play with. I wonder how people will react after seeing your body. Now, I guess there's no need to delay the inevitable. You know what your problem is, Lucy. You're always so stiff and serious. Why don't we fix that first and put a smile on that frowny face of yours? Authors. Note, before you say that I took some heavy inspiration from the Joker, you're right. I have. I just thought that it would be cool to have an antagonist to Harry that has similar attributes, mainly his madness. I already decided who it was, what the backstory was, and why they're doing what they're doing, and it's very different from the Joker. I just decided to use this aspect of his character to have Harry face against something really unpredictable. It won't be a copy of the Joker, so don't worry about that. This character won't be the Joker, they won't be as nonsensical, there will be bigger motives, actual reasons for the madness, and why they're targeting Harry. I'm sorry, but saying anything more would spoil it, so that's all you're going to get out of me. Also, the smiling killer won't be the only antagonist in this arc, but let's just say that paths will cross. Enchanting Melodies, HPSI. By Athas Par-Kr. Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Black Mirror. 7th June 1993, Black Manor. Harry expected that being a ward of Arcturus Black would have changed things. Oddly enough, he didn't feel any different. If he was perfectly honest, This wouldn't have been his main choice. Harry would have rather remained alone, without any kind of adult supervision, practicing magic in Diagon Alley, and buying whatever he wanted from there. However, Dumbledore tried his hands. He knew that the moment he went after the heir of Slytherin, the headmaster would try to do his best to assert his control over him. Getting himself adopted pretty much removed any authority the man could have over Harry, outside the castle, that is. In Hogwarts, he would still need to obey the headmaster, but now he had options. He could fight back if the man went too far, unlike previously where he could literally get the Ministry to drop any complaint he had. Nothing involving him will be buried under the carpet with one single word of him. And the price for all of that was trusting Arcturus Black. Honestly, Harry still didn't know what to make of the man. He hadn't even spoken to Harry once since the man took over his guardianship and the last Potter was waiting for the shoe to drop. The man didn't even come to pick up Harry and just sent a house elf with a portkey. He was shown his room and that was it. He went to the dining room to eat, alone. He sometimes used the flue to get to Diagon Alley without any problems. No one said anything about the rules that he had to follow in the manor. Nothing. He didn't even know if Arcturus was in the manor. The building was large enough that Harry would need days to find him, without magic, that is. So he had given up on doing so. He was perfectly fine with the arrangement. As long as he was not stifled, he had no reason to complain. So after 5 days of silence, when Harry found a small piece of paper telling him that the Black Patriarch invited him to eat lunch with him in his office, he felt a mixture of worry and puzzlement. Why did the Black Patriarch wait so long? Was this when Arcturus was going to start restricting him? Was this the moment Harry would lose his freedom once more? Still, after living in the man's home, Harry had to respect his wishes. Arcturus Black always seemed like a reasonable man. But the last Potter knew for a fact that things were not always what they appeared. He had taken a risk with Arcturus Black. This was simply the first of the consequences that awaited that decision. And so the last Potter readied himself and walked towards the man's office. As usual, the corridors of the Black family manor were dimly lit and had many secrets that Harry wanted to unravel. He couldn't shake the feeling that this lunch meeting would mark a turning point in his life, for better or worse. His footsteps echoed softly against the polished marble floor, creating an eerie sense of solitude. As Harry approached the door to Arcturus Black's office, he took a deep breath and knocked politely. The door opened with a slight creak, revealing a spacious room adorned with dark wood furniture and ancient tapestries. Arcturus Black, seated behind an ornate desk, looked up from his paperwork with a small but not unfriendly smile. "Ah, Harry Potter," Arcturus said in a deep, commanding voice that seemed to resonate with authority. "I'm pleased you could join me. Please, have a seat." Harry nodded and took a seat across from Arcturus, who gestured to a sumptuous spread of food on a nearby table. Harry's stomach rumbled at the sight and smell of the delicious dishes laid out before him. Harry was hungry and helped himself to a small platter of dishes. He had missed breakfast while he was working on a particularly troublesome spell, specifically the Patronus charm. The spell had fascinated Harry for years, but he never really had the time to study it properly. In his first year, he was too inexperienced and focused on other spells. His second year was consumed with his game with Riddle. This summer was the first time Harry had some real free time on his side to focus on something as arbitrary as the Patronus charm. Well, the charm itself was simple enough. Using an emotion as a catalyst, the spell itself tried to create some kind of manifestation of that emotion. The reason why the charm was so effective against Dementors was because it overwhelmed them. It took some research, but Dementors did not feed on the hopes and happiness of their victims. They fed on the misery. In fact, they didn't really understand the concept of happiness. What the Dementors did was bring out the feeling of despair in their victims. However, conscious people always have that emotion connected to some kind of memories, and their mind immediately uses that connection to relive their worst memories. It was horrifying. The mind arts couldn't do anything, because this wasn't a mental attack in any way, just an emotional one. Just like an empath could theoretically see the emotions of a person proficient in occlumency, Dementors find the small part of the spectrum that holds their despair, and they enhance it as much as possible, which would inevitably overwhelm all other emotions after years, practically guaranteeing the madness of any long-term prisoner in Azkaban. The Patronus charm is a manifestation of pure happiness, which is something that Dementor try to snuff out as much as possible. They're repulsed by it. It's in their nature. Technically speaking, any emotion other than despair could work, but happiness was by far the most effective solution. Harry still had issues casting the spell, still being left with mist. He was using a few memories of his friends as the catalyst, but he knew that it wasn't enough. No, what he was trying to do was modify it to work with other emotions, mainly hope, or willpower, that is. Perhaps doing it with the entire emotional spectrum could lead to a lot of interesting interactions with certain spells or magical creatures. It was interesting, yet very complex, but it should be theoretically possible. It was one of the most difficult challenges he faced in a while. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a cough. He suppressed a blush when he realized that he had ignored his new guardians, being distracted by possible arithmetic formulas in his head. Sorry about that. The older man chuckled. Who am I to interrupt a mage in the middle of his project? I've been monitoring your work. Well, Creature has. He's been quite taken with you ever since you destroyed Regulus's locket. But modifying the Patronus charm, I have to say that you don't take things slow, do you? If things were easy, then they wouldn't be worth doing. I couldn't have said so myself. I wanted to wait until you were settled in before we had this talk. I wanted to talk to you today about your future and your place within the Black family. Harry shook his head. I'm your ward, I know that. The human body cannot handle more than one activated magical crest. Yes, I know how family crests work, boy. I don't want to get you killed needlessly. You're already the last of your line and I won't risk it. We already agreed in your letter that one of your children will bear the black crest. No, what I meant is that as my ward, you're expected to appear in certain political functions, talk with your peers during certain events, and make a few connections, especially with what's happened recently. Harry frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? The man frowned and threw an issue of the Daily Prophet onto the desk. Harry leaned in and took a look at the first page. Lucius Malfoy found dead in his home. The smiling killer strikes again. Are we safe? The headline sent a chill down Harry's spine. Lucius Malfoy, a prominent figure in the wizarding world and the unspoken leader of the traditionalist faction of the Wizengamot. Who's this smiling killer? No one knows. Hell, no one even has the slightest clue. They just call him that because of the way his victims' cheeks are cut, like they were smiling or something. The DMLE thinks that it's some kind of serial killer, but no one knows how he got through the wards. They weren't damaged in any way, and there was no trace of magic on the corpses. They didn't even fight back. No signs of potions, spellfire, nothing. They don't even know if it's a man or a woman. It's like this killer is some kind of ghost that goes through wards as if they weren't there and leaves without a single trace. You said he was a serial killer, Harry stated with an intrigued expression on his face. So he did kill before. Yes, but not people as high profile as Lucius Malfoy. The Ministry was trying to bury it as much as possible. Other Death Eaters. Number they thought so when Electo Caro and Walden McNair were found dead with the same wounds. But he also killed Sturgis Podmore and Emmeline Vance, who are very well known to be on Dumbledore's side. Harry frowned. So everyone who participated in the war. Harry, everyone participated in the war. Well, every old family. That fake Dark Lord sent an invitation to every family to follow him. If you didn't agree, he took it as a declaration of being his enemy. Everyone fought. The killer could have been going after old families or hunting their artifacts. And with the war being over for over a decade, the killer would have started long ago. The truth is that no one really knows what's going on, and Fudge panicking over it doesn't help matters. The last Potter wasn't convinced. This was different. He could feel it in his bones. This had to do with the war. Someone wasn't happy with how it went, and was going after both sides. The question was why now? Why wait for a decade to target people? Unless he couldn't. Unless he was too young to do anything about it before. Still, there were too many unknown variables to make a conclusion. Harry needed more data. The Black Patriarch continued with his speech. You see, Lucius's death opens a lot of doors, but also presents a lot of danger. He ruled the traditional faction with an iron fist, and with him gone, They'll be looking for a new leader. And you want to take the helm? Oh, by the powers, no. I'm too old for something like this. No, what I want is for someone somewhat reasonable to take over. Someone patient enough not to screw up the delicate balance in the Wizengamot. What about Narcissa? She could take over, Harry stated. No, they'll never accept her, the Black Patriarch denied. Lucius did a good job at defanging her the moment they were married. The leader has to be a Death Eater, and Narcissa was also never one, just a sympathizer and supporter of her husband. I think Avery or Rosier are the most likely contenders. Not being elected would be a disaster. No, what I want to do is present you as a potential candidate after your graduation as the representative of the Black family. It would make the hold of the new leader to be unstable. You'll be an unspoken candidate for the future. Narcissa would probably do the same with her son, but she won't succeed. Also, it would help you garner more support from a third of the Wizengamot, especially considering what's coming. And what is coming? Harry asked. The man took out a piece of paper. Dumbledore. He's protesting my appointment as your guardian. He managed to get a hearing in front of the Wizengamot. If you somehow portray yourself as a possible competent heir of the Black family legacy, you'll have half the Wizengamot in the palm of your hands. You'll hit two birds with just one stone. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Lion's Grief. 9th June 1993, Longbottom Manor. Neville knew that he looked like a mess. He had barely gotten out of his bedroom ever since his summer vacation started, and even his grandmother was visibly starting to get worried. His family had given him time to mourn, but the boy who lived knew that they would confront him soon. Usually, Neville often got bored during the summer. Most of the young scion engagements were scheduled then, and they were so boring. With Yule being considered a private event, the summer was the only time Hogwarts graduates could attend any political event, so they were all put together in the 3 months of summer. Adding in the fact that this was the time his grandmother tended to deny him any kind of fun as a punishment for his actions at school, as well as his grades, summer was never a nice time in the Longbottom Manor. The Longbottom scion remembered the previous summer when his grandmother stopped him from attending an exhibition Quidditch match for Puddlemere United, his favourite team because his grades were lower than his father's. It was so frustrating. Neville had literally been in the top half in most of his classes, apart from potions, astronomy, and history of magic. But then again, who cared about those? He got first place in herbology and got an outstanding for most of the wanded subjects. But that wasn't enough. Neville had to be better than Frank Longbottom. Sometimes Neville hated the man, despite never meeting him, and sometimes he wished he could have a single conversation with him and his mother. Anyway, this was the last summer, which honestly felt like a paradise compared to what he was feeling currently. Hermione had just been moved out of St. Mungo's and to the Department of Mysteries. The healers had literally given up on her, and that meant that the Unspeakables were probably going to use her as some kind of experiment. It also meant that Neville couldn't visit her anymore. It was different now. School was a good distraction. Going to classes, attending detention, and being subjected to absurd rumors wasn't fun, but it took Neville's mind out of the pit that was Hermione's condition. He looked back and remembered how much he mistreated her. He was a crappy friend. He and Ron were, in fact. They used the Muggleborn to help with their research and their homework, but made fun of her every time she tried to explain something. Whenever there was an argument, Neville took Ron's side every single time. She looked hurt at first, but she had obviously gotten used to it since she stopped arguing with them when she disagreed with any decision. How could Neville have been blinded by Ron like this? He tried to ignore his words about suspecting Neville to be the heir of Slytherin. It was understandable. The Longbottom scion was a viable suspect. But the way Ron kept claiming that he knew that Hermione was dark and that they should have left her to die at the hands of the troll in their first year, Neville really started to see the ugly creature that was Ron Weasley. The redhead was a jealous braggart who would never admit to being wrong. He would always be inclined to justify anything in absurd ways to convince himself that his worldview was not wrong and that he was in the right for his actions. Neville had chosen Ron to be his friend because the boy was loyal to a fault. The redhead had no expectations from him. He wasn't trying to befriend him for some kind of political angle like the other children did pretty badly during the ministry functions. It wasn't their fault. They were told by their parents to do it. Still, it was very frustrating. But to see that loyalty was disregarded completely when it came to Hermione, well, that proved how little it was worth and that Neville would probably be next. So yeah, Hermione was in a coma because of that blasted diary, and Ron proved to be an unreliable friend. Neville had lost every single true friend he had in the span of a few months. He didn't even try to get closer to other people. They had shunned him when they thought he was the heir of Slytherin. He couldn't trust them either. Not that he needed any friends. He was racked with guilt for what happened to Hermione. He didn't need anyone. He was the boy who lived after all. Neville froze when he heard a knock on his door. "Neville, it's me. Can I come in?" It was his grandmother. She sounded odd. Her voice lacked that haughty severity that it always had. Neville just grunted in response, and the woman entered his room with that weird vulture hat in her hands. She looked at the room, and the young Gryffindor waited for her to whine about the state of his room like she always did. She would have a point this time. The room was a mess. Clothes lay strewn across the floor like a chaotic battlefield, their vibrant colours clashing with the somberness of Neville's mood. Piles of books teetered precariously on a rickety shelf, threatening to collapse at any moment. Quills, parchment, and ink bottles were scattered across his desk, buried under half-finished assignments and crumpled notes. The scent of stale pumpkin pasties lingered in the air, a testament to his recent neglect of basic self-care. And in the corner, his beloved Mimbulus Mimbletonia plant had wilted, its normally lively tentacles now drooping mournfully. Neville's room was a reflection of his heart, a place where the chaos of his grief was laid bare for anyone to see. Surprisingly, she didn't. Instead, she waved her wand, summoned one of his chairs, and sat on it. She gave him an oddly sympathetic expression. "Neville, I'm worried about you." "I'm fine," he insisted. "How is this fine?" she said, while pointing at the state of the room. "Look, you showered since you came back from school. You haven't pestered me about going to see any Quidditch games like you usually do. You haven't even gone to the family greenhouse to check on your plants. Hell, we're unlocking your magical crest in a couple of months, and you didn't even pester me about it. Isn't that what you always wanted?" "The perfect little heir that my father was," the young boy said bitterly. She let out an explosive sigh. "Your father wasn't a perfect heir. He didn't get in trouble as much as you did, or smuggle a dragon, or illegally use polyjuice, or fly a car to school. But he had his fair share of fights and troubles. Frank was like a storm. He would be calm one day, and he would explode in another. Alice was a lot gentler, but she knew how to curb his worst impulses much better than I better did. It was like they were made for each other. It's what made them such a fearsome aura duo. Oh, sometimes I wished he was a bit easier to handle, but in the end, I loved him unconditionally. Just as I love you unconditionally. I know that I push you to be better, but that's just me wishing that if I do right by you, you won't end up like my Frankie. I wished that you'd never have the expression you have now." Neville stiffened. "What would you know?" "I know enough," the Longbottom matriarch interrupted. "You're desperate that this would be a dream, that this was all wrong. You hate the fact that it happened. You're angry all the time. It's like this overwhelming fire that just wants to escape, to burn the world. But the sad thing is that as much as you hate the world, you hate yourself even more, and it's eating you alive. You think about the few things that could have done differently, and you wallow in despair." "How?" the boy croaked. "Because that's how I felt after my son died. You're not the only one who ever experienced grief. But that's not your fault. Voldemort attacked my parents." The woman let out a mournful smile. "And yet I felt guilty, nonetheless. He was my son, my whole world, and he died so suddenly. I never got to say goodbye. Just like your friend being in her coma was not your fault. You didn't give her that cursed diary, nor did you make the damn thing. You literally didn't push her into writing in it, and yet you try to blame yourself for what happened because it's an easy thing to do. It's the human thing to do. Hermione Granger is a nice girl, with a good mind and a very bright future ahead of her, a future that was robbed from her. You're right to be sad, you're right to mourn. I just don't want you to destroy yourself while you're at it." Neville shook his head. "I know it's not my fault, Gran. It's just, I don't even know what happened. I don't know who gave her the diary or why. Everyone kept telling me that I was under some curse, but I remember fighting that basilisk. I remember being afraid and sweaty. I remember the smell of its breath, its screams when I used Potter's bombs at it. I remember seeing it fall and die by my hand. I couldn't have imagined all of that. I didn't even know what a basilisk was. It's just that I was so consumed with proving to everyone that I wasn't lying, that I forgot what happened to Hermione. It took Potter of all people to remind me how selfish I was, how much I underappreciated everything. Hermione trusted me, and I failed her. I'm supposed to be this hero, but I couldn't save my best friend. You're young, Neville. You're not supposed to be the hero no matter what everyone says. We're supposed to take care of you. Neville looked down at his hands, fidgeting with a loose thread on his threadbare robe. I just wish I could do something, Gran. I wish I could wake her up and make things right. Augusta Longbottom reached out and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and comforting. I understand that feeling, Neville. But sometimes all we can do is be there for our loved ones, even when they can't be there for themselves. Hermione needs you to be strong, to keep going, to honor her memory with your actions. I miss her. Augusta's voice softened as she spoke. I know, dear. Grief is a powerful emotion, and it's okay to miss her. It's okay to feel lost and alone. But you're not truly alone, Neville. You'll always have me, have your family. Your friend would have wanted you to move on, just like Frank would have wanted me to do the same. And I might have failed, and I still see his face every time I look at yours, but that pain will slowly fade until it becomes a bitter memory at best. You have the advantage that your friend can still recover. Do not lose that hope and assume that you'll never see her again. I know I'm strict with you, and you try to challenge that as much as possible, but I want you to know that I will never judge you if you come to me with serious stuff. I will always be there for you. Neville hugged his grandmother. The pain wasn't gone, but he felt oddly lighter. In the depths of an ancient candlelit room shrouded in darkness, a figure sat alone. There was barely any light to see his face. However, his fingers, long and bony, clutched a small, weathered piece of parchment. With a grin on his lips, he muttered softly to himself, his voice a chilling whisper in the void. So it begins. I wonder how you'll react to my opening move, Albus. He then let out a mirthless laugh. The bells have been rung, dear Albus. The end is coming. Death is coming. I wonder if you'll even realize what's coming before it comes for you too. Has your light blinded you so much that you cannot see it, that you cannot see me? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Blood Feud. 17th June 1993, Azkaban. Gawain Robards hated the Azkaban shifts. People really undersold how horrible this place was, and the fancy aura that came to Hogwarts in his new tea year to sell the prospect of being one definitely didn't mention that it would be on the table. Now he understood that it was a small propaganda machine to get as many agents hired in what happened to be the most underfunded department in the Ministry for Magic. Seriously, Fudge cut the budget to the throat, and it was a miracle how Madam Bones could manage to keep things together enough to have a coherent form of law enforcement. It was one of the main selling points of Fudge during his campaign for minister, removing the funds that were used for war to diversify the economy and prosper the citizens of magical Britain. Barty Crouch had gone insane in the Blood War. He authorized the use of unforgivables for Merlin's sake. He ignored rights and arrested people just because they had friends or family who were suspects. He froze assets like it was no tomorrow. They were at the cusp of a goblin rebellion since most of the funds belonging to old families were frozen. So, when the war was over and Crouch's son was revealed to be a Death Eater that perished in the fires of Godric Hollow, the public clamored for the opposite of the man's reign of terror, and they got one in Cornelius Fudge. He wasn't that bad at first. The portion of the budget reserved for the DMLE took a hit, but it was expected since the war was over. But what was infuriating was the fact that the hits just kept going. It was Lucius Malfoy's doing, since he was obviously heavily invested in the emerging black market that dealt with illegal artifacts, and weakening the DMLE was an easy way for him not to be investigated. Well, the man was dead now, thanks to their new headache, that smiling killer, Magical Britain hadn't seen a magical serial killer ever since Jack the Ripper's rampage almost a century back. There were enough wars and death, the disturbed ones probably just stuck with muggles since they were defenseless, and the chances of the murders being investigated by the DMLE were slim. Mass murder was hard to hide in magical world, yet that smiling killer seemed to be able to do it without any issues. And Fudge was freaking out about the possibility of a serial killer. He tried to hide it, pretend that it wasn't there, and now he made the entire aura force work overtime, tracking illusions and shadows to find him. They got nothing, of course. The man was like an invisible ghost. The murders were bad, of course, but what everyone wanted was the way this killer so easily broke the wards of his victims. There were no signs of damage or manipulation, nothing. And that was terrifying, enough that the entire underworld wanted a piece of it. They needed to find this killer before some kind of group did, or else they would have a large security threat that could threaten the entire nation and even spread to the rest of Europe. And if that wasn't enough, he also stuck with the Azkaban shift, and with only Proudfoot and Dawlish for backup. Proudfoot was Dumbledore's man, through and through, and Dawlish was the minister's pet. Well, that Umbridge bitch's pet. He was head of the anti-werewolf task force that the woman managed to pass through. It essentially meant that werewolves had to register themselves in the ministry, get tested at the hospital, and then buy wolfsbane potion from the ministry, which happened to be very heavily taxed. That's without the expensive ingredients. Even then, they had to announce their condition to any employer before working there, so that they could have days off during the days before and after their transformation. The employers also had to have a sign that they were hiring a werewolf. Of course, employers didn't want to give an extra 5 days of vacation for their employees, since that would be losing gold, adding in the fact that the instilled fear that wizards and witches of werewolves would drive away any business. They just didn't get hired. It was subtle, but Umbridge had killed any chance at werewolves getting a stable job for the foreseeable future. It was technically a way to integrate werewolves into magical Britain. Still, all it did was get the already employed werewolves fired, and the others had no chance at getting a job, which means that they couldn't even buy the wolfsbane potion, which would, in turn, prevent them from ever getting a job. It was a vicious cycle. This, of course, caused a rise in werewolf attacks, which was why Dawlish's task force got a bigger part of the DMLE's already depleting budget. The man got a cushy job hunting down werewolves who barely knew how to use a wand, and that was desperately trying to get any sort of income. But with the smiling killer phase, he was forced back into the roster with the rest of the auras. This was why the man was constantly complaining, "We shouldn't be here." "It's our job, Dawlish," Proudfoot replied, "Bones ordered to include all task forces in the smiling killer case, and that means that everyone is on the same rotation. I know it's not glamorous, but it's only for a day." "Fine, but I'm talking to Madame Umbridge about it." Gawain suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. That guy was a kiss-ass. Still, he had to admit that he wanted nothing more than to get out of there. Not being able to use magic made him uncomfortable. The entire fortress was entirely devoid of magic. Apparently, during some kind of battle, something happened to block the ley line from passing there, like it was clogged or something. The entire island was a void in terms of magic, which was why it was so useful when imprisoning wizards and witches. The wardens also didn't help matters. He wasn't talking about the Dementors, but the actual human wardens. They were responsible for making sure that the prisoners didn't kill themselves. But they were mostly very cruel and very cowardly. This was a place where they came to satisfy their urges. People didn't ask questions about what happened in this place. The Dementors were technically wardens as well, but the truth was that they were just there to feed on the misery. This was their hive, a way for the ministry to appease them by giving them a steady diet. They didn't care about anything else. They had no loyalty, no pride, no ambition, just the urge to feed off the misery of others. Thankfully, the Unspeakables were able to make amulets that were charged with magic, capable of stopping the Dementors from messing with their emotions. It still wasn't comfortable and could barely last more than a couple of days before running out, but it was better than being subjected to the monster's aura. They also had a few charged wands that held a little magic inside that could be released as stunning spells only. Jewelcraft really was very effective when storing magic, but it was still less practical than a wand. "How long do you think we are going to stay here?" Proudfoot asked as they continued their patrol in the wings where dozens of mumbling short-term prisoners were imprisoned. This was not a section of Azkaban crawling in Dementors, but there were 4 or 5 soul-sucking demons patrolling regularly there. "We're almost done, and once we're finished, they won't ask us to come here again for months," Gawain answered. "They better now," Dawlish grumbled. "That guy was an ass." Thankfully, the patrol ended without anything going wrong. Even the high-level prisoners were practically catatonic from the Dementor exposure. They only needed to get to the wardens and give them their report. They slowly walked down the stairs to the ground floor, thankful that nothing happened. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Everything was going fine until they heard a scream. They immediately pointed their charged wands towards the stairs, ready for any enemy. When they finally arrived in the room, they found nothing. The wardens weren't there, but there was nothing out of the usual. "What's going on?" the panicking Proudfoot asked. "They're probably playing some kind of prank on us or something," Dawlish said, but his tone was probably more panicked than he wanted it to be. Gawain was going to say to keep investigating, but noticed something odd. He walked forward and knelt down, only to see what looked like a drop of some kind of liquid. Blood. This definitely wasn't a prank. He stiffened when he heard another drop. He looked up, only for the torch lighting the room to flicker. By the time the light came back, the ceiling was empty, apart from the minute traces of blood. Gawain suppressed the urge to gulp and calmly said, "We're under attack." There was no use freaking out in these situations. A calm mind and calculated decisions had to be the best way to deal with an unknown threat. Of course, his colleagues didn't seem inclined to share his calm when another yell occurred near the stairs that they just came down from and ran forwards. "Stop!" He still followed after them. They didn't have their magic, just their charged wand, and there was still strength in numbers. However, the moment got up, the light started to flicker slightly as well, and they heard a yell just next to them. Dawlish used one of his charged stunners at the yell, but it didn't seem to have hit anything. By the time they could see again, Proudfoot was gone. "Shit," Dawlish yelled, "we need to get out of here." He was right. They were not equipped with whatever was attacking them. They were better off just getting away and telling the ministry about it. They would probably be fired for running away, but this was a far better outcome than dying. They heard another shift behind them, and Gawain sent a stunner at it, hitting the wall. "Damn it!" They ran up, towards the entrance, back to back, to be better protected. If they got back to the boat, they could leave this nightmare. They were making some headway, but they were gasping from the exertion or spite. Suddenly, they heard another sound, and they started firing stunners at their attacker, only to hit nothing once more. He turned to see Dawlish, only to notice that his partner had disappeared somehow. With a mixture of terror and frustration, he yelled, "Where are you?" He was suddenly grabbed from the back and heard a terrifying whisper, "Here." Gawain didn't have the time to react, and he saw darkness. By the time his vision came back, he was chained in a circle, next to a thrashing Dawlish and a trembling Proudfoot. He didn't blame them. He recognized the others to be 4 of the wardens. The rest must have been killed off or something. There was a figure in the middle of the circle. It had pale skin, red eyes, and fangs. Damn it, a vampire. No, an entire team of vampires. Behind every one of the prisoners was another vampire. At the exact same moment, every one of them cut the throat of their prisoner. Gawain felt the burning pain, but his expected end hadn't happened. Instead, he was fully conscious as his blood streamed down in a straight line to the vampire in the middle, who slowly started to cast some kind of blood magic spell. Normally, you couldn't cast anything in the fortress, but vampires did not need ambient magic for their infamous blood rituals. Their blood was already magical enough to power their meager spell. If he had his wand and could use magic, Gawain would have probably been able to kill them, but he was distinctly at a disadvantage, and well, he was also dying. All of the blood converged on the vampire, and he was glowing. The creature seemed to revel in the power he had just received before concentrating it on his hand and slamming it to the ground. The ground seemed to absorb the magic somehow, and the fortress started to shake. After a few moments, the shaking stopped and the vampire burst into laughter. For the greater good. Those were the last thing Gawain heard before the gigantic explosion occurred that vaporized him. the vampires, and the first few floors of the fortress as well. Azkaban had fallen. Chapter 1. 34. Chapter 1. 34. Code Red. 18th June, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. To say that Cornelius Fudge was panicking would be an understatement. He had hoped that Lucius's untimely demise would have been the last crisis he would have to face this summer. The entire year was undeniably a mess. It started with the boy who lived impersonating scions of old families using polyjuice. Cornelius didn't need to be a genius to figure out that the whole illusion crap that Dumbledore fed them was a lie. But it was far more preferable than arresting a national icon for using an illegal potion. Then students started to get petrified, which ended up caused by a possessed victim because of some kind of cursed diary. Fudge even had to personally intervene and put Hagrid in a ministry cell until the attacks were over. As promised, he pulled a few strings to allow the man to buy a new wand, since he was innocent. Of course, Lucius died soon after, at the hands of that serial killer who's been secretly terrorizing magical Britain for over a year. A killer that could sneak through any wards, disappear without a trace, and somehow not leave a single sign of magical use. That was what stung him the most. Oh, the Malfoy patriarch was an arrogant ass who thought very little of Cornelius's intelligence. It's sad, really, that the man believed that he was spared imprisonment because he was smart enough to bribe his way out. Oh, he made a few sizable donations. But the truth was that around half of the old families had put their weight with he who must not be named. It wasn't always by choice, but the fact was that imprisoning all of the Death Eaters would have destroyed any chance at Britain's economy bouncing back. The funds would be frozen until they died in Azkaban, and the truth was that the nation needed the gold. So the ministry decided to avoid pressing the heads of particularly wealthy families to be prosecuted and accepted sizable donations in exchange for them accepting the imperious defense. As long as they were rich enough and did not publicly commit crimes, they could bribe their way out. And it worked. After years of effort, Fudge had finally revitalized magical Britain enough that the rest of the world started to trust them enough to hold the Quidditch World Cup the following summer. And Lucius played a large part in that revitalization. Sure, the man was loathsome, but his donations to St. Mungo's allowed them to bring in specialists to train their staff. His support to the revitalization of Diagon Alley, which was essentially a wasteland a decade ago, had helped the economy grow immensely. Now, if all the man had asked was the look away at his involvement in the black market and his trade of illegal artifacts, then the minister was more than happy to do it. Of course, Weasley's useless Muggle Protection Act, which barely even mentioned Muggles at all, had to ruin things. Well, Dumbledore's support for the Act had to ruin things. The truth was that Dumbledore was a godly figure, and if he wanted anything, there was very little that Cornelius could do to stop him. It was tough, balancing the two big sides of the Wizengamot on a small edge. Things always felt like they were on the brink of falling over, which was exactly what happened with this mess. The public already knew about it, since he threw the new edition of the Daily Prophet on his desk, revealing the title that filled him with dread. Azkaban prison destroyed, unknown number of escapees and deaths. How did this happen? He yelled at Amelia Bones. Azkaban is supposed to be impregnable. And why didn't you stop the Prophet from printing this? She nodded. Well, the attackers didn't seem to care about the fact that it was supposed to be impregnable. As for the Prophet, none of us saw the point. The explosion caused a magical pulse that woke up half the population. We can't hide this, so we didn't even try. Amelia Bones was a tough woman, he would admit to that freely. She was intimidating, strict, to the point. To be brief, one of the best heads of the DMLE he could have asked for. However, she didn't have any appreciation for the delicate art of political maneuvering and tended to be too blunt and inflexible, which made her a lot of enemies over the years. You better start explaining, Bones, because I'm not in the mood for your cheek today. How in Merlin's name did someone blow up the fortress? The woman had a grim look on her face. A team of 3 Aurors were doing a weekly inspection of the prison. It was supposed to be standard, but from what we could gather, they were attacked. You need to get the unspeakables to study whatever the hell happened to destroy the fortress. But it's above our jurisdiction. We might need to ask the ICW for help here. No, no ICW, Cornelius exclaimed. I haven't busted my ass to fix this country, only to ask for help there. Dolores, go get Croker. We need his input about the Azkaban mess as soon as possible. As for you, Bones, how the hell did whoever attacked him go past the wards surrounding the other side of the island? Don't tell me it's the smiling killer again. The minister didn't know the specifics, but the magic on the other side of the lake that surrounded the island was very dense, and that meant that the wards were stronger or something. No, she denied, it doesn't fit his method so far. No, they disabled the wards by controlling one of the main warders. The wards don't really work on detecting who is in Azkaban since there's no magic there. They detected who bypassed the order, and we needed a team of warders to anchor the spell. The entire team of warders were massacred, and they disabled it without anyone noticing. We're assuming that one of the members was under the Imperius or some other form of mind control, since the area is very tightly controlled otherwise. The attacks are consistent with common vampire attacks. From the looks of it, over a dozen of them attacked at once, with a couple of wizards to disable the wards. And how did they defeat your armed auras then? Barty Crouch asked with some contempt on his face. Back in my day, they would have killed them in seconds. Bones didn't seem to like that question. Well, you're pitting 3 auras that were there for a routine inspection, and that couldn't cast any magic, and with only their stunner's sticks as weapons, and a dozen wardens that don't know how to hold a wand, to fight against what seems like 24 vampires. Need I remind you that the blood magic inherent to these creatures does not depend heavily on ambient magic, so while they were slightly weakened, it wasn't by much. Why were they so few auras? He exclaimed. Because my budget wouldn't allow for any more, and the minister has us hunting that smiling killer. I did my best with what I was given, Crouch. No one saw anything like this coming. Fudge yelled out, Enough. No more bickering and fighting. We need to find out who is responsible, which prisoners escaped, and which ones died. I already have my auras fishing out the dead inmates. Which should be easy now that magic flows in the island once more, a voice interrupted. They all turned and saw Saul Croker, the head of the Department of Mysteries. We have investigated the events of the Azkaban attack and made a few conclusions. We don't know if the purpose of the attack wasn't to destroy the fortress, but whoever did this wanted the magic to flow back there again. The explosion was created by the ley lines being overwhelmed after atrophying for centuries. It took a bit of effort and a modified time turner to do it, but we were able to witness the ritual. 7 vampire lords and 7 wizards were sacrificed to give their power to an elder, who used the power to unclog the ley lines from the inside, allowing magic to flow once more. The energy vaporized the lower levels of the fortress, which caused the entire structure to collapse. The Minister of Magic paled. 7 vampire lords and an elder. Are you sure about that? Yes. This is very disturbing because, as far as I know, the last few elders should reside in Eastern Europe somewhere and have stayed there ever since Grindelwald was defeated. Fudge shivered at the thought. Elder vampires were bad news. Vampire lords were already quite difficult to deal with, but a good task force might be able to take on a single one. They were powerful and very old. Their blood magic was fearsome, and they could control the very shadows of people. No wonder those auras and guards were killed so easily. They literally had no chance outside of somehow ambushing a few of them. But an elder, well, the youngest one, was at least 1,000 years old, and they were strong. They didn't need blood to live. They could walk in the daylight, and they could somehow use their blood magic to cast normal spells. They could enrapture and hypnotize anyone with a look. Very few people could escape one, let alone beat them. The only solace was the fact that they tended to stay in their own corner and not be involved with anything. Vampires in magical Britain have been rare ever since the hunts over a century ago. What was he supposed to do now? This was the question that remained. This was way out of his league. For one thing, he needed the Wizengamot to make a decision, because they would crucify him if he tried to make a decision large enough on his own. He also needed to speak to the ICW, since the movement of an elder vampire could have a lot of consequences from the other side of the channel. But that would invite them to add sanctions to get involved in magical Britain's matters, and that wasn't something he needed. That's not to mention the fact that Azkaban couldn't be used as a prison anymore because the inmates could use magic once more. So he needed a way to hold the surviving inmates for a while until he presented the problem to the Wizengamot. And the Dementors? What in Merlin's name was he going to do about the Dementors? Azkaban was their feeding ground, and with that gone, any control he had of them had vanished. He needed to avoid them feeding on random people, and he couldn't really appease them. What was he supposed to do now? His breathing was labored, his heart was racing, he was sweating. This didn't look good. He gave them all a deep look. I need some time to myself. I'm going back to my office for a couple of minutes. The minister walked with a dazed expression on his way back and immediately did what he always did when he was overwhelmed. It was humiliating, but this was no time for pride. He grabbed a fistful of flu powder and threw it at his fireplace while yelling, "Dumbledore's office!" The headmaster's face appeared from the fireplace. "Cornelius, my boy, how can I help you? I need some advice." "Ah, the Azkaban affair. I have to say that it has distressed me greatly. You're worried about the vampire elders making a move, I gather." Fudge gaped at the aged headmaster. "Yes, how did you know?" "My boy, do you think for 1 second that if something threatened my homeland like this, I wouldn't try to investigate?" "Fine, I guess I'm worried. We're still identifying the surviving, dead, and escaped inmates, and we should get a toll by tonight. I thought about informing the ICW about it, since an event like this should concern them. And I honestly don't know what to do about the Dementors now that the prison is gone and magic flowed inside it. I need help, Albus." "Fine, Cornelius," the defeater of Grindelwald said, "but I have one condition." "Anything." "What do you know about Harry Potter's custody hearing?" Chapter 1, 135. Chapter 1, 135. Echo. 2nd July 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. It was the day of Harry's custody hearing, and he was pretty nervous. The way everyone was scrambling around like idiots didn't help matters. "Is the ministry always like this?" he asked. "You mean completely chaotic?" the Black Patriarch replied with a snort. At Harry's nod, he continued, "It's always messy, but not quite like this. Azkaban's destruction has everyone on their toes. The fact that a lot of missing high-level Death Eaters are missing is making everyone nervous. Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and Evan Rosier still haven't been found. Neither were most of the high-security prisoners for that matter, since they were high up. All they're doing is wishing that they're just dead and waiting for the auras to find any of the bodies in the sea." "Yeah, but that wouldn't really mess with the entire ministry, would it?" "You'd be surprised. Barty Crouch has been going all out for his comeback next summer. He managed to get the Quidditch World Cup to be held in Britain, and he's currently negotiating with schools in Europe about holding the Tri-Wizard tournament, a ridiculous, bloodthirsty event if you ask me. But if it's done correctly, it could spearhead Crouch's career. He never really recovered after that scandal about his son and his wife's suicide. Anyway, a crisis like the destruction of Azkaban worries investors and foreign dignitaries. Everyone has to be on damage control." The last Potter nodded thoughtfully. "And they haven't found any of the missing prisoners?" "Not a single one. You'd think that tracking down half-dead, starved prisoners that have stayed in a miserable hellhole for over a decade would have been easy, right?" The Black Patriarch burst into laughter. "With the countless idiots in the Aura department? Of course not. They wouldn't even be able to fight against a troll if they were confronted with one. Dumbledore has been slowly lowering the standards of defense and potion classes. Hogwarts graduates barely know how to cast a stunner, and the Aura department being crippled makes whatever training they require to be minimal at best. I'd only trust an Aura with at least a decade of experience in the field, and considering that most of them turn into administrators within a few years of getting a job, there aren't many of those lying around, especially after the casualties of the last war." Harry closed his eyes in consternation for a second or two before reopening them. The entire mess was revealed to be more and more of a disaster as further information was revealed. Arcturus had told him about what the Ministry figured out about the attack on Azkaban. It was remarkable how much the Department of Mysteries could uncover, even with the whole fortress being destroyed. He also kept him up to speed about the consequences of the ongoing crisis. A good chunk of Voldemort's inner circle was missing. The Ministry lost control over the Dementors. Apparently, Dumbledore was able to help with that mess somehow. No one knew anything, other than that he appeased them somehow. The prison that the ministry used to send their worst inmates was destroyed, so there wasn't any place to hold security risks and high-level offenders anymore, which brought a rise in crime. And the ministry didn't even reveal who was responsible. Faith in Fudge was starting to dwindle, and the man was desperate to keep any shred of political power to turn things around for his career. Everyone only cared about the consequences of what happened. They wanted to see someone punished, but they never thought to ponder on the why. Why did this happen? Why would anyone attack Azkaban? Not to break out some prisoners, not to kill an inmate, not for revenge, but to destroy the entire prison. To make it impossible to be used in the same way again. The thing about Azkaban was that it was a fortress made by the Dark Lord Ekrisdis, who was more like a mad scientist than a Dark Lord, although he was obsessed with blood and soul magic. He had a tendency to capture his victims and lock them up in the fortress. He started to rise in infamy after he kidnapped a member of the royal family to test if they had anything special in their bloodline. They sent armies, tens of thousands of wizards and witches, twice the amount of muggles, to attack his island. He responded with an army of Dementors that he had somehow convinced to serve him. The Patronus charm wasn't developed back then, and muggles couldn't even see the creatures. In the end, the number of survivors could be counted on one hand. To combat this terrible threat, the court mage decided to do something unorthodox and seal off the ley lines underneath the island, like a dam in front of a river. By the time the man realized what was happening, there wasn't any ambient magic left for him to do anything, and he was killed by muggles. The Dementors remained there but still went to hunt for food, terrifying muggles and mages alike. Centuries later, the Ministry of Magic used the fortress as a prison. The inmates couldn't use any magic, and Dementors could be satisfied in their little slice of hell. Everyone won. The Ministry got its prison, the Dementors got their farm, and someone blew it up. A symbol of the Ministry's terrible corruption, of its merciless sense of justice. This wasn't an ordinary crime, that's for sure. It was tactically calculated. The wizards to stop the outer detection charms meant that it was a collaborative effort. The Dementors didn't sense any of the vampires, which means that whoever planned all of this had an intimate understanding of their senses and how to fool them. The vampires who would have been killed by the Dementors just walked through a nest of soul-sucking monsters without any fear. They were also selected because their inherent magic stayed in their own blood for a long time. Wizards absorbed the ambient magic in every spell they cast. They fill their own magic circuits and then shape the output. Vampires didn't need to do that. They grew stronger with age, their body adapting to the power absorbed by their blood. They would be able to stay in an environment without any magic for months before feeling that something was wrong. That's not even talking about the ritual. 7 vampire lords sacrificed themselves to empower an elder, who sacrificed himself to pulse the magic back into the atrophied ley line, which caused the explosion and destroyed the fortress while awakening the ley lines for the first time in centuries. Self-sacrifice means that there had to be an ideology of some sort. The vampires had to be convinced that what they were doing was the right thing. One thing was clear, this was a planned strike, calculated down to every single variable. Someone wanted Azkaban destroyed and had gone to great lengths to make sure it would be. The result was easy to analyze, but the motivations— something big was going on. His thoughts were interrupted by a hand that grasped his shoulder. He stiffened and turned to the concerned eyes of Arcturus Black. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Yeah, I was just lost in thought." The man's face relaxed slightly. "It's perfectly understandable to be nervous." "I'm not nervous," the last Potter interjected. The man raised an eyebrow and Harry took a deep breath. "Fine, I'm a little nervous. I just don't like what Dumbledore has planned. He wanted this hearing. He did. However, even though I'm a little out of practice, I think I can handle him. You have to remember that you're in the right. Whatever he's planning on doing, Dumbledore will have to resort to dirty tactics since he has no legs to stand. The law is on our side, and everyone there will know it. You have no relatives on your father's side. The closest relative you have on his side of the family would have to be through a cousin of your grandfather's. Not that I think he had any. So your closest magical relative is through your grandmother, my sister. Adding in the fact that your godfather was my grandson, it's logical that your guardian be a black. Harry shrugged. What about the other blacks? The only ones left are Narcissa and Andromeda. Narcissa agreed to support my guardianship in exchange for a monthly stipend for her and her son, as well as a small mansion in the countryside that they could stay in if there was an emergency. Her husband's passing was very hard on her. Andromeda just signed it without any stipulations. Getting kicked out really hurt her. I never expected my son to make that much of a mess. He forgot how much trouble he made for me when he was her age. So, all Dumbledore has to argue is to get me back to my Muggle relatives. The Black Patriarch nodded. Yes, which will be a real challenge to argue in front of a board. Ever since the Statute of Secrecy was put in place, magical guardians always had a preference. It's not always a good thing, but it is, in this case. What about Dumbledore's supporters? They could just rule in his favor for no reason. Then we can appeal this judgment in front of the Wizengamot, which we're pretty much guaranteed to win. We could also use this to charge them with corruption, and this will be a DMLE matter. Harry hummed, fine, but I don't understand why they didn't push the hearing until the whole Azkaban mess was cleared. I know they pushed a lot of meetings. You'd think after one of the biggest disasters in magical Britain, they wouldn't really prioritize a guardianship hearing of all things. The incredulity in his voice demonstrated just how much he was done with the ministry politics already. Why couldn't he just stay at home and tinker for a bit? This was why he dreaded the idea of being part of the ministry in any department. The useless politics and sabotage just weren't his cup of tea. Oh, he could probably do well as a politician, but he would hate every second of it. Harry always thought that being happier was more important than some illusion of power in some bureaucracy. And it's not like he's hurting for gold ever since the Firebolt started selling like hotcakes. He was really proud of that one. He really spoke to Terence Smythe at the exact right time to get the most profit. The man was on the verge of giving up, and he had told Harry that he got an offer from Nimbus a month later to buy his entire company for 20,000 galleons, after they realized that he wasn't going back to beg them to sponsor his project. So Harry literally got him just before he sold the entire company, and the gambit with the Chudley cannon worked. They started winning, not because they were good, but because the Firebolt was leagues ahead of the market. They ended up insisting on buying the brooms after a couple of weeks of using them, and actually panicked when the trial run was over. Of course, the other clubs followed. Each one making higher offers is to be considered first, and thus win more games. The brooms took the wizarding world by storm, and there was talk about international teams even ordering the brooms. Smythe had stated that by the end of the month, all of the British teams would be equipped with a Firebolt, and afterwards he would make a few just to make them available for the public. Meanwhile, he would start preparing for production for the coming Quidditch World Cup. Long story short, the brooms are generally sold for 3,000 galleons. 500 are for material costs, and another 500 acts as Terence's salary, since he's the only one who can make the brooms. This left around 2,000 galleons per broom as profit, which was around 800 galleons of profit for Harry's share for a single broom. And since Smythe made one broom every day, Harry made around 85,000 galleons in the span of a few months, which was honestly obscene, and it didn't look like it was stopping anytime soon. Thankfully, the ministry didn't have time to audit his vault before he got adopted, and Gringotts wasn't going to allow them to do that without Harry knowing about it either. So the ministry shouldn't know how much gold he had, just assume that it was the small inheritance that his parents had left him, which meant that they wouldn't try to be too controlling in the hearing. But if a goblin somehow leaked it, if the ministry knew how much gold he had, the hearing was going to be very complicated. On a whim, Harry asked, "Who's the one who's supervising the hearing?" The main panel who are going to make the decision is made up of 3 people, even if there could be any number of witnesses to argue both sides of the problem. Celine Avery, who is the head of the Department of Magical Children Welfare. There's Rufus Scrimgeour representing the DMLE since Amelia Bones is busy with the Azkaban mess, and a representative of the minister, specifically his Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Earshot. 2nd July 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Arcturus's words were supposed to be comforting. They were supposed to be relaxing. And honestly, even if the ministry decided to send him back to the Dursleys, Harry would have been able to handle it. It was hard to force two unwilling participants into doing something. The entire thing was spearheaded by Dumbledore, who abused one of his powers as headmaster to essentially send a complaint to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and Department of Magical Children's Welfare that Harry had an abusive home life. He then abused his position as the chief warlock to approve the protest and set up a hearing to remove Arcturus's guardianship over him. It looked like a desperate move from the headmaster's side in an attempt to gain control over Harry. As a backup, as a child of the prophecy, he was still valuable, and his talent in the magical arts made him one to watch. Dumbledore wasn't one to let go of potential pawns so easily. Harry only needed to get Dumbledore on the back foot. It wasn't easy, but the last Potter had studied the man extensively and knew how to make him tick. But Umbridge's presence changed things, and he didn't know if it was for the better or not. If Dumbledore made a deal with Fudge, she could be helping him. If they didn't, then Umbridge would probably be on Harry's side for the most part. Her dislike of Dumbledore is pretty well known after all. The Black Patriarch and his wards walked through the atrium near the frankly distasteful Golden Fountain, where a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf were looking up adoringly at a wizard and a witch. No wonder the goblins hated dealing with wizards if that's what they thought of their race. They descended to the second floor, where the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located. Harry gave his guardian a questioning look, to which he answered, "They need a courtroom for the hearing, and this is the only floor that has them. At least if you're not being convicted, with a potential Azkaban sentence, that is. Those rooms are designed for violent criminals in mind, not some guardianship hearing." Harry nodded, even if he didn't understand why they needed a courtroom for a guardianship hearing of all things. Still, he wasn't really familiar with the bureaucracies of the Ministry of Magic. They walked in a wide corridor. If he had to describe it, it would be weird. Even to his arcane hearing, it was mostly just gibberish of hundreds of melodies. Doors appeared out of nowhere for people to enter and leave, which added their own melody the moment they were opened. It was some kind of intent memory enchantment that worked on employees only. Any intruder would be lost easily and enter random rooms with the correct access, which was why visitors needed to be escorted. By the end of the corridor, the entire place stabilized, at least magically. It seemed like it was forced this way, since this was a public hearing and anyone could theoretically watch it. At the end was a single door, which had a large golden plaque. Carved into it was the name Courtroom 3, Attendants Entrance. The Black Patriarch gave him a small smile. "This is it. Wait here for a couple of minutes before you go in. We're already early, so that gives them a good impression of your character and maturity. Remember, the more mature you act, the more your opinions will be taken seriously. We'll be going through different entrances. Just take a deep breath and relax. Everything is going to be fine." He then disappeared in some door that came out of nowhere. Seriously, Harry had to have a look at the enchantments. Did it decide somehow on the purpose of every visitor and act accordingly? Did everyone see the corridor differently because Harry didn't even know there was another door? After a few minutes, Harry opened the door and entered the courtroom. He was surprised by the turn-up. He expected a maximum of 10 people. He was met with almost 4 times that amount. He recognized multiple department heads, including Barty Crouch, Arthur Weasley, and a few members of the Wizengamot, specifically Augusta Longbottom, Tiberius McLaggen, the Not Patriarch whose first name he didn't really remember, and a person that was probably the Shaffic Patriarch. Perhaps people were really curious about Arcturus Black's first return to the political scene and wanted to see what it was about. The fact that he was going against Dumbledore of all people spiced things up. Or maybe they just wanted to see the guardianship of the last member of an old family like the Potters. In the middle of the courtroom, 3 long chairs and desks were occupied by the probably 3 judges. The only man was sitting at the desk on Harry's right. It was probably Rufus Scrimgeour, who was busy writing on a piece of parchment. On the left was a blonde woman who was smiling warmly at Harry. She seemed nice. He presumed that this was Celine Avery. However, the moment Harry saw the woman sitting in the middle, he didn't care about the fact that the desk was pink for some reason, or that this was a hearing in the middle of the Wizengamot. No, the first thought he had was, she really does look like a toad. Her squat, round face seemed to blend seamlessly with her prim pink attire, and a gaudy, bow-shaped brooch adorned her high-collared blouse. Her small, beady eyes darted around the courtroom, and her tight, disapproving smile made her resemblance to a toad even more uncanny. Harry couldn't help but wonder how anyone could ever take her seriously enough for her to rise to a position of authority within the Ministry of Magic. Still, all of this stayed firmly in Harry's head. It wasn't smart to antagonize one of the judges in the hearing. When the woman's eyes found Harry, he suppressed the urge to shudder at her fake sweet smile. Hem hem, Harry Potter of the Potter family, welcome to the ministry. Take a seat in front of us and we'll start your guardianship hearing shortly. By all that is holy, even her voice grated his nerves. He stifled the urge to grimace and nodded at her. Thank you, Madam Umbridge. Harry turned and saw Arcturus on his right, in a separate partition altogether. He didn't really smile, but gave his ward an approving nod. The last Potter shrugged and decided to observe the judges. After all, everyone had pressure points and buttons to press to get a certain reaction. Finding out those belonging to the people who might affect his future was generally a good idea. He started with Rufus Scrimgeour. The man didn't bother acknowledging Harry's existence. He was the head of the Aura office and was probably a bit overqualified for something like this hearing. With the presence of a serial killer and the destruction of Azkaban, he was probably better off doing something more productive with his time, something that he obviously didn't mind sharing with his attitude. As smart as Harry was, he was also cheating slightly. His arcane hearing could give him impressions of people's personalities. Everyone's magic had a song, which is often very indicative of their nature. Rufus Scrimgeour was strong magically, but his song radiated frustration and ambition. It was rigorous, but with an undertone of a restrained storm, like a crescendo, ready to erupt. Harry knew that the man wasn't a Dumbledore supporter, but he was still pretty zealous, and by the rules when it came to legal matters. He was probably an easy vote in Harry's favour if he turned things on Dumbledore. His pressure points were very easy to see. He might be a competent Aura, but he didn't have the patience of a politician, which was probably why he wasn't going to be promoted to the head of the DMLE anytime soon. He was also a smoker, from the small burn marks on his robes, probably to deal with the stress of his position. He was easy to anger, considering his gritted teeth at Umbridge's voice. He definitely didn't like her, but he knew that Fudge would support her over him every single time, so he held his tongue. His pressure point is very easy to push. Just remind him that his hands are tied by politics, and he would probably lose control of his simmering rage. Curious, very curious indeed. The woman on the right was Celine Avery. She was a widow. It was evident from the necklace she was wearing, which had a wedding ring on it. So dead husband. No, it was more than that. She gave Arcturus an envious look every once in a while, and her eyes always looked pained whenever she looked at Harry. So, not just a dead husband, but a dead child. Taking her age into consideration, they probably died during the last war, but that was a stretch. Her song supported this theory, a mixture of grief, envy, and anger. But this was overwhelmed by the sheer sadness that always seemed in the background, no matter what she thought. So she had no children of her own, and as a grieving mechanism, she dedicated herself to protecting the ones that she could. Not a bad woman, all things considered, but that was just a preliminary analysis of her character. But she was still the head of a department in the ministry, and that meant that she either used her family's political power to help her, or she just fought her way up. It was probably a mix of the two, since being the head of a department meant that she had to deal with the ministry politics on a daily basis. Her pressure points are evident: a child being hurt and families being broken, which Harry could press on them by stating that he was basically abandoned when he was left in the hands of the Dursleys. Now, on to the last one, and the most problematic one. Dolores Umbridge. She was the undersecretary to the minister, and that gave her every bit of the power she craved. Her looks and attire are meant to be satiric, but they also point to unresolved issues from when she was a child. She was probably mocked because of her appearance, and so she decided to be powerful enough that no one would dare mock her. She doesn't have any taste, but she also doesn't have a single hair out of place. Her desk was too immaculate, and she looked at the large clock in front of her every 20 seconds, which suggests an obsession with order and that she wouldn't start the hearing before it was the exact time. She was very collected, but Harry knew otherwise. Her song was happy. She relished the power she had over Harry's future. In fact, she is so inwardly proud of herself for being in a position to settle a grudge between the Black Patriarch and Albus Dumbledore, as well as decide the fate of a scion of an old family. She might outwardly look somewhat harmless, but that was just a persona. Dolores Umbridge was manipulative and smarter than she portrayed herself as, but she was on the lower side when it came to raw magical power and magical knowledge. She liked having people underestimate her and then progressively start to fear her. She blackmailed most of her competition when it came to promotions and wasn't above doing anything to gain more power. She wasn't pretty enough to sleep her way to the top, nor did she have a powerful family to rely on. This meant that she fought tooth and nail and used every dirty trick she could use to climb her way to the top. Her vendetta against werewolves meant that she was probably attacked by one or lost someone to a werewolf attack. It was too much hatred for something as mundane as casual racism. She probably waited for years to pass that bill, and that meant that she was vindictive and very patient. Her triggers are complicated. Her obvious intolerance to disobeying the rules of the ministry could be pressed, but it would be a bad idea in the long run to piss her off. She was definitely one to hold a grudge. Harry stiffened when he heard a bell ring. He thought it might be some kind of spell, but it turned out to be just an enchantment on Umbridge's clock. He looked around and noticed that Dumbledore had taken a seat on the opposite side of Arcturus. He was obviously glaring at Harry's guardian. The Toad Woman hit the wood before her with the traditional judge's gavel. Hem hem. 9 o'clock, the audience for the guardianship of Harry Potter is now in session. Well, might as well get this over with. He could only hope that the odds would be in his favor. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Listen. 2nd July 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Umbridge started the hearing. This hearing is to investigate Albus Percival Wulfric, Brian Dumbledore's claim that Arcturus Black is an unsuitable guardian to one Harry James Potter, which he reported in his role as the headmaster in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As is his right, according to the rulings of 1814, allowing the highest authority of any educational institution in magical Britain, can report cases of possible unfit guardians in matters concerning minor students, due to the rise of obscurials in Muggleborns after the International Statute of Secrecy. The judges present in the hearing are Rufus Scrimgeour, representing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Celine Avery, representing the Department of Magical Children Welfare, and Dolores Umbridge, representing the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. In this hearing, we will determine if Albus Dumbledore's accusations are true, and make a judgment after the accuser and the defender present their cases. After that introduction, Harry could barely understand what was going on. It might as well be gibberish. Sure, he knew the broad strokes of the laws in this country, but from what little he could tell, the legislation of magical Britain was a mess of contradictions. That was probably designed specifically to allow people to get their way as long as they greased enough palms. So, instead of trying to follow the absurd laws that Umbridge was spouting about, Harry decided to focus on Dumbledore instead. He was familiar enough with the man's character as a headmaster. He projected the image of a kindly old man who projected wisdom with a hint of condescension while dismissing anything he found unpleasant. In Hogwarts, he was the highest authority, the king of the castle, and he didn't need to convince anyone of anything. He didn't need proof. He didn't need validation. But in this hearing, things were different. The headmaster's presence was just as loud as ever. His song was as deafening, as inflexible as ever. But there was this small hint of uncertainty and tiredness. Yeah, he was probably tired because of the Azkaban mess and the serial killer going around killing wizards and witches. He was also confident that this meeting would go in his favor. This didn't bode well. Finally, Umbridge stopped talking and pointed towards Dumbledore. Now, with these facts out of the way, the accuser can begin to present his case. The defeater of Grindelwald nodded, slowly got up and walked, addressing the judges. Good morning. As many of you know, my name is Albus Dumbledore, and I have been the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for almost half a century now. I have seen many students walk the halls of my school. Some had the luxury of coming from very distinguished families, and some were orphans residing in Muggle orphanages. I have seen academically talented students and some who were not so. I have seen children who became potion masters, Quidditch stars, or even dueling champions. I always try my best not to involve myself in the guardianship of my students if they do not complain to me or to one of the professors about it. Because if my students are satisfied with their lot in life, who am I to change that? However, there comes a time when certain students send warning bells at me. Specifically, when I was informed that Arcturus Black had gained guardianship over Harry Potter. I knew that for the good of magical Britain, I had to stop that from happening. I had to oppose this appointment, even if I lost, because even if there was a chance of stopping this, I had to take it. And what is the reason that you oppose this guardianship so much? Celine Avery asked with a curious tone. I have seen a student like Harry Potter before. He was a Slytherin, just like him, and quickly became the unofficial leader of his yearmates, which slowly grew into controlling his entire house. He was one of the most talented students who have ever roamed the halls of Hogwarts, only rivaled by a few outliers. Outliers like Harry Potter, who might even exceed him in talent. That boy could cast magic by the time he graduated that most masters of magic could barely even understand. He traveled the world for a while, increasing his knowledge and learning some of the darkest magic in the world before coming back home. You probably have guessed who this was. People still fear his name, even after his defeat. I am, of course, talking about Lord Voldemort. The entire hall stiffened, and a few gasped in shock. Scrimgeour looked interested for the first time since stepping foot in the room. Celine Avery's eyes were wide in horror, and even Umbridge was gaping at Dumbledore's statement. Holy shit, Dumbledore just publicly compared Harry to the fucking Dark Lord. This was bad. This was really bad. His approach was to dehumanize Harry, to make him seem less than a child and more like a time bomb for everyone in the room. Shit, and this was definitely going to get out. The man had painted a target on Harry's back, and he knew it. Fuck. Well, if the man was going to play dirty, then Harry had no compunctions about returning the favor. Of course, the asshole had a small, satisfied smile on his face when he continued, I know that this is hard to believe. Most people with children in Hogwarts probably know that Harry Potter is a brilliant young man who is very good at magic. But I can tell you, without a doubt, that those stories barely provide anything more than the tip of the iceberg of his prowess. I am talking about a boy who, with only 2 years of magical training, can cast spells that Newt students struggle with. I am talking about a student who is so good at dueling that Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion, confessed to me that he was uncomfortable at the idea of him being in the under-13 tournaments since it wouldn't be fair for the other competitors, and that young Harry wouldn't learn anything from the experience. I am talking about a boy who has created spells and modified potions on the fly without failing even a single time. Make no mistake, Harry Potter is a child, but he is a child who could grow into a man that would push magical Britain to new heights or would bring another war to his shores, just as Lord Voldemort is, in a foolish quest of gaining more power. I was satisfied with letting matters be, just left the boy to learn on his own, experience the magical world on his own, and make his own decision. But the truth is, what would his experiences be? What would his conclusion morph into if Arcturus Black starts to influence him? The Black Patriarch looked impassive at the Chief Warlock's implied accusations, but his eyes showed that he was furious. The audience started to whisper worriedly. The headmaster's words seemed to easily persuade them of his opinion. Seeing that he gained the reaction he wished for, Dumbledore continued, Remember, Bellatrix Lestrange, Regulus Black, members of the Black family have committed atrocities on Lord Voldemort's orders. They tortured, they killed, they ruined families. Clinically speaking, this was not normal behavior. Their madness was obvious for everyone to see. These are the grandchildren of Arcturus Black, his legacy. This type of behavior does not come out of nowhere. People are seldom born mad. It is their upbringing that causes madness. And I have to wonder what the Black family did to their children for them to grow so unhinged. Sirius Black, a dear friend of mine before his untimely demise, that his mother was so cruel that she used the Cruciatus curse on him many times growing up whenever he misbehaved. I don't know if that was true or not, but the results speak for themselves. Arcturus Black will probably say that it is his right to have guardianship over young Harry, and it is. I will not dispute that. Legally, he is supposed to be the boy's guardian. He will probably have signed statements from every other possible guardian, saying that he should be Harry Potter's guardian. But this is not about legality, but about right and wrong. An old friend once told me that sometimes you have to choose between doing what is easy and what is right. I have taken those words to heart many times, and now I have to ask all of you, is it right to risk someone with so much potential falling to madness like many members of the Black family did? Should we risk someone with so much potential for both creation and destruction just because the law says we should? Should we endanger our world, our children's generation, perhaps even the one after them, by giving Arcturus Black guardianship over Harry Potter? Everyone in the audience was shaking their heads and saying no. Dear Lord, Dumbledore knew how to play a crowd. He knew that he was in the wrong when it came to the law, so he made the entire hearing irrational. He made the law sound trivial, and the worst part was that it was working. And now I'm asking myself, why now? Why did Arcturus Black reach out now of all times? He had over a decade to come to take guardianship over young Harry. All it would have taken was a trip to the ministry and everything would have been sorted. The only reason I can see was the fact that he saw the potential Harry possessed, the potential for a new Dark Lord at worst, and a weapon for the Black family at best. And with that, I have to ask, would James and Lily Potter be happy with their child being nothing more than a weapon of ruthless man? Would his godfather, Sirius Black, who hated his blood family with a passion, be happy with his godson's life in the hand of his grandfather, whom he loathed? The answer is no. The boy was perfectly happy in the Muggle world, being a ward of the ministry and under the guardianship of his Muggle relative. He excelled in his studies, he surpassed all other students, who were raised in the wizarding world, without any issues. He passed the medical test that Madame Pomfrey administered in private the moment students stepped into the castle, so he wasn't mistreated in the Muggle world. I don't know for sure what Arcturus Black's plans are for young Harry, but I see no point in risking the future when we know for a fact that the boy was doing well as a ward to the ministry. Alas, the decision is not in my hands, but in yours, judges. I trust that you see the same danger that I do. I trust that you will do the right thing, not just for your sake, but for the sakes of the children of magical Britain, maybe even beyond that. That was insane. Harry forgot that Dumbledore was a battle commander because this speech, even if it was against Harry's wishes, was very good. He sounded so reasonable, especially since his words had enough truth in them to sound reasonable. The truth was that from the outside, it certainly looked possible. Arcturus Black had a reputation as a ruthless and cunning man, and that was exactly what a man like that would do for more power. The headmaster turned and sat down, and Umbridge spoke up. Now that the accuser was done, it's time for the defendant to present their case. Arcturus Black snorted. You know, the moment a legal hearing stops being about the law, it starts having no meaning. So I don't see a point defending myself when all of you have already made your decision. No, if I want someone to defend me and be impartial, my words won't be enough. I want the kid to defend me. This is very unorthodox, Umbridge commented. And what is orthodox about ignoring the law? Scrimgeour interrupted his response. I'm curious about what the boy has to say about this. Potter, are you all right with speaking on behalf of the defendant? Harry was shocked and nodded stiffly. I am. As he got up and walked nervously towards the jury, he turned and looked at Arcturus, who gave him a wink. He stifled the urge to snort. Well, if Dumbledore wanted to fight dirty and make everyone fear his potential, then who was he to not repay the favor? Even if he lost, he was going to tear Dumbledore a new one. Author's note, before any of you say that Dumbledore was too heavy-handed with this, he sort of has to. The man has literally no legal way to remove Arcturus's guardianship and is trying to make people fear Harry enough to ignore the law entirely just for their peace of mind. He needs to make a convincing argument for his case so that Umbridge would vote his way. He doesn't want to kill Harry, he wants to gain control over him since he's still a potential asset. Of course, he doesn't have the time to look for a lawful way to present his case since he's probably tired because of the countless meetings after the Azkaban fiasco. He'll also be under a lot of pressure internationally. The next chapter will be Harry shooting back at him, so that should be interesting. Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Remuneration. 2nd July 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Dumbledore was a master when it came to politics, especially when it came to talking people into doing things that benefit him. He had mastered the art of subtly moving the world, one person at a time, like chess pieces. He had the full view of the board, or at least he thought he did. People often say that chess represents battle and that people who mastered that game could be amazing battle commanders. They are, without a doubt, wrong. The thing about chess, it's a game where every variable is in front of you. There's no room for something really unexpected. Your opponent has the exact same information that you do. Their possible moves are known to you by just analyzing the board. There was no such luxury when it came to battle, and it was a battle. Sure, it was a battle of words, of opinion, but it was a battle nonetheless. Albus Dumbledore had gone too far. He made the entire world think that Harry was going to be the second coming of Voldemort, and thus he made any light family, also known as the Progressive Faction, wary of his potential and suspicious of any contact he could have with a dark family. The dark families, or the Traditionalist faction, would be salivating over him, hoping to gain influence over him. The neutral families, or the Conservative faction, would want nothing to do with him. In this little speech, Dumbledore made people want to pay attention to every move Harry would make. The Ministry wasn't going to let go of their possible control over him. Their commitment to the law wasn't going to stop them. After all, the laws of mortal men are rendered worthless in front of real power. Win or lose, Dumbledore made sure that the whole world would watch Harry. It was such an uncharacteristic and unsubtle move that it made him question if there was some kind of hidden plan. Harry would have tried to analyze the man using his arcane hearing, but he always had trouble when it came to his magic. Dumbledore's magic was more akin to an extremely loud tuning fork. It gave Harry a headache every time he tried to focus too much on it. The only thing he could notice being different would be the note being played, and he theorized that it had to be the man's emotions. No, his arcane hearing wouldn't help him see his trigger points, but Harry was smart enough to not need it so much. The man outwardly looked fine, but he was more hunched than usual and walked slower when he was presenting his case. His words were slower than they used to be, and the content lacked the subtlety to make everyone make their own conclusions and not come up to them on his own. Furthermore, his facial expressions were too uncontrolled. The conclusion was simple. Dumbledore was tired, probably exhausted because of the unstable political climate ever since Azkaban's destruction. The man wasn't sleeping enough, and that meant that he had to use potions to stay away. Common side effects include tiredness, lower emotional stability, and impaired cognitive function. That explained a lot about his behavior in his hearing. But that didn't matter. He had the ammunition, and now he knew exactly what he had to do. Well, he wasn't going to take that lying down. If the headmaster wanted to ruin him, the last Potter would return the favor with some interest. Harry just walked in front of the judges and spoke up for the first time. You know, for a meeting that's supposed to decide the suitability of my guardian, no one really took my opinion on the matter. No one even asked me about my life before Hogwarts, not even Arcturus for that matter, and definitely not Dumbledore. And I understand why you all think that my opinion doesn't matter. I'm a minor and thus not mature enough to make my own decisions. But even then, this is supposed to be a court of law, not a court of pretty words. Arcturus Black has every right to be my guardian. He's my closest magical relative since he's my grandmother's brother. He also happened to be my godfather's grandfather, and anyone else who might be blood-related to me has agreed to give him custody. I have been living under his roof for less than a month, which doesn't even make sense for Dumbledore to make accusations of abuse. But I see now that you don't care about any of that. You don't care about how illegal his actions are, only if his words are true. Am I possibly more talented and more powerful than the horrible man who called himself Lord Voldemort? He had everyone's attention with that, and he was going to milk it for all it was worth. Yes, I am. With those words, the entire room started to mutter. They didn't see Harry confirming Dumbledore's words. The headmaster's eyes looked triumphant, even if he had a surprised expression on his face. The last Potter suppressed a grin and continued, "Yes, I am powerful. I am talented. I have a grasp over my magic that could surpass that of some Newty students with only 2 years of magical education under my belt, just like Lord Voldemort, just like Tom Riddle." And just with that, the entire room was stunned to silence. The identity of Lord Voldemort was a mystery that very few people knew about. People speculated, of course, but they never had any confirmation. Dumbledore refused to elaborate whenever he said anything about the man's past, and the Dark Lord didn't look anything like Riddle. He was too inhuman, too monstrous. You see, Dumbledore liked to make that parallel, but when it comes to it, he doesn't care about my well-being any more than he cared about Tom Riddle's. A young boy, obviously abused, living in a religious orphanage where everyone, even the matron, knew that he was different. And yet, when he came to him, begging to stay anywhere else, Dumbledore refused. Even as the war started to spill into the Muggle world, he didn't allow the young boy the luxury of safety. Is it any wonder why that young man grew into the monster that became Lord Voldemort? Is it any wonder why he hated Albus Dumbledore so much? Because the way I see it, all this death, all the destruction he caused, could have been avoided if Albus Dumbledore could have done his job as an educator instead of fearing the potential that a young child could have. Dumbledore protested, "I will admit that I made some mistakes, but this is not relevant to this hearing." "Of course it is," Harry responded. "You're doing the exact same thing now, but the only difference is that I found someone who was willing to adopt me. So you're resorting to this hearing to make things go back the way you wanted. Only it goes both ways. You're the one who made the comparison with the Dark Lord. It's only fair that I elaborate on it. The thing is, I'm not using this to defend Arcturus Black from your accusations. I'm saying that you should have no right to make that kind of accusation in the first place. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. And you have also just proven that laws mean absolutely nothing to you. Why should they mean anything to me?" Harry answered with a grin. That rendered the man speechless, and the last Potter relished in his small moment of victory. Like I was saying, Albus Dumbledore, in a way, created Lord Voldemort with his actions. Wouldn't you feel resentful if there was a man who kept denying you again and again the luxury of being happy, of being safe? The truth is that no one checked up on me when I was in the Muggle world. That's the Ministry and Dumbledore alike. Because if he did, he would have known that I was miserable there. I didn't belong, and I knew for a fact that I didn't. Is that truly too much to ask, that I wish to live in the world my parents lived in, that my family has been a part of for hundreds of years? I am happy in the wizarding world, and Arcturus Black was the first person who even noticed that I hated the Muggle world. He didn't offer the opportunity of being my guardian. I asked for it because I just didn't trust anyone to start pulling strings in an attempt to gain influence over me. Umbridge still didn't look concerned. Human. It sounds to me like you don't trust the Ministry's authority over you." Harry shook his head. "The Ministry is fine, but you have to admit that Albus Dumbledore has too much influence in this place. He's the chief warlock, the unofficial leader of the progressive faction of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the headmaster of Hogwarts. All it would take was a single owl from him to force me to do anything he wanted. But let's assume that this wasn't true, that Dumbledore wasn't there. I would still have issues with the way this hearing was going. I look around and see department heads, members of the Wizengamot, and important Ministry employees, just watching a guardianship hearing about a child, as if our entire nation wasn't facing a nightmare with Azkaban's destruction, with Merlin knows how many inmates on the loose." "So it's Dumbledore you don't trust," Scrimgeour commented, trying to change the subject. They obviously didn't like being criticized, even if Harry could hear the small smidge of approval in the man's voice. Pressing on further wasn't going to endear him to the other judges. "Of course, I don't trust him. I'm surprised that any parent thinks it's a good idea to put him in charge of their children, especially with his recent track record. I almost died twice in my first year. One of them was during detention of all things." A troll almost killed a muggle-born girl, and for some reason he made this weird, unwarded, deadly obstacle course on the 3rd floor, whose location he announced to everyone on the very first day. By Merlin, that same muggle-born was possessed for a year by a dark artifact, and he didn't do anything about it. She still hasn't woken up by now. Those were isolated incidents. My experience with children of all ages and my tenure as an educator is more than enough for me to come to the conclusion that Arcturus Black's guardianship over young Harry is a very bad thing. The headmaster then turned to address the last Potter. I was a close friend of your parents, and I can tell you that they would not approve. Harry snorted. They would rather see me happy than miserable and under your thumb. But I'm glad you talked about your experience when it came to children. Does that include your sister? The look of shock on Dumbledore's face was amazing. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't really appreciate it because of the immense pressure that fell on his shoulders. He knew that he hit Dumbledore where it hurt. The man had, for the first time as far as Harry knew at least, lost control. The entire room started to shake, but Harry channeled his crest to appease the pressure slightly. It's funny, really, how hard it is to really have a secret. You see, my mother was a curious woman. She was bored in Godric's Hollow and asked around about her neighbours, the magical ones to be exact. She was so amazed to see Bathilda Bagshot living there before she died in the fire, that is. That woman had so many stories, about her dear nephew, about your family, about you. What a tragedy, a young girl who was attacked by muggles who witnessed her magic, and her father was sent to Azkaban for killing her attackers. The magic that she feared using and actively suppressed, and the brilliant young man who was saddled to take care of her, his little broken sister, only for her to die. It's funny, isn't it? You keep spouting about how much Arcturus could turn me into a monster, and yet he never killed his own sister. Not like you did anyway. You're not even denying, are you? What makes you qualified to decide anything about my guardianship anyway? And just like that, the pressure intensified. Harry could barely stand up. He could taste the coppery taste in his mouth. He felt insignificant, an ant in front of a storm. Dumbledore! And just like that, the pressure disappeared. Dumbledore had just attacked him in front of dozens of witnesses, didn't he? Harry looked up and saw Scrimgeour and Arcturus pointing their wands at Dumbledore, and so were a few of the audience members, including Augusta Longbottom. I apologize, it seems that I had a lapse in control, the headmaster started. You attacked an underaged wizard in front of witnesses, Dumbledore, Umbridge remarked. His words may have been provoking, but he is a child. You are the headmaster, and if a few words from a minor could make you act this way, then maybe Mr. Potter has a point to doubt your judgment in the matter. And just like that, Harry knew that he had won. He was going back to Arcturus. The judges couldn't vote for Dumbledore because that would be like approving his actions. This hearing has escalated to a defamation battle. Dumbledore wanted to make everyone wary of Harry and bring him under his control. Well, with his little speech, whose content would spread like wildfire, no one would look at Dumbledore the same again. Now he only needed to seal the deal. Harry took a deep breath. Thank you for your intervention, and I would like to apologize to Professor Dumbledore for my words. They were uncalled for, and I'm sorry. With that done, I just wanted to describe what it was like living in the Muggle world. Have you ever been in a place that you never really fit in, that you knew you didn't belong, even if you didn't know why? That was it for me. I was alone. My aunt and uncle just didn't understand and simply ignored me. My cousin wasn't a bad boy, but he was too spoiled for my tastes. I often cooked my own food, walked to school, and wore second-hand clothes that were obviously too large for me, but I didn't mind any of that. A lot of people have it worse than me. What I hated the most was the fact that I was alone. I had no one. I didn't matter to anyone. If I died, no one would have mourned my death, no one would even notice. I believe that after that much time on my own, I have the right to choose my guardian, and I chose Arcturus Black to be that guardian. It shouldn't matter what my potential is or how powerful I am. What matters is what would be a good place to grow up, to not be alone anymore. The question I'm asking you, judges, is if you were in my shoes, what would you want? If that was your child, standing here in my place, would you rather he has a home, or just live in a place alone and ignored, in a place where his very nature is hated? Thank you. Harry turned and walked towards his seat, unable to stifle the small smile on his face as his eyes met Dumbledore's glaring ones as if saying, "Yeah, asshole, I can do it too." They both knew that the judges would be voting for Arcturus to keep his guardianship over Harry. Chapter 1, 139. Chapter 1, 139, Mercenary. 2nd July 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. The rest of the hearing was pretty standard, all things considered. Dumbledore lost any attempt at moral superiority with his stunt, and Arcturus was most likely going to be declared a fit guardian. The judges had reconvened, but it was obvious what they were going to decide. In a way, Dumbledore's gambit had worked against him. If the judges had voted in his favor after publicly attacking a minor, in a guardianship hearing of all places, then the press would have a field day. There were just too many witnesses because Dumbledore wanted to use them to pressure the judges to vote in his favor by presenting Harry as some kind of Dark Lord in the making. The entire hearing was obviously a mockery of the justice system the moment Dumbledore started talking. Harry had returned the favor, of course, but he shouldn't have had to resort to something like that. Transforming a simple guardianship hearing into a court of public opinion shouldn't have even been an option. Finally, the Toad Woman slammed her gavel. The judges must have come to a decision. Hem. Before we announce our verdict, there is something that I want to say. This was supposed to be a guardianship hearing, deciding whether or not Arcturus Black was an appropriate guardian for the last scion of an old family. You were all supposed to present facts and evidence to sway our vote, but neither the accuser nor the defendant saw the need for any of this. The accuser made vague accusations about the minor in question and that he was dangerous, and the defender decided to let a minor speak in his stead, whom the accuser attacked. And while I could see a minor without any kind of political education disregarding a few rules due to ignorance, I cannot see a reason why the chief warlock of the Wizengamot disregarded the rules of conduct so egregiously. And so we have decided to fine Albus Dumbledore a sum of 10,000 galleons, half of which will be sent to Mr. Potter's trust vault. An investigation will occur, headed by Head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, into his actions as Chief Warlock, to see if there was any precedent to this type of behavior. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The Toad Woman continued, "Now, in the case of the guardianship of Harry Potter, the accuser did not present any evidence of mistreatment or past actions of abuse, and so we see no point in having a change in guardianship. The audience is adjourned." She struck her gavel one last time, and the audience started to murmur and leave. She didn't look happy with the judgment, but she had no other choice. Anything else could ruin her career and her credibility. Scrimgeour looked somewhat impassive but satisfied, but Celine Avery had a wide smile on her face. Yeah, Harry was able to play the two of them masterfully in his little speech. At the end of each sentence, he looked at the small reactions and noted the changes in their song, just to see how much his words were affecting them. He had gotten Scrimgeour on his side when he stated that Dumbledore was wasting everyone's time in this hearing instead of doing anything about the Azkaban crisis. He had gotten Celine Avery on his side when he spoke about how unhappy he was in the Muggle world. However, Umbridge was a problem. The more he gained support, the more unhappy and wild her magic became. She was getting frustrated, and it was likely that she wanted to rule in Dumbledore's favor because of some kind of deal the headmaster had made under the table with the minister. She was connected enough to force Avery, maybe even Scrimgeour, to vote the way she wanted to. So, Harry made it so that voting for Dumbledore would be a career-ending decision. He provoked the headmaster and tied her hands. It was not the reveal of Dumbledore's involvement in his sister's death, wasn't that sealed the deal. It was the man's actions afterwards. He could have used his relationship with Grindelwald, he could have spoken about countless dirty deeds, but Ariana was his pressure point. It would make him tick. And it worked flawlessly. Sure, the man was probably exhausted, but beating an exhausted Dumbledore was still a notable achievement. Harry suppressed a grin and walked out of the room. He was quickly met with Arcturus, who looked down at him with an impressed look on his face. "You did good. I thought I'd have to intervene once or twice." Harry gave him a curious look. Then why did you make me talk in the first place? The man snorted. For Avery, of course. I already knew who your judges were going to be. Trust me, the chances of us losing, even with Dumbledore, are very slim. My sister Cassiopeia likes to store any information or dirty secrets of anyone she meets. She's somewhere in Europe, I think. I'm not sure. I hadn't seen her for a few years, but she liked to disappear every once in a while without leaving a way to contact her. Trust me, I had enough dirt on the judges that they would have to rule in my favor. All I had to do was ask for a recess and have a conversation with them. Harry looked at him flabbergasted, and the Black Patriarch let out an amused chuckle. Come on, you didn't think that I had a plan? I already knew that Fudge wanted you back in ministry custody, while Dumbledore probably wanted you to be adopted into a family that's loyal to him. Unfortunately, I didn't have anything on Celine Avery. She's your standard widow who likes to help children. She would always take my words with a grain of salt, but she would have respected yours. The moment you said that you wanted to stay with me, she would have been on our side immediately. But it needed to be genuine, not rehearsed, so I didn't tell you about it. I was going to finish up after your speech and maybe have to pressure Scrimgeour and Umbridge. But you stole the show by provoking Dumbledore. By the way, do you have a death wish or something? I do not. The last Potter responded with an indignant tone. You know what he was doing. He was in the wrong, but people were still going to side with him and keep an eye on me. They're still going to keep an eye on you. And don't pretend that you just didn't want to get back at him. He painted you as a possible Dark Lord, so you painted him as a kinslayer. I'm not saying that what you did was wrong, only that it isn't a good idea to make an enemy of the most powerful wizard in Europe, maybe even the world. That course of action is one that I recommend, my boy, a voice spoke up behind them. Harry stiffened when he realized that it was Dumbledore. I could hardly be blamed for my measures when all you did was slander me to the public, Harry responded. Well, I do admit to being impulsive in the matter, but you had no right to reveal something as private as Ariana's death. Harry shrugged. Maybe it wasn't. But you also had no right slandering me. People are never going to be the same. They're always going to think that I have an ulterior motive for every single action I make. They're never going to trust me. It's only right that you suffer the same consequences that your actions will cause me. Everyone in magical Britain will know you as a kinslayer. They will look at you and see what other secrets you might have. You should be grateful, after all, I didn't reveal anything about who Bathilda's nephew really was. I have to say, I'm surprised that you even protested my guardianship. I thought we had an understanding since the Chamber of Secrets. We had no understanding. We agreed to a series of events, which benefited you as much as it did me. I made no further promises. Sure, but considering how competent I was during this negotiation, you must have known that if you went after me, I would return the favor. How did you know about my sister? The man suddenly asked. I told you my mother did not have a journal. James liked to brag about his wife to everyone. He would have let it slip if he saw her write every day in a journal. Harry smiled. I guess it might not have been her journal. But it doesn't matter where I got my information. It's out now. How does it feel for the world to know your deepest shame? It must be cathartic in a way to not keep all this emotion bottled up. They often say that confessing is very good for the soul. What would you say about that, Headmaster? How did you know about my sister? Was it Aberforth? He insisted. No, your brother wouldn't want to make a spectacle of his sister's death. He feels guilty, you know, that he might have been the one casting the curse, even if he's the unlikely culprit out of the three of you. Dumbledore froze for a second, and Harry continued. You see, whatever happened was chaotic, and as you know, when it comes to unstable magic, the intent of the caster is often the deciding factor. Aberforth loved his sister more than anything. He didn't like that you weren't doing your job taking care of her, but you were resentful of her, keeping you trapped in this small village instead of exploring the world like you wanted. And your friend, he hated her for chaining you to this place. Whose intent do you think won the encounter and subconsciously hurt your sister while you were all unharmed? You had no right, the defeater of Grindelwald protested loudly. I had every right. You're the one who came after me. You're the one who thinks he's entitled to control me. that the rules don't apply to him just because he's powerful. You gave me no choice. You removed any chance of me winning, so my only idea was to make you lose more than me. It's a bit of a mercenary mindset, but it's mine nonetheless. The headmaster answered while gritting his teeth. I'll take that into consideration next time. What makes you think that there would be a next time? Call it a hunch. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. I will see you at the start of the school year, I suppose. The headmaster turned and left. The moment he went away, Harry took a deep breath and shuddered slightly. Arcturus gave him an amusing look. The sad thing is that if I wasn't there, it would have been the right decision. But you didn't trust me enough, and you made an enemy you can't handle. Dumbledore can be very petty sometimes, and you're staying in his school for most of the year. Harry sighed. I know that this wasn't the smart thing to do. I was just so angry. Of course it wasn't a smart thing. You remind me a bit of your grandfather with that temper of yours. He had one too. It was this cold rage that made him so rational, yet irrational at the same time. I remember the day my sister was attacked in the back by a bunch of Gryffindors. Charlus was already sweet on her back then. He beat them to a pulp and made them beg my sister for forgiveness. He didn't yell once. He even didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He just walked there, drew his wand with a passive expression on his face, and no one tried to touch him and my sister since. The Potters lost a lot of support in the Wizengamot because of this stunt. In private, years later, he told me that he regretted going so far. Like it or not, revealing Dumbledore's family affairs was a step too far. Many will see it as a child grasping at straws, but your headmaster will not. He will get you back at this, and you'll need to be ready for that. With a comforting smile, he grabbed Harry's shoulder, but we can do that later. Now I think you need some rest. Let's go home. Home. Yes, this was the first time that the Black Manor really felt like home. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. August Ponderations. 29th July 1993, Longbottom Manor. The Longbottom matriarch paced in the garden in front of her family manor, her joints aching with each step. She wasn't as young and spry as she used to be, but even that pain wouldn't be enough to distract her from her current issues regarding her grandson. She knew that something weird was going on, and it had to do with Dumbledore. Ever since Neville started his education in Hogwarts, he started to change, and in ways that seriously worried the Longbottom matriarch. Before Hogwarts, well, she would admit that she had been slightly overprotective when it came to her grandson. She barely let the boy out of her sight for the better part of a decade, hoping to preserve and protect the last remnant of her son and his wife. Augusta knew that she wasn't perfect, not even close. She knew that she made mistakes. For example, she was sometimes too hard on Neville, especially when it came to his lessons. She tried to encourage him by giving him stories about his parents, but he didn't seem to appreciate that. But her grandson was happy before Hogwarts. He was stifled by her protectiveness and her discipline, but he was a hyperactive little boy filled with joy and happiness. Oh, he had a large ego that she tried to curtail, but he was a celebrity, a hero to the entirety of magical Britain, and keeping him away from that was unrealistic. Any child would have been the same. Neville was famous before he could walk, for something that he couldn't even remember, and sometimes Augusta wished that she'd taken him in the Muggle world, away from all of this, just so he would have had a normal life. Still, Neville went to Hogwarts as an excitable little bundle of joy who wanted to make new friends, and instead he was tangled with things that no child should even have to come close to. Her grandson changed during his time in this cursed castle, and it wasn't for the better. Without her to support him, Neville spiraled out of control. He decided to have Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger as his friends. She didn't have a problem with either. The Granger girl motivated him to do better in his classes, but the Weasley boy pulled him down. She had nothing against the family, even if they lost a lot of prestige in the last couple of centuries, but the boy was lazy and stopped Neville from focusing on his coursework. He even alienated her grandson from most of the other scions of old families in the school. Neville's school rivalries escalated, turning from minor pranking and academic rivalries with Slytherin House into harassment and assault. Her grandson spent most of his free time in detentions that he had admittedly earned. but for some reason he was always pulled into a scheme or another. Fighting a troll, smuggling a baby dragon, going through Dumbledore's little obstacle course, confronting the wraith of the Dark Lord who had killed his parents, and that was just his first year. In his second, he seemed to want nothing more than to escalate. Like breaking the statute of secrecy by publicly going to Hogwarts using a flying car without any invisibility charms. People have been killed for less. After all, the safety of the magical world was paramount and the statute was put in place to protect it. But that wasn't it. He used an illegal potion to impersonate scions of powerful families to break into the Slytherin common room. She had to pay a good sum of gold to the families of the victims. If it had been anyone else, they would have been arrested and expelled. But as usual, Dumbledore protected Neville for some kind of ulterior motive that she didn't about that. It was wrong. Neville should have been faced with the consequences of his actions. She would intervene if it would seriously harm him, but he had to learn that the law applied to him as much as anyone else. Alas, all Dumbledore did was bury everything under the carpet and say that her grandson used some obscure illusion spell. Right, like Neville, who had an average somewhere between an acceptable and exceed expectations, would be able to cast a newty spell perfectly enough that no one in a room filled with students would have been able to tell. She had punished him privately during his suspension, but it wasn't enough, and she knew that it barely fazed him anymore. And now, with him being slandered as the possible heir of Slytherin since he was a Parselmouth, a still unsolved mystery since, as far as she knew, Neville didn't have any magical ancestor that had that particular ability, he was getting angry. No one believed him about the basilisk stroke that fire, which turned into an inferno when he realized that his friend might never recover from what happened. His friendship with the Weasley boy going up in flames did not help matters. Honestly, Augusta had her doubts about Dumbledore's story, in the first place. Neville might be a pretty good wizard for his age, especially when it came to defense against the dark arts, but the tactics that he described about fighting the basilisk were theoretically possible. Not a lot is known about the fearsome beasts, but it would take a lot of research to figure out those tactics, and Neville's imagination couldn't have come up with the exact correct method for it. The only thing left was him being trapped in some kind of illusion. But no illusion was vivid enough for Neville to remember smells and accurate sounds. And the chances that a diary of all things could be enchanted and cursed to do what it did was a bit fantastical. There were no traces of mental manipulation in his memories, as far as she could tell, which left her with a single conclusion. Whatever story Dumbledore was spouting wasn't true. Her grandson had fought a basilisk and killed it with a sword. A basilisk being used during the attack's fit. She was supposed to be proud, but all she could feel was fear and panic. It would make sense for Dumbledore to deny the existence of a basilisk in his school, but then, what else was he hiding? What other dangers was the man planning on subjecting Neville to? And will her grandson survive the headmaster's trials that he was so insistent to subject Neville to? And if she opposed him, would he try to take her grandson away from her, like he tried to take the Potter boy from Black? And wasn't that a wake-up call? Dumbledore had invited her and a good chunk of the Wizengamot members as an audience to the boy's guardianship hearing, only for him to start painting a child as the future Dark Lord that needed to be controlled. Oh, she knew that the boy was special. Hell, everyone knew that the boy was special, and everyone wanted a piece of him. He was a known magical prodigy from a very respected family. He had no history of misbehavior, barely any school punishments, and perfect grades. And his headmaster, someone that was supposed to help him in school, started to demonize him. And people looked like they believed him. She could see the fear in their eyes during Dumbledore's speech and the gleam in the eyes of traditionalist families at the thought of a new possible Dark Lord that would replace the previous one. Not that the upstart that called himself Lord Voldemort was a Dark Lord. Augusta remembered the Great War. She remembered Grindelwald. Now, that was a Dark Lord who terrorized the entire world in his presence. He inspired thousands of people to join his ranks with his sheer charisma and his ideals of what the magical world should be. He never hid his intentions or his goals. He never tortured his allies needlessly, and he definitely respected his enemies enough to face them directly. Voldemort, on the other hand, was a man who hid in the shadows, striking from behind, making friends fight one another. He was unbalanced, which made sense considering the obvious ritual marks that he made to increase his power. He had literally run out of things to sacrifice in his quest for power, and wasn't that miserable. He was strong, very much so, but he acted more like an enabler than anything else. He was the excuse people used to go back to their basic urges, kill and torture people without anything else. He was a monstrous wizard, but it was what he represented that caused so much damage in their society. Noble men and women became monsters because he simply allowed them to become one. Back to the Potter boy, she thought that his headmaster's plan would win until the boy started talking. He was already an interest of hers because of the fact that Alice was his godmother. Augusta wished that she could have raised him alongside Neville, but the law was clear. In the event of being orphaned and both magical godparents being unable to take care of the child, the guardianship of a child is given to the closest blood relative, magical or muggle, becoming a ward of the ministry should the guardians be muggles. It was made decades back by some minister in a vain attempt at getting control over the fortunes of extinct houses. Being a ward of the ministry meant that it could gain access to their vaults and empty them before the century inactivity clause could be used by the Goblin Nation to get access to the vault themselves. Arcturus Black was able to get the Muggle Guardians to sign away young Harry's custody, and with that became the boy's official guardian. Dumbledore had told Augusta that he had tricked them into signing the documents and wanted to stop the Black Patriarch from destroying the last remnant of James and Lily Potter. With the Muggle Guardians being proven to be ineffective, he had meant to use the boy's connection of Alice as her godchild so that she would become his guardian. She was all for it until she realized that the boy was more than happy staying with Black and that the headmaster had lied. Again. She had suppressed a smile when she saw the boy use the same tactic as Dumbledore to literally tear him a new one. He provoked the defeater of Grindelwald without a single care or any fear on his face, and Augusta could admire that bravery even if it was an idiotic thing to do, at least until Dumbledore lost control at the mention of his sister, attacking the boy with his magical presence and immediately losing the case. Augusta was happy for the boy, even if she thought it might have been good for Neville to have a little company at home, instead of just wallowing in his grief alone. As for the headmaster, for the entire week following the hearing, all the Daily Prophet did was investigate his family, and the possibility that the last Potter's words were true. Alas, with the destruction of Godric Hollows, a lot of the evidence was gone, but the man's reaction was more than enough proof. Even though she wondered about how the boy got his information, the information itself didn't change much of Augusta's image of Dumbledore. She was old enough to witness his political rise and how quickly he intimidated and sometimes even destroyed his opposition behind closed doors. She didn't trust him, but he was the only one who had a chance of protecting her grandson from Voldemort if the monster returned. Her thoughts were interrupted by a screech from an owl next to her. After giving the tired bird a treat, she grabbed the letter tied to its leg and read it. By the end of it, she was gritting her teeth, something that Algernon, her brother-in-law who was sitting next to her, noticed. "So, bad news." "I guess so. Fudge wants to use Hogwarts to house the Dementors for Neville's safety. I think he just wants to appease them enough until Dumbledore build them a new prison to infest." "Is he mad?" her brother-in-law exclaimed. "Just desperate. He's afraid that the Dementors would start attacking Muggles soon, and that would invite the ICW to investigate. And with 2 major international events happening next year that he's banking to spearhead the economy, he wants the Dementor problem to just go away, and he assumes that Dumbledore could hold them." "Please tell me that you don't want to agree with him," he begged. "Of course not. I'm not turning Hogwarts into another Azkaban. This is a school, not a prison. We have a Wizengamot meeting soon to discuss it, but I don't see anyone putting their children at risk because it's easy. Trust me, after what happened last year, if they decide to let Dementors into Hogwarts, I'm going to transfer Neville to another school. Tradition be damned." "Good," Algernon simply answered. "Something is coming. I can feel it. We need to be ready, and we can't risk Neville so brazenly." Just as he finished his sentence, Neville entered the room with a determined look on his face. "Gran, my birthday is tomorrow. I want to do the crest unlocking ritual tonight." Chapter 141. Chapter 141. The Defense Conundrum. 17th August 1993, Hogshead, Hogsmeade. Albus Dumbledore had a problem. Well, he had hundreds of problems that started piling up ever since that damnable diary found its way into Hogwarts. How was it possible that Lord Voldemort did the most damage to his ambition now than when he actually had a body? The irony there was unmistakable. The so-called Dark Lord had tried for decades to destroy everything that Albus worked for. And while he succeeded in terrorizing the magical world, he never really hurt Albus in a way that threatened his political position. The sad thing was that Tom Riddle could have easily become a threat. Albus had been waiting for it after the boy graduated. A descendant of Salazar Slytherin, a Gaunt who didn't seem to share his blood's instability, which wasn't really the case if you considered how unstable Voldemort really was by the end of the war, was a very attractive figurehead to spearhead a movement. The boy was charismatic, inspiring, and manipulative. He could have easily gotten his hand on some wealth and become a noticeable threat by joining the Wizengamot as a department head in the ministry, or even just influence a few members. It would have been like a more effective Lucius Malfoy, who was far more magically powerful. Albus had prepared for it for years, stabilizing his position as the leader of the progressive faction, and undermined the boy for years until no one but his housemates wanted anything to do with him. After all, he was just weakening a future opponent in the political scene, which was why he was shocked when the boy just went to work for Borgin and Burkes. After a brief employment time, he just disappeared for decades, and all that returned was the inhuman, monstrous being that was Lord Voldemort. So wasn't it surprising that it was Tom Riddle's diary that was causing him to barely sleep for years? Well, it wasn't really. It was just the start. It was easy to just blame everything on Tom, if only to have something to rant at, instead of the countless chaotic mess of events that seemed to come out of nowhere. Seriously, the entirety of the magical world was fine for decades. Everything was going according to plan, only for it to fall apart in the span of a few months. The Chamber of Secrets was opened, and people started to question his capability as a headmaster. Thankfully, the Potter boy agreed to shut his mouth, and everything went away, with him secretly the hero since Fudge could barely keep a secret. People were giving him appreciative looks for defending their students, and even the Longbottom boy was hailed as a hero once more, after a campaign of slander and fake allegations that he was a new Dark Lord, even if there was some pity mixed in for his mental instability for what happened in the chamber. It was regrettable, but it was the way to go. Hogwarts couldn't close, it just couldn't, and that was exactly going to happen should the general population realize that there was a weapon of mass destruction in the castle and that their children were in mortal danger. His relationship with Augusta Longbottom became slightly strained since he didn't defend her grandson, but it was a small price to pay considering the alternative. The only loose end was the Potter boy. That damnable spawn of James and Lily had proposed the plan to Albus as a small reminder that he didn't have to keep his mouth shut. It was very well done, and it worked splendidly. Alas, Albus still didn't know how involved the boy was in what happened in Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber. And adding that the fact that the boy had something over him made Albus want to get as much control over the brat as possible. He was planning on getting the boy removed from the Black's guardianship and into the custody of Augusta Longbottom, where he could add in a small artifact that could slowly but surely make him forget about the events. He could have also gained access to the brat's financial information. His goblin informants at Gringotts told him that the boy came into a large amount of gold in the past few months, and that it was still growing. Albus didn't really care about the gold, just keep some tabs on what the boy was doing. It's not like he really needed the gold. He was the only competent alchemist in the country, something that he had ensured over the course of decades. There was always demand for alchemical elixirs, and he could set any price he wanted. He had enough gold for several lifetimes and could even get more anytime he wanted. As for the boy, he wanted to see if he was selling any of the basilisk's parts. While legally it was Neville's property, the school was also a contender. That's not to mention that the unlicensed sale of an XXXXX beast was technically illegal without permission from the ministry. He had checked that there weren't any permits for selling a basilisk corpse, and there were also no new basilisk parts on the black market. But then, how could a child, no matter how intelligent, get so much gold that goblins went out of their way to report it to him? It's not like he was asking for tabs specifically on the Potter boy's vault. He didn't think it was worth the risk or gold to bribe a goblin to monitor the vault of a child with no income. Everything was starting to stabilize once more until Azkaban was destroyed. And wasn't that a crisis? Even Voldemort, a mad agent of chaos, would not have risked destroying that fortress. It was literally the only reason the Dementors were under Ministry control. The beasts had already started to act restless and attack random strangers. Albus had calmed them considerably, but they were starving beasts and often followed their impulse to feast. Already 20 muggles were kissed, and those were just the ones they knew about. Fudge kept coming up with random theories, like sending them to Hogwarts. What madness possessed him to actually propose something like this in a Wizengamot meeting, Albus didn't know, and he could only thank the light that the other members realized how idiotic this decision was, and shot it down. There were some proposals about sending them to Nurmengard momentarily while Albus rebuilds the new prison, as he had promised Fudge. The defeater of Grindelwald had argued heavily against that, considering the fascination his old friend had over the monsters. A few others were hesitant since Dementors resided mostly in Britain and were a powerful piece on the board when it came to international politics. They gave Britain leverage, and a lot of people didn't want to lose that. Thankfully, the Light answered his plea and helped him a ward to trap the Dementors in what used to be Azkaban. They were already dark creatures in origin, and it was evident that the Light was especially effective against them. It was a temporary measure at best, but it would be enough until Albus's prison was built. He already had a few secrets he wanted to add to his design. Albus sighed as he took a sip of his tea. He was sitting in the Hog's Head, his brother's pub, hoping to solve a particular problem. It was a recurring one, really. He had to deal with it every year. Aberforth slowly walked from behind the bar and spoke up with his gruff tone. "Why are you here, Albus?" "Why, I'm drinking tea, of course." "The tea is horrible. You're the only one who's ever had it and came for seconds. Not that I'm surprised, you were always weird." Albus huffed. "It's nothing special. I just have another candidate to interview. I decided to interview them myself this time, since the last one revealed himself to be a fraud." "That defense position, huh? Still as troubling as ever." "Would you ever consider taking the job?" he asked with a hopeful tone, yet still knowing the answer to his question. As expected, his brother snorted in derision. "Not on your life. I'm happy here, and if you think for 1 second that I would give up my life just to work for you, dear brother, then you've probably overdosed on your sherbet lemons and gone insane. A man can dream. You're more than qualified for the job. With you, Albus, everything comes with strings attached. As you noticed, I've always tried to stay away from you, and you're proving me right even now. I expected to see you sooner because of the fact that what happened to Ariana is public. I guess I was a sucker for thinking that you might even have a shard of affection towards me left in that hole you call a heart. I think I'm glad, in a way, to see the world start to realize that you're not as perfect as you like to portray yourself to be. I just wish that it didn't come at the cost of our sister's memory. Now, if you don't want anything else, I have a bar to run." He turned and left, leaving Albus alone with his admittedly horrible-tasting tea. Was he right? The thought of talking to Aberforth after people started to sniff around what happened to their sister never occurred to him. The whole thing was still under speculation, and there was no proof of the Potter brat's accusation being true. But then again, when had the truth mattered to the wizarding world? The defeater of Grindelwald had dedicated his entire life to his dream of creating a magical utopia. It was something that he shared with Gellert until they realized the way they wanted to achieve it differed. It was a point of conflict, but their ambitions were very similar. A loud noise brought him back to reality, and Albus saw the man he came to meet. It was literally his last choice as a candidate for the post. He had gotten a couple of other applicants, one of whom just wanted to interview him about his sister, and the other seemed suitable if it wasn't for the fact that he was an extremely dark wizard that was involved in over a dozen counts of murder in Portugal and human experimentation. But gold exchanged hands, and the charges were dropped. He had waited until the last possible moment before accepting the last applicant. It was literally a couple of weeks before the start of the term, and if he had waited any longer, the ministry would have picked a candidate for him, and that meant more ministry involvement in Hogwarts matter. and Albus wanted to avoid the slippery slope that would follow. The aged headmaster watched the well-dressed man in front of him. He was wearing an impeccably tailored black muggle suit and exuded an air of confidence that was quite unlike most people who spoke to him. His presence was striking, and for a moment Albus couldn't help but wonder if he was wrong when he was wary of that particular wizard. That was until he saw his face, or more specifically, his eyes. The man's eyes held this darkness that he always saw in very few individuals. It was the eyes of a man who had come to terms with his own savage nature, a savage nature that had nearly consumed him once. It was the same darkness that Albus definitely did not want near his students. The final candidate's face morphed into a fake smile. "Hello, Albus. It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Why, hello, Remus. I'd say it's been almost a decade now. It's good to see you again." That was a lie, and both of them knew it. They had left things on bad terms, and Albus did his best to observe the man who was now basically the stranger. The man's face, though aged and weathered, still held an undeniable resemblance to the young Remus Lupin he once knew. However, his greying hair, now neatly combed, was a far cry from the messy, tattered look Albus remembered during the days of the Marauders. The man was different in both appearance and nature, and it was very understandable. People do not come out the same after the tragedy young Remus suffered. After the rest of the Marauders perished, he was left alone, a wolf without his pack, and overwhelmed in his grief, he ran away and let the beast inside him free. Albus didn't really have time to follow him, but he kept tabs on the boy as he spiraled out of control. It was a tragic tale until one day something happened. He left the pack he had been a part of and joined some Muggle corporation. He wormed his way to the top and was now living a comfortable and wealthy life in the Muggle world. Albus didn't know if he was drinking wolfsbane, nor how he could afford it if he did. The truth was that Muggle currency meant very little for wizards apart from ways to integrate Muggleborns into magical society. It was just paper, and the goblins did not make any exchanges for gold, apart from the Muggleborn Hogwarts exchange program. He couldn't even buy gold in the Muggle world and sell it. The goblins didn't really accept normal gold, treasuring enchantments and artifacts instead. It was what gave authenticity to magical currency. A lot of Muggleborns thought that they were clever, buying some gold using Muggle money and tried to sell it off to the goblins. They were caught every time and didn't get an extra nert. Gold, silver, and bronze were just metals that were perfected to hold enchantments that were fine-tuned over the course of thousands of years. Mining gold or buying it and selling it to the goblins wouldn't work. This characteristic of the goblins was why they were so happy to fund Cursebreaker investigations, since they could find rare enchanted items, which they treasure more. Long story short, Remus shouldn't have the galleons to hire a potion master to brew the potion for him. So, what did the man do during the full moon? As curious as he was going to force Remus to drink wolfsbane. It was technically required by the ministry after all, but aside from his lycanthropy, Albus had a feeling that hiring Remus was going to be troublesome. "It's good to see you too. But let's make this brief. We both know that you're going to hire me, and since you waited so long, I know that you didn't want to hire me in the first place. I don't know if you became prejudiced against people like me or not, and I don't particularly care. So since you're kinda pressed for time, let's talk about my future salary." Yes, this was going to be troublesome indeed. Author's note: I know that some of you will not like how I'm dividing the economy between the magical and non-magical worlds. The truth is, that's the only way I could see it working, but that's just my opinion. Magic just trumps most Muggle industries, and wizards aren't dumb enough to see a loophole between the magical and Muggle world. So, for any sort of economic system to make sense in this story, I made it so that the only value a wizard could have on anything is its magic. For example, a wooden piece of furniture would be useless, but an enchanted one would be worth buying. Because theoretically, anything they needed to buy in the Muggle world would be worthless since transfiguration and transmutation are a thing. If wizards needed anything from there, they could easily just take it and no one would know. However, there are professions that do take materials from the Muggle world, but treat them alchemically and then sell them. But that needs a lot of experience and study to pull off. This also means that the definition of poverty in the magical world is different. In the Muggle world, poverty is not being able to afford food, and not having a roof over your head. But any adequate wizard or witch could duplicate food, confound muggles, and magically build a home. Look at the Weasleys. In the muggle world, you just can't expect to afford 7 children on what seems like a minimum wage salary, since it only requires a single owl to work there. But the only issues come when they need to buy enchanted stuff, schoolbooks, and brooms. That's what poverty means in the magical world. In this chapter, Remus's wealth, muggle and magical, is something of a plot point, so I won't spoil it. But he'll have to have dabbled on both sides to make his money. Let me know what you think of this system, or if you have any suggestions regarding it. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, House on Fire. 1st September 1993, Black Manor. He was in a forest with trees spanning endlessly all around him. He couldn't see much since it was dark, with his surroundings only illuminated by the full moon shining in the sky. It was quiet, with only the faint sounds of ruffling leaves and crickets making him believe that he wasn't deaf. The twisted branches of the ancient trees seemed to reach out for him, their long skeletal fingers casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. The moonlight painted an ethereal glow on the leaves, turning them silver, and the faint rhythmic chirping of the crickets created an otherworldly serenade. Yet there was something missing, something unnatural. He couldn't feel the wind on his face. The cold air that should refresh him was completely missing. Now that he was thinking about it, he wasn't even breathing. How was that possible? How was he even alive? A loud scream broke the veil of silence and broke whatever train of thought he had. Without a second's thought, he rushed towards the source of the noise, ignoring the fact that he was going far faster than any normal human should. He even ignored that he wasn't even running, he was gliding. The forest seemed to part before him as he glided effortlessly through the twisted trees, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't explain it, but a strange urgency consumed him, driving him forward as if he were propelled by some unseen force. The distant cries grew louder, more agonized, and he knew he had to reach the source of the commotion, regardless of the surreal circumstances surrounding him. He was obviously going to the border of the forest, since the trees were getting smaller as he went on. It was probably near some kind of civilization, since the light seemed to grow the closer he got. However, when he finally exited the forest, the sight in front of him caused him to freeze. The lights weren't signs of civilization. No, it was fire. People were screaming, running away from the growing inferno that was consuming it. It didn't take long to figure out what he was seeing. Hogsmeade was burning. The beloved village lay in ruins. The quaint cottages were engulfed in flames, their wooden beams crackling and splintering as they succumbed to the inferno. Smoke billowed into the night sky, mingling with the full moon's silvery glow, creating a surreal, apocalyptic backdrop. The village square was completely decimated. The Three Broomsticks Inn, usually a warm and inviting haven, was a charred husk. Honeyduke's sweet shop, the very essence of childhood wonder, had been reduced to a blackened, smouldering ruin. Amidst the chaos, figures moved, silhouetted against the raging fire. Panicked villagers were fleeing in all directions, their faces etched with terror. Some tried to douse the flames with feeble streams of water conjured from their wands, while others desperately attempted to rescue trapped loved ones from the burning structures. This isn't real, he told himself, and it was true. It wasn't. The world was wispy, muffled. He couldn't feel the heat, he couldn't feel the rise of adrenaline, the blood pumping in his veins. The figure responsible for the attack turned, and Harry was shocked to see a man with white hair giving him an amused smile. But it was the man's eyes that drew his attention and sent a shiver down his spine. The man's eyes were like twin pools of absolute blackness, devoid of any color or discernible iris. There was no white, no pupils, just an endless void that seemed to absorb all light. The figure tilted his head amusingly and said, "Is it?" Before he could say anything, a giant wave of black fire came out of nowhere and engulfed everything, even him. The last thing he heard was the faint noise of a wolf howling. And just like that, Harry woke up with a gasp and looked around. He was met with his room in Black Manor, making him sigh in relief and lie down on his bed once more. He really hated those dreams. He had been having them ever since his 13th birthday, when his crest was unlocked. He was already starting to forget about what he had seen. It was a side effect of prophetic visions. They tended to fade away, and no memory tricks could change that. In just a handful of seconds, his vision started to fade away, leaving only a few impressions, like the terror he felt, and the fact that it was Hogsmeade was on fire. It didn't have to mean anything. It might be a vision of a very distant future. It might have been a vision of the past. It might just be a remote possibility that wormed its way into his dreams. It didn't even have to be a real fire or even an attack. Not all visions were literal images of the future. That was the curse of seers. Interpreting the visions was far more challenging than receiving them. It was very possible that this was literally nothing. But why didn't that reassure him? Why was he still feeling the terror that he felt in this particular vision? He had no idea. He had no one that could help him, and it's not like his crest helped in any way. Speaking of his crest, Harry didn't really have time to explore it, with Arcturus choosing this time to train him on what it meant to be in charge of the Black family, until his second born, that is. It was pretty interesting, not as interesting as learning magic, but Harry was always a bit curious about history, and believe it or not, the Black family was involved in a lot of events for thousands of years. The lessons were a mixture of the history of the Black family, their assets, and their investment, with a couple of curses that were perfected over centuries but were often shared with close friends and family. They had barely scratched the surface, but after an entire summer of studying politics and economics under the demanding taskmaster that was Arcturus, Harry wanted to go back to Hogwarts and continue exploring his magic, especially his crests. His magic circles were now a lot easier to cast when he tried, and they were more varied. He didn't have time to study them during the summer, but his next year probably wouldn't have a cursed diary setting a basilisk on the student body. At least, Harry hoped it wouldn't. His dreams seemed to get darker and scarier the more his summer vacation came close to its end. It wasn't a good omen, but there was still something refreshingly original about this school year. Harry didn't know what was coming, and that was exhilarating. It was like a weight was lifted from his shoulders. In his first 2 years in Hogwarts, there was always this narrative of what was supposed to happen in the background. Quirrell going after Flamel's stone, the Chamber of Secrets being opened. Harry felt responsible in a way for those events because he knew that they were happening. It was foolish, sacrificing, and idiotic. The world wasn't a story, he accepted that long ago, but a wise man once said that with great power came great responsibility, and his knowledge of the stories was a very powerful power. A small part of him felt a duty to use it in a beneficial way. Well, a bigger part of him just wanted to survive, considering that there was supposed to be a basilisk and a possessed in his first years. Thankfully, the choice to act was finally taken from his hands. He didn't have to worry about being responsible, because that's where the real world was starting to diverge from the stories. According to his past life, Sirius Black was supposed to escape and try to kill Pettigrew. Well, Sirius was dead, and while a few high-level Death Eaters were missing, the Ministry didn't end up putting the Dementors in Hogwarts. Everything was already fucked to begin with, and that meant that Harry didn't know what was coming, and that fact shouldn't have been as comforting to him as much as it was. Death Eaters might come after Longbottom, or they might not. It was entirely Dumbledore's responsibility to save his precious prophecy child, not Harry's. And still, with the prophecy not being fulfilled yet, the boy was still under fate's protection, which meant that he was going to be fine until Voldemort inevitably came back. The only thing that dampened his mood was his prophetic dreams. They were worrying, but they were just that. Dreams of a possible future, not unescapable outlines in a story. In an odd way, not knowing what was going to happen made life that much brighter, that much more real. Harry didn't know if he was going to be attacked by a possessed professor or if he was going to live in a place that literally had a weapon of mass destruction inside, but at least he knew that it was out of his hands. Honestly, he was tempted to ask Arcturus to send him to Beauxbaton or Durmstrang, maybe even Ilvermorny, because he was afraid that he didn't know what was going to happen. Tom Riddle had proven the past years that the world was very different from the ones from the stories, and Jörmungandr's existence was further proof of that. He had found no sign that the World Serpent had ever existed in the Hogwarts library, even in the Forbidden section. Outside of a few books on Norse mythology, there was very little about it. And if it existed, then why wouldn't other mythological beasts? Leaving Hogwarts wouldn't have made him any safer just because he didn't know the narrative anymore. However, Harry realized that he wouldn't even know what was going to happen outside of Hogwarts, and that outside the castle, he wasn't guaranteed that he wouldn't be attacked or pulled into another game because of some stranger. He would need to keep his skills sharp in case he had to face something like that again. And when Harry looked at it objectively, he realized that he would rather stay in the castle. He saw no point being separated from his friends or even losing access to the Hogwarts library. Since he could sneak into the forbidden section, it was far more useful to him than it was for most other students. Those dreams had to have meant something, and Harry would lie if he didn't admit to being curious. Perhaps the coming school year would be peaceful. Perhaps this was all just a nightmare. Alas, he knew deep down that something was coming. It was a warning, and he needed to be ready. For what, he didn't know yet. Thankfully, there was a silver lining. Harry could transfer schools if he thought he was in too much danger. He had a legal guardian now, and that gave him a lot more options than he had before. There was no need to move to another country just because of a dream, because of a mere possibility. Shaking his head, he made his way down to the dining room, where his breakfast was already served. Arcturus, as always, didn't say anything, choosing to continue reading his issue of the Daily Prophet. Shrugging, Harry started eating. It was probably the last time he was going to have breakfast in this place for months. The older man spoke up first. "So this is it, huh?" "I guess. It's been nice." And it was true. This summer of 1993 had been rich in surprises, both good and bad, but it was over. It was the first day in September, and that meant that it was time to go back to school. It was weird having a guardian. Having someone who tried to actively help him and train him was something he never experienced in both lifetimes. It was always just him, alone, having to fight for every scrap he could have had. He had to be manipulative all the time, and now that he had a real home, a place where he wouldn't have needed to lie to stay there, it was just different. But in a good way. Arcturus was far more empathetic than Harry thought he would be. He understood where Harry was coming from and let things proceed at a pace the younger boy was more comfortable in. "And your trunk?" "Made it last night. I don't like to leave things to the last seconds and make mistakes." "Good, why don't you go get it, while I freshen up and get ready? Let's meet near the front door in a couple of minutes." Harry nodded and went back to his room to get his trunk. By the time he came back, he saw that the older man was sitting near the front door, still reading his newspaper. The Black Patriarch put the paper down, got up and motioned Harry to follow him. Yeah, Arcturus was a man of few words. He didn't talk unless he was really invested in the conversation. Harry did as he was told and walked out of the manor to the garden. "Have you ever side-along apparated before?" the older man asked while he offered his hand. "No," Harry responded, "but it looked uncomfortable." "Technically, it's not dangerous as long as your passenger is more than 11 years old. Before that, any accidental magic during the apparition might kill everyone involved. But you're right, it is very uncomfortable at the start, but you'll need to get used to it since it's our best mode of transport." The last Potter nodded hesitantly and grabbed the man's arm very tightly. The Black Patriarch had a slight smile on his face. "Good. Now remember not to let go. Grab on as tightly as you can." Without saying anything else, Harry felt Arcturus's arm twist away from him and redouble his grip. The next thing he knew, everything went black. He was being pressed very hard from all directions. He could not breathe. There were iron bands tightening around his chest. His eyeballs were being forced back into his head. His eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. His arcane hearing was going haywire. There was a similarity to the spatial expansion charms that he taught himself the previous year, but were far more chaotic and far more complex. How do average wizards even master something like this? It was just so complicated. And just like that, everything came back to normal, and the stifling feeling was gone. Harry gulped a great lungful of air and opened his eyes. The full experience was as if he had been forced into a very tight rubber tube without dying. There had to be some kind of human transfiguration involved. But then, how can people who have never gotten past their OWLs in transfiguration do it? It didn't make sense. He couldn't even think of anything because he had the urge to throw up. Damn, that motion sickness was coming back after the actual trip. Harry restrained himself and glared at his smirking guardian. "We are never going to do that ever again." The man snorted. "If I had a canute every time someone told me that on their first try at apparition, they all end up using it. The first time is always the worst. It's why we always tend to let our children experience many times it before they can learn it. By the time they get used to the feeling, they aren't afraid when they try it by themselves. Now let's get out of here. You're almost late." It turned out that the Black Patriarch had brought them in an empty dark alley near King's Cross Station. As always, they went to the platform of the Hogwarts Express. Both he and Arcturus said their goodbyes, hoping to look for his friends again. Thankfully, it didn't take long to find them. The fifth compartment he saw held the familiar blonde hair of Daphne. He hadn't had time to talk to any of his friends in person, since every parent is scared shitless to let their children out of their sight ever since the Azkaban mess. They had sent letters to one another, but it just wasn't the same. He was excited to see his friend again. Harry slowly walked there, with his trunk in his hand, and opened the door with a grin on his face. "So did you miss me?" Author's note. Just to clarify things, Harry is not ignoring the vision. He feels relieved that he doesn't know about the future anymore, since it was too messed up and too different, since he always felt responsible, since he knew more than the others about the situation. This is technically a new era of his life, where he'll have to completely rely on his intelligence and his choices. Chapter 1. 143. Chapter 143, Long Way Home. 1st September 1993, Hogwarts Express. Harry really should have expected the explosive hug that Daphne gave him the moment he entered the compartment. So yeah, Harry found himself flung around by a blonde missile who didn't seem intent on letting him go anytime soon. "I missed you too, Daph." The snickering of his two other friends grabbed his attention. "Hello to you too." Blaise smirked. "I missed you and everything, but I'm not going to hug you." Tracy started giggling again and didn't say anything else. Well, it wasn't like he didn't expect anything else from the girl. She didn't seem to want to stop, and Harry could see that they weren't going to have a productive conversation as long as Daphne kept hugging him. So he looked down at the smiling blonde and said, "Daph, I get it. We haven't seen each other for 3 months. But I'd really like to sit down." She blushed and practically leapt away from his embrace and sat back down in her spot. She was obviously trying to ignore what just happened, but her scarlet face proved otherwise. She was using her aristocratic princess-neutral face to hide her embarrassment. Tracy and Blaise were now howling in laughter, and the blonde glared at them. "If you two don't stop, I'll freeze your feet so hard that you won't walk for a month." The laughter abruptly dissipated, leaving a satisfied Daphne smirking at them. Damn, that girl could be terrifying at times. Choosing to ignore whatever madness happened in the previous couple of minutes, Harry spoke up. "So how was your summer?" "Horrible. Boring. Not that bad." The last one was from Blaise, and the two other girls glared at him in envy. The dark-skinned boy raised his hands in defeat. "I was just being honest. My mother took me to Italy before the Azkaban fiasco, so I just had a regular summer there like I do every year. She wasn't even sure about letting go back to Britain, but she had some business here. I don't speak French, so Beauxbatons was out, and my mother is a bit disliked in Eastern Europe, so it wouldn't be any safer for me in Durmstrang even if they have classes in English." No one asked why his mother wasn't liked in that part of the world, and the boy looked grateful for it. Apparently, one of her old husbands was a beloved philanthropist there. And well, you can guess where this was going. Daphne thankfully broke the silence. "What about Italy? There's bound to be a school there, and it should be all that bad." "There is a school in Italy, but it's kind of small, and it doesn't cover a lot of the material. My mother wouldn't have liked me getting a subpar education, and even if Hogwarts standards have fallen in the last few decades, it's still very well known internationally, and everyone would give you a chance if you're missing something. As for the Accademia Arcana Italia, it's hard to put it into words, but the people who graduate from are weird." "Weird how?" Harry asked. "Well, the school is very traditional. The students are sort of divided into cohorts. There are 5 in total, but each cohort is led by centurions. Each year, a few centurion candidates are selected by the school based on school performance and magical power, and after a vote, the centurion of each cohort is elected. And every term, a praetor is elected by the entire student body. Each position of authority comes with a lot of power over their subordinates. Unlike how all the prefects can do is give a few detentions and remove some points, and even then, they have to justify it to the professors. The professors pretty much don't have any authority outside their classrooms. Everything is handled privately, and they only punish the centurions or the praetors, who in turn can punish their subordinates as much as they like. The students are trained like the warriors of ancient Rome, with a strong emphasis on discipline, honor, and order. You know, the whole Roman values they had 2,000 years ago. It's essentially a military camp, but it's the only school in the country, so a lot of people are stuck with it. Most of the magical families just send their kids to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons since they're better schools, and their graduates don't have to adjust to the current society and are taught enough to be accepted. But Muggleborns in Italy are normally stuck with the academy since you can't get accepted into an international school without applying first. Harry never really thought about magic schools all that much. There was Hogwarts in Scotland, Beauxbatons in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Castellabruxo in Brazil, Ilvermorny in the United States, Ouagadougou in Uganda, and Mahutakoro in Japan. But those were the big ones, the big schools that had graduates that changed the world, that advanced magic. But there had to be smaller schools, especially for people who just didn't speak the language or couldn't get into one of the bigger schools. Blaise seemed to have had enough of the spotlight and directed it towards the girls. So while I was sunbathing on a beach in Italy, what were you up to, ladies? They both glared at him, and Tracy started first. Well, I was stuck at home under heavy wards. The only thing I could do was owl order stuff, and even then, my parents had to cast a lot of detection charms on everything. I didn't even get to see the alley once. This is my first time outside my house in over 2 months, and I'm going to school. Blaise practically wilted as the girl's voice got progressively louder. She was heaving by the end of her sentence. Daphne, though, continued for her in a frosty tone, and I had to suffer for my heiress lessons from my father without any reprieve. Every minute was an etiquette lesson of some sort. Do you have any idea how much I just wanted to bash his head in? A green grass never shows weakness. A green grass hides in the grass and strikes at the most opportune moment. Well, I wanted to curse him at the most opportune moment. So, Blaise, what do you think I was up to? Calm down, Daph, the Italian boy said, while raising his hand in surrender. What would the rest of the school say about their ice queen if they saw you like this? Harry frowned. How is she an ice queen? I really don't get it. Well, you don't see what she's like when you're not around. That frigid face of hers and those murderous eyes make her really terrifying. After she froze a few bits with that horrible spell of hers, people started calling her that. Luckily for all of us, she pretty much melts whenever you're around. Ouch! Daphne had discreetly sent a stinging hex at his bits, and the Italian boy yelped in pain. The blonde had a satisfied smile on her face. Now don't speak rubbish, Blaise dear. Yes, ma'am, he responded. I guess we don't have to ask Harry about his summer, do we? Tracy smirked. Oh, you mean the summer where he publicly defied Dumbledore, told everyone about one of his secrets, and got away with it unscathed? No, I mean the summer when he was adopted by one of the most fearsome political players in the last century, Daphne retorted. They both turned at once, giving him an expectant look. It was freaky. I got nothing new to say, really. I wouldn't have gone after Dumbledore if he hadn't pretty much labelled me a future Dark Lord in front of half the ministry. And how did you know about his sister? Harry shrugged. A vision. I told you that I had tended to get them over the last year. I saw Dumbledore, his brother and some other boy having a duel. There was this bright light, and the girl in the room was dead. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. I was going to keep it to myself, but I got so angry at him during that hearing, and it sort of slipped out. It wasn't the truth, but it was a very convenient lie. Really, having prophetic visions tended to make people stop questioning any weird knowledge he had. Natural foresight wasn't something that was well documented, since it varied with every person, and Harry was taking advantage of that. Well, congratulations. You have done the most damage to his political standing than people have in 50 years. Daphne said approvingly. Yeah, and it was dumb. I painted a target on my back with that. Sure, his speech was overshadowed by my revelations, but people are now a bit more wary of me, and Dumbledore will now consider me to be an enemy. Something that I didn't really want. Blaise snorted. I can't believe that Dumbledore was taken down by a vision of all things. I'm assuming you're taking divination this year. I'm going to try it out, and if I don't like it, I'll just leave. I already decided to take all the electives apart from Muggle studies, and even then, I'm going to try to have an owl in it in my 5th year. What would you need a Muggle studies OWL for? Tracy asked. A lot of jobs need them. I'm thinking about going into curse breaking, and it's one of the requirements. You only really need to pass, so an A is enough, but there are a lot of other jobs that need it too. Obliviators, hit wizards, and a lot of other professions require an owl in Muggle studies. It seems silly to rule out a lot of good careers just to not take a simple exam in a few years, especially one that is stupidly easy to pass. Only you would think that taking an extra owl is the same as a simple exam, Tracy answered with a snort. Harry shrugged. You could ask your mother about it, the last Potter responded. She probably knows more about it than I do. That was a true statement. Tracy's mother worked in the ministry. Harry didn't know in which department exactly, since the girl never shared that information, but she should be knowledgeable about the most common requirements for a lot of job applications. Funnily enough, Muggle studies, charms, and arithmancy were the most demanded skills in the ministry. They didn't care about defense outside of the DMLE. Transfiguration was always a plus, but not really useful in an office. The high-level new T electives like Enchanting and Alchemy were just overkill. Tracy obviously didn't want to talk about it and changed the subject. Sure, I will. Now you wouldn't believe what I heard Not talking about. Theodore Nott was a bookish boy in their year. He had a small group made up of Lily Moon and Millicent Bulstrode. He wasn't really a sociable person, then again, neither was Harry. He was just a quiet boy who kept to himself. He was somewhat good in class, but nothing to really write about. However, the most remarkable thing about him was his father, Cassius Nott, who was one of the most infamous imperious victims in the war. He was also rumored to be a sadistic man who reveled in the suffering of others, and with Lucius Malfoy out of the way, he was one of the biggest contenders as the leader of the traditionalist faction in the Wizengamot. The man's reputation was one of the biggest reasons everyone just avoided Nott altogether. Harry didn't care enough to actively befriend anyone in his first year, and his current friends had basically attached themselves to him, something that he was currently grateful for. Still, Harry would keep an eye on the Nott scion for the foreseeable future. He hoped that the apple fell far from the tree. Blaise straightened up, hoping to hear some gossip. What is it? Well, he said that his father was busy talking to Karkaroff all summer. You know, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Apparently, there's this big event next year, and they wanted to come to some kind of arrangement. I don't know what it is, but it's an international thing. That's on top of the Quidditch World Cup. Harry knew what they were talking about. The Tri-Wizard tournament wasn't something that could spontaneously be arranged. It was an international event, a traditional tournament that had far too many deaths for comfort by today's standards. They had to change a lot, make a lot of compromises to get the sweet spot between safety and entertainment. Before he could interject, they all turned towards the door where someone was knocking. It wasn't the fact that someone was knocking that made them freeze, but who was in front of the door? It was Neville Longbottom. Harry hesitantly waved his wand, causing the door to unlock. The boy who lived opened the door and spoke up hesitantly. Potter, can we talk for a bit? Well, that was surprising. Chapter 1, 144. Chapter 1, 144. Survivor's Guilt. 1st September, 1993, Hogwarts Express. Harry honestly didn't know what to expect. His interactions in the past 2 years with the Longbottom scion indicated that the boy probably wanted to hex him or play some kind of stupid prank. The entire thing was already complicated enough. Had his mother or Harry's mother been alive, they would have been raised together as brothers. In a way, he was happy that they didn't grow up in the same household. It wouldn't have been easy to live next to a boy as spoilt as he was. It was expected, really, to have a boy raised as a heroic figure, famous for something that happened before he could even walk, famous for his parents dying. It would have given anyone a big head. Neville Longbottom was a hero, and that was something the entirety of magical Britain agreed on. Honestly, it was a miracle that his head wasn't even bigger. It probably had to do with Augusta Longbottom's discipline more than anything else, but it wasn't enough for him to grow into a stable human being. He obviously thought that everyone owed him something, because he allegedly saved them. The public didn't seem inclined to deny him anything. The boy had literally built his entire identity to be this heroic figure, and it was obvious with the way he kept attacking the Slytherins, or mini Death Eaters, in the boy's mind. Harry had gleaned these characteristics in the first few months of school, and that was the reason why he never even attempted to grow any kind of amicable relationship with the boy who lived. The only positive contact they ever had was in the Chamber of Secrets, which he fooled Neville into thinking it was an illusion or a hallucination. He regretted that part of the plan. It was cruel to the boy, but the benefits outweighed the possible damage to the ego of an already arrogant child. But the boy in front of him just looked different. He didn't have this entitled air he always held. He didn't think he was better. He just looked different, and that made Harry curious. He nodded, "Fine," and then turned to his friends. "I'll be back in a couple of minutes." The young Gryffindor's eyes widened in surprise at his agreement to his proposal. So were Harry's friends, for that matter. But they knew long ago that he knew what he was doing, and so did not show any sign of protest. Harry followed the Longbottom scion out of the compartment to one with a single surprising occupant, Luna Lovegood. When did they even meet? The blonde girl waved her hand excitingly. "Oh, hey, Harry, did you have a great summer?" "Yes, it wasn't too bad. What about yours?" he asked mechanically, his mind still trying to process how Luna and Neville met. "My dad had to reschedule the Sweden trip because of how news-heavy this summer was, so we didn't get to go on our annual crumple-horned snorkack hunt. That was a shame. I had fun at home, though." Harry nodded and smiled indulgingly at the girl. He had really grown to like her during the past year. Even after he had gotten rid of Riddle, they still hung out a few times a week, where he mostly tutored her. She was a very curious girl and had some nice insights. She would be a great researcher if she ever chose to pursue that profession, but her love of magical creatures meant that she was probably going to follow Newt Scamander's footsteps and become a magizoologist. With a questioning look on his face, the last Potter turned towards the boy who lived, who shrugged. "Mrs. Weasley invited me to wipe the slate clean with Ron. It wasn't a good idea, and I ended up meeting Luna there. She was nice." "Yes, she is," Harry replied. "So what do you want?" The boy took a deep breath like he was getting something off his chest. Harry patiently let him hype himself up. "Look, I know I haven't been the most understanding guy when it came to you, or in general for that matter. As you know, the last year was rough. It was mostly my fault. Looking at it objectively helped me realize how much I have been messing up. Breaking that statute of secrecy for missing a train was dumb, and so was breaking into the Slytherin common room using polyjuice. Interrogating you and Malfoy while impersonating his friends was irresponsible, and I know that I haven't been punished properly for my actions. I never really thought about it. The punishments, I just thought that they were just the professors being mean. After Quirrell, I think I just thought that I was meant to be the hero, that I would be the one to solve the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. But now I realize that I really should have gone to the professors. I really shouldn't have thought so much of my capabilities. If I did, maybe Hermione wouldn't." Harry gave him a pitying look. "Hermione's fate is not your fault. It never was your fault. You didn't give her the diary. You didn't make her write in it. You didn't trap her inside. You didn't curse her. You didn't do anything wrong." And Harry was being sincere when he said that. Neville Longbottom had done nothing wrong when it came to Harry's confrontation with Riddle. By the time they arrived in the chamber, Hermione was already gone. There was nothing either of them could have done to stop that. What happened to the Muggleborn was a tragedy, one that Harry wished had never happened. Riddle bragging that the girl's utopian existence involved him being friends with her did not help matters. He honestly wished he could help her in any way. Alas, he didn't even have enough information about soul magic to even attempt something like this, and the entire field of magic was banned practically everywhere in the world. Perhaps his crest would help, but so far it didn't unlock any information about soul magic. He was going to leave the unspeakable to try to figure it out for now, and he would try to help if he ever had access to the magical knowledge required to do so. Hermione Granger's fate was an accident. She was a naive girl who trusted something she shouldn't have, fell into the sweet world of a two-faced monster, and was taken advantage of. She was a child. She might have had irritating qualities, but she was a child nonetheless. She never got to experience the real world, and it wasn't anyone's fault. It wasn't Harry's, and it definitely wasn't Neville's. Alas, the boy didn't seem to agree with him on this point. No, it is my fault. I should have seen it. She was acting odd. She disappeared on me and Ron all the time. I should have known that something was wrong. The boy took a deep breath to calm down. She had my back even when the entire school already assumed that I was guilty, and I couldn't even protect her. It wasn't your responsibility to protect her. The boy laughed harrowingly. My grandmother told me the exact same thing. But it doesn't change that I lost her. And Ron, but he was never really my friend, was he? He was the boy who lived's friend, not Neville Longbottom's. I can see that now. Some people will always try to use you because of your status in society. Your grandmother must have warned you about that before you went to school. He nodded sheepishly. I guess she did. But I didn't listen. I never really had to deal with any of that. My grandmother always used illusions to hide me when I was younger during our trips out of the manor. I guess the whole hero of magical Britain thing went to my head. I was always pressured, to be the hero. But it's not like I could have topped beating Voldemort, could I? I guess this is why I always jumped into every adventure I could have had. So what changed? Harry asked. I took a long look at myself, and I didn't like what I saw. I realized that I wasn't someone my parents would have been proud of. The stupid fights with you, breaking the rules as if they weren't even there. What happened to Hermione just made me think back at everything that I ever did. I guess this is just me taking a step in the right direction. Harry gave him a slight grin. I'm happy for you, Neville, and that's all well and good. But you didn't bring me here just to say that stuff, did you? Neville's face took a deep look. I guess I got a little off track. I'm a bit nervous, but the thing is that the first step to being better is to make amends for the bad things I did before. At least, that's what my grandmother told me. So this is me just apologizing to you for everything. For the way I treated you, for the way I called you names, for always thinking that you're a suspect just because you're a Slytherin. Apparently Gryffindors could be assholes too. Ron and McLaggen proved that last year. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. The last Potter just stared at the boy with widened eyes. Of all the things he thought Neville would say, he didn't expect that. He turned towards Luna, who nodded her head. Damn, the boy was serious about this. Harry wasn't petty enough to hold grudges, especially when they were done by a young boy who just didn't know better. He had a philosophy that, if he didn't like someone, he would just leave. The only thing that pissed him off was the fact that there were some people he didn't like who actually got out of their way to go after him. If the Longbottom Scion really wanted to make amends, he didn't really inconvenience Harry enough to make a big deal out of it. And if Luna vouched for him, he just smiled and nodded at the boy. All right, I accept your apology. We're good. Harry motioned to turn and leave, but was stopped by the boy who lived yelling, Wait! He stopped and looked Neville in the eye, who started to shift slightly. Is there something else? Yes, I guess there is. I wanted to say that in the chamber, in my illusion. You were the one who coached me. Even when we hated each other, I pictured you, of all people, helping me, giving me plans and information about that monster I fought. It was all a lie, of course, but I chose you to be there for me. We were friends there, and it clicked. I just wanted to say, I wanted to ask if there was any way we could start over. Forget about the last 2 years and pretend we just met. I guess I never let go of my dream of you being my friend, huh? The boy was over-analyzing his dream, trying to make sense of an illusion. It was a shame that it really did happen. This wasn't some kind of enlightenment. The boy had survivor's guilt over what happened to Hermione, and he obviously needed some support. He was trying to rationalize events that Harry planned. The only reason Neville was even involved was because he was a parcel mouth and Harry needed that. There was also the fact that his prophecy made him an easy weapon to use against the basilisk. He was just the insurance, but if he hadn't been able to speak parcel tongue, none of this would have happened. Hermione would have been found alone with the cursed diary, and that would have been it. He couldn't help but feel guilty about the way he traumatized the boy with the reveal that his heroic actions were not real. He had literally shattered Neville's identity just to get one over Dumbledore and keep his involvement a secret from everyone. He was tempted to say no, to wash his hands of the boy who lived and the danger he presented. But there was this desperation in his tone, and Harry decided to use his arcane hearing to cheat a bit. His magic was more pronounced and more detailed, but it was agitated. Harry could tell that it was slowly going on a downward spiral. There was a side of him that he kept locked up, that he didn't acknowledge, was waiting to emerge. It was just full of pain, of regret, of suffering and anger. He was one bad day away from a breakdown. This was the damage Harry had caused with his stunt with Neville, and he was amused while doing it. And wasn't that a wake-up call? He was responsible for this, and he had to deal with the consequences. It might have been a decision made out of guilt, out of self-preservation, out of pity, but he was going to stick with it. He nodded. Fine. We'll talk more in the castle, but I really have to go back to the compartment. The relieved smile Harry got in return did not make him feel any better for the rest of the day. Author's note: before any of you say anything, Harry and Neville aren't going to suddenly become the best of friends. Neville feels alone and betrayed by his friends and decides to mature. There's also something special that I'm planning this year that needed this. And Harry just feels guilty about the impact of his gaslighting Neville. They would be friendly acquaintances at best, and Harry's guilt would be a driving factor in their relationship, which never really works out well when that's the basis of anything. The idea is that they would both be starting over. It's essentially character development on Neville's part because of the trauma of losing his friends and realizing that the identity he built himself is a lie. Don't worry, this is the last chapter before Hogwarts. I just needed to set a few things up before the term could start officially. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Thrice Warned. 1st September 1993, Hogwarts Express. There was a small pile of sweets when Harry returned to his compartment. The trolley lady must have visited his friends, and Tracy, as usual, decided to pour a lot of her pocket money into sweets. That girl really was a glutton. Harry watched in amusement as she and Blaise gorged themselves in the various assortments of candy. They were lucky that the blinds were closed, because if any of the other Slytherins saw them, they would have been politically untouchable, in a bad way, that is. Daphne, though, looked at them with a mixture of amused disgust. Yeah, her heiress training had hammered in her head that this kind of behavior was unacceptable. Harry didn't know much about what she was being taught, but he had the impression that her father was particularly strict and that their relationship was somewhat strained. She immediately noticed that Harry was back and spoke up in a haughty tone. "You sure took your time. We were starting to think that you got lost somewhere." "Very funny," he responded with a dry tone. The whole Longbottom thing was surprising, believe it or not. "What did he want?" Blaise asked, suddenly interested. "Nothing really. He wanted to apologize and start over. I think he's just lonely after what happened to Hermione. Everyone just steers clear of him because of the whole insanity thing after the chamber. He's been slandered non-stop for months, and the prophet didn't even print out a retraction. And you know how his friendship with Weasley imploded. He's vulnerable and could be useful in the long run." And wasn't that an understatement? Everyone knew about the official destruction of the Golden Trio. With Hermione out of the picture and Ron bad-mouthing her to everyone who would listen, the boy who lived exploded. The resulting fight heavily damaged the Gryffindor common room and got both boys detention for the rest of the school year. But one thing is for certain, Ron Weasley wasn't under Longbottom's protection anymore. It was a foolish thing to do, especially since the only thing that made the redhead remarkable in any way, outside of some talent in chess, was his relationship with Longbottom. It wasn't just because he was the boy who lived, but because of his position as the Longbottom scion and his future political influence that made sticking with him appealing. Weasley could have ended up as his understudy, or his assistant, which would have given him a lot of power and influence that his family just didn't have. Like Dolores Umbridge was the voice of Cornelius Fudge, Ronald Weasley could have been the voice of Neville Longbottom. His older brother Percy had looked especially put out by this, since Ron could have used his relationship with Neville to grease some palms and get him a good starting position in the Ministry. Alas, the boy was now going to live with his feeble natural talents. These were all great reasons to befriend the boy, especially since they were starting to get involved in Slytherin politics starting this year. Of course, Daphne saw through all of that. You're not doing this because of some political position. I know you hate that stuff. You're doing it because you feel guilty. Harry deflated. Fine. But you didn't see the damage I did by screwing with him so much. Everyone thinks he's unstable, and they're not really wrong. But he's like that because of me, not because of some cursed diary that turned into an illusion. They all looked at each other before nodding. Fine, but be careful. You said it yourself that bad things always happen to Longbottom. Harry couldn't really dispute that, but the boy always actively pursued danger. And it's not like he was going to actually pursue a friendship with Neville. They were starting over, and that didn't mean anything more than them not being antagonistic between one another, which was mostly on Neville's side. Whatever happened between them was water under the bridge, nothing more. Harry had no plans to actually join any of the boys' adventures or be pulled into Dumbledore's little puppet show. Blaise decided to change the subject. So anyone has anything interesting to say? He was oddly looking at Daphne, who was in turn doing her best to ignore him. Well, before Harry left, we were talking about the international event that's going on next year. There's this big debate in the Wizengamot to cancel the whole thing, so it might not happen, but it's some kind of international school tournament. Tracy seemed to also jump at that topic. Wait, why would they do that? It sounds kinda exciting. Tracy, you don't even know what that tournament is, Harry answered dryly. And you do? It's also a school tournament in Hogwarts. So we'll get to see it in person. Harry rolled his eyes. It's called the Tri-Wizard Tournament. It's a pretty barbaric thing by today's standards. It involved 3 European schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion is elected for each school, and they have to complete some very dangerous tasks to win. Entertaining on paper, but the fatality rates were too high, and it was cancelled. And someone thought about reinstating them. It was probably an idea from the ICW, and Hogwarts was selected to host. Crouch probably jumped at the chance. Blaise answered while rolling his eyes. Daphne, though, didn't seem impressed. Well, I think the whole thing is utterly stupid. Magical Britain doesn't have the funds to host something like this. We're rebuilding our main prison, and even if Dumbledore is saving us a lot in terms of labor, the materials are still pretty expensive. Harry shrugged. I'm not saying you're wrong. Half the Wizengamot actually agrees with you. The other half thinks that the income from the Quidditch World Cup would suffice to fund this project. But then, wouldn't they have to arrange for everything in just a couple of months? Tracy asked. Yes, that's the issue. Fudge and Crouch think that they could do it, but considering how unstable things are, no one wants to take them at their word. Daphne groaned. Even if they pull it off, the level of our new T students is so far lower than the graduates from Durmstrang's, it's not even funny. Harry nodded. The ICW probably want to use this tournament to start writing off Magical Britain and interfere properly. If we lose in this tournament, they'll start by discrediting our diplomas internationally, then try to interfere in our political affairs. We're one of the few countries in Europe that ICW has no direct control of, and that's only because of Dumbledore. The last war showed them that the headmaster wasn't infallible, and they're taking advantage of that. It's sad that they're not even considering the potential embarrassment of losing so badly. They're so focused on the political and economic side of this thing. So what are we going to do? Tracy asked. Harry shrugged. It's not our problem. We're students, not politicians, at least not yet. The conversation lightened after that, devolving into a friendly debate on the best electives they could choose. They had all taken ancient runes, but only Daphne and Harry had chosen to have arithmancy. Harry, Tracy, and Blaise were the only ones taking care of magical creatures. Thankfully, they were assigned a normal textbook and not one that tried to bite you like the stories. It seemed like Hagrid probably wasn't promoted to a professor this year. Harry was the only one of them who decided to take divination, and it was mostly out of curiosity if it could help him understand his dreams a bit more. Divination was a very interesting subject, if he had a proper instructor, that is. He would decide on his own after the first lesson. Honestly, Harry wanted to not take any of the electives since he knew all of the materials. Alas, he was forced to take at least 2 because of the school rules. Care of magical creatures and divination were the only 2 fields he didn't really explore, and he had taken runes and arithmancy as a sign of solidarity. It also gave him the choice to drop both care and divination if he found them to be useless. The rest of the ride to school went very smoothly. The Hogwarts Express arrived safely at school without any Dementor attacks. They used the Thestral-pulled carriages to the Great Hall, and they sat, starving as the first years were sorted. The atmosphere was as warm as usual, but strangely subdued. It seemed like the Azkaban fiasco had touched every magical soul in the country in some way. People lived in fear and uncertainty. Harry was too hungry to really care about any of that. The only surprise was when McGonagall yelled out a familiar name, Greengrass Astoria. A small clone of Daphne skipped to the sorting hat and put it on without a single ounce of hesitation. As for Harry, he immediately turned towards Daphne, who pretended not to see him, choosing to focus on her sister's sorting. It took a couple of minutes, but the hat yelled out, "Slytherin!" Daphne seemed to deflate slightly. If he hadn't known any better, Harry would have thought that she didn't want her sister in their house. He would ask about her later in private. The younger Greengrass walked with a large smile on her face towards her sister and took a seat next to her. She looked around, and when she saw Harry, her eyes lightened up. "Hi, I'm Astoria, Daphne's sister. I'm assuming you're Harry." He just nodded, surprised by the girl's energy. Astoria seemed to take that in stride. "I've heard so much about you." Daphne quickly glared at her sister, making her gulp slightly and deflate. "Ignore that. I'll just focus on the sorting." By the time the sorting ended, Harry's stomach was growling. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. By the end, around 12 Slytherins had joined their house, a far larger number than the previous years. But it seemed like there was a small baby boom after Voldemort was defeated. Finally, Dumbledore rose from his seat, and the entire hall quietened immediately. Harry couldn't help but admire that. It was like someone had pressed a mute button on the entire hall. Harry hadn't seen the man since his guardianship audience, and he didn't seem any different. He maybe looked a bit older, probably because of how many things he had to juggle. As the defeater of Grindelwald surveyed the room, his gaze stayed a fraction of a second longer when his eyes met Harry's. Yeah, the man wasn't over what happened. It wasn't unexpected, but a small part of Harry had hoped that the man would let bygones stay bygones. Perhaps it was too much to expect a century-year-old headmaster to be the mature one in the situation, and wasn't that a disappointing realization? The man smiled softly and said, "Welcome. I know that most of you are hungry, so I'll keep this brief before most of you are too bloated on our marvelous food to listen. I'll start things off by addressing the returning students. I would like to say that it's good to see you back, and we're all glad to spend another year teaching you the wonders of magic and getting to know you even more. As for our new students, I would like to officially welcome you to our school. Hogwarts is a place of wonder and magic, but magic could also be dangerous. That's why we have some strict rules and regulations that we would like you to follow. Your heads of house will hopefully explain them to you in detail, and the student rulebook is in the library for you to read. As for our faculty, I am pleased to welcome 2 new senior professors into our ranks. First of all, Professor Grubbyplank has agreed to take the job of Care of Magical Creature teacher. Her predecessor, Professor Kettleburn, decided to retire last year to spend more time with his remaining limbs. I have no doubts that you will enjoy her lessons well." A nice silver-haired woman stood up while everyone clapped. Harry didn't know much about her, but she did substitute for Kettleburn a few times when he got too injured, and the feedback was usually positive. That was already a good point. Finally, Professor Remus Lupin has kindly accepted to fill the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. This time, Harry really did stiffen. The man who stood up looked well kept, wearing enough muggle clothes to be considered scandalous, alongside his traditional robes. He looked confident in his skin, with a few faint scars on his face. This wasn't what Remus Lupin was supposed to be like in the stories. Then again, they have been wrong before. Curious, Harry spread his arcane magic and focused on the man standing at the high table, and did his best not to gasp. Hunger, pure hunger was the dominant song. It was loud, unrelenting, savage, mixed in with an aggressive and predatory undertone, mixed with a lingering sadness and loneliness. There was this cunning to it, this ruthlessness at the end of a hunt, the reflex to always go for the king. It just felt so unexpectedly inhuman. He was definitely a werewolf, but his personality was just alien. Harry still wanted to know more. He carefully observed the man. The stance showed that he wasn't ashamed. Self-confidence was something that most werewolves didn't develop, and there were no signs of excessive scarring, so fighting on the full moon was unlikely. Conclusion: the man didn't have a pack to go out every full moon with. Snape was openly glaring at Lupin, so that means that the werewolf was probably a friend of Harry's father, or had attacked Snape in another way. The fashionable Muggle clothes meant that he was very familiar with the Muggle world, but Harry could tell that it was made of acromantula silk with his arcane hearing. So he was also rich in the magical world. Before he could have a deeper analysis, the werewolf turned towards Harry, and he could feel the song speed up. It was hard to describe, but it was like it became more intense. The savageness was starting to rise, only to be stifled by the man's iron will. Still, it felt like both man and beast were looking at him as if he were prey. Well, that wasn't a good sign, was it? Chapter 1. 146. Chapter 1, 146. It's only logical. 2nd September 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up the following day with a start, having dreamt of the burning of Hogsmeade once more. He really wished he could have pleasant dreams instead of the constant misery, screaming and flames. Alas, even when he tried not to think about it, they were always there, in the back of his mind. And by the time the details started to dissipate, hundreds of other thoughts, just as disturbing, occupied his mind. What happened the previous night was weird. Specifically, he didn't know what to expect from his new defense against the dark arts. He knew instinctively that Remus Lupin wasn't the tired, self-loathing werewolf that was in the stories. He was able to see Lockhart's nature in seconds. The prideful yet slightly cunning man who had scammed the entire wizarding world with a few nice words and some books. He took pride in that. Every time a witch asked for his autograph, he felt his ego grow slightly. A thrill of pleasure at successfully conning her. His magic was too untamed to have any kind of experiences that he claimed he did. Well, that his books claimed he did. Funnily enough, the man was still writing. After some investigation and a few witnesses, the DMLE dropped all charges against him, since no crimes were committed. The man even argued that whatever lies he told was just him playing the character from his stories, which was perfectly allowed. Hell, the Ponce didn't even get a fine. He must have been very thrilled with that, avoiding any punishments for scamming almost the entire population of magical Britain, even if his readership diminished. And wasn't that a sad thing? His readership only lowered, but people still bought his books. Harry had to admit that the man was a good writer and played that part of the character very well. Back to the other professors, Harry could tell that McGonagall was a very melancholic person underneath her harsh exterior. Her song was classical with constant undertones of sadness. Although she really did love children and teaching, since her song brightened up whenever she was in a classroom, there was always this hint of sadness underneath it all. However, Remus Lupin was just hard to read. Just from his posture, from his clothes, from the way he was just comfortable in front of hundreds of students, Harry could gather that he was probably some successful man with a presence in both the magical and Muggle worlds, and that was used to speaking to large crowds. So he had to be some kind of businessman. This wasn't really an issue for Harry. He didn't care how successful people were, but if it wasn't for his arcane hearing, he wouldn't have noticed what was hidden underneath this velvety exterior. It was hard to believe that underneath the image of the kindly, wealthy man was a bloodthirsty beast that was moments away from attacking anyone that was foolish enough to be close. The beast was so overwhelming that barely any other song could be heard, making them like whispers in a concert. And the beast seemed to salivate the moment it noticed Harry. It was ready to pounce, and that didn't bode well for the young Slytherin. Yeah, he was going to order a silver knife as soon as possible. The only person who seemed to have any similar defense was Dumbledore, and that was expected, considering that this was the current champion of light. This whole issue just wouldn't leave Harry's mind, so much so that he couldn't even concentrate enough to finish his occlumency exercises. Seeing them as a lost cause, he decided to just go down to the Great Hall and eat his breakfast. When he came down, he noticed that neither Daphne, Blaise, nor Tracy were there, so he decided to look around. Funnily enough, most of the Slytherin boys in his year were there, and it was interesting how the house dynamic shifted in just one summer. Draco was sitting down on his own with a poker face that just felt off. He was obviously angry about losing his position in the house to Nott. Theo, on the other hand, had a kind smile on his face, which made it more impressive since his song was completely different from how he looked. He was irritated at how many people seemed to want to scurry a favor from him, especially Crabbe and Goyle, whom he really didn't like but couldn't send them away. Yeah, this year was going to be troublesome, he could just feel it. When he turned to the other houses, the only thing that was worth remarking about was McLaggen and his little group making fun of Neville by calling him insane, while the Longbottom Scion sat alone without anyone around him. The boy didn't seem to have a good time, considering how he was clenching his fists and looking down. As though he was feeling Harry's eyes on him, Neville turned and met his gaze. Harry gave him a comforting smile that the boy returned, his fists relaxing slightly. He still felt guilty about what he put the boy through. He didn't expect his trick to blow so out of proportion. The Daily Prophet once called Dumbledore an obsolete dingbat for one of his proposals at an ICW conference, and the public still respected him. A celebrity was bound to have a scandal of some sort, and they were always forgotten after a few weeks at most. However, it seemed like the wizarding world just didn't want to forget about the boy's unstable attitude. Honestly, it was unnerving. Even if the boy had really been under an illusion, being disoriented afterwards was completely normal. If he had to guess, someone was actively pushing for the boy's reputation to plummet, especially considering the other events that happened during the summer, which were far more impactful than a 12-year-old's actions in school. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a small punch from Daphne, to which he returned with a smile. "Good morning to you too. You're up earlier than usual." "Hey, you're early too. Don't you usually have your super-secret training thing in the morning?" Harry shrugged. "You know that it's just me training my occlumency. I also remember offering to teach you." She rolled her eyes. "Not everything has to be about training, Harry. My mother already started teaching me the basics, and my crest can protect my privacy. How you have the patience to clear your mind for an hour every day, I have no idea." Snorting, he replied, "It wasn't easy at first, but you get used to it after a while. Speaking of your crest, you did get yours fully unlocked last year, right?" "Yeah, but my father forbade me from using it until we trained it a bit during the summer. I can't really say more. You know, family secret stuff." "Don't worry about it. I was just seeing if you could use it in our next duel. Maybe you'll have a chance at landing a hit." The blonde glared at him. "You're on." Her frown immediately turned into a small smile. "I really did miss you." "Me too, Dav." Harry heard a small noise and saw McLaggen try to discreetly hex Neville, but the boy somehow intercepted it. It was a little impressive since the boy hadn't even shown a single ounce of skill in any of his classes. Maybe he finally started to pull his act together or something. The blonde next to him seemed to roll her eyes at McLaggen. That was really short-sighted on McLaggen's part. Rumors of instability or not, Longbottom will be an influential figure in the future. These little school antics might look harmless now, but grudges could run really deep. And I don't see Longbottom as the forgiving type. Although, I have to admire his restraint. I would have hexed them a long time ago. I know you would too. Harry shook his head. I would have cursed them with something that would only affect them later on, when I had an alibi. Daphne giggled, probably remembering how he had revealed the golden trio without anyone knowing that it was him who did it. He was proud of that one. Harry looked at his schedule, which he found on his bed after the opening feast, and saw that his first 2 classes were in arithmancy. Well, that explained Tracy and Blaze not being there since they weren't taking the class, something that he really disapproved of. If he was completely honest, the last Potter thought that not having a competent understanding or arithmancy really affected the competency of a wizard or witch. A good foundation in this field translated to a good understanding of spells in other fields as well, which made Harry really doubt the competency of the Charms and Transfiguration NEWT classes, since they didn't require an owl in arithmancy to enter. Oh, Harry had no doubt that this was going to bore the hell out of him, since he actually understood the material, but he was doing it for Daphne's sake more than anything else. A few minutes later, the two Slytherins had finished their breakfast and walked away to their first arithmancy class. Harry was somewhat curious about Professor Vector, who was a relatively new addition to the staff, having started teaching 5 years ago. The journey took longer than they anticipated. Neither of them had been to the arithmancy classroom, which turned out to be in the northern wing of the castle. They ended up asking a painting for directions, but they still arrived around 5 minutes early. When they sat down, Harry noticed a few mathematical formulas written on the walls. He recognized a few, one of them being the standard addition of fire element in a spell, and another was what seemed to be a base for a shock-resistant ward, which could theoretically be translated to a very efficient physical resistant shield charm. He really liked the classroom, which gave him a slight feeling of nostalgia. At least if he ever got bored, he would study the formulas on the board. They seemed a lot more interesting than the basic character arithmetic divination that they were going to start with. The second thing he noticed was something that Daphne voiced. "I know that not a lot of people would take this class, but I didn't expect so little." She was right. By the time class started, there were less than 10 students in the classroom. 4 of those were Ravenclaws, which included Padma Patil, Sue Lee, Morag McDougal, and Michael Corner. Slytherins were made up of Harry, Daphne, Nott, and Draco, which was slightly surprising. There was just Susan Bones from Hufflepuff and literally no one from Gryffindor. That little fact made Harry feel bad, since he was sure that Hermione would have been there. No, it wasn't the time for this, and what happened to the Muggleborn wasn't his fault. That was 9 students in total, out of 40 students. Only a little more than a fifth of their yearmates chose one of the most important classes in modern magic, and wasn't that a disappointment? This was literally the only class that could help in spell creation and actively encourage students to innovate. The only one that came close was runes, and even then it was too dangerous to experiment on them without a good foundation in arithmancy. Harry's reply was cut short when the professor entered the room and locked the door behind her. She had brown hair and hazel eyes, but what was more noticeable was the fact that she was young for someone who held a mastery in arithmancy, and that made him curious. The professor spoke up in a no-nonsense tone. "Good morning. My name is Professor Septima Vector, and I will be your arithmancy professor in your time here at Hogwarts. Before we could start, I wanted to have a few ground rules. The unfortunate truth is that most of you will not like my class, and by association, me. It's not because I'm some kind of devilish professor, but because we have a lot to catch up on and very little time to do so." "Catch up on what?" Corner interjected. "We haven't even started yet." Vector glared at the boy, who practically wilted. "Exactly. In most other schools, this class is not an elective. Let me make myself clear here. I will not allow any student of mine to graduate with a level of knowledge that is lower than the one recognized by the ICW, and that means that we'll have to cram 5 years of content into just 3. If you have a problem with that, you can leave. We will have multiple tests and assignments, and if I see that you have no hope of following up with the pace of the class, you will leave my class. And remember, the only electives that you can switch to mid-term would be Muggle Studies and Divination. So if you only took 2 electives, you'll be forced to take one of them to substitute." The entire classroom gulped and the woman smiled. "Now, with that out of the way, let's get started with the lesson." Chapter 1. 147. Chapter 1. 147. Lupine Behavior. 2nd September 1993, Hogwarts. As their first arithmancy class ended, Harry grudgingly accepted the fact that Professor Vector knew what she was talking about. Their first lesson was simple and something that Harry knew by heart. It was a simple introduction about what the entire field was for, as well as some basic rules or axioms that they would use to build practically all other theorems. Arithmancy wasn't just a way to create spells or enchantments, it's not using numbers to predict people's characters, although that's typically what other schools learn in their first year. No, arithmancy is a language to interpret the world, to be more specific, a language to interpret magic. It wasn't complete, not by a long shot, but with every new discovery, the magical world steps 1 foot closer to having a complete understanding of the arcane. It was a language based on Muggle mathematics, which is used to interpret the physical universe. And since spells already affected the physical world, it would have been foolish not to use an already interesting foundation. However, interpreting the metaphysical world was just one step further. It required something more, like a new dimension of necessary calculations to achieve the same result, which meant that even the simplest spell could be very difficult to interpret. There was a reason why spellcraft was very difficult. Harry could tell that the pace she chose for the class was far higher than that of the other classes. The frankly insane assignment that Vector assigned was proof of that. Arithmancy in general was challenging. The learning curve was very steep and not could follow that. This was evident by an outburst from Michael Corner the moment he left the classroom. "I'm done with this. I didn't sign up for this bullshit." It was a testament to how difficult the class was when no one refuted that statement. It wasn't that hard, to be honest, but Vector really was going too fast for the average teenager to follow. Daphne was holding her head, probably having a headache from the information overflow, and murmured discreetly to him, "It's a sad day when I'm agreeing to Michael Corner of all people, but this was insane." He simply shrugged in return. "Not that much. She was a bit quick, but that's understandable considering how behind we are. It's pretty fun when you start experimenting with it, but I don't think Vector would waste time with parlor tricks just to get people interested. Yeah, we're not all insane like you. My parents even got me an arithmancy tutor during the summer, and I could barely understand our lesson. I can't help but wonder how the others who are experiencing this for the first time are doing." Harry watched as the rest of the students left with dejected expressions on their faces. I think Corner was the only one without any prior tutoring. Bones's aunt wouldn't let her flounder like this. Not and Malfoy's parents must know how difficult this class was, and they're not hurting for gold. I don't know much about Patel, Lee, and McDougal, but they were still following along. They weren't comfortable, that's for sure, but they understood a bit of the basic principles, enough to make do for now. "And there's you. What about me?" She glared at him. "You're joking, right? You spent half the time working with the equations that she had on the board around the room." "What?" he asked with a confused expression. "They're very interesting, and I haven't seen work that complex except for some really arcane stuff. Some were kinda simple, but a lot were really elegant. One of them was incomplete, but it's very interesting. I think that it was what she's currently working on. It's a shield charm that allows you to envelop it with another spell, or another shield entirely, like a variably layered shielding. I think it can even activate spells in the shields to cast them if they break, but that's a bit out there." Daphne snorted. "See, you already know most of the material. Out of curiosity, how much ahead are you?" "I don't really know," he said. "It's not that I'm being difficult, it's that it's hard to put a label on what you're studying in post-New T stuff. You just choose specialities that interest you. You're so tutoring me in this." "I'm always happy to help, Daph," he answered with a smile, making her blush slightly. The blonde quickly changed the subject. "So what do we have next?" Harry took out his schedule. "Double defense sessions with Gryffindors." She groaned. "Why do we always have them in defense? It's like whoever made those schedules want to start as many fights as possible. Although I am curious about Lupin as a professor." And wasn't that an understatement? Harry had complicated feelings about their new defense professor, who definitely had too much interest in Harry. The last Potter never really cared about researching his parents for obvious reasons. They died when he was a child. He already had his family legacy in terms of his cloak, his crest, and his gold. And while he was curious about what happened in Godric's Hollows, it was purely from an academic standpoint. After all, Harry loved puzzles. He never researched the Marauders. He never researched his mother. He honestly didn't care. Only one member was still alive, and he was supposed to be this cowardly werewolf who never tried to contact Harry in any way. And that was all fine with him. Remus Lupin's presence in the castle, the evidence that he was so different, made him throw everything he assumed happened out of the window. The truth was that Harry assumed that the divergence from the stories was Voldemort choosing to mark Neville as his equal. But now he wasn't so sure. He didn't like being uncertain. It was a puzzle, which was something he loved solving, but it was too personal for comfort. He decided to just wait and see. "Sure," Harry responded briskly. "All right, that's enough," Daphne exclaimed. "What is your problem with him? I could tell that you don't like him from the feast, but I don't know why." "You mean like you're hiding your sister from me?" She glared at him. "I'm not hiding Astoria from you." And stopped deflecting. "What's with Lupin?" "He's a werewolf," he returned. "As worrying as this is, I know you enough to know that's not it." "Fine. I think he was friends with my parents, all right, and I just feel uncomfortable around him. The way he's looking at me just gives me the creeps, and I don't like it." Daphne stayed silent for a moment. Thankfully, she didn't say anything because Blaise and Tracy literally just walked towards them. She glared at him and muttered, "We'll talk about this later." After exchanging a few greetings, Tracy asked, "So how was arithmancy?" Daphne groaned in misery. "It was hell. I don't know whose idea it was to remove arithmancy classes from the first-year curriculum, but I will find them, summon them from the grave if I have to, just to kill them again." The previously tense atmosphere lightened after that statement, with Blaise and Tracy bursting into laughter. The conversation flowed from there, but ended immediately after they finally arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Every defense professor liked to change their classroom to suit them, and Remus Lupin was obviously not any different. But Harry never expected the man to change things so drastically. It was hard to call the result a classroom. The floor was replaced by a ground of dirt and grass. Hell, there was some moss in the corner. There were no desks, no chairs, no boards, nothing. If it wasn't for the walls and ceiling, Harry would have thought that they were outside the castle. One by one, the rest of the students arrived, each with a bewildered look on their faces. Malfoy and Parkinson were sneering in disgust at being outside, and a few Gryffindors looked slightly uncomfortable. Neville barely batted an eyelash, though, and well, considering the situation he ended up in, it made too much sense for comfort. Lupin was under an invisibility spell of some sort, probably an enhanced version of the disillusionment charm. It wasn't bad, but not as good as Dumbledore's one. Harry never really cared to enhance personal invisibility spells since he already had his cloak, but he was skilled enough in illusions to know that this wasn't one. It was close, a mixture of a disillusionment charm, enhanced with slight illusions around the edges, where it's normally noticeable, and a notice-me-not charm on top. It would have probably worked if it wasn't for Harry's arcane hearing, which made it the opposite of subtle, and Lupin's song was too distinct to ignore. With a wave of his wand, Lupin dispelled the charms and spelled the door to close. "Good morning, everyone. As you probably know, my name is Remus Lupin, and I will be your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year. As you probably noticed, we will probably focus on the practical applications of defense, which I'm told you're very lacking in. Now, before we get started, let's discuss your curriculum. Like your previous year, your semesters will be divided into a wanded aspect and dark creatures. My predecessor's notes say that you have finished studying common pests found in the magical world and simple creatures. This year you will learn how to handle more dangerous creatures, like boggarts, grindylows, and others like it. This will be, for many of you, your first encounter with anything that can be called a dark creature. So who here knows what a dark creature is? Malfoy answered while rolling his eyes. It's a creature that attacks with dark magic. 5 points from Slytherin for speaking out of turn, Mr. Malfoy, with a wrong answer too. The truth is that dark creatures and dark magic have nothing in common apart from the name. A creature is labelled as dark by the Ministry, which they deem to be dangerous. But there is at least one requirement. The wounds inflicted by a dark creature must leave a sign, even if they're healed. It's the same with dark curses. There's always something they left behind, a trace of magic that is there more than just physically. There is a reason why vampire bites and werewolf attacks leave scars that don't heal. You can heal a doxy bite, but I haven't seen anyone fully heal scars from a werewolf, even just a claw. He really looked like he was speaking of experience when it came to dark creatures. He was right, of course, but that didn't make his speech any less disturbing. "And why are we standing on dirt and not in a classroom like civilized witches?" Parkinson questioned. "I am very glad you asked. You see, there is a dark creature in this classroom, and I'm testing you a bit to see how you react to a surprise attack," the werewolf replied. Before any of them could digest the man's response, the wall shifted slightly, letting a big figure leap out of the shadows with claws raised towards a student. It looked like a vampire thrall. It was more like the inferi version of vampires that acted like servants. They were muggles that drank the blood of a vampire, and they heavily needed blood to survive, or they just went mad, like the one in front of them. Just by reflex, Harry waved his wand and pulled the students back behind him before the claws could reach them. It wasn't a particularly dangerous creature. It was barely faster than the average wizard, slightly stronger. Their biggest danger was the fact that they attacked in packs. The rest of the students were running for the door, screaming, only for it to stay locked, since it was probably warded. A few brave students tried to send hexes at the thing, but they just seemed to bounce off the vampire. There was something wrong. This wasn't how spells rebounded off magical creatures with a magical resistance. It was too structured. The rebounds were too perfect. The directions of the returned spells were exactly the same as the incoming spells. There was none of the randomness and unpredictability that came with living, breathing beings. Now that he thought about it, the movements of the creature were too structured. It didn't attack on a feeding frenzy like Harry assumed. Deciding to investigate further, he analyzed the creature with his arcane magic and discovered that it was nothing more than an animated structure. It was a bit impressive. The transfiguration was spot on, and the whole structure was very well warded. But the whole thing was under Lupin's control, who had a disturbing grin on his face. Growling to himself, Harry waved his wand again and cancelled the animation. Lupin gave Harry a surprised look as the spell wormed its way through the enchanted protections that the werewolf put on his construct as if they weren't there, and removed the connection between it and its controller. The vampire thrall fell face first, mid-lunge, and Seamus Finnegan poked it with his wand. "Is it dead?" Everyone turned to Harry with awed looks on their faces, but he didn't care. He was looking at Lupin's face, who looked surprised at first, then started to grow a disturbing smile on his face. He tried not to flinch when he heard the caged beast inside him release a deafening howl. Chapter 1. 148. Chapter 148. Thickening Mist. 5 September 1993, Hogwarts. It had been a few days since the disturbing defense lesson with Lupin, and people were already giving him a wide berth. Harry assumed that with the insanity that had been happening in magical Britain, people started to forget about him a bit. After all, the past school year and the summer were filled with one scandal after another. Longbottom went insane, Azkaban was destroyed, with a few of Voldemort's top lieutenants missing, the Dementors were slowly getting out of control, and finally there were rumors that Dumbledore may or may not have killed his own sister. What was a third-year Slytherin compared to all of that? He never attacked anyone and rarely ever got into fights. Outside of a few forgettable incidents and being good in class, Harry could easily be forgotten in a crowd, at least by students. The professors were as vigilant as ever when it came to him and paid attention to his slight experimentation during classes. But his classmates just forgot about him. Well, slaying a vampire was enough for them to remember that, yes, Harry was a fucking badass. Yes, he could hurt anyone if they picked a fight with him, and he was very good at dueling. He kinda regretted never taking Flitwick on his offer to enter tournaments, but it wasn't really something he liked. He was always an introvert, and putting more attention on him just made him uncomfortable. He liked dueling for the art. It was fun seeing how people would counter certain spells in ways that would be more advantageous to them. Plus, he kinda needed a guardian's permission to enter, something that was never possible before the previous summer, and he was too busy with Arcturus to entertain the possibility. As he sat in the Great Hall for his breakfast, he noticed something in his orange juice. A prank potion of some kind to turn anyone who drank it into some kind of fake vampire. Sort of basic, but the only notable part was the modification in case someone tried using the general dispelling charm on anyone under its influence, which would reveal a derogatory message or some other glowing over his head. It wasn't hard to brew. There were ways to treat ingredients that saturate it by casting the spell repeatedly at it. A neutral material with a high magical absorbance rate would be ideal, and use it as a foundation to add properties to stop such spells from doing anything or even trigger a secondary use. It was a modern method that was barely a few decades old, but it was inventive. Still, whoever had done it hadn't bothered protecting their magical signature, which wasn't really a big deal if it was anyone else. It wasn't something outside of criminals or paranoid people did. But it was a shame that it took him exactly 12 seconds to pinpoint the perpetrators, who should have been very obvious. The Weasley twins. They never really tried to target him before, but in most houses there was the implied rule that they should leave the first years and second years alone. So this must have been their first attempt at it. But why him? They probably heard about the vampire scenario and wanted to take advantage of it. Now, what was he supposed to do? He wouldn't ignore it, since the twins would assume that there was a mistake in their potion and try again later. He also didn't want to be obvious about it. Perhaps a switching charm would work. No, switching any magical item was in general a bad idea. It was a transfiguration spell in its base, and it involved simultaneously transforming two items into each other. It was temporary, of course, and it did remove a lot of mental strain in normal transfiguration spells, since it analyzes the desired material and shape automatically without input from the caster. The only difference was that it was a spell that needed to be cast at two objects at once, and that wasn't something easy to get used to. The entire spell was technically an introduction to multiple casting, which was essentially multitasking using magic. Alas, transfiguring potions was a bad idea, since the interaction between the magics can have unpredictable outcomes. It was one of the first rules that Snape told them about. The answer was very simple. Hello, could a house elf please empty the contents of my glass to the ones belonging to the Weasley twins? It was a bit of a long shot, but the house elves that the twins probably asked to add the potion to his drink listened to him, since his cup emptied itself. They must have liked the idea of getting back at the Weasleys for the constant antics over the years. His cup was immediately refilled with some new juice that wasn't spelt, he checked. Daphne must have heard him. What are you doing? The Weasley terrors tried to potion me, he simply replied. I got the elves to put whatever potion they tried to use into their goblets. She snorted slightly. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Do you want to go to the library after breakfast? I'm sorry, he answered while shaking his head. I know that you're free, but I have my first divination class that day. I can't believe you're taking that class. You're either a seer and it comes naturally, or not, and then it's useless. Harry took a sip of his orange juice and shrugged. You know that divination is more than seeing the future, and it's one of the disciplines that has very few informative books on the subject. Trust me. I looked. There are books with certain spells that use it, but not any real theory about it, or how they were made. I guess I'm just curious. If Trelawney is bad, I'll just leave. I'm already taking too many classes, and it's taking up a lot of my free time. He tried to suppress the grin at the wide eyes that the twins had when they saw him drink and not transform. Daphne wasn't as successful when she noticed. However, she quickly steeled her expression and asked, But we're still up tonight, right? After our care of magical creatures lesson. Harry nodded. He had promised her that they would resume their training sessions after the class. He was coming very close to mastering his ice elemental magic, and he wanted to study spatial magic even further. There weren't any books on it, but he was essentially creating an entire type of magic from scratch by analyzing how various spatial expansion charms worked. It was slow going, but it showed signs of being very promising. Oddly enough, Blaise and Tracy didn't want to join, saying that they shouldn't intrude, whatever that meant. All right, I'll see you in a couple of hours for our care class. If I leave any later, I'll be late. He gave her a smile, got up and made his way to add a small compulsion charm to drink on a couple of pieces of parchment that he animated to act like mice to run towards the legs of the Weasley twins, before turning back into normal pieces of parchment once more. The last Potter dropped them and let them find their targets while whistling innocently as he walked towards the Great Hall's exit. The moment he left, he felt the magic on the parchment dispel, And by the loud exclamation of surprise and laughter, his little prank must have worked without a hitch. Divination class was at the top of the North Tower, which was very impractical for students. It really made no sense to choose this place if it wasn't necessary in some magical way. The walk would be at least 10 minutes, and that's after a few shortcuts. It wasn't ideal, but it gave him time to think about what happened in his defense lesson. He really shouldn't have freaked out like this. It was obviously a lesson to how unprepared they all were to deal with any dark creature, but it could be easily excused in the mayhem. It wasn't even a bad idea to start things up. The man had even shown them a few of his other constructs to mimic various dark creatures with certain wards and charms. They weren't perfect, but it was better than theory when it came to dangerous dark creatures that no sane wizard would let minors near. Ron Weasley nearly fainted at the animated acromantula when it came out. Fighting against animated constructs was an easy way to teach students without endangering them, as long as they were under his control. And wasn't that interesting? He only noticed it while looking back at the situation, but the construct had come very close to a few students, and even dodged a lot of spells in unnatural ways. That kind of reflexes must translate to the man's own, which was odd. Werewolves weren't supposed to have reflexes on par with vampires outside the full moon, yet Lupin obviously had them. And that opened a lot of doors. Did he also have enhanced strength, enhanced speed, or enhanced senses? Lupin definitely wasn't a traditional werewolf, and there were too many unpredictable variables to make any deductions. Harry really didn't like unknowns, and it was extremely frustrating. The entire situation was just suspicious. Remus Lupin's application to the job didn't make sense. He was obviously not on the same page as Dumbledore, so the old man wouldn't have gone out of his way to hire him. He was also apparently successful enough to not need the gold. He still didn't know enough about how the man was making his money, and he didn't want to get Arcturus involved with his affairs too much, so he was leaving that as a last resort. But he wasn't lying about his wealth, not that he ever mentioned it, because his robes were worth more than a few people's homes. Acromantula silk was very hard to come by, and thus very expensive. Honestly, everyone else was more than happy with the new professor. Sure, they didn't know that he was a werewolf, but the man was charismatic, obviously magically talented, had very extensive knowledge of defense against the dark arts, and his classes wouldn't be boring. That was enough for all of them. Then again, they were also happy with Lockhart, and the standards of his class fell drastically in the last few months before his scandal, specifically in his post-Arboel classes. The whole thing bothered him for some reason, like his gut was telling him that this man represented a danger to everyone. He just couldn't ignore it. He would need to investigate Lupin further somehow. Before he could make up a plan, he noticed that he had arrived at the North Tower, where a small crowd had assembled underneath a trap door with the words "Sybil Trelawney, Divination Teacher" on a plaque beneath it. He could see where this was going, even if his classmates couldn't, which was evident by the confused murmuring going around. Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes at the teacher's probable penchant for the dramatic. As he expected, exactly 5 minutes before the start of the class, the trapdoor opened and a silver ladder materialized out of nowhere in the middle of the crowd. It was such an impractical way to enter the classroom, since only one person could enter at a time. The Potter Scion waited until he was last, because he couldn't bother fighting for a spot. He climbed up and had his first look at the divination classroom. In the middle of nowhere, a man opened his eyes for the first time in months. It took a few seconds to register that something was different. There was something missing. Ah, yes, his most painful memories weren't pushed into the front of his mind anymore. It's been so long since his mind felt so free. He had missed it. His mind was his greatest treasure after all. Blinking in the dim light, Augustus Rookwood gradually became aware of his surroundings. The room he found himself in was far from the cold, damp and wretched confines of Azkaban. It wasn't anything luxurious, it even looked like some disgusting muggle home. But it wasn't his grimy cell, nor the chilling, Dementor-guarded halls that had been his miserable home for what felt like an eternity. He tried to move, but he could feel that he was chained to the bed. The chains were obviously enchanted, considering that faint runes were glowing on the damn things. His head ached, and his body felt weak, But the absence of the Dementor-induced despair he had become accustomed to was profoundly liberating. For a moment, he thought that his lord might have returned and broken his most loyal out of Azkaban. That was before that thing came into the room. Augustus had seen magic warp people to terrible degrees, and his unspeakable training necessitated a certain proficiency in sensing magic. He had already known that his lord had undergone countless rituals to reach his power, and that it had warped him into something inhuman. But he had never sensed anything like what was in front of him. It looked like a man, and moved like a man. But it definitely wasn't natural by any means. The Death Eater couldn't help but feel terrified with its every move. It was wearing a mask of a smiling face, but Rookwood couldn't help but imagine the horrors that must have been underneath. Then the thing spoke up. "Oh, you're finally up, Rookie. You've been having such a long nap. Don't worry, I'm going to take such good care of you. I have so many things in mind." He really didn't like the sound of that. Chapter 149. Chapter 149, Clearing the Fog. 5 September 1993, Hogwarts. As he expected, exactly 5 minutes before the start of the class, the trapdoor opened and a silver ladder materialized out of nowhere in the middle of the crowd. It was such an impractical way to enter the classroom, since only one person could enter at a time. The Potter Scion waited until he was last because he couldn't bother fighting for a spot. He climbed up and had his first look at the divination classroom. It looked more like a classroom than the defense classroom after the modification that Lupin did, in the sense that there were tables and chairs. But that was the extent of it. Honestly, it reminded him of a very dusty and antiquated tea shop of some sort, but had a certain timeless quality to it. Shimmering crystal balls, of varying sizes, occupied shelves along the walls, their surfaces reflecting the candlelight in a captivating dance of colors. Tattered velvet curtains hung at the windows, creating an illusion of secrecy and seclusion. The room's shelves were lined with peculiar objects, from dream catchers to ancient-looking scrolls, all creating an ambience of mystery. The central table was a massive, circular wooden contraption covered in intricate celestial patterns that seemed to move and shift, forming new constellations as you gazed upon them. Atop the table, there was a mishmash of teacups, saucers, and plates, as well as a myriad of teapots, each one unique in design and style, hence the tea shop description. The chairs around the table were equally eclectic, with some resembling Victorian-era armchairs, others with ornate carvings, and a few appearing to have been plucked from entirely different centuries. They were as mismatched as the rest of the room, and adding the faint lighting from the myriad of candles floating in the air, the room just illuminated enough to see each other, but enough to be considered really lit. All in all, it looked like an attic filled with divination artifacts scattered around. It even had this weird smell that made Harry dizzy just by breathing inside the classroom. He didn't know if it was some kind of incense or weird perfume, but he didn't like it. When he sat down in one of the few remaining chairs, he noticed that the professor was also nowhere to be found. With his arcane hearing, Harry saw that Trelawney was sitting in an obscured part of the room with a notice-me-not charm. Did she want to make a surprise appearance like Snape did in their first potion class? The answer came a second later when a disheveled woman appeared from the shadows, making Lavender and Parvati Patil yelp in fear. "Welcome all, my name is Professor Trelawney. Most of you would not have seen me around the castle since I tend to prefer my solitude, but I will be your divination teacher in the foreseeable future. For some of you, this class might be one of the most difficult ones yet, and for others, passing might be as easy as breathing. You cannot learn the art of divination by studying books, but through experience and insight, which is why our classes will be more casual than your normal lessons." She let out a loud pause, and for the first time, Harry took a good look at her. She was very thin, with very thick glasses that he could tell were enchanted in some way, and wearing rings and bracelets that were thicker than her fingers. The divination professor sat down in the largest chair and smiled slightly. "So before we even start learning how to divine the future, who can tell me what divination even is?" Lavender raised her hand and answered, "It's seeing the future, right?" "That's not technically wrong, but not really the full answer," the professor explained. It's a very common misconception that divination is just seeing the future. Sure, a few skilled practitioners can actually make predictions and prophecies of the future, but the entire field of divination is far more than that. There are many definitions out there, but personally, I believe that divination is the art of gathering information on the past, present, or future using various magical means. We can see the past because of the fact that magic remembers. Everything that happens in the present shapes magic in a way that it is possible to see it again after the fact. The more magical the event is, the more obvious it is to see. However, the more time passes, the harder it is to get a clear image of the truth. We call this aspect post-cognition. She waved her wand, and an illusion took shape and surrounded them. It showed images of wars, of large spells, entrancing everyone. She smirked slightly and continued, "We can also see the present. It might sound meaningless, but that also means that we can observe locations far away without making ourselves known. It's actually one of the easiest types of divination to learn, which we also call scrying. Scrying is an aspect of clairvoyance, which can be summarized as perceiving or seeing events, information, or objects in the present beyond the scope of ordinary human senses. There are multiple methods of doing that, a few of which we will explore this year." The illusion morphed into a familiar room, specifically the Transfiguration classroom, where Professor McGonagall was teaching 5th years the vanishing charm. Seconds later, the professor stopped speaking, looked towards Trelawney and sighed in what seemed like exasperation, before waving her wand, destroying the illusion altogether. Harry noticed that Trelawney was smiling smugly. She must have some kind of rivalry with the Transfiguration mistress. As you noticed, this method is not foolproof, and people can sense and protect such breaches of privacy. It is still a very useful skill nonetheless, especially when it comes to finding lost objects. Also, the information that you gather doesn't have to be with sight or hearing. There are spells to divine the nature of artifacts, which are very useful in detecting dark objects. These diviners are in very heavy demand in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Which brings us to seeing the future. This is perhaps the aspect of divination that is the most debated and the most subjective. The future is always in motion, and all we can do is see a possibility. Theoretically, truly seeing the future would be like seeing every iteration of every choice that anyone in the world would have made. A fragment of this knowledge is enough to destroy the minds of the seer. Countless seers have succumbed to madness by trying to see, to understand more than their minds could possibly process. Thankfully, people with that kind of talent haven't been seen in thousands of years, even if an exception or two tended to pop up every couple hundred years. They still don't hold a candle to the seers of old, but I did hear a rumor about a witch in South America that could tell you the most likely outcome of a decision, but I haven't bothered to confirm it. Parvati raised her arms, "So if we don't have the sight, we won't be able to see the future." "My dear, the idea that there is a wizard that doesn't have the sight is ludicrous. What you call the sight is essentially a wizard's ability to feel the currents of magic and use them to make predictions. We use this connection to subconsciously channel in many ways, like tea leaves or crystal balls, to see the most likely outcome. People can have very varying talents in sensing magic, or be attuned to a very specific method of channeling our predictions. But every wizard and witch should be capable of this skill. However, if you mean true seers, then it's an ability that you have to be born with. It comes with very vivid visions of events, but they aren't absolute. In contrast, there are prophets, like myself, which is an entirely different thing. We sometimes enter trances and let the world speak through us. Our words are absolute, even if we don't remember them. They will happen because there isn't a path in the future where they won't happen. The world itself will enforce them, and you would need to fight the entire will of magic to stop it from happening. Something that I don't see anyone capable of doing anytime soon, and I can't even imagine the consequences should that happen." Parvati looked thoughtful at the answer. The professor then stiffened. "Oh, that introduction took a little longer than usual. The only thing I have to talk to you about before we can get started is how you're going to be graded. Every term, we will learn at least one method of precognition, one method of postcognition, and one method of clairvoyance. We will have assignments and exams at the end of every term, where you can choose whatever method, You prefer to find out the information asked. This is the exact protocol that your OWL examinations will have, and this would serve you well for the rest of your education. With that out of the way, let's get started in our first lesson, which is about sensing magic. All in all, the rest of the lesson was pretty much Trelawney coaching them to sense magic. She had brought up 2 boxes in front of them, one of which was very heavily cursed. The idea was to grow people's 6th sense in a way that every student could actively use. The incense was making them a little dizzy, which would prevent people from overthinking, and it was working. It was a very novel method of teaching magical sensing. Harry was already an accomplished senser since he sort of cheated with his arcane hearing. His experience with magic made him map every spell and every enchantment he felt to its song, giving him the ability to feel magic without his arcane hearing. But Trelawney's method, even if it was unorthodox, was working. It was fascinating how quickly mediocre students grasped the idea. Of course, the professor switched the boxes with more subtle curses and different enchantments. They still haven't gotten to the final level, but it was still enough. So far, the class was informative, very well paced, and interesting enough for students to keep paying attention, even if the incense dulled their cognitive abilities. Trelawney was competent, and that was enough for Harry. Actually, it was beyond what he hoped for. This class would potentially be the one where he actually learned the most, since he couldn't teach himself how to interpret visions with a book. Trelawney seemed experienced enough to give him advice, and that was one of the main reasons he picked this elective. He needed someone to talk to about his dreams, one that would help him understand, or at least remember. All he remembered was Hogsmeade burning, and it definitely felt like a warning. But he needed more details, he needed more information before making any plans. He still didn't know if he could trust Trelawney, but the fact that the option was still there was already comforting. Harry didn't want Dumbledore or some stranger to know about his prophetic visions. That would have been a very bad idea. However, although the lesson was interesting, Harry was still bored out of his mind since he already mastered that particular skill. To pass the time, he decided to finally take the time to see who even attended this class. It was mostly made up of Gryffindors, Ron Weasley, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas for the boys, who started hanging out after the falling out between Weasley and Neville, and Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil for the girls. There was also Faye Dunbar and Michael Corner from Ravenclaw, who ended up forced to take the class since he dropped out of arithmancy. Hannah Abbott and Zachariah Smith were the only Hufflepuffs, and Harry and Lily Moon were the only Slytherins. It wasn't really the turnout of people who are good academically. Most of the wizarding world tended to divination for granted a bit. They had a point from a parent's perspective: arithmancy, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, hell, even Muggle studies offered career prospects. No one really cared about an Owl or NUT in divination, which is a very subjective magical field to test at. Hence why it's considered to be an easy O in their OWLs. It could be useful as a subset, like a little anecdote if someone has some real talent in it, so Harry expects that with the first difficulty, students were going to start dropping the elective. Alas, he needed as much expertise in the subject to deal with his annoying prophetic dreams. Harry's mind started to wander slightly, and the image of the fire was coming close. He could feel the heat, he could practically hear the screams. Hogsmeade was burning, but there was someone responsible. Who was it? It made him feel terrible, it made him feel scared and worried. But why? He could almost see his face in the corner of his eye. And just like that, he stiffened when the bell rang. Damn it, this was the closest he ever came to remembering that dream. Not knowing was driving him insane. He was so close. He could feel it. He almost wanted to curse something out of annoyance. Alas, he needed to go to his next class. Perhaps he would have more luck in his next class. He looked at his schedule and saw that he had ancient runes, the elective that was probably the most chosen since it was the most useful and parents practically forced their children to take it. Apparently, there was a group project every term to create a new rune cluster. That sounded interesting. He was still grumpy about missing out on the rest of the details of his dream, though. Chapter 150. Chapter 150, Spherical Mishap. 11th September 1993, Hogwarts. Harry dodged a cutting curse that was coming at him and made a magic circle beneath his feet to send him flying, avoiding the sprouting vines growing where he once stood. With another magic circle, he made a localized sphere of weakened gravity around him, anchored with a small reservoir of magic, allowing him to cast other spells while it ran out. This trick was very problematic to figure out, which was to use his magic circles as temporary areas with a certain effect. It was Harry ripping off the idea of wards and using them in dueling-like charms. He had never seen anything like this in any book, but then again, not a lot of people could use Magic Circle to temporarily act like a ward's anchor. While still falling slowly, he sent a few icicles at his opponent, who shielded by summoning a small wall of wood from the ground, which was then animated to try to grab him. He retaliated with a wall of fire that quickly turned the attacking branches to ash, yet the wall itself stayed resilient. Harry grinned slightly as touched the gravity magic circle that was still glowing and modified it to increase the gravity drastically in the first few feet in front of it for a fraction of a second. It was a new addition to his magical crest, the ability to modify magic circles on the fly. The thing seemed resistant for some reason to give him full spells, choosing to just give him more in-depth knowledge about magic circles and how they worked. It was slightly disappointing since he expected more, but he would make do with what he was given. There had to be a reason after all, some kind of necessary learning curve so that he wouldn't hurt himself with any new spells or if one of them malfunctioned. Although the crest seemed to reward him whenever he experimented with his magic, like small nudges and principles that would help him more. Back to the duel, he had yet to activate the modified circle. However, instead of going through with it, he created another circle to telekinetically push him up in the air, out of the gravity circle's range. With a thought, the circle activated, and the wooden wall collapsed, crushed on its own weight, revealing its caster whose eyes were widened in surprise. Smirking, he cast a simple stunning charm at her. He saw that she was preparing to redirect it, only for it to accelerate suddenly, making her miss the spell entirely and knocking her out. The last Potter quickly revived Daphne, who stood up with a small glare on her face. What in Merlin's name was that? Harry answered with a smug smile, I bent space in front of the spell to knock you off your rhythm. She huffed, that's a dirty trick. Daphne was right, of course, it was a dirty trick. Any dueler worth their salt can sense spells. It was very common in competitions to make spells faster or slower to confuse their opponent, and there were a few remarkable wizards and witches that could make the spell's speed vary after it was cast. It was technically allowed in competitions since the spells were allowed, and it wasn't really shared with the general public. If Harry could guess, it was probably a great feat of magical control and arithmancy, to add a small layer in each spell to modify its movements in a way that's decided while it was cast. It was pretty risky, since the details had to be decided while the dueler was casting the spell, making them make predictions of the movements of their opponents that were 2 or 3 seconds in advance, which is pretty long-term when it came to the average professional duel. Of course, what Harry did was different. He cast a secondary spell after the stunning charm that compressed the fabric of space for a fraction of a second, making it seem like it accelerated suddenly. It was far more flexible than the other methods, but it was exponentially harder to pull off. The last Potter simply shrugged. You said that you wanted to participate in the under-17 dueling tournament in the summer, and these sorts of tricks are things that you're going to see there. He was right, of course. But if he was honest, he didn't really do this only for Daphne's sake. He was practicing his spatial manipulation, which was a lot harder than he thought it would be. It turned out that manipulating the fabric of space wasn't easy. Standardized spells, like the expansion charm, could be used by any skilled wizard, and Harry was pretty much modifying it on the fly to make this feat of magic. But that was literally all he managed to do. It took weeks for him to modify the expansion part to compress space, and that alone was a very worthy achievement. Alas, the spell had too many components, and no one ever wrote its arithmetic form for him to analyze. The fact that he could already do this much was attributed to his arcane hearing, which allowed him to isolate the concept of expansion to compression. He tried to go around it by studying gravity magic, since space and gravity were very closely related. Luckily, there were some more pointers on that front, but what people called gravity-altering spells were just conjuring multiple forces telekinetically to accentuate or decrease the effect of gravity, not actively manipulate it. Like that final move against Daphne to destroy her reinforced wood wall was essentially a downward telekinetic force that adds to gravity, not a real increase of gravity. Thankfully, Harry was already somewhat knowledgeable on how gravity worked thanks to his past life, hence how he incorporated simple tricks into his magic circles. He was still a long way off any tangible result, but it was progress nonetheless. Still, he wanted to practice this spatial compression spell to make it so he could cast both it and the normal spell at once, to almost make it so the spell barely travels any distance to find its victims. It was hard, but he was getting better at it every day. He stiffened when he felt Daphne hit his shoulder. "You haven't been listening to a word I said, did you, Harry?" "Sorry," he answered sheepishly. "What were you talking about?" "Just the usual, asking you to join me in signing up for the dueling tournament." He groaned. "Look, I told you many times that I'm not interested in showing off for people by casting a set of restricted spells with no thought about it. Sure, it's a good display of counter-cursing and strategic thinking, but very few people actually appreciate it. I saw last year's final in the Prophet, and it was just a bunch of people sending blasting curses and shield charms. I just don't think that it would be fun for me to beat students without it being at least a bit challenging. But it could land you sponsorships, which you could use if you decide to duel full-time. I know I'm interested." "No, you're not," Harry answered while shaking his head. "You either want to be a healer or a curse breaker. And since you already know that I'm interested in curse breaking, you're probably leaning towards healing." She gaped at him for a few seconds before stealing her expression. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because of your sister, right?" "I didn't notice it at first. After a few hours together, I could tell that there was something wrong with her. Some kind of curse, I believe. It has to be something very obscure for your parents not to have found a cure by now." She looked furious. "No, they just gave up." "On their daughter," Mother tried at first. For years she sent her to healers all around the world, curse breakers, but nothing worked. Father didn't even try. Apparently it's a curse that's been in the Greengrass bloodline for centuries, which affects the youngest daughter in the family. In the end, they just gave up and told me that they didn't want to make whatever time Astoria had into constant visits to healers and to let her enjoy her life as much as she could. But I refuse. The blonde had tears in her eyes and looked down, murmuring, "I just don't want to lose my sister." Harry knelt and gave her a small hug. "Tell you what? I'll do my best to help you become the best healer in the world, and we're both going to look into your sister's condition together. How does that sound?" She just hugged him tighter. "You promise?" "Yes, I promise." They stayed there in silence for a few minutes before Harry had to ask, "So, what's with your obsession with this tournament? I know that you liked dueling since it helped you learn to defend yourself, but you never really cared about the tournaments." She looked down once more. "Astoria said that it would be cool to see me win after I told her that I was in Flitwick's club." Harry grinned. "She really has you wrapped around her finger, doesn't she?" His answer was a glare and a stinging hex that he redirected to the wall. "Enough with the violence, woman." She grinned. "What can I say? You taught me well." "I didn't expect that it would come back to bite me in the arse," Harry exclaimed back. "Speaking of bites in the arse, what are you going to do with your runes project?" the blonde asked. And wasn't that a horrible topic to switch to? To say that Ancient Runes class was a disappointment would be an understatement. Oh, he had no problem with Professor Babbling, who was really passionate about the subject, but with the curriculum. They would spend the entire first term learning Elder Futhark, but would not activate any runes. In fact, activating runes was a big part of the second term, so they weren't really going to cast any magic. It made sense. Runes were dangerous, and understanding the alphabet, as well as knowing the exact procedures and dangers of how to activate runes, are very important. But still, for someone like Harry who had memorized half that stuff in his first year, it was just so boring. The only silver lining was that they had to come up with a runic matrix for the end of the term, one that they would learn to channel during the second one. They could use any runic language, so Harry could benefit slightly by learning a new language. He was leaning towards Egyptian hieroglyphs. He didn't know what rune matrix he wanted to create, but learning the language alone would benefit him in the long run. The bummer was the fact that this was a group project. Specifically, this was a group project where partners had to be from different houses. It was some new initiative from Dumbledore after the war to make all group projects spread out between houses. It would have worked if not for the fact that Gryffindors and Slytherins could barely speak to each other without the whole thing turning into a giant battle royale. In ancient runes, it was traditional that Ravenclaws and Slytherins partner up with one another, and Hufflepuffs and Gryffindor do the same in turn. He was interested in partnering up with Padma Patil since she was pretty level-headed, but Daphne had gone after her the moment it was announced. Sue Lee was immediately snatched up from Lily Moon. Morag McDougal was taken since she was friends with Tracy. He literally had never spoken with any other Ravenclaw in his life, and that made things awkward. He was never good at the whole socializing part. He genuinely had no idea who to ask to be his partner. It was just so awkward to go to someone random that he never spoke to in his life and ask something like that. Wait, was he that antisocial? Yes, you are. The blonde spoke up. Wait, did I say that out loud? You did, yes. And I agree, you're very antisocial. Come on, you barely even talk to anyone outside of me, Tracy and Blaze. You're very dismissive of other people, Harry. The last Potter snorted. That's because other people aren't interesting. The blonde let out a burst of laughter. You'll never know unless you actually talk to them. He huffed in response. I wouldn't have to do any of that if you hadn't gone after Padma like a bloodhound. It's not my fault you didn't take the initiative, she answered cheekily. They continued arguing for what felt like hours. This time, he realized how much he had been stressed in the last few days. It was amazing how Daphne could just get him to relax. This was actually the first time since he came to Hogwarts that he stopped thinking about his dreams. Chapter 1. 151. Chapter 151. Scarlet Hound. 17th September 1993, Hogwarts. It's been over 2 weeks since term started, and Harry still had no partner for his Ancient Runes project. He was probably going to agree with the first person who asked him because he couldn't be bothered asking around, but no one ever came up to him. It just didn't make any sense. Harry was known in the entire school as a magical prodigy. His skill when it came to any kind of practical magic was far above OWL students, at least as far as they knew, and partnering with him was a guarantee of getting a perfect grade. Harry wouldn't accept anything less. But for some reason, no one even tried. It was maddening, and it made Harry have to actually take time from his busy schedule and ask someone to be his partner. Not that it worked. He went through the entire Ravenclaw roster. Padma Patil was taken by Daphne, Sue Lee by Lily Moon, Lisa Turpin by Pansy Parkinson, Morag McDougal by Tracy, Terry Boot by Blaze, Anthony Goldstein by Knott, Stephen Cornfoot with Malfoy, and the rest were Muggleborns, which would make him a pariah in Slytherin if he publicly and voluntarily agreed to partner with one. He didn't care, but it would be troublesome in the long run. The only possible candidate left was Michael Corner, and Harry couldn't see the boy learning an extra runic language just for the sake of learning, especially considering how he dropped out of arithmancy so easily. And even if he decided to dumb things out for the boy's sake, Corner kept glaring at him all the time for some reason. Well, all the male Ravenclaws tended to glare at him. It was really weird, but it hadn't bothered him that much before. It was probably an inferiority complex of some kind, because Harry was so much ahead of them academically, and academics were supposed to be the Ravenclaw thing. Yeah, that seemed the most likely explanation. He audibly groaned, making the people around him giggle at his misery. They were all eating breakfast in the Great Hall, and it was the day before the deadline to pick the partners. To say that Harry was worried would be an understatement. Tracy seemed to enjoy his misery. Still haven't found a partner, Harry? Piss off, Davis, he grumbled. Oh, he's calling you by your last name now. He must be very pissed, Blaze mocked. Daphne rolled her eyes. It's not like it's the end of the world. The worst thing that could happen is Babbling saddling you with a random person who didn't have a partner. That sounds nice in the front, but imagine ending up with someone like Ron Weasley or Seamus Finnegan. I would either have killed them or have committed suicide by the time our first meeting started. That much stupidity could be contagious, you know. Blaze snorted. This would have been a nice burn if it wasn't for the fact that both Weasley and Finnegan actually have partners. I think they got together with 2 Hufflepuffs. Zachariah Smith and Ernie Macmillan, but I'm not sure. At least they took more morons with them. Good riddance, he said before stiffening. Oh, Merlin, I'm a worse prospect than Weasley and Smith. I think I'm going to be sick. I need to know who I could be saddled with. Do you know who still doesn't have a partner? Tracy scoffed. It's not like people have a sign over their head saying if they have a partner or not. However, I do know that in Slytherin, aside from you, Crabbe and Goyle still don't have partners, but that was unexpected. Ravenclaw is taken, I think. I don't really care about Gryffindors, but I know that Longbottom doesn't have a partner. He's been having a rough time in his house, I think. But with the rivalry, you won't really have a willing partner there. I think that your best bet is a Puff, but I'm not really following them. Funnily enough, out of all those choices, Harry would have been the least comfortable with Neville. It wasn't out of hatred or irritation, just caution. He agreed to be friendly with him on the train, but this year, the boy kept giving him longing looks whenever he thought Harry wasn't looking. It wasn't really harmful, and he would take it over the corridor fights, but it was just weird. If they're picked together, the Longbottom scion was probably going to try to turn their project into some kind of bonding moment, something that Harry really didn't want. He didn't really hate the boy who lived, but he had to admit that the boy was unstable. He had played his hand in this, and he felt guilty about it, and that also probably made him a horrible person, but he just couldn't handle spending more than a few minutes at a time with Neville. He had spoken a handful of times with the boy since their conversation on the Hogwarts Express, and he had come to discover an undeniable truth. The truth was that he didn't really like the other boy's personality. Neville was brash, had very little tact, and didn't think before speaking. He was proud, even if he had very few accomplishments, although slaying the basilisk was a little impressive. But the worst thing, the thing that made Harry want to tear his hair out, was the fact that he was just extremely selfish and narcissistic. Harry never noticed it since he barely paid any attention to the Longbottom scion, but the boy never cared about anything that didn't directly affect him. He saw the world as people who loved him and people who wanted him dead. Anyone who didn't get along with him was a Death Eater in the making. He was slowly growing out of that phase, but it was still irritating, and his constant neediness didn't help. All their conversations so far were mostly just Neville complaining about everything in his life, and that made Harry repress the urge to punch him out of annoyance. So yes, even if he got saddled with Crabbe or Goyle, which was unlikely since they were in the same house, he could just do the project himself. This was far better than being forced to spend even more time with Neville. He agreed to start over and be slightly friendly, not being the boy's therapist or mind healer. Harry groaned. I can't believe that I'm in the same pile as Crabbe and Goyle of all people. I mean, they can be nice and all, but come on, they're not that bright when it comes to academia. I don't even know the names of the students in Hufflepuff. You lot are so lucky that you already knew everyone else before Hogwarts. Daphne gave him an odd expression. Where did you get that idea from? You've all formed the groups too fast for it to be the first time you spoke to each other. Yes, but I definitely didn't meet Patil before Hogwarts. It's called socializing. You would have known about it if you tried to have a conversation with anyone else outside of us. Blaise snarked. But I've never seen you speak with them. Tracy gave him an amused look. You spent the last year obsessed with your little chess game with Riddle. We do have lives of our own, you know. Harry grimaced. Yes, this wasn't his best moment. He didn't even consider what his friends were doing while he was fighting against Riddle for a whole school year. He did have a tendency to get tunnel vision whenever he had a project in front of him. Daphne snickered. Was the brilliant mind of Harry Potter beaten at last by the mighty challenge that is socializing? They all shared a laugh at that, although Harry had to admit that she did have a point. Socializing definitely wasn't his strong suit in this life and his previous one. He never really developed the social skills that came with developing deep relationships with people. Even his friendships with Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy were just so alien when he thought about it. He didn't even know when they started becoming friends. They sort of hung around until their friendship blossomed. He really needed to find a way to refine his pitiful social skills. It was unfortunate that there were no useful books on the matter. Not that any would help him now. With a flick of his wand, his eyes widened. Oh, crap! I'm going to run late for divination. Here's an idea. Why don't you divine your own partner then, mate? Blaise said. Very funny, Blaze, he answered with a deadpan voice. I have to go. I'll see you all later. Harry didn't have time to listen to their responses. He got up, preparing to leave, only to be stopped by a familiar girl. He knew her from afar since she was somewhat relevant politically, but he never really interacted with her. Objectively speaking, Susan Bones was a pretty attractive girl, with dark red hair worn in a long plait down her back and blue eyes. She was from an influential old family and was considered quite the catch from the mutterings he heard in the dormitory. Harry had no opinion of the girl since they barely interacted with one another. Yet she sought him out for some reason. Potter, can I speak with you for a second? He simply shrugged. Sure, but make it fast. I'm late for class. The Hufflepuff nodded eagerly. Great. I just wanted to ask if you had a partner selected for your runes project yet. No, I don't. I'm actually looking for someone. She brightened. What a coincidence. So am I. Do you want to partner up? I left it to the last second, and babbling would either saddle me with Crabbe, Goyle, or you. I chose to take the initiative. He grinned. Sure. I guess we're partners now. For some reason, the girl's face reddened slightly before she quickly mumbled, Thank you. Bye. And she ran away to the Hufflepuff table. He spoke to himself, that was easier than I thought it would be. The last Potter turned to say goodbye to his friends, only to see Daphne and Tracy glaring at him. Giving them a confused look, he asked, What? You're a genius, Harry. You've proven that over the last few years. But sometimes you can be such an idiot, Blaze remarked. I don't have time for this. I'm late for Trelawney's class. We'll talk about this later. Harry ran all the way to the divination class and arrived just seconds before the professor closed the trap door. He sat down while breathing heavily. He was just so tired. The last Potter sat down in the chair and got slightly dizzy. He really hated that cursed incense that Trelawney had. He could hear the professor prattling on about magical sensing, and he couldn't bother to pay attention. Slowly, his mind started to drift away, further and further, until he was back in the forest. It was strangely familiar, and it took a few seconds to realize it. Ah, yes, it was the forest from his dream. He ignored the weird trees, deciding to directly go to where the fire was supposed to be. It didn't take him long until he was back in Hogsmeade. It was the same as before. The air was filled with cries as people fled from the encroaching inferno. Quaint cottages stood engulfed in roaring flames, their wooden beams crackling and shattering as they surrendered to the fiery onslaught. Thick plumes of smoke ascended into the night sky, mingling with the silvery radiance of the full moon in a sick contrast of light and darkness. The shops were in ruins, the inns were razed to the ground, but Harry didn't try to think too much about it. He closed his eyes and everything stilled. Slowly, he started to remove the distractions. The screams disappeared first, then the sound of destruction. The screaming victims disappeared, leaving him with only the frightening figure that was responsible for all the mayhem. He looked different this time, like his very presence was hollowed out. It just looked weird, wrong compared to the rest of the vision, like someone had painted over it somehow. He didn't like it. This vision was his, and his alone. He tried to pierce this veil hiding the perpetrator, only to find nothing. He could feel it in his gut that it was a bad idea, but he kept trying anyway. He tried again and again, and the pressure kept getting higher and higher until a sound stopped him. It was some crowing. He turned and saw a raven cawing at him warningly somehow. He instinctively knew to listen to it. Then there was something else, some kind of demented laughter coming closer and closer. He couldn't see where it was coming from. It was coming for him, he could tell. He ran towards the forest once more, then stiffened when he saw the victims he had silenced previously, not screaming. They were laughing. They were all just laughing. It wasn't even a happy laugh, just wrong, very, very wrong. No, they were laughing out of madness. Harry ran towards the trees, only to see faces carved in their barks laughing again. He heard the raven crow once more, and the laughter lowered slightly, but it didn't stop. It looked at him deep in the eyes, and he saw a symbol flash in his mind. It felt strangely recognizable, though he couldn't quite place its origin. It seemed like a puzzle piece from a distant memory, an intricate design that tugged at the fringes of his consciousness. Its intricate winding lines and esoteric patterns held a mysterious allure, even as he struggled to recall where he had encountered it before. Oh, he remembered where he saw it. And just like that, he was pulled out of the vision, and he took a deep breath in the real world. Samhain. Why is it always Samhain? Chapter 152. Chapter 152, Strategic Division. 17th September 1993, Hogwarts. Harry didn't pay attention for the rest of the divination lesson. It wasn't as if he was going to learn anything new. Trelawney kept prattling about magical sensing and its use in tea leaves reading, which was what they were going to do during their next session. Apparently the tea itself wasn't anything special, but brewing it was. It involved some kind of self-hypnotic trance that allowed casters to unconsciously sense the currents of magic, which is used to change the leaves into different predetermined shapes. It was based on a harmless druidic ritual of some sort that anyone with an adequate connection to the currents of the world could harness. But just as it was easy, it was just as imprecise. The shape of the leaves only gave a hint of the future, and that's if they're even read correctly. Even then, it took some time to master the skill. Divination really was a fascinating subject, but this wasn't the time to get distracted by useless trivia about an unreliable form of divination. He needed to think about his vision. He couldn't deny that this elective did help him make a lot of progress. Trelawney often stated that visions are often symbolic, an unconscious interpretation of the future, and that allowed him to have more control over the contents, removing the noise that could have distracted him. Hogsmeade was definitely going to be attacked, people were probably going to be hurt, but fire was not necessarily going to be the method of attack. Fire is a way the subconscious interprets destruction. It was a shame that he couldn't get a good look at whoever was responsible. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention, but the figure was now hidden. Whoever was responsible had noticed his vision somehow and put up a veil of his own. The thing just felt artificial, like it didn't belong. That was worrying because whoever was planning for this had to be very knowledgeable when it came to divination to spoof prophetic visions like this. This definitely raised the threat he posed. Looking back, trying to pierce the veil was a mistake. He was definitely going to be noticed while trying to brute force the protections of an undeniably knowledgeable foe, and that would have been a very bad idea. He was lucky that the raven stopped him. He felt some kind of kinship with the creature. It felt familiar. It did communicate directly with his mind. Was it his crest giving him a helping hand? It seemed very probable since it protected him from the maniacally laughing faces and gave him the only real information, even it was vital. It was the symbol of Samhain. He remembered seeing it in ritual books. The conclusion was very easy to make. The attack was going to be happening on Halloween, which meant that he had a little more than a month to make preparations, which sounded like it wasn't that much. Still, he was essentially fighting an unknown enemy that may or may not have subordinates, and he knew literally nothing about their capabilities. If only someone else could handle it. But the last Potter would look insane trying to convince anyone that an attack was going to happen on Halloween without any proof, or any sign of this mystery attacker in recent history. The only thing that might have raised their suspicions was that they still didn't know who attacked Azkaban. They blamed the whole thing on the vampires, and thus there was a rise in vampire hunts in Britain. Not that there were a lot of vampires in the first place after the series of hunts in the 19th century, which prompted any survivors to move to Europe. Harry would be accused of fear-mongering if he spread that around, and that's not mentioning the target on his back for proving to be a seer if he was correct, and the public ridicule if he wasn't. As usual, he needed to handle it himself. He didn't really like that, but he did miss having a project with an active deadline. And the best way to defeat an unknown enemy is to be prepared. He already had the advantage of knowing the time and place. His only option was to set a trap of some sort. It had to be subtle enough that no one would see coming, even a competent wizard, and powerful enough to work, as well as not affect the residents of Hogsmeade. And wasn't that a tall order? He already had a few plans in mind, but he would need some help. 2 hours later, he walked back to the Slytherin table in the Great Hall and sat next to his friends. "We have a situation." Daphne straightened and looked like she wanted to say something, but refrained herself. She just muttered something under her breath, but he couldn't hear it. Was she angry at him or something? He would talk to her later. Tracy was the one who answered with a groan. Is it about Longbottom following you around? You said that he was harmless and that you would handle it on your own. Yes, he had complained to his friends about Neville constantly looking at him from a distance. If he wasn't sure that the boy was straight, he would have assumed that he had a crush on the last Potter. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. It wasn't hard to figure it out since it was as obvious as it was disturbing. The boy who lived was using his image of Harry as his pillar of support. He was a hair trigger away from losing it, and Harry didn't want to be the one pulling that trigger. The boy was an extrovert by nature and was abandoned by everyone in school. It made Harry uncomfortable, but as long as the Longbottom scion didn't actively bother him, he would bear with the discomfort since he did play a part in the boy's isolation. Harry shook his head. No, we have a riddle situation. They all stiffened. Daphne's glare turned into a frown. Blaise started to pay attention to the conversation, losing his disinterested look, and Tracy paled. We can't talk about it here, she said. Let's go to the room. Harry nodded and quickly grabbed enough food for his lunch, and the four of them walked to the 7th floor. After entering the room of requirements, Daphne gave him a grave look. What's going on, Harry? He took a big breath and responded, Hogsmeade is going to be attacked on Halloween. I don't know who will be responsible or why they're doing this, only that a lot of people are going to be hurt. And how do you know that? Blaise asked. I had a vision. Tracy snorted hysterically. Are you sure that it wasn't just a dream? Yes, I've been having this vision for months. It was kind of blurry at first, but they got a lot clearer in the divination classroom. Daphne spoke up this time. We can't tell anyone about this. Well, duh, Blaise mocked. They'll think we're insane. But I don't see what we could do about it. We don't even know who is going to attack or their capabilities. Yes, but we know when and where the attack will happen, and that gives up options. I had a couple of ideas that could help. Daphne gave him a pleading look. Please don't tell me you're going to fight a mystery enemy again. He shook his head. I'm not stupid, Daph. My idea of fighting an unknown enemy is to not even be on the battlefield. So, traps? Blaise asked with an incredulous look on his face. At Harry's confused look, Tracy sniggered. Harry, no offense, but you're one of the smartest people I know. You strategized a way to hurt Dumbledore politically for the first time in decades. You fought and defeated the heir of Slytherin, a younger version of the Dark Lord who also had a basilisk and a fucking divine beast on his side. You're learning magic at a pace that's so ludicrous that the professors would have strokes if you knew just how advanced you are. Hell, you're currently creating an entire field of magic with your space manipulation thing you have going on. And now that you have another enemy to fight, your only plan so far is to set up traps. Isn't that a little simple? It's something that the Weasley twins would come up with. Daphne interjected, and how would trap protect the town in any way? They can be activated by normal civilians running around. Harry gave them a dry look. Of course, I'm not planning on using normal traps. And just for your information, putting a curse on an object is technically a trap. And believe me, the countless dead curse breakers would disagree with your disregard for traps. As for how I won't target the Hogsmeade residents, have you ever heard the tale of the Goblet Gambit? They shook his head and he continued, The story is long, but I'll try to make it brief. A princess was kidnapped by a cunning nobleman. A heroic rogue who desired to rescue the princess tracked them down. He knew that the nobleman had an inflated ego and a love for mind games. After he cornered them, they agreed to settle their differences in a battle of wits, where the stakes were life and death. The rogue proposed a puzzle, a chess match with only a single move. There were too many goblets, one of which contained a poison and another was harmless, something that only the rogue knew. He offered the nobleman to choose which cup to drink while he would drink the other at the same time. The nobleman attempted to decipher which goblet held the poison by analyzing the reactions of the rogue. And finally he made a choice and drank one of the cups, the rogue drinking the others at the same time. What happened? Daphne asked. Well, the nobleman died, of course. Both cups were poisoned, but the rogue had chosen a poison that he was resistant to. The entire game was rigged from the beginning. It was never a puzzle, but a scheme. The nobleman was arrogant, prideful, and so many things. But his biggest mistake wasn't any of this. It was that he accepted to play a game in the first place. In this battle of wits, the battlefield belonged to the rogue. He expected a fair fight. He got the exact opposite of that. They all stayed silent for a moment, digesting the story until Daphne exclaimed, "So you're planning on marking the attacker's magic somehow and targeting them?" Daphne asked. "Close, but no, that wouldn't work. I was thinking about marking the magic of the residents of Hogsmeade, and on the day of the attack, making the trap only affect the unmarked people, which would be the attackers." "And how are you going to mark the magic of an entire town?" Harry responded, "I was thinking about a proximity ward or something, as in putting an enchanted object near the most common structures that would make them and put in something that would act like borders. If they stay more than 12 hours there, then they're probably residents and are marked as so, which would make up most of the people in Hogsmeade. And since our traps don't have to be harmful, like a sleeping potion or a petrification charm, only visitors, which would include the attackers, would be affected. So like a fog of sleeping potion that only affects people who don't have a certain mark on their magic. I could theoretically create a plant with my crest that would be able to turn a potion into a gaseous form, but we would need a lot of doses for the fog to be large enough to affect an entire town. It'll be tricky, but I think if I explore my crest, there might be something I could do," Daphne asked. "No, a simple bubblehead charm would protect the attackers from any harmful gas. But the fog idea isn't bad. What about an obscuring fog that wouldn't let people see properly and saturate the air in magic, which would spoof any detection charms and let whatever trap we lay work without any issues?" "Do you think you could do that, Daph?" the last Potter asked. "Sure, I can set up a few plants around the village and it would work. But the potion you described is a little specific, and I've never heard about anything like it." She had a point. He hadn't learnt about a potion with the effects he described. Theoretically speaking, it could be made. Peruvian instant darkness powder, if diluted, would drench an area in darkness. And adding in a few magically dense ingredients and stabilizers that he would saturate in concealment charms, the gas should be able to spoof magical senses and detection charms. Even a proficient sensor could be hexed in the back, and they wouldn't know about it before it's too late. I'll handle the potion, but Blaze, I need you to get me as much Peruvian instant darkness powder as you can." "You got it," the dark-skinned boy responded. "The main trap will be a ward, specifically, an unpowered ward which would petrify anyone without a specific mark on their magic. I'll personally design the rune and will connect it to a magically saturated gem to power it remotely. Daph, I want you to design a plant that would hold an enchantment in the long term and blend into the surroundings. The enchantment would add the mark to anyone near it. But you don't have to worry about that. I'll be the one designing it. The issue is that we'll need a lot of them, and we'll plant hundreds all over Hogsmeade. We'll also sneak out after I design the ward to carve the runes using your roots, surrounding all of Hogsmeade. Tracy, I want you to give me as many ways to surveil Hogsmeade from the castle so we know when to activate the traps. Blaze, your responsibility is to smuggle any material we need, like the Peruvian powder, whatever materials Daphne needs for her plants, and whatever Tracy needs for her task. I'll handle the gold, so just get it done. I also need you to get me something from Borgin and Burke's, an artifact called the Hand of Glory. I'm going to see if I could replicate the enchantment on it, so that we can see through the fog I'm planning to make. Does anyone here have any questions?" They all shook their heads and Harry nodded. "Great, let's get to work. And if you have any new ideas, let me know." Chapter 1. 153. Chapter 153 of Intrusive Beavers. 18 September 1993, Hogwarts. Susan Bones walked towards the Ancient Runes classroom, feeling a little more excited than she probably should have been. Something that her best friend Hannah noticed immediately. "What are you so happy about, Susan?" "Just excited about learning magic, I suppose," the redhead answered. Honestly, she would have confided to Hannah if it wasn't for the fact that the entire school would know about any words they shared by the end of the day. She loved her friend, she really did. But that girl could challenge Lavender Brown when it came to gossiping. All right, she was exaggerating a bit. Lavender Brown was the undisputed gossip queen of the school. If Susan had organized a vote in the entirety of Hogwarts, even the Slytherins would agree about that fact. When it came to magic, the girl was mediocre. She could barely brew a potion, not that Snape was a good instructor, and the constantly shifting junior professors didn't help matters. It didn't take long for Susan to figure out that they were obviously obligated to teach, to have access to the infamous Hogwarts library, and left the moment their research was over. Lavender was a disaster in Transfiguration, somewhat decent in Charms, and disinterested in any other class to put in an effort. Except for Divination, she was weirdly obsessed with that elective. But the Gryffindor was very good when it came to maintaining her little information network. It probably had to do with her mother being a lesser-known reported in the Daily Prophet, but she was weirdly competent at it. Of course, information about Slytherins was very hard to come by, but the girl somehow was able to get a few precious nuggets of information. Nowadays, even the Weasley twins tended to ask her about their targets, and she always delivered. Lavender knew about Malfoy buying into the Quidditch team before a lot of Slytherins even knew about it. She knew that the Golden Trio was caught breaking into the Slytherin common room the day after it happened. She knew about Crabbe and Goyle leaving Draco Malfoy and joining Nott instead, and that Nott wasn't even happy about it. But she never found any secrets that had to do with Potter. The boy was very private and rarely spoke to anyone other than Greengrass, Davis, Zabini, and that weird blonde in Ravenclaw who was a second year. But a few things were still known about him. He was brilliant. He was above and beyond most upperclassmen in most magical fields, and best of all, he wasn't a braggart. That fascinated Susan immensely. She always liked a mystery, and the boy was pretty cute. Fine, she might have a tiny crush on him, but it was completely harmless. Still, when Lavender found out that he hadn't found a partner for their Ancient Runes class, she jumped at the chance. And he accepted, just like that. She kept encouraging herself to go over to him for half her lunch, and he just said yes. Thank Merlin he did, because she left that until the last possible moment to ask him, and if he had found another partner, she would have been saddled with either Longbottom, Crabbe, or Goyle. He had practically given her at least a couple hours with him, just the two of them for their project. It wasn't even just his crush. Potter was really knowledgeable, and she would learn a lot from him. Her Aunt Amelia taught her that the people you hang out with tend to rub off on you. Her train of thought was interrupted by Hannah poking her, "Sure you are. And where was that excitement in our defense class?" "Hey, I just don't like Lupin that much. Auntie Amelia said to be careful around him. Didn't say why, only to be alone with him outside of class, and that Dumbledore only accepted him because there were no other options." And just by seeing how her friend's eyes lit up with the information, Susan knew that she made a mistake. It just slipped out of her mouth, and by the end of the day, the entire school would know. The fact that Dumbledore was having a hard time finding a defense professor wasn't surprising. Susan's aunt had never made a secret of the difficulties Hogwarts had in hiring someone for this ill-reputed job. Sure, it wasn't always fatal, but the many deaths, crippling injuries, and destroyed reputations didn't really make the position attractive, especially since the salary wasn't worth that suffering. It was literally a subject of mockery in all other international schools. Defense against the dark arts was something that no one even looked at anymore. Even her Aunt Amelia told her that she didn't expect much from anyone coming from Hogwarts when it came to defense. Even if a graduate had an outstanding, it didn't mean anything. Apparently, the ministry demanded that they lower the difficulties of the defense New T exams, since people kept failing and they needed auras. Privately, even the students of Hogwarts seemed to see the whole thing as some sort of joke. They had a betting pool on how professors would end up leaving and why. Even if they were contracted for just a year, they always suffered some kind of accident. Lockhart had literally confessed to being a fraud, which Blaise Zabini predicted somehow, even if the author was a pretty good teacher. People mostly thought that he would be petrified like the other victims. The dark-skinned boy had earned a lot of gold with just that bet. Quirrell flat out died. She didn't know who won that year's pool since she was too young to enter, but there were always weirdos who liked to bet that the professor would die. She still hasn't decided about what to bet on Lupin. Hannah shook her head. "No, you're trying to weasel out of this by giving me some juicy gossip. You always do that. So spill. Why are you so excited for runes? Now that I think about it, shouldn't you dread the whole thing since you refused any partnership that you got offered?" Ah, that. She still hasn't told Hannah about her new partner, not that she didn't get enough offers. Practically half the students in her year asked her. Rune partnership was known to be one of the easiest ways to make connections outside your house, and Susan was probably going to be the next head of House Bones. And her aunt was very influential in the ministry, being the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That made the young Hufflepuff quite an attractive potential partner. People have been trying to suck up to her for years because of her aunt. She was used to it and had been taught to defend herself if they were forceful. Auntie Amelia knew the best curses. Susan refusing all offers was a proclamation that she either didn't find them worthy or she already had a partner. Since Hannah was a blabbermouth, everyone assumed that it was the former, not the latter. Well, Hannah was going to find out eventually. I'll have you know that I actually have a partner, so I'm not risking ending up with the two Slytherin trolls. It was a mean nickname to call Crabbe and Goyle, but the resemblance was uncanny. The Crabbe and Goyle families are known for being brutes with unusual physical strength and resistance to both magic and physical attacks. But apparently it was at the expense of their mental prowess or something. They weren't dumb by any means, just below average when it came to raw intelligence. As she expected, Hannah latched onto that detail and didn't let go. Oh, is it a boy? I don't know who doesn't have a partner yet. Or maybe you were asked at the start and you just kept it a secret. How could you? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Susan just gave her a cheeky grin and continued walking in silence, letting her blonde friend run after her. She still didn't say anything when they entered Professor Babbling's classroom. They sat down with Hannah glaring at her since they couldn't talk inside the classroom. The professor grinned. Good afternoon to you all. Now today we'll continue studying the Elder Futhark alphabet and discuss some very common combinations. But before we get started, I'm going to discuss this year's project. Yes, this project will span both terms. The first one will be coming up with a runic matrix and carving it or drawing it, using a medium of your choosing. This will also include a roll of parchment with all the details of your matrix and how you came up with it. You will be graded on both your ingenuity, the fact that your design works and is efficient, as well as how well the drawing would be made. You can use any runic language, and I even recommend that you use your time to learn a new one to set yourselves aside. Your second term would focus on fixing whatever errors you made and optimizing your designs, as well as powering it up. The entire class stayed silent, and the professor continued, I asked you last week to find a partner for your project. I'm going to call your name alphabetically, and I want you to say whether or not you have a partner. Let's start with Abbott Hannah. The blonde stiffened immediately. Yes, I have a partner. Lavender Brown. It wasn't long until the professor called out her name. She just stood up and said, Harry Potter. She then sat down, ignoring the looks of surprise that everyone gave her. They did have a point. She never really interacted with the Potter scion. Even the professor had raised her eyebrows at this. Hannah was flat out gaping at her, and her eyes were threatening her of bodily harm for not telling her at the same time. But that didn't even come close to two of the most disturbing reactions in the room. Daphne Greengrass glared at her like she wanted to set her on fire or something. It was somewhat understandable. She and Potter have been inseparable for years, and the girl wasn't going to like any partner that he might have had. Susan would only admit to herself that the blonde intimidated her. They called her the Ice Queen for a reason, because whenever anyone tried to talk to her that wasn't in her circle of friends, she tended to either snipe back at them or flat out hex them. Finnegan still shivered whenever she was around after the witch froze his bits. Potter and Greengrass were close. If it wasn't for the fact that Davis denied it last year, Susan would have assumed that they were a couple. Even with that knowledge, she still felt like she was intruding somehow. The other person who glared at her was surprisingly Longbottom. She never liked the boy. Sure, at first she was curious about the hero of the magical world, the defeater of he who must not be named, but she ended up just being disappointed. He was a bully during his previous years in Hogwarts who used his popularity and the staff's obvious bias to terrorize anyone who didn't treat him like some kind of godly figure. He did mellow out after the rumors of his mental instability came to light. She thought it was the usual Rita Skeeter hogwash, but the boy sniped at anyone who tried to speak with him this year. She honestly wanted nothing to do with him. Now that she thought about it, Longbottom had always tried to come after Potter for some reason, but the Slytherin always deflected it. And now he was angry at her for some ungodly reason. That was, of course, when he decided to stand up and Neville Longbottom too. The professor looked confused. The rest of the classroom, Harry included, seemed to share that sentiment. Susan's gaze was directly on Harry, which immediately turned from surprise to understanding, then exasperation, before finally settling on resignation. The Longbottom scion gave a piece of parchment to the professor. "This is a permission slip from the headmaster saying that I could join any group for this project, as long as all the members of the group agree. Since our class is made of an uneven number, a 3-person group is inevitable, and I got this permission since my situation is delicate, and so that there wouldn't be any conflicts with any potential partner." The professor grabbed the small slip and read it. The boy was obviously telling the truth, and she didn't look happy with the headmaster's intervention. Potter, too, looked resigned. He wasn't happy either, but they both knew that they couldn't really refuse. There was a difference between actively avoiding Longbottom and humiliating him by refusing in front of the entire class. They were both stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they knew it. The professor also seemed to know it, since she gave them a pitying look. "So, Mr. Potter, Ms. Bones, do you agree to let Mr. Longbottom join?" They both looked at each other and nodded. "Yes, Professor." "Yeah, this won't end well. Harry Potter better be worth the trouble." Chapter 154, Chapter 154, One Step at a Time. 29th September, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry ducked as he dodged a white beam of light from his opponent, only to be faced with some large vines coming out of the ground like some kind of tentacles. He used a magic circle to banish himself away rather quickly and cast a wave of fire at the incoming plant, which turned into ash very quickly. He redirected a stunning charm that was coming his way to intercept one of the other beams of light, and with a slight change in the magic circle that he was maintaining on the ground, the gravity suddenly changed. Up was down and down was up. He had taken that one from a pretty old book in the forbidden section that used some kind of golden mist to affect the direction of the gravitational force. It was a very specific spell, and it took a little tinkering for Harry to interpret it correctly and design a suitable magic circle to mimic the effect. Just as he expected, he heard noises of surprise as his opponents finally found themselves standing on the roof, something that Harry took advantage of by sending a few stinging hexes at each of their faces and their chests. He snorted, "Always be ready for something unexpected." The groaning Blaise Zabini snorted, "Well, I'm sorry that my dueling instructors didn't account for the fact that someone might change the bloody gravity on a whim." The boy's shoulders were tense, probably readying some kind of surprise attack. His obvious over-reliance on his crest meant that it was probably going to be another light attack. He was proven correct when the dark-skinned boy waved his wand to create some kind of light slash, which carved through Harry easily. The boy had a panicked look on his face until he was hit with a bludgeoning hex on his chest, knocking him back. He groaned as he watched Harry's body disappear into motes of light, which showed that all he did was cast an illusion. Blaise's family magic was surprisingly potent in a fight. The boy was obviously a beginner, but those hard light constructs were very hard to stop. They tended to shatter most shields and could only really be dispelled by overwhelming the magic that gave the light form, turning it to a normal beam of light. The boy was obviously a beginner, but after analyzing the core of the magic with his arcane hearing, he realized that he was also barely scratching the surface of what he could do. Theoretically, advanced forms of this magic could turn into plasma, but that would need a tremendous amount of control to avoid killing everything in sight. That's not to mention how energy-intensive conjuring something like plasma would be. That magical crest was definitely overpowered, something that Harry would try to replicate in secret, especially considering how useful it was. His arcane hearing really wasn't fair to everyone else. While Harry was still pensive about Blaise's magic, he was still paying attention to his opponent. He ducked and bent to space to send himself away, avoiding a lot of roots that came out of the ground. With a flick of his wand, he returned the gravity, taking them by surprise again. Tracy was knocked out by a simple stunning charm that he sent at her in the air, using a cushioning charm to stop her from being hurt. Tracy didn't have any ancestry to fall back on, and even if that wasn't fair, that made her the weakest witch in the group. Daphne easily conjured a new tree that grabbed both her and Blaze, who remained in the fight. Harry, of course, sent another wave of flames at the base of the tree, disintegrating it by how hot it was and unbalancing Daphne, causing her to lose control over her spell and fall alongside Blaze. "You really should work on making your plants less flammable, Daph." Harry immediately stunned Daphne, not letting her respond. He was right, of course, one of the biggest issues to her firepower when it came to dueling. Her plants were far more vulnerable to fire than actual normal ones, and that put her at a huge disadvantage the moment anyone figured out this weakness. Even then, Daphne's magic was fascinating. Harry didn't know if he would ever be able to replicate it. Conjuring a tree was easy, but what Daphne did was communicate with nature, with the ambient magic somehow, and prompt it to grow a tree, which she then controlled with her magic. He didn't even know how to go about trying to replicate something like this. Of course, there was only a single opponent left, Blaze, who tried to send a bolt of light at his back that he dodged without even looking. The boy looked incensed, and he conjured what seemed like a blade of light coming out of his wand, trying to cleave Harry in two. The last Potter simply conjured a small filament of ice that he charmed with the exact opposite frequency as the boy's wave. That was pretty tricky to get, but his arcane hearing taught him that. The boy's eyes widened when he saw that small filament of ice redirect his attack, and he tried to do it once more, only for the blade of light to bend around Harry. He couldn't help but ask, "How?" Harry shrugged. Light travels in space, so bending space would bend light as well. You also have to be aware of your surroundings. Before the boy could respond, Harry pulled his wand, and his previously inert filament of ice was pulled, revealing that he had subtly controlled it to surround the boy. Harry grinned at the incarcerated boy and stunned him. Just like that, his opponents were done. It wasn't a bad showing, really. Well, Tracy wasn't really a fighter, so he didn't expect anything from that front. She did know a few more curses thanks to joining the dueling club, and she had some good reflexes, but she wasn't passionate when it came to fighting, not like Blaze and Daphne were, whose crest also gave a far greater arsenal than she could hope to match. Speaking of the duo, they were not bad, but they still relied way too much on their crests. It wasn't bad since their family spells were obviously far more powerful than anything they learnt in school, but each of their magic had a cornerstone that, should anyone understand, could be countered with enough preparation. He should try to diversify their arsenal a bit. With a wave of his wand, Harry woke them up. "How long did we last this time?" Blaze asked. "A little more than 2 minutes, better than a week ago," Harry responded. "Still as humiliating, though. We're 3 against 1, and we still haven't hit you once. Hell, you were obviously playing with us the whole time." Harry gave her a reproachful look. "You wouldn't last 10 seconds if I took you too seriously, and you wouldn't learn anything. The fact is that you're getting better at a very good rate compared to our classmates." Daph grumbled, "I know that you think you're making us feel better, but you're really not. So please stop trying to comfort us, and stop giving us pointers in the middle of fights. It's demeaning." "Hey, you're the one that asked for me to train you," the last Potter answered while raising his hands. They didn't respond because he was right. Harry wasn't even the one who made the suggestions, it was Tracy who did it. Daphne has been training with him for almost a year, but their 2 friends insisted on learning to not be left behind. They probably regretted it now. "I would have thought twice about asking you if we knew you were so far ahead," Blaze said. "Welcome to my life," Daphne complained. "You get defeated like we're toddlers, then lectured afterwards. Unfortunately, it's too useful and too exhilarating to stop. And you get used to the humiliating defeats after a while. I'm too tired for a lecture now. I need to have a shower, especially after our care class this morning. I swear those buggers made me dirty on purpose." Care of magical creatures. It was an elective that was both disappointing and promising. The whole thing was about taking care of magical creatures, and so far they only dealt with boring animals. He should have expected something like this, since without Hagrid in charge, no one was mad enough to make the first lesson of the class about hippogriffs, a creature that, while easily trained and docile, could easily injure a student. For example, the lesson earlier today was about the croup. On parchment, this species was rated XXX, meaning that they can be adopted as pets. They were essentially dogs that were highly intelligent and loyal. The professor taught them how to feed them. They played with them a bit. Weasley ended up being bit a few times for trying to surprise them, but that was the only injury, and even then, it was superficial. However, Harry did notice that the Krupps were very mischievous since they purposely jumped in the mud before leaping at students and then running away. Tracy was one of their unfortunate victims. Like he said, it was disappointing, but there was promise that they would start working with more interesting creatures in the future. As for the Hogsmeade plan, things were going according to plan. Daphne was halfway through making her marking plants, which he enchanted. Harry had stuck to Hogsmeade to mark the boundaries for the ward. Blaise managed to get his hand on enough Peruvian instant darkness powder for their project, while Tracy found an old charm in the library which was probably used on omnioculars to record information, as well as an adaptation of the protean charm to transmit an image. It was more than enough for Harry to create the magical equivalent of cameras, but he was already swamped with work. He already finished the marking enchantment as well as the boundary, so they might be able to start planting Daphne's plant soon. The giant petrification rune was a bit harder since he had to use the magical mark as a sample to determine who not to affect. But he still managed to do it. He was still working on the darkness potion, which was far more challenging than he expected. His respect for Severus Snape grew immensely. Crafting a potion from scratch was still very complicated. He was getting close, he knew he was, but it still took a sizable portion of his free time. He was tempted to ask Luna for help, since while she wasn't as knowledgeable about the subject as he was, she had some very interesting insights thanks to her clairvoyance. Harry took out his wand and muttered, "Tempus." His eyes widened when he realized that he was late for his runes project meeting. And wasn't that a clusterfuck of its own? Neville had literally gone to the professor and told her that he went over his head just so that he would be in a group with Harry. And neither he nor Susan could really refuse him because doing so would be publicly humiliating him. Harry really wanted to avoid being in a group with the Longbottom Scion. He tried being supportive to the boy, he really did, but he wanted none of the trouble that followed Neville. Susan seemed to have a similar train of thought and chose not to publicly humiliate someone who she would end up spending a lot of time with when they were adults. It was funny how childhood grudges could have long-term effects. He ran out of the room of requirements and towards the library where their meetings were held. He cleaned his outfit with a wave of his wand and removed any sweat or smells. In a few seconds, he looked like his normal self. With that done, he walked nonchalantly into the library, finding his group partners very easily. They both looked irritated for some reason. Susan's burning glare turned towards him. "You're late." "I'm sorry. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. Then I met this fascinating painting called Sir Cadogan, who refused to let me go without a poetry battle. It was such a hard-fought battle that I forgot what I was doing. Then I came here." Chapter 1, 155. Chapter 1, 155. Symbolic Dread. 29th September 1993, Hogwarts. Susan's burning glare turned towards him. "You're late." "I'm sorry, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. Then I met this fascinating painting called Sir Cadogan, who refused to let me go without a poetry battle. It was such a hard-fought battle that I forgot what I was doing. Then I came here." The two mages froze at Harry's response as if they were trying to process what was said and trying to make sense of it. He really repressed the urge to burst into laughter at their expressions. Susan just looked lost. They really hadn't spoken to each other ever, and she was very unused to his humor, especially when he was bored. Because that is what he was, bored. Group projects were theoretically useful. They promoted camaraderie, maybe even a little rivalry. That made students push themselves and learn more than what they were taught in class out of curiosity or to contribute to the group's effort. However, the whole thing became a mess after Dumbledore took over as headmaster. With him subtly promoting the house rivalries, Slytherins and Gryffindor pairings were very rare. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw don't really get along. And with the professors only grading the project at the end of the semester, the whole thing turned into a single person doing the entire work, and the other members just not participating. Where before group projects could spark lifelong partnerships and friendships, now it was just a way for scions from other houses to partner with each other at the insistence of their parents. He refused that his group be the same way, so he was going to push them to work, whether they liked to or not. So what have you been up to so far? Susan fidgeted slightly. Nothing really, we've been waiting for you to start. He looked at Neville, who nodded. All right, the both of you wanted to be in a group with me, so let me just tell you my ground rules. First things first, I don't want any fighting. We can disagree with each other, but if it starts getting violent or if you start yelling at each other, I will leave. The second is that for all of us to benefit, we will use a runic language that none of us understand, which in this case is hieroglyphs. Wait, why? Neville protested. We could just use what we learn in class. Because I have to get something out of this project too, and I already know Elder Futhark. You know runes? The only Hufflepuff in the room said with an incredulous tone. I get bored easily, he simply answered. Honestly, if we pick most other languages, I could have the project done in an hour or something. Hell, even with hieroglyphs, it would take me a couple of weeks to do it. Which is why the two of you will be the ones doing most of the work. I'll just verify and go over your work. Both of Harry's partners looked angry. You're going to saddle us with all the work. How is that fair? This is me being fair to you. It would be easy for me to finish the entire thing without any of your input. We'll all get an outstanding, and we will all have time to focus on our other classes. Believe me, this is more work for me too. But this project is to design and understand how to use ancient runes in real life. This is a skill that you have to learn, which is why you'll get the most out of the project if you do it yourselves. Prove it, Susan stated. Excuse me? He answered with a confused tone. Prove to me that you know how to use runes. How would we know if you just don't want to do the work? Harry rolled his eyes. Fine. He grabbed a roll of parchment, took out his quill and drew a small combination of runes on it. It probably looked more complicated than it had a right to be. It was just 3 runes, one which was mandatory to regulate the power input, one to grow a flame, and one to remove the heat. He waved his wand at the rune, and a small purple flame appeared, floating in the air. Harry gave his 2 stupefied partners a smug look. You can touch it, it's not hot. Susan hesitantly put his hand near the flames, and her expression gradually turned into an awed one as she touched the purple fire. How did you do that? Harry waved his wand and extinguished the flame. That was basic knowledge of runes. Like I said before, I will not be doing your project for you, so the 2 of you will be responsible for most of the work, since you'll be the ones learning the most from it. Your first task for next week will be to look up a few runic schemes in the library that use hieroglyphs. Try to find a pattern, and I want each of you to give me 3 ideas for our project. We will also start learning the basics about the Egyptian runic alphabet. You're giving us homework? Neville exclaimed. Yes, that's what a group project is. We give each other tasks to do individually, and then we meet once a week to bring things together. The more you get used to it, and the more you understand how runes work, you will be more comfortable giving ideas and sharing your insights. If you don't like that I'm currently in charge, then learn enough about the runes to control the conversation. Make it so that listening to you is more important than listening to me. We barely even know anything about runes, Susan complained. How about I give you a little push? The professor immediately started talking about alphabets and properties without really going into how runes work. So I'll give you a little introduction, all right? They both nodded and he started. Ancient runes are old languages that somehow have magical properties. As the professor said, they're composed of alphabets, but instead of each letter being a sound, each letter is a concept, which babbling called properties. For example, the runic scheme that I just showed you is only made up of 3 letters. One that signified power, another that signified light or enlightenment, and one that signified heat and purification. The power rune accepted my magic and sent it to the rest of the matrix. When I suffused my magic, I channeled the intent of each rune separately. I wanted the light rune to mean fire, and wanted the heat rune to make it so that it doesn't burn. It accepted my commands and worked. Neville actually started taking notes, so we always need to channel our intent for each rune for it to work. Not really. Theoretically, someone could do all of this with just the power rune or the light rune, but that's if they're experienced and skilled enough to use singular runes with a complex intent. But on the other side, you could use arithmancy to calculate your intent. It's hard to put into words, but that magic that you're putting in can be translated into an arithmetic formula, which can be translated into very complex connections. With that, a single input of magic, without any intent, would power the entire runic scheme, but the runes would have to be unbelievably complex with a lot of connections, especially when the outcome is complicated. It's why we still have runesmiths to enchant objects for us. But that's something that we would learn in our enchanting elective after our OWLS. In our assignment, we will focus on the happy medium, since each of us will be graded on activating our runic matrix in the second term. The rest of the group session went that way, with Harry essentially tutoring his two partners in runes. It really was a fascinating subject, especially when it came to Egyptian runes. While he didn't tell Susan and Neville about how ambitious learning this language was for a beginner, what they could benefit from learning this alphabet would affect them for the rest of their lives. Egyptian runes were extremely efficient. There was a reason why a lot of tombs still stood after thousands of years, and that was because even after so much time, the runes were still stable and working properly. Sure, the alphabet was mostly used in curses and warding, but there were very few magical artifacts from that era, and they were still extremely potent. For example, the scepter of Ra was still being studied, which was discovered a few decades back, but from preliminary analysis, it was filled with so much power that it baffled researchers around the world. With his obligations to his partners done with, he decided to go back to the room of requirements, where his friends were probably still waiting for him. By his calculation, they still had a few good minutes before attending their defense class. Ever since he told them about the Hogsmeade attack, they've been very supportive. He really appreciated the efforts they were going through for what is basically a recurring dream he had. Of course, they weren't actually paying for anything, just with their time. Harry wouldn't let them risk their own pocket money on a hunch he had, even if it paid off. His assumptions about their timings were correct when he found them exiting the room on the 7th floor. Daphne was the first to notice him. "Harry, we didn't expect to see you before class. I finished a bit early, so I thought I'd go with you." "So how was your first group session?" she asked without bothering to hide her irritation at the last part. "Fine, I guess. It ended up with me teaching them how runes worked, and I gave them some tasks to do for next week's session." Tracy snickered. "You gave them homework?" "How else are they going to learn?" he responded, confused. "Well, I'm happy I'm not in your group," Blaise remarked. They continued bickering on their way to Lupin's classroom. The only piece of information he got was that Blaise got a letter for Borgin and Burks to reserve that Hand of Glory. It was a bit pricier than Harry thought it would be, and it would only be reserved for a week. But it would do. He really wanted to explore the enchantments on the thing, since it should be able to see through the fog he was creating. They finally arrived at their defense class soon after, only to groan once more when they saw that the classroom resembled what it looked like during their first lesson. Lupin had a trend to switch his classroom depending on the type of lesson they had. During normal and theoretical lessons, the classroom looked like a standard classroom with desks, chairs, and a chalkboard. However, during practical lessons, the classroom turned into an expanded space that mirrored the natural habitat of the creatures that they were fighting. Sometimes it was a forest, sometimes it was a field. There was one time it was a lake, but after Seamus Finnegan almost drowned somehow, he couldn't see the professor having permission to do this again. In that particular session, the classroom took the form of a spooky dark forest. It was quite the feat of transfiguration and charms, and if he was completely honest, Harry thought that it was very useful for teaching defense. Of course, he still didn't trust Lupin one bit. Whatever the fuck the man was, he definitely wasn't just a werewolf. Harry had stuck out of the castle just to analyze normal werewolves in Nocturne Alley while under his invisibility cloak. Their songs were slightly feral, but Lupin was just on another level. Whatever the defense professor was, he definitely wasn't just a werewolf. Unfortunately, the man was probably their best defense professor yet. He was deeply knowledgeable of the theory and was obviously experienced. If it wasn't for his mysterious nature and his unhealthy interest in Harry, he would have probably liked his classes. "Welcome, welcome. As you probably noticed, today will be a practical class. We're going to study a particular dark creature that's been very commonly referenced in the news and riddled with both real and fake information. With a wave of his wand, an illusion of a creature appeared, and people started to panic. Some of you recognize them. Today, we'll be talking about vampires. Chapter 1, 156. Chapter 156, Bloody Confessions. 29th September 1993, Hogwarts. Welcome, welcome. As you probably noticed, today will be a practical class. We're going to study a particular dark creature that's been very commonly referenced in the news and riddled with both real and fake information. With a wave of his wand, an illusion of a creature appeared, and people started to panic. Some of you recognize them. Today we'll be talking about vampires. The response that the professor received was a wave of muttering, a mixture of fear and excitement, which was what anyone would expect from a class made up of Gryffindors and Slytherins. The werewolf raised his hands and they all stopped talking. I know that this is a little beyond your purview as third years, but I think with the recent events, knowing about them, even if it's just the basics, could be very beneficial. The first thing you need to know about vampires is that there are different kinds, each having different weaknesses and skills. They are as varied as wizards and witches are, and so is their magic. We generally group vampires because it's easier to explain, but that's just us being lazy. He was right, of course. Harry knew that sales of books regarding vampires had risen considerably during the summer, causing them to become very expensive, and fake books to arise. Since vampires were driven out of the country a century back, information about the bloodsuckers was very sparse with the low demand, something that obviously hurt the citizens of magical Britain. Opportunists sold fake charms and enchanted garlic to prevent vampire attacks, but they were quickly stopped by the auras. If this trend continued, then proper education about vampires would be very helpful in the long run. The defense professor paused for a moment before continuing. What you should know about vampires is that blood is their currency. Their hierarchy is built on the strength of their blood, and thus their blood magic. The main weakness they have is that the magic in the blood doesn't regenerate, hence why they feel the need to drink blood from magical beings, with wizards and witches being the most compatible. The more powerful the blood receives, the bigger the power boosts. That means that squibs and muggles aren't attractive targets for vampires, and vampires stay alive as long as the blood inside them has any magic. They will continue to regenerate until they run out, so the stronger the vampire, the harder it is to kill them. Like I said before, the finite nature of their blood magic is their biggest weakness. Any creature with magic, even if they're not performing any magical feats, will exude a small amount of magic, which is quickly regenerated. But since vampires cannot regenerate magic without blood, a very powerful vampire named Dracul created a ritual for all his descendants to not exude any magic and have complete control over it. In exchange, their magic would go haywire if they were exposed to sunlight, meaning that they lose their magic very quickly if they go out during the day, hence their most known weaknesses. A few skilled blood mages took their control to another level, learning to manipulate shadows and basic hypnosis. It was evidently the best move since his clan grew and slaughtered all other vampires, their unnatural skill in blood magic giving them a very noticeable advantage. This is the source of the weaknesses we can see in vampires today. So garlic doesn't burn them, a stake in the heart wouldn't kill them as long as they still had magic in their blood. Of course, decapitating them would kill them, since the magic necessary to regenerate an entire body would exceed whatever magic remained just in the head. Lily Moon raised her hands, but then why did those myths start to spread? A very good question. Those methods are in fact useless against most vampires, but can work against vampire thralls. The Slytherin girl raised her hand again, but the professor interrupted. You were probably going to ask what thralls are, so I'll just explain. Something you need to know about vampires is that they are not born. They cannot reproduce. Every single one of them was a wizard at some point, that drunk vampire blood. We don't know who the first vampire was, but we theorize that it was a blood curse of some sort that mutated. The curse was probably meant to destroy a person's ability to wield magic, since no vampire can use our magic, just their blood magic. However, the more magic a wizard had before having been turned, the more efficient his blood magic becomes. But if a muggle, a squib, or a very weak wizard or witch transform, then their blood magic is so weak that it constantly needs to be replaced, causing their bodies and mind to degenerate and an extreme hunger for blood. These vampires are called thralls and are often created when powerful vampires need servants of some sort. These creatures adopt some feral trademarks, making them wary of powerful scents, like garlic, and easily killed since the magic in their blood is minuscule. A wooden stake to the heart would suffice, hence the rumors. Neville Longbottom spoke up for the first time. You said that they had social structures. Ah, good catch, Mr. Longbottom. Yes, they have. A normal vampire, if they do not turn into a thrall, can learn to harness and hone their blood magic. After a few centuries, if they show mastery over a form of blood magic, like blood warding or blood rituals, they can attain the title of Lord. A Lord is then allowed to turn other people into vampires and have his own thralls. With every child they have, they get a small fraction of their power. After 1,000 years, if they have enough children to become vampire lords, so much so that they don't even need to feed anymore, getting all the magic they need from their connection to their children, even during daylight, then they become elder vampires. They can separate themselves from their coven and start a new one with their children. They're often very powerful, nearly unkillable, and very experienced. If you see one, just run. Apparate if you can, get as far away as possible from them. This will be your only hope to survive an encounter. The stars in the room flickered as if mirroring the professor's threat. A few students shivered, and Harry could hear the wolf howl once more. Was Lupin experienced when it came to vampire hunting? The werewolf perked up immediately. All right, so we're going to have a small exercise. In the forest around you, there is a small horde of vampire thralls who will start attacking in 5 minutes. Who could tell me a good way to fend them off? Theo Knott raised his hand. The Lumos charm. Close, but no, Lupin answered. Lumos is artificial light. But you can use the Lumos solemn charm instead. It will not be close to being as effective as real sunlight, but that's a good suggestion. What else? Ron Weasley, surprisingly, answered this time, well, what about dung bombs? An innovative solution. With their feral minds and sensitivity to smells, it could deter them. That's a very innovative solution, Mr. Weasley. Take 10 points to Gryffindor. Oh, wait, the first one came. Harry could tell that those were animated constructs, not real vampires, so the risk to the students would be minimal. Harry simply raised a shield focused against physical attacks and observed his classmates. Their improvement was noticeable compared to their first lesson. They were more proactive, even if they weren't fighting smartly. Gryffindors were at each other's backs trying to stop them, with Weasley throwing dung bombs that he probably got from his brothers. Neville was a lot better than Harry expected, surprisingly, casting massive beams of sunlight, practically protecting the Gryffindor girls on his own. Not that they were idle, simply a lot less active. The Slytherins had used the Gryffindors as a defense of some sort, only picking on any constructs that tried to sneak past. It was weird how well Gryffindors and Slytherins worked together, especially considering their rivalry. He had to admit that Lupin was a good teacher, despite how much he unsettled Harry. They were still losing, probably because they couldn't aim their spells properly to hit the admittedly fast creatures. They took Lupin's word and stuck with it without trying anything else. Sighing in disappointment, Harry simply waved his wand while muttering, Lumos Solem Maxima. An explosion of sunlight in all directions occurred. He probably overpowered it a bit, since it was supposed to be a flash of light. It wasn't a spell that he read in a book, it was a simple combination of the Lumos Solemn charm and the Lumos Maxima charm to create a flash of sunlight instead of a beam. The vampire thralls were immediately sent far back by their weakening magic. It was probably a bit much, but it wasn't like people didn't already know how good he was at magic. Even using such a spell was really underplaying his skills. Lupin clapped. Very well done, Mr. Potter. See how he thought outside the box. Now, for our next class, I want each of you to give me 5 ways to fight attacking vampires while explaining why they would be effective. You're all dismissed, except you, Mr. Potter. I want to have a word with you. Harry froze and slowly walked towards the professor as everyone else left the classroom. To be perfectly honest, he was slightly nervous being alone with the werewolf. There was always this sixth sense that he had that the man was far more than he appeared, that every action he was taking was just a mask, every motion controlled tightly, lest the beast underneath kills everything in sight, like it obviously craved to do. He readied his mind to cast a magic circle as fast as possible to destroy the man at the slightest aggressive move. Yet the man just kept looking at him. Lupin wasn't using any magic, he just kept staring at him for what felt like hours. Harry refused to start speaking since it was the professor who wanted his conversation. The man seemed to realize this as he cleared his throat and spoke up. "You know, when I first saw you, I just couldn't help but stare at you. You look so much like your father, but your eyes, they're exactly like your mother's." Harry didn't know what the man was getting at and just raised an eyebrow. That's a very creepy thing to say to a minor. The professor snorted, and that's something that James would say. I have to say that if they could both see you now, they would have been proud. All right, the young Slytherin answered with a shrug. That's all nice and everything, but why did you ask me to stay? The man stiffened in shock. You don't care at all? About your parents, what they were like, what they liked, what they disliked, their hopes, their dreams, who were their friends, and why they couldn't take care of you. I investigated how you were treated by your Aunt Petunia, and I have to say, I would have questions if I was in your place. The last Potter snorted, the dead don't care, so why should I? And why I never spoke to you before? People are selfish, they have their own lives. I don't care about why you never spoke to me. The truth is that you didn't. You are a stranger to me, and I don't like your obsession with me. The way you keep looking at me if we're in the same room, it's just creepy, and I want you to stop. The defense professor gave Harry a complicated look. You know, don't you? You know that I'm a werewolf. You hate me because of it. Don't kid yourself, Lupin, Harry answered. I don't know what the fuck you are, but you're not a werewolf. I met werewolves before, and you're definitely not one. So why don't you stop playing the concerned family friend and tell me what you want, or I'm walking out the door right now. And just like that, a switch flipped. The man's face turned cold, and he suddenly burst into laughter. You know, I should have expected it. You're her son, after all. Chapter 1, 157. Chapter 157. Feral. 29th September 1993, Hogwarts. And just like that, a switch flipped. The man's face turned cold, and he suddenly burst into laughter. You know, I should have expected it. You're her son, after all. Harry expected Lupin to have tried to bring up some kind of nostalgic feelings and unearth some kind of bond with his dead father. After all, Harry had snuck into Filch's old files before the squib left the castle, and he saw his father's detention records. It was mostly to satisfy his curiosity. You could learn a lot from the reasons people were punished. It was a pretty image, to say the least. He could understand why Snape would be salty after so long. If this was a high school in the United States, Harry would say that James Potter was the typical jock. He was popular because of his talent in Quidditch, and he didn't really take anything seriously. His grades were average. He was talented but barely made an effort. In fact, when it came to his pranks, they were surprisingly ingenious, even if they tended to be malicious in nature. He hated Slytherins with a passion, but it probably didn't have anything to do with the war, but politics. The Potter family was shunned ever since they were kicked out of the Sacred 28, and considering that his father, Charlus, publicly opposed the frankly ridiculous proposals that the traditionalist faction sent to the Wizengamot, they didn't get any popular in the pureblood crowd, which as a boy he easily grouped into the members of Slytherin House. His friendship with Sirius Black, which was probably built on their common hatred, was very toxic. Lupin and Pettigrew just followed them around, thinking that they were part of the crowd. Their pranks were rarely harmless, but he tended to target Severus Snape since he hung out with Lily Evans, whom he obviously had a crush on. Of course, once Charlus and Dorea Potter died from a Death Eater attack in his 6th year, James's irritation towards Slytherin turned into full-blown loathing, and the pranks turned into curses and actual harm. It was probably done at the request of the Black family, now that Harry thought about it, since the Black heir had run away from home and stayed with the Potters the previous summer. James Potter didn't know how to express his grief and would have gone into a downward spiral of self-destruction if it wasn't for Lily Evans. Harry didn't know if she took pity on him, and the only evidence of when their relationship began was when they were caught snogging in an empty classroom. Lily seemed to have some good influence on him. His grades got better, his pranks slowly faded away, and he graduated as one of the top students. Each grade, each detention, and each punishment was a clue that allowed Harry to easily model his father's behavior. But there were surprisingly few about his mother. All there was about Lily were her perfect grades, and a couple of detentions for hexing another student, even if she was never the instigator. There wasn't enough data to model her personality, and very few people actually cared about her. He sure as hell wasn't going to ask Snape about her. The fact that Lupin mentioned his mother and not his father did not correspond to the model he built of the man. He didn't like inconsistencies. The werewolf, or whatever the hell he was, seemed to enjoy seeing Harry think and figure out things on his own. And Harry was stringing things along as much as he could. But he needed more data and more facts to build his conclusions in this world of lies. Lupin's shift in attitude meant that the mask was lifted. The professor waited until Harry called him out on it. He knew that Harry figured out that he was a werewolf. He wanted to emotionally manipulate Harry to spend time with him, since refusing would mean that he was biased against werewolves. The man's condition was very easy to figure out if you thought about it in a theoretical manner. The faint scars and the hair were very obvious tells, his enhanced reflexes, his enhanced strength and speed. They were all clues to that fact. Clues that anyone who read about werewolves would have put together, and Harry's intelligence was hardly a secret, even if the extent wasn't something he shared. Lupin expected Harry to figure out that he was a werewolf, but purely on an academic standard, meaning that he didn't expect the young Slytherin to have met other werewolves to make the comparison. Hence his slight surprise and the unscripted part of the conversation. Conclusion: Lupin was also in uncharted territory. He didn't plan out this part of the conversation. Bringing up his mother meant they knew each other more than the model alluded. A distraction so that he would think of a better way to convince Harry to spend more time with him alone. However, the reason was unknown. Most favorable action: don't give him enough time to think of a plan. Make the conversation engaging enough that he has to focus completely on it by being unexpected. All of this happened in a fraction of a second in Harry's brain, and he responded, "So you didn't say what the hell you were?" Lupin seemed to freeze once more. He obviously expected a question about Harry's mother. "Ah, that's a very complicated situation. There isn't really a name for what I am. I am a unique existence in a way." Harry grinned slightly. "You're not a werewolf, but the similarities between the two conditions are very similar. Enhanced body, feral reflexes, one belonging to a canine specifically. It would be too unlikely for them to not be related in some way. Is it a mutated form of lycanthropy? No, you have too few scars. That means that you have regeneration capabilities, but ones that weren't there at the beginning. Did they kick in later? No, it wouldn't make sense. Huh, so you were a werewolf, but something happened. Something changed you, your condition. How close am I getting?" The defense professor's eyes widened with every prediction. He definitely wasn't expecting Harry to bite back from the looks of it. "You're very right. I used to be a normal werewolf, and now I am not." It wasn't an easy or short process, but a dear friend of mine that researched my curse crafted a dangerous ritual to merge slightly more with my inner wolf, in exchange for more control over my transformation and the fact that I can't transmit my curse anymore. That was groundbreaking. The idea that someone could essentially defang the werewolf population by making the curse unable to be transmitted would change the world, but the fact that it would strengthen the werewolves would disturb the delicate balance of power in magical Britain, and maybe even the entire world. There wouldn't be a reason why werewolves couldn't be accepted in Hogwarts. There wouldn't be a reason why they wouldn't be allowed in shops. Hell, the entire population of werewolves would just die out in a few generations. It was a solution that was too revolutionary, and people didn't like change. The professor chuckled. "I can see your train of thought. You're right. We tried to present the research to any guild, but we were either laughed out, or people just weren't interested, even if the arithmancy was logical. I was the first proof of concept. a prototype so that we wouldn't be ignored anymore. Harry's mind paced, coming to another conclusion. My mother is the one who came up with it, didn't she? It's why you spoke to her that much. Lupin nodded without a hint of shame. Lily was a very complicated person, but her most defining feature was her mind. She was a genius with a grasp on magic that I've never seen the like before. One that did her best to hide it, since she understood that purebloods would never allow someone with her potential to grow into a credible threat. You remind me of her very much. You might look exactly like James, but you're all Lily, except you don't even try to pretend that you care about other people, outside your friends, that is. Lily didn't have the luxury of your last name. She fought for every scrap of knowledge, for every privilege. She would have changed the world. She did change the world with me. In my 5th year, she told me that she figured out what I was years back, and she was working on a way of helping me. After we graduated, she delivered. Even when no one would fund her research, she still went through with it and gave me the closest thing there is to a cure for my condition. James was my best friend, Harry, but my loyalty to him was nothing compared to my loyalty to my mother. She was even prepared to refine the ritual and offer it to other werewolves for free. As fascinating as this is, Harry couldn't trust a word of it. As interesting as this is, why don't you tell me why you never tried to see me before? My residence was public knowledge. The ritual was slow, Lupin responded after releasing a deep sigh. It was a battle at first, a constant fight between me and the wolf to decide who would stay dominant. It took years for me to wake up properly, having stayed in a half-feral state for years. I was too dangerous to stay near society, especially near children. Considering that we performed the ritual shortly before Lily's marriage and I disappeared afterwards, everyone thought that I was either a traitor or a coward. I woke up with the only hope for my race dead in a freak fire, with my friends gone and the war stopped. I wasn't welcome in Britain, and everyone made sure that I knew that. I joined a few werewolf packs, trying to convince them to make a stable society of our own, but they didn't like it. In the end, I became a bounty hunter of sorts, taking out high-profile criminals in the continents for gold, and doing a few businesses in the Muggle world, like Lily always dreamed, to help her parents' finances. Even now, I am not safe to stay around. I live in a constant fight that if I lose, the wolf will take over. It's not an easy life to lead, but at least I have a fighting chance to stay human. Harry didn't know if this was all bullshit, but he also didn't really care. He would investigate the whole thing on his own. He just needed to keep the upper hand in the conversation. If you're so dangerous, why did you even come to Hogwarts? I can tell that Dumbledore doesn't want you here. Hell, most of the professors don't. And if you're always close to becoming an uncontrollable monster, then staying near children isn't an ideal thing to do. For you, of course, I'm here to see you. I was curious about how you turned out. You're the child of 2 of my dearest friends, the only remnant I have of my younger years. Wouldn't you be curious if you were in my place? And that's to mention the rumors that you were a genius, and I thought that maybe you've inherited some of your mother's mind. You could have just sent a letter, the last Potter remarked. It's easier than moving back to a country that you seem to dislike. And Harry had a point. Lupin really could have sent a letter. There had to be something else, something that the man wouldn't share. The defense professor snorted. You're not very trusting, are you? Everybody lies, Harry simply responds. It's not a bad thing. A world of only truth would result in chaos. Even the way we see the world is a lie. It's in our bodies. Our brains process sounds faster than light, yet light travels faster than sound. Our brain is constantly shifting our reality so that it would make sense. Only if something happens in a radius of 25 meters that we see and hear the world exactly as it is, when our brain, sound and light are in harmony. The rest of the time we live in a world of lies. Essentially, lies are what let the world make sense to us. What's your point? Harry grinned. The point is that everyone is in this world for themselves. In a primal way, we always prioritize ourselves. We lie so that the world would align with us. You say that you want to spend time with me, but the timing is too suspicious. You come here, in this school, in a place where we'll have to interact, where I'm never too far away. Because there's something you want, something you need me to do. I'm involved, I know I am, but the question is, involved in what? If it was something reasonable, I wouldn't have minded. So it's something that I wouldn't accept immediately. If you lose control of the castle, then your entire species will be hunted down like the vampires were 100 years ago. So it has to be something worth the risk. You've given me a lot to think about, Mr. Lupin. I'll see you next week. Harry turned and left the room. He pretended not to have heard the man's inner wolf howl in rage and frustration, using his arcane hearing. Well, that was an enlightening conversation. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Looming Death. 15th October, 1993, Britain. As he did every day, Augustus Rookwood woke up in pain, hating having to serve the madman who had saved his life, and what a miserable life it was. He was one of the most reputed unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, the one who let nothing stand in his way in the name of progress. Every single project he had taken was a resounding success, and he was on his track to become the head of the department. People had no idea what happened in that department, and it was better that way. Unspeakables were the epitome of what mages were supposed to be. They recruited not the most powerful wizards and witches in magical Britain, but those who showed the most curiosity and the desire to go the extra mile to see the possibilities. Unspeakables honed their magic and advanced their fields as much as possible, no matter the cost. There were many sub-departments that you could rotate to as much as you wanted until you found your specialized field. Rookwood had tried out most of them, from the study of ancient artifacts and enchantments to alchemy and even divination. He even spent a year learning necromancy for a while, but he had no talent in the field and found it tasteless. They weren't always useful. The study of time and death were dead ends, even if the odd unspeakable would try their hands every once in a while. But the possibilities were endless. Augustus found his place in the curse room. He always had an affinity for them, coming up with diverse ways to discreetly cast a curse and even incorporate them into other fields. It's not like curses were always that harmful. They were charms that were designed to leave traces of the magic and could directly affect the magical channels of the victim, often in negative ways. But Augustus did make headways in using curses to combat other curses. There was even the possibility of weakening or even neutralizing lycanthropy using it, and a lot of uses in magical healing. It was the project that would have made his rise as department head an inevitability. Alas, things did not always go according to plan. Albus Dumbledore ended up spearheading a bill to limit the inhuman experimentations in the Department of Mysteries. Sure, there was a point to the fact that some of the things done there were distasteful, but every single subject was either a criminal who would have been on a one-way trip to Azkaban or a volunteer. And without any subjects, the department came to a halt. Augustus's research was deemed unsafe, and it was like everything he had done for years had never happened. Saul Croker, the traitor who was the head of the department at the time, accepted the decision of the Wizengamot, and Dumbledore sunk his claws into the department, the only place that was untouched by his constant desire to halt magical progress and experimentation. It was why Augustus even joined the Dark Lord. He didn't care about blood purity. It was a useless concept. In this world, only legacy and power mattered, and if just had one of them, you became important. The idea that half-bloods were lesser was meaningless, even if Muggleborns rarely ever reached the power requirements to make any sort of contribution to their society. Although they could be useful as a working force, nothing more. He could also tell that the Dark Lord didn't believe it either. He just wanted to gain power, to topple Dumbledore. Augustus wasn't really convinced until the man offered to swear an unbreakable vow. Now, generally, this was a bad idea. These vows were barely used before the statute to make sure that the terms of surrender after a battlefield would remain. If you broke them, you died. There were no warnings, no second chances, nothing. Even unspeakables didn't use them to guarantee their secrecy. The Dark Lord vowed to make him the head of the department and to remove all the bills that Dumbledore made regarding the department. Within a year after he defeated Gellert Grindelwald, in return, Augustus vowed to give him any knowledge he had in the Department of Mysteries, as long as he was asked by the Dark Lord personally. That was a risky move on his part too, but there was still enough wiggle room. For example, if Augustus ran away and disappeared, then he wouldn't have to do anything. He even had a plan ready in case the Dark Lord would try to cheat their agreement in some way. But Lord Voldemort was a man of his word. Oh, the man was unstable, and his condition worsened over the years. He couldn't tell what was causing it because of the frankly ridiculous number of rituals that the man put himself through just to achieve this kind of power. A bad interaction between rituals was very likely. Still, the Dark Lord respected him and his knowledge. He rarely asked for his knowledge and did not abuse his vow. Even if he took his rage on his other incompetent followers, Rookwood remained safe. Plus, he only participated in raids while masked, so his position in the Department of Mysteries was safe, until the man's defeat at the hand of the Longbottom Whelp, where his fellow Death Eaters started to turn on one another. Whatever happened in Longbottom Manor was unexpected, but it was theorized that the killing curse could be blocked or even redirected by a shield that was designed to resist the spell's magical neutralizing agent. It was probably some kind of energy that wasn't magic, considering the circumstances, some kind of manifestation of the soul using an alchemy-based ritual performed by one of the boy's parents. He didn't think something like this would work without blowing up in someone's face, but that was the most logical explanation. But the aftermath of Lord Voldemort's defeat was simple. Rookwood's secrecy was now in the air, and he was ambushed by auras after someone tattled. He did put up a good fight, a good dozen of his attackers died, but there were just too many, and his magic was getting strained. He didn't say anything during his trial, accepting the life sentence to Azkaban because he knew something that they didn't. The Dark Lord was still alive. He could still sense their vow, and he had researched the Dark Mark the moment he was branded to find a way to escape it. It was possible, but it would be very expensive and risky. His lord was weakened, but he would not go willing to that good night. So he waited in Azkaban for his lord to return. In a way, that was lucky. He was a high-profile target and thus was turned into Azkaban. The Department of Mysteries did not suffer traitors. Before Dumbledore's reforms, his fate wouldn't have been just death, but turned into an experimental subject in a project. Death was just so wasteful. Days turned to months, and months turned to years. He was starting to lose hope. His mental exercises resisted the Dementor's influence at first, but he could tell that he was withering away. There were just too many Dementors all the time. They relished breaking him, but he did not succumb to madness like the others did, even if it was close. He knew that his lord would be back one day, and he would be free once more. The Azkaban was destroyed. He was rescued by a person that even more unstable than his old master. He didn't even know that if it was a man or a woman. Their voice was soft enough to be either. It was obviously fake, so as to not reveal any clues. "Rise and shine, rookie. Today is a very important day," the aggravating voice sang like it did every morning. He really wanted to curse the thing. It was possible. He wasn't chained like he was when he came to this disgusting Muggle home. He even had his wand with him. The former unspeakable looked at it for a fraction of a second, but it seemed like his captor saw his intent, but was quickly slapped in the face. Now. That's no way to treat a gracious host. Remember what happened to poor Rosier when he tried to escape? It would be such a bother for it to also happen to you. Augustus winced at the memory. Evan Rosier was still prideful after Azkaban, even if he was half mad. While Augustus chose to analyze his captor's psyche, Rosier tried to escape the moment he had his wand. He was even successful for a couple of hours when the thing wasn't there to watch them. However, it wasn't soon after that they all learned that their captor's madness didn't mean that they weren't any less dangerous. The thing easily found their fellow Death Eater. Evan's death was slow and quite painful, considering the man's screams. His decapitated head was still under display in the living room. He and Dolohov decided not to aggravate the thing holding them hostage. They learned to fear the masked freak. Dolohov tried to be subtle and add a few delayed curses on things their captor touched, yet nothing came of it. Whatever their captor was, they had some kind of magical resistance, and that made them a lot more dangerous than he thought they were. "My apologies, I am not a morning person," Augustus slowly responded. "Oh, that's fine. It's expected that pets try to piss on the rug every once in a while. You just have to remind them not to do it again." The former unspeakable gulped and nodded. He really didn't know what this freak of nature was. His captor started to giggle. Oh, silly me. I forgot why I woke you up so early. Today you and Dolohov can finally leave the house. Isn't that exciting? The former unspeakable simply nodded and followed after his captor towards the living room. It was quite quaint for a loathsome Muggle residence, but it was better than a cell. Dolohov was already here, looking slightly more excited. The former dueling champion was probably looking forward to leaving this place. Not that he blamed him. But Rookwood knew that the sadistic thing keeping them captive wasn't letting them go to their benefit. So like I told you, today is your lucky day. You're finally going to see the outside world after over a decade. Unfortunately, this will be for business, not pleasure. But there's no reason that you can't have fun too. He. Augustus repressed the urge to shiver at the thing's giggle. What do you want? I want an army, the thing simply responded. I want you two to get the band back together. Get a few of your Death Eater buddies together for a little attack that I'm planning. They don't have to be strong or anything, just some grunts. Bring Greyback and his pack if you can. I wouldn't betray my lord and my comrades like that. I didn't do it after years in Azkaban. Why would I do it to you? Dolohov exclaimed. What a foolish move. Rookwood prepared to see his former comrade lose his head, but their captor snickered. I could say that I would torture you slowly over days, leaving you begging for the sweet release of death. But I like the fact that you haven't done something stupid yet. And I can be very generous when rewarding my nice little itty-bitty captives. So why don't I sweeten the pot a little? If you do this, I will tell you where to find your little Dark Lord you love so much, and I'll even set you free. Dolohov was clearly surprised by that fact, but the masked freak must have noticed that it wasn't the case with Augustus. Oh, did little Rookie already know about it? How naughty. You didn't tell your pals in prison to give them a little ickle bit of hope. What a smart cookie you are. Antonin gave him a betrayed expression, but the former unspeakable ignored it. Your request will be difficult even with that knowledge. Oh, so you need some incentive, do you? Well, how about this? If you fail for some reason, then I will find you and I will skin you. Both captives shivered slightly. And when do you need these men? Well, there's something poetic about Halloween. He nodded, and as they made their way out to do their task, they heard the voice of their tormentor once more. Oh, and don't get any ideas about running away. Believe me, I will find you and the results won't be pretty. Rookwood turned to face his captor, only to find the room empty. He murmured to himself slightly, fucking hell. They were going to need all the help they could get. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Rebellion. 31st October, 1993, Hogsmeade. It was Samhain, the day he dreaded for over 2 months. The weather was rather good for a late October day, which contrasted starkly with the ominous knowledge that had been gnawing at Harry. He looked out at the bustling streets of Hogsmeade, the quaint village that lay in the shadow of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it was as if he was seeing it through a different lens. The shops, brimming with students and villagers, painted a picture of normalcy, with children laughing and playing, and the general atmosphere exuded cheerfulness that usually enveloped the village during this time of year. However, Harry knew that this would all change soon. They had taken the carriage to the village at early in the morning to put up some finishing touches on their plans for the incoming Hogsmeade attack. There were a few good ideas and modifications that they implemented at the last minute. For example, they now marked any underaged wizard or witch the moment they entered the village, as well as any student or staff members. It was Daphne's idea, and he kicked himself to not have thought about it himself, although it was odd to travel to the village openly in the school carriages. Every time he visited Hogsmeade, he went there using one of the secret passages. Not walking for an hour to get to the village was far more relaxing. They spent a couple of hours adding their modifications to their arrays. It wasn't really that difficult, just time-consuming. They were done by the time other students started to come. Everything was in place. Harry managed to create his magically infused darkness fog potion, and Daphne was easily able to adapt her plants to distribute his potion. It worked splendidly during their testing in the room of requirements. Blaise ended up procuring the Hand of Glory, a loathsome little artifact that probably had a horrible history. As far as he could tell, it was made up of the hand of an old centaur that some blood mage used to be able to have a limited form of clairvoyance. It allowed you to see through illusions and in the dark. Harry wasn't able to replicate the enchantment on it because it was fueled by some kind of blood magic that he had no experience in. What he was able to do was allow other items to absorb its properties using jewelcraft. It was temporary and needed to be recharged every couple of days, but he was able to charm the modified omnioculars that Tracy was able to trace so that they could see through the darkness potion. It was also why they had to come to the village to set them up. The omnioculars were connected to an enchanted mirror that would display the image seen using a high-frequency protean charm. It wasn't perfect. It looked like a low-resolution video that updated 5 times a second, since the enchantments of the omnioculars and the revealing charms tended to contradict themselves, and the protean charm could only send enough information. Still, it was enough to get an overview of what happened in the village. Harry also gave everyone a small bracelet with the Hand of Glory charm on them to let them see in case they had to go to the village for any reason. The attack was going to happen at night, but he wanted to be thorough. The petrification rune and the marking enchantment were ready and working. The only issue was the fact that the rune took a little while to charge up fully. It wasn't something he could avoid. He needed to use roots to build the rune, and they could only hold that much magic without it being dispersed, so he couldn't store the magic in the rune itself. He ended up buying a lot of gems to act as a power source, but the magic needed to be evenly distributed around the rune before it was activated, which took some time. He made calculations to make that time as small as possible, and he got it down to a couple of minutes. But in a battle, 2 minutes was a long time. Thankfully, the darkness potion should mitigate the damage of the attackers. Harry had run drills with his friends using the Room of Requirements as a basis. The magic would work, but things were rarely certain in life. It was nice to finally make plans with his friends, even if they weren't taking things seriously. Oh, they made the effort to humor him, but Harry could tell that they were just doing this as a favor to him, not because they believed in his visions. Which was why it was so frustrating to see them ignore his warnings so easily. "Guys, this is a bad idea. We should head out now." Tracy gave him a pointed look. "Harry, we did what you asked. Everything is going to be fine. And your vision was at night, wasn't it? We're already here, and it's the first time that all 3 of us are here together. So relax and let us have some fun already." She had a point in a way, even if he didn't like it. His vision was during the night, but he didn't like pushing it for no reason. He could understand their perspective. They haven't really spent time to have fun this school year, with Harry focused on protecting Hogsmeade. He could understand their hesitation, but did they really have to do it on the day he predicted an attack would occur? Still, he tried to look to Daphne for support, but she just looked away. He turned to Blaze, who shrugged. "We've been doing things your way for months. We're due a free day, and we're already here anyway. We literally spent every evening where we were not studying, planning for your vision. I'm not saying that it didn't help us, because it did, but we deserve a day of rest. Tracy is having a lot of fun with those omniocular mirrors you enchanted, and your requests, odd as they might be, are really helping me with my smuggling network." "I don't know why you're even doing any of this stuff. It's really weird," Harry said. Blaze's response was to roll his eyes. "We all need the court to announce us as candidates, and my smuggling network and Tracy's information network are good ways to guarantee this. Daphne's family is influential enough in Britain to be recruited immediately, and you're the ward of Arcturus Black, so your candidature is a given. But why do we need to join the court in the first place? If you look past the formalities, it's just a school club." Tracy rolled her eyes. "It's just a school club where anyone remarkable is joined. Countless generations of Slytherins have joined this club, and it's a point of pride. People will take you more seriously if you are a member, and the connections you make there could last a lifetime. It's also a good way to make connections with influential upper years, since we don't tend to socialize much outside our year." Blaze scoffed. "Save your words, Tracy. He's not going to get it." Harry's retort was interrupted by Blaze. "Look, we're not blaming you or anything, but the truth of the matter is that my future and Tracy's aren't as certain as yours. We need to build connections to rise. We're not magical prodigies like you, Harry, which could guarantee they would listen to your words like gospel. We don't have influential families in Britain, like you and Daphne. And before you protest the fact that the Potter family isn't that impressive, you have the backing of the Black family head, and let's not kid ourselves, he's probably going to leave everything to you. Tracy is just a normal half-blood, and the Zabini family used to be influential in Italy before my father died and my mother liquidated everything he owned. As far as the world knows, I'm the son of the woman who they think is a serial killer. They're always going to distrust me. The truth of the matter is that we don't have the same advantages that you two have, and we have to do things we don't like to make our way. Damn, he must have been holding this for a while, hasn't he? Tracy responded by holding his hand to comfort him, but both Harry's and Daphne's eyes widened. Harry looked down. I'm sorry, Blaise. I don't know how much things have been for you two, and I can understand why you would want to join the court of Slytherin, but this doesn't change the fact that us staying here is a bad idea. Blaise glared at Harry, and he made his way to retort, only for Daphne to speak up instead. Come on, Harry, we all deserve a little break. And didn't you already drill us for plans in case we're here during the attack? We practiced dozens of times. We're ready, so can you let go? Please. His first instinct was to deny it, but the blonde gave him a look that told him that he would regret if he tried to push things further. Damn it, Daphne was supposed to be on his side. He could tell that it was a bad idea. Every instinct Harry had was telling him to get back to the castle. He was tempted to just do it and leave them out of spite, but unfortunately, they were his friends. They were obviously frustrated with him and the fact that he's been essentially in charge for 2 months. Was this what teenage rebellion is supposed to be like? No wonder parents often suppressed the urge to scream at their faces at that age. Harry definitely thought about just stunning them and bringing them back to the castle, but after Blaise's outburst, he didn't know how they would react to it. It was maddening just how illogical their decision was. They could sneak to Hogsmeade any time. There were other opportunities to have fun, but all it would take was a stray spell for them to lose their life. If they were these rebellious kids, was it his role to be the logical parent so that they wouldn't get themselves killed? Blaise's and Tracy's expressions did remind him of stubborn students who wouldn't take no for an answer. Hell, if he had forced the issue, he could see them sneak out of the castle at night out of stubbornness. Alas, they were his friends, and he wanted them to be safe, and so he just released a deep sigh. Fine, but I reserve to gloat and say that I told you so if we end up getting attacked. Tracy whooped and pulled Blaise towards the 3 broomsticks. Harry rolled his eyes only for Daphne to give him a soft smile. Thank you for not pushing. I still think this is stupid. I know. I think this is unnecessary, he continued. I know, but it was big of you to let go. I know that this isn't really your strong suit, she responded. You're buying, though, he said. She rolled her eyes. You're the business tycoon, but fine. It's on me. They kept walking slowly towards the entrance of the 3 broomsticks. So how's your sister? The blonde looked down, still as hyper as ever, but her episodes are just as bad. She's still on a heavy potion regimen. The last Potter didn't like seeing that look on his friend. You know, the Room of Hidden Things has been the dumping ground for students ever since the school was founded. She gave him a confused look. Where are you going with this? Well, one of the biggest reasons you don't know much about your sister's condition is because knowledge of blood magic and curses isn't really around anymore. And if the very few times that might remain aren't public knowledge. But what if you had a repository of knowledge coming back 1,000 years in the past? A place where no headmaster could remove the books, like a place where lost things end up. You think there might be books on blood magic in the room? Harry shrugged. I've seen my share of old tomes in this place. What might be considered to be forbidden knowledge now wasn't always the case. If you want, you could come with me after this whole mess with the attack is over. We could end up finding something that might help your sister in some way. The possibility is slim, but it's better than doing nothing. The hug he received easily meant that she liked the idea. Thank you. Daphne was a complicated girl, but her motivation was simple. The truth is that she feels utterly helpless until she's allowed to start her healing training, which would take years to do anything. Harry gave her hope, something to busy her hand that might also help her sister would make her feel useful. After all, hope is a powerful thing. They ended up joining Blaise and Tracy in the 3 broomsticks, and for the first time in months, They didn't talk about attacks or teenage Dark Lords. They just hung out and had fun, even if there was the constant threat of death looming over Harry's head. And that was, of course, when things went to hell. At first, it was the screams and the spellfire. Harry grabbed his friends and ran out of the inn. He conjured a wall in front of him and stunned one of the attackers. Having taken a good look around, he saw dozens of men in Death Eater regalia, sending blasting curses around and attacking anything that moved. Harry simply waved his wand and sent the activation pulse to start both the petrification rune and the darkness fog. The effects weren't immediate, but slowly the morning sun started to get darker. He turned towards his friends and Tracy glared at him. "Don't you dare say it." He still said it. "I fucking told you so. See, this is what happens when you don't listen to me." "How long till the runes are charged up?" Blaze yelled at him. "A couple of minutes at most. The place should be completely dark in a few seconds, so channel some magic in your bracelet. We're getting out of here." "Which exit?" Daphne asked. "The Shrieking Shack," he replied. "There are too many of them near Hogsmeade." In less than 10 seconds, not a single spark of light was lit in the entire village of Hogsmeade, yet Harry and his friends could easily see their way forward. They could hear the attackers desperately scrambling their wands to light their wands to no avail. By the time they arrived at the Shrieking Shack, the petrifications had obviously started. People were yelling that they couldn't move, and then stayed silent soon after. His plan seemed to have worked so far, he only hoped that not too many people were hurt during the 2 minutes it took for the petrification ward to work. Chapter 1, 160. Chapter 1, 160. Demon's Run. 31st October, 1993, Hogsmeade. Augustus Rookwood stood a distance away from Hogsmeade, looking down at the bustling village. It felt strange to him how, despite the time that had passed since his days at Hogwarts, some things, like the crisp fall weather of October, remained the same. The afternoon sun hung in the sky, bright and strong, lighting up the village in a way that almost made it sparkle. The air was cool but not too cold, just how he remembered autumn days to be, perfect for a thick jumper and a walk around the village. The streets of Hogsmeade were busy with folks going about their business. Students from the school wandered in groups, probably enjoying their weekend freedom, laughing and joking around with each other. Shopkeepers stood in their doorways, chatting with neighbors or calling out to potential customers. Rookwood noted the cozy, busy scenes with a bit of a cold detachment. He had done his best for years to strive towards knowledge, to understand the world around him, and all it had brought him was misery and death. Perhaps the old saying was correct. Ignorance is bliss. They all looked unconcerned, so content with their lives, unknowing of the dangers that were lurking near, that their peace was coming to an end. It was as pitiable as it was fascinating. He had to admit that the view was spectacular. The leaves in the village had turned, showing off oranges, reds, and yellows, making the whole place look like it was part of an old painting. However, while lesser men would have marveled at the beauty, he was too busy planning on vulnerable areas to attack with his limited forces. As much as he hated to admit it, his recruitment efforts bore very little fruit in the last couple of weeks. The deadline was just too steep, and without the Dark Lord being there, guaranteeing that they would not suffer any consequences, his former comrades preferred not to risk their safety on just promises alone. Only the Dark Lord's most zealot followers agreed to join their attack. Only Walden McNair agreed to join from the old crowd, but that was out of bloodlust rather than any kind of loyalty. He did get some gold from Knott to hire a dozen or so mercenaries, but his benefactor was obviously not that invested in the outcome. At least Lucius would have contributed. May he rest in peace. Even if he was a prick, the Malfoy Patriarch obviously had a vision of what was important. Fortunately, Dolohov was more successful in his recruitment. Greyback and a good part of his pack agreed to participate in the attack. Fortunately, that was enough to make sure that their numbers were enough to validate as a significant threat. His only hesitation was his captor, the Smiling Killer. He thought that it was an apt name, if anything else. He didn't know about it until he researched Lucius's killer, and what he found made him even more terrified of them. The former Unspeakable was currently at the power of a serial killer who had dozens of victims under their belt, who they had mutilated to make a mockery of a smile, probably even tortured as they died. It took a while to digest that the threat to skin them alive wasn't a mere threat. He stopped all pretense of rebellion then and there. Dolohov seemed to have come to the same conclusion. He could only hope that the thing would leave them alone after that attack. He stood there in silence, unknowing of what awaited him, only to be joined by Dolohov. "It's very peaceful." "It is," the former unspeakable responded. "When is our dear smiling killer coming?" "He's not," Augustus simply said. "I don't like this, Augustus." "Neither do I, Antonin." The man took a deep breath. "You do understand what that means, don't you?" "That we're a distraction," Augustus scoffed. "Of course I did. Azkaban might have been a hellish experience, but my mind is still as sharp as ever." "And so is your arrogance, it seems," he joked back before steeling himself. "This monster wants to weaponize our Lord's name, to distract the work and use us as bait so that he would do something." Yes, Rookwood had also come to the same conclusion. The monster in human skin wanted something. There was a method, a reason behind its madness, he could tell. There was a reason why it insisted on the attack targeting Hogsmeade instead of something popular like Diagon Alley. There was a reason why the attack was occurring so early in the day, not the dead of night like they did for their lord. There was a reason why the attack was on Samhain, not because it was a sacred day, but because it's widely known to be a Hogsmeade weekend. Hogwarts, it all came down to Hogwarts in the end. The smiling killer wanted something in the school. They wanted the students to be in danger, for the professors to come running, leaving the school undefended. That thing wanted something from the castle, either kill a student or torture them. Their ability to go through wards would have let them be discreet and kill anyone without an issue. But they wanted a bang, they wanted attention. For what, he did not know, and yet he dreaded the answer. Even the Dark Lord did not dare attack the school, not because of Dumbledore, but because it was simply foolish to attack a place where the next generation of wizards and witches lived. No one wanted to be the king of the ashes after all. This attack gave him a bad feeling. "Unfortunately, Antonin, we don't really have a choice in the matter." His fellow Death Eater shrugged. "I know. I just wanted to ask if we had any guarantee that they wouldn't go back on their word and give us the Dark Lord's location." "They already gave it to me, in an enchanted piece of parchment. It would reveal itself tomorrow morning." "And you didn't try to dispel it because they would know?" Rookwood nodded in confirmation. He really liked Antonin. He was one of the few smart ones, and his professionalism was very appreciated. The man continued, "And if they lied, are you really willing to take that risk and confront them?" Dolohov looked away in shame, and Augustus suppressed the urge to smirk. The former dueling champion was as terrified of the smiling killer as he was. "It's getting late. We need to begin soon. I have to say that I missed this, and I do have a lot of pent-up frustration to release." Rookwood shared that sentiment. There was something satisfying in terrifying people, in gaining complete power over their life and death, especially after being powerless for so long. He hadn't really liked the raiding at first. It was just a means to an end, but he had grown to like it. The former unspeakable could see why people partook in it, even if it was just senseless violence. In silence, both Death Eaters put on their masks. Once a mark of pride as servants of the Dark Lord, now a mark of shame for using them for something unworthy. They put on the masks to change the world, not terrify a few school children to bait their teachers out of their castle. The other attackers took that as a sign to suit up, and they all used invisibility cloaks to sneak into the village. It didn't take long for Greyback and his brood to lose control and start attacking recklessly. It was expected. Werewolves tended to be impulsive and eager for violence, but Greyback's pack reveled in violence. They purposely liked to let their inner wolf have more control than it was necessary, and while this enhanced their bodies, their minds were affected all the time. They had been active so long that Greyback's name alone could make people stiffen in fear. Greyback's pack didn't seem particularly terrifying now. The savages just kept sending blasting curses at various establishments, probably attacking the students as well. He could tell that people started to realize what was happening by the screams. Someone started to yell out, "Greyback! Greyback is here!" And that's when the real panic set in. Of course, that was when people fled, or they would have if it weren't for the anti-apparition ward that the mercenaries put up. Everyone seemed to revel in the chaos except for Rookwood and Dolohov, who just walked slowly, sending curses at anyone who attacked them. His heart wasn't into it, and he could tell that Dolohov's wasn't either. There was no rightful cause that they were spreading, just senseless violence and death. There wasn't any challenge in fighting civilians. They would just wait for the professors to arrive to confront them. They continued on, ignoring the spellfire and the chaos around them. Augustus and Dolohov were in no hurry. Their mission was to lure the professors and bolt, nothing more, and until then they needed to conserve their energy. Whatever resistance they encountered was feeble at best. Dolohov sounded upset. "This is pathetic." Yes, it was. Rookwood didn't know if he was talking about their actions or how the residents of Hogsmeade were faring, but it was both. This was an insult of their skills, but the defenders were just useless. When he was younger, he learned in school the basics of how to defend himself. No one was even putting on a shield charm. His fellow attackers weren't even using unforgivable curses. Instead, the students, easily recognizable from their robes, were ducking and weaving, trying to avoid the fray. Some of the older ones threw a couple of spells, but that was it, and they were quickly overwhelmed. What was Hogwarts reduced to? How did magical Britain become this pathetic in just a decade? Where was the heart? Where was the survival instinct? To be a mage was to walk with death. This was literally Augustus's worst nightmare. He was the one attacking, yet he felt like he lost the most. The attack had barely started for less than a minute, and there was practically no sign of resistance left. Until the black fog came. Honestly, Augustus had never seen anything like it before. It appeared slowly, darkening any light source around. In 10 seconds, it looked like it was night. At 20, they could barely see anything. His fellow attackers tried to light their wands, but no light came. "What the hell is going on?" one of the mercenaries yelled. Rookwood didn't really know, but he could theorize. Sound was slowly being muffled as well, and any attempts at creating light were gone. Peruvian darkness powder, and a lot of it too, probably modified somehow. Dolohov yelled, "This is not the time for experimentation, Rookwood. What do we do?" "We leave," he simply stated. "Like hell we are," Greyback sneered. "I didn't take you as a coward, Rookwood. We will finish what we started." "It's obviously a trap," he insisted. "If it was a trap, then it's a ship one. Use your scent. You can smell the fear of our prey. You are my pack, and are we scared of the dark?" They yelled out, "No." "Then get back to work," he yelled. The mercenaries didn't seem to agree with him. "Fuck this, I'm out of here." They obviously tried to apparate but weren't able to. "Shit, something messed with our apparition wards. We need to get to the borders and leave." Rookwood simply said, "Agreed." He waved his wand and muttered, "Point me north." His wand turned towards a direction. He could feel where it was turned and proceeded to follow his wand's direction. Everything was going fine for a minute until it started. McNair yelled, "What the fuck?" "What is it?" "I can't move my arms," he yelled back. He walked towards the man's voice and examined him. He suppressed the urge to curse. The man's hands were petrified. Was he cursed somehow? Further examinations showed that he wasn't. He tried to dispel it, and it only worked for a fraction of a second before being petrified once more. "Shit, it's a ward. We need to get out of here now before we get petrified too. Run." And that was when they all started to run. Rookwood did his best to cast a curse on himself and Dolohov that would nullify any foreign attribute. Curses were nifty like that, not that anyone would care, since the first thing they thought was that it was dark magic and ran away in fear. Not the time, Augustus. This was so not the time. It was a draining spell that would only last as long as there was magic in it. Magic that was being quickly depleted by the petrification ward. It would buy them some time, but not enough. He heard the mercenaries yell as they fell, their legs probably petrified. That was unlucky. Rookwood and Dolohov seemed to have outrun the Peruvian darkness powder fog since he could see slightly. He was hopeful for a fraction of a second until his partner yelled and fell, seemingly having tripped. He ran towards him and saw that his leg was petrified. He tried to do anything to stop it, only to meet with some kind of resistance. The fog was coming towards them, and he cursed, "Fuck." Dolohov gave him a pitying look. "Go." "I can't. I'm petrified too. We don't even know where the border of the ward is." The former unspeakable looked at the coming fog and whispered, "It wasn't supposed to be this way." Fighting as much as he could against the petrification, he grabbed the piece of parchment that the smiling killer gave him and opened it for the first time. The ministry wasn't going to be lenient with them, that's for sure. He looked at it and started to laugh. It wasn't a pretty laugh, that's for sure, filled with desperation and madness. And as his movement became stiffer and he lost the ability to move, as the darkness fog overwhelmed him, he continued to laugh, until he couldn't move anymore. Because on that piece of parchment was a familiar smiling face drawn in blood. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. A Good Man Goes to War. 31st October 1993, Hogsmeade. The shrieking shack, once rumoured to be the most haunted dwelling in Britain, stood shrouded in the gathering dusk, its windows like blind eyes watching over the chaos that had engulfed Hogsmeade. The aged wooden exterior, weather-beaten and warped, groaned mournfully as the wind whistled through its cracks and crevices, an ominous accompaniment to the dire situation at hand. Harry and his friends, their breaths forming ghostly plumes in the chill air, hesitated for only a moment before plunging into the shack's dubious shelter. Once inside, they were greeted by the thick dust that danced lazily in the shafts of dim light piercing the boarded-up windows. The floorboards, uneven and rotten, creaked underfoot, a constant reminder of the decrepit nature of their hideout. The walls, peeling and discoloured, bore the scars of the countless stories and tragedies they had silently witnessed over the years. Shadows pooled in the corners of the room and draped the ceiling in darkness, while the scant furniture, a broken chair, a splintered table, looked like skeletal remains of a bygone era. The air was musty, heavy with the scent of mould and decay, and every sound seemed amplified in the hollowness of the shack. The whispers of movement, the rustle of fabric, the soft clink of the wand against wand as they prepared for what was to come. This place, once a refuge for Remus Lupin during his transformations, now stood as their temporary hideaway against Hogsmeade's attackers. The petrification ward that Harry had crafted was a masterpiece of defensive magic. Targeted protection over a large settlement, especially a public one, wasn't something common nowadays. It was something that Death Eaters commonly used in their attacks. It was easier to mark an apparition ward to allow only certain people to apparate, imprisoning their hostages. Harry, expecting this, had turned it around on them, the rune also adding a general apparition ward, preventing even the attackers from apparating away in fear. And the best thing was that the moment the magic ran out, the roots that were used to shape the runes would dissolve, and with them the marking plants and the ones that released the darkness fog. No one would know who was responsible, only that the perpetrators would come. If it was any other attack, he would have relaxed, but he still remembered the figure leading the fire and its aura. It was terrible, but it was powerful, and he definitely didn't think that things would be this easy. He was hopeful, but he should prepare for the best. Blaze was the first to speak up. "Are we safe here?" "No, we need to get to the castle. The wards will protect us there, and we can observe things better using our mirrors. Follow me, quickly." "What's the hurry?" Tracy complained. "We already escaped, didn't we?" Harry shook his head. Something is wrong. He wasn't bluffing. There was something wrong. He could feel it in his soul. His arcane hearing was giving him mixed signals, something that was muffling the other melodies. It was coming closer. They needed to get out of here, and quickly. Tracy looked like she was about to protest, but Harry was having none of it. "Look, I can understand you being a little rebellious, and I more than indulged that today. But I swear to every fucking deity on the planet, if you don't follow me out of the castle quickly, I will stun you and bring you there myself. I already told you that it was a bad idea for us to stay there with the possibility of an attack. So for once on this cursed day, just shut up and listen to what I have to say." All three of them nodded, looking nervous. He took a deep breath. "Good. Now follow me, we don't have much time." They all walked down to a very dusty room. Paper was peeling from the walls. There were stains all over the floor. Every piece of furniture was broken, as though somebody had smashed it. The windows were also barred shut. This must have been where Lupin came to transform. Harry looked around and saw a small trapdoor underneath some of the dust. He cleared the dust with a flick of his wand, and the door opened with a loud creak. "Get in here. There's a secret tunnel to the castle, specifically the Whomping Willow. If you poke the knot in the trunk, the tree will be paralyzed and you can go through." "What about you?" Daphne asked worriedly. "I'll be right behind you." A soft voice from the pack exclaimed, "No, you won't." Harry and his friends jumped at the voice and turned with their wands waved, only to stiffen the moment they saw him. The last Potter couldn't blame them. The intruder was wearing baggy torn robes that looked at least a decade old. They were also wearing a simple mask with a smiling face on it, painted in blood. He was also holding a very sharp knife that was definitely enchanted in some way and dripping blood ominously. But what terrified Harry wasn't his look, but what he could tell from his arcane hearing. This particular skill allowed him to hear magic, at least interpret magic using his hearing. Every object had a melody, even if it was minuscule. Everything but the being in front of him. The intruder was a void in magic, muffling anything that came near him. It was wrong. No, it was monstrous. That was the only way to describe the thing's presence. Tracy was shaking. "You're the smiling killer." 10 points to Slytherin, the monster responded. "It's not a very intimidating name, is it? But I think I made it work. They could have called me the Silent Killer or the Mad Killer. I would have been fine with them even calling me a ghost. But isn't it curious that people chose to pick smiling as my defining feature? I think that confused them the most. The killer who leaves smiles on the faces of their victims. Well, carved smiles on the faces of their victims. I wonder what magnificent faces you're going to make." Harry's friends gulped in fear, yet raised their wands, ready to fight at a moment's notice. They were shaking, though, as the smiling killer slowly walked closer, his knife glinting ominously in the dim light. The sound of his laughter was like a discordant melody, out of tune with the usual whispers of magic that Harry could see and hear. It didn't take long for them to come to the conclusion that they were in grave danger. Blaze was the one who cast first, sending a volley of beams of light towards their opponents who dodged them with unnatural grace. Daphne tried to summon roots to stop it, only for him to jump through the small gaps that would allow them. Tracy wasn't making any difference with the curses that she was using. Harry, though, wasn't attacking. Instead, he was working on a plan, while analyzing their opponent. He catalogued the enhanced speed and reflexes in the back of his mind as he readied his spell. The smiling killer leapt in the air, with his knife drawn towards Daphne, and Harry released the grip he had on his magic, expanding the space between them, making the monster in human skin miss. The killer stopped, definitely not expecting this move, allowing Harry time to plan. He waved towards the trapdoor, enlarging it, and urged, "Go now. I'll handle this." His voice was calm, but his mind was racing with plans and contingencies. "No," Daphne exclaimed, "we're not leaving you." "Then I'm sorry for this," he retorted. Before they could process his reply, Harry waved his wand, and his friends were pushed towards the enlarged trapdoor. They were yelling and gave him betrayed looks as they fell into the tunnel, and the trapdoor closed, melting into the floor. He turned towards his attacker, who was clapping slowly while tilting their head with a chilling imitation of curiosity. "Oh, you're a brace one, aren't you?" the monster mocked. "Brave like your father before you. Alas, bravery did not save him, and it won't save you either." Harry circled the intruder warily, noting every detail. The man's clothes were at least a decade old, either his own or from an old victim of his. His mask, though simple, was unnerving, and the knife was unlike anything Harry had seen before, humming with an enchantment that sang of indestructibility. The metal was definitely adamantine, and there was a soft noise whenever it moved, as the knife cut the air. So it was also unnaturally sharp. The smiling killer advanced suddenly with an unnatural speed, yet Harry expected this to happen somehow. He could tell the angle that the knife would come at and instinctively dodged it before the monster even started. He suppressed his surprise when the monster attacked exactly as he saw it, and the dodge worked. The smiling killer froze in surprise at first, only to start attacking once more. Harry was sure that if the man's face wasn't hidden by a mask, he would have seen a feral grin underneath, considering the enthusiasm the man was attacking with. As they danced this macabre waltz, Harry's mind worked furiously. He made a very quick plan. He saw the killer attack, and he planned it. Obscure his attacker's vision with a small flash of light, extend the space between them for the monster to be unbalanced and miss his thrust. Conjure ice spikes to pin his feet to the floor, bludgeoning curse to the knees, aggravating the wound further. Conjure ice chains to restrain incoming strikes from the knife-wielding arm. Create a gravity magic circle to pin him down. Summon a bolt of lightning to end the fight. Conclusion: spikes through his feet, tied hands, dislocated knees, body pinned to the ground with possible nerve damage. It worked at first. The flash of light blinded him, allowing Harry to extend to space between them. He conjured ice spikes to pin him down, and the monster's scream was disturbingly satisfying. He sent the bludgeoning curses at the knees and conjured the ice chains, only for the unthinkable to happen. The man's hand moved through the chains, and the knife was coming disturbingly close towards Harry. He did his best to dodge and lashed out with a conjured ice dagger. Then, by reflex, expanded the space between them once more. Harry had never heard of any kind of magic that allowed people to move through them. He knew that it wasn't an illusion, since he could hear the void using his arcane hearing. He felt some stinging in his cheek, and he touched it to see that his finger was bloody. "What are you?" he couldn't help but ask. The smiling killer started to laugh. "I guess you could call me a ghost from the past." "You can't use magic, can you?" The monster stiffened. "You're a clever one, aren't you?" "But not clever enough." Looking at his opponent, Harry realized that the monster did not come out unscathed either. Outside his injured feet, Harry seemed to have hit his shoulder with his desperate attack. So the phasing had to be done at will and was not a reflex. The monster obviously couldn't phase and hit him at the same time, a limitation that Harry would do his best to exploit. "I won't let you pass," he stated, trying to buy some time. "Oh, I'm not interested in passing," the killer retorted with a slimy voice. "You, Harry Potter, are my target. Always have been. You've been very gracious to come directly to me. I dread how many children I would have killed just to find you. In a way, you saved many lives by coming here. It's a shame, really. You're the most interesting fight I've had in a very long time. You could have been so entertaining. Alas, fate has other ideas. It's nothing personal, kid." "How is killing me not personal?" "Don't blame me. Blame your bitch of a mother. She's the one who cursed you with this. I have to say that I will enjoy watching your eyes, her eyes lose their light at my hand. I'm done playing. So goodbye, Harry Potter. May you find your peace in death." The smiling killer leapt towards him, his knife drawn once more, but with far more speed. Harry sent multiple icicles at him, but the killer phased through them as if they weren't even there. The knife was getting disturbingly closer to his face, only for the knife to, in turn, pass through Harry, who turned out to be an illusion. Before the monster could process what happened, he was hit with a blasting curse to the head from the side. The killer must have had some kind of magical protection, since their head was not blasted into pieces, even if their body was sent flying away. One thing was missing, though. When Harry peered towards his downed opponent, he froze as he recognized their unmasked face looking back at him. Chapter 162. Chapter 162, Unmasked. 31st October, 1993, Hogsmeade. One thing was missing, though. When Harry peered towards his downed opponent, he froze as he recognized their unmasked face, looking back at him. It was hard to describe what was beneath the killer's mask outside of it being monstrous. The twisted face that Harry now stared at was a mix of horror and, strangely enough, familiarity, a blend that sent a chill down his spine. The left side of the attacker's face could have been considered handsome, obviously, a male face, with sharp cheekbones and a strong jawline that spoke of noble heritage, marred only by a single scar that cut a thin white line across the olive skin. However, the right side was a stark, nightmarish contrast. It was a ravaged landscape of flesh that spoke of dark curses and deeper pains. The skin, if one could still call it that, resembled the remnants of parchment left too long in a fierce flame, edges curled and blackened, but held together by some eldritch force. It seemed to writhe and twitch with a life of its own, as if the ash was struggling to flee the monster it was a part of. This damaged skin, or what replaced skin, seemed to pulse faintly with a sickly glow, giving the impression of embers that refused to die. His eye on the affected side was a pale, lifeless orb, milky in appearance, and stared forward with an unsettling emptiness, providing no hint of vision or soul. It was surrounded by what looked like fissures, where the skin had split and folded, creating valleys and ridges that seemed to mock the very concept of human anatomy. A few strands of what was once hair clung to the scarred scalp, brittle and ashen, like remnants of a scorched tapestry. The other eye, the one not ravaged by whatever malevolence had befallen him, was a stark and haunting grey. It was a whirlpool of storms, the kind that had seen too much and forgotten nothing. There was just something strangely familiar about those eyes. Below that dichotomy of eyes lay a nose that seemed to have been broken and poorly reset multiple times, giving it a crooked and jagged appearance, only adding to the asymmetry of his features. His lips were uneven, the one on the undamaged side curved in what could have been a smirk in another life, while the other was a stretched, taut line, barely containing the teeth that seemed too white, too sharp. His breath came in ragged gasps, and even that seemed a miracle that such a desecrated body could hold life. There was just something familiar about the man, something that Harry couldn't put his finger on. The man giggled in madness, seemingly happy with Harry's speechlessness. Unsettling, isn't it? There is a reason I wear a mask. There's something familiar about you. Who are you? That seemed to amuse the man further, a shard of the past, a forgotten remnant of a tragic era. What the fuck happened to you? You were human once, I can tell, not whatever abomination you became. The man started to giggle. What happened to me, you say? Why, your bitch of a mother happened to me. He was growling by the end of the sentence. What the fuck is with you guys and my mother? First Lupin and now you. The deranged man stopped laughing when he heard Lupin's name, stiffening in surprise until he forced himself into that persona again. Because Lily was at the center of it all. Who would have thought that perfect little Lily Evans, the girl who stood up to purebloods far more influential than she ever could be, with a spine of steel, the girl who wrapped half her professors around her fingers by her first years, the girl who fought against injustice, would have been a monster all along. It was all a mask, just like mine. She had everything she could have ever wanted lined up, but she chose to become a monster, to betray everyone. Betray who? The Order, her friends, her husband, the cause, everyone. What she did in Godric's Hollow was so monstrous that I doubt the darkest wizards would ever do anything like it. A realization came across Harry's mind. You were there. You were at Godric's Hollow that night. You're looking at the only survivor of your mother's flames, boy. I am the only one who knows about what she really did that day. How does it feel to have a mass murderer as a mother? Your mother spilt more blood that day than Voldemort ever did. Harry simply shrugged. I don't really care, to be perfectly honest. That seemed to take the wind out of the sails of the downed man. You don't care. Your mother massacred thousands of innocents, muggles and mages alike. She destroyed even more lives, made orphans of children and widowers of husbands and wives because of her selfishness. And you're not ashamed to have someone like that as a mother. Why would I be? Why would I care about some dead woman's actions? They're not mine and they don't affect me. At least they didn't until you came. And for all your outrage against her, for all your anger and hatred, you don't care about the victims either. Everything you're doing is personal. You feel betrayed. You feel wronged. You knew her, or at least you thought you knew her, and she failed you. You must have been close, very close for that betrayal to hurt you so much. With every one of Harry's words, the killer was getting progressively more furious. The visual cues were very easy now that he was unmasked, and Harry could easily read his expressions to see if his guesses were correct or not. He kept on going until the man simply couldn't handle it anymore and threw his enchanted knife at Harry's head. This knife was enchanted and cursed with enough magic that could go through most magical shields, even physical ones, yet Harry was unconcerned. With a flick of his wand, space bent around him, making the knife literally go around him instead of hitting him. It was a variation of the expansion charm that he adapted into a shield. It wasn't perfect, and it was very draining, but it was a spell that Harry was proud of. The man's miss seemed to dishearten him even further, and Harry just went with the kill. Isn't that right, Sirius Black? It was easy to deduce his identity from the clues. The anger was too raw, too outraged. Adding in the familiar color of the man's eyes, it was elementary. The monster in human skin looked back at Harry and burst into laughter. It wasn't pretty, it was just deranged. Isn't that cute? Little Potty finally figured it out. Do you like what you see? Do you like what your mother turned your dear old godfather into? I can't say that it's your best look, Harry replied, with a dry humor that felt oddly misplaced in the grim setting. He knew enough about Sirius Black's personality to know that this was the best way to get answers. Sirius's face, even in its grotesque state, seemed to twist into a crazier grin if that was possible. His good eye sparkled with that same stormy grey, a hurricane of fury and glee. Sirius's posture changed. He sat up straighter as if the revelation had breathed new life into his mangled body. "You're funnier than I thought you would be. That's me, your godfather, in the flesh. Well, what's left of it anyway? Look, I know that my mother hurt you. You think this is about me, Harry?" Sirius's voice was a growl, a sound that seemed to scrape the edges of the chaos within him and spread it into the air. "You think I'm just a man scorned? You have no idea. Your mother ... He spat the words out like venom. "I trusted her. We all trusted her. We were fighting side by side for years, and when Death Eaters attacked Godric's Hollow, we all fought together as we always did. We knew that we were probably going to die that night. There were just too many of them, practically whatever remnant there was of Voldemort's army that wasn't already arrested. It was just me, your mother, and your father against 100 wizards and witches, and dozens of werewolves. We were fighting with everything. Bellatrix had just summoned some kind of uncontrollable fiend fire. We were ready to shield against it, but imagine my shock when your mother just took a ritual knife and stabbed James in the heart." The ashes around his face seemed to agitate the more he spoke. He was my brother, my best friend, and he was betrayed by a woman he loved over everything. The worst thing was that a ritual like hers had to be prepared. She planned on killing James to power a ritual before they were even attacked. A betrayed love is a very powerful catalyst for any magic. And she killed him just like that. His love for her was so grand, so powerful, that it literally blew the fiend fire away and razed the entire village to the ground. She did all of that for you. What a joke. Harry's mind was still processing this. It wouldn't make any sense to take the obviously deranged man's word for it. Instead, he simply asked, "And how did you survive?" Sirius's laughter this time was a crescendo of madness, starting low and building up into a howling cackle. "Who said anything about me surviving? I died, just like the rest. I just didn't stay dead. At that moment, I hated your mother so much that I refused to leave. I fought with every fiber of my body, trying to get back at the bitch who killed my brother. I vowed to take away everything that she loved, just as she did to me." Harry hummed. "So, you're essentially a ghost, but instead of leaving traces of your personality, your very soul was stuck somewhere. Whatever my mother had done must have made it possible somehow, a weird form of soul magic that allows you to project yourself into reality. So that's how you're phasing through things. That's why you have no magic. You're a portal to something, a place without magic that sucks everything in. Hence the magical resistance. A different plane of existence, perhaps, where you can only materialize in a single plane at once. I didn't think that was possible." Sirius snorted bitterly. "Look at you. You sound just like her. You don't care, do you? About what happened? It took me some time to learn that I wasn't a ghost. I saw a lot. I saw Dumbledore's lies, that the world he spoke about was just a scam to lure people in. That's when I realized that they're all the same. Dumbledore, Voldemort, your mother, you. All of you speak pretty words, promises of better futures, of better lives, and make people follow you. For the first time in my life, my eyes were opened, and I vowed to change it, to burn every remnant of you monsters from the world. I will be the one to reset the balance, to tip the scales so that justice can truly be served. The silent guardian, the dark knight, killing the schemers like you, like Dumbledore, like Lily. And what about the causalities of your little crusade? What about the people that will oppose you? They will burn, just as I burned, and they'll see the truth just as I did." The man's eyes were manic in excitement, which made the young Slytherin uncomfortable. Harry regarded Sirius with clinical coldness, the way one might study an interesting but dangerous specimen behind protective glass. "You're insane." His statement was clinical and factual, which didn't leave any room for compromise. Sirius leaned forward, the charred skin of his face cracking with the movement. His expression turned to that of a very disturbed grin. "You're just getting that now?" Harry stood unflinchingly as Sirius's laugh, jagged and broken, filled the room again. He needed to understand the complete picture, to see where the puzzle pieces fit, and for that he had to let Sirius talk. "So that's it? That's your grand plan? Kill enough people and just watch the world burn. You don't really expect that to work, do you? Maybe not, Sirius said, a grotesque smile spreading across the half of his mouth, still capable of it. But it's better than letting this grotesque world exist. The world is sick, poisoned by power and lies. It's in dire need of correction. I'll burn it all down, and maybe, from the ashes, a new world will rise. One without lies, without masks. Harry's expression didn't waver, though inside his mind was racing. He had to keep Sirius talking, keep him from realizing that Harry was analyzing his every word, every gesture. And if nothing happens? If the next world is not up to your standards? What if there isn't a next world at all? What if all that's left is just ashes? Sirius's eye flared, and his voice was a venomous hiss. Then I'll burn it again and again until I get the world I want. And if that's impossible, then maybe the world deserves to be destroyed. There was something profoundly tragic about the man before Harry. A man reduced to a twisted shadow, driven by the pain of betrayal and loss, warped into something unrecognizable, something inhuman. The question that comes to mind now is, how does killing me help with any of that? Harry simply questioned. You're the key, Lily's backup plan. Before the man could continue, an exploding spell hit Sirius in the head, sending him flying away. That's enough, Padfoot. Harry turned and saw the familiar figure of Remus Lupin, looking far more feral than he ever was in class, his wolf howling in the night. Sirius quickly got up with a snarl. Moony, I've been meaning to give you a visit. How nice of you to spare me the effort. Chapter 163. Chapter 163, Reunion. 31st October, 1993, Hogsmeade. Sirius quickly got up with a snarl. Moony, I've been meaning to give you a visit. How nice of you to spare me the effort. Harry decided not to involve himself as the two marauders met for the first time in over a decade. It was useful data. Emotions tend to get people to reveal information that they would rather keep close to their chests. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were mysteries that he wanted to solve and that provided him with an opportunity. Black didn't finish speaking about the real reason why he was hunting Harry, a reason that Lupin seemed to recognize and not want him to divulge. It must have something to do with Lupin's plans in Hogwarts. The werewolf stood there with an intimidating posture, glaring at his former comrade. You're not the only one who changed, Sirius. Yes, I can see her disgusting taint on you. Were you always her pet, or did that only happen after graduating? The grey-eyed man responded with a disturbing smirk on his face. Lily saved me, healed me. I don't need to transform anymore. Can't you see how amazing this is? Sirius growled in response. So during all our time together, you really were her little follower. You knew what she was, and you let James marry this monster. She could have saved my entire race, cured lycanthropy. If everyone went through what I did, we would have died out in a generation or two, and the ones suffering like me wouldn't be discriminated against. We would be free. Can't you see that? That fact seemed to have surprised Sirius slightly. Well, it only cost you every positive relationship you ever had. I hope it was worth it. Did you even mourn James when he died? Did you mourn me? Or did you just not care about anything except your chance at curing your condition? Lupin looked down. I didn't know that she was going to kill James. But you did know that she didn't love him, not like he did her. Looking back, I could have seen it. The small expressions of disgust and exasperation on her face when she thought no one was looking. I knew that she married him because she wanted something. I assumed it was some kind of knowledge. That's what she really cared for in Hogwarts. She always liked to say that with enough knowledge we could save the world. I didn't know that she would do what she did. I didn't expect the fire. I don't think she did either. Whatever happened in Godric's Hollow wasn't her design. Black scoffed. Of course it wasn't. She thought she was safe under the Fidelius charm. She might not have expected the attack, but she did plan on killing off James, of using her son for her own ends. I saw it. I saw her, and believe me, I remember. She just didn't expect the fiend fire. She did it in a hurry and paid the price for it. I lived with my sins, Sirius. Did even try anything else before resorting to mass murder. The dog Animagus burst into laughter. My entire life was me trying. I did my best to fight every impulse I had. And for what? To be stabbed in the back by someone I trusted. For Dumbledore to use me as a pawn, just as he used you, just as he used all of us. Yeah, I tried enough. In death, I will do what had to be done and get rid of the monsters. So you killed all those people. Some of them we had fought side by side with, some of whom were our classmates. Lupin responded. They were poisoning the world that I fought for, that James fought for. People who committed atrocities for Dumbledore, for Voldemort. And you know what? I watched them scream in agony as I carved their faces, and it was beautiful. It was redemptive. As far as I'm concerned, these animals got what they deserved. And isn't that what we all talked about in school, saving the world, one smile at a time? Sirius, do you seriously think that James would approve of what you're doing, approve of you trying to kill his own son? He's dead, Sirius yelled before calming down slightly, and that's the only good thing about death, Moony. The dead don't care. I can't let you kill him, the werewolf suddenly said after a few seconds of silence. Your opinion stopped mattering a long time ago, Remus. You know what he is. It's the only way. Lupin seemed undeterred. You'll have to go through me. The Who could have been Harry's godfather, let out a mad giggle. Oh, Moony, I was already planning on doing that. The tension between the two former friends was palpable. The very air seemed to shudder with anticipation. Harry couldn't help but observe with a morbid curiosity how this clash would unfold. He had to admit that Lupin's transformation was fascinating. His body seemed to control, expand and reshape itself into an imposing feral creature. Muscles bulged and fur sprouted, a thick, silver-tinged coat that seemed to glow oddly. His face elongated, the jaw snapping and stretching into a muzzle bristling with needle-sharp teeth, while his eyes, those human windows to the soul, now reflected only the primal rage of his inner wolf. This was not what a werewolf was supposed to look like. He was too large, too muscular instead of lean. Harry realized that if Lupin's earlier were true, his mother had helped him with the aim of creating a living weapon, not curing lycanthropy. The changes made Remus the ultimate werewolf that couldn't infect anyone and that wasn't forced to change. It did not suppress that change. There was something awe-inspiring about it, if Harry was completely honest. Black's change, on the other hand, was far more natural. The duality of his nature seemed to also translate into canine form. One side of his face took the shape of a massive black dog, with thick fur and eyes gleaming with madness. The other side, however, was the stuff of nightmares, a charred and ashen mockery of his canine form, with skin flaking away into ash, revealing the raw, smouldering flesh beneath. It was more akin to a hellhound in Greek mythology than an actual dog. And from this twisted maw, the animagus snarled in a challenging manner, something that the werewolf seemed to understand and return. Initially, their clash was a cacophony of growls and snapping jaws as they collided with a force that seemed to shake the floor beneath them. Harry had a hard time following it, not because of the destruction, but because they were just so fast. Lupin was a whirlwind of destruction, his claws seeking Black's flesh, yet each strike met only air as the dog Animagus phased through them and attacked the surprised werewolf from the back. But every single wound was also healed in seconds. Lupin's regeneration was just on another level. They seemed locked in a stalemate of some sort, neither of them doing any sort of damage. That was until the dog Animagus leapt towards his opponent and phased completely through him, planning to attack him from the back, only to be taken by surprise by Lupin, who unleashed an odd howl. From the maw of the werewolf, a sound that was more than sound took on some kind of silver sheen, which blasted the dog Animagus away towards his enchanted knife. The smiling killer reverted to his human form, Lupin seemingly following his lead. Even in their human forms, they were still glaring at each other. We're in a stalemate, Padfoot. I can't touch you, and you can't harm me. There's no scenario where you could lay a finger on Harry. Sirius's laughter in response was unhinged. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is all useless. However, before the professor could react, the dog Animagus reached into his cloak, his movements swift and precise despite his injuries, and flung a handful of gleaming silver dust towards Remus's face. It was an old trick, a dirty one, but effective. Lupin really shouldn't have let his guard down. Perhaps he thought that Black would just leave. The werewolf howled in pain as he clutched his eyes. Then again, maybe you're wrong. Silver still seems to hurt you, Mooney. Not as effective as before, but seemed to be enough for it to matter. I knew that this would come in handy. You always said that I fight dirty. I guess you were right. Blinded but not defeated, Lupin staggered, trying to attack his opponent somehow. If Harry had to describe what he saw, it would be that the dust acted more like pepper spray than anything else. Black didn't let him have time to recover and stabbed him with his knife. The enchanted knife must have contained a silver alloy of some sort, as the wound didn't seem to heal as quickly. Deciding to not take any chances, he threw more silver dust into the wound, making the werewolf howl in pain. An interesting solution. Harry was more partial to liquids since they stayed more than just powder or a knife. The effect stayed for longer than whey, although the powder to the eyes was a nice touch. Harry could see uses for it. Don't worry, Mooney, I'm not going to kill you now. We'll still have a lot of fun. After all, there's a lot of questions I need answered about Lily. He then turned towards Harry with a mad grin on his face. Well, with that distraction out of the way, let's get back to our business. Where were we? Ah, right. I was about to gut you. Is that so? Harry responded with a bored tone. I distinctly remember kicking your ass. Oh, little ickle potty, I was just playing with you. You got one shot by surprise and you didn't do much. I have to say, I'm looking forward to seeing the desperation in your eyes, your terror, as the light leaves your eyes. It's always been the best part. I would have rather watched your mother bite the bullet, but you're a close second. After all, you have her eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that's not going to happen, Harry stated with a clinical bored tone. All right, I'm curious. How are you going to stop me then? I guess you'll just have to find out. The mass murderer leapt towards Harry, who dodged and released his hold on the spell he's been preparing during his attacker's fight with Lupin. Harry gave him a small grin. Do you know what heat is, Sirius Black? Before he could realize what was happening, Harry took a step forward. What the monster didn't expect was for an entire side of his body to freeze the moment it happened. Before the man could turn intangible, Harry sent an exploding charm at the frozen body, sending him away in pieces. Heat is how we measure how fast molecules move around, and well, cold just means that they're not moving. You can try to phase through it all you want, but you won't be able to do anything to me without touching me, without materializing yourself, in which you'll be frozen into nothing. Black's missing part's body seemed to reform very slowly into ash. He didn't really see that coming. Actual chunks of flesh turned to ash and returned to the man's body. Even the injured Flash returned as ash, giving him a more monstrous nature. Even then, the ash seemed to darken and turn into darkened flesh, similar to the destroyed side of his face. Would he be able to return to his previous state? What was the limit of this regeneration? He had never regeneration like this ever. Most magical creatures capable of healing missing limbs would regrow them over time. It wasn't anywhere near this fast. Looking at him in slight awe, Harry couldn't help but ask, "What are you?" Black declined to answer and leapt at Harry, trying to get one cheap shot, only for Harry to extend the range of his ice spell and blast him once more with his wand. Harry didn't want to show it, but maintaining this spell took a lot out of him. Even though the dog Animagus was completely disintegrated, his remains turned to ash and started to reform, slowly taking a humanoid form. Harry could finally see just how inhuman the man who could have been his godfather became as he floated at the border of Harry's ice spell. The monster whispered in a monstrous tone, "I'll be back." Before flying away with a screech, Harry slumped in relief, unlocked the tunnel to Hogsmeade once more, and levitated his groaning professor through it. It was time to go back to the castle. Chapter 1, 164, Chapter 1, 164, Dark Wings. 1st November, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up from his bed and realized that it was later than his usual waking time. He was genuinely just exhausted by the time he had gotten to bed, and he would have loved to sleep in. Alas, it was Monday and they still had classes. How unfair was that? He literally saved an entire village from an attack, and he had to go to class the next day. Things were tense when he joined his friends back, while levitating an unconscious Lupin, but his clothes. He tried levitating the werewolf by himself, but his magic resistance was on another level. It was strangely reminiscent of how people describe Dragonhide. Neither Blaze, Tracy, nor Daphne said a word to him on their way back to their common room. They were obviously pissed with him, but he was too exhausted emotionally to care. He simply summoned all of the silver from the unconscious werewolf's body, allowing his wounds to heal unnaturally quickly. He did an experiment discreetly to see how silver interacted with him. Unlike other werewolves, it didn't burn him at the touch, but it seemed to skip any magical protection he had. To normal werewolves, silver was more akin to acid, and it was one of the biggest reasons why they put up with the way the ministry treated them. Such a well-known weakness that affected them even outside their transformation made killing them very easy. However, in Lupin's case, the silver severely burned his eyes like pepper spray and weakened him when it entered his body. Theoretically, if a serum containing silver entered his bloodstream, it would be very easy to kill him. However, with the melting point of silver being extremely high and the fact that researchers discovered that altering silver in any way, like using silver nitrate or enchanting the silver in any way, rendered whatever property it had that worked so well against werewolves useless. Those avenues were very slim. The measure would be to get the man to breathe silver powder. It would be very hard to remove it, and Lupin would be very weakened until the silver left his system, which could take a long time. He would think of another measure later, but the data he had so far was extremely useful. Still, he left the werewolf on the school grounds, where he was visibly healing, and would probably have regained his consciousness soon after. When Harry went down to the common room, he was met with an uncomfortable silence. He took his time to actually notice how his friends were looking, and while Blaze and Tracy seemed angry, Daphne looked more hurt for some reason. Harry expected them to start some kind of confrontation, but was thankful that they didn't. He had warned them about the common room being bugged by the court of Slytherin, and honestly, he was just too worn out to start a confrontation without even having a chance to drink his morning coffee. After they silently went up to the Great Hall for their breakfast, they saw that while the Great Hall buzzed with the usual morning chatter, there was an undercurrent of unease permeating every table. Tracy seemed to beat Harry to the punch and asked one of the prefects, whose name Harry simply didn't bother memorizing, "What's going on?" The prefect gave her an incredulous look. "You're joking, right? McGonagall just announced that classes are cancelled today. It probably has something to do with whatever happened in Hogsmeade yesterday." "What happened yesterday?" "We left early since Harry wasn't feeling well." "Lucky timing, I guess. Apparently Hogsmeade was attacked last night. But this weird black fog came, and when it disappeared, the attackers were petrified. Half of the house had spent last night answering questions from the ministry. We still don't know who the petrified people were since they wore masks, but the DMLE grabbed them for interrogations." Tracy and Blaze stared wide-eyed at Harry, while Daphne chose to end the conversation with the prefect. "Thanks for answering our questions." The boy just shrugged and went back to speaking to his friends. Seeing his friends about to explode, he waved his wand to cast a small privacy bubble around them. He did it just in time since Tracy whispered, "Morgana, it bloody worked." Harry scoffed. Of course it worked. However, I am curious about how the ministry is going to spin this. I think they'll pretend it was their idea all along or something. "But they didn't do anything," Tracy exclaimed. "They didn't, but people need to trust their government. That's not to mention that Fudge's approval rates are lower than they've ever been. People just don't feel safe ever since Azkaban was destroyed. This is an easy way to get people to re-elect him in the next turn." Daphne nodded. Any politician would have done the same. It's a fairly common tactic, but the beneficent often pays whoever was responsible. But since we want to stay anonymous, it's a free win for the ministry. Their theory was proven to be correct when they say the first page of the Daily Prophet. Triumph over Darkness. Fudge's Ministry Prevails in Hogsmeade. By Rita Skeeter. In a stunning display of courage and cunning, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, under the commendable leadership of our esteemed minister, Cornelius Fudge, successfully thwarted a heinous attack on Hogsmeade this past weekend. In what could have been one of the darkest days in our recent history, The brave witches and wizards of the DMLE captured all the attackers, which included all the remaining Azkaban escapees, Fenrir Greyback and his infamous werewolf pack, and several mercenaries. Surprisingly, Walden McNair, a ministry employee, was found wearing a mask and participating in the attack. The ministry has promised a thorough investigation into McNair's involvement, ensuring that justice will be served. The attack, characterized by nefarious dark magic and chaos, was quickly met with a new magical technique that summoned some kind of black fog that blinded everyone and temporarily petrified the attackers. Sources say that the magic was developed by a collaboration between the Department of Mysteries and the DMLE as a response to Azkaban's destruction earlier this summer. This reporter can do nothing but praise the result of this collaboration, which captured every single attacker without a single casualty. Minister Fudge, in a statement to the Prophet, expressed his unwavering resolve. Let this victory be a testament to the strength and resilience of the ministry. Let it be said that in these dark times our main priority is to guarantee the safety of the citizens of magical Britain, and today was a monumental success in making our glorious nation safe once more. We stand united against any force that dares to threaten our peace and prosperity. The minister's decisive actions and strategic foresight have been lauded by many in the wizarding community, causing a dramatic rise in his approval ratings. In the wake of this triumph, the streets of Hogsmeade remain calm, with citizens expressing their gratitude and relief. We owe our safety to the ministry, said one relieved shopkeeper. Without their swift response, who knows what horrors could have befallen our village? As the ministry continues to uphold law and order, we sleep a little sounder, knowing that under its vigilant watch, the darkness will always be kept at bay. For more information about the Hogsmeade attack, view pages 2 to 3. For more information about Fenrir Greyback, view page 4. For more information about the escaped inmates, view page 5. For more information about Minister Fudge's leadership, view pages 6 through 8. Blaze's face turned stormy. I can't believe they're taking all the credit. It's better for everyone in the long run. The minister has been trying to engage magical Britain in an international way. But with what happened to Azkaban, he was starting to lose sponsorships for the Quidditch World Cup. And that would have been a disaster. You can't blame a starving man for eating any meal that comes before him. Harry responded calmly. You always have an answer, don't you? He answered while sneering. I know that you're angry at me. Harry started, but he was interrupted by Tracy. You treated us like children. We made that plan with you. We worked our asses off for you. You didn't even say what happened with the freak with the knife. He didn't even have a wand, but you sent us away like we were less than you. In my defense, you were acting like children. I told you that we should leave, but you refused. I indulged you because you deserved the break, and I recognized that. But you promised me that you would follow my orders if there was an attack, and not to second-guess me. You went back on that promise. And just for your information, the smiling killer wasn't just some freak with a knife. Did you see what happened to Lupin? He tried to intervene in our fight. He lasted less than 2 minutes. And while I was able to drive him off, I didn't really hurt him. So it's a man? Daphne asked. Yes, it was. Or at least, he used to be a man. It's very hard to call him human after what he became. But that's not the point. The truth is that for all your talks of joining me, you still don't trust me. And until that happens, I just can't trust you to do something without questioning it first. And if I hadn't forced you into that tunnel, you would have died. There's no way around it. We would, Tracy protested. I'm not saying you're not good. You're very talented for your age. But the 4 of you together wouldn't be able to land a hit on Lupin, let alone the thing that almost killed him. And I know for a fact that I made the right decision. How would you know? Blaze asked with a frown. I know because I was his target. He wanted to kill me. Look, you're the ones who agreed to follow me. I didn't ask you to do it, but it was your decision, not mine. I wasn't sure that I should have, but I brought you into the big leagues, nonetheless, assuming that you would trust me to make the right choice. I didn't ask any of you to join me, and yet you did. I didn't ask to be the target of a fucking serial killer, and yet I am. I didn't ask for that fucking monster in human skin to be my godfather who was supposed to be dead, but he is, and he fucking wants to kill me. I didn't ask for my mother to be some kind of dark witch that killed my own fucking father, yet she did. I have a lot more on my mind than to listen to you whining about not being treated like adults when I have literally trusted you with the defense of an entire village." Harry took a deep breath and continued, "If I treated you like children, I wouldn't have trusted you with my visions. I wouldn't have asked you to contribute to Hogsmeade's defense, and I definitely wouldn't have been training you to hold your ground. I have so much on my plate and I'm tired. I guess I just expected my friends to support it with me instead of piling on even more." The words hung heavily in the air, and Harry could feel the weight of his friends' hurt and frustration. They looked down with a mix of shame and anger. Daphne's eyes were red, which made Harry really regret his words. He was just tired. The last Potter could understand that they felt betrayed when he trapped them in that tunnel. He would have been as well. But they had to understand that this was the only way to keep them safe. He would have been distracted if he had tried to protect them, and Sirius would have definitely taken advantage of that. He just didn't want to see them hurt. He had a lot to figure out, and quickly. Black would return, and he didn't know when. Hogwarts ward will not stop him. The castle walls will not keep Harry safe. He needed to start planning for that inevitability. Luckily, he had an idea about how to get started. Author's note: before any of you say anything, this is just a minor spat between friends. I noticed that I haven't really developed any of Harry's friends' characters. It was an oversight on his part. I guess I'm mirroring my thoughts towards Harry, since I did in fact neglect their character development. This is essentially my trying to get them a little more involved in the story, and I didn't want it to be a sudden thing. Chapter 1. 165. Chapter 165. Amends. 1st November 1993, Hogwarts. Daphne watched as her best friend got up and left the Great Hall out of obvious frustration over their words and felt a mixture of guilt and shame. This wasn't how she wanted things to go, but even if they had done it badly, they had put their point across. It had completely backfired, and the blonde couldn't help but wish that they hadn't confronted him like they had. Tracy, Blaise and she did talk the previous night after Harry had gotten to sleep about how he was treating them. But whatever calm manner they decided on to broach the issue completely went out of the window. It wasn't like this issue was a new thing. It was always there in the background, brewing, and her two friends exploded out of frustration more than anything. They have been trying to push the line as much as they could. And even if Daphne disapproved, a part of her wished to do the same. Their complaints might be valid, but the way they expressed themselves simply wasn't. And Daphne was really afraid that they might have damaged their friendship with Harry. They needed some damage control. "We need to apologize to him." Blaise scoffed. "For what? He's the one who's being unreasonable." "Really? We're the ones who spun this up on him after he fought off a serial killer and found out it was his supposed dead godfather. He's probably frustrated and angry. We just added more fuel to the fire." "Do you really think he would have acted differently if that wasn't the case?" Tracy asked. "I don't know, but that's the point. We don't know. What happened to being reasonably calm and collected and not ambushing him?" "He's smart enough to handle it," Blaise responded. "You're joking, right?" Daphne said with a deadpan tone. "Intellectually, you're right. Harry is a genius. He can make wonders of magic that I've never even heard of, and discuss theories that masters probably struggle with. But when it comes to social events and relationships, he's an idiot, and you know it. He's going through a lot, and all we did was pile on him. He's not some fragile bird that we need to worry about scaring off. Don't underestimate him. Just because you have a crush on him doesn't mean that you have to be on his side," Tracy retorted. The blonde froze at her friend's statement. It was right in a way. Daphne did have a crush on Harry, and it did tend to cloud her vision a bit when it came to him. And in a way, she was right. The betrayed look Harry gave her when she didn't take his side made her heart ache. Yet she chose to stay her ground and support her friends to present a united front. For Tracy to throw her crush in her face despite that was a very low blow. She suppressed the urge to get angry and took a deep breath. "Trace, I'm not saying that he's blameless, but we shouldn't have pushed so much in Hogsmeade, and you know it. He's treating us like we're children, like he's better than us," she exclaimed back. "He is better than us, Tracy. He's always been better than us. Are you seriously going to tell me that you're as good with a wand as he is? Do you think you could have done better against Riddle, against a basilisk, against a bloody divine beast? Harry has proven for years that he knew what he was doing. You're the ones who told him that you wanted to join, just like I did. That's why I have always followed his lead. I trust him. All we wanted was for Harry to give us more responsibility and to trust us more, but we chose to tell him that horribly. It was supposed to be a calm conversation, but you literally exploded the moment we broached the subject. All we achieved was show him that he really shouldn't trust us. Blaze raised his hand in frustration. He shouldn't have sent us away the moment he could. I don't like the fact that he left us behind any more than you do, but now that I think about it, it was the logical move. If you remove the emotional aspect from the story, I know why Harry chose to do it. We weren't ready for this fight. You saw what happened to Lupin. He's a super werewolf for crying out loud, and he would wipe the floor with our entire year if he wanted to. Except Harry, that is. But Harry kept us safe, where we couldn't hinder him, and we couldn't get hurt. Fighting Black would have been stupid, just like we didn't trust him enough to believe his visions and not go to a village where we knew it was about to be attacked. All that did was make us look even more childish than he assumed we were. Tracy just looked down. We just wanted to be taken seriously. We wanted him to trust us. I know, and we could have just told him that. But this passive-aggressive crap isn't going to do it. I didn't say anything because your issues were understandable, but he was well on his way to trusting us. We did the tasks he assigned us without any issues, and he liked that. He likes competence. And look what happened when we followed his plan. We literally caught all the remaining Azkaban escapees, caught Fenrir Bloody Greyback, who the DMLE have been trying to find for the better part of a decade, alongside his entire pack. You're complaining about doing something that the DMLE couldn't even do. And if we had just listened to Harry a little more, he would have gained the trust that we wanted. His trust in us as his friends and his trust as mages are very difficult things. Sure, he's always been condescending, looking down on us. But when have we really proved him wrong? Honestly, she could understand Harry's point. They had come very close to dying that night. She had seen the Potter Scion shield and redirect stray spells that were fired in the darkness. She saw his eyes the moment the smiling killer came for them. Harry could have fought him off with them there, but he actively made the decision to go to the tunnel because he knew that he was the only one who stood a chance against that thing. He was afraid until she saw him lock the tunnel. In his eyes, she didn't see any fear, only relief and determination. Harry knew for a certainty that they would die should they try to fight alongside him, and the worst thing was that he was right. Daphne hated that feeling of uselessness that came with that realization. She had decided to work her ass off until one day she would be good enough that Harry wouldn't be worried about her in a fight, that he would trust her to have his back. Both Tracy and Blaze looked suitably ashamed and looked down. We need to apologize to him. The blonde released a sigh of relief. Yes, we do. I'm glad you see that. We'll do it in the common room tonight. I'll try to catch up with Harry. I think he needs someone to talk to. She prepared to stand up, only to be interrupted by a girl that she learned to loathe over the last few weeks. Greengrass, good morning. Did you hear about what happened to Hogsmeade? I think that the entire school knows about Hogsmeade, Bones, the blonde retorted, trying to suppress any venom from her tone. She really hated Susan Bones. She didn't know much about her before the start of the semester, only that she was a Hufflepuff and the niece of the current head of the DMLE, but that was it. Unfortunately, the redhead decided to ask Harry to be his partner for her runes project alongside Longbottom. Every week, they spent a few hours together, working on their project, time that the Hufflepuff always used to flirt with him as much as possible. Luckily, Harry seemed oblivious to the redhead's advances. However, Daphne was not. The Hufflepuff girl smiled. I was actually in the village when it happened. It was scary at first, until that weird black fog came and I couldn't see or hear anything. Even my wand didn't light up. It only took half an hour until the entire thing was gone and there were petrified people all over the place. The auras arrested the ones wearing masks. I was lucky. Greyback was just a few yards away from me when he was petrified. Were you there? The girl shuddered at the end, and Daphne felt relieved that she was all right. She didn't wish Greyback on anyone, not even Bones. We left before the attack, thankfully. So, why did you want to speak with me? Oh, right. Do you know where Harry just went? Since we don't have classes today, I wanted to see if he would be willing to have our project meeting earlier. Daphne shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. Good luck, though. Thank you. If you see him, let him know that I want to speak with him. And just like that, the Hufflepuff returned to her table and Daphne unclenched her hand. As I said, I need to find Harry. I need to make sure he doesn't do anything foolish. Tracy giggled at her. Is that what we're calling Bones now? You're not funny, Tracy, the blonde grumbled before leaving. She had a friend to find after all. Far away in an empty Muggle neighborhood, what looked like a pile of ash materialized inside one of the empty homes. It took some time, but slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the ashes began to stir. They swirled in a haunting dance, coalescing into a more solid form, a painful rebirth from the remnants of destruction. His name was once Sirius Black, the white sheep of the Black family. It was a nice pun that James came up with. He tried to remember the man that he once called his brother to distract himself from the immense pain he was in. It was excruciating, having nerve endings slowly build back, allowing the parts of his body that used to be made of flesh to return to their natural state. The process was slow, excruciatingly so, as flesh and bone knit themselves together. It must have taken hours, but finally his form gradually took shape, lying sprawled on the dusty floor. The pain faded away slightly as he paused his regeneration, leaving only the one he was constantly familiar with since the fire that took his brother from him. He was still just a pile of ash in a humanoid form, but at least he had a face now. His last attack was a really foolish move. He should have controlled himself better. Alas, the anger at Lily's spawn clouded his judgment. He wanted to curse Lily's spawn for his pain, but he was the one who tried to overpower magic that he was unfamiliar with. Still, there was something nice about the fact that he was hit in a fight. Perhaps it meant that there was still something human in him. He wasn't sure. He should have expected the boy to be like his mother. He even fought like her, using clever tricks with some kinds of obscure magic instead of the usual dueling tactics. Deciding to regenerate his flesh once more, he gritted his teeth as his pain flared anew. He really hated how his body regenerated. He tried to remember the good old days to distract himself from the pain. It was always a good tactic. Alas, his only untainted memories were of James. The others had betrayed him. It might have taken hours, but he finally returned to his previous state, with only half his body decayed once more. He couldn't heal any more than that. Magic always had a price, and he paid it to materialize himself into the physical world once more. He took a deep breath, which sounded like a ragged gasp than anything, but it was good to have lungs once more. He giggled madly. Fuck, losing to a fucking teenager. How pathetic am I? Now don't be so pessimistic, Mr. Black. You fought against someone with unknown capabilities. You shouldn't have been surprised that the boy had a few cards up his sleeve. He turned, surprised that someone else was there. He was prepared to fight once more, only to freeze to see who was sitting calmly on the couch in his room. You. The man grinned. Me. You're a hard man to find, Mr. Black. I told you that I wanted nothing to do with you. Oh, don't be like that. Shouldn't you be a little thankful for me? After all, if it wasn't for me, you would have still been stuck on the other side. You wouldn't have been able to fulfill your glorious mission. The dog Animagus growled. You know how that went. Yes, how disappointing, losing a child. After all this time, you're still making the same mistakes you made in your youth. You truly are an impulsive man. The former Black Scion simply glared, refusing to answer. The man, expecting this, continued, You said that you were an agent of chaos, anarchy personified, and you threw it all away the moment you saw the boy. Alas, I do have a soft heart. It's a weakness of mine that I inherited from a very old friend. So, I'm here offering you a hand of friendship once more. Sirius prepared himself to tell the bastard to go fuck himself, only to be interrupted once more. There's no need to be so stubborn and refuse outright. I'm just like you, an aggrieved victim of Dumbledore's crimes, one of the secrets he kept buried away. Do you still wish to destroy Dumbledore's world, remove his taint from his existence? Do you still wish to destroy Lily Evans' legacy? Of course I am, Sirius answered hotly. Luckily, it seems like your goals align, for now at least. The issue was that while your ambitions were admirable, but your methods were faulty. At my side, you will have me to assist you, to personally help you plan your path for vengeance, and I promise you that in the end, you'll get to watch the world burn, just like you want to. Sirius couldn't help but giggle at the absurdity of the offer, but it wasn't like he had a better alternative, for the greater good. Exactly. When the man told Sirius his plans, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a mad, mad world. Chapter 166. Chapter 166, Fresh Perspective. 1st November 1993, Hogwarts. Harry's walk after his spat with his friends did help relax him. There were just so many things swimming around in his head that he needed to really stop and think about what he was doing. He didn't want to go to the room of requirements, since his friends might try to follow him there, and he didn't want to stay alone. The truth was that this year just made him feel stifled. He tried to ignore it by jumping towards the next crisis for him to solve, but it was hard to ignore the constant gazes on his person. His most trusted teachers were always keeping an eye on him during class, his classmates were always giving him wary looks whenever he was around, and even the paintings were always observing him silently. Oh, they weren't good at it at all, since they tried to be overly sneaky, but it was the principle of the matter. However, Harry did have to stifle a laugh when he saw a painting literally hiding behind some furniture to take some discreet glances. But at the end of the day, the conclusion was evident. Dumbledore's plan in Harry's guardianship hearing had partially worked. People were wary of him and looked at him like he was some kind of jungle animal that was a few seconds away from dropping any pretense of civility and just killing them all. The last Potter did expect that losing his control against Dumbledore in the trial was going to bite him in the arse. After all, the Chief Warlock had lost a lot of support with Harry's revelation. A lot of progressive houses stopped following Dumbledore's lead during Wizengamot meetings, and there was talk from the Ministry about removing his position as the Supreme Mugwump and Ambassador of Magical Britain. His spot as Chief Warlock would have been the same if it wasn't for the fact that the man was literally rebuilding a new magical prison for the Ministry, and there was no need for the current administration to antagonize the man who was saving them a fortune. People did grumble slightly about him being trusted enough to build a new wizarding prison, but these voices quickly shut up when the Ministry revealed how much the project was going to cost if they hired teams of professional magical builders and warders to create a prison that would probably be worse than whatever the headmaster came up with. Harry didn't trust the man to not slip a few secret entrances here and there, but he didn't really have an opinion on the matter. In the end, officially, Dumbledore only lost a bit of influence, but Harry's most proud achievement was the fact that he shook the faith that the general populace had on Dumbledore. The Ministry did its best to bury the records of the meeting, but there were a few leaks, and there was no going back after that. The Potter Scion had been waiting for any sign of reprisal from the man, who seemingly had just decided to stay in his tower and ask everyone he had authority over to observe Harry. Sure, it was stifling, but his invisibility cloak was just on another level. The man probably knew about his meetings with his friends in the room of requirements, but Harry always made sure to add a password with every room, like a small keyword at the end of his requirement, to stop anyone else from reproducing his rooms and alter them in any way. Yet currently, he didn't care if the paintings observed him and whispered loudly to themselves. He was just going on a walk around the castle to clear his mind. Without even realizing it, he found himself near the entrance hall once more. He looked outside to see the sun shining brightly in the cloudless sky. The weather did not reflect Harry's mood, but it was too good a day to not go outside. He walked subconsciously towards the Black Lake and started skipping stones. He was throwing with everything he had for what felt like hours, trying to release the aggression he had on them. It was strangely working. His godfather's actions stopped feeling so enraging. The reveal that his mother had killed his father, her own husband, and massacred thousands of people stopped making his heart ache. He knew that his anger at them wasn't logical. His mother was dead. She had been dead for over a decade, and she was a virtual stranger to him. Yet her actions still affect him today. First with Lupin's obvious obsession over him, and Black trying to kill him. The werewolf definitely had some designs for Harry, ones that he didn't want the young Slytherin to know about, meaning that they weren't good for his health. It probably had to do with him being the key, whatever that meant, and Black's motivation to just kill him didn't have to be spoken. It was tragic in a way to see a man reduced to this, to see the madness in his eyes as he turned into a monster in human form. Perhaps there were grains of truths about the Black madness, something that he would have to discuss with Arcturus. The head of the Black family was just another pile on top of the crap that he had to deal with. He didn't know if he should tell him about Sirius's fate. Sirius's death to save his friends was an honorable one. To see his grandson reduced to whatever the smiling killer was, it would break Arcturus's heart, and that's not to mention how the man would react. Either the man would be heartbroken, or he would try to save his grandson and talk him out of his actions, something that Harry couldn't see going well. Yet not telling Arcturus about it would be a betrayal of some sort. The man was his guardian. He had literally made sure that Harry would be well taken care of, that he wouldn't be under the headmaster's control. Harry didn't want to give him information that would cause the man nothing but pain, but perhaps some false hope that would hurt him a lot more in the long run. No, he couldn't manipulate him like this. He had to tell Arcturus about his grandson and trust the man to not do anything foolish. Lying and hiding hard truths had done nothing but cause grief in the long run. With that out of the way, he needed to think about how to deal with Black the next time he came. From his deductions during their fight, Harry came to the conclusion that his former godfather was switching between two dimensions, materializing in either, ending up with some kind of astral form in the other, which explained his intangibility. Perhaps banishing to the other plane would work. He didn't know anything about dimension magic, and he needed to research it. It was definitely something very obscure and not publicly available, but he could probably find a starting point in the forbidden section of the library, or maybe even the room of hidden things, but he would have to search a lot to find any useful information. Maybe he could use something that would translate into the alternate plane, like some kind of sonic attack or flashbang. It would be a temporary thing at best, but it was better than nothing, since his Ice Age spell was just too draining to be used in the long term. Harry kept brainstorming ideas as he threw one pebble after another into the Black Lake. That was until his arcane hearing picked up someone approaching. He didn't bother turning his head, since their song didn't seem inclined to attack, and just threw another pebble, making it skip around half a dozen times on the surface of the lake. "I didn't know you could do that without magic," a recognizable voice commented. Harry replied without even turning his head. "It has to do with the shape of the pebble you're throwing. The surface has to hit the water at once to disperse the force and the angle you throw it at, as well as the spin matter a lot. There's this sweet spot that makes the pebble push down the water a little, but makes the water act like a solid for a fraction of a second, which makes the pebble skip across. There is magic in it. But you're not interested in that, Neville. So tell me, why are you here?" The Slytherin turned towards the boy who lived and raised an eyebrow, making the boy shuffle awkwardly. "Crazy. What happened in Hogsmeade? I mean, huh?" "Yes, but things worked out in the end. At least my grandmother will stop worrying so much about me. She barely let me out of the house last summer." Harry rolled his eyes. Her only grandson was in danger from Azkaban escapees that followed the man who killed her son and his wife. What a surprise that she was slightly overbearing. "Oh, come off it. I was miserable during the entire summer. She didn't even sign my Hogsmeade form. Maybe I have a chance at convincing her now that Dolohov and Rookwood are back in custody. Did you know that the minister is pushing for them to get the kiss? Greyback too." The last Potter stiffened at that. The Dementor's kiss was serious business. Literally no one has been sentenced to the kiss since Grindelwald's War, and these were people who committed crimes against humanity. Very few people actually researched about what happened during a Dementor's kiss, because staying close to them for an extended period of time was just torture and helped induce madness. The only person who studied them extensively was the dark wizard Ecrisidis in the 15th century, who often used them as weapons. He was known to be utterly mad, and not in a good way, but he did say that a Dementor's kiss sucked the soul out of the victim. Harry didn't know if that was the truth, but it wasn't really worth the risk. Killing them would have been far more merciful and would have achieved the exact same thing for society. His guess would be that it was used as a way to appease and control the Dementors, And Fudge was probably doing the same since the monsters had just lost their feeding grounds. Yet the conclusion was that Harry's plan was going to either kill people or get their souls sucked out. He had literally handed them like lambs to slaughter. They were awful people, yet Harry couldn't help but feel his stomach sink at the realization. He didn't trust himself to say anything back to Neville, who just changed the subject. "Oh, Susan and I were wondering if we could have our rune session early today, since we don't have any classes. It's just that we've been learning so much, and you're so much better than Professor Babbling at getting the point across." "I'm not in the mood for runes, Neville," Harry simply answered back. "Ah yes, you're spat with Greengrass, Zabini and Davis. People have been talking about it. I have to ask, are the rumours true?" "What rumours? Why are there even rumours? It hasn't even been a day." Neville let out a cheeky grin. "It's Hogwarts, mate. So did you get into a fight because your friends refused to become your followers in your rise as the next Dark Lord?" Harry almost choked out a laugh at that, but calmed himself. "Seriously? Of course not. Apparently I am condescending and I treat them like children, and they didn't like that." The boy who lived tilted his head. "But you sort of are. The way you looked down on me was one of the main reasons why I was always mad at you. It's very aggravating, I'll tell you that." Harry stiffened slightly. "I guess I've always felt responsible for them. And you probably acted like their supervisors. We're all teenagers. We hate supervision. It feels stifling. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't be surprised that they tried to toe the line as much as possible and ended up lashing out. You need to let go first, and they'll be satisfied." "So I have to let them do whatever they want?" Neville winced. "It doesn't sound good. But you trust them, right?" "Of course I do." "Then give them a chance. If they blow it, then you're justified to do whatever you want. If they don't, then you were afraid for nothing." Harry raised an eyebrow. Where is this wisdom coming from? Neville stiffened slightly before relaxing. It would have been natural if it wasn't for the way his song immediately shifted to panic, before relaxing into a wary state, like a snake ready to bite an attacker. "I guess I've really grown during the summer. At least that's what my grandmother said. Now enough gloomy nonsense. Why don't you teach me how to do that rock bouncing thing?" They spent the rest of the day just skipping pebbles. It was strangely relaxing not doing it alone. He still observed the boy slightly, but he got nothing else from his arcane hearing. Perhaps he had misheard it. By the time they had gone back to the castle, the sun was setting, and he had a clear idea about what he should do regarding his friends. When he arrived in the common room, he saw Daphne sitting around nervously. She brightened up the moment she saw him. "Harry, we're so sorry." He simply raised his hand to calm her down. "Don't worry about it, Daph. I get it." "What?" she simply uttered, looking slightly bewildered. "You're all growing up, and I have been acting like the adult for so long in the group. I've been doing my things on my own for years. I guess it was hard for me to let go a bit. So, yes, I don't mind trusting you with a bit more. But I do have some concessions. You can't do anything like what happened yesterday. I expect the exact same trust from you in case any of you are really over your heads. Sirius would have killed you all without hesitation, and you wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. I want you to go talk with Blaze and Tracy and see if you can agree to that. If you don't, then I just won't involve you in anything I consider dangerous. But if you do agree, then we can move forward." Chapter 1, 167. Chapter 167, New Resolutions. 5 November 1993, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and contemplated the happenings of the recent attack on Hogsmeade. It was a perplexing issue, whose outcome was not one he would have expected. He knew that a few inmates had to have escaped. They would have found the bodies by now if they had perished in the attack. Some of the inmates with small sentences actually willingly surrendered to the Ministry, who offered them either reduced sentences or outright pardoned them if their crimes were minor. It wasn't something the DMLE wanted, but they had quickly run out of space in their holding cells. As for the rest, Amelia Bones had done a good job leading her department in tracking them over the months and had discreetly arrested every prisoner that was unaccounted for, except for 3, Rosier, Rookwood, and Dolohov. These were 3 high-priority prisoners who were amongst Voldemort's inner circle and had committed heinous crimes in his name. Albus expected them to get impatient and move to Albania to help their precious lord, but they decided to attack one of the most famous settlements in magical Britain. Those three men were amongst the smartest of Lord Voldemort's inner circle. Dolohov was a dueling champion, patient and with a tactical mind, and Rookwood was a former unspeakable for Merlin's sake. He expected that behavior from Rosier, who often acted like a brute during the last war. Yet the man was the only one who hadn't participated in the attack, and his fate was still unknown. For Rookwood and Dolohov to attack a settlement like Hogsmeade just didn't make sense. Diagon Alley was less protected and would have ended with more damage. There were more people and thus the possibility of more victims. It didn't make sense at all. In his office, he pondered the issue with a few colleagues. Alastair Moody stood there, his eyes constantly looking frantically for one spell or another. Severus Snape sat down with his usual scowl of his, and so was his deputy headmistress. On the other side was Amelia Bones, who was there as a liaison to the ministry, as well as giving him the results of her department's investigations about the attack. They stood silent until Alastor seemingly lost patience. "Are we getting started or what?" Albus pretended to be surprised. "Ah, yes. My apologies. My mind was slightly distracted. As we said before, we're here to speak about the attack on Hogsmeade that occurred a few days ago. While I am glad that the final inmates have finally been captured, I can't help but feel that we don't have the full picture of their motivations or goals for the attack." Bones was the one to speak up this time. The only people who talked didn't know anything. They were either mercenaries or members of Greyback's pack. They were hired using gold, which we have no idea how Rookwood and Dolohov got their hands on. Greyback didn't do anything except for making threats and growling. Rookwood just kept giggling for some reason, and Dolohov, who seemed to be the only one to keep his sanity, refused to say anything out of fear. The only relevant thing that we got out of it was that Evan Rosier was dead. "Did you try Veritaserum?" Severus asked while sneering at her. "We're not incompetent, Snape. We know that it's not admissible in court, but we do have a batch ready for cases like this. It's how we verified the confessions of the mercenaries. Greyback was able to resist it fully, something that was unprecedented. We knew that werewolves had an innate resistance to mind-altering potions, but their effects were always diluted, not fully negated. Greyback seems to be some kind of exception. Rookwood was useless. Whatever happened to him completely warped his mind, and Dolohov wasn't any better. All we got from him was a deep fear of not ending up like Rosier, which overwhelmed the potion. I've never seen anything like it." Severus's eyes widened and he hummed. There were theories that intense emotions could warp the subconscious enough to create blockades of some sort that could affect the faint hypnotic trance that comes with Veritaserum, but to see concrete proof of it. How interesting. "I don't care if it's interesting," Alastair growled. "All I'm hearing is that we don't have shit." "There's no need to be crass, Moody," the head of the DMLE answered back, "but yes, we don't have shit. Other than that, they had a benefactor of some sort. Not that we'll be able to speak with them anytime soon, with Fudge being so insistent that we give them the kiss. He also has been trying to get McNair released on the Imperious defense again, since he wants no talk of the Ministry harboring Death Eater sympathizers. But I personally think he's planning something to get rid of him quietly later." Ah, yes. The capture of the last few inmates was great news to Cornelius, who actually seemed like a competent leader, if one ignored the fact that he literally did nothing, that is. The man capitulated on the situation as soon as he could and refused to entertain the idea that there might be any additional danger out there. Now that all Azkaban inmates were accounted for and even Greyback's pack was finally in their custody, all that remained was for a new prison to be built and the Dementors to be appeased. Offering them Dolohov, Greyback and Rookwood would be enough for them to wait until Albus finally finished building their new feeding ground. The project was far more expensive than he thought it would be, and that was mostly because of the raw materials he needed to add in the enchantments necessary so that no magic could affect them afterwards. Every brick had to have those enchantments, and the price added up to an insane degree. But in the end, it would be worth it. Fudge had literally given him command over Britain's wizarding prison, which he could add anything he wanted to it. He had so many ideas. Alas, it was not the time to think about that. He had other problems to handle. What about the fog and the petrifications? Did you have any leads? Not really. The fog had lifted by the time we arrived, so we didn't get a sample, and the petrifications didn't have any magical signature. We thought that it was some kind of ward, but there were no signs of anchors. Considering that a few innocent visitors to the village were also petrified, we think it was some kind of large-scale spell that attacked everyone who wasn't a resident of Hogsmeade or a student. We're not sure how they managed it, but it seemed to have worked. But that would also mean that whoever it was knew that the attack was coming and prepared for it. As for the fog, I think it was some kind of aerial potion. From people's descriptions, I think that it resembles the properties of instant darkness powder from Peru. Check if there have been any large imports to Britain, even if I think whoever was responsible wouldn't have made such a careless error. Alastair nodded. I'll talk to a few smuggler friends of mine. Fletcher might finally be of some use. Now, onto our most pressing matter, the identity of the attacker's benefactor. This attack must have had a purpose of some sort. Even if it was halted in its track, there had to be some sort of hidden motive. And how do you know that, Dumbledore? Bones asked briskly. Well, for one, our esteemed defense professor was found half dead on the school grounds, wounds that our resident Mediwitch recognized to be made using a silver blade. It didn't take long for the head of the DMLE to make the connection. You employed a werewolf in your school? Don't worry, my dear. I have followed the ministry regulations and filed the paperwork. Remus Lupin is on the Wolfsbane potion, and during his transformation, he stays far away from any students. No one is in any danger. But the fact remains, he was attacked by someone who knew he was a werewolf and was prepared for it. Considering that he ended up on the castle grounds, I believe that the ultimate purpose of the Hogsmeade attack involved the school in some way. Thankfully, the man just woke up before this meeting, and I have asked him to come here. And how can we trust that the beast wasn't just part of the attack? Severus answered while sneering. Because I would have been petrified like the others, not end up half dead trying to protect my students. A voice at the back of the room spoke up. Just like that, the entire room shifted in one motion towards the man who just entered. He was obviously limping and had bandages around his gut, an unexpected sight of the man who always dressed sharply. His hair was shaggy, making Albus reminiscent of how he looked as a teenager, only with more expensive robes. Snape's eyes narrowed suspiciously as Lupin approached, but it was Amelia Bones who spoke first, in a professional voice. Professor Lupin, can you tell us exactly what happened during the attack? I was in the Shrieking Shack, Lupin began, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. As you all know, the full moon approaches, and I was reinforcing the wards for my transformation. It's a precaution I take each month to ensure no harm comes to others, or myself. There was a palpable tension in the room as he paused, gathering his thoughts. That's when I encountered the intruder. He was trying to navigate through the secret passage that leads to the Whomping Willow. He called himself the Smiling Killer, so understandable, I was on guard immediately. Amelia Bones immediately stiffened. The Smiling Killer, the serial killer that killed dozens of wizards and witches in their home. He was the one behind the attack. I assume so. He said that it was some kind of distraction. I caught him trying to access the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. I did my best to fight him off and did manage to drive him away, but I didn't really come out of our encounter unscathed. He was quite the infuriating opponent, I must say. Severus Snape's expression turned into one of disbelief, his sneer more pronounced. A smiling killer? Lupin, do you expect us to believe such a fanciful tale? You and your friends did always have a history of bending the truth. Lupin's gaze met Severus's, unwavering. I understand your skepticism, Severus, but this is not a schoolyard scuffle anymore. I am responsible for ensuring that my students are safe, as are you, in fact. I would not jeopardize their safety on some made-up tale about a fight that almost took my life. Don't tell me that the Butcher of Frankfurt is scared of a single wizard, the potion master asked while sneering. Ah, that was a low blow on Severus's part. What happened in Frankfurt, and the rumors about Remus's actions especially, were horrific. Remus Lupin had earned his title as a butcher that night. And the werewolf's brutality was one of the main reasons Albus was very hesitant to hire him. Lupin didn't seem to appreciate the comment. Do not speak of things that you do not understand, Severus. And yes, I have fought many men in my time, but there was very little humanity in my opponent a few nights ago. Amelia Bones, her expression a mix of concern and excitement, leaned forward. Can you provide a description of the smiling killer? I can't give you much, I'm afraid. He wore a mask with a smiling face drawn on it with what I assume is blood. He was wearing old and tattered robes. He had a soft voice, almost androgynous, probably designed that way to hide his gender. During our struggle, I felt his physique. It was definitely a man, though with polyjuice potion being a thing, one can never know for sure. He paused, a frown creasing his forehead. The most peculiar aspect was his fighting style. He didn't use magic. Instead, he had enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes. He wielded a knife. But what was most alarming was his ability to phase through attacks. I think it's how he ignores wards, but I'm not sure. The biggest weakness he had was the fact that he had to anticipate them to phase. I had to literally let him stab me to take him by surprise. This was news of Albus. He had never heard of such magic, but he had learned long ago that very few things were impossible. He could tell that while this was not the full story, Remus seemed to tell the truth for the most part. There was definitely more than the man shared, but he had all the time in the world to get the man to slip up. Thank you, Remus. You should return to the infirmary to rest. As the door to Dumbledore's office closed behind Lupin, Moody exclaimed, Are you really taking him at his word, Albus? You do remember how he abandoned you during the war, right? While his tale is fanciful, I believe that he was truthful for the most part. Still, we will need to verify these claims, and I will personally research the abilities of the smiling killer. That monster being interested in the school is a worrying prospect, especially if his ability could in fact go through the castle wards unimpeded. That and the fact that Albus couldn't really verify using legilimency. It wasn't like Remus was a skilled occlumens, but ever since he left the school, the man's mind just worked in such an alien manner that the headmaster simply couldn't translate properly. The only person who had a similar condition was Fenrir Greyback, and even then, his mind wasn't as alien as young Remus. There was a reason that Albus didn't even try to trust Remus Lupin after his return, after all. Amelia Bones adjusted her spectacles, her tone measured. This is the first lead we had on the smiling killer. We can't dismiss his testimony, and we can have something to pressure Rookwood and Dolohov with. Yes, and I will personally see if there are any protections, I might add, that would circumvent such issues. My priority will always be the safety of my students. Before she could leave, he asked, By the way, is Cornelius still pushing for the Tri-Wizard tournament to be reinstated? Yes. Crouch's idea was already ambitious, but the minister wanted to make it the event of the century like we didn't have already so much on our plate with the Quidditch match. He wants to rebrand it to the European tournament. I have to say that the finance department was looking very nervous after he presented a few of his ideas. Why do you ask? There was an idea he had, an idea that he scrapped because he wasn't really certain that the ministry would be stable enough for the Tri-Wizard tournament to actually take place. But with how things were stabilized so quickly, it was feasible. The school needed more gold, and well, he needed more gold. The building of the new wizarding prison had cost him a fortune, even if it helped him get a lot of goodwill from the residents of magical Britain. He was sure without this project, the scandal during the Potter Brats hearing would have genuinely hurt his standing. Well, I was thinking about making a smaller school tournament to fine-tune the selection of champions. Let's say from 3rd years and above, shall we? It would help distract the populace about what happened, assure that our inevitable champion will get some practice, and it would be a good way to raise some gold for more scholarships. I will design the tasks myself to make sure that there won't be any true danger of the students getting hurt. I was thinking about asking Cornelius to help sponsor the project to generate some good publicity for the European tournament. It's just an idea for now, but it could be very fruitful in the long run. And it could also help get more information about the Potter Brat. Lupin was obviously obsessed with the boy for some reason, and Albus did have to repay him for what happened in that courtroom a few months back. After all, he had a very long memory, and if there is something he did not lack in his old age, it would be patience. Chapter 168. Chapter 168 of Uncomfortable Giants. 15th November 1993, Hogwarts. Harry Potter woke up earlier than usual and decided to walk by the Black Lake to clear his head. He had gone down without even actively thinking about it, but he found himself treasuring his solitude after the argument he had with his friends. It had been his fault after all. He had forgotten that they were children, teenagers mostly, and he had pushed them a little too much. Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne had asked him to treat them as equals, without even realizing what it meant for him to actually receive that, and Harry had trusted their judgment. They were not ready for the responsibility and didn't have the maturity needed to prioritize a few tasks instead of goofing off. It was his fault, really. He had expected too much from them. Daphne definitely had the maturity required, but she had her share of issues with Astoria, and that piling up on them needlessly was just cruel. The blonde had shaped her entire life around the goal of saving her sister, a noble endeavor, but with the very real possibility that she wouldn't survive. It was very risky. She would end up as a shattered shell as her very purpose withers in front of her. Harry was going to help her get started on healing. He was interested in the subject, but not enough to invest his time and money as he prioritized controlling his magical crest and developing his magic circle, which ended up far more of a hassle than he predicted. For whatever reason, whoever designed this crest did not add in the perks that he saw Daphne and Blaise having. While there were programmed spells to call in at a single thought, there were very few and were unlocked at a very low pace as he figured them out. While that did make him a better wizard, the progress was far slower than he liked it to be. Every type of spell he figured out using magic circles unlocked a small arsenal of saved circles that he could use as bases to create his own spells. It was slow and time-consuming, but very rewarding since he could sometimes come up with spells on the fly. Back to the issue regarding his friends, he decided to stop giving them excuses to rebel. He could see that Daphne was often distracted with her sister around. Blaise and Tracy were showing the signs of textbook teenage rebellion. They didn't really want to join him, not really, and he didn't blame them. It was just too much for wizards and witches of their age to handle. They were just seduced by Harry's attitude towards them that they must have mistaken to be condescending. The solution was evident: to stop acting condescendingly towards them and not involve them in his most sensitive endeavors. Their attitude during the Hogsmeade attack and their constant second-guessing and protesting his orders meant that they just didn't have the maturity needed to be of any help in a sensitive situation. They had lost the trust he had in them to not cause him problems or impede him during a sensitive situation. He could still ask Tracy to tell him rumors, and he could still ask Blaise to sneak things into the castle, but outside their training sessions, he wouldn't involve them in anything else. During the Hogsmeade attack, they were more of a liability than a help because of their attitude. It was a shame since Blaise was very good at smuggling. He hadn't even ordered the Peruvian instant darkness powder to Britain, but he did it to his friends in Italy that he discreetly shipped in a magically enlarged bag to the castle. The ministry just couldn't ask other countries for details about their imports, so that made the purchase essentially untraceable. Perhaps he should ask Luna. She always provided a different perspective to most situations, and she had this inherent maturity that she probably got with her clairvoyance. Harry hasn't really interacted with her during this school year and promised himself that he would fix that. 15 days had passed since the Hogsmeade attack, yet its consequences kept appearing. Fudge, trying to capitalize on the capture of the attackers, was bordering on propaganda, and people were buying it. Except for the students who had been in Hogsmeade that day, they weren't really convinced by the minister's promises of safety after their experience. Sure, the attack had lasted less than a minute, but it seemed to have traumatized them enough to always walk in groups, and the sale of wand holsters and defense books have risen tremendously. The ministry, under Fudge's guidance, had been using the capture of notorious Azkaban escapees like Rookwood and Dolohov as evidence of their efficiency and commitment to public safety. Every Daily Prophet headline seemed to scream a new victory for the ministry, a new assurance that the dark times were over. Honestly, it wasn't Dolohov's or Rookwood's capture that had affected the populace, but Greybacks. Harry underestimated how much the werewolf's presence affected the general populace. He had instilled a visceral fear in the heart of the wizarding community, and his capture, alongside his entire pack, did make a huge difference. Even Lupin seemed to be extremely happy with the news when Harry saw the injured man in the Great Hall. If Harry had thought that the werewolf was obsessed with him previously, then it paled to how he acted now. Every time they were in the same room, Lupin kept staring at him with an expression that Harry couldn't quite decipher, like a mixture of hope and longing. His inner wolf's constant howling was just so loud and didn't help matters at all. Honestly, to say that Harry was uncomfortable would be an understatement. Speaking of his professors, they were acting oddly, as if they were distracted by something, perhaps even preoccupied by a matter that they didn't discuss with the student body. He wasn't the only one who noticed it, since the number of school fights and pranks did rise dramatically, since the chance of getting caught was lower. Harry's thoughts were interrupted when a few sparks illuminated the morning sky, followed by a loud noise. Curious, he walked towards the source of the disturbance, which happened to be Hagrid's shack. He never really interacted with the groundskeeper. The man was too loud for him and did have a tendency to do foolish things. Sure, Hagrid was a genius when it came to magical creatures, but outside of that, he was obviously not as bright as the common man, and that was Harry trying to be kind about it. There was nothing wrong with that, but the last Potter could only dumb down a conversation so much before getting frustrated, so he never really tried. Don't get him wrong, he didn't dislike Hagrid at all, he just never really went out of his way to speak to the half-giant. Curious to see what he was up to, Harry made his way forward and saw the man struggling with casting an enlargement charm on the pumpkins. The man was obviously overpowering the spells, causing the outside shell of the pumpkin to grow faster than the inside, causing it to implode. Harry would have left him alone if it wasn't for the fact that the man didn't seem to be getting better. After almost 10 minutes of watching the groundskeeper struggle with a simple charm, he decided to intervene. "You're doing it wrong," he simply commented. The half-giant's situational awareness must have been disappointing since Harry had made no attempts at being discreet in approaching the man. Instead of just turning, the man just sent a blast of pure magic from his frankly ridiculously large wand. And no, that wasn't a dirty joke, no matter how it sounded. Damn, Tracy really has corrupted him. Harry simply redirected the magic with a flick of his wand and raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the groundskeeper, who looked sheepish. "Blimey, sorry about that, Potter. You gave me a bit of a scare, you did." "Don't worry about it," Harry responded with a shrug. "I wasn't in any real danger. The worst you would have done was push me back slightly. Still, it's my fault, attacking a student like that. No wonder they weren't too keen on me being a professor." The last Potter couldn't help but feel surprised at this admission. The position as a Hogwarts professor was a very prestigious one. It wasn't lucrative, but there were still traces of the wizarding culture before Dumbledore took over. In a society where magical research was treasured, educators were the best of the best. Wizarding families wouldn't have taken anything other than the best for their children's education to carry out their family legacy. Choosing to comfort the simple man instead of being needlessly cruel, Harry said, "You were applying for the care of magical creature class, right? I don't think that it's your lack of knowledge that stopped Dumbledore from hiring you. As far as I know, you're probably more familiar with magical creatures than most experts. I think it has more to do with the fact that you don't have a neuter or even an owl on the subject. It would set a very bad precedent if a headmaster could hire anyone without any official qualifications. And considering that enlarging charms are part of the OWL curriculum, I think you're on your way to remedy that." The man's eyes grew teary. "You really think I've got a shot at it? If you pass, yes, but you'll need to curb your impulsivity slightly. There's more to teaching than understanding your subject, after all." "Like what?" Harry simply shrugged. "Like making sure that the creatures you're studying are safe for the students, or even how to command respect and discipline those who will not listen. I believe Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall have mastered that particular skill. Don't get me wrong, if I have a problem with a magical beast, I'd ask you about it and would trust your opinion on the matter, but if I'm completely honest, I wouldn't have hired you as a professor, at least not as you currently are." Hagrid looked down. "Didn't think of that, did I?" There's nothing wrong with that. People often underestimate the skills needed for teaching. At least now you know how you should grow and what you should focus on learning if you want to one day get that position. I'm assuming you're studying for your OWLs. Yeah, need a newt in charms and care o' magical creatures for being a magizoologist. I know me creatures well enough, but charms, never been my strong suit there. Harry simply shrugged. I can help you if you want. Of course, I know that I need all the help I can get. All right, show me what you got. Happily, the half-giant waved his wand once more. The movements were smooth and correct, yet the spell was overpowered. By the time the charm traveled to the middle of the pumpkin, it had already started to grow the shell, and the sudden change in pressure caused it to implode. It didn't really make any sense. Charms were designed in a way that only a small quantity of magic used would work. Harry did know the arithmetic formula of that particular spell. It was hard-coded, since the control wasn't something that everyone had, and the results could be disastrous if this spell was overpowered. He quickly came to a conclusion, but he didn't know how Hagrid was going to take it. He resolved to test that theory before saying anything about it. I believe I know why this particular spell isn't going to work, and it won't get any better with practice because you're not doing it wrong. Try to make the downward flick a bit slower. It won't be that intuitive since you've memorized wand movements over the years. The half-giant seemed perplexed for a moment before trying again, only for the pumpkin to double in size. Blimey, I did it, I really did. Was that all it was? I've been racking my brains over it for ages. Thanks, Potter. Do you know what the trouble was then? Yes, but I think it's a sensitive matter. How so? The groundskeeper asked without even trying. Harry was tempted to just tell him, but he knew that hybrids, or half-breeds as the wizarding world liked to call them, were disliked from both sides. Hagrid must have been exposed to a lot of insults regarding his ancestry, and the fact that his magical channels being larger than usual due to his giant blood would cause him issues with a few spells wouldn't be welcome news. Charms needing controlled magic meant that the man would keep having trouble until he realizes the issue. They were strangers, and Harry, knowing about his heritage and being a Slytherin to boot, could get the man to overreact. Choosing not to force the man to reveal any uncomfortable secret, he said, "Never mind, it's not that important. You know what? You can send me an owl if you need help with any more spells. I might have more modifications to help you with them. You're a nice boy, Harry Potter. A lot kinder than those rumors say about you." Harry snorted. This is Hogwarts. People will always try to make a mountain out of an anthill. I learned to ignore them a long time ago. In the end, it's not the opinions of strangers that matter, but that of the people close to you, your friends, your family. The half-giant sniffed once more, and Harry didn't want him to start crying. Now, I believe I must be going. I woke up early today to say hello to a dear friend of mine, one that I didn't have time to see in the last few months. Who's that? A quite large dog, one with 3 heads. We used to meet during the clearing last year. The distraction must have worked since the man had forgotten his previous mood. Fluffy? You've been visiting him last year? No wonder he's been down for months. He must have taken a liking to you. Harry snorted. I'd like to think so. You're the one who raised him, right? How was he as a pup? The conversation quickly turned jovial as the half-giant started talking about magical creatures. The man really knew his stuff. In the end, Harry had to leave the man to actually go see Fluffy. He wasn't lying when he said that he wanted to go see his good friend. And with that, Harry entered the Forbidden Forest once more. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, of Hounds and Wolves. 15th November 1993, Hogwarts. In the end, Harry had to leave the man to actually go see Fluffy. He wasn't lying when he said that he wanted to go see his good friend. And with that, Harry entered the Forbidden Forest once more. The change in atmosphere the moment he entered the Forbidden Forest was very noticeable. The air immediately grew denser, a mix of earthy scents and the subtle underlying tang of magic. The towering trees, ancient and gnarled, seemed to watch him with silent, knowing eyes, their branches intertwining above to form a canopy that veiled the sky. The forest was not a static entity. It was a living, breathing labyrinth, its paths and territories shifting as if they had a will of their own, which mirrored the state of the magical creatures living within. Harry had ventured here before, but each journey felt like a first exploration. The Acromantula territory, Aragog's domain, was a place of eerie stillness. Harry could see signs of thick webs draped between the trees like ghostly curtains and tried to avoid them as much as possible. While he could technically fight off an Acromantula horde, it would be very difficult to explain why half the forest was razed to the ground afterwards. This specific part of the forest was inhospitable to most magical creatures. There was a noticeable absence of smaller wildlife, leaving the spiders, large or small as the only residents, constantly trying to spread their territory to feed. Hagrid really didn't think about what it would mean to release a creature that could feed on practically anything and had a very quick reproductive cycle into a fragile ecosystem. Speaking of the half-giant, Harry's conversation with him was enlightening. Oh, the man was objectively unintelligent, but there was a certain charm to him. He was a simple man with simple desires, which was to take care of magical creatures, and he had a simple dream of becoming a professor. He did know his stuff when it came to magical creatures, like small details that books would miss but could be useful to an expert. There wasn't a violent bone in his body, and he did always say what was on his mind. There were no double meanings in his words, just honest conversation. Truthfully, Harry could get used to speaking to the man. The contrast compared to the Slytherin common room, especially now that the court of Slytherin was starting to select its candidate. Resisting the Acromantula's expansion were the centaurs. Their territory was a stark contrast to the oppressive denseness of Aragog's domain. The trees stood further apart, allowing shafts of moonlight to dapple the forest floor. The air was fresher, filled with the scents of wildflowers and damp earth. It was there that most magical creatures resided. Unicorns, thestral, and many more coexisted, predators and prey alike. The centaurs, guardians of their realm, had nurtured this part of the forest, imbuing it with a sense of peace and harmony, but were very defensive when it came to outsiders. After all, Hagrid's little mess-up had very far-reaching consequences for the stability of the forest. The fact that students liked to practice their spells, specifically their curses on magical creatures in the forest, thinking that there would be no consequences, did not help matters. Oh, Harry did read a lot about the forest out of curiosity, and it was far more magical and complex than the rest of the school body assumed. There were rumors of other territories and even a small lake with even more magical creatures, but none who ever ventured there ever returned. The forest was definitely larger and more mysterious than it appeared. As for the reason for his walk, his Cerberus friend was very considerate in the fact that he chose to live by a clearing that was at the borders of centaur territory. Fluffy was strong enough to hold his own against the spiders, and his privacy was respected by the centaurs. And just like he expected, he saw the Cerberus lying down in the center of his clearing, which had a small stream that the hound obviously used to clean himself. Speaking of Fluffy, he was looking just as enormous as he remembered. The creature was enormous, its fur matted and its eyes closed in slumber. Each head was distinct, with its own expression and demeanor, yet they moved in unison. Harry approached slowly, careful not to startle him, and slowly started to hum the melody of the magic surrounding the clearing. It was a subtle song. Each note was a breath of wind through the branches, a soft murmur of a stream, the distant call of a bird. As he hummed along, the forest seemed to respond. The wind carried his tune, weaving it through the trees, spreading it across the clearing. The birds joined in, their calls adding to the symphony, a chorus of life amidst the grandeur of the forest. As he came close, one of Fluffy's heads stirred, his eyes opening to gaze at Harry, only to stiffen as he recognized him. The giant hound literally jumped up and ran towards the young Slytherin, licking him from head to toe. "Damn it, Fluffy. You know how hard it is to explain this mess to the elves for laundry." The dog didn't seem apologetic, since his other heads still showed their affection. Harry couldn't help but giggle. "Yeah, I missed you too, bud. How have you been?" The dog growled at him, making him raise his hands. "I'm sorry, I know I should have visited you sooner. I just had a few things on my mind. I promise not to do it again." The dog heads huffed, to which Harry responded, "Come on, it's not my fault that someone tried to kill me. Again." The Cerberus didn't seem impressed. Come on, it's not even my fault now, it's a complete clusterfuck. My godfather, who's probably insane and a fucking serial killer, is trying to kill me out of revenge against my mother because she killed my father. What a fucking clusterfuck. The hound looked thunderous slightly, to which Harry snorted, I know, right? It's not my fucking fault that my mother was some kind of dark witch. I haven't even met the woman. And to make things worse, I have a professor who's obsessed with her or something, trying to cozy up to me for some reason. It's freaking me out. It's just not fair, the last Potter exclaimed. When I came to Hogwarts, I promised myself that I wouldn't let whatever my parents did in life stop me from becoming my own person. They died, and I've never met them. They shouldn't have a say in my life, but people keep trying to push it. Black with his stupid vendetta, Lupin with his insistence. And to make it worse, my friends all decided to start their teenage rebellion early and started to have authority issues, which apparently included me. I guess I'm just tired of it all. All I want is to live safely with my friends and learn magic. The hound's 3 heads gave him a dubious look, and he raised his hands in surrender. I know I made some questionable choices, but it was always for this goal. Something threatened my friends, and I did my best to remove that threat. I told you once about my dream. I want to be remembered and to make my mark in the world, but not as a warrior or a leader. I want to be remembered for my magic, my skills, my research. I want to have a peaceful life with someone I could trust implicitly, like another half. I wish I could have children to pass on my legacy, to nurture like I wish I was nurtured. Does that make me a bad person? The dog seemed to give him a sympathetic look, and each of his head gave him a lick, but still looked miffed slightly. Harry groaned. Fine, I'm sorry. I'll come to see you a lot more. I'll even bring a juicy steak just for you. How about that? 2 of the 3 heads perked up, but another didn't seem convinced. Who knows? I could even convince Luna to come with me. And just like that, the 3rd head reluctantly grinned at him. It was weird seeing a dog smile for the first time, but he had grown used to it. The hound knelt slightly to let Harry rub his ears and neck, and the young Slytherin acquiesced the unspoken request with fervor. After a while, Harry simply sat down, leaning on his friend, and spoke up. You're a good friend, Fluffy. I'm sorry for the rant, but I needed to get it out somehow. And just like that, they both just enjoyed each other's company, listening to the music of the forest that Harry hummed for Fluffy's benefit. It didn't take long for the Cerberus to drift off to the sound of music, and for the first time since he met Sirius Black, Harry was finally at peace. Of course, this peace wasn't to be, since he was interrupted by a familiar song of a howling beast coming closer, making him stiffen. Choosing not to distress his sleeping friend, Harry calmed himself down and stood up, awaiting the arrival of Remus Lupin. As he expected, a couple of minutes later, the werewolf arrived, with his wand drawn, only to relax the moment he saw his student. Ah, Harry, you do know that the forest is forbidden, right? Is it? Must be a mistake on my part then. The forbidden forest being forbidden. What a strange coincidence that it was named like that, Harry answered with an airy tone. Who is that behind you? The professor asked, sighing. Why, it's my friend, Fluffy. I would recommend getting on his bad side, though, and he is rather attached to me. I'm not here to cause a scene, Lupin answered while holstering his wand. I just wanted to talk. What's there to talk about? Harry asked. The shack, Harry. Sirius trying to kill you. Do I really have to spell it out for you? I've been trying to talk to you for weeks. And you took the fact that I resisted being in your presence to mean that you should track me down during the weekend instead of understanding that I don't actually want to speak with you. The werewolf sighed. I know you don't trust me, but I am not your enemy. Sirius Black is my enemy, but the fact that he also wants to kill you doesn't mean that I'm going to trust you, especially considering what he revealed about my mother and your involvement with her crap. Your mother might have done a few questionable things, but she was a good person. Harry raised an eyebrow. She killed her own husband to power a spell. And I'm sure that if she had any other choice, she wouldn't have done it. I wonder if you're trying to convince me, or to convince yourself. That seemed to stop the werewolf in his track. He paused for a few seconds, but they felt like long minutes. Sometimes you have to do bad things for good reasons. Sometimes the ends really do justify the means. And sometimes being focused on the ends makes you forget about means and the damages that come with it. But that's a philosophical debate that very few people would be concerned about. You know, I'm quite well known in certain circles. There is a reason why Dumbledore is so wary of me. And when you do what I do and survive long enough, you get titles. Mine was the Butcher of Frankfurt. I'm not really proud of it. I was hired to hunt down a pack of werewolves that were targeting the residents of Frankfurt and almost broke the statute of secrecy many times. At first, I came to them as kin, asking for them to peacefully stop and move away. I tried, I really did. But this particular pack had grown under the leadership of a savage alpha. They wanted to turn as many people as possible into werewolves and craved the taste of blood. Even the children were raised on it. I gave them a week to pack their bags and leave. They didn't, and the bodies I buried there, the blood that I spilled, could fill a small lake. They were my people, yet I killed them all, men, women, even the children. It wasn't their fault. They were just raised that way, raised to be more like feral beasts than men. Their faces still haunt me, but Frankfurt didn't have any werewolf attacks afterwards. I did a horrible thing, but it was necessary and it was right. And the blood on my hands will never wash away. So believe me, Potter, I don't regret joining Lily, and she was a good person. Harry was taken aback by the story, but tried to look as interested as possible. He would research it at a later date. As interesting as this is, all I have is your word, and I don't particularly trust you, so… Lupin growled slightly. Lily would have been sad to hear that her son thinks so badly of her. The dead don't care. That's one of the perks of being dead. When I entered the wizarding world, I promised myself to be my own man, and not be beholden to my parents' actions. This means that I don't give a flying fuck what she did or why she did it. I don't care until someone tries to make it my problem. Someone like Sirius. Someone like you. We don't choose our destinies. Harry snorted. This has nothing to do with fate. But let me throw you a bone. During your fight with Black, he said that I was the key, whatever the fuck that means. You understood what he was saying. So tell me, Remus Lupin, what am I the key to? Why did you come here? And finally, why now? The werewolf looked to the side but stayed silent, and Harry chuckled. See, this is why I don't trust you, and I have no desire to even attempt to do so. After all, how do you trust someone who doesn't have your best interest at heart? Don't worry, though. I'll figure it out, eventually. It's getting late, Professor. I must go. Don't you know? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And with that said, he turned and walked back to the castle, leaving a sleeping hound and a pensive wolf. Chapter 1. 170. Chapter 170 of Precious Findings. 27th November 1993, Hogwarts. Harry had woken up late once more, something that was becoming a trend in the last few weeks. He had been up all night in the forbidden section of the library, trying to find any magic that manipulated different dimensions in a way that would help Harry actually defeat the madman, hunting him down in a permanent manner. However, things weren't going well on that front. Sure, the cult was a guarantee that things would go well on that front, but Harry didn't want to risk wasting a bullet on Sirius Black of all people, a normal wizard with above-average talent at best, who suffered an accident to turn him into the serial killer that he was now. From what Black said, whatever in Godric's Hollow caused Blackham to somehow be trapped in another dimension, at least partially, and able to project himself into the material world through the nature of souls. From the sound of it, Harry needed to hit him in both dimensions at once for a wound to be vital. However, this was a half-baked theory at best, from the mouth of a monster, so he had to take it with a grain of salt. Alas, he had no other theory for the man's phasing. Wards only affect people in physical planes, and Sirius could just ignore them, something that should be impossible. The only thing similar was how Harry was undetected by magic using his invisibility cloak and could phase through spells at a great magical cost. He didn't feel like phasing really, more like stepping outside of reality and inside for a fraction of a second. Unfortunately, the cloak was still a blind spot to his arcane hearing, and not a single detection spell helped in any way. The clue lay in his magical crest, who stayed stubbornly silent on the matter. The plan was simple: to understand enough about multidimensional magic to confirm his hypothesis, and if it is true, create a spell that would somehow kill Sirius Black in both dimensions, like his cult, but more concentrated. The cult was powerful in a way that it hit every dimension at once by using the inherent properties of souls to target them, and it was just overkill and needlessly wasteful to use on something like Black. Alas, things weren't going well on that front. It wasn't because of the lack of books on the subject, but the fact that his search method was very inefficient. Harry used a spell of his own design to search books for certain words. It was very useful, especially in the restricted section where the books were far more disorganized than in the rest of the library. Unfortunately, the words dimension, universe, and plane were very commonly used in a multitude of subjects and had different meanings. There were too many results, and the last Potter had to look up the subject the hard way, and it was exhausting. How did people do this all the time? Still, he woke up in a foul mood, which was very common recently, and it was only his daily meditation occlumency exercises that helped him center himself and get through the day without hexing someone by frustration. He sat in the common room, reading the only book on the subject of dimensions, which was superficial at best. It was a recent publication, so Harry didn't expect much, especially with what Dumbledore had done to the European research facilities. The unspeakable poached anyone who showed any sign of curiosity, but did not publish the results of their experiments. So the only people remaining were either curious with mediocre talent, or very talented but actively hindered by the efforts of the Department of Mysteries if they refused to join them. And from the quality of the work, it was probably the former. Whoever Arthur Fawley was had basically summarized what was available publicly to the general public. Well, Harry wasn't really fair to the man, but still it didn't have any details of the magic. Just theories and general ideas, which weren't worth much without decades of experimentation. The book did confirm that alternate planes of existence existed and that they could be accessed and even used as sources of power. Fiendfire was such a spell that relied solely on the power coming from that dimension to cause damage. Fawley postulated that apparition was essentially just a microscopic portal that goes through different dimensions to return, but that was proven incorrect because he found out how apparition worked, and it made a lot more sense to Harry than his previous theory did. Portkeys and apparition did not open portals to different locations. It didn't make sense that honestly mediocre wizards and witches could open portals in a fraction of a second, with only destination, determination, and deliberation. No, instantaneous travel was more like a giant system that the Ministry operated. Whenever a person wanted to apparate, they would be using their wands as a beacon, which would also have the destination in mind. The system would open a portal there, as small as possible to not waste any energy, and the person would temporarily be transfigured into a slim form to go through before they're transfigured back. Everything is calculated by the system. The wizard or witch only had to call the beacon, similar to how the night bus worked. Fawley didn't say who maintained the system or how it was powered, but Harry postulated that it was something the Ministry would have to involve themselves in, and it was also probably powered by ley lines. The magic involved wouldn't work with anything else. The beacon was taught to everyone at Hogwarts in their 6th year, to be exact, which taught students to hypnotize themselves to trigger the apparition beacon. It was quite ingenious, and portkeys were the same, but with an international system instead of a local one, hence the restriction in spells. That did comfort Harry in a way that meant that making portals was actually possible, and that they wouldn't be stopped by most wards. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards were designed in a way to stop a place from being used as a starting point or as an end point to an apparition. It was the system that was stopped, not the actual space warping, which also explained how Death Eaters had such an easier time attacking people. A couple of bribes to whoever was maintaining the system would create the illusion that Lord Voldemort could just ignore apparition wards. It certainly explained the lack of space manipulation that Harry sensed when he set up the ward scheme for the Hogsmeade attack. Then again, creating a ward that stopped space from warping was very unrealistic. After all, he knew that matter warped the very fabric of space and time. Harry sighed as he looked at a list of spells that were postulated to use outside dimensions. They were too dangerous to use with people around. They always presented a danger to the caster, and they were extremely hard to control. Fiendfire was just a spell. Other researchers modified it to other dimensions, one of which caused a perpetual land of winter in Canada, which was contained and warded. Another resulted in the creation of a shadow realm in the depths of the Amazon, a place where light struggled to penetrate and where shadows moved with minds of their own. Apparently, Lethifolds originated from this area, which was also closed down for everyone's safety. The last Potter never expected that Fiendfire would have been one of the more stable spells of that nature. Of course, there weren't any instructions for the spells in the book, just examples of spells and their danger. And ever since the Statute of Secrecy, perhaps even before, people who publicly dabbled in this kind of magic just disappeared one day without a trace. They were hunted down, and Harry could see why. They presented not just a danger to themselves, but the countless others with a single mistake. Harry huffed and closed the book. He had gotten the most out of that particular book, and he was going to put it in his own collection. After all, it was just a copy he made in the library the previous night. He stiffened when he heard a voice ask him, "Didn't find what you were looking for, huh?" He turned and saw Daphne. "Yes, it's pretty frustrating." She let out a grin that was obviously very forced and asked, "Can we talk privately?" Harry nodded, having an idea of what it was she wanted to talk about. He nodded and followed her out of the common room. He didn't want the court of Slytherin to snoop, after all. They walked side by side to an empty classroom, and he set up a few privacy wards for the conversation. He looked at his friend and saw her hesitating. "What did you want to talk about, Daph?" "Please don't abandon us, Harry," she exclaimed with watery eyes. "Well, that was surprising. Why would I ever abandon you? You're my friends. I know you better than you think. You said pretty words to Blaze and Tracy, and they might not have understood what you were saying, but you're cutting us off from what you deem to be dangerous, which is pretty much everything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to agree with them. I just wanted things to go back the way they were and for them to stop being so bitter." She kept on babbling until Harry raised his hands. "Daph, I didn't stop involving you in my affairs because of what you said. I did it because whether they wanted to say it or not, Blaze and Tracy weren't happy with it. They didn't trust me and wanted to just enjoy their childhood, and there's nothing wrong with that. The court selection is near, and they deserve to have some time to make connections with the upper years in the hope of being chosen. As for you, I'm not mad at all. I know that you just wanted all of us to get along, but the truth is that you've been distracted ever since your sister came here." The blonde's eyes widened. "It's just, I always knew that she was sick, but having her with me, without my parents around, it's been a lot harder than I thought it would be. I guess I've been feeling a little responsible for her." "How has she been doing?" The green-grass scion smiled slightly. "She's been doing very well. She made a few friends. Top of her class, too. Although she almost collapsed right after Samhain, Madame Pomfrey was able to stop it from being serious, having her almost get hurt with me being so close. I guess I just felt useless." "Ah, so it was a mixture of guilt, one at not being able to help of sister and the prospect of not helping him as she did before to focus on her healing." Harry gave her a slight smile. "You know, there's no shame in starting to prepare yourself for your sister now." "What about Black?" "Let me worry about Black. And you don't have to start with proper healing, although asking Madame Pomfrey for recommendations or even tutoring might help you. But I haven't really focused on curses, and I know you haven't. It would be a good idea for us to start out together. What do you think?" She looked vulnerable for a fraction of a second. "What about your runes project? Wouldn't that take up a lot of your time?" "Not really. I taught myself a lot about ancient Egyptian runes, enough to do the project in a couple of days by myself. I just go there to make sure that Bones and Longbottom actually learn how to use runes, although our resident celebrity is strangely good at them." Daphne looked ponderous for a second. "He's been good in almost all of our classes. It's strange seeing him get grades like that after 2 years of pure mediocrity. Maybe what happened in the chamber made him take his schoolwork seriously." "Yes, maybe. So long story short, I don't mind really skimping out on a few runes meetings. You're a lot more important to me." The blonde threw herself in Harry's arms. "Thank you so much. All right, give me a few days to make a rough curriculum for us to follow. Common curses and counter curses and the like." They walked together to the great hall, speaking animatedly like they used to before Samhain. The only remarkable thing was McGonagall announcing that there would be a feast for dinner, which would be mandatory to attend. Apparently, they had a few announcements to make, as well as celebrating the capture of the threats that were the Azkaban escapees. It was a shallow thing, but the student body seemed more excited than anything. Did that have to do with the fact that the staff has been looking more exhausted than they used to be before Samhain? Harry didn't particularly care. They would find out anyway in a few hours. The staff was probably setting up a Yule Ball or something ridiculous anyway, but it did keep Lupin busy enough to not try to speak to Harry again. Damn, that guy was very persistent. After breakfast, Harry decided to try something he rarely did out of desperation, and that was asking the Room of Requirements for help. Upon reaching the room, he walked past its entrance 3 times, clearly focusing on his need for knowledge about multidimensional magic. The door appeared, and Harry stepped into a room that was entirely bare, outside of a single small pedestal in a clear space, illuminated by a shaft of light that seemed to come from nowhere. On it lay a single dusty tome. The book looked ancient, its cover worn and its pages yellowed with age, and obviously fragile pages, even with obvious magic holding it together. The title was obviously in Greek, probably an ancient variant since Harry's translation spell wouldn't work. It didn't have an author, and Harry genuinely had no idea what it said. Of course, he didn't dare touch the book, in fear of it being cursed, but it's not like he could use the book anyway. But at last, Harry had found a lead. He only needed to learn and translate a book in a dead language. Chapter 1. 171. Chapter 1, 171. Of Dystopian Declarations. 27th November, 1993, Hogwarts. Finding a translation spell for ancient Greek was oddly difficult. Harry did not doubt that there would be such a spell in Greece, or at the disposal of curse breakers, and there was probably a spell in the library somewhere, but finding it would just be time-consuming. It was far simpler to simply use a generalized translation matrix for the job. He was easily able to find and copy an ancient Greek dictionary in the library, and used a copy of the new book to simply map translations to every word in the book and create a new book in English. Sadly, it was very hard to understand, even with the text in English. Ancient Greek had a lot of nuances and a lot of expressions that did not translate well, and that's not even talking about the grammar. Normal translation spells were far more extensive than Harry's own, and it was understandable. Translation spells were very complex. They were created with a spell matrix that learned dynamically using already translated texts, understanding the nuances of each language, which released a very complex arithmetic formula. The resulting formula is then used to create accurate translations of the text. However, those formulas are often too large, and turning them into a spell was just impractical since they would take too long to cast. Hence, they're often used to enchant artifacts, especially glasses, that would be able to translate any text it sees. Harry had researched the subject in his first year after being disappointed with a book he translated from ancient English. Still, even if the process took over 2 hours, the resulting book was comprehensible enough for Harry to deduce the meaning. Progress would be slow, but it was still progress. And it did work, since the title of the new tome was now Tales of the Great Cataclysm. It wasn't a spell book or anything seemingly useful. No, it was a storybook, probably one of the oldest in history. It described some kind of extinction event, called the Great Cataclysm, with great poetry. It spoke of the sun being devoured, the skies being as dark during the day as it was during the night. Stars collided, and worlds were ripped open, letting wonders and horrors into the world. Dragons as tall as mountains roamed the skies, and the sea was filled with monstrosities that were as large as islands. Chaos ensued. The world was unprepared for such an onslaught. Kingdoms fell, great forests burned, and the seas churned with fury. It was a time of despair, a time when the very earth seemed to weep for the loss of its innocence. Monsters hunted down whatever was left of humanity until the gods fought them off, and when the gods ascended after creating order out of the chaotic, their children, the heroes, finished the job. They gave humanity the gift of magic with the hope that they would learn to protect themselves and rebuild their civilization once more. It was complete nonsense, of course, a very old tale, a myth about how magic originated, something the researchers actually proved. Magic couldn't be given or taken. It was outside of space and time, a source of power that appeared at the beginning of the universe itself. Of course, there was also the fact that it was horribly romanticized. But there had to be a use for it if the Room of Requirements gave Harry this book when he asked to understand multidimensional magic. Maybe there was an actual magical extinction event in the far past, something that might have involved multiple dimensions somehow. It was still a very far-off theory, but it was the only explanation he had. He was going to finish the book and see where it was going. Harry left the Room of Requirements with his new book in hand, so as to not be late for the feast. He arrived exactly just as it began and sat down next to his friends, still focused on his book. It was probably going to be far more interesting than whatever Dumbledore was going to say anyway. Speaking of the headmaster, he looked far more tired than he used to be previously, yet there was something that made Harry feel uncomfortable, some kind of triumphant gleam in his eyes. The defeater of Grindelwald had barely been seen in the castle this school year, probably busy juggling being the chief warlock of the Wizengamot and building the new British magical prison for free. Harry knew that the cost of building such a prison was enormous. The last time someone built something like this from scratch was Grindelwald when he built Nurmengard, which he used as a base of operations and a prison during the Great War, only to be imprisoned there himself after his defeat. Harry didn't really like the idea of a single person building the prison which would be used to hold all the inmates in magical Britain. It was just too easy for him to slip something or add an extra back door with no one being the wiser. Alas, Dumbledore had a very solid reputation, and the gold he helped the Ministry save made people stop questioning his charity in fear of his pulling out. Instead of seeing a threat to national security, Cornelius Fudge chose to announce his plans for a European magical tournament next year. They were still making plans, but generally speaking, it would be a good way to stop Britain's tendency for isolation from the rest of Europe and help the economy grow. People were excited at the prospect, but Harry knew that Britain was very likely to be embarrassed by the quality of the average Hogwarts graduate. Harry didn't know why Dumbledore was pushing for it, since all it would do was prove to the world that his meddling was actively stopping students from reaching their full magical potential. The headmaster stood up and the entire hall stopped speaking. The man smiled. "Good evening. I know many of you are wondering why I decided to throw such an impromptu feast, but we have reason to celebrate, and I personally have a few announcements to make. First of all, we are celebrating the capture of the last Azkaban escapee. The inmates have been all accounted for, and even Fenrir Greyback and his pack are now in captivity. I have personally worked for months to build the new magical prison, and I am glad to say that it should be fully operational by the end of your winter holiday, meaning that we will be able to fully put these dark few months behind us. And isn't that a worthy cause to celebrate?" The entire room seemed to agree with the torrent of applause and cheers of approval, especially coming from the Gryffindor table. Harry rolled his eyes, seeing as the man had literally nothing to do with the capture of Greyback and the Azkaban escapees, and was just making it sound like it was his achievement somehow. Ahem, now, as for my announcement, it is far more formal. As some of you know by now, Minister Fudge has announced that next year Hogwarts will be hosting the first European school tournament, a successor of the Triwizard Tournament in celebration of the final stability of magical Britain. It will be a collaboration between the British Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. While the details haven't been ironed out yet, we do know that each participating school will have one or multiple champions and will perform dangerous tasks for their name to be immortalized as legends. Fame and fortune are a given, should you win the tournament for your institution. Magical houses were created, and orders of Merlin were awarded to the winners of the Triwizard Tournament, and I can't see any reason why it would not be any different. Great positions in the most prestigious magical guilds are almost guaranteed. This is the fate of the winner of the European School Tournament. The great hall was filled with excited murmurs at every table. Dumbledore was hitting all the right notes, showing the opportunity that the tournament presented, without presenting the downsides, mainly the death and maiming. The elderly headmaster raised his hand, and the hall questioned once more. "Let me be clear, this tournament will be dangerous, with many deadly dangers." And so, after speaking with Mr. Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sport, and Minister Fudge, we have agreed to give you a small glimpse of what you might face in the tournament, in an effort to prepare. We will do this by holding a small contest of our own, specifically 3 different tasks organized by our staff to present a challenge for all participants. Do not despair, for there will be very little danger in these challenges, but they will test your reactions to the unknown and how to deal with them. Each task will be witnessed by esteemed guests from the wizarding world, including potential sponsors and employers who are eager to see the talents of our young witches and wizards. The first task, Dumbledore continued, his voice steady and clear, will be an intricate obstacle course designed to test your agility, quick thinking, and magical prowess. He paused, surveying the sea of eager faces, their eyes alight with a mixture of excitement and nervous anticipation. The second task will be a dueling tournament. This will not only test your skill in combat, but also your ability to think under pressure and use a variety of spells effectively. The matches will be supervised to ensure fairness and safety for all participants. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he moved on to the final task. The third task, my dear students, will remain a mystery until the day it is to take place. I assure you, it will be a challenge unlike any other you have faced in your time at Hogwarts. It will require not just magical skill, but wit, courage, and perhaps a touch of creativity. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. The headmaster was being needlessly dramatic about it. After all, it was just a school tournament, nothing really exciting. The winner of each task will be awarded 400 galleons, Dumbledore announced, causing a stir of excitement to ripple through the hall. Additionally, the best-scoring student for each school year will be awarded an extra 100 galleons, 200 house points, as well as an increase in a single grade of your choosing, and yes, that includes OBL and New T grades. This tournament is open to all students from 3rd year to 7th year, and participation is mandatory. It is a unique opportunity to showcase your abilities, to learn and to grow as witches and wizards. And that was when Harry really stiffened. He stopped reading his book and turned towards the headmaster for the first time, who seemed to eye him the moment he said that participation was mandatory. Seriously, who thought it was a good idea to force teenagers to do anything? And that's not mentioning the pushback from parents who had children with mediocre talent. The entirety of Slytherin House stopped looking cheery and looked at each other. They had all gotten what the man slipped by so quickly. Everyone was going to be forced to enter this fucking tournament, whether they liked it or not, and they would need to have an adequate showing since the headmaster was going to invite influential people to see the students' showing. Doing badly or refusing to do anything could heavily affect people's career prospects. He had done a good job in bribing the OWL and New T students and had cowed the rest of the students with the risk of ridicule and perhaps even putting their future at risk. Harry would be especially affected by that. No matter what he did, he would still lose. Dumbledore made sure of that the moment he compared Harry to Voldemort in his guardianship hearing. So far, people have only had Dumbledore's word for it, and that uncertainty did help Harry slightly. It was certainly possible that he was just a gifted student like many others over the years, but if he does well in the competitions, people would take it as confirmation of Dumbledore's words and think that the man had a point in trying to keep Harry in the light. But if he does poorly, then people will mock him, his house and Arcturus's house, and he won't be taken seriously for most social gatherings. It would literally cut out any connections Harry hoped to make in the future, since Dumbledore would invite any influential person in the country. There were no good outcomes. Even if he held back, Harry would have to fight 7th-year students, and while he could defeat them without really straining himself, it was still far above what a normal 3rd-year student is supposed to be capable of. Was this how Dumbledore was going to prepare the Hogwarts students and make sure that they wouldn't embarrass the school in the European tournament this year? Or was this a trap specifically designed with Harry in mind? No matter the reason for the decision, Dumbledore was going to get a lot of pushback and protest at his decision. Finally, Dumbledore's expression turned solemn. But let me remind you, while the tasks in our tournament are designed to be less dangerous than those in the European tournament, they are not without their challenges. I urge you to take them seriously, prepare diligently, and support one another in the spirit of camaraderie and fair play. Now, let the feast begin." He clapped his hands and food appeared on the table. Harry had lost his appetite, and he noticed that a lot of his housemates shared this fact. Daphne, Blaze, and Tracy looked at him as if expecting some sort of retort. When they noticed that he wasn't saying anything, Daphne asked, "What are we going to do, Harry?" "I don't know," he simply replied. He really didn't. He had a lot to think about and a lot to plan about. Damn it, he already had a fucking serial killer on his head. And Dumbledore was definitely planning something that had to do with him. That man must be very petty to do something like this just because Harry hurt his position in the Wizengamot during his guardianship hearing. This entire thing was a trap in the making, and Harry felt like a fly caught in a web. The tournament, the spectators, the stakes, it all felt like an elaborate setup. He was being maneuvered into a corner, and he really didn't like it. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Chaotic Retribution. 28th November, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry sat in his common room, mindlessly reading his new translated tome. Alas, his spirit just wasn't in it. He wasn't even paying attention to the words on the page he had been looking at for the better part of an hour. His mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Dumbledore's announcement changed things, and Harry was never fond of change. There had always been something soothing about having a routine of some sort. Of course, Harry's routine in the past few years was far from average. He met an enemy, studied them, prepared some kind of counterplan, defeated them without getting too much recognition, and went on with his life. The last Potter was fully prepared for his future conflict with Sirius Black to follow that trend, and he was perfectly fine with that. The lack of recognition never really bothered him. Harry never understood people's obsession with fame. Fortune he could get. After all, gold provided some kind of financial security for your family and descendants, but fame, it was just too cumbersome. Who would want to have their every move constantly watched? Who would want to be bothered constantly with what society expects of them, of how they should behave, even in private? What Harry craved was not fame and recognition, it was to be remembered. To leave a mark in the world that even thousands of years later, people would still remember his name. He didn't want to be a Dark Lord or a Light Lord. There were too many of those. No, Harry wanted to change the world, change how people would think of magic. It wasn't an easy dream to have, but what value would dreams have if they were easy to achieve? So being recognized as the next Dark Lord or the next Light Lord did not appeal to Harry in any way. And yet it was what Dumbledore was pushing him to become. The man must have puzzled that Harry liked his privacy and decided to shine a light on him. It was an easy deduction to make that Harry would have no interest in joining the European school tournament the following year, and had made a move to forcibly drag Harry to the spotlight. There were no logical reasons as to why he made the school tournament mandatory and why he specifically chose to include third-year students or older. All right, after some ponderation, he would admit to seeing a point as to why he made the participation mandatory, since barely more than a couple of students per year would join. A contest with barely 10 contestants wouldn't have been entertaining enough to sell tickets, making the event profitable for the school. The man was obviously banking on parents coming to watch their children compete. But he should have left it at OWL students and up, because a dueling championship between a third year and a seventh year would definitely not be entertaining to watch. If he had to guess, Dumbledore was going to group each task by school year to make it competitive enough to be entertaining, even if a dueling match between Ron Weasley and Vincent Crabbe would be anything but entertaining to watch. The only reason Harry could see the headmaster choosing that particular year would be either because he was making plans regarding Harry or plans regarding Longbottom. Maybe it could even be both, and wasn't that a disturbing thought? Furthermore, the headmaster could technically justify holding the contest for the upper years in the guise of finding talented wizards and witches to push into being the school champions the following year. That's not to mention that people couldn't possibly think that a task that a seventh year could achieve could technically be done by students 4 years their junior. Either the tasks will be too easy for the upper years, or they'll be too hard for the lower years. Finding a middle ground just wasn't a feasible idea, and Harry wondered how the headmaster planned to address those concerns. Harry's contemplation was broken when his friends sat down next to him, looking just as troubled as the rest of the house. Yes, the previous night, the members of House Slytherin returned to their common room with frowns on their faces, looking perturbed at the idea of being forced to participate in a school tournament that might severely impact their futures. A few idiots were happy at the opportunity to showcase their skills, and OWL and Newty students would fight tooth and nail for the chance at a higher grade. Technically, the winner of the 3 tasks could raise a failing grade into an outstanding one, something that Harry just couldn't see the Department of Magical Education agreeing with. Perhaps they could only raise 1 grade in a single subject. There had to be some kind of caveat. Back to his friends, Blaise was looking at him with a frown on his face. "So, what are we going to do?" Harry shrugged. "I do not know. I can't make a plan without knowing the full details of the competition, like what would happen if one were to not compete, or if one could forfeit. There are just too many unknowns to make any concrete decision." And wasn't that the truth? Harry literally had no idea about what he should do, because there was no information about what he could do. Oh, he had come up with enough plans to fill a book, but they were all based on his own deductions of the tournament's rules. Tracy wasn't convinced, so we'll just follow along the headmaster's wishes like good little ducklings. I never said that. We need to learn more about the tournament's rules before making a decision. Daphne gave him a hesitant look. We could just not compete. Harry shrugged. If that was an option, Dumbledore wouldn't have said that it was mandatory. I think he's planning on removing most of the Hogwarts privileges and giving very long detentions to people who just choose not to participate. That's not mentioning the fact that he'll probably bank on upper years pushing younger students to do it by adding some severe house point penalties if you don't show up, which would guarantee that their house would lose the House Cup, which is an easy way to get 4th and 6th years to target you. And outside of our year, people will probably want to participate in the tournament anyway. Why is that? Tracy asked. Well, for the 7th years, it's a good way to present their strength and get noticed by some important people. For 6th years and 4th years, they'll want to get the highest scores possible for their house to win the House Cup, since they'll be the ones to benefit the most from that next year. The 5th years would be able to get an extra OWL grade per task, which is a very attractive offer. The only ones without any true reason to participate would be our year, but most of them are too tempted by the gold prize since they'll only technically have to compete with their yearmates. And to be perfectly honest, the 3 of you don't have much to fear in this tournament, not like me at least. And why is that? Blaise asked while frowning. People will not watch you expecting something. I don't mean that as an insult, but the fact is that you're in your 3rd year, and every single person here will forget all about your performance as long as it's not too good or too bad. You don't have that much to lose by participating, not like I do. People did listen to what Dumbledore said last summer, whether I like it or not. They're either expecting me to dominate the competition or be an average student. In both outcomes, they will remember me, either in fear since I would have confirmed what Dumbledore proclaimed in my hearing, or in disappointment, which will linger in their minds for years after I graduate. Either way, I lose. His friend's eyes widened in shock. I didn't think of it that way. Not that it matters, I just heard from Higgs that the court will decide on their nominations depending on our performance during the tournament. Harry snorted. Well, that's just being lazy. Tracy chuckled. Call it whatever you like, but we still have a lot to lose if they don't pick us. The last Potter rolled his eyes. He could tell where things were going. You want me to train you? We have never asked you for much, mate, Blaise responded, and you do owe us for Hogsmeade. Harry gritted his teeth at the reminder of the Battle of Hogsmeade. He would have agreed either way since they were his friends, but pushing this as a favor when they were the ones who asked to join him the previous year was just distasteful. That's not to mention that Tracy and Blaise's behavior during the Hogsmeade attack rubbed him the wrong way. He would have been fine if they had just refused when he asked them for help in the preparation for the attack. Still, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Damn, teenagers were infuriating to deal with sometimes. Fine, we'll go to the room tonight after dinner. I'll prepare the 3 of you for the tournament. Blaise and Tracy's faces brightened, and they hugged him. Thank you, Harry. When they let go, Tracy's stomach grumbled, and she excused herself to get her breakfast, Blaise quickly following after her. The moment they left the common room, Daphne looked at him with a frown on her face. "They're taking advantage of you." Harry shrugged. "Not an untrue statement, but a bit over the top, don't you think?" "I can't believe they brought up Hogsmeade. They're not being thoughtful, that's for sure, but their actions are not malicious in nature. They're a bit bratty, but as I understand, it's a common thing for people their age." Daphne gave him a puzzled look. "I don't act like that, and neither do you. We don't because we know better, because we have experienced more of the world than they have. I had that until I knew about your sister. Your behavior puzzled me. You were too mature, too controlled. People who experience the darkness of the world, who have a concrete goal that they would be willing to sacrifice nearly anything to achieve, well, they don't take things for granted. The situation with your sister is tragic, do not doubt that. But without it, you wouldn't have been the person you are now. You forged your entire core around the idea that you don't want to watch your sister suffer anymore. It's a beautiful purpose, pure. Blaise and Tracy have wanted to join the court of Slytherin ever since they even knew it existed. But what is a glorified school club compared to your dream, your ambition of seeing your sister safe and sound? That's what makes you different, Daphne Greengrass. What about you, Harry? She asked with teary eyes. I was alone for most of my life. If I needed to learn something, I taught myself. If I needed money, I got it myself. If I needed to eat, I cooked for myself. I used to watch people trying to understand their ambitions, their goals and dreams. And when I was very young, I discovered that most of them were just so boring. They wanted more wealth, more prestige, more recognition. It was all so pointless compared to what they already had, and I decided that I won't settle for something so ordinary, so boring when I dream." "And what is your dream?" she couldn't help but ask. The last Potter gave her a cheeky grin. "Spoilers." She hit his shoulder in frustration. "Come on, Harry. I told you about Astoria." Harry's grin faded slightly. "Perhaps one day I'll tell you, but not today. But let's talk about something a bit more interesting. I was starting to research for our lessons about curses. Do you want to get to the library before dinner to make a curriculum together?" Daphne brightened at his suggestion. "Of course." As they walked out of the room, she frowned slightly. "Harry, you're not really helpless against Dumbledore's tournament, are you? You're going to find a way out, right?" Harry smiled at the faith she had in him. "Of course I have a plan. I always have a plan. There is only one thing you can do when you're forced to do something against your will. When you have no other move but to do what you're told, you have to do it in a way that would hurt your enemies more than yourself." "And how is that? Tell me, Dav, have you ever heard of malicious compliance?" Chapter 173. Chapter 173 of Evil and Death. 15th December 1993, Nurmengard. Sirius Black woke with a start. He had another nightmare. It wasn't really a surprise, and the nightmare was always the same. They were surrounded by countless Death Eaters and mercenaries, realizing that Wormtail had betrayed them. 4 members of the Dark Lord's inner circle were there, 3 that he knew well, and 1 that he did not expect. Bellatrix was as mad as ever, laughing with glee as she killed any muggle or opposing wizard in sight. Her husband and his brother were no different, like wild animals killing people for the sake of just killing, enjoying the power it gave them. They did not share Bellatrix's madness, just her bloodlust. Back then, the dog Animagus pitied her as much as he hated her. The black madness was very real, especially for those whose family magic is especially strong. Alas, madness and greatness are 2 sides of the same coin. It was a common saying in their family that every time a new black was born, the gods tossed a coin in the air and the world held its breath to see how it landed. Sirius had always prided himself in the fact that his coin did not land on madness. How wrong he was. It was not the battle that broke him. James dying in a fight would have hurt, severely, but seeing Lily Potter with a neutral expression on her face, as if it was carved out of ice, taking out a knife and stabbing James, her own husband, in the back. She betrayed her own husband, a man who worshipped the ground that she walked on, a man who had fathered her own son and did it from the back. It was anguish, like someone had burned him from the inside out. In a way, she had. He didn't really have time to process this, since everything quickly turned into flames afterwards. All he remembered was his pain, and he used his anger to distract himself from it all. It was hard to describe what happened to him, except that he was on the other side. He knew that he was in a very different place, where he could be consumed at any time if he was just distracted for a moment. It was to think, on the other side. But for James, he persisted. It felt like an eternity, but slowly but surely, one day he saw the world that he was in. If only for just a moment. He was barely more than a spectre, but someone had tracked him down. He didn't recognize him at first. He was older than the last photo ever taken of him, but there was no denying who he was. Gellert Grindelwald was there, and for some reason deigned to help him. Sirius didn't know what happened next, only that sometime later he had a body. Oh, the pain from the other side was still there, permanently present, but not as severe. And just like that, he decided to leave without saying a word. He would not be another man's weapon. It was easy to slip between worlds for just a moment, ignoring wards. And after looking around, he realized that it took him years to return, and what he was met with disgusted him. People forgot about James, about Lily's betrayal. Hell, she was celebrated as a war hero. Dumbledore had chosen Frank's brat as a propaganda machine to spread his agenda. Wormtail, the traitor, had disappeared, and there was no news of Moony, who had left them just after graduation. He had learned that the headmaster had knowingly let the Potters and Longbottom's locations be leaked in an effort to fulfill some mad prophecy. It was probably then that his madness started. At least he hoped it did. He was already unstable by the constant pain, but to see his friend, the brother that he had chosen, disregarded like this, and the world that he fought for did not change in any way, it broke him. He realized that day that Dumbledore, Voldemort, Death Eaters, they were all diseases, infecting the world, diseases that infected the world that James fought for. And so, he kept curbing the disease, one person at a time. He was largely successful for years, until he realized that Harry Potter had come to Hogwarts. The dog Animagus didn't know what to make of him. At first, was he James's son or Lily's? He tried to stay away, to spare himself the pain of remembering his friend or his betrayer. That was until he saw him. He looked so much like his father. Alas, the moment he glanced at his eyes, he restrained the urge to throttle him. He had her eyes. He did not mean the color, but what hid underneath. James's eyes were warm, always playful and mischievous. Lily's were always cold. Her smiles never reached them, and her son seemed to share that. He wanted to kill the boy, to prevent another Lily, to prevent the death of another James. Alas, he didn't think he could hurt James's son. But all thoughts of sparing the boy were moot when he recognized what the boy was, what she had turned him into. Oh, he never expected Lily Evans to be that much of a bitch. Alas, the boy was a threat, one that he needed to neutralize. He would have killed him on the spot, but there were too many people. And it's not like Sirius would have been able to kill the boy if he had to constantly phase to dodge spells. Also, there were going to be too many innocent deaths, and James wouldn't like that, would he? He was already planning on how to kill the boy when he heard the news, whispers of chambers of secrets being opened, of someone stealing his kill. It didn't take long to track down who was responsible. Bella had always complained about her precious Dark Lord entrusting Lucius Malfoy with an artifact like the one she guarded in the bank. The Malfoy head had bragged about it to her one day. Lucius had tried to kill James's son. No one was allowed to do it but him. In the end, an opportunity presented itself when Azkaban was destroyed. He could easily have his distraction using Rookwood and Dolohov. They were scum anyway, and by doing this, he made sure that the innocent bystanders, the children of Hogwarts, would not be hurt in a fight between him and the defenders of the castle. This meant that he could just kill the boy, relish as his eyes lost their light, as Lily's eyes lost their light. James would have been sad at the loss of his son, at the end of his bloodline, but it was necessary. Alas, he was distracted by an old friend returning. He underestimated the brat, and he paid the price for it. He was too angry, he was too rash to care, too close to his goal to pay attention, and it had cost him dearly. He had to go to the other place to heal, and he had forgotten how much it hurt. He never really recovered his flesh with every healing, and now he was barely more than a pile of ash. At least he was when he shook hands with Grindelwald and agreed to join him. He doesn't remember much after that. He got up and marveled at the flawless skin that wasn't there previously. It wasn't a true body. He knew it definitely wasn't. The constant place of the other place was still there. His mind was clearer than it had for a very long time, but he knew that the madness was still there, in the back of his head, like a tiger ready to pounce. "Enjoying your new form?" a familiar voice asked with an amused tone. He turned to see Gellert Grindelwald smiling at him. "This is different from last time. I had time to finish the ritual. You're still barely more than a spectre. Your soul anchored to the dimension Lily Potter accidentally banished you in. This is a projection like your first body, only healthier. The more damage you'll receive, the more you'll turn back into your form of ash, or worse, back to the other side. You will not be able to cast magic, and I still do not recommend getting hurt needlessly. It takes a substantial amount of resources to heal you. I can only hope that you would be worth the investment." The dog Animagus looked away, unsure of what the Dark Lord was getting at. "I know, I owe you and everything." "Oh, don't be like that, young Sirius. I did not save you so that you might owe me. I saved you to show you the truth." "What truth? You want to conquer another continent or something?" The Dark Lord snorted. "My dear child, conquering the world meant very little to me. Power means very little to me. It's so utterly meaningless. I wanted to save the world." "With mass murder?" Sirius asked with an incredulous tone, not that he was any different, except that he had the excuse of being mad. "I was 11 years old when I killed my first man. He was just some muggle that was trying to force himself on my mother. I remember the look on his face when the light went out behind his eyes. Such a sudden change, almost imperceptible between life and death. I felt ashamed. I had stolen from this man the most precious gift of all, life. But I also felt something else, pride, because I had killed someone who had sought to do unspeakable things to my family. And then I realized that what I had done was necessary. You see, I had replaced evil with death, and that is the base of everything I worked for. I have killed thousands of people since then, and the world is better off for it." "You wanted to kill off all muggles?" Grindelwald shook his head. "They were building weapons of mass destruction, weapons that would kill all of us, the moment they knew of our existence. I'm a seer, you know, and I saw what they were going to lead the world into, what they would create. And I can see it now, what they turned the world into, that the greens of our lands were turning into the grey of their steel. One day they will find us, and there will be a war, unlike anything we would have seen before. I wanted to get rid of them permanently, to save our world." Albus liked the softer approach, a temporary measure at best, by having wizards near every weapon of mass destruction, stopping the muggles from destroying us all in a fit of madness. It has worked so far, but all it takes is a single mistake, and we all die burning and screaming. But that is the past, and now we must think of the future. "What future?" Sirius asked. "Yours. Do you still feel guilt at your friend's death?" And just like that, Sirius felt his anger and madness resurge once more, urging him to kill everyone in sight in his rage. After all, none of this would have happened if he hadn't convinced James to trust the rat, or even suggested that he ask out Lily after he had given up in his 7th year. It was all his fault. It was the bitch's fault. It was the brat's fault. He needed to kill them all, burn them, and watch them writhe in agony. He suppressed the impulse and spoke truthfully. "My anger outweighs my guilt." And wasn't that an understatement? The Dark Lord shook his head sadly. "You have learned to bury your guilt with anger and madness. I will teach you to confront it and face the truth. You know how to spread terror. I will teach you how to become fear itself. You have learned to spread chaos. I will teach you how to truly become unpredictable. You have killed many people. I will teach you to become death itself." The dog Animagus listened, animated by the Dark Lord's speech, before peering out of the window, and he saw a man shackled asking for mercy. "Who is he?" he simply asked. Grindelwald walked to see him. "Ah, a blood mage from Romania, I believe. He sacrificed an entire village of muggles in the vain hope of summoning a demon to this plane. Now he is a prisoner in this prison, my prison, I suppose. What will happen to him? He will die. Some magics and some crimes are simply too vile to be allowed to do. With magic comes responsibilities. You have lived your life in the light, in the public. I am giving you a glimpse of the side that Albus liked to ignore. Monsters thrive in the indulgence of society's understanding. After he defeated me, I was lost until I found a purpose, to protect the magical world from the shadows, prolonging our inevitable war against muggles, hoping that someone would come up with something to save our race. Sirius stood silent at that proclamation, to which Grindelwald answered with a small grin. James Potter's death was not your fault, young Sirius. It was his own. How dare he? How dare he disrespect James, his brother, his friend, his pillar? He didn't think twice about it when he lunged at the Dark Lord with a scream of rage, who seemingly vanished into thin air, making him stumble towards the wall. The Dark Lord mocked. Anger does not change the fact that he was blind to his wife's ambitions, to her nature. Or even worse, perhaps he knew, but never chose to act. She was his wife, he protested when he gritted his teeth. And were you willfully blind to your mother's nature when you ran away from your home? I knew that my mother was a bitch. The man's eyes were still merciless. Knowledge is meaningless without the will to act on it. The will to act is far more important than anything. You had that. Your friend did not. With another snarl, he leapt towards the Dark Lord once more, whose eyes looked pitying. You're stronger than your friend. You didn't know him, Sirius simply said. Yes, but I know the rage that drives you. That impossible anger and madness, strangling the grief until the memory of your loved ones just becomes poison in your veins. And one day, you catch yourself wishing that the person you loved had never existed just to spare yourself the pain. Sirius calmed down after that. Grindelwald had never looked so human. Instead of lashing out, he chose to calmly give him a questioning look, to which the Dark Lord chuckled. I wasn't always a Dark Lord. I have experienced love only to lose it. Like you, I have learned that those without decency must be fought without hesitation, without pity. Your anger gives you great power, but if you let it, it will destroy you, just as it almost did me. What stopped it? A higher purpose, something to strive towards. I took my vengeance long ago, and it has left me empty. I am not letting the brat live, not after what his mother had done, not after the risk that he is, Sirius snarled back. I am not telling you to give up on your vengeance, and in time the boy will die. But killing a boy is not a true purpose, at least not one to base your life around. What I am offering you is something better, something more. Albus Dumbledore failed you. How would you feel about destroying everything that he has ever worked for, the fake world that he is trying to build? How? The Dark Lord smirked. That's not for today. First you must learn. I have a lot to teach you after all. Chapter 174, Chapter 174 of Cheeky Emeralds. 19 December 1993, Hogwarts. Tracy huffed as she dodged another animated rope and used a cutting charm to cut through a swarm of others. When I asked you to train us, Harry, I didn't think it would involve this. Harry stifled a chuckle and waved his wand in response. The ground beneath her started to tremble, and she instinctively yelled, Ascendio! The ascension charm was cast perfectly, and she flew in the air just as the ground gave up under her. She stabilized herself using an arresto momentum, or the slowing charm. It was a nice combination that Harry taught her and his friends for the first task. Just as she was about to celebrate, the ground beneath her turned to ice, causing her to slip. She was quickly able to counter it using a carpe retractum on the end of the path, which got her to glide across the ice. An inventive solution, but one that was very risky. Harry proved that by using his wand to make a wall of ice appear out of nowhere. She was barely able to stop in time with a slowing charm, but that allowed him to charm a wall to create a strong gust of air, which knocked off the course. Harry gave her a smug look. And now you lost. The girl groaned. You utter bastard. Now, Trace, that was very uncalled for. I go out of my way to train you and Blaise, and that's how you repay me. Why do I have such cruel friends? Harry replied with a mocking tone. Fuck off, Potter, the still groaning Blaise, who had gone through the obstacle course previously, bit out. Harry stifled the urge to laugh at their misery. There was something cathartic in beating up your friends when they've been acting like arseholes. He would never admit to them that he was being an arse on purpose and making his obstacle courses easy enough to look doable, only to become increasingly difficult the more they progress. Blaze wasn't even allowed to use his family magic, since no one was stupid enough to reveal their ancestral magics over a school tournament of all things. They couldn't even complain too seriously, since they were getting better with every session. Physical activity wasn't really Daphne's strong suit, nor his own, to be perfectly honest. But Tracy and Blaze seemed to thrive in it. He suppressed a smile as Daphne used some of the bruise balms that they made together to heal her. "You're getting better." "Not good enough to beat your stupid course," she muttered. "Of course you're not. I am in control over the course, and you're the only one running. I am completely focused on you. You're a lot faster than before, and your reactions are good enough. I think you'll be able to complete it in a few sessions, and we could finally move on from the mountain course. I've been working with Daphne at a forest course, then we'll finish with magical creatures. We should be completely done by the time the first task comes around after the holidays." Blaze and Tracy shivered at Harry's statement, the idea of a new obstacle course terrifying them to the core. Harry spent the past month or so coming up with an obstacle course every week, each with a different theme. They had started out with a plains course, where they had to work on their agility and endurance, but he would admit that the volcano course was slightly overkill. Sure, there wasn't any real lava, and instead of fire, they were attacked by warm bluebell flames that were cursed with a stinging hex. The animated constructs and the surprise change in the environment did help them, and Harry and Daphne did get more practice with curses, especially with different uses that they didn't think were possible. Cursing was such a vast subject, one that has been vilified for ages. A curse is not really defined by the intent, but by the inclusion of a lasting remnant once it runs its course. Even after the magic has run out, there will always be a trace left, one that was bound to either the magic, body, or sometimes even soul of a subject. This could be done by adding an emotional component to the spell, which was very common before the subject was researched properly. A burst of magic in anger and wishing for something bad to happen to their enemy might leave a trace of this will, one as strong as the magic released. They were often harmless and too inefficient to be of some use unless the emotion was extremely intense, or the wizard casting it extremely powerful. Alas, it was very inefficient, and researchers discovered that the results were too unpredictable to standardize. Until, that is, they realized that it wasn't only emotions that left lasting effects. The Patronus charm was highly based on an emotional component, specifically happiness, hope, and joy, which makes it a very unreliable spell unless the person mastered his emotions or hypnotized himself to feel it at will. The effect of the spells and their general strength was very hard to estimate because of the emotional component, and these sorts of spells were ones that arithmancers and researchers really disliked, hence their other methods to reliably cast curses. Harry couldn't find the exact theory, but there was an arithmancy component in every curse that allowed their effect to linger. Harry wanted to explore it further, but there were just too many books on the subject, and he still spent most of his time researching magic involving other planes of existence. He was mostly helping Daphne out of curiosity than anything, even if the subject turned out to be more fascinating than he expected. Alas, the blonde was certain that it might help her sister's curse in some way. Harry honestly didn't know. They hadn't gone to blood curses yet. In a way, she might be right. Counter curses were just curses that literally released the exact opposite effect that the original curse held, negating both effects. However, blood curses were very old and likely not performed with a wand. They were probably either made with just pure anger, but most likely using some kind of ritual, probably a sacrificial one if its effect lasted for so long. It would be a long way coming, but Daphne was resilient on the matter. She even tried to pester Madame Pomfrey to teach her healing, to no avail. A formal education in healing required an unbreakable oath to not use the spells for any sort of harm, an oath that could only be sworn by someone with fully matured magic. Although Daphne was able to wrangle a few public texts that had enough basic healing charms to be useful, healers really were a private lot, but they probably had the biggest repository of magical knowledge in the world, especially when it came to unsavory spells. The blonde was satisfied for now, but it did not help that she was practically a prodigy when it came to healing. It would not take long for her to finish the books the resident Mediwitch gave her, which would drive her mad since she wouldn't be busying herself. Hopefully, it would be after the first task since he was already wasting enough time training Blaze and Tracy in their weird attempt to impress the court of Slytherin. Speaking of the duo, they were being fussed over by Daphne, who has been slightly overbearing since she started up on learning how to heal. Harry slipped past them and left the room of requirements on his own. He had a lot on his mind, and he felt like a walk would be appropriate. Most of his thoughts were about the book he translated, which contained what seemed to be very old fairy tales. Or at least they would have been if it wasn't for the fact that he recognized one of them. It was a tale about a staff of legends, about a pearl of wisdom, and about a mantle of mysteries. Their names were different, but it was just so similar to the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. This was centuries before the Peverils even came to be, before Ignotus, before Cadmus, before Antioch. The tale was different. There weren't any brothers meeting death, just a very old wise mage that condensed a shard of the magic of Yggdrasil, the world tree, in a single branch, that put his knowledge in a gem and put the veil between life and death into his mantle. He gave those weapons to give humanity hope against the monsters who would wish to destroy it, to protect the world from something. The rest of the story wasn't written in ancient Greek for some reason, and Harry couldn't find any other language to match the text. It was the very last story in the book, and he could feel it in his bones that it was important. It was a story about his family, about his legacy. How did the Peverils even connect to this story? Was he supposed to look for the stone? He hadn't even mastered the cloak fully yet, especially the phasing aspect of it. He had tried to activate it many times out of curiosity, but it seemed resistant for some reason. As for the stone, he wasn't sure he would be able to get past Voldemort's defenses and dispel the curse on the ring. But wouldn't it be fine to destroy another of the asshole's Horcruxes? What were the Deathly Hallows really? He needed to know. He needed to understand. He needed to get up. Wait, when had he fallen down? He stood up quickly, raising his wand, only to see a familiar golden mane of hair. He almost mistook her for Daphne for a second, but realized that it was just Astoria, her sister. He hadn't really spent time with the girl, which was weird since he felt like he knew her well enough because of how much Daphne liked to brag about her. Astoria got up just as quickly as him and grinned at him. "Head in the cloud, Potter." He smiled back. "I suppose that it must look like that for a shorty like you." She tried to send a stinging hex at him, which he simply redirected towards the ceiling. She followed up with a familiar ice spell that Daphne often used in their first year whenever someone tried to harass her. He smirked. "That's a familiar spell." "So Daph used it on you?" "Not successfully, no. So what's a firstie like you doing in a place like this?" he asked. She raised her eyebrow. "How is that any of your business?" "Well, it is my duty as your upper year and your sister's friend to make sure that my little youngling is well. And being alone in a deserted part of the castle isn't a good sign." "Stop calling me that," she exclaimed, but Harry stood his ground and just raised an eyebrow. The girl quickly deflated afterwards. "I was trying to practice a spell, all right?" The last Potter just smiled at her kindly. "Which one?" "A summoning charm," she muttered. "Well, that was surprising. Why on earth would you want to master a spell that is taught to fourth years?" "Samuel Fawley challenged me to it, and you accepted because—" She gritted her teeth. "Because he said that since I went to the hospital wing so much, then I should just go home and not bother to learn magic after all. It's not like I would use it for long." "Ah," Harry exclaimed, "so you let him bait you into an unfair challenge." "He had no right to say that," she yelled. "He did not. But that does not change the fact that accepting a challenge like this was a bad choice. You are more than your illness, and you need to accept that." "Easy for you to say. You don't understand." Harry interrupted her. "Of course I don't understand. No one will ever understand what it feels like to live with a countdown on your life. But it wouldn't really be living if all you do is be scared and angry at the sword on your head. I'm not telling you what to do, only that you will enjoy life a lot more if you stop focusing on the death part and choose to experience life instead." Astoria looked down, and Harry raised her chin slightly. Now, why don't we work on that summoning charm of yours? What? Come on. Don't tell me that you don't want to see that boy's stupid face when you do a summoning charm in front of him. The blinding smile that Astoria gave him made him feel oddly nice. In the end, it took them 3 hours for the girl to get the spell down. She didn't even come close to mastering it. She had to know exactly where the object was, but it was more than impressive enough for a first year. He went to his dormitory with a smile on his face, feeling more at ease than he had for over a month. Chapter 175. Chapter 175, Winter Charm. 5th January 1994, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore fell on his seat with a loud sigh. Finally, after 9 hours, the Wizengamot finally decided on standardized cauldron thickness for their regulation to pass their bills. Sometimes the elderly headmaster wondered why he didn't just grab power after he defeated Grindelwald all those years ago. People's time wouldn't have been wasted on such trivial matters. It was very sad how quickly the Wizengamot turned back to the inefficient council it used to be. If there was any positive to Azkaban's destruction, it would be that it made people finally realize that their issues were just so small and stop being purposely petty. The issue with the cauldron's thickness was the fact that many of the members of the Wizengamot had invested a lot of gold in potions shops. Cauldrons were generally expensive since they often required a lot of magically inert materials, which were crafted in a way that wouldn't absorb any ambient magic to affect the potion. Well, some idiot in Nocturne Alley decided to make thinner cauldrons and sell them for less. People who didn't think twice about the price just bought them, and the material just didn't provide enough isolation and caused a lot of accidents. Hence why the headmaster of Hogwarts, the champion of light, the defeater of Grindelwald, ended up spending hours listening to idiots arguing on an issue as boring as cauldron's thickness. Ministry regulators wanted to dramatically increase the thickness, while people who had gold invested in the cauldron market wanted to dismiss the idea altogether or make it so small that it wouldn't matter. They ended up just choosing somewhere in the middle, which honestly didn't change a single thing. Desperate people in Nocturne Alley will keep skimping on costs, and desperate people who can't afford a normal cauldron will buy them. People will still continue to brew in normal cauldrons, which will have the same price as before. As he said, it was one of the most boring topics ever discussed in a Wizengamot meeting. It was a miracle he just didn't fall asleep, especially with how much it was taking out of him every day to finish his prison. He would have to think of an appropriate name for it. While time-consuming this prison gave him a frankly ridiculous level of influence over the country. He had enough backdoors installed to put or remove anyone from their cells without anyone realizing it. He could get his followers to take riskier missions, especially since they would only have very little risk. No wonder Voldemort was confident in the war. But that was not the time to think about this dark period, but the time to finally relax. His faithful companion, Fawkes, flew towards him and crooned slightly. The sound alleviated his worries, and he could feel his tense shoulder relax as he started to caress the mythical bird. Ah, Fawkes, one of his most treasured friends. Even now, he had a hard time believing that the Phoenix had chosen to stay with him. Fawkes wasn't his familiar, but they were friendly enough. There was something eternal, something more in Fawkes that made it seem like phoenixes were just more than magical creatures. A magical bond with something this eternal, this complex, would surely result in the madness of a wizard. The truth was that there was very little known about phoenixes. He had never heard anything about a phoenix egg, or their gender. They appeared in history, completely randomly, and chose companions. Some were good, some were evil men, but one thing was certain. Whoever they chose was immortalized in the annals of history. Albus thought that Fawkes's presence was proof that his path was correct, that his ambitions were true. It took some time to warp the current understanding mages had of phoenixes, but it was known and considered in the whole world that the mythical bird symbolized all that is good and light in the world. As the evening turned into night, Albus unwittingly started to think about his current political position. He had lost one of his posts after the fiasco that was the Potter guardianship hearing. He did gain enough goodwill after rebuilding the current wizarding prison, but it paled compared to what he could have had should the truth about his sister not have been revealed. He heard them all, even his own allies. whisper kinslayer behind his back. There was just something fundamental about the trust the people had in him that had disappeared, and he would likely never get it back. How could it go wrong so fast, Fawkes? The headmaster asked the magnificent creature just a few feet away from his desk. Unfortunately, he didn't think that Fawkes had the ability to discern the complex political maneuvers that he had found himself in. Since no one was in his office, apart from Fawkes and the paintings of past headmasters that were bound to not reveal any of his secrets while he still drew breath, he scowled and slammed his fist on his desk, letting odd knickknacks and small artifacts fall to the ground. It was a sight that he would have never shown to the public. Albus Dumbledore did not get angry, after all. He growled, "Even after saving them almost 1,000,000 galleons for that blasted prison, I still lost my influence. I need something to put himself back into his good graces. He needed another Grindelwald. If this had been revealed during the war, people wouldn't have cared. He was the only one opposing Voldemort, their only chance at life. He needs another Voldemort, or maybe for the original to return. He needs to be the light in their darkness, the hope to their terror. Only then would he be able to gain enough influence to achieve his goal." It was a simple idea, to replace freedom with security. Magic was dangerous, magical experimentation more so. Hence, he made sure that it would fade away. He was slowly limiting the number of spells taught, the number of spells available, removing vital books from the Hogwarts library, and he had made sure the lower access to the restricted section. Students, even if they had a pass, were not able to take out more than a single book, and were not allowed to stay more than a few minutes there every day, which added to the fact that the books were not sorted anymore, making most books impossible to find. He had already refused most of the researchers coming to the castle for access to the books, apart from the junior professors, who he made sure were not advanced enough to truly benefit from the tomes in the library. He had pushed his influence to do the same all across Europe, and while a few headmasters were swayed by his way of thinking, others did oppose him, though he silenced those oppositions rather quickly. Sometimes a firm hand was needed after all. The current headmasters were fully not under his thumb. Madame Maxime of Beaubaton had grown with her predecessor's reform, which was a follower of his, hence following his footsteps, even if the pace was smaller. However, Igor Karkaroff was fully his creature. Albus made a deal to make him headmaster and make sure that he would not be convicted to Azkaban, in exchange for following his instructions regarding the administration of the school. In the end, with every generation, fewer spells would be taught. Magic would remain harmless, and there would be peace. The magical world would finally be free of war, of famine, of violence, of the darkness. He did not want the European tournament to take hold, especially not in Hogwarts. Alas, Barty Crouch and Fudge had taken him by surprise by announcing it to the ICW, who ended up approving it. He tried to stop it as his role as the supreme mugwump, but he had made too many reforms in the years before the announcement, making him exhaust some of his favors in the international scene. Hogwarts was just too ahead of his plans, and the other schools would probably decimate them. He needed to train the students, to pick the most promising of them, and make acceptable champions to represent the school a year later. It was why he proposed the school tournament this year. It would help him recuperate some of the gold he invested in the prison, but also see the current level of his students. He had already the first task prepared, an obstacle course, filled with creatures, small dangers, and a few enchantments. It was likely far easier the real tournament would be, but Albus could make the excuse that younger students would be involved. He was planning on holding a race for each school year, and a final one with a different obstacle course which will have the best 3 students for each year. He was being petty, he knew, but he wanted to get back at the Potter boy with that maneuver. Albus had presented the boy to be Voldemort's successor, a child of prodigious talent that presented a danger to the status quo. If the boy won, then people would start fearing him, in fear of another Dark Lord. They would not do business with him, and always be wary of his influence. If the boy failed, in front of spectators filled with very influential people, then people would mock him. No one would ever take him seriously, and Albus would make sure to publicize this with his connections to the Daily Prophet. In the end, Albus Dumbledore always won. It was time for the Potter boy to realize that he bit off a lot more than he could chew. Although Albus was excited for the Longbottom boy's performance, According to his teachers, the boy's progress was noteworthy. It seemed like young Neville had finally moved on from the tragic loss of Hermione Granger and the slander campaign against him. He had tried to stop it, but it wasn't truly worth the effort, or the favors needed to go through with it, and he had to deal with the aftermath of Azkaban at the time. This was very reassuring. It wouldn't do for his weapon to dull with grief after all. Young Neville's value was always as the prophecy child. When Voldemort inevitably returned and was defeated once more, the victor will have enough influence to do it. Albus had originally planned on either letting the boy be a martyr to his cause, but he could be a good subordinate if he survived. The influence he would wield alongside the boy would be enough to hammer the last of his plan, for his dream to fully become a reality. He only needed Voldemort to be tempted enough to move towards the rest of Europe. Pure-blood supremacy was a surprisingly powerful cause to follow. As for the rest of the world, Asia was already isolated and ignored anything occurring outside. Australia and its surrounding islands had already joined the ICW, as did half of South America. Only North America was stubborn to his influence, and even then their magical society was relatively new, and came mostly from Europe. The original residents of the continents were wiped out by the invaders centuries ago, their magics lost to time. As for Africa, it barely counted, especially with the countless warlords trying to get more territories every decade or so. The only stable governments were already part of the ICW, but the rest were on the brink of collapse, and the ICW was one move away from forcefully invading their magical society or even just wiping it off the ground at the chance of the Statute of Secrecy being broken. People did not understand just how important the statute was. Albus did. He read texts written by one of the casters. It was the day the true Order of Merlin died, leaving only a pale shadow that became the ICW. They died for a great cause, for the greater good of the world. The statute could not be broken, and he would rather kill every single Muggle-born in the world than let that happen. Thankfully, the ICW followed his lead, although fearing a war with the Muggles, not the true horrors that would await them. War was the only way forward. War for peace, what an oxymoron. Hopefully, more old families would perish and their cursed crests with them. His magic would reign supreme. Voldemort's war should be the end, but if it isn't, there was always the Potter boy. After all, he made one Dark Lord. What was another? If the boy would not be useful as a pawn, then he could be useful as an enemy. He was already sowing the seed. It was for the greater good, after all. Chapter 1, 176, Chapter 1, 176, Tasking Course. 15th January, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat with the rest of his yearmates, looking unconcerned as he waited for the first task in the school tournament. Funnily enough, it seemed like this task helped unite students from all four houses, than anything else. It was mostly out of fear and panic. This was literally the first time that the students would ever display their magical prowess, and they were all forced into it. If anything, Harry was impressed with the speed of the organization of the first task. The logistics must have been a nightmare on such short notice. Dumbledore announced the whole thing just a couple of months previously, and yet the stadium looked full when he briefly glimpsed it before he and his classmates were forced into a tent. Even the students with more pride than sense started to panic then. A couple of poor Hufflepuffs were hyperventilating. Poor Ernie Macmillan was being comforted by Susan Bones, who looked abnormally pale. Ravenclaws weren't any better, with most of them just muttering lists of spells, similar to how Hermione did just before her sorting. At the thought of the Gryffindor girl, Harry couldn't help but feel guilty for a fraction of a second before steeling himself. This was not the time to wallow in pity about what could have been. As for the rest of the students, Gryffindors looked just as pale, except for Neville, that is, who looked eerily calm. Harry attributed it to the constant dangers the boy had been in, and being in the spotlight since he was a boy, for defeating the Dark Lord. The members of Harry's house weren't any better. Nott looked calm, but he could tell that the boy was panicking, but was barely controlling his expressions to not appear cowardly. His new followers seemed to admire him, but didn't share his facial control. Draco Malfoy even looked paler than he usually was. Members of the House of Snakes had a lot more at stake, since it was an unspoken rule that the court would pick the most impressive showings in the school tournament. The only ones not panicking were Harry's friends, and that was because he had trained them to the point of absurdity. They probably think that the task would be a relief, since they wouldn't have to go through the frankly over-the-top obstacle courses that he made in the room of requirements. Harry knew that no one was going to be disappointed with their performance, no matter what they met. After all, he did stay in the castle for Christmas and encouraged them to do the same, for the sake of training. Well, it was mostly a justification, a reason to stay and not go back home, back to Arcturus. He had promised himself that he was going to tell the Black Patriarch about Sirius's fate the moment he saw him. The information was too sensitive for an owl, he justified to himself. No, he just wanted to tell him in person to stop him from doing anything rash. And the tournament did provide another excuse to not meet him, since staying in Hogwarts for Christmas would have been a good opportunity to train for it. It was all lies and excuses. He was delaying the inevitable. Harry didn't know how Arcturus would react. In the end, Harry was afraid and cursed softly to himself, coward. And he was a coward for telling him. Perhaps it was for the best that the Black Patriarch would not know about Sirius's fate. No, Arcturus had to know. It was his right to know what happened to his grandson, even if it would break his heart. Harry resigned himself to tell him after the first task. The Black Patriarch did send a letter telling him that he was looking forward to his performance. He would ask Arcturus to speak in private and tell him about Hogsmeade, about what truly happened. He owed the man that much. Daphne seemed to have heard his curse. "Are you all right?" Harry forced a smile to his face. "Yes, it's nothing." What are those two up to? He was, of course, talking about Tracy and Blaise, who seemed to be pointing their wands at a mirror for some reason. He could have probably figured it out with his arcane hearing, but he wanted to change the subject. It worked since the blonde gave him a sly grin. It's something they've been working on since they announced that the upper years were going first. Do you remember the omnioculars that you modified to show what was happening on a mirror for Hogsmeade? Harry nodded, and Daphne continued, "Well, Blaise and Tracy have been working on charming them to be controlled from far away. They asked Flitwick for help and everything." The last Potter couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. "That's some very advanced charm work. Why didn't they just ask me?" They thought that they could do it on their own, and from the looks of it, they did it. Here, let's go see what they're doing. The two young Slytherins slowly walked up to their friends, and Harry was able to take a look at what Tracy and Blaise were doing. The idea was simple. They have anchored an omniocular to the mirror in a way that every charm cast on the mirror would be affected by the omniocular from afar. Of course, it wasn't exactly efficient, since the omniocular would use a limited amount of magic that was added when the anchoring charm was cast. Luckily for them, Harry had used some jewelcraft to add a small power source to all omnioculars when he modified them, so it could hold up. Harry had also isolated the artifacts to stop ambient magic from modifying them, something that stopped the mirror from exploding from the constant spells that they were adding to them. Still, for third years it was very impressive. Blaise whooped slightly when they approached them, and Harry couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. "You know that a lot of people would call what you're doing to be cheating." "If you're not cheating, you're not trying." "You taught us that," Tracy replied. Harry snorted in return. "My own friends, using my own words against me, what has the world come to?" Blaise chortled. "It's not technically cheating. The rules were very clear. We can only enter the arena with our wands and our tawny clothes, and we can't leave this tent until it's our turn. They said nothing about doing some reconnaissance before the task even starts." "I suppose that's true. We wouldn't really be Slytherins without trying to find loopholes," Daphne said. "Exactly," Blaise and Tracy replied at once. Harry didn't really think about doing that. He already had a plan, and it should work no matter what was in the first task. Suddenly, Tracy shushed them. "Stop talking. It looks like the 5th years are starting." "Who is the idiot in the Quidditch robes?" Blaise asked. "I know him. My father has complained about him a lot," Daphne responded. "His name is Ludo Bagman. He used to be some big-shot Quidditch player years ago, and he's now the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, a complete buffoon, according to Dad. And he has a gambling problem, but he is charismatic enough to make enough friends to keep his position. Tracy snorted. Well, he's certainly let himself go. She was right. Perhaps years ago the man was an athlete, but it must have been a long time ago, considering how out of shape the man looked. He was really on his way to becoming truly obese, and his old Quidditch robes did emphasize his gained weight. The man looked to be speaking, and from the crowd's reactions, they seemed to like what he was saying. And just like that, the students took places at the starting line, and a few were in a running stance. A stupid idea, especially considering that the finishing line was on the other side of the Black Lake, which looked partially frozen over. There were a few floating wooden platforms near the starting line, where the lake wasn't frozen yet. A couple of brave students, or was it stupidity, decided to run forward and leap towards the wooden platforms. Most of them slipped or just didn't land their jump and fell into the cold water. They tried to get up to the platform. A few succeeded, and a few just gave up and released some red sparks into the air, forfeiting the task. The truly unlucky ones were attacked by Grindylows, small green water demons that liked to overwhelm trespassers with their numbers. A few savvy ones used a revulsion jinx to break their grips and ascending charm to get out of the water. Furthermore, the Weasley twins, who were still at the start, had the obvious idea of summoning the platforms towards them at first and simply used a wind charm to propel themselves away. Of course, the rest followed their lead without even thinking twice. The idiots did not expect to be bombarded with pranking spells the moment they left the shore. Of course, they weren't able to reach the other side of the lake as a gigantic tentacle rose from the lake and attacked their makeshift raft. The twins were able to evade it with two well-placed banishing charms, which made the tentacle move away. But the impact was more than enough to make their platform flip over. Is that the giant squid? Harry shook his head. Maybe, but I think it's some kind of construct. The squid isn't really tamed, and they can't train him to be part of a school competition, especially with Dumbledore saying that it would be harmless. Not that I know a lot about giant squids. Tracy shushed them again. Shut up. Let's just focus on the task. Harry's theory made more sense, especially with the giant whales that appeared out of nowhere to attack the other students as well by blowing water underneath their platforms. These were probably conjured creatures or something similar. It would be very unconventional to train whales to do that. Thankfully, the Weasley twins were somehow able to tangle two tentacles together and get up onto another platform while shivering in cold. They were the first to arrive at the second part of the task, where the lake had frozen over. After a quick heating charm, they tried to walk towards the ice, which happened to be very slippery. Alas, the two boys seemed ingenious as they transfigured their wooden platform into two pairs of skates and moved towards the finishing line. Of course, it wasn't that simple. There seemed to be some kind of curse on the ice, as their skates seemed stuck, for the lack of a better word. The twins were able to right themselves and stop tripping, only for a giant storm to appear out of nowhere, with wind powerful enough to send them flying back. The two Gryffindors countered with a shield charm, which came dangerously close to breaking as it was peppered with small shards of ice at high speeds. It took almost 10 minutes for the two of them to finally go through this obstacle, only to find themselves in some kind of freak fog. The omniocular couldn't see inside, and from the looks of it, the Weasley twins shared the same issue. Tracy turned to Harry. Didn't you enchant the omnioculars to see through the Peruvian darkness powder? Yes, but it can't see through things. Like it or not, the fog is something material. It's not dark, just obscured. We'll have to wait for them to get out. It took 5 minutes, but the twins seemed to have figured it out by creating a vortex of wind to suck up the fog slightly. Harry noticed that they looked more bruised than they came in, but didn't really say anything. Finally, after almost half an hour, they finished the obstacle course and came in first place. At least for their year, that is. Daphne looked pensive. This wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. We've been brainwashed by Harry's insane training. It will be hard for the rest, trust me, Blaise remarked with a dry tone, even if he looked slightly less tense than before. Alas, the boy had a point. Harry did train his friends a bit too much, but this task was not designed for third years. A lot of the spells and transfiguration that would be useful were taught at the end of this year or the next one. He couldn't see a way for his classmates to not embarrass themselves during the task. Daphne seemed to have a similar train of thought and asked hesitantly, "Do you think we should tell the rest?" Before Tracy and Blaze could protest, she continued, "You said it yourself. It's very unlikely that we would lose thanks to Harry's training. We won't lose much by helping them, will we? Just look at them." The duo looked at their shivering and pale classmates and released a sigh. "Fine, but we're not telling them about the omnioculars. At least we might make some connections with this." Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Sometimes Tracy and Blaze took all that Court of Slytherin nonsense way too seriously. When Professor McGonagall came to get them around 30 minutes later, the room was far more relaxed than it was just an hour previously. The idea that the worst they could get was a few bruises and fall into the freezing lake was more than enough to calm the students who thought that they were going to fight a dragon or something as ridiculous. Who would make 13-year-old wizards and witches fight dragons of all things? If anything, from the grateful looks that their classmates gave them, the four of them made a lot of friends then, or at least gained a lot of favors they could cash out later. Chapter 1. 177. Chapter 1. 177. Race Against Destiny. 15th January 1994, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom stood in the freezing weather, doing his best not to appear nervous. The warming charm he had applied to his tournament clothes was barely able to stop him from shivering constantly. The boy who lived really wanted to punch Dumbledore in the face for sending them out on the Black Lake in the middle of winter. He didn't know what Dumbledore expected by making the first task at this time of year. The weather and the rest of the climatic conditions were typical of the Scottish winters at Hogwarts, which meant that the sky was grey with no sun. The wind was very strong, with a horrible bite that sometimes even overcame Neville's warming charm. Just like Zabini and Davis stated, only the second half of the lake looked frozen, while the first one was still liquid with various wooden platforms there to stand on. It was surprising that the Slytherins told them what they knew about the task. Apparently, they were able to communicate with someone from the outside or something. Neville didn't really believe it. They were too descriptive about the task. However, while he was curious, Harry's friends were going out of their way to be helpful, and that was enough. Students in his year didn't understand just how unfair this was for them. They were going through the same trials as students 4 years older than them, and with far more magical experience. No matter how much they would like to deny it, the spectators would be making comparisons. At least, that was the reason that Zabini stated when he told them about the task. And the information was surprisingly helpful. They would not be taken by surprise, even if the course would still be more than challenging enough for most of his classmates. But this was still an opportunity for the world to see how good he has become, to forget about the shame of his breakdown last year and focus on his magical prowess. For Harry to see how much he improved, that Neville would not hold him down. To be perfectly honest, Harry was one of the main reasons Neville didn't have another breakdown in the previous semester. Their rune sessions with Susan Bones were the highlight of his weeks. He was just so alone all the time, and his mind tended to wander towards dangerous places. They have ever since he unlocked his magical crest. Ever since that day, he had been outwardly calmer, but he knew that inside he was constantly raging. There was this voice in the back of his head constantly telling him to destroy everything, to kill everyone who ever insulted him. Even now, he was suppressing the urge to burn every single classmate of his who abandoned him when he needed them, for the whispers of madness they utter behind his back. He shook his head and suppressed his rage once more. He had to focus on the task at hand, focus on winning. At the announcement seat, Neville recognized Ludo Bagman sitting in his ridiculously undersized Quidditch robes. He had looked up to the man once. A Quidditch player that rose high in the ministry, at least until his grandmother told him that the man was a buffoon that was friendly and corrupt enough to rise in the ministry in a frankly useless department that barely did anything but manage the British Quidditch League. The former beater's voice was loud and grating. "Good. Good. The third-year students are all in attendance, meaning that we can begin our last race before the finals." And wasn't that a joyful ride? We have seen wonderful feats of magic, of athleticism, of ingenuity and trickery. We have seen wonders that would make Merlin himself sit up and take notice. And now it's the turn of the third years, the youngest of our competitors, but no less skilled for their youth. Among them is Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, a name that needs no introduction. Remember, everything is allowed except dark magic, and it's all about the speed. The first three who make it across the icy depths of the Black Lake, navigating through the slippery obstacles and chilling waters, will earn their spot in the final showdown. The crowd roared in approval, and for the first time, Neville looked at the spectators. There were hundreds, if not thousands of faces, just looking down at them from the stands at the edge of the lake. He stifled his nervousness and looked towards Harry. "Scared, Potter?" The young Slytherin simply shrugged. "Not really. Outside of getting cold or wet, public embarrassment is the worst that could happen. Their expectations are probably low after the 4th years. They aren't really the brightest students in Hogwarts, and that's me being respectful. McLaggen alone lowers the intelligence of anyone around him by his mere presence." Neville suppressed a snort. "Thanks, for telling us about the task. Believe it or not, it was all Tracy and Blaze. They're the ones who figured it out by themselves, and they were the ones to tell you. We've all been saddled in this together." "I'm sorry about that, by the way." Harry gave him a questioning look. "Why are you sorry exactly?" "Well, they probably included our year because of me. The publicity about the boy who lived competing would have increased ticket sales by a very large margin. There were even demands that our Quidditch matches be available for the public, but Dumbledore said that it would be an unsafe environment for the students." Harry chuckled. "Unsafe environment? Is he seriously talking about the same school that had a Cerberus, an army of Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, a troll attack, a possessed professor, and a series of serial petrifications? I suppose it does sound ridiculous. But don't feel guilty about it. All you did was survive an attack when you were a baby. No one could blame you for that. So just try to do your best." "See you on the other side, Potter," he responded. "Who knows, I might even beat you to the finish line." The last Potter gave him a sly grin. "In your dreams, Longbottom," before returning to a conversation with Greengrass. And a few seconds later, he was ambushed by his housemates, specifically Ron Weasley, his former friend. "What were you talking to Potter about?" "Just said thank you for the help before the task." The redhead grumbled. "I still don't trust them. They could be lying to get ahead." "Ahead of what?" "They said that it was an obstacle course in the Black Lake, and that the first half was water and the second one in ice. Potter even taught us the ice-walking spell." "It could be a fake spell to slow us down," he protested. "You know what? I'm tired of this. Do what you like, Ron, but I have better things to worry about than your paranoia about anything to do with Slytherins." He did not have time to hear the redhead's retort because the cannon fired, signaling the start of the task. Neville ran forward and saw one of the wooden platforms at the end of the lake. He pointed his wand at one of them and bellowed, "Actio." The summoning charm was a 4th-year spell, but his grandmother had drilled him with useful spells ever since he returned for the winter holidays. Apparently, she wanted to make sure that he wouldn't embarrass the Longbottom name or something. She taught him common spells that could be useful for obstacle courses, like the push and pull spell, the slowing charm, the ascending charm, and a lot more. Neville's skill in magic did progress very well since he awakened his family crest. It was weird, and not something he ever heard about. Every new spell felt more like he was relearning a new skill than anything else. It was even the same with runes. Neville did learn hieroglyphs far quicker than he thought it would, and he had to visibly restrain himself lest the project end quickly, and Harry would stop spending time with him. Perhaps it was something that everyone with a crest shared. As far as he knew, most people unlocked their crests around their 11th birthday. They rarely do have a magical education that they could compare their progress to, but if that was the standard, then perhaps Harry's proficiency in magic did make sense, and that was even outside the spells in his magical crest. Back to the task, Neville quickly jumped towards the fast-moving platform and muttered a temporary sticking charm to not fall over. Just as quickly, he pointed his wand on the still-moving platform and rotated it in an anti-clockwise direction while muttering, "Reverso momentum." The platform stopped midway for a fraction of a second before reversing in the opposite direction. It was a nice dueling spell that he learned in the library, a variation of the slowing and the freezing charms, but still very useful. Neville suppressed a snort when he saw Ron trying to jump on his platform, only to miss it and fall into the freezing water. He saw a spell coming at him from the corner of his eye, from Not of All People, which he barely dodged, and retaliated with a banishing charm, which sent him and a lot of his friends flying away, probably into the water. From a glance, the Longbottom Scion saw that Zabini, Davis, and Greengrass were casting wind charms from their platforms to move around, a good idea that he emulated very quickly. They were ahead of him, but it was still very close. He was still in the race. He gaped when he saw giant tentacles attack the Slytherins, but it did provide an opportunity. They were probably going to be fine anyway. Neville increased his speed, only for his platform to hit something and almost topple over. He was barely able to grip the wooden platform in time. He tried to cast another wind charm, but he still did not move. He definitely didn't have time to react to the giant push of water that sent him flying up into the air. He knew that landing would hurt, and he was probably going to be out of the race. That was unacceptable. In a desperate attempt, he pointed his wand and cast Ascendio. The Ascension charm was a very useful spell that could only be used if you were touching some kind of surface. Just like that, Neville was propelled even further in the air, and he pointed his wand at the surface of the ice while yelling, Carpe Retractum. The seize and pull charm could be often used to pull the caster towards a stationary target. Neville was flying down towards the surface of the ice and yelled, Arresto Momentum, Zrenia, just before reaching the ground. He stopped just a foot above the frozen portion of the lake and fell down with a thud. Everything hurt, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Neville slowly got up, limping slightly. He looked down and saw a small shard of wood sticking from his leg. It wasn't severe in any way, and he ripped it out quickly, but it still stung. He quickly used Harry's charm to not slip on the ice and ran forward. He was going to win this fucking race. He was halfway through the ice when the storm appeared, practically out of nowhere. The icy wind was making walking very difficult, enough for Neville to need the use of a shield charm. Of course, that was when the icicles started to petter his shield. Honestly, if he was a lesser person, he would have given up then and there. However, for all his faults, Neville was stubborn to a fault. He had something to prove, and he would not stop at any time. Every time his shield broke, he cast another one. Every time an icicle managed to break through and he started bleeding, he simply walked even quicker. And just like that, the storm disappeared, leaving only a trail of fog between him and the finish line, just like Zabini said it would be. He pointed his wand towards the end goal and marked the direction with his wand. He then muttered, "Point me." He would not get lost in the fog with the wand acting as his guide. Sometimes he would get pushed around, something would hit it, and he would try to curse it, but in the end he still carried on, one step at a time towards the vaunted finishing line. He didn't know how long it took for him to get there, but he finally did it. He ran towards the finishing line, and as expected, the spectators roared in approval. He had won. Finally, he had shown the world what he could do, that he was more than just a title, than a lucky child that survived a curse, that he wasn't insane. Of course, that was what he thought before he saw Potter, standing unconcerned with a broom on his shoulders. Where Neville was bruised, Potter looked like he just had a lovely stroll around. And from the brooms, he realized just what he had done. The bastard flew over the fucking obstacles somehow. Neville thought they weren't allowed anything other than their wands, and to put more salt into the injury, Zabini, Davis, and Greengrass were also there, although far more bruised and exhausted. He had come fifth. Fucking fifth. Harry Potter gave him a cheeky grin. Well, it seems I won our little race. Don't be sad, though. 5th place isn't bad. It was very hard to silence the voice in the back of his head that wanted to see the world burn. At least he passed out before he could do anything rash. Chapter 178. Chapter 178, The Frozen Side. 15th January 1994, Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow as Neville Longbottom passed out in front of him before being rushed by Hogwarts resident Mediwitch, Madame Pomfrey. It was concerning just how chaotic the boy's emotions became the moment he saw him and his friends. The pure rage that he was feeling just for losing a race was just too wild, too extreme of an emotion to be natural. It honestly sounded like drums of war to his arcane hearing. Harry thought that Neville was getting better, that he was moving on from what happened the previous year, but this made him doubt that even more. What could have possibly made the boy so angry that he was one step from attacking them in broad daylight? Maybe it was just because of how hurt he was. It wasn't anything serious. Neville looked to have a few bruises, a couple of broken ribs, cracked bones, and a few cuts, although the one in his thigh was pretty serious, all things considered. All in all, it would take Madame Pomfrey less than 10 minutes to heal him fully. The last Potter shook his head. He would need to help the boy address his issues later. His friends seemingly thought that he was shaking his head in disappointment, and Blaise gave him a frown. He's done a lot better than I thought he would, to be perfectly honest. And he was right. He had been pleasantly surprised by the boy who lived's performance. He came barely a couple of minutes after Daphne, who came fourth. She was never the athletic type, and neither was Harry, who preferred to stay indoors with a good book than to start running like some kind of jock. There was a reason why he never really tried to join the Quidditch team, despite his skill on a broom. Even if he disliked the sport, it would have been a good backup plan after graduating. Alas, the mere thought of running every morning at dawn at Flint's behest made him shudder. Yeah, no athleticism for him. Even during dueling, Harry never really tried to physically tire himself, choosing to use counters to incoming spells and relying on his arcane hearing to barely dodge any spells. Tracy, on the other hand, came second. Her endurance training for her ambition to become a famous duelist, helping her barely defeat Blaise, who didn't seem that broken up about it. He was probably glad to be part of the finals, which would be proof enough of his prowess to the court of Slytherin. But Neville Longbottom pleasantly surprised him with his prowess. If Harry hadn't trained his friends with a different biome obstacle course every week, the boy would have been second. Unfortunately for Neville, Harry's friends did their best to find spells to counter his obstacle course after every failure. They learned spells to keep warm, spells to move quickly in water, spells to alter their movements in the air, spells to glide on the ice, wind spells to remove fog in a certain area, and so much more. Harry may have gone a little overboard with his training, but his friends scored better than most sixth years, and even then they lost because they were simply smaller and could not run as fast as they did. Their execution was very close to perfection, and from the impressed looks on the professors' faces, they seemed to share that sentiment. And yet, Neville Longbottom's performance was nothing to scoff at. He had completed the course quicker than most fifth-year students, which was an achievement in itself. The boy had been improving rapidly in the previous school year, which truly impressed Harry. The young Slytherin gave his friend a shrug. He did well. I am simply worried about his temperament. Daphne scoffed. He did more than well. If you hadn't trained us, he could have beaten us. He probably would have, yes. But the past is written, and the ink is dry. I did train you, and he did not beat you. Revel in that victory. Tracy snorted. Our house must be happy. We dominated our year's race. Do you have any idea about what the final is going to be? Not a single one. Just remember what I taught you and do your best. No one will be able to say anything against you. You already proved to everyone about what you could do. She gave him a warm smile and went back to speak with Blaise, leaving Harry to watch his remaining classmates trying to finish the obstacle course on the illusionary screen in front of him. Padma Patil was at the helm, doing very well. She was coming towards the fog with what he recognized to be a physical resistance shield charm, helping her stand up to the barrage of icicles. The girl was doing very well while relying on charms for most of the race. She used a bit of transfiguration on her wooden platform to make a small turbine and an animation charm to make it spin, allowing her to breeze past the lake portion except when she was taken by surprise by the giant squid. Funnily enough, Susan Bones was a close second using runes of all things. Harry did teach her a lot during their project sessions, and she was doing a good job at it, at least according to the excited form of Professor Babbling on the stands she did. Harry barely taught her how to power rune matrices, choosing not to do anything advanced like partial activations or intent-driven modifications mid-activation. That limited her to a single speed, slow speed on her wooden platform and carving the runes once more when she fell off the platform each time since she didn't have full control over her runes. She was doing quite well, all things considered. The rest, sadly, were not. Most of the students had given up and raised red sparks into the air after being attacked by Grindylows. The rest just fell prey to the storm near the second part of the task. Only Faye Dunbar and Dean Thomas from Gryffindor even got to this part of the task, and Faye was the only one who was still in the race. From Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott were the only ones standing, which they achieved by surprisingly working together. They just got past the storm, with one using what seemed to be a weather-specific shield charm and another shielding against physical attacks. Hufflepuffs seemed to have the same line of thinking of working together, but they all tried to do it at once, and the mistakes they made cost them. Hannah Abbott was working with Susan at first, but chose to give up immediately after falling into the freezing cold lake. Ravenclaws were a sad lot since they were attacked the moment they received a spell. So far, only Padma Patil and Terry Boot were still in the race, even if Boot was still in the first part of the task. All things considered, they were doing about what was expected from students their age. It showed that choosing the same task for Newty students and third-year students was just unfair for both. The scores were very clear on that. Seventh-year students finished the course in around 15 minutes, while the fourth years averaged around 45 minutes. Keeping all years separate was a good move on Dumbledore's part to give the illusion of competition, but at the end of the day, students with the most magical education did the best, while those who had been in Hogwarts the least did the worst. Speaking of the headmaster, he was walking at Harry with a visible frown on his face, which he hid in very quickly. He was quickly followed by McGonagall and Snape, as well as Ludo Bagman. Harry made sure not to react or look intimidated in any way. "How may I help you, lady and gentlemen?" Dumbledore gave him a small smile. "Well, it has to do with the manner finished your task, young Harry." "How so?" McGonagall's face turned red at his dismissing tone. "You brought your broom into the task and made a mockery of this school for an easy win." Harry simply shrugged. There was nothing in the rules against summoning something from outside the arena, only that we enter with only our wand. I followed the rules to the letter. The Transfiguration Mistress looked towards Bagman with a glare that made him flinch. "The lad is right, I'm afraid. It's not technically against the rules. Yet they are against the competitive spirit of the task," Dumbledore protested. "Spirit is all well and good, but it doesn't change that I did win a nice bit of gold. Unless, of course, you wish to go back on your word to change the rules after the competition." "Talk about making a mockery of the tournament," Harry responded while humming. "Oh, that must have stung the headmaster. You could still be penalized for messing with the enchantments around the arena which stopped anything from getting in or out of it." "I didn't know that there were any enchantments. Are you sure you cast them correctly?" Harry knew fully well about the wards around the arena. They were pretty basic, since the task wasn't all that dangerous. And Harry did modify his summoning charm on the fly to make sure that the broom would be considered part of the task. Of course, this meant that Dumbledore knew that Harry did circumvent the wards somehow, but couldn't admit publicly that a 13-year-old student could get past his protections, since it could be taken as evidence of his incompetence. The headmaster must have realized it too, since he took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Congratulations, young Harry, for winning your race. Take heed that summoning something from outside the arena will be barred in the finals. I look forward to seeing you compete." The adults turned and left, although Harry could see an imperceptible gleam of pride on Snape's face and a fond exasperation on McGonagall's. Harry had no doubts that they were seeing his parents in him. The moment they left, Harry heard a howling laughter, one that he had never heard before. He turned and saw the amused face of his guardian, Arcturus Black, doing his best to control himself, only to howl into laughter before. Harry calmly took the Black Patriarch to a quiet corner and put on a few privacy wards. "Are you all right?" "All right? Lad, this is the most fun I've had in years. I haven't seen Dumbledore this pissed since that time your grandfather voted against him in a bill in the Wizengamot. It was literally the swinging vote. Oh, Charlus and I had such a laugh that night." Harry wanted to say something, but his guardian continued, "Oh, your father would have loved this. making a mockery of a school event like this and getting away with it. Sirius would have been so proud of you. Sometimes I regret that the two of you never met. I'd like to think that you would have gone along. No, they really wouldn't. And just like that, Sirius's name made Harry remember why he was avoiding this man for months. The Black Patriarch might be reminiscing about old times and looked much more relaxed than he ever did. But he had to know the truth. Harry felt cruel for telling him, for ruining the man's good mood, which he rarely saw, in contrast to the regret that suffocated him most of the time. Alas, it would have been crueler to not tell him. The man deserved to know, and Harry knew that if he pushed telling him now, he would keep pushing. He would keep finding excuses. No, he was going to do this. He turned towards Arcturus and spoke with a serious tone. "We need to talk." The man must have noticed the seriousness of Harry's tone because he steeled himself. "What about? Do you remember what happened last Samhain?" The Black Patriarch snorted. "Of course I do. The Hogsmeade attack happened." His eyes widened slightly. "That was you?" Harry nodded. "Yes, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. During the attack, something happened, something that I need to tell you about." Chapter 1, 179. Chapter 179. His Final Trick. 15th January, 1994, Hogwarts. Susan Bones sat in the stands waiting for the finals for the first task of the tournament to begin, still shivering from her impromptu ice bath during her own task. The preliminaries were a lot more difficult than she thought they would be, but it wasn't really that bad. Susan had done her best to finish the task and ended up finishing 7th. One of the few rare ones who finished the race from her year, and the only one who finished from her house. She did her best to get through the task and never gave up, and it worked. She mainly relied on runes, and her knowledge of the subject was put to the test plenty of times. Honestly, if it wasn't for Harry's lessons during their group project sessions, she would have probably failed the task. She was slow, but she was able to carve runes on the wooden platform to move forward. Another rune to make a basic protection against the weather, and a rune to not slip on the ice. She had barely gotten started with powering runes, but that and a few charms did the trick, and she finished her task with her head held high. Her auntie Amelia swiped her up into the air, telling her how proud she was of Susan. Apparently, her performance was better than many of upper-year students, and that was more than enough to impress the spectators. Susan had no idea what they did and hoped that people had omnioculars that recorded the event for sale. Susan didn't come first, of course. That honor belonged to Harry, who apparently just summoned a broom and flew to the finish line in less than 2 minutes. She wished that she would have thought of that. It seemed obvious now that she thought about it. His friends and housemates, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, and Daphne Greengrass, had obviously also impressed everyone by literally breezing through the obstacles as if they weren't there. Harry did tell her that he had been helping them train ever since the task was announced, and it showed. Susan wished that she would have asked him the same, but even after an entire semester working together, they were still not close enough for her to ask him for something like that. Of course, she lamented that fact, but she would not be deterred. Speaking of Harry, she saw him and the rest of the contestants stand in a circle around some raised platform. Each contestant looked like they had a designated platform. It took a couple of minutes for everyone to take their place and for Ludo Bagman to start speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, what an evening this was. We saw wonders of magic, feats of skill and athleticism that awed every single one of us. Yes, me included. And it all leads to this, the grand finale of this task. Who will be crowned as the champion of the school? Will it be a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, or perhaps even a Raven or a Badger might win? Will it be a Newt student, or perhaps even an underdog? I don't know, but I'm eager to find out. We only have 15 contestants remaining, 3 for each school year, ready to prove themselves as the best of this prestigious school." The entire stadium roared in approval, and Susan was swept up by the excitement as well. It was far better to see it from above than anything else. The head of the Department of Magical Mages and Sports continued, "I'm glad to see that you're all just as eager to see what will happen next, and the final task will not disappoint you. You see, the rules are simple. The first students to open a chest in the middle of the platform and grab the artifact inside will be crowned as the victor of the first task. The contestants are only allowed to have their wands on them and cannot summon anything from outside the arena. The crowd burst into laughter, probably remembering Harry's trick in the preliminary task. The boy himself looked bored out of his mind and wasn't even looking up at the announcer. Susan suppressed the urge to giggle. This was typical Harry. Her aunt seemed to have noticed where her eyes wandered and chuckled. "So the Potter boy, huh?" She blushed. "What are you talking about, Auntie?" "I'm not judging. His father was a good catch back in the day. If he was a bit older, I might have tried him out a bit." The redhead's blush intensified. "I don't want to know about that. Let's just focus on the task." "Whatever you say, Susie. Oh, you're growing up so fast?" The young Hufflepuff did her best to ignore her aunt's teasing and focused on Bagman's voice once more, who had begun to explain the task. "Seems easy, doesn't it?" Alas, if things were easy, then our champion wouldn't really feel deserving of the title. And after such an impressive showing on the obstacle course, so of course there must be obstacles in front of our dear contestants. They will first need to retrieve the key to open the chest, which will be in the possession of one of the obstacles. And just like that, almost 100 gigantic ice statues were conjured out of nowhere, each holding a giant weapon. They were over 2 stories tall, probably around the size of a giant, and wearing gladiator armor. Their presence was definitely intimidating. The crowd roared in excitement, but Susan couldn't help but feel fear towards her yearmates. They really weren't equipped to deal with things like that. Each statue will have a medallion. It can either be empty or it can hold the key to the chest, the key to victory. Find the key, open the chest, and you will win. There will be no prizes from second place, only the winner, and you are allowed to duel your opponent as long as no dark magic is used. Of course, there will be other obstacles in your way. But you didn't come here to listen to me talk. Let's just get this task started. And just like before, a cannon fired, and the contestants ran towards the giant ice soldiers. Cedric Diggory, a 6th year, immediately stunned Zabini and Davis, who happened to be near the older Hufflepuff. He looked for Harry for a fraction of a second before running towards an ice statue. The older boy probably thought that he was being kind since other students wouldn't have been as nice as him about eliminating them. Losing to a 3rd year would have been very shameful. A few upper-year Gryffindors or even Slytherins would have just blasted them away, or maybe even cursed them. Percy Weasley, a 7th year, defeated the first statue by sending some kind of enchanted fire at their legs, melting through the charms and keeping the statues together. Alas, the whole thing seemed to tire him immensely since he was heaving, and he barely reacted when Gemma Farley stunned him from the back, only to frown when she noticed that the statue didn't have a key. The Slytherin girl dodged a curse from the redhead's girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, who seemed angry at the attack. Farley was able to quickly counter the attack and said some cheeky reply that seemed to incense the Ravenclaw even further. The duel that followed was obviously in the Slytherin's favor. Clearwater was not that experienced in wizarding fights, at least not like Farley was. Perhaps the rumors were true. Slytherin did have an underground dueling ring for just the members of their house. Everyone was watching the duel with fascination, but were distracted once more by Bagman's booming voice. "Merlin's beard. Potter's got it. Potter's got the key." Susan could feel that everyone's neck turned at the exact same time to see Harry, who had used the remains of a downed statue to trip another one and steal the necklace. He was holding a glowing gold key in his hand while gliding through the ice with the grace of a figure skater. On the other side, Farley used the distraction to knock out the Ravenclaw head girl before quickly running towards the gliding 3rd year. Harry was smiling unconcerned and dodged 2 hexes with an acrobatic move in the middle of the air, landing like a gymnast. The Weasley twins were the first to reach him and sent some of their infamous prank spells at the Potter scion. Harry, though, just ducked, while still gliding, and turned sharply to the left. The twins lost their balance slightly and did not see Cho Chang, a very pretty 4th year, just behind them. The girl was able to quickly take out the twins, meaning that every Weasley was officially out of the race. The Asian girl ran towards Harry, who had an infuriating smile on his face as he dodged every single attack. Susan heard her Aunt Amelia snickering slightly and murmur, "Impressive. I didn't know he could dodge spells like that." The head of the DMLE shook her head. "That's not it. I won't spoil the surprise after all. Susan suppressed the urge to pout and turned back to the competition, only to see Harry turn sharply, leading the Chang girl into the path of a still intact ice statue, which was swinging a mace at Harry. The Ravenclaw took the damage head-on and flew away, knocked out, probably with a trip to the hospital wing. Still, the girl was a Quidditch player. She must have been used to getting injured. Harry bowed to the audience, only to be attacked in the back by Cedric Diggory, who sent him flying back. The crowd booed and cheered. Cedric was the pride of Hufflepuff House. He was by far one of the most talented students in the school, definitely the most popular with the ladies. He was very helpful whenever anyone asked anything of him. He liked to tutor firsties in his free time and was adored by everyone in the House of Badgers. Yet at this moment, Susan was furious at him. Still, while Harry was good, he was probably not powerful enough to handle a Newt student in a straight fight. It was not logical to think that her crush had a chance at winning. The sixth year said something to the downed Harry before stunning him and taking the key. The Hufflepuffs in the stands roared in approval. He was immediately attacked by Gemma Farley, who had just eliminated the remaining sixth years with ease. There were just two students standing, Gemma Farley and Cedric Diggory, who were by far the students who showed the most talent during the whole competition. The duel that followed was fierce. Cedric seemed to favor transfiguration, conjuring animals to attack his opponent. Farley favored charms and curses. The duel took a lot longer than anyone expected it would. Both students were evenly matched. It ended with Cedric gaining the upper hand when a very strong gust of air sent both of them flying away. Farley was unlucky enough to land near one of the animated statues and used a shield charm by reflex, which Cedric took advantage of and stunned her in the back. A limping Cedric Diggory dispelled the storm with a wave of his wand and transfigured some snow into a sleigh, which he charmed to move forward. It was then that 8 gigantic ice tentacles spawned from the ground and tried to attack him. The Hufflepuff dodged the first one and made some very quick work of the tentacles by conjuring chains that started to bind the tentacles together. In the end, an exhausted Cedric Diggory limped victoriously to the middle platform, which held a giant chest. He raised the glowing key up into the air in a dramatic way and tried to open the chest. The entire stadium was silent, waiting for the boy to finally reveal the prize within, only to see the boy frowning as the key wasn't opening the chest. He had a confused expression on his face as the ice gave out from under him and he fell into the frozen lake. No one seemed to know what was happening. Ludo Bagman was speechless for the first time since the task began. Of course, that's when a bored Harry Potter revealed himself from underneath a pillar of snow, which hid his form. The body where the boy was supposed to be stunned was deformed, showing a rock in a humanoid shape with a rune matrix glowing in the middle. It was an illusion all this time. No wonder Harry was able to make impossible dodges. The Slytherin must have been controlling it from afar and got caught on purpose, to make whoever won drop his guard. She turned towards her aunt, who was visibly giggling, with an accusive tone. "You knew." "Of course I knew. The shadow didn't match the illusion. You'd have needed to be looking for it to notice. More than a few criminals tried to pull this off in front of me, so I'm always looking for illusions. The boy must have transfigured a fake key and charmed it to glow as a distraction too." Very impressive. Susan looked flabbergasted as Harry Potter walked slowly towards the platform, holding the real key in his hand. He bowed to the audience once more, this time with his real body. He put the key in the chest and opened it, releasing a golden trophy from inside, which he raised up into the air. The crowd roared in approval and still confusion. What a way to end the task. Chapter 1. 180. Chapter 1. 180. The Black Swan. 15th January 1994, Hogwarts. Harry returned to the third-year tent with a frown, sighing after finishing the first task. He won, of course, not that he ever doubted that he could. What he did doubt was the fact that Harry didn't want to reveal anything in his capabilities that might frighten the general public. The idea was simple enough. He simply transfigured some ice into a white blanket and hid outside, while animating an illusion that was anchored to a pile of rocks through runes. It was a simple enough thing that any fourth-year student who had taken the runes elective would have been able to perform. Harry was also able to immediately sense where the key was, using his arcane hearing. There was this extra noise near the ice statue that made him find it before the task even started. He used a discreet summoning charm that he designed to ignore the specific defenses around the key and just transfigured a new key that he used as a decoy, held by his illusion. The rest was essentially just showmanship. The gliding, the dodging, tricking the students with the illusion to take themselves out, until Diggory, probably the most competent student in school, was able to defeat Harry and grab the key. In the end, he just waited until Diggory finished the task, had his guard lowered, and just took out the boy. And just like that, with minimal effort, he had won the task, without using a single offensive spell or advanced magic. The glare that Dumbledore had during the entire ceremony made him have the urge to burst into giggles. Of course, Harry was able to restrain himself and just go through the entire thing with a fake smile on his face. He really hated that stuff. Still, the Daily Prophet took a few photos and did a few interviews where he explained what he had done. Harry had obviously made a mockery of Dumbledore's event, and the public loved it. Still, there was one thing that made the entire thing taste bitter in his mouth. His victory was shallow, and that was because of his conversation with Arcturus Black. He had steeled himself after the first portion of the task and told Arcturus the truth about the Hogsmeade attack. He tried not to look at the man as he retold the story and the fate of his grandson. All the while, the Black Patriarch just stayed silent with a neutral expression on his face. Even with Harry's arcane hearing, the man did not have any change in emotion at all. It was just weird. Everyone's emotions shifted slightly, even if they were just lying around. He didn't have the opportunity to see the man react to the story, since the announcers said that the finalists should make their way to their tents for the task to begin. Arcturus had calmly told him to just go, and that they would continue their conversation later. When did he mean by later? Harry had no idea. He just grumbled and changed back to his normal clothes. Those tawny clothes were really itchy, and the enchantment woven into them to glow in case there was any tampering in them, or any magic effect or item that was not a wand when exposed to a certain ward, was very uncomfortable. It was like having a small buzzer in his clothes that kept making noise to his arcane hearing. He hated it with a passion. He threw his little trophy without a care. It's not like it meant anything anyway. The last Potter just grabbed his hair in frustration. Should he have kept his mouth shut? Should he have just let Arcturus stay ignorant? What a fucking shit show, he grumbled. It is, isn't it? A familiar voice replied from behind him. It was Arcturus, his guardian. Harry grimaced as he turned to meet the man's gaze. Well, I don't have a better word for it. The older man chortled, Yeah, you're right. Good job messing with Dumbledore, by the way. He looked like he sucked a real lemon instead of those sugar monstrosities he has in his office. Have you ever tried one out? Yeah, one of the sweetest things I've ever tasted. There was barely any lemon in them. I tasted one from the Muggle world, just out of curiosity, and they weren't as sweet. Harry suppressed the urge to snicker before steeling himself. So, you're here to finish our conversation? The Black Patriarch nodded grimly. Yes. So Sirius is really alive, huh? Harry's answer was only a grimace. He slowly reached into his pocket and took out a familiar knife. It was the exact same weapon that Sirius Black had used in an attempt to kill him during the Hogsmeade attack. Arcturus obviously recognized the knife since his expression fell even further. I know that knife. I gave it and its twin to Sirius and Regulus for their 13th birthday. It's a bit of a tradition to give a bladed weapon to a Black. Bellatrix used to love her own. She slept with it under her pillow and everything. His reminiscing look turned into a sad frown. I guess that my grandson is a serial killer now, huh? A monster that hunts wizards and witches in the comforts of their homes, to kill them where they are most vulnerable, a monster that can't even use magic anymore. I'm sorry, he simply said. It's not your fault, lad. Your mother might have had something to do with it, but I can't really blame a baby for what happened that day in Godric's Hollow. Melania would probably have come back to life just to kick my sorry ass if I ever did that. My life always loved children. You should have seen how much she doted on Sirius when he was younger. Of course, that bitch Walburga didn't let her meet the boy too many times. Something about not coddling him. We never should have agreed to her wishes. Seems foolish now that I think about it. The laughter that followed that admission was bitter. Oh, Melania would be so heartbroken. I'm glad that she's not here to see this. And look at that, my legacy. Of my 3 granddaughters, one was mad and died. One is a widow that's a pale imitation of the brilliant young woman she used to be, and one is married to a muggle-born and wants nothing to do with her family, something that she passed on to her daughter. Of my 2 grandsons, one died in the service of a madman, and the other is an insane serial killer who's more monster than man and had lost his ability to use magic in any way. You'd think I would be relieved to see that one of my descendants would be still alive. Alas, the world is cruel, isn't it? The world rarely cares for our wishes, Arcturus, Harry admitted, but that doesn't mean that we should give up. It would be too easy to do so instead of fighting to gain our own small slice of the world. I guess you're right, lad, the older man admitted. I have a question, though. Why did you wait so long to tell me? Samhain was almost 3 months ago. Harry looked down. I was scared, I guess. It's hard to say. I didn't know how you were going to react. You've always sounded so proud of Sirius for standing up to his mother, for fighting what he truly believed in, instead of being swept up by the bloodlust like Bellatrix. I didn't want to hurt you, but I knew that you deserved to know. I knew that the moment we'd be anywhere, just the 2 of us, I'd cave and just tell you, so I avoided you. And now that your favored grandson is trying to kill your own ward, you thought that I would pick him over you, Arcturus continued with an incredulous tone. It wasn't logical, all right? I had just heard that my own mother killed my father in the back, just to power some kind of ritual. I heard that she was some manipulative bitch whose demise had probably made the world a better place. You're the first adult that's ever given a shit about me, Arcturus. The risk wasn't worth it, even if I knew deep down that you would never pick that monster. That's more like an imitation of your grandson anyway. Harry was telling the truth in this. In both his lifetimes, not a single adult cared about his well-being. If they did, they would have noticed his utter lack of social skills and how that would have impacted him. He had practically raised himself twice, and while he was better off in this life, he was still a far cry from a mentally healthy boy. Arcturus shook his head. When I made you my ward, I made a promise on my dead sister's grave that I would take care of you. I will not abandon you for something like this. You are my charge, my ward, and I will never hurt you. I might have contacted you because of your ability, because of your intelligence, and potential for a child of yours to become the next Black Patriarch or Matriarch, but I have grown to care for you. You should have trusted me, Harry. Harry just looked down, and the man continued, As smart as you are, I guess I forgot that you're still a child at heart, and I should have noticed your insecurities. This a failing on both my side and yours. I thought that you learned during your Wizengamot hearing that you should trust me, kid. The last Potter looked down. I'm sorry. Sorry implies that you're going to learn this lesson. You might be young, but you still betrayed the trust I gave you because of your maturity. What if Sirius came after me, huh? What if you died and the smiling killer's identity disappeared with you? What if I put wards that would protect against people of black blood? Or used curses that can't target my bloodline? Your intentions were pure in the attempt to spare me some pain, but haven't I proven to you again and again that you could trust me? Harry nodded. Of course. The Black Patriarch interrupted him. Let me finish. I went above and beyond for you, kid. I was there when you used me to stop Dumbledore from getting control over you outside the castle. I was there when Dumbledore tried to paint you as some kind of Dark Lord, ready to help you. I was there when I made sure that your firebolt business wasn't sunk into the ground by the Nimbus Corporation, not that you know about it. I was there when I greased a few palms to make sure that the new laws targeting your company aren't created, even using some of my blackmail material to make sure you succeed and rebuild the Potter treasury. Hell, I even helped you get some goblin silver for that cult of yours, and I haven't asked you about how you knew about Regulus's locket. I did all of this not because I wanted to curry some favor from you, or even use you in any way, but because you're my sister's blood, and I can see that you could change the world. Believe it or not, I am your biggest supporter, your greatest ally, and all I'm asking is for you to trust me enough, to respect me enough, to return some of the trust and respect that I have for you. Is that too much to ask? Harry stood there, frozen by the man's rant. Did he really dismiss Arcturus this much? He hadn't known that the Black Patriarch was helping him from the shadows. The words were familiar. Hadn't he uttered those same words to Tracy and Blaze when they complained right after the Hogsmeade attack? Were his actions similar to theirs? Did they look petty as Tracy and Blaze's teenage rebellion? He really should have told Arcturus from the start, "I'm genuinely sorry, Arcturus. I'll do my best to include you in anything serious from now on." "Good," the man simply answered. "I will hold you to that. Now with that out of the way, how have you been? You know, besides Sirius trying to kill you and everything, we didn't have time to talk since the summer." Harry's posture gradually relaxed as he spent more time with his guardian. By the end of it, they were both laughing merrily, with Sirius Black's survival not quite forgotten, but in the background. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. The Lemon Tree. 26th January 1994, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom sat alone for breakfast while clenching his goblet full of juice tightly, remembering the events of the first task of the school tournament. Things hadn't gone to plan at all. It had been almost 2 weeks since he had completed the task, and yet he was still the pariah of Gryffindor House. He had trained very hard for this, to make his performance as memorable as possible. He had learned spells that were far above his year, run every day like his old Quidditch days, before he got banned, to build up his stamina, and damn it, he had delivered. He was so far above most of his year, hell, even above a few the fourth years, in terms of competence, that people should have noticed that he was different. Hermione would have been so proud of him. No, don't think about Hermione. Don't think about Hermione. He repeated this sentence in his head. It was something that he did almost every day, as he thought about his bushy-haired friend and remembered her fate. It was always there, in the background. He would think of a lesson and imagine Hermione studying it. He would see the Weasley twins playing pranks and imagine Hermione's face, a mix of exasperated fondness and disapproval at their behavior. Because Hermione would have stayed by his side, she would have supported him and helped him become the best wizard possible. She would have been proud of him. It just wasn't fair. The Bones girl was celebrated in Hufflepuff for her ingenious thinking and usage of rune. Even babbling was giving her preferential treatment during class. Hell, even Padma Patil received impressed looks from her house, and he hated it. He hated it. He hated it. He hated it. For a fraction of a second, a small voice in the back of his head was urging him to burn everything, to make them recognize his greatness or suffer. He suppressed it as much as he did. That small voice has been getting more persistent after the task, so much so that he asked his grandmother to give him a couple of meditation exercises to prevent himself from ever succumbing to it, as he did right after the task. After a couple of deep breaths, Neville was calm once more and his mind was clear. As far as his grandmother was concerned, he was just starting out learning a few exercises for occlumency, which she would start to teach him during the following summer. He hadn't had the heart to tell her about the voice. Would she think that he was unworthy of his family crest, that it was the crest trying to remove a user that he deemed insufficient, unworthy? Would she think that he was actually just as unstable and insane as those articles made him up to be? Would she renounce him as her grandson? No, he didn't want to continue this line of thinking. He was in control of himself now, and nothing was ever going to change that. He was just sad and angry about the task, and was just projecting that into another problem that he had. Why didn't the Gryffindors just celebrate his courage? He was smart when he summoned the platforms to him. He was fearless when he was sent into the air by that whale and righted himself in the air. He had braved himself and walked through the ice platform attacked by a storm and was smart enough to bypass the fog. He was the only Gryffindor to finish the damn obstacle course. Why didn't they care? An owl ducked down and sent today's issue of the Daily Prophet down on him. At the sight of the article, he suppressed the urge to snarl in anger. The Hogwarts School Tournament, a farce or an exhibition of magical skill. By Rita Skeeter. It's the talk of the magical community. The Hogwarts School Tournament of 1993. A competition that promised to showcase the brightest young minds in magic, from the 3rd to the 7th year of their magical education. However, the events that have unfolded beg the question, is it a true test of magical prowess or merely a farce wrapped in the glamour of competition? The tournament, exclusive to Hogwarts students, commenced with a riveting start. The first task was a 2-part challenge, a preliminary task and a perilous obstacle course across the half-frozen Black Lake. The second part involved the best 3 performers from each year retrieving a key from animated ice statue warriors to unlock a chest containing their victory. But controversy erupted when Harry Potter, a Slytherin 3rd year, emerged victorious in both tasks. Potter, demonstrating a cunning approach, summoned his broom and breezed over the obstacle course, completely sidestepping the physical challenges. In the second task, he resorted to trickery, transfiguring a fake key and creating an illusion of defeat to catch his competitor, Cedric Diggory, off guard. Opinions within Hogwarts are sharply divided. Some claim Potter has made a mockery of the event, employing dirty tricks, rather than showcasing his magical skills. Another faction, however, argues that Potter's cleverness is a skill in its own right. They point out the inherent imbalance in pitting students with varying levels of magical education against one another, suggesting that such disparities inevitably lead to unconventional strategies. The next task, a dueling tournament set for mid-February, promises to offer a stark contrast. Here, raw magical skill and quick reflexes will reign supreme over cunning and guile. This upcoming event may well be the crucible that determines the true nature of this competition. As the dust settles on the previous tasks, one question lingers. Who is Harry Potter? Is he the nascent Dark Lord, as some in hushed tones suggest, echoing the concerns of Albus Dumbledore? Or is he simply a resourceful student, compelled to rely on his wits in a tournament seemingly stacked against him? In the end, the verdict stands. Harry Potter has won the task. But the true measure of his character and the essence of this tournament will undoubtedly be revealed in the upcoming dueling challenge. One thing is certain, the wizarding world watches with bated breath. For more information about the Hogwarts tournament, view pages 2. For more information about Harry Potter and Dumbledore's accusations of him, view page 3. Neville couldn't help but wonder why they were still talking about the damn tournament. It was old news, and similar articles were published the previous week. Was there really no other news in magical Britain that they have to rely on old news to create controversy? And the worst thing was the fact that Neville wasn't even mentioned once in any of the articles. One of the main selling points of the tournament was people getting to see him perform. The articles from the previous year might have affected his popularity, but he was still the boy who lived. He was still politically important, and people did care when they heard his name. And yet, it wasn't the case now. The truth was, everyone was now obsessed with Harry, and the school was essentially pulling on his unorthodox, solving the first task to sell more tickets for the dueling tournament. He knew that it wasn't Harry's fault, that if he had the idea, Neville would have done the exact same thing. But it just wasn't fair. He couldn't help but feel bitter, like Harry was somehow replacing him, and his position in the wizarding world. And his housemates really weren't helping. Gryffindor got trounced by the competition. Aside from the Weasley twins and Percy Weasley, not a single Gryffindor made it to the finals, and those 3 were eliminated rather quickly. He was the only Gryffindor 3rd year to finish the preliminary task. Out of the 4th years, Katie Bell was the only one to finish, even if she didn't do particularly well. Cormac McLaggen had finally shut his trap and stopped bragging like he did before the task. This task was made with bravery in mind. As long as you didn't give up, you should have at least finished the race given time. It was tailor-made for Gryffindor House, the House of the Brave. You didn't need to know any advanced magic or any difficult theorems. And yet they had lost. Yeah, that was a blow to their Gryffindor pride. And they blamed Neville of all people for it. It didn't make any sense. Most of them didn't even finish the race, and they had the gall to say that he should have beaten Harry since they were both 3rd years, when he outsmarted them all during the finals. He started to see why Harry always looked at him with disdain during their first 2 years in Hogwarts. Was he like them back then? Before he was an outcast, did he judge people without any thought? Was he as foolish as they were? He didn't like the idea. He must have been better, right? Perhaps he wasn't. But now he was better. He was blind, and now he could see, and he would show the world what he was capable of. Neville clenched his goblet tighter, the juice sloshing dangerously close to the rim. This was his chance to prove himself, to demonstrate his growth, his skill, and his worth. The dueling tournament was his opportunity to show everyone, to silence the whispers and the doubts. He would no longer be the Neville Longbottom they thought they knew. He would no longer be a boy who rode on the fame of a magical accident when he was a baby. He would show them about who they kept dismissing. He would train harder than ever, refine his spells, and hone his reflexes. Dueling required a blend of strategy, skill, and agility. It was a platform where he could excel, where he could outshine his peers and reclaim his place in the wizarding world. He had already learned the basics, thanks to his grandmother, and he could easily go from there. Unfortunately, he hadn't joined the dueling club. Instead, he had chosen to focus on Quidditch, which turned out to be a mistake, considering the fact that he was banned from the sport the previous year, and the rumors of his mental instability stopped Oliver Wood from offering him the position once more, his skills as a seeker not being enough to face the uproar that would come with him rejoining the team. At least Wood was honest about it. He respected his former captain even more with that move. He really should have joined another club, instead of hoping the Wood would ask him to join back. It would have been a good opportunity to fine-tune his dueling skills. The dueling club was led by Professor Flitwick. The half-goblin was a well-known dueling champion a few decades back before retiring. His insight would have been invaluable. Alas, with the task publicly announced to be a dueling tournament, the charms professor was faced with innumerable requests to join the club. He refused them all, saying that you could only join the club at the beginning of the year. The voices of his housemates, the taunts and the jeers, faded into the background. What mattered now was the future, the upcoming duel, and the opportunity to redefine himself. As he stood up, leaving the Great Hall with a newfound resolve, Neville knew one thing for certain. He would show them all in the dueling tournament. No one would underestimate him again. No one would ignore him again. They would all come to respect him. He would no longer be overshadowed by legends and expectations. He would be his own legend, a wizard of formidable skill and undeniable power. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In that moment of solitude, he made a silent vow to himself. He would rise above them all, no matter the cost. People will never dismiss him ever again. And for a fleeting instant, as he opened his eyes and continued on his path, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible change. In the depths of his eyes, a faint red glow flickered and vanished as quickly as it appeared. Neville didn't notice it, and neither did his housemates. And just like that, the Longbottom scion got up and left for the library to research more dueling spells. He had a lot of work to do after all. Chapter 182. Chapter 182, The Serpent Awakens. 30th January 1994, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Draco Malfoy was jealous of Harry Potter. It had started in his first year when he was able to befriend Greengrass, Davis and Zabini without any effort. Those were the only Slytherin students in his year whose families weren't under his father's sphere of influence. Draco had planned on gaining their trust and ruling over Slytherin House as its king, as his father did before him. Of course, that was when Potter decided to ruin everything without even trying. He had dismissed the green-eyed boy when he was sorted in his house on the basis of his blood status. He was just some half-blood orphan whose name was synonymous with one of the greatest disasters in recent history. His legacy tainted by the magical blood that was spilt that day on Godric's Hollow, of which he was the only survivor. It was a pressure point like his father taught him that would make people sing to his tunes. He really should have listened to his father more when he was younger. He would have said that the boy was obviously different and in many ways unnatural. He was just too good at magic, too calm, too mature for it to be normal. But people ate it all up, and he hated it. And so he kept challenging him in the hopes that he would shrivel when his pressure point was pressed. He didn't. And Draco paid the price. He lost his status in the house. He was looked down on by everyone. Draco tried, he really did. Even in potions, which his godfather had tutored him for years, he ended up getting beaten handily by the half-blood. He was such an idiot. He focused on Potter not being under his influence, of the half-blood having friends and making connections, that he didn't think of confirming the ones that he did possess. Nott obviously didn't like him, but did so on the orders of his father, whom even Draco's own father thought to be a distasteful and sadistic man. And the young Malfoy paid the price for it. Lucius Malfoy had perished, and with him, most of the house's influence. Oh, they were still very rich and had contacts, but the leadership of the traditionalist faction was immediately swept away and taken over by the Nott family. The Nott patriarch did a good job of getting rid of any remnants of the Malfoy influence, and Draco's mother wasn't interested in fighting him, doing her best not to end up under someone's thumb in the chaos. Nott had even managed to get a new law voted in, saying that minors would not gain access to their parents' full vaults if the vault had more than 1,000,000 galleons in them, destroying any hope Draco's mother had to return to politics. She only had her personal vault for their expenses, but she never really cared about them, meaning that whatever was inside wouldn't be enough to support them and their lifestyle for 5 years. Thankfully, Narcissa was able to contact her paternal grandfather, Arcturus Black, who agreed to give her a sizable stipend until Draco's majority, which would give him access to the entirety of the Malfoy fortune. The previous summer was filled with boring events, people coming up to Draco and his mother with a fake expression of mourning, trying to take advantage of them. Of course, all of this stopped when Nott passed the bill, and there was no family fortune to steal anymore. He had thought that school would have been a good reprieve from the somber atmosphere that was at home. His mother had taken her husband's passing very badly, not that Draco was any better. Damn that smiling killer to hell. Alas, he came back to the castle, eager for a distraction, any kind really. He would even take Longbottom pranking him or anything, just so he would stop thinking about his father again. He missed having childish spats with other students, maybe even dueling them in the corridor. Hell, he even missed playing Quidditch. However, it was all for naught. No one cared about him anymore. Crabbe and Goyle left him like they hadn't been friends for years, just to follow Nott. Pansy barely paid him any attention, even Millicent stopped trying to get his attention. The realization hit Draco Malfoy like a bludger to the chest. His name, once whispered in both fear and respect, now seemed to hold as much weight as a feather. The corridors of Hogwarts, which once parted like the Red Sea at his approach, now closed in on him, indifferent and cold. His isolation was not just social, but emotional as well. He longed for the days when his biggest worry was outshining Potter in potions or getting one over Longbottom. Now his concerns were far graver. The preservation of his family's legacy, the survival of their dwindling influence, and the crushing weight of his father's absence. The Slytherin common room, once his sanctuary, had become a lion's den. Whispers followed him as he walked past his housemates, their eyes filled with a curious mix of pity and disdain. The Slytherin throne, which he once occupied with such ease, now belonged to Theodore Nott, who lounged in his seat, looking just as miserable as Draco felt. It was then that Draco realized that the only special thing about him was his father, and without him in the background making people terrified of his reprisal, he would have been all alone. No, he was all alone. He sat in the common room, in the corner where no one would bother him, and pondered about what his life meant, what his ancestors' legacy meant. He was playing chess against a very old, animated chessboard, one that learned from the magic of dozens of Malfoys before him. He almost lost every time, but not without leaving with a lesson. The blonde boy barely noticed when someone else sat in front of him, right as he lost his 5th game in the afternoon. "Might if I join you for a game?" Draco looked up and saw the impassive face of Theodore Nott looking down at him. "Suit yourself." And just like that, the chessboard started to rearrange itself once more, and he asked Nott, "Black or white?" "I always prefer to play in black," the other boy responded. "I guess I'll go first then. Pawn to e4, the blonde stated. The game continued, no one saying anything but their moves, but Draco could tell that he was winning. It was a shame. He thought that Nott would at least be challenging to play against. Perhaps it was the fault of his magical crest. Ah yes, during the stress of summer and the realization during school that he was all alone, Draco's crest finally activated, and with it the spells that his ancestors had perfected over the course of centuries. Most of the spells were the mental variety. It wasn't exactly the mind arts hidden by the mind healers who were constrained with so many oaths that it was a wonder they could function at all. No, they were centered around thought acceleration, memory partition, and emotional control. It was a very underrated skill set, especially during dueling. He was planning on taking advantage of it during the upcoming dueling championship. Alas, the thought partitioning made chess games a little boring, since he could see so many steps ahead of his opponents that he might as well be bullying them. Of course, the Malfoy chess set was designed to make it as challenging as possible and train this skill, but poor Nott did not have this luxury. It didn't take long for Draco to wipe the floor with Nott, who had an odd gleam in his eyes when they were done. "You're very good at this." "Everyone ought to be good at something," the blonde simply replied. "Yeah, I can see that. You're different than you used to be." "Less of a brat, you mean?" Draco replied with a scoff. "It comes with the whole dead father thing. No wonder Potter always acted so high and mighty." "Everyone thought that you were a spoiled brat, Malfoy, even the people who pretended to be your friend to curry a favor with the next Malfoy patriarch." "You don't have to twist the knife, Nott. You win." "Win what, exactly? Do you think I like having people with fake smiles pretend to laugh at stuff that I didn't even mean as jokes? I barely have any time to myself anymore. No, believe me, I didn't come here to gloat. I came here with an offer, one that would benefit the both of us." "Like what? Join the rest of the house and brown nose?" Nott interrupted him. "For fuck's sake, why are you making things so hard? I want us to be friends. Is that so hard?" Draco was taken aback slightly, but Nott continued before he could say anything. "Do you remember the first task? We're the only ones other than Potter's gang in Slytherin to finish the obstacle course, and we did it because we worked together. We made a great team, didn't we?" Draco thought back and couldn't help but smile slightly. "I guess we did." It was the most alive he had felt since his father's passing. He was able to use his thought partitioning to make a plan and followed through with it alongside Nott. He doesn't even remember how they came to join each other, only that they refused to fail the task. They braved the unknown together and did far better than anyone expected. Draco's strategies and Nott's skill in charms worked so well together, enough for him to forget, for a few precious minutes, about his father, about his mother's grieving, about the state of his house, about his own loneliness. Nott then insisted, "Come on. Don't you need a partner to train for the dueling tournament? It's less than a month away, remember?" Draco hesitated, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had not expected this, an offer of friendship from Theodore Nott, the very person who had usurped his place in Slytherin. But a memory of the task, of how free he felt on that day, lingered in the back of his head. "All right, Nott," Draco found himself saying, the words almost foreign in his mouth. "Let's start this as just training for the tournament, and we'll see where it goes." The boy's hopeful expression bloomed into the first true smile that he had never seen on Nott's face. Was every smile before a fake? Now that Draco thought about it, he never really smiled, just a polite upward twist of his lips, or a smug smirk, never really anything else. Did he feel as he did, alone in a world of strangers? Would it be so bad to have a true friend for once, someone who wouldn't want him for his family fortune or political influence, someone Draco could rely on to have his back in this pit of vipers? Intellectually, he knew that it was probably a mistake. Their friendship would be taken as a sign of the Malfoy family finally submitting to the Nott's supremacy. But he didn't care. For once in his life, Draco decided to make a decision for himself and took a leap of faith. He raised his hand, which Nott met without hesitation. "Partners?" "Partners." And just like that, Draco felt a weight being dropped from his shoulders. He stared at Nott, who looked just as relieved as he felt. The moment was broken as two envelopes with the familiar green seal of House Slytherin floated towards them. From Nott's widened eyes, he too understood what those letters meant. The court of Slytherin summoned them, and at this time of year it could mean one thing. They had started to recruit people to join their ranks. He didn't care that Potter and all of his friends also received similar invitations. Nor did he feel any jealousy against Nott, who was staring at his own envelope without even opening it. Draco's heart raced as he took the envelope, the weight of its significance heavy in his hands. This was more than an invitation. It was proof that the Malfoy name still meant something. that not all was lost. Beside him, Not's expression mirrored his own, a mixture of surprise and determination. This was the chance he had waited for, the chance to forge a new legacy, independent of the shadows of the past, independent of his father. Chapter 1. 183. Chapter 1. 183. A Trace of Mischief. 30 January 1994, Hogwarts. Sometimes Tracy was jealous of her friends. Oh, it had nothing to do with their magical abilities. Sure, they had some bullshit family crests that pretty much allowed them to cheat through the education of one or multiple fields of magic. Like honestly, Daphne's plant control was bullshit. Blaze's light magic was so overpowered it didn't feel right in the hand of a 13-year-old. But it was Harry who honestly drove her mad. Whatever the magical circle thing he had going on was just bullshit. Being able to use them to cast wandlessly just took the cake. No, what made Harry truly bullshit was his weird ability to just get magic. He could just see a spell once and replicate it. Hell, he could even modify it on the fly to suit his needs, something that arithmancers needed weeks to do for each spell. It really wasn't fair that they all had to spend hours learning complicated spells, only for him to just get them without even bothering with incantations or wand movement, then replicate it using his bullshit magic circles. Yeah, she said bullshit a lot, but it was the most apt description of what Harry is capable of. This made her wonder if this was what Dumbledore's housemates felt when they looked at him, because Tracy couldn't imagine anyone being like Harry. And yet Tracy wasn't jealous of him for that. Well, maybe just a little. Who wouldn't really? She once asked him how he could do the things he did. The answer still confused her today. You're treating magic like a tool, and while it can work, I see it differently. Magic is like music, and school teaches us how to be musicians. Each spell is a song, a symphony of some sort, one that we learn through repetition and muscle memory. Arithmancers are composers, trying to use old arrangements to create new ones. But constraining music into a list of songs is just not right. You have to learn how it works when a note is incorrect instinctively. You need to listen, and once you understand, once the magic is more than a list of notes but more akin to a language to speak, then you'll be able to do what I do. She hadn't really understood what the boy meant by that. She did look into the library and couldn't find anything about it. After a few months, she just gave up and continued as she did. And yet, the words just wouldn't leave her head. Harry could be infuriatingly cryptic sometimes. Now, back to her friends, her jealousy mostly came with the fact that they knew exactly what they wanted in life. Harry always moved with purpose, and he excelled in anything he wanted with the barest effort. Guilds will probably be fighting over him before he graduates. Daphne obviously wanted to be a healer, as a reflex for her sister's condition. Blaze was just as lost as her, but had far more options, with the connection his mother had, as well as the fortune she accumulated over the years. Tracy was the daughter of a pure-blood mother and a Muggle-born. And even then, her mother was a recent pureblood, meaning that she didn't have a fancy crest or magical secrets. She was a literal nobody who worked in the Ministry of Magic, who fell in love with a Muggle-born in school and had her. The only good thing she had was when her maternal grandfather saved Daphne's maternal grandfather during Grindelwald's War. To pay back the debt, he had taken them under his protection, raised Tracy's mother as his ward alongside his daughter, and they have been friends ever since. It was because of Daphne's grandfather that Tracy's mother even got the position. But that was it. This was the most they would rise. Tracy just couldn't accept that. She wanted to be more than a mindless ministry drone. She wanted to stand out. There was a reason why she was sorted in Slytherin after all. Unfortunately, she wasn't like Daphne, who could manipulate most situations to her advantage, except when they came to Harry. The girl was hopeless when it came to him, and it wasn't like the boy was any better. Harry spent a year wearing this ridiculous fedora hat that Daphne had given him, which he enchanted with an expansion charm. The enchantment was pretty cool, all things considered, but he looked like a miniature gangster from the movies her father made her watch when she was younger. She didn't have Blaze's charisma, she didn't have Harry's bullshit magic and weird ability to make a fucking fortune on a whim. Seriously, how the fuck did he make so much gold in a year? He literally took a non-entity and made it one of the most demanded brooms in the market. She loved her friends, but they just didn't understand. Even Blaze pretended to understand for her sake. She liked him, and he obviously liked her too. For some reason, the dark-skinned boy just wouldn't work up the courage to ask her out. She would probably ask him out after the second task if he didn't say anything by then. Alas, her friends just didn't understand how hard it was to start at the bottom of the ladder, to work very hard for the opportunity to just rise a single step. She needed to stand out. The tournament was a good start, and people finally started to take notice. They finally started to realize that she was more than the local gossip queen. Tracy had used the equipment from the Hogsmeade attack to observe the most interesting places in the castle, which gave her more than enough information to act as some kind of broker. Even Blaze started to smuggle stuff into the castle, especially ones that weren't allowed in. Hell, one of her most recurring customers was Pansy Parkinson, who wanted blackmail material on anyone who disagreed with her about anything. Alas, Tracy knew that she had reached the best she could achieve on her own. She had risen as much as she could, being Harry and Daphne's friend and the local information broker. She needed something more to get higher up on the ladder. She needed to Court of Slytherin. It was more than a school club, Harry always liked to say. It was a guaranteed path to a good job in the ministry, and maybe even more. You gained connections there, as well as information that only members had access to. It would be the ticket to Tracy's ambition. It angered her just how much Harry just dismissed the court. For him, it might be something childish or even nonsensical, but for her it was the only opportunity she had. When she said that she wanted to present his modified omnioculars to the court in an effort to be recruited, he had just laughed at her face. He called it a silly idea to waste such a precious resource on a club of pompous teenagers who pretended to be adults. Sometimes he could really be patronizing sometimes, and that angered her. She probably shouldn't have acted like a brat during the Hogsmeade attack, but she just wanted to undermine him. She should have trusted him when he said that he dreamt of Hogsmeade being attacked. She should have followed his lead and not act like a bitch the next day. She was just afraid. Tracy had never been in any sort of mortal danger before. She had heard of Harry's adventures and believed them, but it was always so abstract. Being in true danger just freaked her out, and she lashed out. With Blaze following her lead, she regretted that. It had cost her Harry's trust, even if she was relieved that he obviously was never going to involve her in his antics again. It was her fault. She should have never taken that stupid bean. However, that didn't matter anymore. According to the letter in her hand, her performance in the first task was enough to get an invitation to their rank, alongside Harry, Blaze, and Daphne. She was worried that she didn't have as much on the table as the others since she didn't come from an old family, but her worries were laid to rest the moment the letter arrived. After curfew, they entered a secret corridor with a giant stone door with moving serpents. Inside was a room that looked more like an amphitheater, filled with people wearing green wooden masks of various magical snakes. This was it, the Court of Slytherin. The man sitting at the helm nodded at them in approval, and Tracy looked around for the first time. There were 6 candidates, she and her friends, as well as Nott and Malfoy. Nott was expected, all things considered. His father was in charge of a third of the Wizengamot after all. But Malfoy wasn't. After his father's death, his house's influence had waned considerably. He would bring nothing of interest to the table until his majority, so that was an odd choice. Tracy looked around and saw 3 empty seats. Wait a minute, only 3. Oh, she started to suspect what was going to happen. The man in the helm slammed a gavel and spoke up first. "The court is now in session." The entire hall fell quiet, and the king of the court held everyone's attention. "Today, we celebrate the final candidates to join our prestigious ranks. For centuries, this organization has watched over Slytherin House, enforcing the unwritten rules of the house and protecting the younger members from those who seek to hurt them. Countless influential people have been members of the club, and I challenge you to find any noteworthy Slytherin graduate who wasn't a member at some point. The 6 of you have a chance to join a legacy, to be immortalized amongst the legends of our house, and to wield influence far above that of any other student in this school. Alas, as you have probably noticed, we only have 3 available slots and there are 6 of you. The 6 third years turned around looking at one another, seeing where this was going. Well, Harry looked infuriatingly bored out of his mind, and wasn't that just typical Harry? The man continued, "Normally, as per our traditions, the 6 of you would duel and the victors would join our ranks. Thankfully, we won't have to do any of this, since there will be a dueling tournament in a few weeks. So this ruling council decided on a far simpler solution. The best performances in the tournament will join our ranks, and the rest will spend the rest of their years in Hogwarts knowing that they were one small step away from joining us, from becoming more, and yet fell short in the end. Look to your left and your right. Half of you will never see this room again. Half of you will never be members of this prestigious organization. So, make sure you do your best. Good luck, and may the odds be ever in your favor. Thank you." Was that it? Tracy saw the other candidates just look around in confusion before slowly going back the way they felt. Did they really have to be dramatic about it? They could have just put that in the letter instead of summoning them at almost midnight just to tell them that. Was that what Harry was talking about when he dismissed the court so easily? It didn't matter anyway. Even if it was just posturing, the court was her way into magical upper society. She would make invaluable connections there and maybe get a favor or two, which she would cash in after she graduated, and her chances were very good at getting in. Harry obviously wasn't interested and would reject the offer anyway. Daphne didn't really care about it, but would probably accept if she won. Blaise would lose if she asked him to. He only wanted to join the court to support her anyway. The only ones who truly cared were her, Draco, and Not. If she played her cards right and did well enough in the dueling tournament, she could easily become a new member of the court. Determined and focused, Tracy stepped out into the cool night, her resolve solidifying with each step as she envisioned her future among the elite of Slytherin. She had some dueling training to do. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Rumbling Depths. 14th February 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the spectators' lounge as a pathetic duel between Seamus Finnegan against Marietta Edgecombe occurred on the platform below him. Next to him, Daphne looked befuddled at the sight. "I know we're the youngest competitors in the tournament, but is it really that bad?" Harry shrugged. "It's not really fair to compare them to you. They don't have a crest helping them, and they never really trained to duel before. This is probably their first time fighting an actual opponent. I have to admit that Edgecombe is particularly bad, all things considered. She's the one with more magical education, and Finnegan isn't a strong opponent to bridge that gap." The last Potter repressed a wince as the Gryffindor just threw explosions around like a madman with a sick grin on his face. "Come on, even you have to say that Finnegan has a knack when it comes to explosives," Daphne commented with a smirk. "I never said anything else. Although it's a very specific skill. His magic might be naturally inclined to explosions, which would be extremely rare for someone without a long family history in pyrotechnic magic. I'm not really familiar with Irish old families. Neither am I, to be honest. They're very secretive with their magic. Finnegan's mother might be one, for all I know, or he could just enjoy watching things blow up." Harry snorted. He blew things up without even using proper spells. Remember our first year, where he literally caused explosions whenever he failed a charm or a transfiguration? You might have a point there. Oh, the match is over. Harry peered to the platform and suppressed the urge to cackle as the fifth-year Ravenclaw was groaning while lying back outside the platform, having been caught in one of Finnegan's explosions. I can't believe Finnegan, of all people, is going to the next round. The structure of the tournament was fairly standardized. There were two main brackets, one containing the 6th and 7th years, and one containing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years. The lots were chosen randomly to have relatively fair duels, or at least that was what Dumbledore spouted to the media. Harry was sure that Dumbledore had something in mind for him, for his duel, which should be in a couple of hours. The winner of each duel went to the next round, which should occur a couple of days later, and the loser was eliminated immediately. After 3 rounds for the younger bracket and 2 rounds for the older one, the remaining winners of each bracket faced against one another randomly, ignoring their age entirely. It was somewhat unfair to have wizards having attained their majority potentially fighting against third years. But the normal dueling tournaments weren't all that much better. The under-17 brackets were very much the same, and people didn't really complain about it. Harry shrugged at her. At least they didn't start the task with this duel. You have to admit that the duel between Diggory and Clearwater was an exciting one. It's a shame that Clearwater was eliminated this quickly. She's one of the most talented Muggleborns to come out of this place in the past couple of years. She deserved her opportunity to shine. She shined plenty in the first task, and people will remember this duel. I think Dumbledore did her a favor, since everyone was going to watch that first duel, and she definitely impressed a lot of people. I guess, Harry admitted, before looking to his left, where Tracy and Blaise were in a deep conversation, discussing dueling tactics with one another. I've never seen them so focused on anything. They didn't even take the whole Hogsmeade thing as seriously as this. Daphne's answer was a pearly laughter, a sound that he had learned to enjoy over the years. You don't know Tracy like I do. Ever since my mother told her about the Court of Slytherin and how much it helped her when she set up her import business by calling in a favor or two, she's been dreaming about it. Really? That long? Does she want to open a business too or something? The blonde shrugged. I have no idea. But Tracy is an ambitious girl. She's been like that for ages. She probably has her designs on a higher-up position in the ministry or something. Complete opposite of her mother, surprisingly. Really, she never spoke about her parents. What's to tell? Her mother is a recent pureblood. Her grandfather helped mine during the war or something, and he raised her and my mother as if they were sisters. But Tracy's mother never really amounted to much. She just chose to have a cushy job in the ministry and fell in love with a Muggleborn when they were in Hogwarts. Her father was heartbroken when she told him about her engagement. Apparently, he wished for her to strive for more. Harry gave her a slight smile. Some people like the peace that comes with a simple life. Not everyone wants to rule the world. There's a certain purity to it, I suppose. And Blaise, what's his deal? Daphne's answer was just to give him a dry look, which he didn't get. Why are you looking at me like that? You're joking, right? The blonde said with an incredulous tone. What do you mean, I'm joking? I asked a simple question. Harry didn't really hear what she said in response. She muttered to herself something about morons and boys. Before he could ask her more about it, she looked at him with a deadpan expression. Blaise has a huge crush on Tracy. He has for years. Do you seriously think that he cares one bit about joining the Court of Slytherin? He's doing it for her, as well as all this dueling stuff. Not that Tracy is any better, swooning around in our dormitory like some love-struck maiden. I bet they'll be dating by the end of the year. Huh, that made a lot of sense. Blaise was always relatively apathetic to whatever happened around him. They were a lot closer in their first year, after which they just kind of drifted apart slightly, with Harry being distracted with the riddle thing. He must have gotten closer to Tracy at the time. The last Potter released a deep sigh. I'm horrible at that kind of stuff. Yeah, I noticed. What's that supposed to mean? She shook her head. Nothing. Just ignore it. Hey, looks like your opponent was announced. Choosing not to press further, Harry let her change the conversation. He turned and saw a floating piece of parchment with his name on it. He turned it over and grumbled, No bias, my arse. What is it? Daphne asked. My opponent is Lucian Bowl. You know that 5th year from our house, the beater in the Quidditch team. The blonde grimaced. You mean the same one that Flitwick kicked out of the dueling club for being too brutal and joined the Quidditch team instead? Harry simply nodded. It was a well-known fact. Around a couple of years back, when Harry was still a first year, Bowl was a member of Flitwick's dueling club. He was a pretty promising student, if a little too brutal in his takedowns. That was until he ended up almost blowing up one of his opponents to pieces after he had disarmed him. Flitwick was apparently enraged and kicked him out, causing the boy to just go to Flint and ask him for a position in the Quidditch team. The boy still entered dueling tournaments during the summer and had apparently gotten a tutor to help him whenever he wasn't in the castle. He didn't perform particularly well in the tournaments, but it was more than enough to put him above most of the students in the castle, who probably never fought a real opponent in their lives. The green-eyed boy wasn't very concerned about it. Yeah, I guess Dumbledore decided to stop trying to be subtle. Daphne raised an eyebrow. You do realize that you're probably going to have to show off a lot more than you planned, right? Don't worry, I have a plan. He didn't elaborate on what that plan was, but he didn't really need to. Over the years, Daphne learned to start trusting his decisions. It was one of the things he appreciated the most about her. She rarely ever doubted him and knew when to ask questions and when to just follow along when he had no time to explain. Because Harry loved explaining things. It was a bit of a flaw of his, maybe a way to show off his knowledge, or a remnant of his time in his first life as a teacher. This first life has been starting to fade away slightly. It didn't feel forced, but more like the natural way people forgot about stuff that happened 15 years before. He could still remember when he looked specifically for it, and most of his skills weren't affected. He wasn't particularly bothered, though. Harry's previous life was one filled with hopelessness and misery. He much preferred to think about his current one, his true one. But that was enough reminiscing of bad memories. He had a duel to win, after all. After watching a few disappointing duels, it was time for Harry to prepare for his own. He walked down to the competitor's room and put on the tournament uniform provided for him. He made sure, of course, that it wasn't sabotaged in any way using his arcane hearing. He patiently waited for his turn when Professor Flitwick came to get him. The half-goblin looked slightly hesitant when he spoke to him. "Are you worried, Potter?" "Not really." The charms professor didn't look appeased by his answer. He probably knew that Dumbledore was planning something. Alas, this was the headmaster's castle, his domain, and Flitwick was just an employee here. Don't underestimate Bowl. Before removing him from the club, I taught him myself. He was a very talented student and could easily take you off guard. With a shrug, Harry replied, "Thank you." The half-goblin looked like he wanted to say something, but simply replied by saying, "Good luck." When he stepped through the doorway, he found himself in the familiar dueling platform. It was far more crowded than it looked from the outside, and it was definitely a lot louder. From the other side, Lucian was looking at him with a threatening smile, which Harry ignored entirely. They slowly walked to the middle of the platform. The scene must have been comical to the spectators. To the normal observer, Bowl was intimidating. He was broad-shouldered, with a muscular build that spoke of rigorous training. His height, easily surpassing Harry's, allowed him to peer down with an air of superiority. His face, sharp and angular, was framed by slick dark hair, neatly combed back to accentuate his steely grey eyes. The professional dueling robes he wore clung to his form, enhancing his athletic physique. Were they even allowed to wear anything but the tournament robes? None of the other contestants wore something else. Bowl's robes, a deep emerald green embroidered with silver threads, shimmered under the bright lights of the arena, reflecting his house colors with pride. The older boy looked at Harry with a fake pitying expression. "Sorry about what happening, little Potter. I would have liked to see you progress, but you know I don't want to lose. I'll try not to hurt you too much." Harry gave him a blank look before stiffening. "Did you say something?" The older boy's face reddened at the response. He obviously wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the announcer, Ludo Bagman. "Ladies and gentlemen, what a day we've had, and it's about to get even better. For our next match, we have Lucien Bowl, a fifth-year Slytherin and a known competitor in the Under-17 National Dueling Tournament. He will go against his younger housemate, Harry Potter, a third-year and the winner of the previous task of his tournament. Will Potter be able to use one of his tricks to win this tournament as well, or will Bowl's experience prevail? We'll find that out now." Both duelers bowed to each other before turning back and raising their wands. Harry looked at his competitor's stance. Unsurprisingly attacking, which made sense considering his reputation. He probably wanted to end the duel quickly. From the look of the stance, it was probably a bone-breaking curse, but that was a guess at best. Harry felt something change in the boy's magic, using his arcane hearing. They were legal but pretty frowned upon. Oh, isn't that interesting? He's shaping his magic to prepare a spell, definitely a bone breaker, to be released without any wand movements. Harry was impressed. It was a pretty advanced dueling trick. From the wand's position, he was probably aiming at Harry's chest. Why this hex, though? Oh, it's part of a famous spell chain that stopped counterattacks by shielding right after with a Protego. A good first bout, one that would take out most inexperienced opponents. Too bad for him, Harry wasn't inexperienced. As Bagman announced the start of a duel, Harry tilted to the left to dodge the impromptu bonebreaker and retaliated immediately. Stupefy. To Bowl, it probably looked like Harry was somewhat experienced, and he continued his chain to continue his shield charm. Of course, Harry's spell surprisingly broke the shield as if it weren't there, and the older boy found himself unconscious from a single spell. The crowd was silent in shock at the bout. Harry suppressed a smug grin and bowed to his unconscious opponent before leaving the room. No one really expected the variation of the stunning charm, specifically designed to bypass the shield charm. It wasn't even an illegal spell, only not used since it was designed to break a standard Protego and had a weaker effect overall. Harry ignored the loud cheers as he passed by the gobsmacked charmed professor and said, "I told you I wasn't worried." Chapter 185. Chapter 185, Spectating Echoes. 14th February 1994, Hogwarts. After finishing the duel, Harry found himself sitting in his previous seat in the stands, ignoring the stares and whispers that surrounded him. He could somewhat understand the reasoning. None of the other duels were as quick or ended up in such an overwhelming victory. Harry had literally cast a single spell and had used it to defeat Bowl. Nothing more, nothing less. It was the way Harry chose to respond to Dumbledore's little trap. Defeating an upperclassman without demonstrating a single sign of his abilities was the theme he had chosen to use for the duration of the tournament. After all, it had served him well in the first task. People probably had no idea what he had done. Perhaps they thought that he overpowered Bowl's shield, which would be ridiculous. To the trained eye, overpowering a shield and using a shield-breaking charm had completely different effects. The first literally disintegrated the shield, while the second broke it akin to a bullet hitting a glass window. It was more precise and more efficient. The biggest issue would have been its limited diversity. In higher-level duels, incantations and wand movements meant very little. In fact, people often used incorrect wand movements to throw off their opponents. Considering that shield breakers only worked for a single shield and were completely useless in any other setting, they were considered to be interesting but relatively useless pieces of magic. Which was why no one saw them coming. People didn't have Harry's arcane hearing. They couldn't hear the magic, understand it as he does, and recognize their chosen shields before they're even cast. And they couldn't really ban it, at least, without causing some real controversy while looking like hypocrites. After all, modified versions of allowed spells are something that was commonly seen in dueling tournaments. One of the more standard dueling tactics was to use modified variants of spells that travel at different speeds, or sometimes even have different accelerations altogether. And this was just a single aspect. Banning spells modified to include shield breakers would mean that any variation of spells that didn't even include any dark magic would be possible. And with that, dueling would turn into two mages just flinging curses at each other without any tactics. Speaking of dark magic, more than a few spectators kept murmuring about it while looking at him. It was honestly hilarious. Oh, Harry knew more than a few dark spells, but he could only use the variants relying on the mysterious outside source of magic that made its effects more pronounced. But he never could muster the hatred or rage necessary to take those spells to new heights. He could probably simulate the magic with his arcane hearing, but it would be time-consuming. It also didn't feel right to do it this way, like it would be a very inefficient endeavor. Harry had learned that during his research on curses with Daphne. Oh, he was great when it came to dispelling curses, but not at casting them. He was just average. Honestly, it made Harry slightly wary of people who excelled in this type of magic. He could find two types of them from the top of his head. There were the insane mages who were so full of hate and anger that they would lash at the world at every second like Bellatrix Lestrange used to be before she died. And there were the calm mages with ironclad control over their emotions, like Harry's guardian, Arcturus Black. While the first type was worrying, the second was far more terrifying to face. So when people accused him of using dark magic behind his back, Harry couldn't help but find it amusing. They had literally chosen the field of magic that he excelled at the least, and they still tried to accuse him of using it because it sounded bad. His meager skills in alchemy could probably cause more damage than most curses anyway. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Ludo Bagman's loud but aggravating voice announcing the start of Daphne's duel. She was pitted against Eddie Carmichael, a somewhat intelligent Ravenclaw that was a year above them. He didn't know much about the boy, only that he was the one challenging Cho Chang for the top spot in his year, and that he was stunned immediately after the start of his first task and didn't get to continue. He turned towards his friend's location and saw her looking up to see him. She looked cool from the outside, but Harry could tell that it was a front and that she was nervous. He gave her a confident smile, and she relaxed slightly. Both competitors bowed in the center of the field, bowed and returned back to their side with their stance positions. Carmichael obviously read a bit about dueling, but his stand was slightly off. Oh, he was an academic then. Harry could respect that. Some people just didn't enjoy fighting. Daphne must have noticed it as well, since her expression turned into a smug grin that seemed to infuriate her opponent. And just like that, the duel started. The first thing Harry noticed was that Carmichael did not speak when casting a spell. Non-verbal casting, being a sixth-year skill, did make this achievement pretty impressive for a fourth year, and it would have made for a wonderful surprise. Unfortunately for him, Daphne was used to dueling Harry, who rarely ever voiced his spells. She went immediately into normal combat mode and shielded herself against the boy's stunning charm. The duel progressed easily enough, both duelers looking evenly matched from the outside. The spectators just didn't know how much Daphne was holding back, since she obviously didn't want to show her trump cards. It was a shame that they couldn't use any meaningful curses. Daphne was getting disturbingly good with them, and the gleam in her eyes when she used them sometimes scared the crap out of him. Still, Carmichael ended up falling for a basic trap Harry had taught the blonde. It was a rudimentary lesson on using her surroundings, where Harry cast a spell that seemingly had missed minutes before, and ended up changing the environment in some way, only to be caught in them after forgetting about it. Daphne cast a small transfiguration spell that didn't change the shape of an object, just its materials into some kind of very strong glue. Carmichael had probably forgotten about it, because minutes later his leg got stuck in it, and it cost him a couple of seconds of concentration that Daphne used to stun him. It was probably one of the more entertaining duels in the younger tournament bracket, and the audience just started to cheer and applaud them both. Daphne helped her competitor up and gave him a respectful nod before looking up at Ha's face. The approving smile he had given her made her visibly preen, not that most people would be able to tell. The blonde then proudly turned and left the dueling platform, and she was right to be proud. Her performance would get her a lot of points and recognition in their house. Unfortunately, Harry wouldn't get the same treatment, not that he really cared about it. It wasn't exactly a secret that Lucian Bowl was one of the court's rooks. His brutality is dealing with those who broke the unwritten rules of Slytherin or against members of other houses that go too far was very well known. Harry made himself very few friends by beating him in such a humiliating way. Unfortunately for the older boy, Harry would rather face his anger than fall into Dumbledore's trap. If Harry had even performed half as well as Daphne, the prophet would have been ranting and raving about Dumbledore being right about him all along the following day. A few minutes later, Daphne walked gracefully to her former seat next to him and whispered, "So how did I do?" "Splendidly, Daph. You handled yourself very well. I'm proud of you." The blonde reddened slightly and hit him in the shoulder. "You didn't have to humiliate Bowl like this. I know that you don't want to show off, but you kinda did." "I got lucky." "Sure, you got lucky by casting a spell that was specifically designed against the shield he put up. A spell that you cast before he even put up the shield, remember?" Her tone was dry, but Harry could tell that it had a hint of amusement hidden in it. Harry simply shrugged. "Hey, I just took a gamble and won. The spell isn't that hard to learn." "Oh, shut up. When are Tracy and Blaze's duels, by the way? I barely had time to speak with them when they were preparing. They probably left just before you came back to the stands." The last Potter looked at the board and saw his friends' names. "I didn't see them on the way. Tracy's duel is in 10 minutes against Crabbe. Well, she has that in the bag. Blaze is the one after her against Katie Bell. The chaser in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yeah. Don't know much about her dueling or even her spell work." "Harry, don't take this the wrong way," Daphne said with a chuckle, "but you're not a social creature." I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that you don't know the names of our yearmates." The young man gave her a smug grin that made his friend hit him in the shoulder again. "Violent woman." "Just keeping you in line, dear," the blonde joked back. Her voice then turned reminiscent slightly. "I wish they didn't do the task on Valentine's Day." "I have to agree with that. It's very rare that we have good weather in February. A trip in Hogsmeade would have been nice," he replied. Daphne turned to him with her eyes widened. "You want to go to Hogsmeade?" "I've been meaning the visit. We haven't really been there since the attack. And with the ministry investing more into the area as well as well-wishers joining in, I heard that the place looks a lot different." Daphne's expression fell slightly, for a fraction of a second, before going back to normal. "Yeah, I heard that Bones insisted on awarding the bounties on Greyback and his pack to the village. They renovated a lot. There were even more stores that opened up. Do you want to sneak there after the dueling tournament? It would be fun." Before Harry could respond, he heard cheers from the entire crowd, as well as Ludo Bagman yelling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have had some spectacular duels today, and now it's time for one of the most anticipated matches. The boy who lived, Neville Longbottom, will face off against the formidable Slytherin, Cassius Warrington." While Warrington is 2 years his senior, Longbottom did raise a few eyebrows during his performance in the first task, even if he was not qualified. So, who will win, experience or bravery? Now, enough talk. Let's see the duel unfold. May the best wizard win. The excitement in the air and the cheers that Bagman got after his introduction were far higher than that of the other duels. Neville was right when he said that most people came here to see him. As both duellers took their stance, Harry couldn't help but feel a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. He had seen that look in Neville's eye before, right as he finished the first task. To his arcane hearing, the boy's magic was wild and chaotic, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice, craving for it, in fact. There was a desperation for recognition, for victory. There was anger, bubbling deep down, barely repressed. This could very easily just go wrong. As Neville and Warrington faced each other, wands drawn, the arena hushed in anticipation. Moments later, the duelists locked eyes and cast their first spells. Chapter 1, 186. Chapter 1, 186. Circular Reasoning. 14th February, 1994, Hogwarts. Cassius Warrington would admit without any shame that he wasn't the most talented student in Hogwarts. He wasn't even the most talented wizard in his year. But he was probably one of the most hard-working students in his house. He wouldn't really say it out loud, but he thought it hard enough. Most of the students in his house were spoiled rotten and barely had a bad day in their lives. It showed, really, when it came to how petty they could be at the sign of something they considered to be a slight. It was proof that people would always have something to complain about, no matter how comfortable their lives were. Cassius wasn't like them. He had to earn everything he ever got. After all, he was the son of a squib who happened to be a descendant of some healer who received an Order of Merlin a couple of centuries back. His mother, a French witch who had recognized the name, married his father with dreams of wealth and prestige. She didn't find any. While they couldn't be considered to be poor in the broad definition of the term, the Warrington family wasn't drowning in gold like she hoped. It took her years to find that out, keeping out hope that there was some hidden treasure that her husband didn't tell her about. There wasn't. When she finally lost hope, she divorced his father without a second's thought, taking most of the meager fortune that Cassius's grandfather left them, and didn't even look back as she moved to France once more. She didn't even leave enough for Cassius's own Hogwarts education. He was 10 at the time. His sister, Ivy, was 2 years old and hadn't really realized what had happened. The only thing they had left was their family home, something that they couldn't sell without the rest of magical Britain knowing about it, something that would ruin his and his sister's chances in their world. Status and heritage mattered a lot in their society, and selling a family home was one of the most shameful events that a magical family could suffer. It meant that they officially lost their status, and Cassius would jeopardize his sister's future just for a couple of years of comfort. Cassius's father worked himself to the bone in the Muggle world to buy their clothes and groceries. They couldn't really exchange it to galleons, and Cassius sometimes wished that he was a Muggle-born. Things would have been a lot easier if they could exchange pounds for wizarding currency. So, to buy his school supplies, Cassius volunteered in shops, which were upgraded to part-time positions during the summer. He did it under an alias, of course, and he was easily able to save enough gold to be self-reliant. Of course, when he realized that he was very good at potions, Cassius made even more gold by selling potions under the table to the students during his school year. It was enough for Ivy to grow with magic. He bought her magical toys, magic books, and even a small training broom. He even had enough gold left over to buy himself a broom. It wasn't a fancy one, but it was more than enough to try out getting into the Quidditch team, something that he achieved. Until that brat Malfoy got his father to buy Flint 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms and bought himself into the team, kicking Cassius out. He really hated the brat since then, although his anger lessened when his father was killed the previous summer. The long story was that these spoiled children didn't know how to do anything without someone holding their hands. They never worked a day in their lives. They never had to even make an effort to do anything. Cassius worked his ass off in school and his other activities. He rose so much that the court had personally invited him. It took him 2 years to progress from a pawn to a knight, and he had gained much from it. But he had also ended up with a lot of expectations on his shoulders. Expectations that he was coming to regret, now that he had started to face Longbottom. It was a no-win situation, much like how the Potter boy had to deal with in this tournament. Slytherins weren't blind. They knew that there was something between Dumbledore and Potter. It was one of the biggest reasons why no one tried to ally themselves with the boy, who obviously was one of the most talented students in school. No one wanted to get into the headmaster's bad side, especially while staying in his castle. Potter did hide himself pretty well, staying in the background as a talented student, nothing more, until Dumbledore just proclaimed that he could be the second coming of the Dark Lord without a single speck of evidence. It was obviously nonsense, but people started to pay attention to Harry Potter, and the boy did not disappoint. The entire tournament was a bad thing for Potter. He couldn't use anything too advanced, which would prove Dumbledore right, and he couldn't afford to lose, which would make him the mockery of magical Britain. Cassius needed to impress people for the opportunity to be invited into a guild, or for an apprenticeship. He could be offered internships and maybe even actual jobs. Potter was the opposite. He needed to impress people, but not too much. And by Merlin's beard, did the boy find that fine line somehow. His performance in the first task was as amusing as it was impressive. The way he beat Lucian Bowl in just a few seconds with a simple spell was insane. He recognized the spell, a stunning charm specifically made to go through Protego shields. It could have ended so badly, yet it just worked somehow. He had to admit that Potter had style, yet now Cassius had his own dilemma. Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived. The Gryffindor might have had some hard times in the past year or so with the whole breaking the statute of secrecy, with a flying car, breaking into the common room with Polyjuice, being declared insane because he thought he fought a basilisk and slayed it with a sword. And that was the tip of the iceberg. He became a pariah in the Gryffindor common room, slowly losing his popularity as people realized that he was a relatively talented wizard, but definitely not the second coming of Merlin that Dumbledore alluded to. However, outside the castle, the boy was still a celebrity and the future head of the Longbottom family. People still cheered for his name. Cassius knew that he could beat Longbottom easily. It wasn't anything personal or an attack on the boy's intelligence or magical power, but at the end of the day, Cassius simply had 2 years of magical training over him. The issue was that he couldn't afford to humiliate him. He couldn't make it too quick, since most of the spectators bought their tickets to see him. He couldn't lose, of course, that would threaten his position in the court, as well as remove many prospects in the future. His sister was even in the crowd cheering him on. He had bought her a ticket when he saw how enthusiastic she was about seeing her big brother compete. She loved the first task, and he didn't want her to see him lose to a boy 2 years his junior. Hence the pressure. He expected an easy fight that he would have to hold back immensely to make slightly entertaining. Those expectations were stiffed after the first spell Longbottom cast impacted his shield, and he felt like he was hit by the night bus. What the hell? Wasn't Longbottom supposed to be a 3rd year? Thankfully, it looked like power was all there was to it. The boy did learn a bit of dueling, but not enough to bridge the gap between them. Other fifth years could have easily lost his position if they didn't attention. Of course, that's when Longbottom pointed his wand and bellowed, "Reducto." It was an instinctive response, but Cassius wordlessly cast a shield charm moments before the spell impacted him. Gong! The sound was almost deafening. He could have been seriously hurt if he hadn't taught himself wordless casting. He was planning on keeping that a surprise in his OWL exams. He heard that examiners liked to bump up a grade if someone showed them a piece of magic that was above their presumed education. Cassius leapt to the side right away, reacting on instinct. Lucky he had, for several curses sailed through the space he had occupied a second or so earlier. A spell chain now. Quite a good one, too. The wand movements had been perfect, and the casting had been fast, very fast. Accurate, too. Was it just him, or was that precision missing at the start of the duel? Did Longbottom want to make him drop his guard with a false sense of security, or did he somehow get better during the fight? When his opponent's next volley was strategically placed to lead Cassius into yet another onslaught, his eyes narrowed. It didn't matter what Longbottom was playing at, he was done holding back. Instead of using a standard shield charm, he used a repelling shield and overcharged it. The spell coming his way was sent flying back towards Longbottom, whose eyes widened and ducked. The boy did not expect the overcharged shield to move outward and send him flying back. Cassius' lips curled upwards as he sent a stunner at the downed boy. This expression quickly turned slightly baffled when Longbottom somehow rolled away and retaliated with a wordless wind cutter mid-roll. Cassius was able to shield against it, of course, but who did that? This was a school tournament, not a war zone. And yet the boy released a torrent of offensive spells that was just so far above what a third year should have been capable of. Still, Cassius easily kept up and traded a few spells with the boy before becoming fed up and deciding to try out transfiguration instead. A couple of the debris around him were turned into small rats that ran towards the Longbottom scion, who simply pointed his wand at them and yelled out, "Bombarda!" Who the fuck used an exploding charm on rats? The rats were vaporized, but half of the dueling platform blew up as well. Cassius was able to redirect the debris with a De Pulso Maxima. The dust settled to reveal a coughing Longbottom who had a bleeding cut on his cheek. The look in the boy's eyes was of burning hatred. The blood on his face made him look feral. Wasn't Longbottom's instability supposed to be a bunch of rumors? Cassius was so distracted by the look on Longbottom's face that he almost missed him yelling out in anger, "Lacero!" What the fuck was wrong with this kid? Cassius dove to the side, knowing that this spell would tear through most of the shields he knew. This was straight-up dark magic. It wasn't technically a banned spell, since it was technically a variation of the cutting charm and could be treated easily enough. His dodge put him right in the target of a blinding curse. Cassius hastily yelled out, "Protego horribilis." The shield barely held, but it thankfully did. He wanted to see what the crowd was thinking about the boy who lived casting fucking dark magic in public. Was Longbottom an idiot or something? This could easily destroy his reputation. He decided to focus on the duel in case Longbottom did something insane again. He would end it quickly. No longer holding back in the slightest, he conjured a dozen bolas that he banished towards Longbottom. Most of them didn't hit, but a couple hit his knees at very hard speeds. Cassius cast 3 punching charms in quick succession. Longbottom fell to the ground, and the older boy decided to end it with a disarming charm, followed by a stunner. The boy must have tried to send another spell his way, since he didn't have the time to shield or dodge, but he couldn't with his wand missing from his hand. Before Longbottom realized what had happened, Cassius's spell hit him in the chest, finally knocking him out. That was a lot harder than he thought it would have been. He turned towards the spectators, only to hear screaming for some reason. Why were they screaming? Did something happen? Cassius attempted to take a deep breath, only to feel a burning sensation in his chest. He didn't remember being hit with a spell. He put his hands near where the pain was coming from. Why was there red paint on his hands? Was this blood? Confusion and shock overtook him as he tried to make sense of it all. The crowd faded into a distant echo as his vision blurred. Cassius struggled to stay upright, feeling a wave of dizziness. The only thing he thought about was concern for Ivy seeing him hurt. His legs gave way, and the last thing he saw before darkness engulfed him was the concerned face of Professor Flitwick rushing towards him. Then everything went black. Chapter 187. Chapter 187, Bleeding Heart. 14th February 1994, Hogwarts. Pandemonium would have been an apt way to describe Harry's surroundings. Everyone around him was either screaming or yelling at the horrifying scene on the stage. Harry could see a furious Dumbledore practically running towards Neville, who lay unconscious after his duel. What a shame. It had started so well for the Longbottom scion. Seeing the boy who lived duel was one of the reasons many people actually bought tickets to what was essentially a glorified school tournament that students were forced to participate in. They were expecting a spectacle, and by the gods did Neville deliver. At the start, the duel was, by far, the most exciting one. Oh, it wasn't the most advanced in terms of magical ability, or who displayed the most power. No, it was the narrative of the underdog, Neville, trying to defeat a more experienced opponent with sheer guts. Neville fought and showcased magic that Harry honestly didn't expect from the boy, with some dueling tactics mixed in. What had started as a sure thing for Warrington ended up as a genuine competition. Harry could tell when the older boy started taking things seriously, and it was a short time after the duel began. The most surprising thing, he had to admit, was seeing Neville get better as the duel progressed. The Gryffindor wasn't an idiot in the academics department by any means. In fact, he seemed to thrive when it came to practical application and learned very quickly while doing, as opposed to Harry preferring to learn by studying and experimenting. But Neville was objectively not a genius, especially not one capable of refining stances and spell chains in the middle of a duel. It was unnatural. It felt more like a better wizard using Polyjuice to impersonate him for some reason. Yet Harry knew that it was fundamentally still Neville with his arcane hearing. Sure, he was more focused and more emotional, especially when it came to anger, but he was still Neville in his core. This jump in ability just didn't make sense, especially in the span of seconds. There was only one thing that could do anything like that was a family crest. Daphne and Blaise jumped in ability and learning speed since their crests were officially unlocked. Tracy did not have that advantage and did need to spend extra time to catch up with them. It would be logical that most ancient wizards wanted their families to become powerful mages and would give them some kind of advantage. Was it some bleed-through, like relearning a spell in a way? No, it was subtler than that in Blaise and Daphne's cases. Neville's crest had to be far more different than theirs. Crests were family things, and it was possible for someone to edit their crest so that they would be passed down differently. Harry could come up with hundreds of ways to achieve this result, but in the end it was purely theoretical, not to mention that most of them presented a large chance of crippling or even killing the inheritors of the crest. It didn't explain the temperament changes, though. Neville has become increasingly short-tempered and prone to anger since the previous summer. Of course, that could be explained by Harry essentially gaslighting him, causing most of magical Britain to think that he was insane. However, all theories about Neville's progress in magic were halted by the fact that the boy started throwing around spells that would be frowned upon in a dueling setting. Seriously, using an explosion charm to get rid of rats of all things was just unreasonable, especially considering that the platform he was dueling on was made of wood. Things were worrisome, but not really critical, until the boy used dark magic after Warrington cut his cheek. Of course, they were technically legal spells since they could be healed and countered easily enough, and the chances of even getting a scar afterwards would have been small at best. But it was a scandal in the making. Seriously, Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, the boy who assaulted Slytherins in his first year for being dark, the boy who Dumbledore liked to portray as his successor and the embodiment of the light, started casting dark spells to win a school duel. The crowd was already murmuring at this point, and Warrington had a shocked expression on his face for the rest of the duel. Still, everything went relatively well, and the older boy did end up winning, except for the fact that Longbottom used a fucking wind-stabbing curse wandlessly moments before he passed out. This was already a very illegal spell in duels due to the simple fact that it was invisible, and there was a very real possibility that whoever it was used on would end up dead, since it didn't slash like a cutting charm, but impaled the target with an invisible wind blade. And to make it worse, it was also hard to heal, since the areas impacted by the spell are deeper in the body than just the skin that might come with a lacero. And worse, it was cast wandlessly. Dumbledore was probably going to claim it to be the result of accidental magic. He'd make it sound so reasonable, say that third-year students shouldn't really have the ability to do something as advanced as wandless casting, and that it was probably just a moment of weakness mixed with accidental magic, since the boy was obviously emotional and powerful. He would say that the dark magic was just remnants from the duel that mixed up with the wild and chaotic accidental magic. It would be so easy for the masses to believe him. After all, they all thought he could do no wrong. But that would be pure bullshit. Harry cast that spell before when he learned curse breaking with Daphne. This was an exact replica of the spell down to every arithmetic variable. Neville Longbottom cast a spell wandlessly, and it was a fucking curse of all things. People didn't really get wandless magic, or how it worked. Being able to do small things wandlessly was something that any wizard could learn, but it was completely restricted to fundamentally simple things, like moving small objects or summoning them. Anything complex was just beyond them. There was a reason why wands were so commonly used. Complicated magic required something to structure it, something like a wand, runes, or even Harry's magic circles, except for a few spells. To cast a spell wandlessly, and an actual spell at that, not just pushing a little intent and hoping for the best, a person had to be extremely familiar to them. It was something that experts in their fields learned, and it was mostly by reflex. It wasn't impossible to see a healer casting a diagnostics charm or a potion master taking out their kit, or using a specific spell to alter a potion in some way. It had to be a spell that they had used so much that it became mindless, something that was so ingrained in their daily life that they didn't even think about using it. It wasn't something that a crest could do. The spells inside a family crest still had to obey the rules of magic. Blaise and Daphne still needed wands to cast their family spells. Wandless magic wasn't something that could be stored in a crest. It was not something that someone could inherit. And yet, Neville Longbottom somehow cast a dark curse wandlessly, as if he had done so 1,000 times before, and Cassius Warrington paid the price for it. No one truly realized what had happened until the boy himself started to sway on his feet. A red stain grew on his chest, and people started to scream. The shields around the duel were shattered in the blink of an eye by Dumbledore and Flitwick, followed by a frantic Medi-Witch that kept channeling one healing charm after another in very quick succession. At that moment, Harry's respect for Madame Pomfrey grew considerably. Listening to what she was doing with his arcane hearing was amazing. It took her less than a second to realize that Warrington was hit with a dark spell, 2 seconds to isolate the dark magic and stop it from spreading, and 5 seconds to tell what the spell was before countering it. She healed his internal organs, and the young Slytherin could hear Warrington's song start to stabilize slightly. It literally took her 10 seconds to take a dying boy and stabilize him enough that a potion regimen would likely heal him in a couple of days. She conjured a few bandages, probably designed to deal with dark magic, and levitated the unconscious boy outside the arena. Even Dumbledore hadn't even tried to get in her way. Not that he would care, since he was checking on his precious boy who lived, who was simply stunned and maybe a little bruised. People did not mess with healers, and there was a good reason for that. The Healing Guild was, by far, the most ancient guild in the wizarding world. And while healers took vows before and after learning healing magic, no one could unearth their secrets. Yet should someone attack or even kill a healer, they were banned from any sort of magical healing in the world. Not a single healer would touch them. A simple curse could kill a mage if they couldn't counter it in time, and healing potions could only go so far. And considering how many people just happened to befall seemingly harmless accidents right after killing a healer, the guild probably arranged for them to happen as warnings. There was a reason why no one was insane enough to attack magical hospitals. Grindelwald hadn't done it, and even Voldemort didn't touch St. Mungo's during his civil war. People just stopped pressuring them to join sides since they were bound by their oaths to not take sides in conflicts, to simply heal the sick no matter which side they came from. And in turn, people respected their neutrality. "Is he going to be all right?" someone on his right muttered. It was Daphne, who looked pale and horrified by what she had witnessed. For all their adventure together, this was probably the first time she had seen someone with such a wound. With the basilisk, the whole thing was instant, and the Peruvian instant darkness fog did obscure most of the violence in Hogsmeade. Harry had the urge to reassure her, Warrington will be fine. He wasn't hit anywhere really important, and Madame Pomfrey was able to handle things before it got too out of hand. He's lucky, though. If he was hit just an inch up, things would have ended a lot worse, and if Madame Pomfrey hadn't been there, he would have bled out before anyone could take him to the hospital wing. The blonde shook her head. I recognized the curse. He was very lucky. Harry nodded in understanding, but before he could say anything, Dumbledore came back to the stands and spoke up with an enchanted voice that spread all around the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your concerns regarding the recent events in today's dueling tournament. Rest assured, both Mr. Warrington and Mr. Longbottom are receiving the best care and will make a full recovery. This incident, however, serves as a poignant reminder of the unpredictable nature of magic, especially when not fully controlled. The tournament shall proceed, but I implore everyone to exercise the utmost caution and restraint. Remember, the spirit of this event is in skill and sportsmanship, not in power alone. Well, he fucking called it, didn't he? Honestly, Dumbledore was getting predictable in his old age. The rest of the spectators didn't seem to see it. The crowd murmured in response, some still visibly shaken by the intensity of the duel. Dumbledore's words seemed to bring a sense of calm over the audience, who listened to him like sheep, and Bagman announced the following duel. Harry watched the rest of the duels with a lot of thoughts and theories in his head about Longbottom's behavior. When Tracy won against Dean Thomas and Blaise defeated Carl Hopkins, a student a year above him in Gryffindor, he clapped and congratulated them absent-mindedly. He had purposefully ignored Neville's recent behavior out of guilt. Something was wrong with the boy, and Warrington had almost died because of it. This behavior was not normal. This temper definitely was not natural for a teenager to have. People didn't switch from irritation to murderous rage during the duel. He had seen it before during the first task, but Harry thought it would have been a one-time event. He had to talk to Neville as soon as possible. Yes, with his mindset, Harry decided to visit him in the infirmary once the duels were over. They had a lot to talk about. Chapter 1. 188. Chapter 188. The Crimson Light. 14th February 1994, Hogwarts. Neville woke up with a killer headache and his ears ringing. What had happened? He was confused. He remembered being prepared to enter the duel, but it felt more like a fog than anything else. He was fighting this older Slytherin, Warrington. He wanted to win so much. He wanted to impress his grandmother. He wanted to show the world that he was more than a name, more than the product of his parents' sacrifice. He wanted to show Harry that he was worthy of his friendship. Did he lose? He must have. He was knocked out, from the looks of it. He didn't remember much at the end of the duel, only that he was overwhelmed and how angry he was. It was hard to think. Everything was just drowsy. The Longbottom scion tried to get up, but his body just wouldn't move. He couldn't even turn his neck. Instead, he heard voices. It took a lot of effort on his part to focus enough to hear them. What am I going to do with you, Neville? He recognized the voice. It was his grandmother. Why was she here? Shouldn't she have stayed in the stands with the rest of the spectators? She sounded so sad, so heartbroken. Neville had never seen her as anything but a strict and unyielding woman with nerves of steel. To see her like this, it hurt. He wanted to comfort her, to hold her hand. He wanted to tell her not to be so sad. That was until he heard her next sentence. Frank would be so disappointed. Alice would be horrified. Dark magic, Neville? Why did you think that using something like that would be worth it? Why would you tarnish our legacy like this? You were supposed to be the best of us, the best of all Longbottoms before you. Wait, what? What dark magic? Neville never learned any dark magic. He never so much as opened a book that had a dark spell inside. He knew a lot of dueling spells, and he had prepared himself ever since the first task was over, but he never touched dark magic. What you did was reprehensible. Was it my fault? Was I too indulgent? Maybe I was too hard on you. Sometimes I wonder if you're doing your best to push the edges of how much I love you. The way you behaved in school, the bullying, the pranking, breaking into another house's common room, using illegal potions. Frank was never like that. Maybe I should have agreed with Dumbledore's demands all those years ago to let him take care of you. But I loved you too much. You what remains of my son's legacy in this world, and the first moment I ever saw you, I knew then that I would never have let you go, not for anything. Perhaps you would have grown differently, grown into a better man, if Dumbledore had raised you. But the past is the past. I really don't know what to do with you. Before Neville could even think about what his grandmother revealed, sleep overtook him once more. The next time he woke up, his mind felt just as clouded as before. He heard another voice speaking. It wasn't his grandmother, it was a male voice, an old voice. It was Dumbledore's, but it felt a lot harsher than it used to be. The kindly old man wasn't there, just an imposter stealing his face, and an unkind one at that. You stupid boy. What were you thinking, using dark magic publicly? Wait a minute, was he talking about Neville? If I hadn't been able to salvage things, you would have ruined 12 years of work and planning. I swear you aren't worth the trouble to keep you around. Sometimes I still wonder if you were worth the sacrifices. Frank and Alice were so promising. His voice was slightly muffled at the end, but still sounded furious. What did he mean by 12 years of planning? And what about his parents? Was Dumbledore using him? Did Neville mean so little to him? This had to be a dream, some kind of nightmare at least. His mind definitely felt foggy. Yeah, that sounded about right, a dream. Dumbledore's voice became less furious and became more curious, even if there was an undertone of irritation in it. Perhaps I'm not being fair to you. Perhaps it wasn't your fault at all. Perhaps this was always meant to be. I wonder if this is part of the prophecy, a way it is manifesting due to my influence. At least you're not as troublesome as that Potter boy, though. But you're coming very close to becoming a wasted asset, and there are very few things that I loathe as much as wasted assets. Time will tell. Time always does, after all. And with that last ominous message, Neville returned to the realm of Morpheus, hoping that it had all been in his head after all. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a blurred world that slowly swam into focus. The ceiling above him was an unfamiliar tapestry of shadow and light, making him wonder for a fleeting, disoriented moment where he was. It didn't take long for him to realize where he was. He remembered that ceiling and the faint odor of healing potions and herbs. He was in the hospital wing. He lay there for a moment, his gaze wandering over the high vaulted ceilings, where the moonlight streamed in through the tall arched windows, painting silver patterns on the polished floor. So it was nighttime. He didn't know how long he stayed like that. It could have been a minute, and it also could have been an hour. But finally, Neville attempted to sit up. He felt a mild ache in his chest. Had he gotten hurt? That was when he finally remembered what happened. Oh, Merlin, the duel. What had he done? Memories of the duel came back slowly, as if he was remembering it for the first time. Warrington was good. He remembered being frustrated after their first bout. The older student was easily the better wizard, probably because he had twice as much experience with magic than Neville did, and it showed. He was more graceful, surer of himself. Neville's reductor curses were shielded against, his spell chains were dodged and countered, his tricks were unraveled in seconds, and it was just unnerving. The Longbottom Scion remembered getting angrier, as Warrington was obviously not putting his whole into the duel. He wasn't even attacking, and when he was taken aback by the Slytherin's trick with the shield charm, he was almost about to lose. He saw the stunner coming in towards him, everything just turned hazy. The duel and the spectators were gone. There was only the enemy, and he had to defeat him. The dark cutting curse was a bit overkill, even if it was frowned upon in official duels. It was legal. He had learnt this spell from his tutors in Christmas, in case he was attacked by Death Eater sympathizers. But that's when he used a few spells that he had literally never used in his life. He doesn't even remember where he had learned them. Yet now he could cast them perfectly. And that last wandless spell. Neville never even knew that you could cast curses wandlessly. He had only seen his grandmother wandlessly cast some basic charms around the manor. What is happening to me? He couldn't help but say to himself. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. A voice responded in the dark. Neville stiffened and turned briskly, only relaxing at the sight of Harry's face. What are you doing here, Harry? You're joking, right? You almost killed someone in a fucking school duel. Almost being the key word, Neville joked back, trying to alleviate the situation. This is not the time for jokes. If Madame Pomfrey wasn't there at the scene, then you would have killed Warrington. And don't tell me he would deserve it. Warrington is probably one of the best students coming out of Slytherin in years. He's ambitious, but not immoral, and he's not some spoilt brat like the rest of our house. I admit that I never really interacted with him, but he's never so much as insulted a muggle-born, let alone bullied anyone in school. What you did was wrong, and you need to admit that before you move forward with your life. Accidents happen in duels, Neville protested. It's normal for people to get hurt. And that's what Dumbledore said to the press a couple of hours ago, and that's probably what the Daily Prophet will be printing. He gave a long speech about the unpredictability of accidental magic, and that the curses you used were only dark in name and not banned by the Ministry or dueling regulations in any way, since their effects are superficial and easily reversible. But who knows with that old man? He always has an agenda with every action he takes. Neville's dream about the evil Dumbledore came to the forefront of his mind. Had Dumbledore really sorted things out for him again? He owed a lot to the headmaster, but the harsh tone in the dream and the distasteful way he addressed him just made Harry's statement sting for some reason. It just felt so real, as did his grandmother's disappointment and heartbreak. But we both know differently. What you did was not accidental magic. You cast a dangerous curse wandlessly, a potentially lethal spell. So how did you do it? The Slytherin finished. Neville remembered the red haze, the uncontrollable rage that overcame him in the middle of the duel. Everything was hazy, yet clear. He knew what he was supposed to do, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He didn't want to admit it to Harry. That's not any of your business. Harry didn't seem deterred in any way by his denial and gave him a piercing look. You don't remember, do you? You don't know what happened and you're not even trying to find out. Is something stopping you from trying to understand what happened? No, you're scared, but you're supplementing it with anger. You don't feel guilty about Warrington, not really. You're mostly just scared that it would happen again. You really should have spoken to someone about it. You're out of line, Potter, Neville screamed back at the Slytherin. He didn't know why he was getting angrier, only that he did. Oh, I did notice that your temper was getting more unstable. I thought it was just your moody teenager phase, but what if it wasn't? In the duel, you got better the angrier you felt. You somehow learned new spells, new tactics, stuff that's too trivial to be put in a magical crest. So it's something else, something more. Enough, Neville yelled, and he waved his arm. He didn't have his wand on him. He didn't even know what this was supposed to do, but Harry immediately waved his wand and caught the spell on its end. The Slytherin gave the spell a curious look. A piercing curse. That could have killed anyone else, and you're even surprised that you know it and can cast it wandlessly. So, a defense mechanism, since I know too much, but your eyes… Oh. What is it? Neville bit out. Harry seemed lost in his own world. I'm such an idiot. I'm so thick. How did I not see this coming? I thought it would have been inert after so much time. I should have realized. Stop being a cryptic bastard, Harry, and just fucking tell me, what's happening to me? When was the last time your scar was burning? What are you on about? The young Gryffindor asked, baffled by the question. Harry didn't seem inclined to answer. Instead, he kept talking to himself. It was always there, in the back of your head, trying to extend its influence. All those years, burrowing in, but stopped by your parents' sacrifice like a locked door. It was inert, contained for over a decade, until someone opened a window. The way it expressed itself through rage and knowledge of spells in your subconscious. It was already attached, even without meaning to. It was how it survived. It would definitely explain the parcel tongue. What the fuck is going on? Neville yelled out. Just answer the fucking question, Neville. You're distracting yourself from answering the question. Just answer. Answer what? Harry sneered at him. Are you so stupid that you can't even remember a fucking question? It's such a simple thing. Maybe they're all right about you. Maybe you really are just a mad boy. Fuck you, Potter. I'm not fucking mad. Then answer the fucking question. When was the last time your scar burned? Neville didn't even try to process the question Harry asked. He just wanted to prove him wrong. For Harry to take back his words. The answer just came out of his mouth without even thought. When I unlocked my crest. Harry gave him a weird smile. Exactly. That was when the boy's expression turned sad and he gave Neville a pitying look. This is a bit out of my pay grade. I can't help you with this. What you need is to talk to your grandmother and tell her that your scar got connected to your crest when it was unlocked. She'll probably know what to do. My scar did what? The green-eyed boy just gave him a pitying look. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Your best bet will be a specialized healer or maybe even Dumbledore, but I'm not sure that would be a good idea. Explain, Potter. Someone is coming, he simply whispered. Neville turned towards the door and then looked back at Harry, only to find the Slytherin having completely disappeared like a ghost. Chapter 1. 189. Chapter 1. 189. Of Desperate Vultures. 17th February 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat on the ground, his back against the sturdy trunk of the ancient tree, its gnarled roots sprawled around them like protective arms. The tome he held was thick and covered in aged leather, its pages yellowed with time and filled with intricate runes that seemed to dance under his gaze. Beside him, Daphne lay comfortably on her stomach, her book propped up on a small mound of grass. Her blonde hair spilt over her shoulders, occasionally catching the weak sunlight that managed to filter through the leafless branches above. They had decided to spend the afternoon there since they were done with their duels for the day, and their friends obviously wanted some privacy. The black lake stretched out before them, its surface a mix of melting ice and cold, dark water. It reflected the pale winter sky, broken only by the occasional ripple from a creature lurking beneath. The once icy shore was now a slushy mix of snow and mud, signaling the slow but sure arrival of spring. In the distance, the Hogwarts castle stood majestic and imposing, its many windows glinting in the light. Winter was slowly being turned into spring, and the castle was especially beautiful during that time. Nevertheless, the cold's presence was still felt, the air still crisp and chilly. Despite the cold, the runic matrix Harry had crafted created a bubble of warmth around them. The fresh scent of pine and damp earth mingled with the magic, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Unfortunately, Harry's mind did not share this tranquility. What was currently happening with Neville Longbottom was bothering him immensely. He didn't really like the Gryffindor boy, not really. He was clingy, still had an undercurrent of arrogance and unearned pride. He was foolish, had a very narrow view of the world, and just didn't appreciate magic in the way Harry did. It wasn't anything personal, just a clash of two personalities. But no one deserved what the boy was experiencing. No one deserved to have the whispers of Voldemort's Horcrux in the back of their head. Why did they have to unlock his crest? No, the Longbottom family wasn't to blame. Most of it lay on Dumbledore's head. He should have told them about the true nature of the scar, or at least alluded to it, so that they wouldn't jeopardize Neville's mental state and risk him being possessed by unlocking their family crest. And considering the fact that Harry had come to a dead end when it came to his research in his multi-dimensional magic, he tried to be productive with his time by looking for a way to help Longbottom. For some reason, any academic work on multiple dimensions was only theoretical in nature, or happened by studying standardized spells like Fiendfire. Considering how dangerous those spells were and how little results they got from their research, Harry was very leery about casting them in a magically rich environment. He wasn't that desperate, yet, and so he busied himself trying to find more research on magical circuits. He still couldn't find anything concrete on crests. Every single one behaved differently, but Harry knew that crests attached themselves to a person's magical circuits, sort of like a control node, ready to be activated and used to cast spells inside. He thought about theoretically finding the connection with the Horcrux and cutting off the circuits connected to it, essentially cutting it off entirely from Neville's magic in any way. Unfortunately, the risk of crippling Neville or magically neutering him would be too high. Harry didn't have access to the knowledge healers had regarding circuits, so they probably would know a lot more about how to treat Neville's condition. Still, the young Slytherin just couldn't help himself to see a solution by himself, and it grated him that he didn't find any. Harry growled in frustration, and Daphne tried to comfort him by patting his shoulder. "You need to stop blaming yourself for what happened to Neville. You weren't involved at all. I know it's not my fault, but I should have seen it. I spent 2 hours a week with him, for fuck's sake. The jump in ability, his unstable temper, they were all signs, and I should have realized what was happening. I should have been objective, but I felt too guilty about what happened last year and willfully closed my eyes to the truth, and Warrington almost died for that. Harry Potter, you are not responsible for Neville's actions. You made a mistake, maybe, but it's not your job to look after Neville. It should have been his family's or his head of house. Hell, it should have been Dumbledore coming forward, and look at what he's doing now. He's so caught up in his damage control that he didn't even care enough to make sure his successor was all right. You are not responsible for his negligence." Harry gritted his teeth. "I know, but it's something logical, all right?" The blonde wouldn't let it go, though. "You need to relax. You've been driving yourself spare this year. Hell, you weren't this stressed last year, and there was a basilisk roaming around in the school. You did the best you could. You told Neville to speak to his family, to see a healer, or even to go to Dumbledore. Let them handle the rest and focus on you. I guess you have a point there. It's hard to stop caring once you start. I know. Merlin knows I worry all the time about Astoria, and you were the one who told me to not burn myself out. Now it's your need to take a break. Come on, let's go back to the castle. We skipped lunch, so we may as well go to the kitchens. Afterwards we'll play a little chess, just the two of us." Harry gave her an exasperated yet fond smile. "You're relentless, you know that, right?" "And proud of it. I had to be to get my sister to do anything," she returned with a cheeky smile. Harry stood up and pulled her up. With a wave of his wand, he packed all their things into his expanded bag, and they strolled towards the castle. "You know," Daphne started, "I was thinking about looking around the room of requirements to start my healing training. At least get a leg up before my owls." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I thought you just said something about breaks." She punched him in the shoulder. "Come on, just answer the damn question." "Well, as far as I know, the beginner healing classes for newts aren't that extensive. The spells aren't that difficult and are basic at best. I guess you could learn them, but the books should be publicly found in the library. If you're talking about real healing tomes, then you're out of luck. The room of requirements, as amazing as it is far more limited than it appears to be." "How so?" she answered with raised eyebrows. "I guess I never really explained the limits of the room to you, have I? The room would be more aptly named the Room of Illusions than anything else. Everything you see there is made with some kind of transfiguration, expansion charms, and illusions. The books that you can conjure inside are either doubled from the main school library, and that's only books without the added protections to prevent them from being doubled, or very rarely they're books physically left in the room, without any protections. For example, if it was in a bag, then it wouldn't really count. The chances of getting even a single healing tome, which is considered priceless, and whose knowledge was enforced by a guild before Hogwarts was even made, would be immensely small." The blonde huffed. "So no healing tomes?" Harry couldn't help but snort. "No healing tomes." The rest of the conversation was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice speaking around them. "Excuse me, young man. Can I have a word?" Turning towards the source of the voice, Harry's eyes fell upon a figure approaching with an air of undeniable authority that reminded him a bit of Professor McGonagall. She was tall and straight-backed, her posture exuding the kind of stern dignity that demanded respect. Her face, framed by tight curls of silver-grey hair, was lined with age but sharp with intelligence. She was wearing some very expensive robes and a cane that radiated magic to his arcane hearing. On her head sat a vulture-topped hat, a distinctive and somewhat eccentric choice that Harry heard many complaints about during his runes lesson. Of course, it didn't take long for Harry to identify her. This was Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of House Longbottom and Neville's grandmother. Recognizing the seriousness in her demeanor, Harry turned to Daphne and said, "I'll meet you in the castle, okay?" Daphne nodded, casting a curious glance towards Augusta before heading towards the castle alone. "Good evening, Madam Longbottom. Is there anything I can help you with?" The Longbottom matriarch gave Harry an appraising look, her sharp eyes seeming to analyze Harry just as he did her. It was easy to deduce her personality. Stern, proud, yet constantly grieving. Her son's death must have hit her hard, and she still mourned him. Her posture was rigid but not unwelcoming. She obviously considered Harry an unknown but trusted him somewhat, probably because he told Neville to speak to her about his problem. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, she nodded to herself, a small murmur escaping her lips, too quiet for Harry to catch. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, hinting at a rare, unspoken approval. "I saw your performance in the tournament. Quite impressive, especially considering your age." Harry simply shrugged. "Sometimes a few simple spells can do wonders. I will admit that my last duel made me feel much to be desired." And he was right. His duel this morning was against Crabbe of all people. The boy somehow passed to the second round after defeating Goyle in the first round. Harry didn't even have to do anything but cast a normal stunner, which knocked his yearmate unconscious. The older woman had an intelligent glint in her eyes. "There's no need for false modesty. Most of the more competent people on the stands knew exactly what you were doing. I would advise against making a mockery of Dumbledore, but he didn't give you much of a choice in the matter. Yes, his interest in me is quite vexing, but it pales in comparison to his interest in your grandson. I would not want to be in his position." She stiffened at the mention of Neville for some reason. "Neville did tell me that you were good friends during the holidays." "I'll be completely honest here. Neville and I were antagonistic towards one another in the first 2 years of our schooling. It was mostly on his side, since he expected me to act in a certain way and was disappointed that I didn't. He apologized at the start of the term, but we are now on friendly terms at most, not actual friends. He doesn't trust me with his secrets, and I don't trust him with my own. The truth is that Neville has been having a hard time in school. Nothing serious, but I think he was just lonely." The older woman pursed her lips. "Your parents, Frank and Alice, were good friends in school. I suppose it was foolish of me to hope." "There's nothing wrong with hope, Madam Longbottom. Hope is a beautiful thing. The world would stop spinning, and life would have very little meaning without hope. Stop trying to sound like an old man, young Potter. It doesn't suit you. But that's enough time for pleasantries. I don't care about what could have been. Hell, I don't even care about Dumbledore and his constant empty platitudes. For some ungodly reason, you seem to be the boy with the answers, so tell me, Potter, what is happening to Neville? What is happening to my grandson?" Chapter 1, 190. Chapter 190, Wisdom and Choices. 17th February 1994, Hogwarts. "Stop trying to sound like an old man, young Potter. It doesn't suit you, but that's enough time for pleasantries. I don't care about what could have been. Hell, I don't even care about Dumbledore and his constant empty platitudes. For some ungodly reason, you seem to be the boy with the answers, so tell me, Potter, what is happening to Neville? What is happening to my grandson?" Harry stiffened at the woman's tone and just replied, "It's complicated." The Longbottom matriarch raised an unimpressed eyebrow, then uncomplicated. "It's a very long story, and I have time," she briskly replied. "Can't you just take him to a healer? They should be a lot more qualified about this than me." The older woman snorted. "I'm taking Neville this afternoon to a private healer, but you know as much as I do that family crests can be unpredictable. I can't very well tell them that my grandson's scar is messing with his crest, and that's why he almost killed a boy in a school tournament. I need more information." Harry hesitated for a moment, and the woman pounced further. "Let me make this absolutely clear. My grandson, my only remaining descendant, the last thing I have left of my son and my husband, is in danger, and you have information that could help. There is nothing in heaven or on earth that will stop me from getting what I want. I don't care about Arcturus Black. I don't care about Dumbledore. I would burn this castle to the grounds with every single child inside, just for a chance he would be better. So, young Potter, look me in the eyes. Do you think I am bluffing?" The young Slytherin looked at her in the eyes. He expected a legitimacy probe or something similar, yet he only saw pure determination and steel in the woman's eyes. To his arcane hearing, Augusta Longbottom's song felt like war drums, slowly getting quicker and quicker, louder and louder, until Harry simply nodded. "You're not bluffing." He saw the woman visibly relax, and he took a deep sigh. "What I'm about to tell you is not something you should share. This knowledge, if people knew you had it, would make you a target. Many people want these facts to be concealed, Dumbledore included, so be very careful." "I know more secrets than days you've been alive, young Potter," she answered with an amused smile on her face. "I think I can handle a few more. It's your funeral, but I warn you, should anyone figure out that you got this knowledge from me, should I be endangered in any way because I chose to help your grandson, then don't expect your family name to last very long." The older woman froze, and her amused smile became barely more than a thin line. "Fine. Speak. What do you know about Tom Riddle?" The older woman furrowed her eyebrow and simply responded, "I know enough. What does he have to do with Neville's condition?" "A lot. Tom's story is a tragic one, not enough to justify his actions, but enough to act as a cautionary tale. He was a brilliant boy, a magical genius, but he lived in a Muggle orphanage in London. Dumbledore saw his potential, and he didn't like it. Every action the boy took, every attempt he made to get help, was stopped by Dumbledore in the background. That kept happening until one summer London was attacked and he almost perished. The concept terrified him, and he did his best to find a way to never die, a foolish endeavor. Yet the boy was desperate as well as a genius, a very bad combination, all things considered. What I probably didn't tell you was that Tom's mother was called Merope Gaunt. Surprisingly, Harry didn't see any sign of surprise on her. "I know. I did my own investigation on Voldemort's origins when I discovered his true name." Stifling his shock, the last Potter continued, "I'm surprised you know who he was. You're right, Lord Voldemort was born from the ashes of Tom Riddle. You probably also figured out that Tom had known about his legacy in his first year, you know, being a parcel mouth and all, but it took him some time to find the Chamber of Secrets. From there, he used the basilisk there to petrify students, hoping to repel Dumbledore from the castle since he was the castle's protector. Obviously, it didn't work, until by mistake, a girl happened to be near the entrance. She met the basilisk's gaze directly by accident, and she perished. Tom didn't know what to do, so instead, hoping that the girl's death wouldn't be in vain, he did something stupid. He created a Horcrux." The older woman, completely engrossed with the story, asked, "What's a Horcrux?" "One of the vilest, worst magics ever devised. It was created by Herpo the Foul as a doomed way to achieve immortality. It essentially consisted of ripping one's soul and putting a piece into an artifact, to act as an anchor should their body be destroyed. Tom Riddle was a genius, but as I said, he was desperate. He wasn't prepared for the ritual, which happened to be beyond him completely, and he ignored the risks involved. You see, one of the catalysts for the ritual is murder, and like it or not, he killed that poor girl." "That's how he survived?" Harry nodded. "Yes. But that's not important. What's important is the fact that the soul is not really quantifiable. Sure, he was ripping shreds of his very being apart to act like anchors, but what he was truly doing was sacrificing parts of himself, emotions, ambitions, and everything he felt he didn't need to create the Horcrux. The issue was that he put too much in the diary. He was still growing, his soul hadn't matured yet, and he was inexperienced when it came to rituals. And slowly, as Tom Riddle slowly started to wither away, Lord Voldemort was born. He did this again and again until he was barely more than a killing machine, leaving only his hate, anger, and magic in his body. He was a very dangerous being, a good strategist, a remarkable duelist, but that was it. All that remained of Tom Riddle was a monster." "That's all very fascinating," the Longbottom matriarch answered, "and I can see why people would kill for this information. But what does this have to do with Neville?" "A lot. You see, on that fateful day, Voldemort killed your son and his wife in cold blood. I don't know the details, and I don't understand what happened, but from what I could theorize, their deaths were used in some kind of sacrificial alchemical ritual anchored to Neville's blood. A life for a life. They would give their lives so that Neville would live. Voldemort cast a killing curse at Neville without hesitation. When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, One of them loses its characteristics. Neville's protection won, but at a price. The killing curse rebounded, but Voldemort's soul was so warped, so unstable, that it marked Neville in some way. You're saying that Neville is a Horcrux? Harry shook his head. The truth is that I don't know. I don't know enough about soul magic to postulate that. What I do know is that the scar is deeply connected to Voldemort. It burns Neville when he's near, or if he feels an intense emotion. My guess is that Neville's protection protected him for years from its influence, like a door locked away. Until we unlocked his family crest. But how? It's a documented case that possessed individuals can't access their crests. It's one of the fundamental protections put on them since their creation. You have to understand that what happened to Neville is completely unprecedented. As far as I know, no one other than Voldemort has ever made more than one Horcrux. A sacrificial ritual like the one that happened on Samhain hasn't been documented for thousands of years. Hell, no one has ever had an unstable soul like Voldemort. I don't even know for sure if Neville is a Horcrux. The main reason I have this theory is the fact that Neville somehow gained Voldemort's crest when that happened, and as you know, crests use some kind of soul magic. That's impossible. The conflict between two different activated crests connected to a single magical circuit network would make the connection unstable at best. At best, using any spells would have unpredictable consequences as both crests activate at the same time, and at worst, it might even kill the user. Harry gave her a slight grin. Only if they're connected at the same time. What if one of the other crests acted differently? What if one of the crests didn't have a physical manifestation and didn't connect to the magical circuits but used something different to pass on the magic? Perhaps even the soul or blood as the connection deepens. Then it would be possible to inherit two crests at the same time. But Salazar Slytherin didn't have a crest. It was one of the biggest perks the founders used to make Hogwarts a legitimate place of learning. Unless Salazar lied. I analyzed it myself. Parseltongue is a spell, one that can be cast by anyone. It is a crest, and your grandson inherited it. The Longbottom matriarch hummed. When we unlocked Neville's crest, it got into conflict with the already activated Slytherin one he got from Voldemort. A crest with unknown origins, probably with a deeper connection to souls. Frank and Alice's sacrifice would stop Neville from being possessed directly, but you allowed the Longbottom crest to act as a buffer between Neville and whatever is in his scar. A scar that probably contained a portion of Voldemort, his knowledge, his emotions. It would explain Neville's jump in talent, like some sort of bleed-through, while it slowly takes over the Longbottom crest. As I said to Neville, his parents' protection locked the door, but you opened a window. And do you have any idea about how to stop it? The older woman asked. Number, if I had, I would have helped Neville without anyone being any wiser. You probably noticed that I don't like attention much, but you need to hurry. The more you leave things, the more Neville is affected. How long does he have? It depends on Neville. The bleed-through seems to be more present whenever he fights or feels tremendous anger. Pretty much, the more he acts like Voldemort, the angrier he gets, the greater foothold the scar gets. It's like a feedback loop. The angrier he gets, the crests amplify that, making him even angrier, and so on. At the minimum, I would recommend occlumency lessons to at least slow down the spread, but anything more than that is just beyond me. At the end of the day, I'm a 13-year-old wizard and a student at that. When he looked at the Longbottom matriarch's face, he noticed that it was paler than it was before. Are you sure about that? I'm not. This is theoretical at best. I told you that Neville's case is unique, and I wasn't joking. It's why I suggested going to a healer or Dumbledore, although the headmaster's help is bound to have strings on them. And how does a third-year student know about all of this? You have to admit that your knowledge is a little out there. Perhaps, Harry hummed, but I think I have a right to have a little privacy. I agreed to help you for the sake of your grandson's health, and I think I told you more than enough to help. Honestly, if he didn't have a real risk of ending up possessed or dead, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I try not to involve myself in other people's affairs. I don't really have anything more to add about Neville's condition. The rest is fully in your hands. Your parents would have been proud of you, young Potter. Thank you for your help. House Longbottom owes you a debt. Harry suppressed a grimace at the thought of his mother approving of him. I suppose they would be proud. It would be a useless thing to ponder on what could have been and forget about the present. As for the debt, it's not required. I did owe Neville a favor. This is me repaying it. As far as I'm concerned, we're even now. And he meant it. After this, Harry would be completely free of the guilt for gaslighting Neville earlier. Activating the crest was probably something that Neville was going to do this summer either way. He would have been in this position regardless. Whatever happened to Neville after this would be completely out of Harry's hands. The Longbottom matriarch asked Harry one final question. Out of curiosity, if we somehow disabled Neville's crest, would it help in any way? Harry furrowed his eyebrows. I'm not qualified to answer that. A healer would be more appropriate. You thought of something, I could tell. I did not get to grow this old by being foolish. I am going to verify every single claim you made, young man. Why not make one more? Resigned, the young Slytherin tried to think of the possibility. I will reiterate that I'm not an expert in the matter, but as far as I know, the connection between the scar and Neville's magic has already been made. Without a crest acting like a buffer, there shouldn't be any bleed-through, but the connection will still remain. For the scar to influence it, he'd have to consciously decide to use it. I don't know Neville as much as you do, but self-control was never his strong suit. Quite. Thank you for your time, young man. You have been very helpful. Before the older woman could leave, Harry asked one final question. Out of curiosity, I've never heard about removing an activated family crest. It's not a common thing, and it's deactivating the crest, not fully removing. That would be impossible. It's a last resort, though. I'll take Neville to our private healer first, maybe look for a few specialists and curse breakers. But if nothing works, at least we have options. I didn't know that was possible, the young Slytherin commented. The older woman looked sad for some reason. It is. It's not commonly done, and it's often a last resort. But you can deactivate a crest permanently by disinheriting someone and casting them out of the family. I will have to choose between my grandson's life and being able to call him such, because if I do go through with this, he will not be a Longbottom anymore. Well, shit. Chapter 1. 191. Chapter 1. 191. Centurion. 18th February, 1994, Hogwarts. Blaise audibly groaned at the grating voice of Ludo Bagman resounding all over the arena. He had gotten sick very quickly of the man's voice during the past few days. He would consider it a mercy if never heard Bagman speak again in his life. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and final round of the preliminary second tasks. By the end of the day, we will have 14 students qualifying from the lower bracket and 14 students qualifying from the upper bracket of the tournaments. Starting tomorrow, age will not matter. Every contestant would have proven themselves enough for age to not become a critical advantage. Blaise had to admit that if nothing else, the man knew how to captivate an audience. If it wasn't for his gambling problems and the general uselessness of his position in the ministry, Bagman would have made a good career as a Quidditch commentator. However, the man didn't know shit about dueling. He didn't know tactics, spells, or even complex maneuvers. Blaise didn't know why Dumbledore didn't just get a professional dueling commentator for the event. But they now had to listen to Bagman talk about things he just didn't get, and sound like a first-year describing a fight. Maybe it was because he spent too much time with Harry, but such incompetence irked him slightly. Speaking of Harry, the boy had been distracted for the last few days, specifically ever since Longbottom almost killed Warrington in their duel. Seriously, what the fuck was wrong with that guy? Not that Harry needed to focus on the duels or anything. He'd literally won his previous fights with a single spell. The crowd loved it, of course, but they had no idea just how bullshit Harry was at magic. Seriously, Blaise had seen him create spells out of thin air, and when he took things seriously with his space-warping magic, he was unstoppable. He'd even recreated a basic version of Blaise's own light magic. Oh, it was a lot less powerful and less refined, but Harry had done it out of curiosity. Fucking curiosity. People have spent centuries trying to steal the Zabini crest. It was why his father was killed. People just wanted to marry him off to their daughters and have a grandchild with the Zabini crest firmly under their control. His mother had gone mad in grief. She literally slaughtered every single person responsible, and she had done it in a way that no one could ever prove it was her. Blaze still had no idea how she had done it, but she did. She must have gotten an appetite for it since she kept doing it again and again, amassing a veritable fortune, rivaling that of his father, which was still frozen until Blaze's majority by the decision of the Italian ministry. They had wanted Blaze's mother to submit to them, to beg for gold, to return to their usual lifestyle. The least he could say would be that it did not work. Once, Blaze thought that he'd been an unwanted product of his mother's many dalliances, one that she had never gotten rid of. He thought that she resented him as something that held her back from her goals, that stopped her from rising too much. He knew that he was wrong. She had loved his father. Alas, something broke in her when he died, and she never quite healed. It was a natural thing for a boy to have such doubts about an absentee mother who was obviously a serial killer. Not that anyone could prove it. They weren't close, not in the same way a mother and son should be, but Blaze still loved his mother, and he knew that his mother loved him, even if it was difficult to be known as the son of the infamous Black Widow. Still, it stung when she told him that she wouldn't come to see him compete in the tournament. Apparently, she was having a great time in Bulgaria with some man who was probably going to be her next victim. It didn't sting as much as it did when she didn't show up for 3 of his birthdays in a row. He had gotten used to the disappointment long ago and learned not to have any expectations of her. He loved her. She was his mother, but he did not like her. But that was enough thoughts about depressing things. He was there today to duel, and he should focus on that. Bagman seemed to agree with Blaze's thoughts as he exclaimed, "Now, you all didn't come here to hear me talk. You came here for the duels, so let's get started with the first duel of the day. And aren't we starting with a banger? We have 2 crowd favourites fighting each other. First, we have George Weasley, or maybe is it Fred Weasley? It doesn't matter, both are still in the tournament, and we can't make up the difference anymore. Both Weasley twins have shown themselves to be very inventive and entertaining in their duels, relying on tricks and obscure pranking spells that somehow worked in their favour. Dueling experts are baffled by this tactic and how it seems to work, but I have to admit that their duels were very entertaining. On the other side, we have Harry Potter, the boy who won every single duel with a single spell. What a way to start the event, am I right? Harry and one of the Weasley twins, Blaze couldn't really tell the difference, got down from the competitor's side of the arena and towards the dueling platform. Blaze honestly felt bad for the redhead. People thought that Harry was good with a wand. They thought he was a prodigy, but they just didn't understand how much he was holding back. Blaze's friend had a blank expression on his face. It was a tactic that Blaze was familiar with. It was just disheartening to see an opponent fighting while looking bored, like they just didn't think you were worth the effort. He didn't think Harry got just how big his shadow was. He was fine with it at first. It was a good way to hide from the reputation of being the Black Widow's son. Blaze was never an ambitious person. He wanted to be rid of his mother's reputation to make his father's legacy proud. He was lost, and he wanted to find himself. And then he met Tracy. Where Harry was cold and awkward, Tracy was warm and bubbly. She wasn't a genius. Her family wasn't wealthy. She was just his friend, and things just grew from there. When Harry just forgot about him in his research or projects, Tracy tried to get to know him, really get to know him. Was it any wonder that he started to have a crush on her? The first girl to truly try to see who he was, try to understand him, to help him. Tracy grabbed his hand as if reading his thoughts. He stiffened before relaxing slightly as she whispered, "Do you think Weasley will last more than a single spell?" "I don't know. The twins' performance was pretty good in the last few duels." Tracy snorted. They pranked their opponents to submission. That's not dueling. It worked, didn't it? I refuse to call that dueling after what I had to go through while training with Harry. Blaze suppressed the urge to shudder at the memories of Harry's training. Who would have thought that there were so many ways of winning a duel with a single spell? Well, he had to admit to being curious as to which method Harry would use for this duel. Blaze didn't have to wait long, as both duelers bowed and took their stances. The redhead's stance was obviously defensive, focused more on dodging. Someone probably told him that shielding against someone experienced with shield breakers would be a bad idea. Interesting, as most of Harry's tricks took advantage of people's over-reliance on shield charms. The young Slytherin didn't seem to be too hung up about it, and raised his wand in a neutral position, and just as the gong sounded, he waved his wand. To the surprise of many, including Blaze, Harry cast 2 spells this time. Of course, it took him less than a second to recognize what Harry was doing. Tracy seemed to come to the same conclusion as he muttered, "He's really using that on Weasley." Blaze didn't answer, choosing to focus on the duel. If Harry pulled something like this off, well, people will talk about it for a very long time, especially in dueling circles. As expected, George Weasley ducked and was able to dodge both spells. He looked triumphant for a moment and gloated, "You missed." Harry just raised an eyebrow, and as if he had timed it to perfection, the spell ahead, which was bluish in color, turned into a small pane, specifically a reflective shield charm. It was a particular variation of a spell that allowed the user to cast shields away from him. It only looked like an attacking spell to prevent loss of energy during its flight. The red spell behind the shield, a stunner, reflected over the static shield and moved towards the Weasley's back, knocking him out. And just like that, Harry won. Most people simply didn't comprehend just how precise Harry had to time that. He had to ensure that the stunning charm would move slower than usual, and he had to make sure that the shield charm would only activate after he went past Weasley. All they saw was Harry finally using more than one spell for the first time. They roared in excitement and applause. Even Harry's opponent just got up and shook his hand. Harry somehow still won without showing a single thing about what he's capable of. The 2 spells Harry used can be cast by a normal 4th year after some study. He was making a mockery of Dumbledore's event, and people loved him for it for some ungodly reason. How the fuck was he pulling this off? Blaze tried to not be jealous. He really did. All he had to do was remember Hogsmeade and how terrified he felt as he held Tracy while that monster chased them down. Yeah, Harry's life wasn't one he wished for, even if his talent in magic made Blaze want to tear out his own hair at the injustice. He'd been a sucky friend to Harry and had essentially forced him to train him and Tracy. Not that Harry wouldn't have done it if they had just asked. They were acting like brats during the Hogsmeade attack. Blaze didn't know if it was some kind of resentment born out of jealousy, the fear of the situation, or just a mix of the two, but he acted like a dick while their lives were in danger. Harry told them that he was treating them like adults now and would stop holding their hands, but Blaze knew that he'd slowly cut them off from his projects. They lost whatever trust he had in them for their little tantrum, and they deserved it. Now they had to live with the consequences. The dark-skinned boy ignored Bagman's prattling about bouncy spells or whatever inane explanation he came up with and focused on Tracy. "When he showed us this trick, I thought it would be impossible to pull off in a real duel. The precision necessary and the danger of attacking yourself with your own spell. How do things just work out for him?" Tracy shrugged. "No clue. I stopped questioning how Harry did stuff a very long time ago." Quickly, Harry left the arena as the victor, and Blaze decided to just enjoy the rest of the duels. He might have to fight them someday as well. He didn't even know who he was fighting today, but he needed to show his best to the court of Slytherin. Malfoy and Nott were still in the duel. Nott was surprisingly quick and creative with a wand. Malfoy had obviously passed with the skin of his teeth against a mediocre opponent. He wanted to be in the court with Tracy. Friends pulled each other up, right? And Tracy was disturbingly obsessed with joining the court. Blaze didn't get it, but he didn't have to. All he needed to do was support her. Of course, that's when Ludo Bagman spoke up to ruin everything. "Our next match is between Blaze Zabini," he perked up, "and Tracy Davis." "Oh, a Slytherin duel, that's not something we've seen much of in this task. I wonder how they'll fare." Blaze's mind was blank at the announcement, and he saw Tracy looking pale and shocked as well. His mind kept whirring as he went down to the platform. They had duelled before while practicing, and he knew that he was better at it than her. Tracy looked at him with teary eyes. Were they really going to fight for this? For a position in the court? Would it be worth it? The answer was simple. Blaze tossed away his wand, a blasphemous action for a wizard to take, and raised his hands. I forfeit. Tracy looked honestly shocked at his actions, like she didn't expect him to do something like this. Did she think that he valued a position in a school club more than her? Leaving the crowd speechless, the young Slytherin picked up his wand and left the arena, feeling lighter than he had in a long time. Chapter 1, 192. Chapter 1, 192. Lengthy Desperation. 18th February 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the arena after his duel, if one could even call it that. He felt bad for George Weasley, losing in such a way to someone 2 years younger than him. Thankfully, the redhead was a good sport, claiming that he was impressed by the prank or something. Sure, Harry was taking a piss at the whole event and messing with Dumbledore, but he didn't see how this duel was a prank, and let it go. The Weasley twins did seem in better shape since the first task, where they won 100 galleons by winning the preliminary for their year. He still remembered the sour look on Dumbledore's face as he gave Harry his prize gold and congratulated him. It was something he committed to memory. If he had a pensieve, he would have watched the memory again and again whenever he felt frustrated. The mere thought brought a smile to his face. It was a shame that the artifact was very rare and extremely expensive. It just wasn't worth spending awarded mana's worth in gold just for a fancy artifact that he wouldn't use all that often. Dumbledore was lucky that there was a pensieve bound to the headmaster's office in the school. There was a legend that the 4 founders of the school discovered that particular pensieve half buried in the ground in the location where the school would be built. This was supposedly one of the reasons the school was located in such a remote location. Of course, the fact that it was under a nexus of ley lines made that little theory slightly suspect in Harry's opinion. As for his friends, they were doing well so far. Daphne was currently on the platform, playing with Malfoy, who was doing his best to survive for as long as possible. If Harry believed that the match selection was rigged before, now he was certain. In the lower year bracket, Slytherins dominated the other houses, probably because most of them had enough gold to get tutors over the years. First and second years were often advised to learn how to defend themselves, since after their third year, the Court of Slytherin would stop actively offering them their protection for free, meaning that they had to pay for one of the enforcers to take action. Slytherin was a sink-or-swim environment, and so most members had to learn to fight, if only to survive in the house. Most houses didn't have to deal with that, and it showed. Dumbledore probably wanted to curb this by arranging for Slytherin students to eliminate each other. Harry did have his doubts since Longbottom was paired up with Cassius Warrington, a pretty competent 5th year, in his first fight. He couldn't understand Dumbledore's decision to risk his show pony in the first round. Neville would have been better off fighting Crabbe or Goyle. Maybe the headmaster had faith that Neville would win somehow. The boy had been getting a lot better since the start of the semester. Harry was proud of him at first, but now, knowing how that improvement came to be, it just left a bad taste in his mouth. The crowd gasped as Daphne sent icicles at Malfoy, who huddled behind a hasty shield. His performance was the most lackluster by far out of the 6 recruits to the Court of Slytherin. Not that Daphne cared about that. She was showing off to Astoria, who was sitting next to him and had stars in her eyes. "That's so cool. Did you see that? That's my sister." "Yes, I saw that, Astoria. I was the one who taught her that move. You're going to want to see what comes next. It will be very impressive, I promise you." The younger Slytherin didn't have any signs of having heard him. Draco was in an exact position that taught Daphne how to finish. The blonde started with a reductor curse that Malfoy's shield held against barely, and followed up with a particular charm that Harry didn't see duelers use much. It was a simple one that created a black cloud whenever it hit its target, which in this case was the shield. Seeing that her opponent was blinded temporality, she cast a shield breaker, followed by a very strong gust of wind. Malfoy probably didn't even feel his shield break before being thrown away by a large gust of wind that cleared the arena. Daphne then finished it with a stunning charm, ending the duel. There was the usual applause and cheers, of course, and Harry heard Astoria mutter, "This was so cool." The last Potter simply ruffled her hair, making her whine in annoyance. "Told you that your sister was awesome, right?" "Yeah, Everyone is impressed with you guys. Mum and Dad are so proud of Daff, and you should have seen how many women swooned when Blaze forfeited for Tracy. Oh, it was just so romantic. Harry gave her a small smile in return. He was pissed when Blaze and Tracy's duel were announced, thinking that it might strain their friendships as well. But it seemed to have ended well enough. Blaze was never really interested in being in the court of Slytherin. It was obvious that he was doing it solely for Tracy, and it was nice to see him show that to her by forfeiting. Tracy genuinely looked like she wanted to snog him when he was leaving, and since they haven't really been since then, the green-eyed boy couldn't help but smile faintly. Tracy and Blaze have been insufferable this year, but it was still nice to see their relationship flourish. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by someone poking him in the shoulder. "Harry, do you have a minute?" He turned and saw Neville looking at him with a blank look on his face. Damn it, as far as Harry was concerned, they were even. He had told his grandmother about his scar, and in exchange his conscience was clear of any wrongdoing he did to the boy. Alas, they were in public, and Harry wasn't tactless enough to tell him to fuck off with spectators around. Plus, he wasn't going out of his way to help the boy anymore, but that didn't mean that they couldn't be cordial with each other. Harry turned to Astoria, who was looking curious as him. "Do you mind if I leave you for a minute? Your sister should come here any time soon." "Sure," the blonde simply retorted. Harry nodded at her and followed Neville away from the crowd. The Longbottom Scion was taking him to the school grounds for some reason, which was weird since it was a bit chilly and they didn't have their cloaks. Still, Harry cast a small warming charm on himself and walked with Neville towards the lake. They stood there, completely silent, until Harry had enough. "So what did you bring me here for?" "I wanted us to talk alone. I know you're not a malicious person. I know that you wouldn't really hurt me. You could have told me to get lost back in the train at the start of the year, and I would have accepted that. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt." Harry tilted his head in confusion. "About what exactly?" "What did you tell my grandmother?" The young Slytherin froze at that. "I told her what I found out about your condition. I gave her all the details and let her make her own decision. She said that she'd take you to specialists or something, and then she would make her decision. Well, I went to those specialists. They have no fucking clue what's wrong with me. I don't even know what's wrong with me, and Gran wouldn't tell me anything. She's your guardian, Neville. It's completely her right to not tell you." Neville's face reddened. "But it's all right for you to know? I figured it out and have a theory. I'm not a healer, and I am certainly not an expert in obscure magic. Maybe someday if I work hard enough, but not now. I'm a third-year student just like you. I deserve to know, and bullshit. You probably know more magic than some of the professors here, so just fucking tell me." Harry shook his head. "Not without your grandmother's permission. I promised her that I wouldn't say anything to anyone else, and that includes you." "Well, thank you for your integrity," the Gryffindor replied with a snarl, "because I'm probably going to be disinherited because of your little theory." "She's really going to go through with this so quickly," Harry muttered. "I thought that she'd take more time to see if there are any other options." "You knew about this?" "She mentioned it, but said that it was a last resort if the healers couldn't do anything." The boy who lived's face reddened in anger. "Well, congratulations. The healers couldn't figure out a way to stop whatever is happening. Some experts, they are. You can't really blame them. Your condition is unique in the very sense of the word. Too many arcane magics interacting with each other in weird ways. I still don't know for sure what's going on. And you're getting my grandmother to disinherit me on a theory that you're not even sure about." Harry calmly responded, "I'm not getting your grandmother to do anything. This was entirely her decision, and it's likely to save your life. I lived with my scar for 12 years, Harry. It wasn't killing you. You didn't have your crest activated before." The child of the prophecy growled in response. "Is that what this is? You're jealous that I'm getting better, that I might surpass you, and you're trying to stop me. That's preposterous, Neville. It makes so much sense. You saw how much my crest was helping me improve, and you wanted to stop that." "That's enough, Neville," Harry yelled, frustrated by the boy in front of him. He took a deep breath. "You're hurt. You're angry. You feel betrayed, like the entire world is conspiring against you. But the truth is that this scar is a danger to you, and it's using the crest to warp your thoughts. You're not being yourself right now. You need help. I don't need help, Neville sneered. I was fine on my own without you intervening. I didn't intervene. You did. You're the one who told your grandmother because you knew that something was wrong. You're the one who realized what you might lose to get better. I don't need to get better. I'm fine just the way I am. I just have to manage my temper, that is. Harry responded in a tone as dry as the desert. So Warrington was what, an accident? Yes. And how many accidents do you need to have before you finally see that something is wrong? Are you going to wait until you maim someone, or worse, kill someone? This isn't you, Neville. The Longbottom scion froze for a moment. No, this will never happen again. Are you really willing to gamble with other people's life? Your grandmother is not doing this out of hate or spite, and neither am I. It's why I told her the pure truth. I trusted you. Harry shrugged. If you thought I was lying, you wouldn't have told her. Trusting me was the right move, and let me tell you why. You're being influenced by a wizard so evil, so unnatural, that people wouldn't say his name a decade after his presumed death. Do you think you can win a contest of will between you and him? And if you defeat him, are you sure you'll still be yourself in the end? Aren't you ever going to wonder if every decision was yours, or a compulsion from your scar? Do you even want to risk that? Neville still didn't look convinced, and Harry continued, Do you know what could happen to you? You could slowly morph into Voldemort. You would get angry quickly, then you'll just curse anyone who annoys you. A piece of Neville Longbottom would be discarded away for more pieces of Voldemort to grow. Or even worse, the scar could hijack your crest entirely and pull you to the background. You will find your way to the back of your head while the scar takes in the reign fully. You will be forever a prisoner in your own mind as your body kills everything you ever held dear. Your grandmother had a choice, this or disinheriting you. If you ask me, being disinherited is the kinder fate of the two. You have to make a choice, either be a Longbottom and a monster, or not be a Longbottom but still remain yourself. I wonder what your parents would have done if the choice was in their hands. And with that said, Harry turned and went back to the castle. He wouldn't waste more time on a stubborn boy who just wanted to rant, not knowing the danger that he was in. Chapter 193. Chapter 193, The Second Face. 18th February 1994, Hogwarts. Neville walked outside the dueling arena, seething about the conversation that he had with Harry. What right did he have to interfere in family matters? What right did he have to uproot Neville's life so much? It wasn't any of his business anyway. Why did everything have to be against him? Why couldn't Neville just have a single year without something horrible happening? He remembered his first year when he was unknowingly being taught by the man who killed his parents. He had almost died, saved by some kind of weird magical interaction that made Quirrell burn whenever Neville touched him. He remembered his second year where he was blamed for petrifying Muggle-born students just because of being able to speak Parseltongue. He was then trapped in an illusion while destroying some diary. It sounded weird when he thought about it objectively, but that didn't matter. Neville was vilified as an unstable boy, desperate for attention. And this year, all he wanted was to have some friends again, bond with Harry even more so, and have some fun in school. The tournament did provide an opportunity to regain some of his reputation. Not qualifying in the preliminaries in the first task was unfortunate, but he had gotten over it. But the dueling tournament was supposed to be his greatest opportunity, and when he realized that he might have lost, he went too far. He didn't think, with anger clouding his mind, and Warrington had almost died for it. It was just a lapse of judgment, nothing more. Neville didn't mean to hurt him. There was nothing wrong with having a tempter, was there? Harry couldn't be right. He just couldn't. It just wouldn't be fair, he murmured to himself. If there's anything I've learned in the past year, it would be that life is just not fair. A mocking voice interrupted him. When he turned, Neville suppressed the urge to groan. Of course, he had to run into one of the most unpleasant people he had ever met. Draco Malfoy. I'm not in the mood, Malfoy. Funnily enough, neither am I. You're not the only one who has things to brood about, Longbottom. What, your diamond shoes are too tight or something? I'm just annoyed to see your ugly mug, the blonde retorted immediately before smiling softly. So why aren't you in the arena with the rest of the people? Just had some thinking to do. Yeah, I suppose you're having a hard time too, with the whole almost killing another student and whatnot. Not that I have anything to help the mood. I just lost my only opportunity at having any sort of security from my house in my time in Hogwarts. Neville furrowed his eyebrows. How? I lost my duel. It's Slytherin stuff and I'm not really allowed to talk about it, but let's just say that I had a lot riding on my duel. It's a shame that I got Potter's girlfriend. It's only logical that he trained her enough to defend herself. Really? Greengrass is Harry's girlfriend? The Malfoy scion shrugged. Don't know. Don't care. They might as well be considering just how inseparable they are. No one really tried asking him about it, but no one in the house had the guts to touch her or her sister. Potter is all nice and calm when you leave him alone, but he could be fucking terrifying when you get a rise out of him. No one wants to risk poking the dragon and all that. I always wondered what happened in that house of yours. So how did losing a duel destroy any protection you might have? As far as I remember, you still have a nice fortune in the bank, more than enough to hire people to look the other way. Yeah, and I have access to a pittance of that fortune until my majority. Not made sure of that when he took over from my father. As far as they're concerned, I can barely do anything other than bark until I'm 17. And today, I just proved that I couldn't handle fighting a girl in my year, and that's not to mention the opportunity that I just lost. Losing to Potter wouldn't have been a shameful thing. Losing to Greengrass, well, I'm in some very shitty few years. Neville frowned. You don't seem overly concerned. I guess I'm just desensitized. I've been doing nothing but losing fights since my father died. I expected this anyway. There's also the calming potion that I drank, I guess. Maybe it's even the fire whiskey I mixed with it. I don't know. That's a pretty dangerous conversation, the Gryffindor retorted. Maybe, but it's better than hyperventilating and crying out in despair. So what about you? What are you running from? I'm not running from anything. Of course you are, Malfoy replied with a scoff. I recognize that desperation from a mile away. Is it about you almost killing Warrington? It's a wonder you're still in school. Most people would have been expelled, maybe even arrested. I wonder how many times Dumbledore will have to bail you out. Just stop talking, Neville gritted out. Touched a nerve, did I? The blonde answered with a familiar cocky smile. I have to admit that you're a lot more different than before. I remember in our first year you were so against dark magic. I wonder if your parents could see you now. Enough, Malfoy. I wonder if they'll be like the rest of the world, disgusted by your actions. I personally think that they'd be ashamed to see you as their son. That just came closer to home than he expected, especially with the possibility of him being disinherited. And just like that, Neville's control slipped, and he yelled out, "That's enough!" A burst of magic, born of rage and fear, sent Malfoy flying. Neville followed up with a wand in his hand, ready to send a piercing charm at his enemy, only to freeze in the middle of the action. What was he doing? Why did he even attack Malfoy? The reality of what he had nearly done, what he might have done, hit him with crushing force. In a moment of horrified clarity, he felt like he could have easily just gone through with it. He could have killed Malfoy. And just like that, Harry's words came crashing back. He was getting unstable. The scar was having a lot more influence on him than he realized. Oh, Merlin, what was he doing? He looked at the disoriented Slytherin with pity and regret. I'm sorry, Malfoy. And he just ran. He ran as far as he could. Away from other people and their judgment, away from his problems. Neville didn't even know where he was going, but when he looked around a few minutes later, he found himself in the empty Quidditch pitch. It was a place that once represented his freedom and joy. It represented what he could have been before Dumbledore banned him for breaking into the Slytherin common room. It was a representation of his potential, but currently it was just a good place to vent. He looked at it with teary eyes and muttered, "It's not fair." "It's not fair," he repeated, this time shouting with raw emotion this time. Another pulse of magic ripped the plants and roots from the ground around him. This time he took out his wand and sent a blasting curse towards the stands, while yelling, "Why?" Spell after spell burst from his wand, each a manifestation of his frustration and pain, tearing through the air until he was left drained, kneeling on the grass, his breath ragged sobs. "Why do those things always happen to me?" he muttered. "Because it is your destiny," a weirdly familiar voice retorted. Neville turned in surprise, but froze when he recognized the person standing next to him. He looked older, and his eyes were purely red, but he knew that face. He knew that arrogant smile. "Tom Riddle," he snarled, "I suppose technically I am. You're my scar, whatever is trying to take over my crest." The older man nodded. "I suppose takeover is a bit of an oversimplification. The correct term would be that I'm trying to merge with you." "Merge? You've kept me angry all the time. I almost killed someone." "That's not true. I never urged you to do anything, I just lent you my skills. My temper might have been included, but I did not urge you to do anything. You just never learned to control yours. I can teach you that if you want." Neville scoffed. "You want me to work with you, with the man who killed my parents? Lord Voldemort killed your parents. I am not him. What are you then?" Riddle shrugged. "Something new, something unique. I suppose I'm a fragment of a whole, a shard of something precious, and echo of your parents' murderer. And why should I trust you? You're the one who woke me when you unlocked your crest. You're the one who stopped my imprisonment. You gave me life and purpose. Why wouldn't I work in your best interest?" The Longbottom scion stiffened. "And you want us to merge? You have great potential, one that you've barely scratched the surface. You just lack the knowledge necessary for you to rise, the knowledge necessary for you to grow, the knowledge that I have. I could help you surpass everyone, that Potter boy, Voldemort, even Dumbledore. Why do you think they're so well regarded? Why they're so respected? They have power and you don't. But you could. You only have to give me a chance." Neville wanted to deny it outright, but the picture was an attractive one. To get Harry's skill in magic, the respect Dumbledore garnered with his presence. He shook his head slightly. What was he doing listening to Voldemort of all people? "What if I don't want power?" Neville simply responded. "Then you'll die," Riddle answered with a shrug. "You'll kill me." "No, why would I do that? I don't have to kill you. I don't wish to kill you. My existence is tied to yours. But think about it. If you leave things as they are, we will slowly merge and there's nothing you can do about it. But if you deactivate your crest, you'll cripple your potential. You could be a good wizard, even a great one, but you will never approach Voldemort's level. He will be back eventually, and he will kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Dumbledore might save you, but you'll end up as nothing more than a pawn, used for publicity and as a symbol." "No," Neville yelled, "but yes. You know it and I know it too. But don't think about the negatives. Can you imagine what the two of us could accomplish together to create a better world, to fix magical Britain, to make it like your old friend Hermione wished it could be? Imagine that she wakes up one day and sees you create the world of her dreams. We could even try to heal her together. I have memories of the diary's creation. It was my invention, after all. We could fix her together. Now wouldn't that be something?" He had to admit that the idea was enticing, the prospect of helping Hermione. But the prospect of changing the world irked him. It reminded him of the illusion in the diary. Riddle had used that exact same line on him to help turn him against Harry. It could have been an illusion, but maybe there was something subconscious about it. Still, something bothered him. But how many people will have to be hurt? What if I kill someone this time? I almost killed Warrington over a duel. I almost attacked a drunk Malfoy. Tom Riddle's face hardened. "As many as it is necessary for us to be joined. Great sacrifices are required to achieve greatness. It's a tragic thing. But it is necessary." "No," the young Gryffindor simply answered. "Please, Neville, listen to me." "I said no," he yelled. "I can't. My parents wouldn't have wanted this. If you knew Hermione, you would have balked at the mere idea of hurting people. You're trying to use me, turn me into you. Well, I won't let you. I refuse. I'd rather be a weaker wizard than turn into a monster. I'd rather lose my legacy than turn into you. I'll grow stronger on my own, to create my own legacy, then to inherit your tainted one." Neville ran towards the arena, ignoring Riddle's protests all the while. He ran until he saw her, sitting alone in a corner, away from the excitement. He rushed towards her, with tears in his eyes. Neville could see her looking more relieved, then slowly turned to concern as she saw the desperation in his features. "What's wrong?" He looked at his grandmother with pleading eyes, a testament to his desperation and determination. "You were right. You were always right. I need help. I need you to stop this." "What are you babbling about, Neville?" "I accept. You were right, Gran. Please deactivate my crest." "Oh, Neville," the bittersweet smile on his grandmother's face broke his heart just a bit. But he would not be stopped. He would not turn into another Voldemort. He didn't need a crest to make his parents proud. He would climb the ladder all on his own. He would work his arse off, and he will create a new legacy of his own. He knew that it wouldn't be easy, and that the path ahead would be full of challenges, but it was a path he was determined to walk. He would heal, and he would grow into a man his parents would be proud of. Chapter 1. 194. Chapter 1. 194. Bright Futility. 26th February 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the headmaster's office, looking blankly at Dumbledore, waiting for him to begin. He didn't really understand if it was some kind of power move or something, nor was he interested in knowing. The man had summoned him on the day of his first duel after the preliminaries were over. Having a week between the preliminaries and the actual tournament was probably a way for Dumbledore to get people to maximize his income from the tournament and retain media interest for as much as possible. Even after the excitement visibly dialed down, the Daily Prophet's articles were filled with speculation on the duels, and barely even mentioned Neville's disqualification or his behavior in his duel. The headmaster had probably sent them a substantial sum of gold to print his side of the story about everything being accidental magic or something. It was disgusting, and frankly, it left a bad taste in Harry's mouth. But he didn't expect Dumbledore to do anything else. Curiously, Harry was paired up with Cedric Diggory, one of the favourites to win the entire tournament. It was an expected match, like a rematch of Harry's trick during the first task. Honestly, if it wasn't a public event, Harry wouldn't have minded sparring with Diggory. He seemed like a nice guy, with a good head on his shoulders. It was a shame that he was paired up with Harry of all people. Still, Dumbledore summoning him out of a whim was surprising. Harry expected the old man to keep his distance after what happened in the summer. Speaking of the headmaster, he was still writing with his quill over some parchment. Harry did his best to ignore him and just opened his school bag, took out a book and started reading. It was a nice small autobiography of some curse-breaker that was published a few years back. It was so exciting that it might as well have been a fiction book. With magic, who could tell the difference anymore? Still, it was nice to pick the brain of someone clearly knowledgeable about curse-breaking, and there were enough technical details there to help Harry plan out his next lessons with Daphne. After what felt like an eternity, Harry started whistling an old song whose name he forgot. It seemed that Dumbledore finally realized that Harry wouldn't mind doing it for hours, so he put on an obviously forced smile on his face and spoke up. "I apologize for the wait, young Harry. The dueling tournament has tripled my workload. I have barely had the time to eat." Harry simply shrugged. "All right." The older man didn't seem happy with Harry's nonchalant response. "I suppose you are wondering why I asked you to come here." "The thought did cross my mind, yes." "And yet you didn't ask." The last Potter hummed. "It would be impolite to interrupt someone while working." "Quite. I see that Arcturus started teaching you some etiquette." "I always had manners, I just chose never to use them. It gives a certain amount of freedom when people don't expect much from you. I suppose you've never had that problem. You're buried by expectations, from other people, from yourself." The elderly headmaster looked frustrated by Harry's answer. "There's nothing wrong with having ambition. I would think a Slytherin would have appreciated that." Ambitions and expectations are very different concepts. But it is not my place to judge the path you have chosen, because it would be meaningless to you, wouldn't it? Yet I do not think you believe that idea. In the end, the only thing that matters is my own opinion. I am happy with the path my life has taken so far. Are you? The headmaster froze for a moment, and his smile was nowhere to be found. That's a very inappropriate question, Mr. Potter. I suppose you can blame it on the curiosity of youth, the young Slytherin replied with a cheeky tone. Now, this little conversation is not why you summoned me here, is it? I haven't set foot in this place for almost a year now, and it's not why you made me wait in my seat for an empty conversation that will probably go around in circles. So let's get on with it, because I have to pee, and I don't think you'll fancy me using your bathroom for it. The headmaster was gritting his teeth at the disrespect. Fine, let's ignore the pleasantries and get right to the issue at hand. I do not like the attitude you are taking during the tournament, and I want you to stop. It's perfectly within the rules. I am allowed to find loopholes, aren't I? But you're ignoring the spirit of the competition. It might have been amusing the first time, but you're going too far. Harry gave him a dry look. Just like you went too far when you forced all your students to participate. If you hadn't made me compete, I wouldn't have been doing my best to make a mockery of your tasks and your students. You're the one who forced my hand, just like you forced my hand during my guardianship hearing. You're overstating your importance. I never even considered your situation when I set up the tournament, the old man protested. But you can't prove that, can you? At the end of the day, the position I'm in is because of you. Malicious intentions or not, this was your doing. If I win the tournament, every citizen in magical Britain will be terrified of me because of what you said in the summer. If I lose the tournament, I also lose any credibility I might have had. This was my only path forward, and you know that. You can't expect me to risk my future to make you look good when you're the one who jeopardized it in the first place. Dumbledore frowned. You are a student in my castle. I can make your stay here just as comfortable as I could make it miserable. And I can now leave the castle. Arcturus would agree in a heartbeat if you're jeopardizing my education, which you are. And your friends, Harry answered with a shrug. They'll complain to their parents. They'll make sure that there are investigations. Who knows what they'll find out? That's not mentioning what Augusta Longbottom would say if she heard what happened to me. She could even take out her son from Hogwarts just to keep him safe, especially if I send her this. Harry took out a small metallic artifact out of his pocket to the older man's confusion. And what is this? Oh, it's just a small device I invented. It's very good at detecting vibrations in the air and storing them. Did you know that sound dissipates through changes in pressure in the air? And it even has a function to transmit the information to other devices using a variation of the protean charm. Took me quite some time to get it right. Wards can easily detect certain listening charms, but an artifact that literally worked the same way an ear does, well, it wouldn't be able to tell it apart from any normal magical object. Harry's grin widened and he continued, now such a device wouldn't hold up in court. Maybe it wouldn't be taken seriously by the media, but it can easily be used to convince a person. I wonder what will happen to your plans if the boy who lived moved abroad, far away from your influence. I hear Ilvermorny is such a good school. Are you blackmailing me? The elderly headmaster asked with a baffled expression on his face. Of course not. It's such an ugly word. Blackmail would be like threatening a student to do what you want, or you would make their life hell in the castle even if they didn't break any rules. Now, making a prediction of what would happen should something unsavory happen, well, it would be like telling someone that they would be imprisoned for committing a crime. There's a big difference between the two. Thankfully, no one is blackmailing anyone, right? That would be illegal. Quite, Dumbledore retorted while gritting his teeth. Thankfully, I'm a reasonable guy. I don't want to compete in this tournament any more than you want me to turn it into a mockery. But I have no choice in the matter. If you could find a way to get me to lose without losing my position, then, well, I'd be inclined to take it. With that said, Harry turned and left an angry headmaster behind. Harry really didn't see why the headmaster even attempted to threaten him. The man had to either be desperate or he just did not plan on threatening Harry. The young Slytherin didn't know either one it was, but he had to keep his eyes open in case something happened. Still, he walked back to the entrance towards the competitor's room, where he saw Daphne and Tracy waiting for him. Harry had drilled them every waking hour they had on their dueling. He didn't know if it would be enough to help them, though. Daphne was the luckier one of the two, having to fight Angelina Johnson, a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. While somewhat talented in dueling, it wasn't her strong suit. Tracy got Gemma Farley, a clear favourite to win the entire tournament, who definitely had some tutoring in dueling. Tracy was completely dejected by her luck during the previous week. Harry had pushed her as much as he could, but there was just something missing. "Hey, girls." Daphne looked up and asked, "You sure took your time. What did Dumbledore want with you?" "Nothing really. He asked me very politely to stop taking a piss at the tournament." Tracy snorted. "I can't believe the headmaster himself is asking you to stop making everyone look bad. I am curious, though, about how you're planning on winning against Diggory without trying. He's a lot better than your old duelers." Harry simply shrugged. "Maybe I'll have to duel him seriously." "Really?" they both exclaimed. "Who knows?" Harry responded with a shrug. Daphne hit him on the shoulder. "You're mean." He just answered her with a cheeky grin before turning to Tracy. "So, how are you doing?" "As good as I can be, I guess," the brunette responded. Harry tilted his head. "You know, there's an upside to this." "What?" she bit out. "Well, chances are that Farley is a member of the court. You don't have to win, you only have to impress her. Personally, I'll refuse any invitation to join, so you should have your spot guaranteed. I know you're more than good enough to join the court. All you have to do is show the rest of the world that you are here to stay. No one expects you to last more than a few seconds. So prove them all wrong. You might even surprise Farley enough to snatch a win." Tracy's face brightened slightly, but before she could say anything, Flitwick entered the room. "Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. Follow me to the arena for your duel." The young Slytherin gave them a cheeky smile. "I'll be back in a bit." They turned and walked towards the half-goblin, his upperclassman towering over him. It must have been quite a comical sight from the outside. Diggory met Harry's gaze with a smile and offered his hand. "Cedric Diggory, I'm a big fan of your performance in the tournament." Harry shook the older boy's hand. "Harry Potter, I'm glad you like it. So any secret plans for me?" "Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Who knows, I might even cast more than 2 spells." The Hufflepuff chuckled. "I certainly hope you do. It would be a shame for me to come all this way only to lose." Harry nodded at him. "Then I wish you the best of luck." "You too, I guess," the older boy replied, looking taken aback slightly. Trolling people with niceness is so worth it. Like they had done many times previously, both duelers bowed and took their stances, only Harry realized, just as he was preparing his magic to cast an instantaneous spell, that he felt some kind of foreign magic activating on him. And just like that, the world froze as Harry's mind turned to overtime. So that was Dumbledore's plan. It probably would have worked on anyone other than Harry. The man probably anchored some kind of time-delayed spell that would make Harry spasm. It was a dangerous thing, especially with offensive magic. A spell could easily backfire if the twitch was timed correctly. But how did it get past Harry's arcane hearing? Sure, there were plenty of distractions since there were just too many magical artifacts around, but he should have still picked it up. Was it some kind of weird technique to make magic untraceable? Riddle did manage it in his diary, or perhaps it was something specific to the Elder Wand, like making concealing spells overpowered when casting a spell. It didn't matter. He wouldn't let Dumbledore do anything like this. With a quick pulse of his inner magic, the spell was nullified with its exact opposite frequency. Harry wanted to see Dumbledore's reaction for a bit. Well, that gave him an idea. This was going to be fun. Right before the timer turned to 1, Harry's stance lowered, and he turned towards Dumbledore with a confused look on his face. Diggory seemed taken aback for a second and froze. "What?" Harry interrupted him. "The headmaster is waving his hands like mad. Is something wrong?" The poor Hufflepuff turned to look to the stands, as did practically everyone. Yet they only saw Dumbledore with his eyes widened in confusion for a fraction of a second before realizing what was happening. It was too late, of course, as Harry fired a stunner at his distracted opponent, knocking him out without anyone even seeing it. The young Potter turned fully towards the judges and Dumbledore and bowed. "Thank you for your consideration." He walked away, his steps the only noise echoing in the arena. The moment he finally left, he could hear the pandemonium that followed, and he suppressed the urge to cackle in laughter. Chapter 1. 195. Chapter 195. Marooned. 26th February 1994, Hogwarts. Tracy watched Daphne walk away from the arena while feeling both envious and nervous. Daphne had won her duel, to the surprise of many. People just didn't expect the participants from the lower brackets to go through to the quarter-finals, and they would be right. The gap between OWL students and NUT students in terms of power and control was immense. Of course, Harry didn't count. She had to suppress bursting into laughter when she realized what he had done. Using something as childish and as obvious as pretending the headmaster was in trouble to distract Diggory was just hilarious. The fact that he got most of the audience with it just made it all so much better. But even if he wasn't messing around, Harry could easily win the tournament, he just didn't want to. Daphne's win was just suspect. Angelina Johnson wasn't the best dueler out there, but she was miles better than a third year had a right to be. Most of the duel was just Daphne and her being evenly matched until the Gryffindor chaser mistimed a reflection and got hit with a random curse. It was a very anticlimactic end to what was a very impressive duel. Daphne had been holding her own with some weird curses that just bridged the gap in raw power between her and the older girl. They weren't illegal curses or anything, just some curses of slowness. Curses that messed with wand movements and the like. Daphne liked to curse parts of the platform and discreetly trick her opponents into stepping on them. Slowly, Daphne neutralized her opponent's movement by slowly limiting the environment around her, forcing Johnson to shield more likely than not. She had literally held on until she brought down Johnson to a level that she could manage to fight. That's when the older girl blundered and mistimed a spell redirection, which ended the duel seconds later. It wasn't something Daphne had done. The look of shock on Daphne's face showed that she was as surprised as she was. Tracy had looked towards Harry afterwards, only to see him frowning in the same way he did when he tried to solve a mystery of some sort. It probably wasn't him either. There was a chance that Johnson just made a mistake, but it was just unlikely. Someone interfered in the duel to make sure Daphne would win, and that meant that someone was sabotaging the matches. Wasn't that a worrying thought? Still, either way, Daphne lucked out, and now it was Tracy's turn to fight a girl far older and far more skilled than she was. Tracy didn't really get to show off in the preliminaries, and Harry's words rang in her ears. She didn't have to win, she had to impress. Not lost in seconds, just a few matches previously. He was unlucky enough to get Percy Weasley as an opponent, who just didn't play along and took him down as quickly as possible. Merlin, that guy had a stick up his bum the size of Mount Everest. So far, 2 candidates got through. Tracy only had to do better than not to qualify. She had to do enough to make up for the fact that politically, not was as big as anyone was going to get. This was her time. This was her chance. The chance that Blaise had given her. Tracy blushed slightly at the thought of her boyfriend. If she wasn't training with Harry, she spent most of her waking time just snogging Blaise. It definitely made Harry and Daphne uncomfortable, but the brunette ignored them. She would pay them back when the two of them stopped dancing around one another and got together. But no, this was not the time to get distracted. She had to be focused. She had to be ready. She was fighting one of the best duelers in Slytherin, and she had to prove her worth. Why the hell was she unlucky enough to end up with Gemma Farley of all people as her opponent? It just wasn't fair. The only good point was the fact that she knew that Farley was reasonable enough to let her shine. To be fair, the organizers did their best to pair fighters of the same gender, and there were only 3 female competitors in the upper brackets. She was either going to end up with Gemma Farley, Angelina Johnson, or Penelope Clearwater. Daphne was lucky enough to get Johnson, but Tracy thanked every possible god in existence that she didn't end up with Clearwater. Losing in seconds was already bad, but losing to a Muggle-born would have been a death sentence to Tracy's dreams of joining the court. As much as people liked to say that Slytherin wasn't a house of bigotry anymore, there was still this unconscious thought of Muggle-borns as lesser wizards and witches. Cho Chang had ended up against Clearwater, and she was bound, gagged, disarmed, and petrified in less than 20 seconds. It was just a merciless takedown that looked more like bullying than anything else. Tracy could only hope that Farley would be a little more merciful with her. Professor Flitwick's voice interrupted her musings. "Tracy Davis and Gemma Farley, please make your way to the arena for your duel." The brunette stiffened slightly, finally realizing that her time was up. She stifled the nervousness in her gut and walked forward to the entrance. There she met her opponent, who smiled down somewhat kindly at her. "So are you ready?" Tracy couldn't help but smile at the act. "As ready as I'm going to be. I don't think I could have done much to bridge a 4-year gap of magical education." The older girl giggled. "Maybe, but you've done well to get here. Most of the house is impressed, to say the least. You're the most promising year in a while. We didn't expect that half of the people who would qualify from your bracket would be third-year students." "Yeah, but Harry doesn't count," she muttered to herself. "Yeah, Potter is a little impressive, isn't he? There will be some grumbling about how he beat Diggory, though. It's his way of protesting the whole forced participation thing. He didn't want to be involved at all." Farley snickered. "Well, at least he's entertaining. Took us all by surprise in the first task, and now he's doing it again. At least he taught you enough to get by. He's an amazing teacher. Don't tell him I said that, but I'd take him over most of the defense professors we got saddled with. He has this way of explaining magic, of making you think that's just amazing. It's easy to take for granted until you try to learn on your own, without his input." Interesting. It's a shame that I didn't end up fighting him." Tracy snorted unconsciously before her eyes widened in panic. She hadn't meant to do that. The older girl raised an eyebrow. "So, what's so funny then?" Damn, how was she supposed to answer that without being disrespectful? Maybe honesty would work. "Well, in a fight between the two of you, I have to say that I would bet on Harry." "You would bet on a third year over me in a duel," the older girl replied with an incredulous tone. "You haven't seen Harry fight seriously. I don't think even I have. What Dumbledore said in the summer about Harry being as good as the Dark Lord wasn't an exaggeration. If anything, it was watered down. He's playing around right now, mostly to just mess with the headmaster, and because he doesn't want to deal with the hassle of being recognized as the next Dumbledore or Dark Lord." Interesting. But if someone would force him to fight seriously— Tracy didn't bother stifling her chuckle this time. "I can't see that happen, but Harry can be unpredictable sometimes. I can see him respecting an opponent enough to put in an effort out of curiosity more than anything else, but he's just as likely to just forfeit to avoid the headache. I suppose we'll probably fight in the next round." "How do you know you're going to get past me?" The older girl smiled. "I like you, Davis. Make this fight interesting, will you?" "I'll do my best." And just like that, the two duelers arrived at the arena, bowed to each other, took their stances, and the duel began. Tracy couldn't really afford to be on the defensive against someone like Farley. Harry spent over a week drilling her on the way to counter the older girl, and he had quickly concluded that taking a defensive approach was just inviting disaster. She sent a few basic hexes and jinxes at her opponent, who just conjured a shield to redirect them. Tracy tried one of Harry's tactics of sending another volley of spells with a shield breaker hidden in between, but Farley saw through it easily and changed her shield charm, making the shield breaker entirely useless. The older girl raised an unimpressed eyebrow, making Tracy grit her teeth. She didn't have the time to show her anger, as Farley sent a fairly common dueling combination: a stunner, a cutting charm, and a disarming charm. Tracy dodged two of them and redirected the stunner back at her opponent, who dodged it by just stepping aside effortlessly. They kept going back and forth with mostly small charms. Tracy remembered Harry's biggest piece of advice about the duel. Farley was, without a doubt, her superior in every way. Tracy didn't have Harry's frankly insane magical strength and immense repertoire of spells. She couldn't change spells on a whim either. She was fast for her age, but her spells lacked the potency that Daphne's had. The way Tracy had a chance at winning against someone so much older and more experienced as her was through surprise. When she saw Farley up her game and visibly decide to stop playing around to end the duel, Tracy decided to implement one of the plans Harry taught her. She pretended she was being overwhelmed by a combination of spells, and she jumped back. Farley went for a finishing combination, but Tracy cast one of the most complicated spells that Harry taught her. It was called the Doppelganger Charm. What it did was create an unmoving illusion of her and make her invisible at the same time. There was a variation where she could control it, but it was beyond her. Maintaining both the illusion and the invisibility was already straining her control. Tracy walked forward in an area where her opponent's volley of spells just wouldn't touch her. She did her best to maintain the illusion until the spells were about to hit the copy. She dispelled the illusion, revealing her true location, and didn't let her opponent realize that she was tricked by sending a lightning piercer at her. It wasn't the most dangerous spell in her arsenal, but it was the fastest. And in this trick, speed mattered more than damage. Most students, even 7th years, would have fallen for that trick, but Farley showed her experience when she was barely able to conjure a shield to block the piercer. But she wasn't able to counter the full elemental aspect of the spell, electrocuting her as well. Tracy didn't let up and stopped holding back. Farley wouldn't keep underestimating her anymore. She sent a wind-enhanced cutting charm, followed by 2 stunners. Unfortunately, her opponent was able to create a repelling shield to send her spells back. The young Slytherin didn't let up her assault and used a small trick Harry taught her. Apparently, an overpowered disarming charm could redirect spells mid-flight. And if anything, Tracy's advantages were both her speed and her accuracy. Just as she practiced 100 times with Harry, her disarming charm hit the stunning charm closing to the older girl, and she could see her opponent's eyes widen as the stunning charm returned back at her. Tracy didn't have time to relish the look on her face, since she had to transfigure parts of the platform as a small hill to intercept the spells being reflected back at her. With a smaller charm, she made the wooden hill act like a wave and moved towards her opponent in an effort to throw her out of the platform while she was dealing with her last trick. The younger girl's eyes widened when the wooden wave split into 2 as she neared her opponent. Farley looked ragged and more than a little pissed off. It was a shame. Tracy was sure that her trick could have worked. Now the older girl wasn't going to underestimate her anymore. She was proven correctly when, just like that, Farley's spells doubled in speed and tripled in power. Tracy was slowly getting overwhelmed just by defending. Damn it, this was exactly what she wanted to avoid. As a Hail Mary, Tracy cast a pulsing, repelling shield, which already strained her magic channels. It was a very power-consuming spell that not only repelled spells, but acted as an attack. Farley expertly cut through the force coming at her, but Tracy didn't plan on it working. She conjured a giant fireball towards her opponent and followed it with the strongest gust of wind she could manage. She was running dry. Raw power wasn't really her strong suit. She could only hope that this would work somehow, even if she didn't have her hopes up. Tracy's hopes were dashed when chains were conjured out of nowhere and bound her legs, and somehow Tracy's wand flew out of her hand. The fire faded to reveal a slightly singed Gemma Farley holding her wand at her, with a small smile on her face. "You did well, kiddo. Very impressive. But that's the end of the line." Tracy let out a bitter chuckle. "I thought I had you with that." "You almost did. You did far better than anyone could have hoped. Now, are we going to make me stun you, or are you going to take the dignifying way out?" Well, Harry did say that if Tracy didn't win, she had to impress them and show them what she could do. And it's not like she expected to defeat Farley anyway. Now she could only hope that the court would be satisfied with her performance. Tracy raised her hands and spoke up the words that felt bitter in her mouth. "I forfeit." The crowd roared, but Tracy ignored them. Instead, she looked towards a specific section of the stands where Harry, Daphne, and Blaze were cheering for her. She turned towards where her parents and the Greengrasses were also smiling at her, looking extremely proud. Her mouth unconsciously turned up at that. Yes, she might not have won, but this was more than enough for her. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. A Thankless Job. 27th February, 1994, Hogwarts. Alastair Moody spent over 2 hours in the Slytherin third-year dormitories before deciding that it was a dead end. Dumbledore's frankly disturbing orders were concerning, but orders were orders. He had learned long ago that Albus always had something up his sleeve and had a reason behind every action he made. Still, ordering him to search some kid's bedroom, one whose parents fought by his side during the last war, was just in bad taste. He did find a few odd things, but nothing really concerning. It didn't take long to break the encryption of the protection charms on the boy's trunk, thanks to a small artifact he bought from a German wizard during his time as an Auror. Aside from some clothes, a disturbing number of books, fiction and educational in equal numbers, and a bit of gold, the only noteworthy item was a small notebook filled with notes and small ideas. It was mostly concentrated on curses and their counters, as well as the development of new ways of detecting them, and even some interesting research about a new general counterspell that was geared towards curses in general. It would have been some very impressive work for a new T student, hell, even someone working on a mastery in charms, and yet it was a third year that did it. For the first time, Alastair finally understood why Albus was so worried about Potter. The boy could easily end up as his successor, or the next Dark Lord, the latter being the most likely because of his close association with Arcturus Black. This kind of work was definitely not unique. The boy had likely stashed his other work elsewhere, probably more completed. Still, there was no sign of malicious dark magic, at least not something as dangerous as what the children in Slytherin practiced back when Voldemort was still kicking around. He had to admit that the work was fascinating though, and it wasn't long until he found himself engrossed for half an hour reading it, trying to understand its complexities. Magical theory was never his strong suit, but Alastair was more than experienced with handling dark magic and curses. Still, when he realized how long he spent reading a student's notebook, he decided that he spent more than enough time in a child's dormitory and that it was time to leave. Planting both gnarled hands onto the armrests, he pushed himself out of his cushy chair and made for the door. He could have gone to the antechamber that Albus arranged for him when he came, but to Moody, a period of inactivity was more tiring than work. It came with the job. Well, his former job. He was retired now, he reminded himself. Yet despite his retirement, his feet itched to explore. His eyes sought to examine every nook and cranny of the building for any sign of the enemy. Perhaps this was why he practically leapt at the missions Dumbledore sent his way instead of retiring like most people his age. He could have more time to enjoy the limbs he had left. Students passing by leapt away from him as he entered the hall. He looked about at their shocked faces. It was still funny that people were still scared shitless by him. Those who were not aware of his reputation were still terrified of his scarred face and peg leg. As he made his way to the arena, Alastair's magical eye took everything in. He grew to love his eye over the years. It was almost worth losing his old one just for how much it enhanced his situational awareness. He peered into classrooms and offices, desks and bags. Magical items glowed slightly, and hidden doors stood out from the walls. When someone got too close, he even looked through their clothing for hidden weapons. It was an instinct that he honed for a very long time. Constant vigilance was necessary. Perhaps if he had practiced this all those years ago, he wouldn't have lost her. Perhaps he wouldn't have been alone. He had been just an aura back then, a very competent one, but he was dutiful. He followed orders, did his paperwork, and went home to his lovely wife. Being an aura was just a career, nothing more. Unfortunately, he ended up arresting someone that apparently Voldemort considered to be an asset. The following week, he was attacked by a Death Eater squad in his home, and in his surprise, he was barely prepared to fight back. His wife paid the price for his lack of vigilance. Alastair had lost everything on that night, left tortured, beaten and scarred in a burning home with a dark mark glowing above. Alastair might have been overzealous in his revenge, and definitely very reckless. He massacred more than a share of Death Eaters. The ones that attacked his home did not survive the month. His recklessness cost him more than a few scars, a leg and his eye, but Dumbledore patched him up, gave him purpose, and pointed him in the direction of Death Eaters. Alastair relished it, because fighting was better than remembering, better than going to an empty home devoid of life or warmth. He agreed to join Dumbledore's movement, his order, out of hatred for Voldemort more than anything else. He had nothing else left in him anyway. Yet here he was, relegated to spying on a child, an interesting child, yet a child nonetheless. The former aura walked up the stands to sit next to Albus, who wandlessly cast a privacy charm, something that Alastair couldn't dream of doing. It was small displays like this that showed just how far the gap was between titans like Dumbledore and the rest of them. Dumbledore turned at Moody's approach. He greeted him with a warm smile that the scarred man easily recognized as fake, and extended his hand. "Alastair, old friend, it's been a while." "Good evening, Professor. Enjoying the duels?" Ah, yes, they had been quite entertaining. So far, Percival Weasley, Penelope Clearwater, and Gemma Farley have qualified for the semi-finals. Ludo just announced the last duel of the day, Daphne Greengrass against Harry Potter. The former Auror couldn't help but snort at the decision. You want Potter to fight his girlfriend. I will admit that my wanting to keep the duels balanced did impact the decision. The bunch of third years were very impressive in this task, and I wanted one of them to qualify. Having an underdog in the semi-finals would help sell tickets after young Neville was eliminated so quickly. Well, Potter definitely is no underdog, I can tell you that. I doubted your words during the boys' guardianship hearing, but you were right. He's far more capable than any third year I've ever seen. The older wizard stiffened. What did you uncover? Just a couple of notebooks of his, filled with theoretical work and arithmancy that I could barely make any heads and tails of it. He's analyzing formulas of known curses and whatnot. From the number of fiction books and biographies about curse breaking, I'm assuming he wants to be one. It's not too concerning, but he must have other notebooks that he hid somewhere. Dumbledore took a deep sigh. It is as I feared, then. What is? I believed that young Harry might have been responsible for Neville's behavior in his own duel. I didn't have the chance to examine him since Augusta requested that he recover in their family manor a couple of days later, but I believe that young Harry cast some kind of obscure curse to somehow get Neville to cast his last spell. It's the only explanation I had. He was the only person young Neville spent time around since the year started. There were holes in that theory. For one, a curse should have been detected by the dueling wards as some kind of cheating. But if the curse was somehow anchored to an already known cursed scar, it could technically slip by the detection. Still, Alastair had never heard of someone cursing someone to cast a spell they couldn't even do in the first place, especially not wandlessly. Memories of the frankly extremely advanced notebook about curses did come to mind. The boy could technically create it somehow. Still, there were too many unknowns, and Alastair wasn't afraid to speak his mind. This is flimsy at best, Albus. You need better than that. I don't think any child would purposely almost kill another one for no reason. He has plenty of reasons. He wants to embarrass me in revenge for my actions the previous summer. By the way, what the hell were you thinking, Albus? The older wizard looked sheepish. I might have been rash in my decision to alienate him. I was just concerned about the influence Arcturus Black could have on a young boy, especially one as talented as Mr. Potter. Well, you fucked up. But if it's any consolation, I don't think Potter has it in him to almost kill another innocent student like that. He's embarrassing you plenty enough with the way he's outsmarting the tasks. Dumbledore's fists clenched. I am not willing to risk letting such a dangerous student remain unsupervised. I did with Riddle, and you know how much of a mess this was. I want you to keep observing him in the castle. I'll say that I hired you as a consultant for the third task. You're getting hyper-fixated on the boy, Albus. This is not like you. Perhaps, but it is a very small favor to ask you, Alastair. I'm asking you to trust me here. The scarred man let out a deep sigh. This is wrong, Albus, and I think you know that deep down. I could understand spying on Lupin, considering his time on the continent and his condition. He could be a real risk to the students, even if he hasn't infected anyone in his life. But Potter is 13. You're blowing this out of proportion. I'm not asking you to spy on the boy, just stay vigilant about his activities. That's another way of saying spying. But I do owe you more than enough favors. I'll do it, but I can feel that this won't end well, Albus. The headmaster smiled softly. Thank you for your trust, old friend. And I am not being too judgmental of the boy. I have just given him an opportunity to make amends by pairing him with Miss Greengrass. He could either forfeit without anyone judging him for refusing to fight his friend, or he could try to embarrass me again with the cost of the Greengrass family ending up in the crossfire. Alastair knew that there had to be more to it, but before he could say anything, Ludo Bagman's grating enhanced voice started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly we find ourselves at the final duel of the day. Yet it might be the one you have been waiting for the most. Two underdogs, who were never expected to come this far in the tournament, will battle it out so that the victor shall have the final spot in the semi-finals. So, let us welcome Daphne Greengrass and Harry Potter to the stage. The two duellers were walking towards the dueling stage while speaking like old friends, unconcerned by the very idea that they were going to fight a few minutes later. When both students bowed and took on dueling stances. When it was time to fight, Potter just raised his hand and said with an enhanced yet bored voice, "Honestly, this entire thing was just a drag and boring. I wouldn't even be fighting if it wasn't for the fact that the headmaster forced us with vague threats of expulsion and so on. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who just didn't feel like being forced to duel in front of thousands of people like some kind of magical gladiators, and I'm not really in the mood to pretend to care about any of it. So let's just call it a day and save ourselves the trouble. I'd rather focus on something less bothersome. Life is too short for this. I forfeit." And just like that, the boy left the arena, leaving behind a sea of bewildered but entertained spectators. Alastair had to repress the urge to burst into laughter at the boy's sass, even if the air around Dumbledore was getting heavier with his barely restrained magic. Yeah, the boy had got one over the headmaster again. Alastair had a bad feeling about this. This definitely wasn't going to end well. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. Retrospection. 27th February, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry left the arena, barely suppressing his vindictiveness from showing itself. He wanted to hurt Dumbledore in a way that would actually sting him, and he had succeeded. If only he hadn't gone overboard with it. He knew that the headmaster couldn't afford to have a third year winning the second task as well, without even showing any effort. It would have literally been proof that the entire tournament was meaningless and that it didn't test the competitor's magical skills in any meaningful way. And Harry could have won easily. It would have taken a bit of planning and some creative thinking, but he could have won the dueling tournament by casting a few spells. That was something that the headmaster realized, which made him sabotage Daphne's opponent and arrange for Harry to fight Daphne in the quarterfinals. It was a dirty trick. If Harry won with his usual method, he would be humiliating his best friend and her family in public and would look heartless. If they duel and he won, then the whole narrative that Harry wanted to convey would have been lost. If Daphne had forfeited, then it would look like Harry had heartlessly intimidated her into letting him win without a fight. The whole thing gave him no choice. He needed to forfeit without fighting. It was the best option. Whatever Harry's decision would have been, Dumbledore would have won. His event would continue unimpeded, and Harry's duels would just be an amusing anecdote, a form of entertaining memory that people would have when they think of the tournament, but not the main event. Harry didn't really care about winning the tournament, and neither did Daphne. They had nothing pushing them to win, but neither of them wanted to risk being harassed by the public. Daphne wouldn't have even minded losing after her first couple of duels. Healing and curse-breaking were her passion, not dueling, even if she was getting very good at it. The young Slytherin found himself on the school grounds. He's been finding himself there very frequently, specifically whenever he had to sort through his emotions. The outside was just so calming, especially considering the chaos that often accompanied the tournament events. He liked helping Hagrid with his charms, visiting Fluffy every couple of weeks. Hell, sometimes Hedwig would just fly to him, and he would talk to her as he took a walk. It was one of the few places where he knew peace. Of course, all good things never lasted, since someone interrupted him while he was on a walk. It was a stupid thing what you did. Harry suppressed the urge to groan when he recognized the voice. "Go away, Lupin. I'm not leaving without a proper conversation. I thought I told you that I wanted you to stay away from me if you're not going to tell me what you're planning. If this conversation has nothing to do with it, then we have nothing to talk about." The older boy could hear the man's inner wolf growl in frustration and stifled the urge to chuckle in amusement at the man's temper. "You're going to get yourself killed. It's still not your problem. Aside from your obsession with my mother, you don't really care about me, nor do I care about it." "Of course I care about you." This time, Harry let out a bitter laugh. "You don't. Let's just make that clear. You might have lied to yourself to pretend like you're a good person, but you don't care about me. You want me to do something you're desperate for, something regarding my mother. My guess is that you're hoping I would replicate the ritual she did on you or might actually discover something she left behind. It doesn't really matter to me if I'm being perfectly honest. What matters is that means that you don't care about me, just about what I can do for you. Fine, believe what you want. But you're the son of one of my greatest friends and of a woman that could save my kind. It's my duty to protect you. Until I do what you want, and you'll throw me away. But it's interesting that you didn't react to my theories. So you think you're safe. You want me for something else. What could it be, I wonder? What could possibly be better than saving your kind? The werewolf growled in anger. For fuck's sake, Harry, stop trying to analyze everything in front of you and listen to what I have to say. You shouldn't keep pushing Dumbledore like that. People who do that tend to suffer a large amount of bad luck. He's going to push back, and you'll only notice when it will be too late, and you will have lost more than you thought you could lose. I think he's more preoccupied with the boy who lived almost killing someone. Sure, he might be distracted right now, but that doesn't mean he'll forget. You're making too much noise for him to forget. You actually hurt Dumbledore, not once but twice. You are getting noticed, and not just by the headmaster. You could have just forfeited silently without a fight. It would have been an olive branch, a way to bury the hatchet and the animosity. It could even just have been the start of an unspoken truth between the two of you. But you just had to get the last word, didn't you? You're more like your mother than you want to admit. Harry glared at the defense professor. This wasn't an olive branch, it was just his backup plan in case his sabotage didn't work yesterday. What sabotage? He summoned me to my office and sneakily cast a spell at me to make my hands twitch, which would get me to miss my first spell. I was able to recognize it and counter it in time, but it was straight-up sabotage. So far we were playing by the rules, but he broke them. That fact disturbed Harry far more than the action itself. It wasn't the act that Dumbledore tried to curse him. It was that he succeeded, and Harry didn't even notice it. His arcane hearing was always on, especially when it came to things that he considered as threats. Sure, it gave him a headache when there were too many conflicting magical properties in an area, but when it came to magical effects on his person, he was always vigilant, always ready to dispel any spell anyone cast on him. With that skill came a sense of confidence, perhaps even arrogance, that nothing would ever touch him without him noticing it. This confidence was trampled on and torn to shreds by a single spell on Dumbledore's behalf. The illusion was broken. Someone was able to slip something by him, something that Harry just never saw coming. And that thought just scared the crap out of him. It was something that Lupin must have picked on as well, because he smiled slightly. I get it now. For all your justifications for your actions, the whole thing was just a reflex. You weren't angry about Dumbledore's plan, you were angry that he almost succeeded, that he did something you didn't see coming. You just lashed out, and you're trying to rationalize to me, even to yourself, why you did that. And believe it or not, you did the same in your guardianship hearing. Dumbledore blindsided you with his accusations, and you lashed out by getting back at him. I have to say that I'm relieved. Relieved? He answered with a confused tone. That you're still a normal boy underneath it all. Don't get me wrong, you're a terror with a wand, and you can probably outthink most politicians, but you're still a teenager who's confused about his place in the world, and who lashes out whenever he thinks he's vulnerable. What? Harry replied with a raised eyebrow. You're surprised that I'm not some kind of clone of my monstrous mother. Your mother wasn't monstrous, Harry. Say that to her husband, Lupin. Oh right, she killed him. Let's just stop talking about Lily for a bit, Lupin replied with a sigh. You should be more focused on Dumbledore's answer to this. He won't let this go. You called him out in front of everyone, and he already has an easy target to hurt you with. Harry nodded. Daphne. Exactly, and he has a golden opportunity to do it during the semi-finals. You have the weekend to prepare her against any trick she might have to face, to fight against a more powerful and more experienced opponent. I was already going to do that. Lupin gave him an approving smile. Good. One last piece of advice. You need to keep a lid on your temper. You can't just recklessly lash out every time you're surprised by something. I know firsthand just how irritating Dumbledore could be, but sometimes you need to let things go. Yeah, whatever, Harry answered before returning back to the castle, the conversation heavy on his mind. He still didn't trust Lupin, not one bit. For all the man pretended to be friendly, Harry knew that the man was just trying to buy into his good graces. When nostalgia and knowledge about his parents failed, he tried to make himself approachable, like some fake mentorship figure. But at the end of the day, the whole conversation made him realize just how irrational his feud with Dumbledore really was. Oh, the man was a control freak who wanted to have influence everywhere and wished to turn the world into some kind of children's playground. But comparing it to how Harry handled Riddle the previous year, his approach when dealing with the headmaster was always straightforward and needlessly hostile. He didn't scheme, he didn't lay traps, he just kept responding to every single move by the old man, with one of his own. That approach just didn't work, yet he kept doing it again and again. Something had to change. Dumbledore had proved many times that he could hurt Harry and that he knew where to target. The older man tried to destroy Harry's future. During his guardianship hearing, he inconveniently shined light onto Harry's actions, constraining how he had to act for the duration of his sham of a tournament. Was that why Harry always acted like this when it came to Dumbledore? He was calm when he fought Riddle. He didn't act rashly when Sirius tried to kill him during the Hogsmeade attack. Harry needed to figure out what he wanted out of his enmity with Dumbledore. Getting the man to leave him alone was unlikely, and now he needed to decide on a plan forward. He arrived in the common room. He was engulfed by a blonde bullet hugging him. "Where were you, Harry? I've been looking for you for almost an hour." "I was just on a walk, Daff. I needed to clear my head." "Finally realized how stupid you were when you did that stunt, huh?" The last Potter sheepishly ruffled the back of his own head. "Yeah, it was a dumb idea, wasn't it?" "Oh, I don't know. You only mocked Dumbledore's event in front of every influential person in the country," she answered with a dry tone. "Fine, I get it. I should have just forfeited in silence. At least no one is going to think you're some kind of Dark Lord anymore. Because what kind of Dark Lord says that he won't fight because it would be too troublesome and too much of a drag? You did technically achieve what you wanted, but Dumbledore isn't going to take this lying down." "Don't worry about me, Daff," he comforted her. "I'll handle it. But right now, let's focus on you. Your match will be in a couple of days. Did they say who you're going to fight this time, or are they leaving it as some kind of surprise?" "I'm fighting Clearwater." "Huh, that's worrying. She's not one to hold back. I guess I'll have to up your training." The blonde looked at him confused. "My training? Weren't we going to do that anyway?" "Well, win or lose, I want you to show the world how good you are. Your study in curses will be beneficial, but I think it's time I teach you something a bit more, how do I say this, dangerous. You proved to me that you're mature enough not to misuse this and that you would follow my advice. It will be pressing and we'll have to work during every waking hour, but I think a couple of days would be enough to help you learn a few tricks that might really make a difference." "And what is this mysterious, tricky subject?" Harry gave her a sneaky grin. "Daphne Greengrass, how do you feel about learning ice magic? And I'm not talking about the spells your parents taught you. I'm talking about real elemental magic." Chapter 1. 198. Chapter 1. 198. Crouching Tiger. 28th February, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Bartemius Crouch was aware that his recent habit of lingering in his ministry office was excessive, even by his own measures. Many of his co-workers would say he seldom rushed to return home, and they were entirely correct. After all, there was nothing at home that he looked forward to. He had lost his son to the Dark Lord, a shame that still followed him for years. The boy died in a foolish attempt to follow the orders of a dead man, and perished, just a name amongst thousands, in the disaster that was Godric's Hollow. His wife, the light of his life, died soon after from a severe case of dragonpox. Bartemius knew that she could have fought it, but had just given up. There was nothing left at home for him, just an empty house, a half-mad elf, and painful memories. Committing himself to his work fully was better than remembering his failures, both as a father, a husband, and as a wartime commander. But that didn't mean that he enjoyed the endless paperwork he had to deal with. It was just a chore, one that the last surviving member of the Crouch family definitely did not enjoy. However, it was known that the higher one rose in the ministry, the higher the pile of parchment grew over their desk. This day was particularly bad. Well, this entire quarter was bad altogether, because Dumbledore decided to make a national event on a whim. And since the man lost his position as the supreme mugwump, the minister was very leery of giving the position to someone else, probably waiting for a substantial enough bribe to do so. But as the head of the Department of International Cooperation, Bartemius was saddled with the responsibilities of the position. The department's head shook his head in consternation. Cursing fudge had never felt so tempting. But no, this wasn't the end of it. For some ungodly reason, it was decided that the Quidditch World Cup, the European Magical Tournament, were happening in Britain in the same year. Both projects were proposed by Crouch to revitalize the economy and include Britain in the European political scene. It would have been a nice cap in his career, but he did it, mostly, because his wife loved history, and she adored the Triwizard Tournament and the challenges the champions wanted to make. The Quidditch World Cup was a no-brainer since it was a guarantee of income and would attract potential investors into the country, something that magical Britain sorely needed. The entire nation was not considered safe since the 70s, and the ICW had washed their hands of the British Isles completely. Both events would be good opportunities. However, he did not want to have them in the same year, especially just after a massive prison breakout. The entire thing was a logistical nightmare that the last Crouch could see Dumbledore's fingerprints all over. This had literally quadrupled his workload since he had to make sure that the Department of Magical Sports and Games didn't screw up. Again, sometimes he marveled at the decision to elect Ludo Bagman of all people as the head of a department. The fact that the man was a gambling addict and was drowning in debt was a badly kept secret that everyone from the lowest paper pushed to the minister himself knew about. Amelia Bones tried many times to arrest the man, or at least get him fired, especially when he was found to selling inside information and making bets using news that he was only privy to because of his position. The man ended up paying a substantial fine to make the whole thing go away, and Fudge didn't want any talk of corruption in his administration. So he buried everything, put his hand in the sand, and pretended the whole thing never happened. Dumbledore's little forgive-and-forget policy that he kept preaching about for half a century had somehow made an entire generation see the world in rose-tinted glasses. At least it was coming to bite him in the arse with the whole Potter fiasco. What was the man thinking, trying to demonize a 13-year-old boy in front of the Wizengamot in an obvious attempt to remain as his guardian, hoping to scare the Wizengamot, or even the general public into getting what he wanted? It was a somewhat common tactic that Dumbledore used. It was always the same whenever he tried to pass or oppose a bill. He scared people with vague promises of disasters should he not get his way, and that it was all for the peace or prosperity of the nation. The traditionalist faction often opposed this through pure bribery or sometimes even blackmail to counteract Dumbledore's plans. But to do it on a child, one that, no matter how magically powerful he was just distasteful. Bartemius was in the Wizengamot watching the injustice until the unthinkable happened, and the boy started doing the same to Dumbledore. It was a wonderful thing to see in person, especially since it was he who demonized Barty and revealed to the world his son's allegiance just to kick him out of office. He never really liked Dumbledore. The man was too passive and secretive. He always liked to say that he tried to avoid positions of power since he turned away the position of minister, but he had the ears of half the ministry. When Barty refused to follow his suggestions during the war in his time as head of the DMLE, the man destroyed his career in exchange. Why the hell would anyone even suggest using non-lethal magics against terrorists who actively tried to kill law enforcement? The entire thing rubbed him the wrong way and would have probably crippled the Aura department even more than it currently was. It showed in the way he saw students fight in the dueling championship that Dumbledore arranged. Bartemius was invited as part of Fudge's retinue for the event, a waste of time more than anything else, especially since he had to return to his office to finish his actual work, which ended up with him going home after midnight for over a week. The entire school tournament concept was obviously an easy way for Dumbledore to make up for the gold he lost while building his new prison. It was the reason why third-year students and new T students were competing against each other. It was the reason why participation was mandatory. The parents' tickets alone would pile up into a fortune, and what parent wouldn't give up a couple of galleons to watch their children compete? No one ever called him out on his bullshit, and for good reason. Every person who publicly criticized Dumbledore tended to suffer a rather long, unlucky streak until they disappeared into obscurity. Still, the Potter boy had to have balls of steel to embarrass Dumbledore so much. Winning the first task with a few simple spells and getting to the quarterfinals of the second task without even casting more than 2 spells in every duel just made a mockery of the whole event. And with it, Dumbledore. But to forfeit because he thought that the whole event was a drag was just the cherry on top. Because what Dark Lord wouldn't fight because it was too troublesome? The entire fear-mongering campaign that Dumbledore started with the boy's guardianship hearing just fell apart with that little statement. Potter turned from a potential Dark Lord to a lazy, intelligent boy who found loopholes because he wouldn't put in the effort to do it properly, especially when he's being forced to compete. Bartemius had stifled the urge to cackle in laughter at the headmaster, obviously trying to rein in his temper at the boy's statement. The memory alone put a rare smile on his face. It was then that he picked up a small folder, thinking that it was a usual boring report that he had to go through, but his eyes widened when he recognized the secrecy enchantments on it. These documents were from the Department of Mysteries. The last Crouch never really liked the department, and he never attempted to even have a shard of influence there. It was just too secretive, and people, including the minister, never really knew what happened there. Aside from a few sparse comments from the department head, Saul Croker. Augustus Rookwood's reveal as a Death Eater proved that their security measures could be bypassed anyway and soured any opinion he had of the department's competence. The whole thing was just too shady for Barty's tastes, and it was probably one of the biggest reasons there wasn't really any opposition or pushback when his son's treachery was discovered. Not that he cared, he would gladly burn his career to the ground for an extra day with his wife and son. Still, the file's title was already ominous, Project Medusa. By the time he had finished with the file, he was equal part fascinated as he was horrified. What in Merlin's name were those unspeakable doing? Barty knew that he had pushed the line of morality when he allowed auras to cast any spell without repercussions, as long as they hit a confirmed Death Eater that had a kill order in the last war. More than a few innocent people lost their lives at the hands of his auras, but the results spoke for themselves. Death Eater attacks were down 50%, and there was a very large drop in Death Eater recruitment. But if this file was right, if war was coming, Project Medusa would help. Damn his pragmatism. He would hate himself for it, but he had to approve the project. His hands were already stained with blood. What were a few more drops going to change? He had nothing left. He had no one to pass on his legacy and wouldn't betray his wife's memory enough to change that. He had no friends and no true political prospects. Would this cement his name in history? Or would he be painted as a monster for allowing this travesty to go through? What did Dumbledore like to say? Ah yes, for the greater good. Crouch put his quill into the ink sac, ready to sign and file the proposal, only for a soft voice to speak up. I would really rather you didn't. After years of experience as an aura, his reflexes flared again, and he sent a curse towards the voice. Somehow the spell went through the intruder, and in his shock he didn't realize that a hand made him smell a weird cloth. His eyes widened when he realized what it was. A paralyzing potion. Deciding to see his attacker, Barty clumsily turned towards him, only to pale when he saw a simple mask with a smiling face drawn in blood. The smiling killer. He was dead then. Ickle, Barty, you've been a naughty boy, accepting this little proposal. It took a fraction of a second for the man to connect the dots. You're part of... I wasn't at first, but I have to admit that they were very convincing. So don't worry, they weren't involved in my previous murders. That was all me. The project... The serial killer shrugged. The project will go through even without your approval. The Unspeakables are very proud of that one and will just go to another department to support them. Looks like I'm going to be busy in the near future. So, he rasped, you're afraid that it will succeed. If you think this was some trump card we can't counter, then you're very much mistaken. This is like a small pebble in a shoe, annoying but not really something dangerous. Don't blame the unspeakables too much. You were going to die anyway. You were going to be troublesome in the future anyway. This proposal just accelerated things a bit. So don't take it so personally. You'll lose. The laugh he got in response disturbed him greatly. Oh, honey, I don't want to win. I just want everyone else to lose. The monster in human skin slowly walked with a knife in his hands. He froze just a few centimeters from Barty's face. How peculiar. You're not afraid. Why would I be? I'll get to see my wife again soon. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Then the voice turned sinister, and Crouch couldn't help but shiver despite the paralytic. So, Barty dear, why don't you give us a smile? Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Verdant Snow. 5th March 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Daphne Greengrass fidgeted as she waited for her duel to begin. The past few days were filled with practically nothing but training from Harry, and while a part of her wanted it to be over with, another treacherous part relished the time they spent together practicing dueling maneuvers and spells that she had never heard of. To be perfectly honest, she hadn't really cared about the whole dueling tournament. She was only invested in making her family proud, or at least not making herself a mockery by losing in the preliminaries. She had qualified for the second part of the tournament, and that was enough for her. And yet, here she was, in the semi-finals of the tournament, ready to fight the head girl of all people. Penelope Clearwater was a muggle-born with an axe to grind. She was especially vicious when she fought purebloods, which meant that she had to endure a lot of hardships, from being underestimated or even dismissed entirely. Of course, actual bullying wasn't tolerated in the school. No matter what people liked to say about Dumbledore's tendency for forgiveness, even the most heinous crimes, the headmaster was very strict when it came to violence. Well, the blonde didn't know about Dumbledore personally, but McGonagall was always there whenever a fight broke out, and the punishments tended to be severe. It wasn't perfect, but it worked well enough. However, what Dumbledore definitely couldn't do was that ingrained subtle disdain and dismissal of Muggleborns. People never really realized they did it. The whole thing wasn't without a reason. Muggleborns, no matter how talented, were always going to be working-class citizens at best. In the Ministry, they never got promoted. Daphne could count on one hand the number of heads of departments that were Muggleborn in the last 3 decades, so any political influence they might have had was stifled. Outside the Ministry, they could work in shops, learn a trade or something, but they wouldn't make enough to really rise. The best they could hope for was saving enough to open a new shop themselves, and should they be good enough, they might even make enough gold for people to forget their origins. Florian Fortescue was one such instance. People forgot that he was a very old Muggleborn who opened an ice cream shop that became so successful that he was able to open 2 other branches all over the British Isles. Finally, the best way for Muggleborns to rise above their station would be to gain a mastery. They can't do that without joining a guild, and that often came with a lot of strings. Guilds were very selective of their candidates, and unless someone proved to be extremely talented in a certain field, acceptance came through favors and donations. Clearwater was obviously angling to be accepted in a guild, and she certainly seemed talented enough to be accepted. Considering the older girl's use of complex charms during their duels, she was probably aiming to join the Charms Guild, and Daphne honestly wished her good luck. But the issue came with the fact that Daphne just couldn't afford to be humiliated. Her opponent was fairly vicious when it came to fighting purebloods. She obviously didn't care about age, considering the way she dismantled Chang, who was just a year older than Daphne herself. She couldn't really forfeit in the semi-finals, since there were only 2 matches that day. People would be enraged at this happening, and the blame would be on her head. The whole thing was making her nervous. Harry, who was sitting next to her, held her hand. "Daph, everything is going to be fine." "She's a lot older than me, Harry, and a lot more experienced. I don't think that I can win." "Then don't," Harry simply said, surprising her. "This isn't about winning or losing, this is about proving your worth to everyone. I said the same to Tracy. No one is expecting you to win." No one expected Tracy to win either, but did you see anyone mocking her for losing? "No," she muttered back. "That's because she showed them all that she could hold her own. Oh, I'm sure Farley more than humored her during the duel, so you'll have a harder job, but I believe you can do it." I taught you more than a few tricks to take Clearwater off guard. And wasn't that a surprise? Daphne knew that Harry was powerful and that he always held back against them. But the ice magic that he taught her was proof that it was just the tip of the iceberg. It was something that he had created, something beautiful, something personal that he had shared with her, and it warmed her heart to see him giving something this special to her, even if it was technically out of guilt. Yes, Harry felt guilty. She could understand why he did, since it was his fault that she was in this position. She could also understand why he had to forfeit. He couldn't afford to fake a loss in a duel, but he also couldn't really afford to win without proving Dumbledore's rumors to be true. But for all the remnants of the resentment that Daphne had for the situation, the ice magic was more than enough to make up for it. Fine, but stop fidgeting, Daphne returned. You're making me even more nervous. I'm just worried, he retorted. Dumbledore might pull something, and the whole thing with Sirius killing Crouch. Something is happening, something that I can't see, and I don't like it. Oh, it was one of Harry's few flaws. He couldn't stand not knowing something. He could overthink stuff to an insane degree, but whenever he was stuck, he just became an average moody teenager. Barty Crouch's death was one of those. It was obviously Sirius Black's handiwork, and the Smiling Killer's resurgence during the weekend after months of silence was making a lot of people nervous, especially Harry, who was frankly becoming paranoid. The fact that Black didn't come after him after recovering meant that the man was plotting something, and Harry couldn't figure it out. And as usual, it ate at him. He warded their dormitory and made her and their friends basic protection amulets and distress beacons. He felt more like a cornered animal, fighting off Dumbledore from the front and Black from the back. His behavior was worrying, to say the least. Frankly, if it wasn't for Daphne stressing about her coming duel, she would have smacked him in the head. She probably would after this mess was done with. She didn't have time to voice her concerns since Bagman decided that this was the best time to announce her duel. Daphne Greengrass and Penelope Clearwater, please make your way to the arena for your duel. Harry gave her a warm smile. Come on, Daph. You're going to do great, I know that. She tried to smile back at her best friend, but it probably looked more like a grimace than anything else. She turned and slowly walked towards the arena, where Clearwater and Flitwick were waiting for her. The older girl gave her a disdainful look that made the blonde nervous. Yeah, Clearwater definitely wasn't planning on holding back on her. By the time they took their stances, the entire crowd faded away. Harry taught her to ignore everything outside the arena. It was just her and her opponent. And with a loud gong, the duel started. As she expected, the Ravenclaw began by sending a barrage of spells at her, probably hoping to overwhelm her. Daphne countered with a repelling shield. She learned a long time ago to not match an opponent with more raw power than her, spell for spell. It was doomed to fail anyway. Clearwater easily parried the spells redirected back at her and decided to conjure 2 lions that leapt at her. Daphne reacted by casting 2 freezing spells at the animals, which froze them into ice cubes, and dodged the wind cutter that the older girl snuck in between the spells. For the first time, the blonde decided to go into the attack and sent an ice spear at her opponent. It was a deceptively simple attack because of the curses that she added to the ice, specifically a piercing curse and a variation of the banishing charm. As the blonde expected, her opponent tried to destroy the spear with a blasting charm, probably aiming at incorporating the ice shards into her next attack. What she did not expect was the telekinetic blast that occurred the moment her spell hit the spear. She was definitely taken off guard and tried to conjure a shield to protect her. It worked well against the telekinetic blast, however. It failed to account for the tip of the spear, spelt with a piercing curse, slammed towards her and destroyed the shield entirely. She was able to move away, but there was a thin trail of blood on her chest. Daphne gave her opponent a small smile and went on the attack once more. She cast a blasting curse at the frozen conjured animals and banished the frozen remains towards her opponent, who cast a transfiguration shield. It was a curious spell that Harry showed her, that transfigured everything it touched into sand. Daphne tried to bring down the shield with a stunning charm. It was horribly ineffective against active spells, but in a surprising move, the older girl animated the countless grains of sand into a giant fist that came at the young Slytherin with a blinding speed. In her desperation, Daphne cast a dome ice shield. It was a standard spell, but one that she enhanced using Harry's ice magic. She put a curse on it to make it even more resistant to magic and physical impact. She could feel her shield being battered one step at a time until she had enough and used one of the spells Harry taught her, the Ice Age. Daphne couldn't do it like Harry did. She just didn't have the raw power and control to suck out the heat of her environment for whole minutes and create a field of absolute zero. But what she could do was send a pulse of cold, which would stop any incoming projectile. She followed the spell with a pulse of telekinesis, throwing everything away from her, causing the fog to rise, mixed with some dry ice. She followed with a charm to see specifically through dry ice. One of the first lessons Harry taught her about dueling was the power of misdirection. The blonde could see her confused opponent trying to send spells at her, and Daphne decided to conjure ropes of ice far away from her to make the illusion of her presence there and made them attack the older girl. Frustrated, Clearwater vanished the ice with a wave of her wand and conjured a giant gust of wind to remove the fog, which raised up into the air. Choosing to take advantage of this situation, Daphne used one of the strongest spells in her arsenal. The fog raised in the air started to darken, and the arena started to rain ice. Clearwater used her transfiguration shield once more. Daphne released her control over her spell before trying to finish off her duel, only to be blasted away by some unseen force. Daphne was barely able to roll away from an incoming wave of spells coming her way and was able to conjure a reflective ice shield to reorganize her thoughts. What had just happened? Her eyes widened when she saw that every magical effect in the arena was negated. Holy shit, did she just cast a wide-area magic counterspell? From the way Clearwater looked tired, it seemed to be the case. Damn, that was just insane for a student to cast something like this. Before she could think of her next move, a strange sound caught her attention. She'd heard it before in one of her duels against Harry. That terrible noise that at once sounded like angry buzzing and the crackling of dry leaves in an open flame. Fire wasps. Whoever invented this spell was a sadist who somehow combined wasps and fire elemental magic. Harry used it as an example of elemental magic being combined with transfiguration. Surely enough, a giant cloud of the insect was coming down at her. Daphne did the only thing she could and cast another burst of her Ice Age spell, killing them. But they were obviously a distraction, and she automatically conjured another shield, just in time to block 3 stunning charms cast in succession. Desperate, the blonde tried one of her last tricks by conjuring giant vines of ice that she cursed with repelling curses and animated towards her enemy. Daphne couldn't use her crest directly during official duels, but she found out that using ice to mimic a few spells that she mastered from her crest was a lot easier. As far as anyone was concerned, this was just animated ice. The tentacles intercepted the spells coming at her, redirecting them towards their caster. Clearwater wasn't having it, though, and conjured a giant wave of fire that melted her ice construct. Knowing that a shield charm, even an elemental one, wouldn't do much against this much fire, Daphne decided to double down and released a beam of pure cold. It was a form of elemental transfiguration. Apparently, opposing elements tended to prioritize defeating each other automatically. Clearwater's eyes widened when the wave of fire turned into a beam of heat that did its best to counter against the blonde's beam of pure cold. This became a battle of pure magic, something that Daphne just couldn't win against an older opponent. Both duelers moved closer and closer, and Daphne could feel her magic channels heat up from overuse. The younger girl decided to take a gamble. Stepping backwards, she pretended to lose her footing and dropped to one knee. Sensing her advantage, her opponent closed in to finish off, sending everything she could into her fire. Daphne simply cancelled her spell immediately and moved away, sending a handful of melted snow at Clearwater's face. It wasn't even a spell, it was just her will made manifest. Clearwater was taken aback from the action and tried to wipe it away. Daphne tremblingly tried to send a stunner at her blinded opponent. Alas, Clearwater, clearly distressed, sent a pulse of telekinesis, sending herself and Daphne flying away. Both duelers slowly got up. Daphne was disoriented, and she could feel her magical channels burn. She barely had anything left in the tank. When she looked at her opponent, she saw that she wasn't looking any better. She was limping and had a large bruise on her head. Her tournament robes were cut in multiple places, including a rather large bleeding cut on her torso. As if they had both come to a consensus, both jewelers released their wands and cast a spell. Daphne cast a banishing charm, and her eyes widened when she realized that this was the same spell that Clearwater cast as well. Both spells met in the middle, in what seemed to be some kind of weird struggle. Then Daphne found herself flying away from the platform. She turned to see what happened to Clearwater, and her eyes widened when she saw that she was barely in the arena. Damn it, she had lost by ring out. Daphne didn't know if it was because she was lighter than Clearwater or just pushed less magic in it, but she couldn't help but feel angry at the way she had lost. At least that's how she felt before the world started to move and she started to sway. The last thing she saw before everything turned to black was Harry's panicked face. Chapter 200, Chapter 200, Eye of the Storm. 10th March 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry laid down on a very comfortable couch, pondering about the end of the dueling tournament. Most of what he felt was relief at evading Dumbledore's ploy, unintended or not. He didn't know for sure if the headmaster had purposely put him in the position where he was forced to compete and do well without showing any sign of advanced magic, but the man sure as hell made things difficult for the young Slytherin. Nevertheless, he did well enough and embarrassed Dumbledore all the way. A vindictive part of him relished at the thought. Surprisingly, the match between Daphne and Penelope Clearwater was the highlight of the tournament. People praised the younger girl's inventiveness and tactics. She really took everyone by surprise with it, and there were whispers of offers of apprenticeship on her graduation. Harry was happy for her, immensely so. The blonde had probably gained more than enough opportunities to help her sister than all of her family's gold could ever buy. Tracy, Blaise, Daphne, and Harry threw a small celebration following the end of the tournament. The festivities weren't boisterous, but they were enjoyable nonetheless. They snuck out of the castle to the Three Broomsticks and treated themselves to a nice outing. Astoria even joined in for a brief while before her older sister ushered her back into the castle. Daphne, on the other hand, looked slightly less tense. This was the first time she made any inroads regarding her sister's condition, and Harry wished her all the best. Tracy had practically guaranteed an offer to the court of Slytherin, alongside Nott and Daphne. Nott's invitation was an obvious decision because of his father's current position as the leader of the traditionalist faction. Malfoy would have probably been offered one if his father was alive. Hopefully, the court would take the hint about Harry stating multiple times in the common room that he didn't want to join their ranks. Their eavesdropping charms in the common room should do the rest. Harry didn't know if Daphne was going to accept a position in the court. She never really showed any interest in the idea. Not like Tracy and Blaise did, but there was no guarantee that Blaise would have been picked over Malfoy either. So far, Daphne seemed committed to helping her sister. Anything else would feel like a distraction. As for the tournament itself, after defeating Percy Weasley in the semi-finals, Gemma Farley was able to snatch a victory over Penelope Clearwater. The Muggleborn did put up a good fight nonetheless, but Farley was just more experienced. There were rumors that the court of Slytherin liked to hold challenges and duels when it comes to getting promoted or whatnot, and since Farley was probably either the king or one of the queens of the court, she had to have trained her arse off to maintain her position. Daphne had proved to everyone that she could hold her own against more powerful opponents. The ice magic that he had taught her was very impressive. It did help that the blonde had an aptitude for it, and she was lucky that elemental magic was so close to transfiguration and charms that they weren't banned from dueling tournaments. It was a funny little anecdote. Since transfiguration and charms were so broad, officials just couldn't decide on a list of allowed spells as they do on offensive magics. So they just put in that magic not cast directly on a person was allowed, as long as any wounds didn't resist magical healing, and the whole thing didn't cause any form of instant or guaranteed death or maiming. The idea is that, in the worst case, healers would be able to put someone back together as long as they get to an injury quickly enough, and that they could cast their healing spells unimpeded. It made sense from a safety aspect, but it made dueling heavily in favor of people who have a knack for transfiguration or charms instead of normal offensive battle magic. An aura would be disqualified in less than 5 seconds in a dueling tournament just because of their training. Still, that was 2 tasks out of 3. Only one remained, and Harry could finally relax. Thankfully, the 2 tasks were relatively tame so far. Harry expected Dumbledore to pull something during Daphne's match, as Lupin predicted, but the headmaster seemed to have refrained from it. The man probably expected Clearwater to wipe the floor with Daphne, and arranging an accident could easily set back Dumbledore's policy of Muggle-born equality that he built his entire political powerhouse over. But there was always the 3rd task, the final task, and it worried him. The fact that the whole thing was a secret already freaked him out. Harry looked at the window, hoping to distract himself from panicking, and noticed that the sky had grown dark outside since he had taken his seat on the couch. The softly glowing late-day sun had been replaced by bright, twinkling stars, standing out starkly against the vast canvas of night sky they rested upon. Harry was so lost in thought that he hardly even heard his door swing open. He glanced over his shoulder nonetheless, allowing his hand to twitch towards his wand, but it was only Daphne. "I was wondering where I might find you," she said. "Here or the library are both usually pretty safe guesses." The blonde snorted in disbelief. "It's funny. It's disturbing just how much you like it here, in this room of illusions, when you can just experience the real thing. You could easily build a study like this one outside the room of requirements, in one of the abandoned classrooms or something. I know that this place is useful and everything, but not as a place to hang out in." She had a point. Why did she have to sound so reasonable? Intellectually, he knew that everything in this room was just a bunch of charms, transfigurations, and illusions put together. But he always felt in control. Whenever he felt overwhelmed or scared, whenever he doubted himself, Harry liked to come to this room and feel in control once more. There was something calming and relaxing about it, even if it probably wasn't healthy. "You might have a point about building my own study or something. It still won't be as secure as this place, though." Daphne's response was a snort. "Come on, Harry. All I had to say to enter the room was that I wanted to enter your study. Not much of a security system, is it? Fine, but you'll help with the decorations. I'm rubbish at this stuff. Trust me, I know. You might be brilliant at magic, but your tastes leave very much to be desired." Harry didn't know what the blonde expected him to say in response to that, so he just stayed silent. After a good minute, Daphne decided to speak up. "You've been off lately. I was worried." "Off how?" "Look, Harry, you have this horrible habit of keeping things to yourself and getting lost in your thoughts whenever you're nervous about something. I just wanted to check in on you. We haven't really spoken to each other, properly I mean, since the tournament ended." The last Potter gave her an amused smirk. "The tournament ended days ago." "I know, but normally you would have been with me, getting ready for your next challenge. You'd have something prepared, like a new type of magic or something, an impossible task you give to yourself that you somehow persevere. But so far, all I've seen you do is just lie down and get lost in your own head." "That's the thing, Daphne. I don't know what to do next. The whole multi-dimensional magic is a dead end, and I can't experiment with something like this without some major risks. I don't know what the next task is going to be, so I can't prepare you for it. With Sirius returning and attacking Barty Crouch of all people, with the way things are shaping up to be, I just have a bad feeling, that's all." "A bad feeling how?" Daphne asked without any sign of mockery in her voice. "You won so far. Dumbledore is being criticized for his actions. There's even talk about the Wizengamot choosing someone else as the next chief warlock. You did all that. After decades of people trying, you're the first person to actually hurt Dumbledore politically. You only have to go through another task, and that would be it. You'd have won." Harry shook his head. "It's not that simple. The elections are months away. People will forget quickly, and Dumbledore will either do something to get the public's opinion in his favor, or he'll force the Wizengamot's hand. He could easily just withhold his new prison and force the Ministry to build a new one. That's not mentioning probably made back a lot of gold during the tournament. Azkaban's destruction somehow ended up making Dumbledore untouchable, no matter what the public opinion of him will be. Fine, maybe Dumbledore won't be hurt, but that doesn't mean that something bad is going to happen. It's hard to explain. It's like we're in the calm before the storm, the eye of the hurricane, like standing at the edge of a cliff. Barty Crouch getting killed, the Hogsmeade attack, Azkaban's destruction. It's all been building up to something big, something that I don't know. I hate not knowing. And I can't help but feel like the third task will be what triggers it all. Having the event on the day of Beltane, and it being a mystery task as well, it's not a coincidence. Something is coming and I just can't figure it out. And since I don't what that is, I can't make any preparations against it. I just don't know what to do. Harry hadn't even realized how loud his voice became in the end as he finally voiced his frustrations for the first time in almost a week. Daphne looked at him, with her eyes slightly wider than usual, before steeling herself. "Have you thought about not doing anything at all?" That wasn't an answer he expected to hear, and that rendered him speechless. Before he could even think about a retort, Daphne interrupted him. "Look, I know what you're going to say. It's your responsibility. Dumbledore is going after you. But think about it for a second. Ever since you've been in this school, you've stopped so many disasters. But after each one, there was always another one coming. You've been jumping from one crisis to another that you never even thought about what it all meant. You never even considered taking a break. It's not my fault things like this just keep happening to me. Are you sure about that? Did these crises keep occurring to you, or have you just kept chasing them? You are amazing at everything you do, so much so that it's intimidating. But I realize now that you're not doing it because you crave success, but because you're terrified of failure, terrified of not mattering." Harry froze at his friend's words. Daphne had just cut through every front he had and reached his core. "It's what's made me a great wizard." "I'm not sure it has. I think in all the mayhem, all your fear of losing, that you forgot something very critical." "Which is?" He couldn't help but ask. "Not everything has to do with you, Harry. I know you keep trying to involve yourself in situations that should have never involved you. You did it with Riddle. You did it with Hogsmeade. And you have been doing it in this tournament. For some reason, you crave the conflict, the challenges, like they're making you matter somehow." "I do not," Harry protested. "Then why didn't you change schools?" The blonde simply answered. "You could have asked Arcturus to send you to another school easily. Your French is good enough for Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny has probably surpassed Hogwarts in terms of magical education. The only advantages here are the library and the room of requirements. You could have easily made do with the Ilvermorny library and just come to visit the castle for your research, and you have made no effort to really raid the room of hidden things. So, after humiliating Dumbledore and dragging out his dead sister to the media, you made no moves to leave what is effectively his castle." "I didn't want to leave you." Daphne snorted. "I would have followed you anywhere, Harry. I don't know about Tracy and Blaise, but I wouldn't have minded switching schools with you. Face the truth, Harry, you have spent years distracting yourself with challenges no student should be able to face, building an identity around them. Maybe you're right. Merlin knows just how often you are, and something is coming. But that doesn't mean that you have to be involved in any way. You need to use whatever time before the third task to take a break and make a decision that you would stick with it. And whatever you choose, I want you to know that I will be by your side, supporting you. Good night, Harry." "Good night," Harry murmured back at her. The blonde left the room as quietly as she entered, leaving a pensive boy behind and a silence that he felt was too stifling.